never practiced before, but all the martial arts I've learned have reached great achievements. It's just that the martial arts I learned can cultivate themselves automatically. The flame burst fist senses fire at close range. In a flash of inspiration, I broke through to the perfected state of the diamond body. Listening to one of the supreme Buddhist scriptures, the Diamond Sutra, I directly entered a state of enlightenment, increasing my cultivation speed by 100%. With such a heaven-defying cheat, combined with the reward of the top score in the exam, the beast spirit, I believe that in just a few days, I can break through to a bottle dancer. Just as I was filled with excitement, I was informed by the homeroom teacher that the first place that originally belonged to me had been taken by someone else. A low chuckle sounded, coming from Lu Benwei, a notorious troublemaker in the class. Relying on being the distant cousin of the school bully, Luo-san, Lu Benwei usually acts very arrogantly. He completely angered me during a meal in the cafeteria before, so I picked up a frozen fish from the cafeteria and beat him, leaving him with a head full of bumps, thus creating a deep enmity between us. Thus, Lu Benwei colluded with his cousin Luo-sen and took my beast spirit. What are you laughing at? In the face of their provocation and mockery, I remained surprisingly calm. What's wrong with me laughing? It's my mouth. If I smile, I smile. If I can't help it, the second place wants to vent their frustration on me. In front of everyone, Lu Benwei raised his hands, surrounded by a swirling mist of water. Whether it was the rising heavy water or his high level of skill, Chen Yunfan could only catch his breath. With that level of skill, who in our class could win against him? Lu Benwei should know. After learning martial arts, there are 6 levels: beginner, proficient, adept, perfected, and so on. Each breakthrough in these levels doubles or even multiplies the power of the martial arts. The host was mocked as a waste, and the mood of the proud and fierce tiger was shaken. More motivated, my cultivation speed increased to 400%. Being mocked actually accelerated my martial arts cultivation. This is a first for me since I haven't fully explored the system yet. Lu Benwei is also a classmate. Don't talk nonsense. After reprimanding Lu Benwei, the beautiful teacher Cho Suyue turned to me and sighed, Chen Yunfan, you should calm down too. I will ask the school leaders for clarification. However, the next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, my fist suddenly struck out, smashing into Lu Benwei's abdomen like a meteor shattering the earth. Lu Benwei had no chance to react. Even the provocation on his face lingered. But the next second he was sent flying and slammed into the back wall of the classroom. The scene fell into silence as all the students stared blankly at this moment, their minds in chaos. Lu Benwei, who had mastered his skills and ranked in the top 50 in practical combat, was instantly defeated, and by the class's bottom student at that. What shocked them even more was that Lu Benwei's abdomen had a large hole burned through, with the flesh inside scorched red, and upon closer inspection, there was a faint smell of burning. Looking at my fist, which was steaming like a hot iron, the classroom was in complete silence. The flame-burst fist had reached perfection. Am I dreaming? It takes time to become proficient in martial arts, and mastery requires extraordinary insight. The requirements for perfection are even higher in terms of time and insight. It seems that not a single high school student in the entire school, or even in Hanchuan, can cultivate martial arts to the perfected level. How did this guy manage it? Having narrowly won in front of others, I listened to the praise around me, my spirit lifted, while my cultivation speed increased to 500%, yet I was still mocked and scorned. My cultivation speed increased just by being praised. This feeling of constantly growing stronger is truly delightful. Impossible, this can't be. Lu Benwei, shocked, kept murmuring to himself, and finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth and saying, Chen Yunfan, you think you're so great, but I'm just a waste. Venting your anger on me won't help you get back your beast spirit, which is currently with the principal. If you can get it back, I'll call you dad. Lu Benwei, shut up, Cho Suyue said, frowning. In our martial arts high school, the culture is fierce. Fighting is not a problem as long as no one gets hurt. After reprimanding Lu Benwei, Cho Suyue turned to me and said, come with me for a moment. At the end of the corridor, Cho Suyue gently advised me to endure for now and said she would go to the principal to seek justice for me. I smiled brightly and thanked her for her kindness. Go back quickly. I will help you, she said before hurriedly leaving to find the principal for assistance. After Cho Suyue left, I didn't return to the classroom. Instead, I casually strolled toward the principal's office with my hands in my pockets. When I reached the door, I knocked and announced my name. Inside the office, upon hearing it was me, Luo Mingyuan frowned slightly, showing a look of disdain as I waited at the door. He then turned to discuss the training camp selection with his son, Luo-sen. After a while, with a loud crash, the office door flew open, and I walked into the principal's office amidst flying wood chips. Sorry, I thought something happened to the principal since there was no sound for so long, so I pushed the door hard. I didn't expect the door to be so flimsy. I explained with a smile and naturally sat down in the nearby chair. Seeing this, The hot-tempered Luosin opened his mouth to curse, but was stopped by Luo Mingyuan. You must be Qin Yunfan, right? I already said I was busy and asked you to wait, yet as a student, you barged in and kicked the door. Isn't that a bit rude? Or can I take it to mean that you, as a student, are disrespectful and unruly? After hearing this, a smirk appeared on my lips. Principal Luo, I think you're the one who's unruly. You dare to take the beast spirit issued by the City Education Bureau for yourself by altering the exam rankings. You have quite the audacity. Can I take it to mean that you're very dissatisfied with the arrangements of the City Education Bureau? Or are you unhappy with the entire government of Xia country and want to rebel? I slammed my hand on the table, creating a loud noise. This accusation startled Principal Luo Mingyuan, who felt the weight of the accusation. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When have I altered exam rankings? Do you have any evidence? Are you so confident that you won't ever fail your exam and drop from first to second? While the possibility of Luo Mingyuan's treason exists from a scientific perspective, considering Luosen's jump from over 1,000 to first place, jumping straight to first place is a bit too absurd. There's no need to say any more nonsense. I only have one request: to check the exam papers from this writing test. Luo Mingyuan's expression changed slightly. In a computer-based exam, he couldn't directly modify the papers. It was just a simple verbal ranking. In his mind, no student would dare to question this result, yet who knew I had the audacity to do so? Don't even think about that. The school has no right to review it, Luo Mingyuan said irritably. But then he changed his tone. Considering that you had performed well in previous writing tests, this grading error is indeed the school's responsibility. How about this? You go back for now, and later, the principal will compensate you with a fierce beast spirit. What do you think? Luo Mingyuan suggested. Before I could respond, Luosin jumped up immediately, saying, he did poorly, why should we compensate? Shut up, Luo Mingyuan scolded, frowning. There are too many flaws in this verbal ranking of grades. It's fine if the Education Bureau doesn't investigate, but if they do, it will be a big problem. Luosin didn't understand, but under his father's stern gaze, he had no choice but to start over. He just glanced at me, his expression growing increasingly unfriendly, and his fists clenched tightly. Forget about compensation, I just want to get back what I deserve. Since the exam papers can't be checked here, I'll go to the Education Bureau. Goodbye, Principal Luo, I said politely as I stood up and left without a trace of reluctance. In fact, he didn't even know where the Education Bureau was, let alone where to start looking. But now, just showing the attitude of pursuing the matter to the end was completely enough. Wait! Luo Mingyuan trembled with anger, his face pale, but he still called out to Chen Yunfan, who was about to leave. As the principal, it was the first time he had been made to feel so embarrassed by a student, yet he had no way to counter it. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Luo Mingyuan gradually calmed down. This student, you need to think carefully. There is still a whole month until the college entrance examination. This month is the most precious time during the entire senior year. If you waste a lot of time and energy on this matter, it will seriously delay your study progress. Are you sure you want to do this? He emphasized the words 1 month, making his meaning very clear. You still have to stay in school for a month. If you offend me now, I will make sure you won't have peace during this month. It will affect your study progress and, in turn, your college entrance exam results. And the college entrance examination is undoubtedly one of the most important events in life, especially in today's era of martial artists. Only by getting into a martial arts university can one have an easier path to obtain resources and have the opportunity to strive for higher martial arts realms. If you miss this college entrance examination, there will be no second chance in this lifetime. Because in martial arts high schools, there is no such thing as repeating a year. If the compensation for the beast spirit liquid was Luo Mingyuan showing weakness, then this was a blatant threat. After saying these words, Luo Mingyuan relaxed and sat back in his office chair, a confident smile on his face. He believed Qin Yunfan would know which was more important, the college entrance examination or the beast spirit liquid. Up to this point, what Luo Mingyuan was fighting for was not the beast spirit liquid, but his pride. He wanted the student before him to know who the real boss of this school was. Thank you for your concern, principal, but for a poor student like me, what I have the most is time. With that, Chen Yunfan took a step and walked towards the office door again. This act of direct disregard was undoubtedly a slap in the face, hitting Luo Mingyuan hard. At that moment, Luo Mingyuan was utterly astonished, nearly toppling over from his reclining chair. Once he stood up, his breathing was rapid, and the veins at the corners of his eyes throbbed violently, on the verge of exploding with rage. Wait! After stopping Chen Yunfan, Luo Mingyuan took out a brocade box from the office cabinet. Upon opening it, a light red test tube lay quietly inside. Luo Mingyuan's voice was low. The previous corrected paper must have been a mistake. This is your beast spirit liquid. Luosen immediately panicked. Dad, that's mine. Slap. Luo Mingyuan delivered a hard slap to his son Luosen's face, his tone icy. You brat, what do you mean yours? This was issued by the Education Bureau as a reward for the top score in the literary exam. Are you the top scorer? In fact, Luo Mingyuan wanted to slap Chen Yunfan instead, but there were cameras everywhere. If he dared to do that, he would get slapped in the afternoon, receive a dismissal report in the evening, and end up in the Inspection Bureau's prison at night. In the end, that slap could only fall on his son Luosen. So it was a mistake. Then thank you, Principal Luo, for clarifying the facts. Chen Yunfan smiled, satisfied as he took the beast spirit liquid and left with big strides. Humph. Watching the back of the young man in black, Luo Mingyuan's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. His nose exhaled 2 streams of air, creating 2 dents in the solid wood table. Dad, you just gave it to him like that. A waste like him is even worthy of using the beast spirit liquid. It's simply a waste. The matter was not resolved, and he had even been slapped. Luosen was completely on edge. If it weren't inconvenient to act here, he would have wanted Chen Yunfan to understand that reason only lies in the fist. What does giving it to him matter? There's still a month left. Just watch how I deal with him, Luo Mingyuan declared fiercely, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. From their brief interaction, he could tell that Chen Yunfan was a smart student. But why did he still insist on the beast spirit liquid in the face of his threats? Didn't he understand that Luo was trying to put him in a difficult position? Ding-ling-ding, the sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Luo Mingyuan's thoughts. He took it out to see it was the head of the senior year department calling. As soon as he answered, an excited voice came through. Principal Luo, I have great news to report. Our school has produced a genius who has actually mastered the flame explosion fist to the great accomplishment level. There's no precedent for this in the entire Hanchuan city. Our high school will definitely shine at the training camp selection next Monday, and will receive commendations from above. Upon hearing this news, Luo Mingyuan was momentarily stunned, but then he quickly felt a surge of joy. Although the flame explosion fist was only a low-grade martial art, to have mastered it to the great accomplishment level during high school, when the goal was to improve cultivation, was enough to prove the student's exceptional comprehension. After all, reaching great accomplishment required not only time but also extraordinary insight. As far as he knew, there were very few students in all of Hanchuan who could practice martial arts to such a level. And in a school where no student had become a first-grade martial artist, this student's combat power was undoubtedly the best. He could rank among the top 3 in all of Hanchuan. By next Monday's city training camp selection, this student would definitely shine and become a model student for all of Hanchuan. His school would also gain honor from this. What an excellent student achieved this. Su Shiyun, Qin Lan, Zhou Baiyun, Luo Mingyuan, realizing the implications, couldn't contain his impatience and asked in rapid succession. The names he mentioned were all top students in the school, and all practiced the flame explosion fist. In fact, Luo Mingyuan hoped that this exceptionally talented genius was his son, Luo Sen. But since his son was right beside him, it was clear that the head of the department was not referring to him. Feeling a slight regret, Luo Mingyuan's mind suddenly conjured the image of the boy who had just left. He then chuckled to himself. The reason he agreed to let his son Luosen take the beast spirit liquid from the other party was not only because he saw that the other had no background but also because the other's talent and comprehension were quite average. A typical mediocre person. Even if he practiced the flame explosion fist for a lifetime, he could never master it, let alone reach great accomplishment. Not at all. It's Chen Yunfan from Class 8 of the senior year. The flame explosion fist, like a branding iron, sent another student flying with a single punch. So fierce. Hey, Principal Luo. Hello. The head of the department's excited voice continued, completely unaware that Luo Mingyuan had fallen silent on the other end. By the time he realized and wanted to ask what was going on, the call had already been forcibly disconnected. Crack! In the office, Luo Mingyuan sat dazedly in his chair, holding the crushed phone, his mind feeling like it had been stuffed with a bomb. With a boom, it exploded. Chen Yunfan? Is it really him? Could this guy have been hiding his strength all along? Recalling the calm demeanor of the other party earlier, Luo Mingyuan's heart began to believe, but he still couldn't let it go and used another phone to call the head of the department again to inquire, then watched the class recording. After confirming that it was indeed Chen Yunfan, Luo Mingyuan sat back in his chair, his expression shifting between dark and light. Mastering the flame explosion fist to great accomplishment. How is this possible? Isn't he the school's dead weight? Luosen also looked shocked, murmuring in disbelief. He also practiced the flame explosion fist, but he was only at the proficient level, with no idea how far he was from mastery, let alone great accomplishment. His heart was filled with both surprise and envy, and he also came to understand one thing. Dad, I get it. He knows that Monday is the selection for the city's elite training camp, and with his strength, he will definitely be chosen, which is why he dares to ignore your threats, Father. Once selected for the training camp, everyone will leave school, so there's no need to worry about being targeted. Humph. Luo Mingyuan snorted coldly. I've seen Chen Yunfan's information. His last blood test was only 30 cards, far from the 100 cards required for a first-grade martial artist. With such a waste of a cultivation talent, he's at the bottom of the entire school. No matter how strong his comprehension is, what good is it? In the end, the path of martial arts is primarily based on cultivation, with learning martial arts as a supplement. In the long run, he has no potential at all. As for the elite training camp selection, the more Luo Mingyuan spoke, the more confident he became, a hint of a smile appearing on his gloomy face. I will make sure he doesn't even have the chance to participate in the selection. Holding the beast spirit liquid, Chen Yunfan walked out of the principal's office, feeling a wave of clarity and enlightenment. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. The barbarian tiger technique detects that the host's thoughts have reached a perfect state of mind, increasing the cultivation speed to 3000% for 4 hours. Under the rigorous training of the barbarian tiger technique, your blood energy has reached a bottleneck and has successfully broken through to the first-grade realm. The next moment, a series of cracking sounds erupted from Chen Yunfan's entire body. His true essence surged forth like a river breaking its dam, forming a massive transparent vortex around him. Boom! The vortex exploded, sending all the flower pots and calligraphy in the corridor flying. I reached the first grade so easily. With a clear state of mind, it seems that my insistence on not compromising myself was the right choice. Thinking about it, if I compromise myself in everything, my state of mind won't be complete, and I won't be able to focus on meditation and cultivation, so my cultivation speed would definitely be slow. After his transformation, Chen Yunfan felt elated and clenched his fists tightly. His pale yellow fist suddenly became hot, the surface feeling like a branding iron. He could clearly sense that if he threw a punch at Lu Wei, he could easily send him down to meet his ancestors. The difference between non-grade and first grade is indeed like heaven and earth. Shaking his hands, the branding iron phenomenon on his fists faded, and Chen Yunfan shifted his attention to the system panel. Realm, first grade, progress 1%. Flame explosion fist, great accomplishment, progress 3%. Barbarian tiger technique, proficient, progress 55%. In addition to the 3 large lines of text, there was a line of small text in the corner of the panel. Wealth value, 210,000 wealth value can roughly be seen as energy, responsible for driving the system's operation, allowing martial arts to continuously cultivate automatically. Each additional martial art for automatic cultivation and breakthrough requires a large amount of wealth value. For low-grade yellow martial arts, each costs 50,000 wealth value, and the barbarian tiger technique and flame explosion fist together require 100,000 wealth value. Fortunately, it's a one-time purchase for lifetime use. However, in the few days since obtaining the system, Chen Yunfan had not spent any money, because he was broke. The system was still functioning normally simply because the 7-day trial period had not yet ended. Today was the last day. This was also the reason he had to retrieve the beast spirit liquid. The increase in wealth value comes not only from making money but also from acquiring various resources, so once he got the beast spirit liquid, his wealth value directly increased by 200,000. Rich in martial arts and poor in literature, it really is true. A poor person can't even use the system, but at least I've taken the first step. System, purchase the automatic cultivation qualification for the barbarian tiger technique and flame explosion fist. The system gave no prompts, but the text for the flame explosion fist and barbarian tiger technique on the blue light screen changed from light gray to gold. The wealth value shrank to 110,000. If I want to continue adding new martial arts in the future, I still need to keep working hard to gather resources and obtain a large amount of wealth value. It's a pity this system is too intelligent. It can't be exploited for bugs. Chen Yunfan was quite troubled. He had previously tried many methods to exploit the system's loopholes. For example, borrowing money from Huabei, or transferring 1,000 to a classmate and having them transfer it back. Such methods did not increase his wealth value at all. Although he failed to exploit the bugs, overall, Chen Yunfan was still very satisfied with this system. After all, it was the foundation of his rise to power. In the context of the beast invasion, the entire world had become very dangerous. The spatial passages linking other worlds opened at completely random locations, with no warning. The last one might appear in a desolate desert, while the next could be right in the bustling city center. A million beasts could suddenly emerge through a spatial passage in the busy streets, and even a fortress-like base city could fall in an instant. Only by becoming stronger could one truly master their own fate. Once you reach the first rank, you can get certified as a martial artist by the Martial Arts Association. As long as the certification is successful, not only will you receive a monthly allowance of 10,000, but you can also learn a new martial art. Once you have the strength, you can go outside the city to hunt beasts and make money, accumulating wealth value. The wealth value system meant that Chen Yunfan had to work hard to earn money. Only with money in his pocket could his cultivation and strength continue to rise. Moreover, he had a feeling that once his wealth value reached a certain level, the system might undergo some changes. For example, an upgrade. In Class 8 of the third year, school had already ended, but not a single student got up to leave. Instead, they were whispering to each other, discussing something. Where did Chen Yunfan go? Why hasn't he come back for so long? I just went to the bathroom and happened to see him heading towards the administrative building next door. That's where the teachers' and principal's offices are. He wouldn't be going to find the principal, would he? Is he crazy? Does he have that much guts? Wouldn't you be crazy too? That's the 100 Beast Spirit liquid worth 200,000. Some felt sympathy, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. But no one believed that Chen Yunfan could really get the 100 Beast Spirit liquid back. As a thin figure walked into the classroom, the entire class suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. Curiosity, emotion, disdain, contempt. Chen Yunfan ignored all the gazes, returned to his seat, and simply tidied up his backpack before slinging it over his shoulder. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chen Yunfan, you went to see the principal, and you must have corrected the ranking for the literary exam, right? Congratulations! You must have gotten the 100 Beast Spirit liquid back too. Can I see it? I've never seen the real thing. Lu Wei congratulated him, but his tone was filled with schadenfreude. The other students also stared at Chen Yunfan. It wasn't that they believed he had really retrieved the 100 Beast Spirit liquid. They were just curious if Chen Yunfan would strike back at Lu Wei's provocation. The Great Success Flame Explosion Fist was rare. Perhaps by experiencing it up close, they could gain some insights and breakthroughs. But the next moment, everyone lost their composure. Chen Yunfan was now holding a light pink test tube in his hand, with a crystal clear liquid inside. Even from a distance, they could smell the faint, exotic fragrance. Just taking a deep breath made their blood boil with heat. It was indeed the 100 Beast Spirit liquid. When had Principal Luo Mingyuan become so easy to talk to? All the students stared blankly at the test tube in Chen Yunfan's hand, and Lu Wei looked particularly shocked and confused. Although he had never used it, he had seen his cousin Luosin use it more than once. The feeling of boiling blood was definitely from the 100 Beast Spirit liquid. But how could this be possible? His cousin Luosin had always looked down on Chen Yunfan for various reasons, not to mention his uncle Luo Mingyuan's domineering personality. How could he easily regurgitate something he had consumed? Call me Dad. Dad! Chen Yunfan was succinct, and Lu Wei, realizing what was happening, responded just as straightforwardly. No matter how the other party managed to bring back the Beast Spirit liquid, he could no longer provoke them in the future. Admitting defeat is nothing to be ashamed of. Tisk truly perceptive. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Yunfan shouldered his backpack and left the classroom under the watchful eyes of all the students. In the next moment, the classroom shook, and the noisy sounds resembled a morning market. Chen Yunfan! At the school gate, just as Chen Yunfan was about to ride his bike to the Martial Arts Association, he heard someone calling his name and stopped to look back. He saw a charming figure jogging towards him. Dressed in a school uniform, she could not hide her outstanding figure, which rivaled that of Chiu Suyue. Without any makeup, her exquisite features had already captivated the passing students. With her light brown long hair flowing in the wind as she ran, combined with her gentle neighborly girl aura, she looked like a perfect goddess straight out of an anime. She absolutely fulfilled every boy's beautiful fantasy of a first love in school. Su Shiyun, the school beauty of No. 1 High School, the daughter of the president of the Hanchuan Martial Arts Association, with an impressive talent in martial arts. She was the complete package in terms of looks, family background, and talent, making her the goddess in the hearts of all students at No. 1 High School. What are you doing here? Chen Yunfan was very familiar with Su Shiyun. Luosin had taken his Beast Spirit liquid, and besides greed, there was another very important factor, Su Shiyun standing before him. Because, nothing. I was just a bit worried about you, Su Shiyun said softly, then angrily waved her small pink fist. The principal is really too despicable, changing the exam rankings at will. But don't be angry, I'll give you what the principal withheld, and it's free. As she spoke, Su Shiyun took out a rectangular brocade box from her backpack. When the box was opened, Chen Yunfan instinctively glanced inside, and his breath caught. The beast spirit liquid he had worked so hard to obtain after clashing with the principal was actually inside this box, 3 vials of it, worth 600,000. The gap between people is truly enormous. To be honest, with such a large fortune in front of him, Chen Yunfan was indeed a bit tempted, but more than that, he felt a sense of helplessness. Having transmigrated to this world, perhaps it was fate playing tricks on him. He and Su Shiryun had been classmates from elementary to middle school. At that time, Su Shiryun's background had not been revealed, and due to her gentle and introverted nature, despite her beauty, she was often isolated and bullied by classmates. As the class monitor back then, he had given Su Shiryun a lot of help, not expecting that this school beauty would remember it deeply. Unforgettable. However, as a transmigrator, Chen Yunfan was much more mature than his peers. An orphaned poor boy and the daughter of the Martial Arts Association president? Ha ha. In fact, to avoid trouble, Chen Yunfan had already tried to keep his distance from Su Shiryun. But even so, he was still envied by many and even faced trouble, like today's incident with the beast spirit liquid being taken. Thank you, but I've already gotten back the beast spirit liquid. Afraid that Su Shiryun wouldn't believe him, Chen Yunfan took out the beast spirit liquid from his bag and showed it to her. A flash of surprise crossed Su Shiryun's eyes, quickly followed by a hint of disappointment. She regretted losing this opportunity to get closer, but she still insisted. I see, but with only a month left until the college entrance exam, we definitely need to push ourselves. 1 vial of beast spirit liquid might not be enough, so consider these 3 as a gift from me as a friend. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing this, the students around who had been eavesdropping turned to Chen Yunfan with envious and jealous looks. If looks could kill, Chen Yunfan would have been riddled with wounds. Shiryun, are you crazy? These 3 vials of beast spirit liquid are worth 600,000. That's your training resources for the next 2 weeks. If you give them to him, you won't have any left for yourself. Qinlan, also a school beauty, was dumbfounded. After realizing what was happening, she quickly tried to dissuade her best friend Su Shiryun. She couldn't understand what was so special about this seemingly ordinary Chen Yunfan that attracted her best friend so much. Oh, right. He wasn't entirely ordinary. After all, being able to cultivate the flame-burst fist to perfection showed he had quite a bit of talent. But in martial arts, compared to comprehension, innate talent was the most important. Only with strong talent could one cultivate quickly and steadily improve their realm, like her best friend Su Shiryun and herself. 2 years had passed, and Chen Yunfan was still at the bottom tier, while her best friend and she had already reached the 2nd or even 3rd tier. In the end, even if he perfected his martial arts, what good would it do? Ultimately, innate talent was the foundation of martial arts. Chen Yunfan's talent was simply too poor. She didn't know how long it would take him to reach the 1st tier, while her best friend was just a step away from it. This was merely a gap in talent. Their family backgrounds, social circles, and even their understanding of the world were worlds apart. They were completely from different worlds. The only thing that reassured Qinlan was that Chen Yunfan was quite self-aware and had been deliberately keeping his distance. This made her feel that he wasn't bad, at least he was quite sensible. Hee, it's fine. I still have a lot of pocket money, I can buy it myself later. Su Shiryun fluttered her eyelashes, her big eyes looking expectantly at Chen Yunfan. No reward without effort, let's forget it. But thank you for your kindness. I'll take my leave now, bye. After a simple thank you, Chen Yunfan didn't wait for Su Shiryun to respond and hopped on his bike, speeding towards the Martial Artist Association. Rather than waste time here, he wanted to quickly complete his martial artist certification and then choose new martial arts. Watching Chen Yunfan's departing figure, Su Shiryun felt a sense of loss. Shiryun, what can I say to you? With your conditions, there are plenty of outstanding talents pursuing you. Why waste so much time on such an ordinary person? His talent is too poor. Besides, Uncle Su wouldn't agree. Qinlan earnestly advised. Her best friend was stunning in both looks and figure, plus her cute and easygoing personality, along with her identity as a rich heiress. There were simply too many excellent suitors. Yet her best friend seemed bewitched, very fond of that talentless Chen Yunfan. Of course, he's handsome. Talent being poor is just a temporary thing. Being handsome is a lifetime matter. Su Shiryun giggled, her eyes sparkling with stars. Recalling that gray period, Chen Yunfan was her only light at that time. Handsome can't be eaten. In the era of martial artists, martial talent is everything. Looking at her lovesick best friend, Qinlan slapped her forehead, feeling helpless. The only good news was that there was only 1 month left until the college entrance examination. Given her best friend's strength, getting into a top university was a sure thing, while Chen Yunfan would at most get into a 2nd or 3rd-rate one. With the distance between them, as time passed, their relationship would naturally fade. Perhaps, they wouldn't even need to wait long. The university would be filled with talents stronger than Chen Yunfan, and with a little comparison, her best friend would understand that Chen Yunfan wasn't suitable. Hanchuan City Martial Artist Association. Compared to the coldness of most official departments, the Martial Association was bustling with people. Everywhere you looked, there were crowds, the liveliness comparable to the once popular supermarket Dong Lai Pang in her past life. The reason for the hustle and bustle was simple: the martial arts community had specialized equipment to test one's blood energy, clearly showing how far one was from the first tier. The key point was that the testing was completely free. This attracted a large number of citizens wanting to test their blood energy. After all, in this high martial arts era, being a martial artist represented privilege, and who could refuse to become privileged? Chen Yunfan queued to enter the lobby when a girl in work attire approached him proactively. "Hello, what business are you here for?" "I'm here to certify as a first-class martial artist." Upon hearing this, the girl looked at Chen Yunfan in surprise, her eyes filled with curiosity. Although many people came to the Martial Arts Association, very few were there to certify as martial artists. Even if there were, they were mostly young adults. It was rare to see a boy who looked like a high school student. "Here's your number. Please wait for your turn." Although she didn't think the boy in front of her would pass the certification, the girl maintained her professionalism and ended the service with a smile. "Thank you." Holding the number he received, Chen Yunfan walked over to a bench to rest. Sitting on the same bench were three peers who looked like high school students. "The extra training at Morningstar Martial Arts School nearly killed me these past few days. Fortunately, I can feel my vitality has noticeably increased by 1 or 2 cards. I'm about at 90 now." The tall boy among the three was animatedly talking to the other two girls. It seemed like he was venting, but in reality, it was a blatant show-off. However, it successfully drew the surprise of the two girls and many envious glances from those around. 90 cards of vitality meant he was a martial artist, and now that he had reached 90 cards, he would definitely become a first-class martial artist during the college entrance examination, making it almost certain for him to get into a prestigious school. In the future, whether in business or politics, he would have boundless prospects. Noticing these gazes, the tall boy felt even more pleased, his fiery eyes landing on the girl among the two who looked more delicate. He was pursuing her, but the tall boy suddenly realized that the gaze of his crush was not on him. Instead, it occasionally fell on the slender figure next to him who was looking at his phone. Compared to his peers, Chen Yunfan, having crossed over, had a more composed personality and temperament, which was a reflection of his charm. Coupled with the confidence that came from being a first-class martial artist and his refreshing good looks, the combination made his appeal soar. Chen Yunfan didn't notice this, but the girls were not blind. At that moment, many girls around, intentionally or not, cast their glances at him, including the beautiful girl sitting on the same bench. So handsome this made the tall boy very dissatisfied. Upon seeing Chen Yunfan's looks, he felt even more envious and jealous, but then he froze on the spot. "Chen Yunfan?" Hearing someone call his name, Chen Yunfan turned back in confusion, looking at the tall boy, and after carefully recalling, he finally said a name. "Gao Yu?" Gao Yu was a classmate from middle school. His family was in business, not wealthy, but definitely above average. He usually looked down on classmates from average backgrounds, and naturally, he looked down on the orphan Chen Yunfan even more. "Ha ha, it really is you. Old classmate, at first glance, I thought I had recognized the wrong person. It's been years since we last met. I didn't expect to run into you here." Gao Yu, shedding his previous arrogance, happily rushed forward and grabbed Chen Yunfan's hand. "By the way, Chen Yunfan, you're here at the Martial Arts Association to test your vitality too, right? How much do you have now?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful girl also cast a curious glance. For a moment, Chen Yunfan really felt that this old classmate had changed. But upon noticing the smugness in Gao Yu's eyes, he immediately understood his thoughts and smiled faintly. Average level. Getting the answer he wanted, Gao Yu's pride was no longer concealed. Average level means you have about 60 or 70 cards of vitality, which is already quite good, considering you don't have parents to support you. "I'm just a little better than you, at 90 cards of vitality." The intention to show off and belittle was very obvious. Chen Yunfan merely responded lightly and then turned his attention back to his phone. Seeing this, many girls around were disappointed and withdrew their gazes. He was very handsome, but his vitality was average, and he had no parents. With such a background, how could he have a future or prospects? He was no match for the tall boys. Sitting on the bench with the beautiful girl, some chubby-faced girls also withdrew their gazes and immediately began to chat enthusiastically with Gao Yu. Compared to being handsome, she preferred Gao Yu, who came from a wealthy family and had a bright future. Only the beautiful girl occasionally cast curious glances at Chen Yunfan. For some reason, she felt that his aura was quite extraordinary, like a confidence that radiated from within, which was very attractive. As everyone had different thoughts, a voice suddenly called out, "Number 277. Chen Yunfan stood up and walked towards the testing room. Seeing this, Gaoyu, who was still feeling proud, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wait, I'm number 260 and I haven't been called yet. Why is someone behind me being called first? The voice drew the attention of those around, who cast curious glances. The female staff member who had just attended to Chen Yunfan hurried over to explain, "Sorry, student, this student is not here for the vitality test, but to certify as a first-grade warrior. Certified warriors are given first priority according to regulations, so they are tested first. Compared to ordinary people, warriors had more privileges. Priority processing was just the most basic of these, and even those coming to certify as first-grade warriors were no exception." The female staff member left, leaving Gaoyu stunned in place, while the surrounding passers-by and the beautiful girl were all very surprised. Certified warrior? Since he was here to certify as a warrior, it meant his vitality must have reached 100 cards. Is that the public standard? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gaoyu looked incredulous, then suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Right, he must have used spirit liquid to boost it. Although I don't know if he hit the jackpot, but those who rely on spirit liquid to boost their vitality won't have the strength to match. If the test shows that his strength doesn't meet the standard and he fails the certification, that would be truly embarrassing." Gaoyu's expression was filled with jealousy. To become an officially certified warrior, there were two conditions. The first was a vitality of 100 cards, and the second was that the punching power must reach 400 kilograms. Only then could the certification be considered successful. This was to prevent some people from using external substances to reach first grade and then deceive the martial association for official benefits. The tall boy's words received a lot of agreement. After all, Chen Yunfan was too young. He didn't look like a first-grade warrior at all, and even if he were, it wouldn't be through cultivation. However, the next moment, boom! A violent collision sound erupted from the testing room where Chen Yunfan had entered. The number displayed on the doorplate rapidly increased, finally stopping at 800 kilograms. This scene dropped a bombshell in the crowd, instantly causing an uproar. Wow, that's twice the minimum standard. A record-breaking achievement. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? I see this young man is only 18, just a high school student, yet his cultivation has already reached first grade, and his punching power is so exaggerated. Gaoyu was somewhat dumbfounded and a bit flustered, fearing that his previous thoughts would be noticed by Chen Yunfan. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, he suddenly noticed the girl he liked staring intently at that string of numbers. This filled Gaoyu with a strong sense of unwillingness and jealousy, and a thought flashed through his mind. No, the punching power record for certified warriors in the Martial Association hasn't been broken in decades. How could this guy break it so easily? Maybe he doesn't understand the rules and used martial arts to achieve such high punching power. But the Martial Association's test requires that it be done under normal conditions, using pure physical strength. He has already violated the rules. The more Gaoyu spoke, the more confident he became, and the people around him fell into deep thought. After all, this person's punching power was too fierce, directly refreshing the punching power record for first-grade certification in Hanchuan. The most critical point is that if the other party were a well-known prodigy from Hanchuan, it would be one thing, but none of them had ever heard of him. So, upon careful consideration, the possibility that someone who doesn't understand the rules used martial arts seems a bit far-fetched. Inside the testing room, the female staff member who had previously attended to Chen Yunfan looked bewildered. "I should have passed, right?" Chen Yunfan asked, and the staff member finally reacted, quickly nodding her head and instinctively standing straighter, her tone becoming more gentle. The Qi and blood test was successful, and the strength test passed. "Congratulations, sir. You have passed the certification for a first-grade martial artist. You will receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan, and later you can claim a mid-level yellow-grade martial art." With the certification passed, Chen Yunfan felt extremely pleased, especially upon hearing about the mid-level yellow-grade martial art. This meant he would gain another means of attack. On the way here, he had been contemplating which martial art to choose, but now that the moment had arrived, he felt no urgency. "Hello, can I use a martial art to test my punching power again?" Chen Yunfan made the request, as he still needed to leave the city to hunt ferocious beasts for money, and he had to have a clear understanding of his own strength. This is fine." Although the staff member had never encountered such a situation, she agreed. After all, this strength testing device could withstand 2,500 kilograms of force, and even a first-grade martial artist would find it hard to break it. However, as soon as the staff member finished speaking, Chen Yunfan's fist erupted with a blazing red light, his soft fist instantly resembling a red-hot iron. As he swung, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly exploded, and in the next moment, his fist slammed down hard on the strength testing device. Boom! A massive force poured out like a tidal wave. The testing device seemed to be violently struck by a speeding car, half of it shattered into pieces, while the remaining half was engulfed in thick black smoke. The female staff member's pupils shook, her body petrified in place. Chen Yunfan was also somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had used his full strength, and he hadn't expected the destructive power to be so great. While feeling satisfied, Chen Yunfan also felt a bit guilty. Would he have to pay for this? His pockets were cleaner than his face. Outside, Gao Yu was still unaware of what had happened when he saw a Martial Association steward rushing over with a hurried expression. What happened? The steward looked at the staff member who had assisted Chen Yunfan. Well, it's like this. This gentleman has been certified as a first-grade martial artist, with a punching power of 800 kilograms, and then he requested to use martial arts to test again. And then he smashed the strength testing device with one punch. I'm sorry. To the staff member, this incident felt like a mistake on her part, and she might have to bear the cost of the damage. Thinking of the expensive price of the strength testing device and glancing at the steward, who was trembling with anger, she could hardly hold back her tears. You didn't make a mistake? The steward was so agitated that he trembled all over, staring at Chen Yunfan in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. After glancing at the shattered strength testing device in the room, he gradually accepted this reality. Just entering the first grade, he could produce 800 kilograms of punching power under normal conditions, breaking the decades-old record for certified martial artists in Hanchuan City, which was terrifying. After using martial arts, he even smashed the strength testing device directly. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. Either he had exceptional comprehension, having cultivated the martial arts to a profound level, or the martial art itself was of a very high grade. Looking at Chen Yunfan's faded sports pants, he felt that the former possibility was more likely. No, I didn't make a mistake, I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing the excited steward, the female staff member finally realized that the trembling was not due to anger over the device being destroyed, meaning she wouldn't be blamed? Good, good, good. The butler, unaware of the staff's thoughts, excitedly shouted good 3 times, then eagerly stared at Chen Yunfan. After the test is completed, the martial artist's identity needs to be entered into the back-end system. Could I ask you to rest in the office for a moment so I can personally assist you with the follow-up? Sure. Noticing that the butler seemed to have something to say, Chen Yunfan nodded and left with him. This left behind a silent crowd and a dazed Gao Yu. Exploding the punch force tester? Is this still the language of Xia country? Why can't I understand? He clearly remembered that the punch force tester used for certifying first-grade martial artists by the Martial Arts Association could withstand 2,500 kilograms of force. Did it really get blown up with one punch? The beautiful girl tightly stared at Chen Yunfan's departing figure, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. Although she also had talent and some charm, the gap between them was still too far. She was ultimately just a passerby. In the office, Butler Wu, didn't you have something to discuss? Just say it. Chen Yunfan, feeling a bit uncomfortable under the gaze, took the initiative to break the silence. Realizing he had lost his composure, Wu Hai quickly put away his infatuated smile. I just checked Chen's information. You are currently alone, right? Yes, my parents died during the beast tide years ago. As he spoke, Chen Yunfan instinctively clenched his fist. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he was reborn here, thinking he could enjoy family happiness, but all he got was separation and death. He hated the fierce beasts and also hated these suddenly appearing spatial passages. In the past, he could only harbor hatred in his heart, but now with the system, one day he would investigate everything clearly. His realizing the information on the computer was correct, Wu Hai gasped in shock. Losing both parents meant having no background at all. This meant that the black-clad youth before him became a first-grade martial artist entirely relying on his own talent, without any external help. Although every year, a few first-grade martial artists emerge among the senior students of Hanchuan, none of them lack a strong family background, allowing them to enjoy a continuous supply of resources. The most basic supply of fierce beast spiritual liquid would never run out. Yet Chen Yunfan had none of this, but he still reached first grade before the college entrance examination and was the top senior student in Hanchuan this year to become a martial artist. Moreover, his foundation was incredibly solid, and his punch force had even broken the certification record for first-grade martial artists in Hanchuan. A super genius. The deceased have passed, and the living must look forward. Wu Hai sighed and offered some comfort, then quickly changed the subject. Your regular punch force is 800 kilograms, and even after using martial arts, it shouldn't be able to explode the punch force tester. I want to know what kind of boxing technique you learned. Of course, this is your privacy. I won't ask for nothing. I will give you some compensation. Chen. Thank you, Manager Wu. Chen Yunfan nodded in response. He did not engage in the foolish act of hiding his strength. No matter the era, only with high potential can one receive substantial investment and support, allowing the path of martial arts to be smoother. Then, under Wu Hai's watchful gaze, Chen Yunfan placed his hand on the wooden table. Zizizi! His fair palm instantly turned bright red, like a scorching hot iron, quickly roasting the wooden table and producing a large amount of choking black smoke. As Chen Yunfan's hand moved away again, a clear black handprint was left on the wooden table. Gulp. Wu Hai stared at the handprint, instinctively swallowing. As the manager of the Martial Arts Association, he understood all too well what this handprint and the anomaly on the opponent's fist represented. Flame Explosion Fist, perfected. To elevate his cultivation to first grade without any resource assistance and lay a solid foundation, while also perfecting the Flame Explosion Fist? Is this really a high school student? After realizing this, Wu Hai laughed heartily and patted Chen Yunfan on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my Han Chuan students, well done. Impressive. Gulu in his excitement, Wu Hai took a round ball from his desk and tossed it onto the table. The ball rolled to Chen Yunfan's front and automatically fixed itself in place, projecting a virtual screen from the hole above, displaying before Chen Yunfan's eyes. Student Chen, every first-grade martial artist who successfully certifies can choose any martial art to study. Do you have a preferred type? Not at the moment. Do you have any recommendations, Wu Steward? This is. Looking at the diverse martial arts on the virtual screen, Chen Yunfan was astonished, because all these martial arts were uniformly of the high yellow grade. He had learned on the way here that after successfully certifying as a first-grade martial artist, one could only choose a martial art of the medium yellow grade. Was this treatment due to the talent he had displayed? Ha ha! As the department managing martial artists, our Martial Artist Association must treat young prodigies with special care. Wu Hai smiled. This was within his authority. If it weren't for his highest authority, he would have wanted to offer Chen Yunfan a martial art of the mysterious grade. After all, based on Chen Yunfan's talent and comprehension, his soaring moment was likely just around the corner with the upcoming college entrance examination. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. The more help given at this time, the more it would be remembered, and in the future, there might be unexpected rewards. Thank you, Steward. I will definitely not forget your help. Chen Yunfan stood up and expressed his gratitude solemnly. After sitting back down, he looked at the various high-grade martial arts, feeling incredibly excited. Martial arts are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. There is a huge chasm between each tier. He was already very happy to be able to learn a medium yellow grade martial art, but unexpectedly, it had changed to a higher grade of high yellow. A pleasant surprise, but soon, Chen Yunfan began to experience choice paralysis. He scrolled through the virtual screen, and just by looking at the introductions, he felt that each martial art was very powerful and suitable for him. He wanted them all. Student Chen, since you have learned the Flame Explosion Fist, you must focus on close combat. I have two suggestions. One is to learn a footwork martial art to increase speed and explosive power, allowing you to quickly approach the enemy and then rely on the perfected Flame Explosion Fist to easily resolve the battle. The other is to learn body refinement martial arts, which can increase defense, provide greater margin for error, and also enhance strength and endurance, further strengthening the power of the Flame Explosion Fist. However, one thing to note is that body refinement martial arts are very difficult to practice and require a lot of time. If you start learning now, you won't be able to increase your combat power in the short term. In fact, Wu Hai preferred that Chen Yunfan choose footwork martial arts. After all, there was the elite training camp selection next Monday and the college entrance examination next month, both of which could be useful. But if he chose body refinement martial arts, it would be a blessing just to get started before the college entrance examination, let alone convert it into combat power. Footwork, body refinement. The suggestions from a professional were certainly worth considering. After careful thought, Chen Yunfan made his choice. I choose body refinement. Since the enhancements were the same, he would choose based on preference. Compared to the agile and graceful footwork, he preferred the bold and powerful body refinement martial arts. Alright, then take a look at which one you like. Iron Armor Shirt, once perfected, feels like wearing iron armor, able to withstand continuous gunfire from assault rifles. 10,000 Poisons Cloak, an attack-oriented body refinement martial art, once perfected, not only increases combat power but also leaves a layer of deadly poison on the skin, with the downside being that the skin color turns purple. Grinding Wheel Skill. Although he didn't understand Chen Yunfan's choice, Wu Hai still began to explain the characteristics of each body refinement martial art to him. Chen Yunfan listened while searching through the light screen panel. 20 minutes later, he finally decided to learn the high-grade yellow-level body refining martial art, Diamond Body. Upon seeing this body refining martial art, Wu Hai instinctively furrowed his brows. Diamond Body, an ultimate body refining technique, excels in both offense and defense, and its growth in strength and endurance is terrifying. It can be said to be the strongest among high-grade yellow-level body refining martial arts, but the downside is that this martial art is extremely difficult to cultivate. You need to think carefully. As far as I know, the current Azure Dragon Martial Saint also learned this martial art when he was at the first rank. Even now, having become a martial saint, he has only cultivated it to a perfect level, while many others, let alone achieving perfection, can't even get started after a year and a half, wasting a lot of time. Wu Hai spoke earnestly, almost directly telling Chen Yunfan to give up and not hold on to unrealistic fantasies. So special? Chen Yunfan's lips curled into a smile. For him, there was no difficult martial art in this world, only useful and useless ones. The reason he was interested in Diamond Body was its comprehensiveness. However, Wu Hai's words also piqued his curiosity. Since even the pinnacle of martial arts, the martial saint, couldn't cultivate this martial art to the utmost realm, who could have created it? And what realm were they in? Chen Yunfan voiced his doubts, and Wu Hai, with a serious expression, uttered 3 words. Holy Martial Realm. Chen Yunfan's expression stiffened. The random opening of spatial passages allowed Blue Star and numerous planets to have temporary communication. However, most of these planets were primitive, filled with powerful beasts, yet there was no trace of any intelligent life. The Holy Martial Realm was, so far, the only planet with intelligent beings. There were humans and a legacy of martial arts. However, the connection between Blue Star and the Holy Martial Realm through the spatial passage happened decades ago. Therefore, the martial arts legacy of Blue Star, including most martial arts, was either created by the Grandmasters and Martial Saints of Blue Star, adapted from ancient martial arts, or obtained from ancient ruins. It had nothing to do with the Holy Martial Realm. Compared to Blue Star, which had only 500 years of martial arts legacy, the martial arts foundation of the Holy Martial Realm was much deeper. When comparing martial arts of the same rank, those from the Holy Martial Realm were even more powerful. In the early days of the passage connection, a great war broke out between the 2 planets. Blue Star, relying on technological power, barely withstood the attacks from the Holy Martial Realm and also obtained quite a bit of martial arts from there. All martial artists, from the lowest ranks to the powerful martial saints, flocked to the martial arts of the Holy Martial Realm. But after practicing, they suddenly realized how difficult it was. Compared to Blue Star's martial arts, the difficulty of the Holy Martial Realm's martial arts was several dimensions higher, requiring much longer time to learn. The martial arts of the Holy Martial Realm were hard to practice but had high potential. Blue Star's martial arts were simple but had low potential. Faced with numerous external pressures, and with the short lifespan of humans on Blue Star, only a mere 100 or 200 years later, 99% of people still chose to practice Blue Star's martial arts. So it's the martial arts of the Holy Martial Realm. No wonder the Azure Dragon Martial Saint, who is exceptionally talented and renowned for his comprehension, could only cultivate Diamond Body to a perfect level. Chen Yunfan sighed, but looking at the martial art Diamond Body, he felt even more tempted. Difficult to cultivate? Sorry, I don't know how to write the word difficult. Wu Steward, then I choose this Diamond Body. Ha! Wu Hai was utterly astonished. He specifically pointed out that this was a martial art from the Holy Martial Realm to make the other party give up their fantasies. How could he still choose it? In fact, many martial artists, when choosing body refining martial arts, would look at this Diamond Body. After all, this martial art was truly comprehensive, capable of both offense and defense, with terrifying enhancements to strength and endurance, and it even countered toxins. It was simply all-purpose. But when he pointed out that this was a martial art passed down from the Holy Martial Realm, a normal person would choose to give up. After all, the difficulty was not just ordinary. Perhaps others have mastered their martial arts to great perfection, while you have just begun. Who can bear that? Cough, cough. Chen, have you considered this again? Cultivating the Diamond Body is extremely difficult. Let me be straightforward. It's normal to take 2 or 3 years to even get started, and after that, you might not even look at yellow-grade martial arts. Wu Hai spoke earnestly, but Chen Yunfan shook his head firmly. Brother Wu, I know you're looking out for me, but I have confidence in myself. In the end, Wu Hai could only sigh. A genius. Who doesn't have a bit of pride? If a martial arts book could make Chen Yunfan temper his mindset, it might not be a bad thing. Alright, since you call me Brother Wu, I can't treat you poorly. This is jade bone powder, which can be used for medicinal baths to speed up the cultivation of body-refining martial arts. I'll give you a month's worth. Jade bone powder, a resource on par with beast spirit liquid, can accelerate the cultivation of body-refining martial arts and is quite valuable. Thank you, Brother Wu. Lacking resources at the moment, Chen Yunfan did not refuse. For him, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. As for favors, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The moment he accepted it, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Wealth value plus 400,000, adding to the original 110,000 wealth value, I now have a total of 510,000 wealth value. After learning the yellow grade upper tier martial arts, I should still have plenty left. Chen Yunfan had initially worried that he wouldn't be able to learn the yellow grade upper tier martial arts due to insufficient wealth value. Now, with this influx, there shouldn't be any problems. No need to be polite. I'll go get the martial arts inheritance crystal. You rest for a bit. Before long, Wu Hai returned with a yellow crystal. This is a memory crystal from another world, which has become a carrier of martial arts in the hands of the authorities. It can directly imprint the martial arts content into the mind, making learning more convenient, and most importantly, it contains the essence of martial arts to guide the entry. Without the inheritance crystal, the difficulty of entry would be tenfold or even 100-fold. Such a yellow-grade upper-tier martial arts inheritance crystal is worth 4 to 5 million on the black market, and it's a seller's market. The reason is that martial arts are tightly controlled by the authorities, much like firearms and ammunition in the old days, and private transmission is strictly prohibited, unless it's a family heirloom. This also dashed Chen Yunfan's hopes of copying and selling martial arts to earn wealth value. What was even more frustrating was that after receiving the inheritance crystal, his wealth value did not change. Could it be that the Martial Association provides martial arts just for me to cultivate, and it's not a gift? So essentially, Diamond Body still belongs to the Martial Association. After roughly understanding the principle of wealth value, Chen Yunfan picked up the inheritance crystal and touched it to his forehead. The crystal emitted a glow, and a surge of knowledge was directly imprinted in his mind. In the next moment, a system voice echoed in his mind. Detected new martial art Diamond Body. Learning requires 500,000 wealth value. Do you wish to begin learning? 500,000 wealth value. 10 times the 50,000 wealth value of the yellow grade lower tier martial arts. Chen Yunfan was secretly shocked. If it weren't for the jade bone powder given by Wu Hai, he really wouldn't be able to cultivate Diamond Body for the time being. However, the good news is that the system is absolutely fair. Since such a large amount of wealth value is required, it means that Diamond Body is definitely worth that price. Learn! Chen Yunfan agreed in his heart, and then another martial art appeared on the light screen in his vision. Realm, first rank, progress 2%. Flame burst fist, great perfection, progress 5%. Savage tiger strength, proficient, progress 56%. Diamond Body, entry, progress 1%. After successfully learning, the martial arts automatically entered. However, before he could rejoice, a despondent voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The Diamond Body senses the host's low Buddha nature, feeling sorrow in its heart, and the cultivation speed decreases by 95%. Chen Yunfan was filled with question marks. Since obtaining the system these past few days, he had also discovered that martial arts had their own requirements, commonly referred to as excitement points. As long as the excitement point was triggered, the cultivation speed of these martial arts could skyrocket. For example, the flame burst fist has a fixed triggering method involving contact with fire. As long as there is contact with fire, the cultivation speed can greatly increase. As for the savage tiger strength, as long as one puts in the effort to cultivate, the savage tiger strength would be very pleased, resulting in a significant increase in cultivation speed. However, he had never encountered a situation where the cultivation speed decreased due to something. Could it be that the stronger the martial arts, the stranger their temperament, Buddha nature, related to Buddhism? Chen Yunfan had a vague idea in his heart and stood up to take his leave. Take it slow on the way. Remember, if the Diamond Body initiation doesn't go smoothly, you must give up in time. There's no need to waste a lot of time on it. Before leaving, Wu Hai didn't forget to remind Chen Yunfan a few things. He was worried that the other party's pride might lead him to stubbornly practice the Diamond Body, wasting a lot of precious time. After thanking him again, Chen Yunfan left the Martial Artist Association through the back door. There was no other choice. He had heard the noisy sounds from the association's hall while in the second-floor office. If he walked out directly, he would probably be treated like a monkey on display. Although the wealth value is temporarily sufficient, it will eventually run out. I should stick to the original plan and go hunt fierce beasts in the wild to earn some extra cash. Chen Yunfan took a taxi to the equipment market. As soon as he got into the magnetic levitation ride-hailing car, he took out his headphones and started listening to music. The Great Compassion Mantra. Ultra-clear sound quality. As the Great Compassion Mantra began to chant, a joyful voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The Diamond Body listens to the Great Compassion Mantra, comprehending the true meaning of Buddhism, directly entering a state of enlightenment, and the cultivation speed skyrockets. Cultivation progress increased by 30%. Cultivation progress increased by 30%. Cultivation progress increased by 40%. The Diamond Body reached a bottleneck and successfully broke through to the proficient realm. In less than 3 minutes of half a song, the diamond body broke through from initiation to the proficient realm. Moreover, this time the increase was not in cultivation speed but directly in cultivation progress, roughly equivalent to precisely triggering the excitement point of the diamond body. Since the Great Compassion Mantra is effective, the 13 Supreme Buddhist teachings must be even more effective. Chen Yunfan thought and acted quickly, searching for scriptures online. The diamond body listens to one of the supreme Buddhist scriptures, the Diamond Sutra, comprehending the wonderful truth of Buddhism, directly entering a state of enlightenment, and the cultivation speed skyrockets. Cultivation progress increased by 100%. Half an hour later, Chen Yunfan got out of the taxi, standing at the entrance of the Han Chuan Wanbao building branch. The diamond body comprehended the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures, reaching a bottleneck, and successfully broke through from perfection to the ultimate realm. The evening breeze blew gently, and Chen Yunfan let out a long breath, still somewhat unable to believe it. A martial saint could not cultivate to the ultimate martial arts, yet he had done it in just half an hour. He clenched his fist, and a mysterious, colorful glaze flashed by, dazzling and brilliant. Behind Chen Yunfan, a golden phantom of Buddhism also flashed, sitting majestically. Once martial arts reach the third level of proficiency, they will present extraordinary phenomena. The flame-burst fist excels in burning. After reaching great success, it becomes a branding iron. The diamond body, when proficient, becomes a stone body, with a layer of stone on the skin for defense. After great success, it becomes a golden body, with defense power greatly increased. Reaching the perfect realm means achieving a glazed golden body, radiating brilliance, producing soul pressure on the weak, achieving victory without battle. The final ultimate level is the immovable king. With extreme defense, even at the moment of activating the immovable king, he can withstand a full-force strike from a third-tier martial artist. I wonder what expression Wu Gu would have if he knew about this. Forget it, I won't think about that now. I should first prepare the things for the wilderness. Chen Yunfan smiled and strode into the Wanbao building. Wanbao building was a tower-shaped structure, selling everything a martial artist needed, from spirit liquid to battle weapons and battle attire. All the resources for cultivation were available. Although he had a lot of wealth points, he only had 10,000 yuan in cash, so the items he bought were quite simple. A regular long spear, an oversized backpack, some food, and a bone-splitting knife made with a small amount of otherworldly alloy. With everything purchased, Chen Yunfan headed straight for the city gate of Hanchuan Base City. Since the spatial passage could open at any time and place, the city, with its large population and stationed military, could resist fiercely, while villages, towns, and counties had no means of resistance. Thus, the population was mostly gathered in the base city, leaving the wilderness as the domain of ferocious beasts. This was how the wilderness came to be. However, the area close to the base city was relatively safe, as official personnel regularly cleared out powerful beasts. Chen Yunfan's purpose for this trip was merely to get a taste of the wilderness and earn some extra cash. At the southern gate of the base city, it's already night, and ferocious beasts are roaming. It's not advisable to travel at night, a soldier guarding the city kindly reminded him. Chen Yunfan nodded but had no intention of obeying. After completing the exit procedures, just as he was about to leave the city, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Chen Yunfan. The voice was gentle and elegant, with a hint of surprise. It was the goddess teacher of the entire school, Xiao Suya. Is it really you? I thought I was mistaken. Seeing Chen Yunfan turn around, Xiao Suya confirmed it completely and quickly moved her slender, curvy legs to approach him. Compared to her daytime appearance, where she wore a professional skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she was now dressed in a tight-fitting battlesuit of black and purple that accentuated her perfect figure. Her demeanor shifted from mature and intellectual to heroic and spirited, exuding a sense of a female knight. However, paired with the gold-rimmed glasses on her face, it added an extra allure. Teacher Qiu. After greeting her, Chen Yunfan's gaze was fixed on the beautiful teacher's exquisite figure, his eyes flashing with a hint of envy. The battlesuit was a product of the technological explosion. Made from polymer materials, it had extremely high defensive capabilities while also being lightweight and breathable, making it very popular among martial artists. The only downside was its cost. This set of battle attire for second-tier martial artists was worth at least $1 million. Xiao Suya felt a bit embarrassed under Chen Yunfan's unabashed gaze. Just as she was about to scold him, she was suddenly drawn to his equipment, her brows furrowing tightly. Weapon backpack? You're planning to leave the city to hunt ferocious beasts? That's simply reckless. Xiao Suya wanted to reprimand her student but suddenly thought of something, her beautiful and bright face quickly dimming. Yes, if it weren't for the fact that his parents had passed away, if he didn't lack resources, and if the only spirit liquid he had wasn't taken away, which high school student would be willing to risk their life to leave the city? After she left in the afternoon, she immediately went to the education bureau to find the old principal, so she was unaware that Chen Yunfan had already retrieved the spirit liquid. She thought Chen Yunfan had chosen to leave the city in desperation, trying to pick up scraps from the ferocious beasts to earn money for cultivation resources. How pitiful and dangerous. Even the lowest level first-tier ferocious beast could probably take Chen Yunfan's life. Chen Yunfan stood there, unaware that a dramatic scene was unfolding in his teacher's mind. Since you're leaving the city, come with me. I'm also going out to hunt ferocious beasts. Is that really okay? What do you mean not okay? You're my student, and I have a responsibility for your safety. Xiao Suya's tone was firm, and Chen Yunfan had no choice but to agree. No! At that moment, a bald man from a nearby group of 2 men and 1 woman suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with hostility as he looked at Chen Yunfan. The 3 of them had always been a fixed team with Xiao Suya, frequently venturing out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts for money. What was the point of bringing along a useless high school student? The other man and woman seemed like a couple, their gestures very intimate, but their gazes towards Chen Yunfan were filled with dissatisfaction. Chen Yunfan had no desire to team up, and this was a perfect excuse. Teacher Qiu, how about we forget it? I can manage on my own. However, Xiao Suyue completely ignored him and instead firmly took his hand. I'm sorry, but during this time, I will only be hunting with him. If you're unwilling, then the team will be disbanded. It was merely a cooperative relationship, and their friendship was not deep. Xiao Suyue naturally chose her own student. Disbanding the team? For this kid? The expressions of the 3 turned sour. All 3 were first-grade martial artists, and it was not easy to find a kind-hearted second-grade martial artist to take them out to hunt ferocious beasts. How could they just give up? Just kidding, just kidding. Teacher Qiu, this must be your student. I love students the most. Let's go out of the city together. In the end, it was the girl in the team who stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. But the burly bald man who had spoken first still looked dissatisfied. His gaze towards Chen Yunfan was not only filled with a threat for him to back off but also a hint of jealousy. Seeing that the 3 agreed, Xiao Suyue was very pleased. With their help, she could delve deeper into the wilderness and assist Chen Yunfan more. After completing the exit procedures, the team set out of the city together. Inside the base city, thousands of lights twinkled, while outside, it was dark and quiet. Only the faint, bright moonlight spilled down from the sky, providing the team members with some visibility to see their surroundings. Towering trees and thorny shrubs surrounded them, and a unique primitive atmosphere of the wilderness rushed towards them. Moreover, with the opening of the spatial passage, some plants from other worlds had taken root in Blue Star, such as the withered wood snake cypress and the ghost-faced giant tree, which were everywhere. The characteristic of these plants was their height. 10 meters tall was considered a small tree, while mature trees from other worlds could grow over 50 meters, making the wilderness even more dangerous. This meant there were plenty of excellent hiding spots, and one could easily be ambushed and seriously injured by a ferocious beast lurking within. Remember, when traversing the wilderness, you must be cautious of not only the ferocious beasts but also the plants. Some plants not only provide conditions for ambushes by ferocious beasts, but their very bodies can also carry powerful offensive capabilities. For example, this malevolent snake cypress. Xiao Suyue waved her jade hand, and a beam of sword light shot from the sword body, slicing the snake cypress vines that had quietly reached towards everyone's feet into segments. The vines quickly retracted, and Xiao Suyue pursued them. One sword plunged into the trunk of the giant snake cypress, extracting a green crystal from within. This is a snake cypress crystal, which can be used for medicine, worth about 10,000. After introducing it, she tossed it to Chen Yunfan under the envious gazes of the other 3, and his wealth value immediately responded. Wealth value plus 10,000. Chen Yunfan was astonished by the speed at which martial artists could earn money. This 10,000 was his official subsidy for half a year, and he hadn't expected to earn it in less than 10 minutes after leaving the city. His heart warmed slightly. The response in wealth value indicated that the beautiful mentor Qiu Suyue truly intended to give him this snake cypress crystal without any reluctance. For the next 2 hours, the 5-member team killed ferocious beasts while delving deeper into the wilderness. Not all ferocious beasts had value, but everyone in the team gained a lot from this trip. Even the newly joined Chen Yunfan had earned 70 to 80,000, which made the bald man in the team look at him with increasing dissatisfaction. During this time, Chen Yunfan also learned about the situation with the old principal. The old principal is making excuses because Luo Mingyuan is backed by the Luo family of Hanchuan, which once produced a 7th-grade grandmaster. Although it has fallen into decline now, there is still a 4th-grade master in the family, and the strongest in Hanchuan is only at the 5th grade. Xiao Suyu's expression was despondent. She had confidently stated in the afternoon that she would help her student, but she never expected such a result. A 4th-grade master. Upon receiving this result, Chen Yunfan felt an unusual calmness in his heart. A fourth-grade master had once seemed unattainable to him, but now it was just a matter of time. Now that the beast spirit liquid was about to be retrieved, if the other party wanted to settle things, that would be fine. If they still wanted to cause trouble, he would definitely not hold back. Thank you, Teacher Chiu. I have already retrieved the beast spirit liquid. After briefly recounting the events, Xiao Suyu was so astonished that her red lips could not close. She never expected that her usually composed student would be so bold. He actually dared to confront the principal and managed to get the beast spirit liquid back. After a long while, Xiao Suyu finally digested this fact and advised, "This is a good thing. However, even if there is a training team selection, you must be careful. With your strength, I believe you can get selected, but you need to watch out for the principal's schemes." Understood, Teacher Chiu. The journey back was very calm, with no dangers encountered. Moreover, with Xiao Suyu deliberately protecting him, Chen Yunfan didn't even have a chance to make a move. We have reached the edge of the city defense area. Beyond this is the true wilderness, which is even more dangerous. Let's take a break before heading back. Xiao Suyu's suggestion was agreed upon by the whole team. But just as they sat down to rest, a massive fire-red figure flashed by in the distance. In the beast realm, there is an unwritten rule. Small in size, strength is uncertain. Large in size, it must be very strong, and the bigger, the stronger. Those beast emperors who once destroyed entire nations always overshadow the sky when they appear. This orange figure was still very far from blocking the sun, but its size was already enormous, standing over 3 meters tall, comparable to an elephant from the past life. A second-grade fierce beast? Xiao Suyu's expression turned solemn, and the other three stood up nervously. Tap, tap, tap. As the sound of grass being trampled echoed, the massive fire-red figure leaped out from the jungle. Its entire body was fire-red, with blood-colored fangs, a black royal pattern on its forehead, and with each breath, 2 columns of fire erupted from its nostrils, igniting the grass beneath its feet. Damn! Bloodfang Flame Tiger. We're done for. We're dead. This is a second-grade exotic beast. We're deep in the wilderness. Calling for help is too late. We need to run. The three were in a panic, while Xiao Suyu's eyelids twitched violently. The only one still somewhat calm was Chen Yunfan, who was curiously observing the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. The Bloodfang Flame Tiger, a second-grade fierce beast. But among second-grade fierce beasts, it belonged to the strongest in combat power, with its fangs capable of easily biting through the flesh and bones of a second-grade martial artist. Its fierce reputation was well known, and it was one of the beasts that martial artists venturing into the wilderness least wanted to encounter. There's only one. I'll hold it off. You three wait for the right opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Xiao Suyu quickly made a decision, and Shen Yunfan couldn't help but admire this beautiful teacher. She made the most correct choice at the fastest speed. If they had really followed the three's suggestion to run, facing the explosive power and aggression of the Bloodfang Flame Tiger, the team would definitely meet the fate of being wiped out. However, just as Xiao Suyu finished speaking, another blood-red tiger leaped out from behind the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. 2 of them. What do we do now? I don't want to die. The goddess among the young couple looked as if she had lost her soul, while the strong man gritted his teeth. I have a life-exploding pill. I can hold one of them for 3 minutes. Leave the other one to me. Xiao Suyu solemnly took over, completely unaware of the strong man's gesture for the young couple to retreat. A second-grade fierce beast has already developed some intelligence. Knowing that the food in front of it wanted to escape, one particularly robust tiger leaped up and pounced towards Xiao Suyu. Clang! The tiger's paw collided with the long sword, producing a sound of metal clashing, their figures quickly intertwining. Unexpectedly, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger did not charge at the bald, muscular man, but instead pounced towards Chen Yunfan. To it, this prey's vitality was particularly abundant, not weaker than a second-tier beast. Great! Let's run! The muscular man thought the Bloodfang Flame Tiger was foolish, ignoring 3 blood meals to choose the weakest one. A look of joy flashed across his face as he hurriedly called his cousin and his cousin's girlfriend to flee. What are you doing? Xiao Suya, who was entangled with the Bloodfang Flame Tiger, immediately panicked. If 3 first-tier warriors were nearby to assist, they would have a glimmer of hope. If the others left, it would truly be a dead end. Xiao Suya, thank you for saving my life. I will definitely set up a tablet for you to worship for generations. The bald man regretted that his parents hadn't given him 2 more legs and ran desperately into the distance. After running 100 meters, he looked back in confusion. Even if the Bloodfang Flame Tiger ate people, there should be some noise. How come there wasn't even a scream? Looking back, he was shocked to see that the useless cannon fodder was surrounded by swirling true essence, his fists glowing red, like a branding iron heated by flames. Boom! The fist collided with the tiger's paw, and Chen Yunfan staggered back 5 or 6 steps, his wrist tingling. This was one of the few real combat opportunities, so Chen Yunfan did not fully unleash the diamond body, but chose to respond with the flame burst fist. With the passive massive enhancement of the diamond body to strength, combined with the flame burst fist, he could barely withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Come on, beast! Chen Yunfan's fighting spirit surged, the red glow on his fist becoming even more dazzling. The man and the tiger quickly engaged in battle, leaving the fleeing muscular man and the fiercely fighting Chio Suya stunned. True essence. Wasn't this a sign of a first-tier warrior? The muscular man felt a surge of jealousy, while Chio Suya was utterly shocked. How did her students suddenly become so powerful? Just a month ago, the vitality test showed he was still far from a first-tier warrior. How did he break through to first tier in the blink of an eye? Moreover, which first-tier good person could withstand the onslaught of a second-tier ferocious beast? The flame burst fist feels the ferocious beast's primal fire aura up close, invigorating the mood and skyrocketing the training speed. Progress increased to 10%. Progress increased to 15%. Progress increased to 20%. Excitement triggered. The system voice ringing in his ears made Chen Yunfan even more certain of his choice. 2 people and 2 beasts formed 2 battlefields. Chio Suya could still maintain a balance, while Chen Yunfan was completely suppressed by the blood-fawn flame tiger, suffering multiple injuries and bleeding profusely. Yet he was smiling. The flame burst fist reached a bottleneck, naturally achieving the perfect level. In the next moment, as his fist collided with the tiger's paw, a burst of orange flames erupted from his fist, like a heated branding iron. The blazing flames leaped, scorching all the fur on the tiger's paw, and the flesh inside turned charred, releasing a savory aroma. Mastering the flame burst fist allowed him to produce a burning effect. The perfected flame burst fist could turn his fist into a branding iron, further enhancing its attack power. The perfect level flame burst fist could even unleash flames from his fist, maximizing its aggressiveness. This is the perfect flame burst fist. A breakthrough in battle. Chio Suya, who had been closely watching her student, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, her rosy lips slightly parted. Roar! The blood-fawn flame tiger felt pain but did not care. It roared again and turned to pounce at Chen Yunfan once more. But the perfected flame burst fist not only spewed flames but also more than doubled the power of the martial skill itself. Relying on the perfect level flame burst fist, Chen Yunfan could barely match the blood-fawn flame tiger. In the dense forest, bang, 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 the sound of fists colliding with the tiger's paw echoed continuously. At first, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand, but once the injured blood-fawn flame tiger entered a frenzied state, accompanied by the consumption of true essence, Chen Yunfan found himself once again in a passive position, taking hits. Bones broke, and blood sprayed. Under the absolute pressure of strength, Chen Yunfan was already drenched in blood, yet he seemed oblivious, merely swinging his fists again and again. The flames on his fists grew increasingly intense. A single word remained in his mind: kill. Flame explosion fist, perfect, 50%. Under high pressure, the training speed of the flame explosion fist increased dramatically, drawing closer to the ultimate realm. Chen Yunfan was curious about the power of the flame explosion fist when it reached perfection. This became his obsession. With shattered knuckles and torn tiger paws, he did not take a single step back. Be careful. The anxious voice of his teacher, Chio Suya, reached his ears. Chen Yunfan focused his gaze and saw that the blood-fawn flame tiger had stopped its charge, instead remaining motionless in place. Its mouth opened wide. A foul stench accompanied the gathering of a red energy sphere. Boom! The red energy sphere struck where Chen Yunfan had been just a moment before. Flames shot into the sky, and the violent shockwave sent Chen Yunfan flying several meters away. Rising from the ground, covered in black soot, he looked particularly disheveled, a stark contrast to his usual handsome appearance in the sunlight. Yet, the corners of his darkened face carried a broad smile. I did it! The flame explosion fist sensed the profound essence of fire, entering a state of enlightenment, and the training speed skyrocketed. Progress increased to 65%. Progress increased to 85%. Progress increased to 100%. Through tireless effort, the flame explosion fist accumulated enough understanding and successfully advanced to the ultimate realm. Roar! Missing its target, the blood-fawn flame tiger launched another fireball. 7 in a row. The series of explosions sent Chen Yunfan flying again, but aside from his disheveled state, he suffered no additional injuries. Once more, the tiger roared through the forest, charging at him. Good opportunity. Seizing the moment, Chen Yunfan executed a sliding kick. The figures of man and tiger overlapped as Chen Yunfan swung his fist, flames erupting skyward. A flash of human-like mockery crossed the blood-fawn flame tiger's eyes. Having learned from their previous collision, it understood that if this punch couldn't kill him, the only outcome left would be to pounce on him and enjoy its meal. Flame explosion. The moment Chen Yunfan's fist made contact with the Bloodfang Flame Tiger's belly, an astonishing wave of energy surged from his fist. Red light blazed. His fist erupted with a brilliance countless times stronger than before, and the Bloodfang Flame Tiger was sent flying over 10 meters away. The black smoke gradually dissipated. Everyone could clearly see a fist-sized hole in the tiger's abdomen, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. The blood had been scorched dry, the internal organs incinerated. One battle, two breakthroughs. Xiao Suyue felt as if she might be dreaming. No matter how impressive one's comprehension was, this was still a bit too exaggerated. Whoosh! The two Bloodfang Flame Tigers were clearly closely related. One was killed by Chen Yunfan, while the other immediately charged at him, only to be met with a sword strike to the throat from Xiao Suyue. It was sealed, but not thoroughly enough. The skin of a second-tier top-tier beast was still too tough. Moreover, Xiao Suyue's weapon was only first-tier, so the strike not only failed to kill the Bloodfang Flame Tiger but instead completely enraged it. However, with this advantage, it was only a matter of time before Xiao Suyue would win. This was a great opportunity to experience combat at the same level, so Chen Yunfan did not go to help Xiao Suyue. Instead, he squatted beside the dead Bloodfang Flame Tiger. He took out the bone-splitting knife. The bone-splitting knife, infused with otherworldly alloys, was incredibly sharp, but extracting the teeth also consumed a fair amount of his strength. A pair of second-tier Bloodfang Flame Tiger fangs is worth around 500,000, and they are the most precious part of this tiger, suitable for crafting weapons. But why hasn't the wealth value increased? Chen Yunfan happily calculated the value, but soon his expression turned puzzled. Wealth value, 82,000. This 80,000 wealth value was the harvest from this journey. Once various beast materials were obtained, the wealth value would immediately rise, but this time, after acquiring the saber teeth of the Bloodfang Flame Tiger, there was no change in the wealth value. Could it be that the saber teeth don't fully belong to me yet? After pondering for a long time, Chen Yunfan reached this conclusion. The Bloodfang Flame Tiger was killed by him, and the saber teeth were taken by him, so logically it shouldn't be like this. Unless the system determined that he was still in danger, which meant the saber teeth didn't completely belong to him, and that was why the wealth value hadn't increased. Danger? Chen Yunfan glanced around. Although the Bloodfang Flame Tiger could match the beautiful teacher, it could at most win and ultimately die at his hands. So the danger didn't come from the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. Powerful beasts all have their own habitats. There couldn't be other powerful beasts near the territory of the Bloodfang Flame Tiger, so the danger didn't come from other beasts either. The beautiful teacher, Xiao Suyue, was even less likely. Then there was only. Chen Yunfan looked at the three people who had walked back, his eyes showing no emotional fluctuations. The strong man named Zhou Qiang, perhaps realizing that his previous actions were wrong, wore an awkward and constrained smile on his face. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be so powerful. Just in high school, he's already a first-grade warrior, and he has cultivated the flame explosion fist to the ultimate realm, even defeating the second-grade beast, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. Any one of these achievements could cause a stir. If combined, it would probably make the authorities of Hanchuan come personally to visit. Compared to Brother Chen, I chose to flee in fear, and I am truly ashamed. Zhou Qiang bowed in apology, and the other two quickly stepped forward to apologize as well. Perhaps due to their hurried steps, the girl in the couple accidentally tripped over a stone and fell towards Chen Yunfan's feet. The boy quickly rushed forward to help. At this point, Chen Yunfan was already within half a meter of the couple. In the next moment, both of them revealed short swords from their sleeves, glinting coldly. The girl aimed for Chen Yunfan's ankle, while the boy lunged at his abdomen. The awkward smile on the strong man's face turned into surprise. For them, the threat posed by Chen Yunfan was far greater than that of Xiao Suyue. As for why they attacked, 8 words. People die for wealth, birds die for food. A corpse of a Bloodfang Flame Tiger worth $1 million might not be enough for them to turn against him, but coupled with the secrets on Chen Yunfan, it was more than enough. After all, they didn't believe that an 18-year-old high school student could possess such an abnormal level of comprehension. There must be a secret. For example, the national treasure of the Summer Kingdom, the Enlightenment Stone, which could greatly enhance one's comprehension just by sitting on it. Zhou Qiang believed that Chen Yunfan must have accidentally obtained a similar treasure, which was why he colluded with his cousin and his cousin's girlfriend to seize it. Besides that, he simply disliked this calm kid who had remained composed since leaving the city. What was he trying to show off for? Didn't he know that showing off could lead to a quick demise? However, the sound of metal clashing jolted Zhou Qiang awake from his daydream. Clang! The young couple stared blankly at the broken short sword, then looked closely at the young man's ankle and abdomen. The fabric of his clothes had been cut, revealing skin that looked like colorful glass. The short sword left no scratches on it. Instead, their right hands holding the swords were numbed by the recoil. Refining body martial arts. The couple trembled all over, filled with immense regret for their rash actions just now. Zhou Qiang, however, after the initial shock, his eyes burst with even more excited fervor. He was sure he had guessed right. Body refining martial arts, the most difficult martial arts to cultivate, not only required astonishing comprehension but also continuous blood and qi refinement, and the medicinal baths could not be stopped. To be able to block a short knife infused with otherworldly alloys from assassination, this body refining martial art must have been cultivated to an extremely profound level. Without a treasure for enlightenment, how could a high school student possibly cultivate to such a state? A flash of greed crossed Zhou Chang's eyes as he gritted his teeth, his face contorted. What good is body refining martial arts? After experiencing the life and death struggle with the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, how much true essence do you have left? True essence powers martial arts, allowing them to unleash various extraordinary powers. Without true essence, a martial artist's combat power would be reduced by more than 70%, and he was still in peak condition. Die for me. The burly man swung the golden-backed broadsword, the 7 rings clanging ominously, emitting a chilling sound as it cleaved down towards Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan merely raised his hand, preparing to meet this strike head-on. No! Zhou Suya's beautiful eyes widened, her blood surging as she tried to shake off the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger. But in the end, not only did she fail to shake it off, but she also lost her composure due to the attack on the student. Hit by the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger's energy sphere, she was sent flying. Fool, do you think your hand is made of metal? Even if it were metal, it would be cut in half under my weapon. Zhou Qiang laughed loudly, but the moment the golden-backed broadsword made contact with the palm, a powerful backlash surged back. His wrist trembled, and the golden-backed broadsword fell to the ground with a clang. Silence! The entire grassy field fell into a deathly silence. Even the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, which had lunged at Zhou Suya, sensed the killing intent permeating the air. In the end, it ignored the fallen Zhou Suya and fled with its tail between its legs. Is it over? If it's over, then it's my turn. My request isn't high, you cut me once, and I'll cut you once. Chen Yunfan's lips curled into a smile as the shimmering light in his hand faded, and he picked up the golden-backed broadsword from the ground. I was wrong. No! A single strike awakened the dream of treasures. Zhou Qiang was now completely sober from his madness, collapsing to the ground with a thud, weeping and trying to seek forgiveness. But what awaited him was only a thunderous strike. A large head flew off, blood splattering all over the couple. Thud! The two were already terrified. Now that Zhou Qiang was killed, they could no longer suppress their bodies' frantic trembling and directly knelt on the ground. Their faces turned ashen. Chen Yunfan raised the sword once more. Wait, the team has records of leaving the city. If Zhou Qiang is dead, when we return, these two will serve as witnesses to prove that Zhou Qiang attacked first. If these two die, you will be investigated by the Martial Arts Association and placed on a dangerous persons list. This will affect your further education and various aspects. Zhou Suya looked at Zhou Qiang on the ground with disgust, quickly persuading her talented student. Yet, subconsciously, her tone carried a hint of pleading. It's fine, I'm just scaring these two. Also, I thought Teacher Chiu would say I shouldn't kill. Chen Yunfan joked, and Zhou Suya rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a saint? Such people deserve to die. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be too much. Chen Yunfan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the usually elegant and intellectual female teacher to say such decisive words at this moment. But thinking about it, it made sense. To become a second-tier martial artist, who hasn't killed fierce beasts and developed a decisive character? He looked back at the corpse. To be honest, he thought he would feel nauseous the first time he killed someone, but in reality, aside from his accelerated heartbeat, he felt nothing else. Could it be because I died once in my past life? Chen Yunfan's gaze shifted to Zhou Chang's backpack. With Zhou Qiang dead, all the spoils naturally belonged to him. However, there was nothing valuable on Zhou Qiang, except for that golden-backed broadsword, which was worth 200,000 wealth points. Wealth points, 1,400,000. Upon receiving the backpack, the wealth value immediately reacted, with the saber teeth and flesh of the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger worth over 700,000. Looking at this string of cold numbers, Chen Yunfan revealed a comforting smile and also noticed a piercing gaze beside him. Ahem, Teacher Chiu, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Chen Yunfan held respect and gratitude for the beautiful teacher Zhou Suyue. Today was just a microcosm of his 3 years of high school life, and he could feel the teacher's concern for him. Forget it, everyone has their own secrets, but remember these 4 words: wealth should not be revealed. Zhou Suyue also believed that her student might have obtained some kind of treasure. However, unlike Zhou Qiang, she was only happy and pleased for her pitiful student. Actually, there is no treasure. Everything I have now relies on hard work and sweat, plus a little bit of talent. Who would believe that? Xiao Suyue rolled her eyes, but seeing Chen Yunfan's serious expression, her curiosity could no longer be contained. Really? But even if it's talent, that's a bit exaggerated. Could it be that you awakened a special physique related to comprehension? In the martial arts path, besides differing talents and comprehension, a very small number of martial artists awaken special physiques. These physiques, like superpowers in science fiction novels, provide an exaggerated boost to a martial artist's combat power. For example, the previous provincial governor of Zhengzhou, a martial saint, possessed the Azure Dragon battle body. In battle, his hands could transform into Azure Dragon claws, and combined with claw techniques, his destructive and lethal power would increase dramatically, even allowing him to fight above his level. Could it be that her student awakened a physique related to comprehension? Xiao Suyue speculated. Physique? This was the first time Chen Yunfan had heard of such a thing, and he immediately nodded. I don't know, it was just that I felt dizzy for a while, and after waking up, looking at martial arts felt as simple as eating and drinking. Could it really be that during that time, a special physique was awakened? He would definitely need to learn more martial arts in the future, all at a perfect and supreme level, which would eventually attract attention. Since such a miraculous thing as a physique existed, it was just right to take this opportunity to attribute all the sudden increase in comprehension to the physique. Then your situation should be the awakening of a special physique. Congratulations! Xiao Suyue felt envious yet somewhat comforted and happy. A special physique. Once the authorities in Hanchuan learned this news, it would likely cause an immediate stir, placing Chen Yunfan among the core talents for cultivation. As a teacher who had watched Chen Yunfan grow, she sincerely felt happy for her student. It's all thanks to the teacher's nurturing. If the teacher could impart 1 or 2 new martial arts techniques, that would be even better. Chen Yunfan joked, but a look of conflict flashed across Xiao Suyue's face. This surprised him greatly, because most of the martial arts he learned were official, and these techniques absolutely could not be taught to others privately. If they were leaked, the lightest punishment would be imprisonment, and the most severe could be treated as treason. As the class advisor, Xiao Suyue must know this, leaving only one other possibility. Xiao Suyue had family martial arts. Family martial arts refer to the fact that Xiao Suyue's ancestors were great masters and had created their own martial arts. 1st to 3rd rank are martial artists. 4th to 6th rank are masters. 7th to 9th rank are grandmasters. Above that is the national treasure, the martial saint. Although it is currently a high martial era with the whole nation practicing martial arts, the number of those who can become martial artists is still few, not to mention masters and grandmasters. The current governor of Zhengzhou, who holds great power in the province, is only a 7th-ranked grandmaster. One can imagine how formidable Xiao Suyue's ancestors were. For the first time, Chen Yunfan developed a strong interest in his beautiful teacher. Under her bright and sincere gaze, Xiao Suyue felt a bit shy being stared at, turned her head to smooth her hair at the side of her forehead, and said, "Let's talk about it later." Chen Yunfan's eyes lit up. For him, martial arts equated to combat power and trump cards. Who would dislike having more combat power and trump cards? Is Teacher Chiu cold? Let me drape a coat over you. Earlier, Xiao Suyue had been hit head-on by a fireball from the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, but fortunately, her battlesuit had protected her, so she was fine. However, the chest area of her battlesuit had large tears, revealing inappropriate content. Chen Yunfan kindly offered his coat, which earned him a charmingly disdainful roll of the eyes from Xiao Suyue. After a brief rest, the two stood up to prepare to return to the base city. At that moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. In no time, 6 or 7 people appeared from the direction they had come, all wearing camouflage uniforms. They were the City Defense Army's martial artist team they had seen at the city gate. After encountering the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, Xiao Suyue had used her positioning wristband to call for help from the base city. However, because they had ventured too deep, the City Defense Army only arrived after the incident. One dead? Stab wound? What happened here? The leader, a second-tier martial artist, scanned everyone present with sharp eyes. For living people, 1 dead, and a dead Bloodfawn Flame Tiger. The dead person's injury was a stab wound, not one that could have been inflicted by the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that the 5 had worked together to kill the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, but due to uneven distribution of spoils, someone had harbored ill intentions and killed a companion to monopolize the resources. This was a serious crime under the law. I killed the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, and this person attempted to sneak attack and rob, but I countered and killed him. Chen Yunfan explained simply, and after a moment of surprise, the team leader chuckled in disbelief. A high school student killed a Bloodfawn Flame Tiger? Let alone the Bloodfawn Flame Tiger, he probably couldn't even handle a cub. The other members of the team wore strange expressions, some even unable to suppress their laughter. City Defense Army operations cannot be taken lightly, otherwise, it will be considered obstructing law enforcement. Severe punishment will follow, the team leader warned, and Chen Yunfan didn't waste time explaining. He raised his fist and, using an inch punch technique, suddenly struck a tree as thick as two people embracing. A blazing red light erupted. The next moment, boom! A sound comparable to a cannon explosion rang out, and the solid tree trunk was blown apart, flying over 10 meters away as if it were made of paper. Clang! All the members of the City Defense Army team stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Even their weapons fell to the ground in shock. Once they regained their senses, they quickly straightened up, their gazes toward Chen Yunfan filled with respect. In a world of martial arts, there was no respect for the elderly or love for the young, only the strong were revered. The team leader, with his scarred fists tightly clenched, felt his mind go blank, nearly crashing. As the team leader, he had broader knowledge and recognized the martial skill Chen Yunfan had displayed. The Flame Explosion Fist. The Flame Explosion Fist at the perfect realm. This yellow-grade low-tier martial art had been learned by at least half of the citizens of the Summer Kingdom. Yet, very few could reach the perfect realm, let alone the supreme realm above it. He had only seen it demonstrated by a current 9th-tier grandmaster on a video site, which had over 1 billion views. However, that 9th-tier grandmaster was already over 100 years old, while the boy in front of him looked only 18. He couldn't imagine the shock this news would cause if it reached Hanchuan. "Why you, hello, I'm Chui Chang." Chen Yunfan was taken aback, not understanding why the team leader suddenly approached him for a handshake. Friendship? Goodwill? Noticing the fervor in Chui Chang's eyes, he felt it was neither. Chen Yunfan. Unable to figure it out, Chen Yunfan could only extend his hand in a friendly manner. After the handshake, Chui Chang's eyes not only held fervor but also a hint of excitement and enthusiasm, as if he had received affirmation. Practicing martial arts has become a trend, and all warriors take pride in meeting more powerful fighters. You can think of it as fans meeting their idols. Xiao Suyue leaned close to Chen Yunfan's ear, quietly explaining, her eyes filled with shock. Who would believe it if it were said out loud? A second-tier warrior actually considers it an honor to meet a first-tier warrior with no background? But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, in a life-and-death battle, Chui Chang might not necessarily be a match for her student. The ultimate realm of the Flame Explosion Fist, combined with that mysterious body refinement technique of the battle soldier. Not to mention Chui Chang, even her as a teacher might not be a match for Chen Yunfan. I see. Chen Yunfan suddenly understood. He had to admit, the feeling of being respected was quite nice. While Chen Yunfan whispered with the beautiful teacher, Chui Chang went to interrogate the other couple. Resist strictly, confess leniently. This young couple saved their lives and completely accepted their fate, not embellishing anything, just restating the facts, exactly as Chen Yunfan had said. We'll continue the interrogation back in the city, handcuff them and take them away. Chui Chang's gaze was icy. He had never liked the scum among warriors. While his subordinates were handcuffing the two, he took out his phone and called a friend at the Martial Arts Association. In fact, such a prodigy should be reported to the Education Bureau, but since he had no connections there, he could only contact the Martial Arts Association. When he heard that a high school student had cultivated the Flame Explosion Fist to the ultimate realm, the Martial Arts Association was so excited they nearly jumped up. With the college entrance examination approaching, having such a genius emerge was undoubtedly a great thing, allowing Hanchuan to make a name for itself in the province and even the country. There was no hesitation in being extorted for a meal. There was only one request: he wanted to see him immediately. After agreeing a couple of times, Chui Cheng finally hung up the phone, satisfied. With everything settled, they began their return journey. The overwhelming aura emitted by the group of over 10 warriors turned any ferocious beasts they encountered into obedient little ones, none daring to approach. Thus, it took 2 or 3 hours to leave the city, but only 15 minutes to return. Just as they entered the base city, Chen Yunfan spotted a familiar face. It was Wu Hai, the steward from the Martial Arts Association he had seen just that evening. Brother Chen. Wu Hai looked shocked as he glanced at his friend Chui Chang, then at the only high school student in the group, Chen Yunfan, his mind blank. In other words, the high school student who single-handedly killed a second-tier ferocious beast, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger, instantly killed a first-tier warrior, and cultivated the Flame Explosion Fist to the ultimate level was Chen Yunfan? But hadn't the other party just achieved great success in the Flame Explosion Fist that evening? What was going on? Had he been hiding his strength? Wugu, what brings you here? After glancing at Chui Chang, Chen Yunfan suddenly understood. Once Wu Hai regained his composure, he no longer bothered to greet his friend and pulled Chen Yunfan to a corner, his face flushed, his expression excited as he looked at Chen Yunfan. Come on, show me. Chen Yunfan felt a headache coming on, but he still unleashed a punch, striking the nearby city wall with a thunderous boom. The wall, built to withstand beast tides, was blasted into a dent. Flame explosion. Indeed, it's the ultimate realm. Damn, are you cheating? Wu Hai's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth full of exclamations, jumping up and down in excitement, his face as red as a monkey's but on a May mountain. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Good news, good news. But what exactly is going on? Didn't you just achieve great success this afternoon? How did you break through to the ultimate level in just a few hours? Because of a life and death crisis. At that time, 2 bloodfang flame tigers attacked, one lunged at my teacher, and the other lunged at me. Under such pressure, the flame explosion fist naturally broke through. Chen Yunfan explained calmly. Wu Hai frowned for a long time before he barely believed it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chen Yunfan, but it was just too exaggerated. A life and death crisis, and a breakthrough in martial arts twice? That's too exaggerated. Incredible. Your comprehension is the best I've ever seen. Actually, I've also ventured into the wilderness and experienced many life and death crises, but to be honest, I wet my pants, and I never had a sudden breakthrough. Wu Hai looked at him with envy, and then a thought popped into his mind. Could it be that the pressure in a life and death crisis wasn't great enough? Should he wander around the wilderness again? After thinking it over, Wu Hai quickly shook his head. Such opportunities for breakthroughs in life and death crises are rare. If something goes wrong, it could really mean death. While pondering, Wu Hai suddenly thought of something and furrowed his brows as he looked at Chen Yunfan. No. Although your flame-burst fist has reached the ultimate realm, that's a later matter. But what about before? With your cultivation level at that time and the perfected flame-burst fist, you couldn't possibly withstand the bloodfang flame tiger. You wouldn't last a single round. I originally wanted to keep it as a trump card. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunfan helplessly extended his palm. Suddenly, a layer of colorful glass-like light erupted from his fair skin. The dazzling light not only blinded Wu Hai's eyes but also caused his mind to crash, losing all ability to think. When something exceeds a person's understanding, the brain can enter a temporary state of shutdown as a self-protection mechanism. The purpose is to prevent the brain from operating too quickly and burning out the CPU. At that moment, Wu Hai's brain fell into a state of self-protection, completely frozen. This scene not only stunned Wu Hai but also shocked the commander of the city defense forces on the city wall. This person has the potential of a master. He should drop out and join the army. Get lost. Hearing the murmurs, Wu Hai came to his senses, glared fiercely at the other person, and then, like a treasure, pulled Chen Yunfan into the car. He was so overly excited that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Diamond body? Was that just now the diamond body? Wu Hai's body trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with disbelief and calmness. Yes. Chen Yunfan's acknowledgement dropped another heavy bombshell in Wu Hai's mind, leaving him completely dazed. The diamond body. It was really the diamond body, the very one that the other party had just cultivated that afternoon, the one that originally came from the holy martial realm, which was so difficult that even martial saints couldn't learn it. Just that afternoon, he had firmly advised the other party not to cultivate the diamond body, claiming it was a pure waste of time, that it might take years to even get started. Yet, just a few hours later, the other party had already reached perfection. Was this even human? Tell me, you must have learned it before, right? It was no wonder Wu Hai thought this way, because Chen Yunfan had just obtained the diamond body, and in less than 4 hours, he had reached perfection? Coming back to his senses, Wu Hai suddenly felt it was somewhat impossible, leading him to conclude that the other party might have learned it before. But even if he had learned it before, it was still terrifying. After all, this was the perfect realm. Even the current Azure Dragon Martial Saint had only cultivated the diamond body to perfection, while most people were still stuck at the entry level. I haven't learned it, but I think the cultivation of the diamond body should be related to Buddhist nature. I read the Diamond Sutra before, and when I was cultivating the diamond body, the text of the Diamond Sutra automatically surfaced in my mind, and I fell into a mysterious state. My mind became ethereal, I forgot myself, and when I woke up, the diamond body had reached this realm. Chen Yunfan answered truthfully. He didn't correct the mistake that this wasn't perfection, but the ultimate realm. 1. He was afraid of scaring the other party. 2. He wanted to keep a trump card for himself, which could be effective in times of danger. Sudden enlightenment. It must be sudden enlightenment. Wu Hai's gums trembled slightly with excitement as he looked at the black-clad youth before him, as if he were staring at a monster. First, he had an epiphany, the perfect realm of the diamond body. Then he faced a life and death crisis, reaching the pinnacle with the flame explosion fist. Wait! Wu Hai shuddered all over, thinking of a terrifying possibility. Since the diamond body was perfected, Chen Yunfan would not fall into a life and death crisis afterward. Unless Chen Yunfan, with great willpower, forcibly forgot the diamond body, putting himself in danger, and then compelled himself to use the flame explosion fist, ultimately achieving a breakthrough. Hiss, what a ruthless person. Realizing this, Wu Hai couldn't help but gasp. This resilience was truly astonishing. He had originally envied Chen Yunfan's situation, but after guessing what Chen Yunfan had done, he felt no envy at all. This was all that Chen Yunfan deserved. Watching Wu Hai, who was now excited, contemplative, and then calm, Chen Yunfan knew his bluff had worked. Maybe it really was an epiphany. I felt dazed for a while, but after waking up, I found practicing martial arts particularly easy, and I've had 2 or 3 similar epiphanies before. My teacher said I might have some special constitution. Chen Yunfan repeated the lines he had prepared earlier. Special constitution. Shocked, Wu Hai thought he could keep his heart calm, but upon suddenly hearing the words special constitution, his heart couldn't help but start racing. Swallowing hard, Wu Hai personally sent Chen Yunfan home, then hurried off to the Martial Arts Association. Martial Arts Association Training Ground. Bang bang bang. 2 graceful figures exchanged blows. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed throughout the training ground. One was slender and tall, the other delicate and cute. They were the 2 school beauties of the first high school, Qin Lan and Su Shiyun. Both of them were close to the first rank in strength, so their usual sparring ended in exhausted draws. Even if one managed to win, the victor would be too tired to stand. But this time, Su Shiyun was defeated very quickly. 3 defeats in 10 minutes. Shiyun, are you feeling unwell today? The president of the association, Su Shanha, hurried over, concerned for his precious daughter. Su Shiyun nodded sheepishly, while the poised Qin Lan beside her wore a look of disappointment. She knew her best friend's situation all too well. It was precisely because that poor boy had rejected her that her mood had plummeted, causing her to lose focus and lose consecutively. That despicable guy. Then let's not practice today, it's getting late anyway. You all go back and rest. Noticing his daughter was troubled and recalling the boy he had unexpectedly seen in her photo album, Su Shanha's brow furrowed. Love? And then she was bullied? Thinking of this possibility, Su Shanha's gaze sharpened, and a master's pressure enveloped the entire training ground. I need to make a call and investigate thoroughly. Putting away his imposing aura, Su Shanha took out his phone. Before he could dial, he suddenly noticed a slender figure appearing at the training ground entrance. It was none other than Qin Lan, who had left with his daughter. Xiaolan, what's going on? Uncle Su, do you want to know what happened to Shiyun? Su Shanha's expression darkened. Who bullied my daughter? Now it was Qin Lan's turn to be stunned. Who would dare bully the daughter of a 5th-rank grandmaster? They must be out of their minds. Not really? Noticing Qin Lan's expression, Su Shanha realized he might have misunderstood something and quickly asked, isn't Shiyun being bullied in love? Actually, it's not really love. Qin Lan's answer left Su Shanha confused. Not really love? Could it be that his precious daughter, whom he would spoil to the heavens, was merely being bullied by some scoundrel without even the status of a girlfriend? Just being bullied? Just thinking about this possibility made Su Shanha feel a tightness in his chest, and images began to surface in his mind of a boy's photo he had unexpectedly found in his daughter's album. Uncle Su, you misunderstood. The actual situation is that Shiyun doesn't even know what kind of love potion she's under. She can't stop thinking about a certain ordinary student at school. And then today, when she asked him out, she was rejected, which is why she's been so distracted during training. I'm worried that if this continues, it might affect her college entrance exams. Qin Lan said everything she wanted to say in one breath. This was also why she had secretly returned to tell Su Shanha everything after leaving. Rejected. Su Shanha was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He knew better than anyone how popular his daughter was. Her suitors could form an enhanced company, yet she was rejected by a boy her age? What's his name? Chen Yunfan. At first, Su Shanha thought this person must be some extraordinary talent, but after looking at the information in Qin Lan's hands, his brows immediately furrowed. This talent couldn't be considered poor, rather, it was completely devoid of martial arts aptitude, and his comprehension was utterly mediocre. However, he was somewhat handsome, exactly like the boy in his daughter's album. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. Su Shanha suddenly recalled something his wife had mentioned before. His daughter, Su Shiyun, had been bullied in middle school, and they had not been around due to work, which almost led her to depression and suicidal tendencies. It was only thanks to the class monitor at the time that she slowly recovered. It seemed to be this kid. Logically, he should be grateful to him. And since his daughter had feelings for this young man, it was just right that he wasn't someone who sought power, allowing their relationship to develop naturally. But no matter how much Su Shanha didn't seek power, he still hoped his daughter's future partner would be somewhat outstanding. Not seeking fame and fortune, but at least a master, right? Yet this young man's martial arts talent was simply too poor. His limit in this life would probably only be becoming a martial artist. Compared to his daughter, it was like heaven and earth. After reviewing all the information, Su Shanha came to a conclusion. He was a good person, but not worthy of his daughter. Even if he reluctantly agreed, it would actually be a kind of harm to the young man. Just thinking about a future gathering with friends, where masters filled the room, and he would be the only one as a first-grade martial artist, it would probably be hard for the young man to adapt. He might even become depressed and have thoughts of ending his life. Alright, Xiaolan, I understand this matter. I will have your aunt do a good job of guiding Shiryun's thoughts. I will also go talk to this young man later. Thank you for today. Seeing Su Shanha say this, Xinlan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Uncle Chen's intervention, her best friend's situation should be fine. Just as she was about to take her leave, a martial arts association steward rushed in excitedly. In his excitement, he even tripped, immediately drawing Xinlan's attention. What's wrong, old Wu? Is there some good news? Su Shanha asked with a smile, but Wu Hai didn't speak directly. Instead, he glanced at Xinlan and then pulled Su Shanha to a corner, excitedly saying, President, I have to tell you some great news. You must control your emotions. Don't get so excited that you blow me away. Su Shanha was taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. Old Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I, as a 5th grade master, be shocked by something to this extent? I've seen so many grand occasions. What good news could possibly astonish me like this? He laughed as he took Wu Hai's phone, which displayed a surveillance video. The background was the southern gate of Hanchuan Bay City. He saw a young man in black martial attire, his palm pressed against the city wall, as a red light gathered and exploded, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Su Shanha's smile froze on his face, and his pupils dilated. After a long while, he finally reacted, exclaiming, Flame burst. The Supreme Realm's flame burst fist. This kid is only 18, right? Seeing the master president of the Martial Arts Association in such a state, Wu Hai seemed to gain immense satisfaction, nodding and saying, That's right. This little guy is a senior at No. 1 high school, and he came to the Martial Arts Association this afternoon to certify as a first-grade martial artist. He is indeed 18. His Su Shanha inhaled sharply. A first-grade martial artist represents talent, while the Supreme Flame Burst Fist represents comprehension. This kid's performance truly deserves the title of a prodigy. After all, he certainly wasn't as good as this young man when he was in high school. However, Su Shanha smiled, although this young man's talent and comprehension surprised me, it shouldn't make me lose my composure to the exaggerated extent you mentioned, old Wu. Wu Hai followed with a mysterious smile. President, why are you in such a hurry? Just wait and see. Is there something even more shocking? Su Shanha was somewhat skeptical. What could be more astonishing than the Supreme Realm Flame Burst Fist in first-grade cultivation? However, in the next moment, his expression shifted from confusion to a daze, his entire being frozen like a wooden sculpture. In the scene, the pale fist of the black-clad youth suddenly became transparent and ethereal, resembling ancient glass crystal. Under the sunlight's reflection, it emitted a breathtaking array of colorful light. As the president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Shanha understood the scene better than anyone else. He knew what it represented. Just a few days ago, he had witnessed this very scene in the provincial capital. The 5th realm of the Diamond Body, the perfect realm, was a level that even the Azure Dragon Martial Saint could barely reach. The glazed golden body. Boom! After a brief mental blackout, a vast and overwhelming aura swept across the entire training ground. The nearby training equipment, along with Wu Hai, was sent flying. Having seen many grand spectacles and able to remain calm in the face of adversity, Su Shanha's face turned beet red, his whole body trembling with excitement. After barely suppressing his emotional turmoil, he instantly appeared beside Wu Hai, pulling him up from the ground. Ouch! My old back. It hurts so much. I warned you to stay calm. You look like you've never seen the world before. Wu Hai teased with a smile. In the past, Su Shanha would have retorted, but now, he had no mood for a comeback. Instead, he grasped Wu Hai's shoulders, his face filled with urgency as he fired off a barrage of questions. Who is this person? Is he a student from our Hanchuan-based city? This video can't be fake, right? If it is, I swear I'll make you clean toilets for the rest of your life. Wu Hai was quite satisfied with President Su Shanha's reaction. After all, he had also been shocked into this state earlier. It's not fake. This person is also a student from our Hanchuan-based city. Let me tell you another explosive piece of news. Didn't he just come to certify as a first-grade martial artist this afternoon? Su Shanha was aware of this matter. But what connection could there be between certifying as a martial artist and the perfect realm of the diamond body? Knowing Wu Hai's nature, he wouldn't bring it up without reason. And what could a certified first-grade martial artist do? Receive martial arts. Could it be? A terrifying thought was born in Su Shanha's mind, and he immediately trembled, his breath nearly halting at that moment. Overwhelmed with excitement, the veins on his hands bulged, almost crushing Wu Hai's shoulders. Hearing a few pained cries, he quickly released his grip, his roar echoing throughout the training ground. Wu Hai, stop keeping me in suspense. You don't want to be subjected to my devilish training every day in the future, do you? A blatant threat. But Wu Hai knew that Su Shanha would definitely follow through. Not daring to hide any longer, he nodded directly and said, President, you guessed right, this afternoon, this student just received the martial art diamond body. Guess right. But even if he had anticipated it, Su Shanha's head was buzzing at that moment. In his mind, this student might come from a prominent family or be backed by a powerful force. Perhaps he was even the illegitimate son of that Qinglong martial saint, who had learned the essence of diamond body since childhood and had only now perfected it. But that was already terrifying. After all, this was martial arts from the sacred martial realm. He never expected that at this moment, Wu Hai would tell him that the other party had only practiced diamond body for less than 4 or 5 hours. What could be achieved in 4 or 5 hours? A meeting? A training session? Or maybe half a nap? Yet this guy had managed to cultivate diamond body from the entry level to perfection. Incredible! Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Su Shanha's voice trembled as he confirmed again. This afternoon, his punch strength test was 800 kilograms, and since he is the first in Hanchuan, I allowed him to choose his martial arts, upgrading from middle grade to high grade. And I also provided him with the inheritance crystal. There are retrieval records in the secret chamber, and the office has surveillance footage as evidence. Wu Hai clearly stated several locations. Upon hearing this, Su Shanha completely believed it. He then snatched Wu Hai's phone, his face flushed. He repeatedly watched the video of the black-clad youth, whose fist erupted with colorful glazed light. But, the more he looked at this handsome young man in black, the more familiar he seemed, as if he had seen him somewhere before. With confusion, Su Shanha recalled carefully. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh and quickly retrieved the information on Chen Yunfan, whom he had just deemed unworthy of his daughter. The information included a photo, and after carefully comparing it with the person in the video, he suddenly looked up. His name is Chen Yunfan? Now it was Wu Hai's turn to be stunned. President, how do you know? Do you know Brother Chen? But his response received no reply. At this moment, Su Shanha's mouth cracked open, revealing a silly grin. Again and again. Another one has gone crazy. Wu Hai shook his head and left, while Su Shanha continued to grin foolishly for a while before slowly regaining his composure. In a good mood, he couldn't help but start humming a tune. It was no wonder he was happy. Chen Yunfan's appearance filled him with confidence for the upcoming provincial high school league, just half a month before the college entrance examination. If this strength couldn't secure first place, it could at least contend for second or third. Xiaolan, you're still here. Let's go together. I'll take you home. Su Shanha suddenly noticed that Qin Lan had not left. He and Qin Lan's family were family friends, and their relationship was very harmonious. Seeing that she hadn't left, he offered to give her a ride. No need, Uncle Chen, I can walk by myself. But Uncle Chen, aren't you going to talk to Chen Yunfan? I can go with you. Although she didn't understand what had just happened, it must be something significant. Qin Lan, being sensible, didn't ask but kept her friend's matters in mind. Talk? About what? Young people's matters, especially emotional issues. We adults mustn't interfere, or it could easily backfire. By the way, Xiaolan, try not to meddle in Shurian's affairs either. Letting things develop freely might be a good thing. After giving this junior a brief education, Su Shanha hummed a tune and left. He needed to hurry back and share this good news with his wife, leaving Qin Lan in a state of confusion. What just happened? Qin Lan stared blankly at Su Shanha's retreating figure, unable to comprehend the drastic change in Uncle Su. Could it be that there was some happy event that made Uncle Su so joyful that he temporarily didn't want to deal with this matter? No. She had to take care of her friend's affairs. The campus selection was on Monday. She had to step in and give Chen Yunfan a good beating, making her friend realize that Chen Yunfan was unworthy of her. As for the unfortunate Chen Yunfan, he would have to compensate later. The next day, Saturday morning at 8, the barbaric tiger's strength felt a massive surge of energy, lifting its mood immensely, and the speed of blood energy polishing increased to 1000%, lasting for 4 hours. Putting down the empty beast spirit liquid bottle, Chen Yunfan sighed inwardly. A tenfold cultivation speed, the beast spirit liquid is indeed a good thing, but it's a bit pricey, 200,000 a vial. In fact, after selling the meat and blood of the Bloodfang flame tiger, along with the golden back broadsword and the resources obtained last night, he probably had around 1,400,000, enough to buy 7 vials of beast spirit liquid. However, Chen Yunfan couldn't spend all his money on beast spirit liquid. Essentials like healing and combat pills, as well as battle gear, were necessary. Moreover, Realm, first grade, progress 3%, Flame burst fist, perfected, progress 100%, Barbaric tiger strength, proficient, progress 60%, Diamond body, perfected, progress 100%, wealth value 1,400,000, system level versus 1 plus, since the wealth value broke a million, the system level now had an additional plus sign. Chen Yunfan speculated that this plus might represent the possibility of upgrading the system once the wealth value accumulated to a certain extent. The current system was already so abnormal. If it continued to upgrade, what kind of bizarre new features would emerge? Chen Yunfan was very much looking forward to it. In the next 2 days, Chen Yunfan's life was very regular. Every day followed a strict routine. In the morning, he would leave the city to hunt ferocious beasts, return in the evening to sell materials at the Wanbao building, and rest at home late at night. The only bad news was that the income was not as substantial as he had imagined. After 2 busy days, he had only earned 500,000, which was less than what he made on Friday night. The wilderness near the city has been cleared by the base city, and the remaining first-grade ferocious beasts are completely worthless. To expand the harvest, I would have to venture deeper into the wilderness, but my current strength doesn't allow for that. Moreover, people like Zhou Qiang, who are so brazen, are still rare. It would be great to encounter him again. Without the grass, the horse won't thrive. Without unexpected wealth, a person won't get rich. Compared to honestly slaying ferocious beasts for money, Chen Yunfan preferred people like Zhou Qiang, a money-sending boy. He didn't know that normally, first-grade martial artists would go out hunting ferocious beasts in teams. The earnings would ultimately be shared among everyone. This meant that after a trip outside the city, earning a few thousand each was already a great blessing. As for 50,000 in 2 days, that was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Time passed, and on Monday morning, Chen Yunfan got up early to wash up, feeling the cool morning breeze as he carried his weapons and equipment towards the city gate. But just as he stepped out of the community and saw the youthful faces carrying backpacks on the road, he suddenly remembered something. He was still a student. Monday, the elite training camp selection in the city. I almost forgot. Slapping his forehead, Chen Yunfan hopped on his bike and headed towards Hanchuan No. 1 high school. It didn't take long to reach his destination. As soon as he parked his bike, numerous gazes were already directed at him. The events of Friday had spread throughout the school over the past 2 days. Principal Luo Mingyuan intended to seize Chen Yunfan's beast spirit liquid but was thwarted by Chen Yunfan. Although no one knew what method he used, everyone was aware of one thing. Chen Yunfan was in trouble. Principal Luo Mingyuan was never a magnanimous person. Although there were no rumors, the campus forum had already concluded that during today's training camp selection, Principal Luo Mingyuan would definitely try to sabotage Chen Yunfan. Originally, with the perfected flame burst fist, Chen Yunfan's entry into the training camp was almost guaranteed, but now everything was in question. After the pity, the owners of those gazes were astonished again. After 2 days, why did it feel like Chen Yunfan had become a different person? Not only had he become a bit more handsome, but he also exuded a fierce and ancient aura, as if he were not facing a person, but a bloodthirsty beast in human form. This made the passing students cast cautious glances, afraid to provoke him. Ignoring all the gazes, Chen Yunfan walked steadily towards the school gate with calm eyes. Chen Yunfan! A familiar voice called out, and Chen Yunfan turned to look. He saw a cute girl in a JK skirt, her legs wrapped in white stockings, bouncing over. Perhaps due to her happiness, Su Shiryun's adorable face was flushed. This quickly turned the fear in the eyes of the passing students into envy and jealousy. Although the school beauty appeared shy and cute in front of Chen Yunfan, she was still an unattainable goddess in their eyes. "What's making you so happy?" Chen Yunfan asked curiously. Is there? Su Shiryun lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Chen Yunfan's curious gaze, her mind recalling what had happened last night. Her mother had casually mentioned Chen Yunfan, who had helped her out of a dark time in middle school, and then the topic unfolded. Due to her emotional fluctuations, her mother had seen through her feelings for him. Su Shiryun had thought her mother would sternly reprimand her and tell her to give up on this thought. She knew very well that in terms of family background and talent, Chen Yunfan was far beyond her, but she still wanted to argue her case. What she didn't expect was that her mother took her hand and smiled, saying she wouldn't interfere in young people's matters. She even said that it was fine to like whoever she wanted, as long as she was willing, with words that made her blush. For Su Shiryun, this was undoubtedly the best news, allowing her to let go of her burdens, and her cultivation even broke through. She reached the first rank. Yes, to be precise, it's very obvious. Chen Yunfan nodded seriously. Maybe it's because of my breakthrough in cultivation. Su Shiryun controlled her true essence fluctuations and emitted some outwardly. Chen Yunfan was taken aback, feeling a sense of admiration. Indeed, she was a genius. With only a month until the college entrance examination, she had already broken through to the first-rank martial artist realm. The difference in talent between people was undeniable, and fortunately, he had his own advantages. By the way, Chen Yunfan, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought you buns and porridge. Su Shiryun took out buns made from exotic beast meat and lean meat congee with century eggs. Shiryun, those are for you. Why are you giving them to him? Lan rolled her eyes in anger. Was the stereotype of big-chested and brainless true? Otherwise, how could her best friend be so love-struck, thinking of this guy for every good thing? If this continued, it might really affect her college entrance examination. Lan, we're all classmates, don't say that. Seeing her best friend still supporting him, Lan was almost furious enough to spit blood, and her gaze towards Chen Yunfan grew increasingly unfriendly. Although he wasn't at fault, his ordinary talent attracting her silly best friend was the biggest mistake, and this possibility had to be cut off. It couldn't go on like this. Lan decided to perform well in today's training camp selection. Thank you. Just as he hadn't eaten, Chen Yunfan took the buns and porridge, then walked towards the teaching building with Su Shiryun and Lan. However, halfway there, a tall figure blocked their path. Luosen, dressed in martial arts attire, noticed the goddess's happy expression, feeling a mix of emotions, but mostly jealousy towards Chen Yunfan. Standing beside him was Principal Luo Mingyuan. Unlike Luosen, whose feelings were written all over his face, Luo Mingyuan's expression was calm and even bore a hint of a smile. Chen, it's been 2 days since we last met, and you seem much more spirited than before. It seems that the 100 Beasts spirit liquid is indeed a good thing. Su Shiryun, standing nearby, didn't understand why they had stopped Chen Yunfan, but the clever Lan had already figured it out. The principal is here to cause trouble. Lan quickly used a stomachache as an excuse and pulled Su Shiryun to accompany her to the infirmary. If Luo Mingyuan could teach Chen Yunfan a lesson, then she wouldn't have to intervene. Of course it's a good thing, otherwise the principal wouldn't bother to change the rankings, Chen Yunfan said with a faint smile, which infuriated Luosen beside him. Chen Yunfan, show some respect for my dad. Chen Yunfan ignored him completely. In fact, he did respect cultural workers, but he respected those teachers and principals who worked hard for their students and for the education of the underprivileged, not someone like Luo Mingyuan who was solely focused on making money. Principal, is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving, Chen Yunfan said, not wanting to waste time with this father-son duo. He planned to return to the classroom to tidy up a bit, reminiscing about his high school life. Once he entered the city elite training camp, he probably wouldn't have the chance to come back. Xiao Sun, don't talk nonsense. I was wrong first, and it's normal for Chen to be upset. Luo Mingyuan scolded his son before turning to Chen Yunfan with a smile. Don't be anxious, Chen. The previous matter was indeed my fault, and I want to personally apologize to you. Although it's late, I hope you can accept it. Apologize? To be honest, Chen Yunfan didn't quite believe it. From their encounter last Friday, he could see Luo Mingyuan's true nature. How could he apologize to a poor student like him? But Luo Mingyuan immediately took Luo Sen's package and opened it for Chen Yunfan to see. This is 3 bottles of Beast Spirit Essence, as my apology. Also, regarding today's training camp selection, many prominent figures will be attending, and I hope you can perform well. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunfan frowned. Did the other party know about some of his abilities and wanted him to perform well during the selection to save face for them, which was why they offered this apology? Before Chen Yunfan could figure it out, Luo Mingyuan had already shoved the package into his hands. Soon after, the relaxed expression on Chen Yunfan's face tightened. For a moment, he really thought Luo Mingyuan sincerely wanted to resolve their conflict. But the truth proved that it was just an illusion. Just like a dog could never change its habit of eating feces. Chen Yunfan glanced at the system panel. Wealth value, 1,900,000. After receiving the Beast Spirit Essence, his wealth value showed no change, meaning the other party was not genuinely giving it to him and would later retrieve it through some means. First giving and then framing him for theft? Chen Yunfan considered this possibility. Even if he could prove later that he didn't steal it, if the inspection bureau got involved and took him away for questioning, he would definitely miss today's training camp selection. Thinking of this, Chen Yunfan felt a chill in his heart. However, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he pretended to receive a phone call. Wait a moment, Principal, I have a call coming in. Chen Yunfan stepped aside to take the call, and when he returned, he shook his head and said, Principal Luo, that matter from that day is in the past. I've already received the Beast Spirit Essence that belongs to me, so you don't owe me anything. As for the training camp selection, you don't need to worry at all. Even if it's not for the school, for my own sake, I will give it my all. His straightforward refusal left Luo Mingyuan with no suspicion about the sudden phone call. No, wrong is wrong. If you buy something bad, you should get a refund in compensation. This is only right. If you don't accept this Beast Spirit Essence, are you still holding a grudge about me forcibly taking the Beast Spirit Essence on Friday? Luo Mingyuan pretended to be angry, and after a slight hesitation, Chen Yunfan took the package. Alright then, thank you, Principal Luo. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to class. Go ahead. Luo Mingyuan smiled and nodded, watching Chen Yunfan leave with his son, Luo Sen. This guy probably thinks he's hit the jackpot, not realizing he's already fallen into your trap, father. Luo Sen revealed a scheming smile, a hint of impatience in his expression. After all, he's just a young man, lacking in maturity. Next, we just wait for the training camp selection to start, then report to the inspection bureau. Involving 600,000 in theft. If it's confirmed, it's prison time. Even if it's not confirmed, it can still make him miss today's training camp selection. It's a win-win, and for the remaining month, I can concoct whatever I want against him. A faint smile appeared on Luo Mingyuan's face. He enjoyed this feeling of having everything under control. What does it matter if he has some insight? Even the great sage equal to heaven couldn't escape the Buddha's five-finger mountain. By the way, today the president of the Hanchuan Martial Arts Association, the director of the Education Bureau, and the commander of the city guard will all come to observe at the first high school. Make sure to perform well on the stage later. If you catch the eye of any of them, your future will be limitless. Suddenly recalling something, Luo Mingyuan hurriedly reminded his son, Luo Sen. So many big shots? Luo Sen was startled, then a look of confusion crossed his face. If President Su Shanha of the Martial Arts Association is coming, it's for his daughter Su Shiyun. But what about the other two? They might have a good relationship and just happen to be free, so they came together. This is also our first high school's good fortune, Luo Mingyuan speculated. Regardless, having so many bigwigs come to observe was definitely a good thing, allowing him in the first high school to shine. Also, because of these three, your uncle Luo Guani will come too. Remember to be a bit more affectionate when you greet him. The Hanchuan Luo family had produced a 7th grade grandmaster 100 years ago. Although they had declined, there were still 2 4th grade masters stationed there. One of them was Luo Guani. Luo Mingyuan guessed that the reason for his visit was likely related to his son's political career, wanting to build a good relationship with the Education Bureau director. Got it. Back in the classroom, Chen Yunfan once again attracted a lot of unusual gazes. Pity, envy, regret, jealousy. However, this time, no troublemaker dared to mock him. After all, Lu Wei was a cautionary tale. Chen Yunfan was quite happy to enjoy the piece. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed as Chiu Suyue, dressed in a half-length skirt teacher's uniform, exuding an elegant aura, entered the classroom. In an instant, all the boys instinctively sat up straight, like peacocks displaying their feathers to their beloved goddess. Even the troublemaker Lu Wei was no exception. But then, everyone, come out and line up in an orderly fashion to head to the playground. Chen Yunfan, come with me for a moment. In that instant, all eyes turned to Chen Yunfan, filled with envy. Although they didn't know what the beautiful teacher wanted him for, being able to have close contact with the goddess teacher in everyone's eyes was already a stroke of luck. What's up, Teacher Chiu? Stepping out of the classroom, Chen Yunfan noticed the faint excitement on the beautiful teacher's face and asked curiously, "Good news. Today's training camp selection allows outside personnel to come and watch." In the past, there weren't many people, but this year not only the president of the Martial Arts Association, but also the Education Bureau director and the City Guard commander are here. You mustn't play the hidden strength game today. Perform well and showcase your potential to secure a greater future. Chiu Suyue earnestly advised, and Chen Yunfan nodded. A single word flashed in his mind: strive. This was his understanding of the high martial world. Unlike the previous world, there were many paths to success. For example, passing the college entrance examination was considered success, doing business and making money was success, entering politics was success. But in the high martial world, only becoming a martial artist counted as success. For a first-class warrior, success only comes from becoming a stronger warrior. But resources are limited, which makes it feel like thousands of troops are squeezing through a narrow bridge, making it extremely difficult. Therefore, when an opportunity presents itself, there can be no hesitation. One must strive to actively seize it in order to navigate further along this narrow bridge. And today is such a great opportunity. I understand, Teacher Chiu. I won't embarrass you, Chen Yunfan said with a confident smile, and then he walked towards the playground with Chiu Suyue. At this moment, the students who had arrived at the playground were divided into 15 formations according to their classes. In front of the formations stood a large wooden podium, already occupied by several school leaders, including Principal Luo Mingyuan. This principal, who usually held a high position, now appeared humble and obsequious, quietly speaking to 3 imposing middle-aged men. Ordinary students could only steal a glance at the 3, quickly averting their eyes, intimidated by the aura of those in power. Chen Yunfan furrowed his brow. These 3 individuals, whose vitality is like small suns, must be the high-ranking figures Teacher Chiu mentioned. But why do their gazes seem to always fall on me? Could it be because of Wu Hai? With some speculation in his heart, Principal Luo Mingyuan began to give a speech. A long string of seemingly empty encouragements made the students drowsy, and it wasn't until 20 minutes later that he got to the main point. This time, there are 7 spots for the elite training camp, and our school has 7. Any students selected will bring glory to the school, and the school will not be stingy. Each will receive a vial of fierce beast spirit liquid. Those who perform outstandingly will each receive a vial of 100 beast spirit liquid. This statement stirred up a wave of excitement. Many capable students rubbed their fists in anticipation. Meanwhile, those who were not eligible for the training camp engaged in heated discussions about who the members of this training camp would be. The selection rules for this training camp are very simple. There are a total of 7 spots, and our school will select 7 reserve candidates based on their strength to stand on the arena. All students can challenge them, with a 3-minute interval between each individual challenge, until the final 7 are determined. And the 7 chosen by the school are Luosun, Su Shiryun, Qin Lan, Zhao Yuan, Chen Yunfan. As the names were called, the 7 stepped onto the central arena of the playground. In the world of high martial arts, the school playground had no soccer fields, basketball courts, or table tennis courts, only arenas. So in this regard, the school was more than sufficient. Just as Luo Mingyuan finished introducing the guests and the selection for the training camp officially began, 2 figures from the inspection team quickly approached the podium, carrying a backpack. Seeing this scene, Luosun couldn't help but smirk, looking at Chen Yunfan with a sense of pride. His gaze was like that of a butcher looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. The speech was interrupted, and Luo Mingyuan, looking puzzled, stepped down from the podium. Comrades from the inspection team, have you found the person who stole the 100 beast spirit liquid? We have found them. Each vial of 100 beast spirit liquid has a unique code, and we can locate it using a microlocator. However, this item was found in the backpack of one of your students. The inspector's words shocked Luo Mingyuan. Are you saying a student stole it? No, that's impossible. I believe in my students. Though the conversation was quiet, it was still overheard by nearby students and quickly spread throughout the playground. Those who heard the news were taken aback. Who has the audacity to steal the 100 beast spirit liquid? Not only are they bold, but they're also a bit foolish. Don't they know that each vial of 100 beast spirit liquid is equipped with a microlocator? Now look, in front of so many people and 3 big shots, they've been caught. They've lost all face. Not only will we lose face ourselves, but when it gets out, other schools will think our school is full of thieves, and we will all be embarrassed together. On stage, the president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Shanha, and the director of the Education Bureau, Wang Chuan, exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. They recalled the investigation findings collected over the past few days. It seemed they were targeting that kid. This was getting interesting. President Su, Director Wang, have you thought of something amusing? Can you share it with me? A middle-aged man in a martial arts robe leaned in with a smile. Su Shanha and Wang Chuan exchanged another look, both revealing a meaningful smile. Nothing amusing, just that we should be able to witness a good show. A good show? Luo Guan was taken aback, turning to look at his second brother, Luo Mingyuan, who was talking to the inspector. When Su Shanha and Wang Chuan mentioned a good show, they glanced at Luo Mingyuan. Could it be that the good show they referred to was related to the student who stole the beast spirit liquid? Not understanding what was happening, he could only wait for the situation to unfold. Although it's hard to believe, these 3 bottles of beast spirit liquid are identical to the codes you provided. We must take him away for investigation. I'm sorry, the inspector said apologetically, as Luo Mingyuan looked shocked after seeing the names of the textbooks in the backpack. But he could only helplessly return to the podium and said into the microphone, Student Chen Yunfan, please come to the podium. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes converged on Chen Yunfan. All these looks were filled with strangeness and a hint of disdain. Just moments ago, the inspector said someone had stolen the beast spirit liquid, and now the principal was calling Chen Yunfan's name. Could there be nothing going on here? Impossible. Su Shiryun was extremely agitated, wanting to rush to the podium to clarify, but was timely stopped by her best friend, Qin Lan. To be honest, Qin Lan was sure the truth wasn't like this. It was most likely a self-directed play by Luo Mingyuan. The reason was simple. Although she didn't know much about Chen Yunfan, she could tell from the distance he kept from her best friend that he was a smart person who would never do something so foolish. But this seemed like an opportunity. If the theft was confirmed, it would be a huge blow to a girl's reputation. Sigh, truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. But we can't blame him. If his family can't provide support and he has tasted the effects of the beast spirit liquid, it's understandable to have a moment of temptation. It's fine, Shiryun, he's still a high school student. Plus, since the beast spirit liquid has been recovered, the inspection bureau will at most just give him a lecture. Shinlan understood Chen Yunfan well enough to know it was impossible, and saying these words was just to find a reason for Su Shiryun to believe it. But many other students didn't know Chen Yunfan, and fueled by jealousy, instinctively believed these words. In an instant, the crowd was filled with slanderous discussions about Chen Yunfan. The only one who seemed happy was probably Luosen. If there weren't so many people, he would have burst out laughing. Suppressing his excitement, Luosen looked at Chen Yunfan, hoping to see shock, daze, fear, and the regret he most anticipated on his face. But after staring for a long time, Chen Yunfan remained as calm as a still pond. So calm it was perplexing. Putting on an act. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Luosen snorted coldly, while on stage, Luo Mingyuan frowned slightly, sensing something was off. But at this moment, there was no time for him to think too much and he repeated his previous words. Student Chen Yunfan, please come to the podium as soon as possible. Chen Yunfan remained unmoved, and suddenly a hint of a smile appeared on his calm face. Principal Luo, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I believe I can explain it clearly. Explain? With witnesses and evidence all present, how could he explain with just words? Luo Mingyuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he sighed. Can you explain, Chen Yunfan, why the 3 bottles of beast spirit liquid I lost are in your backpack? Because you gave them to me this morning. You said this was your compensation for unilaterally changing the exam rankings and seizing my beast spirit liquid. This matter was known throughout the school, but no one expected Chen Yunfan to dare to say it outright. Some things can only be understood implicitly, not explicitly stated. Laying it bare is a blatant slap in the face. Moreover, it was in front of 3 big shots, one of whom was Luo Mingyuan's direct superior. However, Luo Mingyuan remained calm and collected, pulling out a prepared response. Student Chen, don't speak nonsense. That was just a mistake by the teacher grading the papers. It has nothing to do with seizing. I know the beast spirit liquid being found startled you, which is why you are rambling. I can overlook it. But you still need to give me an explanation regarding these 3 bottles of beast spirit liquid. His words not only deflected responsibility but also shifted the topic. All the students' gazes once again focused on Chen Yunfan. Some believed Chen Yunfan had stolen it, while others did not. Su Shanhe, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and Wang Chuan, the director of the Education Bureau, both smiled, watching the scene with great interest. What would Chen Yunfan do? In this world, talent and comprehension are undoubtedly important, but intelligence is equally crucial. Even the powerful ancient martial sage Li Yuanba ultimately met his end due to poor judgment, incited by his elder brother to wield a hammer and curse the heavens, only to be struck down by a bolt of lightning. There will definitely be an explanation. Facing the many gazes, Chen Yunfan remained unfazed. Luo Mingyuan frowned. No matter how different this black-clad youth was from the other students, at such a moment, he should be a bit nervous, right? Yet he saw no trace of anxiety in the other's eyes, only composure. But where did that composure come from? Luo Mingyuan's unease grew. This unease persisted until Chen Yunfan pulled out a phone from his pocket. Buzz. Seeing that familiar phone, Luo Mingyuan's mind exploded. His body trembled, his pupils constricted sharply, and he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart nearly stopping. As a clever man, he had already guessed what Chen Yunfan was about to do from his actions. The only thing that could turn the tide. A recording. The abrupt phone call earlier was merely an excuse to turn on the recording. But why? He had disguised himself so well, even specifically pointing out that he wanted the other to perform well in front of the guests, which was why he compensated with the beast spirit liquid. Was it simply a strong sense of caution? Regardless, Luo Mingyuan was now thoroughly panicked, his lips pale. If what he had done was exposed in public, his position as principal would be over, and he would become a laughingstock throughout Hanchuan. Just then, a stern voice reprimanded him from beside him. What on earth are you doing? The speaker was Luo Guani, who had been observing from the side. An elder brother is like a father, especially with a 10-year age difference. It could be said that although Luo Guani and Luo Mingyuan were brothers, the latter feared this elder brother in his heart. This reprimanding voice was a technique only a master could wield, a secret transmission. Luo Mingyuan was only at the 3rd rank and did not possess such skills. He could only give his brother a pleading look. From that look, Luo Guani thought of many things. What this youth said was probably true. The second brother seized the other's resources, and after they were taken back, he bore a grudge, thus setting up today's frame-up. Now that the frame-up was recorded, it could be said that he was already standing on the edge of a cliff. As long as the recording was released, the political career of the second brother, Luo Mingyuan, would be over. For this useless second brother, even if he shares the same lineage as Luo Guani, he doesn't want to get involved. However, he absolutely cannot allow himself and the Luo family to be influenced by Luo Mingyuan, especially not in front of the Education Bureau Director, Wang Chuan. During this time, in order to secure his son's career, he has been working hard to connect with Director Wang Chuan, and now that things are looking promising, he cannot let Luo Mingyuan interfere. Without a second thought, he sent a secret transmission towards Chen Yunfan. I am Luo Guani, a 4th grade master of the Luo family. Now I command you to stop that action that will harm you. A threat. An open and blatant threat. At this moment, all eyes were on them. All the students were curious about what Chen Yunfan was daydreaming about. Only Su Shanha on the podium, along with Wang Chuan and the man with a square face, knew what was going on. A secret transmission. It seems the Luo family is threatening this little guy. Should we bet on how he will respond? The man with the square face suggested first, while Wang Chuan's expression turned stern. The official order prohibits gambling, but I do think this little guy will back down. Facing a 4th grade master, a temporary retreat is not shameful. However, Su Shanha shook his head, not necessarily. According to my investigation, this young man is quite tough. He might just surprise us. The three held different opinions, while Luo Guani, after warning Chen Yunfan, glared at his second brother, Luo Mingyuan, with a tone full of disappointment. I've already resolved the matter. If you do something this foolish again, go back to the Luo family ancestral hall and reflect. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingyuan's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Although he had been scolded, compared to his career and reputation, what did that matter? However, the next moment. Secret transmission. You are the one who just transmitted to me, Luo Sr., right? Why can't you say what you need to say in front of everyone? Why must it be done secretly? Oh, right. It turns out that threatening words shouldn't be said openly. Chen Yunfan smiled as he stared at Luo Guani on the stage. Crack! After a brief moment of shock, Luo Guani was filled with both anger and astonishment. His hand unconsciously tightened, completely crushing the armrest of the chair, and his gaze turned dangerous. You speak nonsense, utter nonsense. A martial artist junior daring to spout such nonsense in front of so many people, slandering a master, is simply audacious. Today, I will educate you on behalf of your parents. Luo Guani reached out a hand from afar, aiming directly at Chen Yunfan's face. It was both a warning and a threat. However, just as the slap was about to land, it was dispersed by a wave of Su Shanha's hand beside him. Master Luo, we are both seniors. Why make such a big fuss over a student? Wang Chuan nodded in agreement. Yes, Master Luo, taking action on your own is indeed your fault. The man with the square face also snorted coldly. Sensing the displeasure of the three, Luo Guani realized he had acted impulsively and quickly apologized to them. I was impulsive, my cultivation is not yet refined, and I apologize for making you laugh. The apology was directed only at the three. As for Chen Yunfan, he was completely ignored, let alone receiving an apology. Anger? The anger of a high school student was something Luo Guani could not care less about. Instead, he was still filled with shock and anger. He never expected that a mere first-grade high school student would have the audacity to embarrass him in front of so many people. It was simply a path to death. Watching Luo Guani fawn over the three, a cold glint flashed in Chen Yunfan's eyes. He then directly played the recording. Wrong is wrong. When buying something, there should be a refund and compensation. If you don't accept it, could it be that you have a guilty conscience? The recording looped through his conversation with Luo Mingyuan. In an instant, all eyes were on the ashen-faced Luo Mingyuan. The recording was crystal clear, and it was undoubtedly the voice of Principal Luo Mingyuan, meaning that the beast spirit liquid was indeed a gift from Luo Mingyuan to Chen Yunfan. Why did he call the police again and tell the inspector that the beast spirit liquid was stolen? There's only one possibility left: framing someone. Not only the teachers on stage, but even the students below began to cast subtle glances. The dignified principal, instead of focusing on educating students, was actually trying to trap his own students. The most critical part was that he was being outmaneuvered by the students, pushed into a dead end. How embarrassing, so embarrassing. Luo Mingyuan, I, in my capacity as the director of the Education Bureau, hereby dismiss you on the spot. There will be an investigation against you shortly. Do you have any objections? Under Wang Chuan's stern gaze, Luo Mingyuan trembled all over and lowered his head. I have no objections. He knew that after today. No, he wouldn't even have to wait until tomorrow. Probably in just an hour or two, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Hanchuan. And the source of all this was Chen Yunfan. Luo Mingyuan glanced at Chen Yunfan from the corner of his eye, his gaze filled with resentment. Bastard! On the stage, Luosin clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Chen Yunfan with hatred, the aura of a first-grade martial artist radiating from him. Just wait, I'll make you pay for this. His murmured words were too soft for any student to hear. But judging by his lip movements, combined with his resentful gaze and what had just happened, it was hard not to guess. His Luosen actually broke through to a first-grade martial artist. Chen Yunfan is in trouble now. Although he escaped the principal's framing, he has also offended the Luo family and Luosen. Yeah, with the principal being taken down, Luosen must be furious. After the arena battle, he will definitely seek revenge on Chen Yunfan. The Great Fire Explosion Fist is powerful, but facing a first-grade martial artist, it still seems lacking. The gap in realms is too great. Hearing the whispers around her, Su Shiryun's eyes revealed a hint of worry. With such an incident in the education system, I, as the director of the Education Bureau, also bear some responsibility. I will publicly reflect on this in front of the media later. However, the selection of elite training camp members from various schools is the priority right now. If there are no other issues, let's begin. With the order from Director Wang Chuan, the selection for the training camp continued. 7 alternate members stood on the stage, with a crowd of challengers below. Perhaps due to the presence of big shots at the podium, this selection was particularly lively, with challengers coming one after another. All the students wanted to show off in front of the big shots. It would be best to become the first student to defeat an alternate member head-on. That way, they might catch the attention of the big shots and be taken in as disciples, directly achieving a leap in social status. Of course, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the matter of selecting alternate members, the school's eyes were sharp. Among the 7, 3 had broken through to first-grade martial artists, Xinlan, Su Shiryun, and Luosen, easily crushing the challengers. The other 3, excluding Chen Yunfan, were also very close to first grade, with strong vitality and solid foundations. They dispatched the first round of challengers without much effort. Only Chen Yunfan's actions left everyone puzzled. I concede. Facing the challenger, Chen Yunfan didn't even fight. He simply jumped off the stage, leaving the challenger in a state of confusion. He won? The muscular male student looked astonished. He had come on stage just to experience a real battle and understand the gap between himself and the top students in school, never having the thought of winning. What a joke! The Great Fire Explosion Fist could knock him out so hard that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Not only the male student on stage, but even the challengers below and the people at the podium were all frozen in place. They didn't understand what Chen Yunfan was trying to do. This kid, is he angry that I didn't seriously deal with Luo Mingyuan? So he just withdrew from the selection? Wang Chuan was somewhat puzzled, and Su Shanha and the square-faced man were equally confused. Only Chiu Suyue beside them seemed to understand what Chen Yunfan was about to do, her expression filled with tension. Never do this, it will put you in danger. While silently praying, Chiu Suyue sighed as she watched Chen Yunfan walk up to Rosen's arena. When will that vengeful temper change? Doesn't he know how dangerous this is? Having just ousted Principal Luo Mingyuan, now he was going to confront Rosen, which was practically provoking the Luo family of Hanchuan to the extreme. That was a family with a 4th-grade master in charge. In the confused gazes of everyone, including Rosen, Chen Yunfan drew a long spear from the weapon rack. The spear glinted coldly, pointing at Rosen, who stood on the arena. I challenge you. Wow! As the words fell, a storm erupted across the playground. The noise of shock and confusion rose among the students, all of whom were baffled by Chen Yunfan's choice. To all the students, it seemed that Chen Yunfan's challenge was entirely fueled by anger over Principal Luo Mingyuan's scheming, wanting to vent his frustrations on Rosen. If this had been a week ago, Chen Yunfan might have had a 50% chance of winning, but now Rosen was already a first-grade martial artist. The difference between a non-grade and a first grade was like heaven and earth. It was not something that mastering a martial art could compensate for. Most students shared the same thoughts as Su Shiryun and Xinlan. The former was worried, while the latter was waiting to see the drama unfold. Chen Yunfan, I really don't know who gave you the courage to dare challenge me. However, today I will show you mercy and let you see just how inadequate your proud flame-burst fist is before a martial artist. Looking at the black-clad youth who jumped onto the arena, Rosen's eyes burned with fury, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. His father, Luo Mingyuan's misfortune, had turned him into a laughingstock. Coupled with the goddess Su Shiryun's favor towards Chen Yunfan, he and Chen Yunfan were definitely at odds. Fortunately, he had reached the first-grade martial artist level yesterday. With a first-grade martial artist against a non-grade, the advantage was mine. Just then, a pleasant voice reached his ears. Take him out. I will take full responsibility. The speaker was Luo Guani, who sat high on the podium. Just moments ago, Chen Yunfan had not only disobeyed but also pointed out his secret communication, embarrassing him in front of Wang Chuan and the others. This act had thoroughly enraged Luo Guani, the fourth-grade master. With his uncle's order, Rosen's smile grew even brighter. Another secret communication. It seems the senior Luo has a lot of opinions about me. Noticing Rosen's change, Chen Yunfan looked at Luo Guani, whose lips were moving, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "What opinion could I have? At most, I can only lament how bad-tempered the young people are nowadays. In our time, if anyone dared to speak to a martial arts senior in such a tone, they would have their teeth pulled out one by one," Luo Guanyi said with a smile, his words laden with meaning. Chen Yunfan smiled back, putting everything aside. "Senior Luo has indeed given me a good piece of advice, thank you." Luo Guanyi frowned, momentarily unable to grasp Chen Yunfan's meaning. On the stage, Rosen, holding the long knife, faced Chen Yunfan, who tightly gripped the long spear. "Abandoning your strengths to choose a spear, I don't know if you're confident or foolish. In arena battles, the defender must decide whether to use a weapon based on whether the challenger does." Rosen had initially worried that relying solely on his fists would make it difficult to seriously injure his opponent, as the referee would intervene. But with a long knife, it was different. A careless move could easily leave the opponent missing an arm or a leg. "You're really full of nonsense, but you can take this opportunity to say more. It might not be so easy in the future." The reason for choosing the spear was that Chen Yunfan didn't know how to use it, allowing him to play around a bit longer. If he used the flame burst fist, it would end too quickly and be rather boring. "The match begins." Hearing this, Rosen furrowed his brows in confusion and wanted to ask more, but the referee's voice rang out just in time. Whoosh! As the sound fell, Chen Yunfan had already vanished from his spot, followed by a sound that tore through the air, exploding out of nowhere. Under the astonished gazes of nearly 1,000 people in the audience, Chen Yunfan charged within 3 meters of Rosen. The long spear in his hand traced a circular arc, carrying a terrifying pressure, and struck towards Rosen. At this moment, the confusion on Rosen's face had not yet dissipated when he felt a shroud of death enveloping him. He focused his gaze, and his black pupils constricted violently, goosebumps rising all over his body. Instinctively, he drew his long knife to defend himself. Crack! The hard alloy long knife, under the immense force granted by the diamond body passive ability, was as fragile as a piece of torn paper. Accompanied by a crisp sound, it broke directly. The residual force of the spear strike did not diminish and slammed heavily onto Rosen's right arm. Another sound of bones breaking echoed, and the once spirited Rosen was sent flying like a ragdoll. He crashed into the arena, creating a dent and sending large chunks of debris flying. A piercing scream erupted from Rosen's mouth, echoing throughout the entire playground. Compared to the pain of his body, the trauma to his spirit drove Rosen to madness. Fast. Too fast. He didn't even see clearly before Chen Yunfan appeared in front of him and severely injured him with a single thrust. This was undoubtedly a martial artist. But even a first-tier martial artist shouldn't possess such terrifying strength, making it impossible for someone of the same tier to defend against it. Even the alloy weapon was damaged in a single blow. Could it be that the opponent had also trained in body refinement techniques? A first-tier martial artist, a master of the flame explosion fist, and also practicing the most difficult body refinement martial arts, could a high school student achieve this? At this moment, aside from Rosen's screams, the playground was dead silent. Everyone looked up, dumbfounded at the scene. What a joke! A single thrust killed a candidate from the training camp, killed a first-tier martial artist? Was this a movie? So amazing! Su Shiyun, who had been worried, now looked at Chen Yunfan with starry eyes, as if a true fan were seeing a celebrity. How could this guy be so strong? Xin Lan was in shock. The person she had deemed mediocre, unworthy of her best friend's attention, turned out to be so fierce. He had killed Rosen with a single thrust. Rosen was a first tier, and so was she. Although Xin Lan considered herself slightly stronger than Rosen, if she had been the one on the arena just now, she would have only been able to block that one thrust. The only outcome left would have been a crushing defeat. Son. Originally hoping that his son Rosen would avenge him, Luo Mingyuan now had a frozen smile on his face. His gaze was blank as he stared at the scene on the arena, filled with shock and anger, but also a deep sense of regret. A first-tier martial artist, a master of the flame explosion fist, and the mysterious body refinement martial arts. Undoubtedly, Chen Yunfan was the brightest genius of the first high school, originally set to bring fame to the school, but now had forged an irreconcilable hatred over a bottle of beast spirit liquid. Regret, deep regret enveloped Luo Mingyuan, so much so that he sat down on the ground in a daze, like an old man nearing death. Crack! Like most older individuals, Luo Guanyi also enjoyed playing with walnuts. However, while others played with real walnuts, he played with alloy walnuts. Now, these 2 walnuts turned to powder in Luo Guanyi's hands, scattering in the air. In his eyes, besides surprise, there was also an uncontainable anger and warning. He suddenly understood what Chen Yunfan had just meant when he thanked him for the reminder. On the arena, Rosen didn't understand why Chen Yunfan had suddenly become so strong, but he wasn't a fool. Realizing he was no match, he immediately prepared to concede. However, Chen Yunfan gave no chance at all and ignored Luo Guani's warning gaze. He adjusted the long spear in his hand and thrust the butt end forcefully into Rosen's lower abdomen. The intense pain caused Rosen's body to convulse, and his words of surrender turned into a scream. Just as his mouth opened to let out the scream, the spear's butt end swiftly penetrated Rosen's mouth. With the foreign object entering, Rosen's mouth instinctively closed, biting down on the spear's end. "We're classmates. I'll treat you to dragon fruit today, no need to thank me," Chen Yunfan said coldly, suddenly yanking the spear out. As the spear's butt end re-emerged, a shower of teeth accompanied by bright red blood shot out, as if he had just eaten dragon fruit. "Ah ah!" Rosen's scream echoed across the entire playground, the excruciating pain twisting his expression completely. In his gaze towards Chen Yunfan, there was no longer any resentment or killing intent, only deep fear. All the onlooking students shivered in terror, and Qinlan shuddered with a chill. "Shiryun, you didn't say anything bad about Chen Yunfan behind his back, did you?" Qinlan didn't find the scene particularly cruel, just a bit flustered. After all, the path of a martial artist is inherently brutal, and injuries are inevitable in combat. Compared to severed limbs, losing a few teeth hardly counts as serious injury. As far as Qinlan knew, there were even some people who specifically knocked out their teeth and replaced them with alloy ones for surprise attacks. At such a young age, to be so ruthless, to continue attacking when the opponent has lost the ability to resist, such a person will only grow into a disaster. "I think we should throw him to the front lines to fend for himself. That would be one less threat for the Xia kingdom." Luo Guani's voice was icy, his gaze towards the black-clad youth on the stage filled with a chilling killing intent. Earlier, he had taught the other party to show respect to their seniors, or else they would have all their teeth knocked out, yet the other party immediately stripped his nephew Rosen of all his teeth, which was a slap in the face. "A master cannot be insulted." Master Luo was joking. Wang Chuan suddenly spoke with a smile as Luo Guani released his killing intent. It's normal for young people to be impulsive. Educating and guiding them onto the right path is the essence of education. Compared to Wang Chuan's roundabout way of speaking, Su Shanhao was more straightforward. "What's so ruthless about this? If Luo Mingyuan wanted to harm him, you also wanted to kill him. That student Rosen is no pushover either. Using a long knife that contains otherworldly alloy, its attack power is almost comparable to that of a battle soldier. On the contrary, look at him, he only knocked out a few of your nephew's teeth. What kind of ruthless hand is that?" The man with a square face beside them nodded in agreement. The three big shots from Han Chuan leaned towards Chen Yunfan, which caught Luo Guani off guard. In his view, even if this high school student was a genius, he was still an unproven genius, and there was no comparison to the value of a master. Although dissatisfied, Luo Guani could only accept this outcome. Rosen was taken away for treatment, and Luo Mingyuan was also taken away by the inspection bureau, while the selection for the training camp continued. Challengers flocked to the 6 platforms, but on the platform where Chen Yunfan stood, no challenger dared to step up. "Are you kidding? One shot to kill a first-grade martial artist. With such strength, anyone who stepped up would only be on the receiving end of a one-sided beating, with no other possibility. Moreover, they didn't particularly like eating dragon fruit." Glancing at the thin, frail figure from a distance, the challengers couldn't help but recall Rosen's tragic state, and their bodies trembled instinctively. Chen Yunfan was not surprised by the current situation. This was also part of his plan. At this moment, Chen Yunfan sat cross-legged on the platform, his back straight like the long spear inserted into the ground beside him. What is he doing? Adjusting his breath? Wang Chuan's face revealed a look of great interest. Adjusting one's breath is a technique usually performed before a battle, aimed at maximizing the breathing method and activating the cells within the body. It allows all body cells to become active, with blood and energy boiling, thus putting the body in its peak condition. Typically, this is only chosen before life and death battles, executing missions, or when the army is about to set out to hunt exotic beasts. It adjusts the body to its peak state. But what was Chen Yunfan doing adjusting his breath at this moment? Was there some dark horse in this school that warranted such serious attention from him? Wang Chuan thought about it and felt it was unlikely. A first-grade warrior, with the ultimate flame-burst fist and perfect diamond body, should be able to dominate the entire one high school and even the Hanchuan base city, barring any accidents. It is a bit strange, let's wait and see. I can feel his blood and energy boiling. The adjustment is almost complete. What he wants to do, we will know soon enough. Su Shanha fixed his gaze on the black-clad youth on the stage, his eyes filled with curiosity. Not just the podium. The remaining 6 stage guardians and the surging challengers below were all paying attention to the movements on Chen Yunfan's stage. Whoosh, a stream of white gas was expelled from Chen Yunfan's mouth with his breath. True essence. True essence is colorless and formless, but when compressed and refined to the extreme within the body, it presents a faint milky white, which also signifies the completion of the adjustment. Finally, it can begin. Chen Yunfan opened his eyes, a chilling light flashing in his gaze. After standing up, he stared intently at the podium, where Luo Guanyi sat, casting a cold gaze at him. Hiding my strength for so long, waiting for today's elite selection to practice, only to end up fighting just one match is indeed a bit boring. My peers are not my opponents. I wonder if I could ask Senior Luo to slightly suppress his realm and give me some pointers? Buzz. The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. The students competing on other stages also tacitly distanced themselves, turning to look at Chen Yunfan in shock. Crazy. Completely crazy. A first-grade warrior challenging a fourth-grade master who would make such a choice without being insane. This kid really has guts. Su Shanha said incredulously, then a smile appeared on his face. But I like this personality. Wang Chuan frowned. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Although his talent is astonishing, challenging a fourth-grade master will surely end in failure. Although the premise of the duel was that Luo Guanyi would suppress his realm, becoming a fourth-grade master meant Luo Guanyi had undergone countless battles and learned innumerable martial arts. What time had bestowed upon Luo Guanyi was something Chen Yunfan could not hope to match with just 2 martial arts. Actively challenging was an even greater display of arrogance. TSK, what kind of arrogance is this? If I had his talent in high school, I would dare to challenge the Education Bureau director. Su Shanha grinned, while Wang Chuan's face darkened immediately. The square-faced man was not good with words, but he clearly agreed with Su Shanha's words, looking at Chen Yunfan with admiration. If it weren't for the age difference, he would have really wanted to bring him into the Beast Town army. Then the 3 of them and the students below the stage all looked at Luo Guanyi, who was sitting in his chair. Good. I, Luo Guanyi, have always loved to train my juniors, especially those with potential like you. How about this? I will suppress my strength to the first grade and allow you to use a weapon. That way, it won't be bullying you. What do you think? Luo Guanyi laughed heartily, but there was an unmistakable hint of anger mixed in that smile. A dignified fourth-grade master was actually being challenged by a first-grade warrior. This was clearly a sign of disrespect. But just right. Luo Guanyi had been wondering how to deal with this disrespectful junior, and unexpectedly, the other party had the audacity to challenge him. If it's the first grade, Senior Luo is not my opponent. Suppressing to the second grade will suffice. Chen Yunfan flicked his long spear, speaking indifferently and seriously. Luo Guanyi was taken aback, then burst into laughter again. His laughter was piercing and extremely mocking, echoing across the entire playground. What a joke! A fourth-grade master training a first-grade warrior, and I still need to use second-grade strength? Let's see you break through my defenses with a spear before we talk about anything else. Luo Guanyi leaped effortlessly, crossing dozens of meters and landing on the arena. The chair he had just occupied was already shattered into powder by the powerful aura. The news that a senior from the 3rd year was challenging Luo Guanyi, one of the 2 great masters of the Luo family in Hanchuan, quickly spread throughout the school, causing a huge uproar. Students from the 1st and 2nd years, who were in class, rushed out of their classrooms, flocking towards the playground. As for the teachers of the 1st and 2nd years, they had already come to watch after Chen Yunfan crushed Luosen. Fortunately, the playground was large enough, with tiered seating around it, capable of accommodating the entire student body. The vice principal, after consulting with the education director Wang Chuan, did not stop this scene. In a world of martial arts, the culture was martial. Moreover, Chen Yunfan's participation represented the entire Hanchuan No. 1 high school. Whether in victory or defeat, it would inspire future high school students. This was a good thing. On the arena, under the gaze of thousands, Chen Yunfan and Luo Guanyi stood facing each other. Although I don't know where you got your courage, I must say I admire you a bit now. Originally, Luo Guanyi had intended to take ruthless measures, but upon stepping onto the arena and sensing Chen Yunfan's unmatched fighting spirit, he had other thoughts. Why not become my disciple? Let bygones be bygones. With your talent and my personal guidance, you will definitely become a master like me. Become a master? What a vicious curse. What's so difficult about being a master? If someone with your talent can become a master, then my goal is at least to become a martial saint. Chen Yunfan smiled faintly, his powerful confidence radiating from within. Realm, 1st grade, progress 15%. Manticore strength, proficient, progress 80%. Flame burst fist, perfected, progress 100%. Diamond body, perfected, progress 100%. Wealth value, 1,900,000. System level versus 1+ in just 2 days, his cultivation progress had increased by another 10%. With a clear scale of progress, all goals no longer seemed distant. Moreover, he felt that becoming a martial saint was definitely not the end of his cultivation, he had an even more distant future ahead. A frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of how vast the sky is or how thick the earth is, still dares to speak recklessly about the martial saint realm. Luo Guanyi snorted coldly, a faint red glow emanating from his body, his surging blood energy almost condensing into substance, crushing towards Chen Yunfan. The pressure of fourth-grade blood energy. Since it was not lethal, he only intended to intimidate Chen Yunfan, so Su Shanhe did not intervene. The pressure was like a raging wind, carrying a hint of spiritual power, as if a tiger was roaring in his ear, the sound relentless, causing Chen Yunfan's eardrums to ache and his head to spin. Crack! Chen Yunfan gripped the spear tightly, thrusting it forcefully into the arena, standing firm amidst the raging wind, his thin and frail figure appearing immensely tall in everyone's eyes. However, his indifferent expression soon revealed a hint of astonishment. Manticore Strength sensed the shared breathing technique, feeling incredibly invigorated, and began to actively comprehend and absorb it. Comprehension Absorption Digestion 10%. Comprehension Absorption Digestion 30%. Comprehension Absorption Digestion 60%. Comprehension Absorption Digestion 100%. Manticore Strength comprehension completed, breaking through shackles, self-evolving, successfully upgrading to a new breathing technique, Dragon Tiger Chant. Dragon Tiger Chant belongs to the low-grade mysterious breathing technique. Learning requires 1,500,000 wealth points. Do you wish to learn? Chen Yunfan's expression shook. Although he would still need to spend wealth points to learn martial arts, this was incredibly precious and could not be bought outside at all, a low-grade mysterious martial art. Moreover, it is the most important breathing technique in martial arts. The breathing technique not only helps regulate breathing during combat, enhancing endurance and strength, but also cultivates vital energy and increases true essence in daily practice. Without martial arts, one might only see a decline in combat ability, but without the breathing technique, one cannot even practice. Furthermore, a powerful breathing technique can also possess offensive capabilities, such as the sound of the tiger's roar, which is akin to a sonic martial art. It can be said that mastering a breathing technique is equivalent to becoming a qualified martial artist with combat power. The breathing technique that Chen Yunfan had practiced before was merely the most basic low-grade yellow-tier Mighty Tiger Strength, which not only lacked any extraordinary effects but also provided minimal enhancement to combat and training. In fact, when the Martial Arts Association certified him as a first-tier martial artist, what he desired most was a breathing technique. However, the association did not offer that option, so Chen Yunfan had to settle for the body-refining martial art diamond body. I thought I would have to wait until after the college entrance examination to have a chance to change my breathing technique. I didn't expect such a surprise to come. Without any hesitation, Chen Yunfan silently thought, yes. His wealth value instantly halved to 1.9 million, leaving him with only 400,000, which made him feel a bit pained. Fortunately, the system's voice sounded at the right moment. Low-grade Xian tier breathing technique Tiger and Dragon Chant successfully cultivated, automatically reaching the entry-level realm. Following that, the characteristics and effects of this breathing technique were transmitted into Chen Yunfan's mind as if through a computer. After a brief overview, Chen Yunfan felt a slight shock in his heart. As expected of a Xian tier breathing technique, the enhancement to cultivation is more than 10 times that of before, and it possesses a special sonic attack after mastery, Tiger's Roar. When activated in battle, the Tiger and Dragon Chant would cause the sound of a fierce tiger's roar to continuously echo in the opponent's ears, shaking their very soul. Whether it was a sudden burst or a sustained effect, it could influence the outcome at critical moments. After all, in a duel between experts, a single thought can determine life and death. Good stuff! Chen Yunfan opened his eyes. The roaring sound in his ears had dissipated, but the students close to the arena were all covering their ears, their faces filled with pain. The sensation of countless tigers roaring and howling in their ears was truly unbearable, causing their eardrums to swell and their heads to spin. Meanwhile, Chen Yunfan, distracted by the unexpected joy, appeared unfazed. Su Shanhe, who was still trying to understand the situation, couldn't help but exclaim, gifted and vengeful, with such a firm will, he truly is a good seed. This year, in the martial arts college entrance examination, Han Chuan will definitely rise strongly. Wang Chuan, who had always been serious and low-key, nodded in agreement this time. Indeed, if the information from that video is true, and after this battle experience, both strength and mindset will reach a new level. Amidst the discussions, the referee's voice rang out. In this friendly spar, do not harm life. Violators will be held accountable by the military court. The match begins. Bang! As the voice fell, Luo Guanyi kicked off the ground with great force, propelling himself towards Chen Yunfan like a cannonball. In front of the 3 fifth-tier masters, he agreed to suppress his cultivation, and he dared not break the promise, only using the strength of a first-tier martial artist. However, in his view, although they were both first-tier, with his rich combat experience and martial arts, he could easily crush his opponent. His figure shot forward, stepping rapidly with the Xian tier martial art chasing shadow steps. His speed was incredibly fast, appearing as if he had teleported, and when he reappeared, he was already within 3 steps of Chen Yunfan. But before Luo Guanyi could launch his attack, a cold gleam shot through the air towards his face. The killing intent was palpable. Swish! Luo Guanyi instinctively turned his head to dodge while his steel-like right hand reached for the spear, but he only grasped a handful of air. Immediately, a flurry of gunfire erupted, coming in like raindrops, forcing Luo Guanyi to retreat step by step. A glint of cold light arrived first, followed by the gun shooting out like a dragon. The silver-white spear in Chen Yunfan's hand seemed to come alive, resembling a white python continuously flicking its tongue towards Luo Guanyi, each move directly targeting his vital points. What a fast gun! It has already left afterimages in the air. My god, he has actually managed to suppress a 4th-grade master. Senior Chen Yunfan is too fierce. Senior is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. What level of spear technique is this? It's so powerful. How come I'd never seen it before? Exclamations echoed continuously in the playground. Although Chen Yunfan did not understand spear techniques, he knew that great strength could create miracles. One force could overcome 10 skills. The most basic spear moves, under the absolute power provided by Diamond Body, became swift and deadly, forcing Luo Guanyi to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? A 1st-grade warrior. Where did this monstrous strength come from? With his realm suppressed to the 1st grade, most of his true essence and vitality were sealed, and Luo Guanyi did not dare to take this monstrous force head-on. Otherwise, if he were hit, he would be sent flying out of the ring, automatically losing. However, as a 4th-grade master, his reflexes were still intact, and dodging was still quite easy, but he was already drenched in sweat. The ring was simply too small for him, and the attack range of the spear was somewhat large. Dodging was not simple. Meanwhile, the students outside were increasingly questioning him, even suggesting that his mastery as a master was due to drug use. After living for 50 years, it was Luo Guanyi's first time feeling so embarrassed. Yet he had already unleashed the peak combat power of a 1st-grade warrior, employing various fist and palm techniques, with footwork that was ever-changing. But the 2-meter distance of the spear felt like a chasm. Every time he tried to close in, he was forced back by his opponent. As for clashing directly with the spear tip, unless he mobilized more true essence and vitality, that would violate the rules he had previously set. A 1st-grade clash. Just like that, the dignified 4th-grade master was being chased and beaten by Chen Yunfan with a long spear. Because the ring was too small, and he couldn't dodge in time, his long robe was even torn by Chen Yunfan's silver spear, making him look extremely disheveled. The only pity was that the skin of a 4th-grade master was incredibly tough. The spear tip could at most tear his clothes but could not leave any injuries on him. 1st-grade skin tempering, 2nd-grade muscle refining, 3rd-grade bone forging. The defense of a master is indeed formidable. Sighing inwardly, Chen Yunfan's offensive did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, it became even more ferocious. The physical damage was minimal, but the psychological damage was maximized. At this moment, Luo Guanyi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Every time he was poked by Chen Yunfan's spear, the clueless students below would cheer and scream excitedly. Each cheer felt like a slap on his old face. A master should not be humiliated lightly. He could no longer endure it. Boom! A surge of true essence and vitality, 10 times more powerful than before, erupted from Luo Guanyi's body like a volcano, sending the spear that was about to stab him flying away. Chen Yunfan was also pushed back 2 steps but quickly steadied himself, his expression becoming serious. Although he had the experience of defeating the 2nd-tier ferocious beast, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger, a ferocious beast was still a ferocious beast, lacking intelligence and with a proud temperament. That was how he seized the opportunity to use the ultimate flame explosion fist for a surprise counterattack. However, a 2nd-grade warrior, especially a peak 2nd-grade warrior who had learned a vast array of martial arts, was absolutely not comparable to the 2nd-tier ferocious beast, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. But for Chen Yunfan, who had died once, he felt no fear at all. Instead, he was even more exhilarated. Adrenaline was pumping wildly. You said to let me use 2nd-grade strength. I'm not violating the rules like this. As soon as Luo Guanyi's words fell, a wave of boos erupted from the audience below. Having never experienced the feeling of embarrassment, he now felt as if ants were crawling all over him, itching unbearably. But more than that, it was anger. From today onward, his 4th-rank master's dignity was trampled into the ground, and the culprit behind it all was the young man before him. Not a chance. Faced with the palpable hatred, Chen Yunfan smiled. On the stage, Su Shanhe curled his lips. I think Luo Guanyi's life ends here. Lowering his cultivation to just a 1st rank, he has to use 2nd-rank strength. He's really embarrassing us masters. Wang Chuan shook his head. That's normal. This student's marksmanship is average, but his strength is astonishing. But this is good. It can force out this student's true strength, and we can determine it. The perfect realm of the diamond body. I still find it hard to believe without seeing it with my own eyes. A hint of anticipation appeared in Wang Chuan's eyes as he focused on the arena. Humph, Luo Guanyi snorted coldly, refusing to say more. At this moment, anything he said would be shameful and an excuse. All he could do was defeat his opponent as quickly as possible. Then he would cripple him. Only then could everyone understand what it meant to not insult a master. Boom! Luo Guanyi stomped on the arena floor, the stone bricks instantly shattered and caved in, and he shot towards Chen Yunfan like a cannonball. Evil breaking palm. Luo Guanyi's palm radiated a dark light, and Chen Yunfan responded with a punch. Flame explosion. The dark light and crimson flames collided violently, creating massive energy waves and wind pressure that blew all the nearby students away. The entire playground was thrown into chaos, followed by a cacophony of noise. Flame explosion. The Ultimate Realm's flame explosion fist. My god, the last time I saw it was on Douyin, watching the Grandmaster demonstrate. Senior Chen is really amazing. Quick, record it. On the podium, Wang Chuan couldn't help but nod. Not bad, indeed the Ultimate Realm's flame explosion fist. The power of that punch has already reached the level of a second-rank warrior. Su Shanhe was even happier. The more impressive Chen Yunfan performed, the happier he was. After all, the old saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. On the arena, the aftershock from their exchange made Chen Yunfan and Luo Guanyi step back 2 paces each. The Ultimate Realm's flame explosion fist. Luo Guanyi's pupils constricted. His gaze towards Chen Yunfan now held a measure of seriousness and respect. Even though he had just been pressured, he only thought his opponent had the advantage of the spear, not that he was particularly strong. But using the Ultimate Realm's flame explosion fist represented something entirely different. Insight. Extraordinary insight. One must know that the other party was only 18 years old, had been in contact with martial arts for 3 years, and had only been practicing martial arts for a year, yet he had managed to cultivate the flame explosion fist to the ultimate realm. Coupled with his already impressive talent for cultivation, it would be easy for him to become a master in the future. And by then, he would be a great enemy of the Luo family. The killing intent in Luo Guanyi's eyes intensified, but he deliberately said, I thought that by unleashing second-rank strength, I could end the battle with one palm. I didn't expect you to be so formidable, classmate. Then I can only use more means. At that point, fists and feet have no eyes. If I accidentally injure you, it wouldn't be good. Why don't you just admit defeat? At this point, you have enough to be proud of. Provocation. At the same time, he left himself a way out. The former would anger Chen Yunfan, pushing him to continue fighting. The latter was a reminder that fists and feet have no eyes. If he really crippled or killed his opponent, he could use this as an excuse. After all, it was the other party who agreed to continue fighting. Of course, all of this hinged on whether Luo Guanyi could cripple Chen Yunfan with his second-rank strength. If he had to use third or fourth-rank strength, his fate would be dire. The 3 big shots on the stage would definitely not let him off. But as a master, Luo Guanyi had that confidence. Admit defeat? Senior Luo, why do I feel that the one who will win in the end will be me? Chen Yunfan's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit, the flames wrapping around his fists pulsing more violently with his emotions. You overestimate yourself. Although it was a provocation, with no expectation that the other party would agree, Luo Guanyi still felt a surge of anger upon hearing Chen Yunfan say this. A second-tier martial artist could mobilize more vital energy and true essence, and the martial arts they could employ would be stronger. His palm transformed into a claw, and 2 circular azure wind blades materialized above his palm. The azure wind blades spun, their sharp aura scattering, causing the students watching from dozens of meters away to feel a stinging sensation on their faces. A mid-tier Xian-level martial art, Gale Blade Slash. He casually threw the azure wind blades towards Chen Yunfan, slicing through the air at high speed. In their previous encounters, Luo Guanyi had already noticed that footwork was Chen Yunfan's weak point, so he chose to use the wind blades to harass and toy with him, looking for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Yunfan showed no intention of dodging or adopting a defensive posture. Instead, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, he reached out his hand towards the azure wind blades. He's crazy. This is a mid-tier Xian-level martial art, and it's being executed by a second-tier martial artist. Xin Lan was taken aback, and Su Shiyun was so anxious that tears were almost falling. The students below instinctively closed their eyes, while Su Shanhe on the podium suddenly stood up, his energy locking onto the wind blades from 100 meters away. If anything went wrong, he could immediately destroy the wind blades. Clang! A sound of metal clashing echoed above the arena. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked towards the stage. They saw the young man in black, his pale hand transforming into a glass-like color, radiating brilliant light under the sun's reflection. The two incredibly sharp wind blades were held in his hand, exploding with a thunderous sound. They shattered into countless azure fragments, dissipating into the world. Perfect realm of diamond body. Su Shanha and Wang Chuan exchanged glances, both able to see the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, seeing it in videos always felt somewhat illusory and unreal, which was why Wang Chuan had always been a bit skeptical. After all, before this, only that Azure Dragon Martial Saint had cultivated the diamond body to perfection, and linking that to a high school student felt absurd and unrealistic. But seeing it with his own eyes, Wang Chuan finally understood why the term prodigy existed in the world. It was precisely to describe someone like Chen Yunfan. Head-on clash, bold and unrestrained, this kid shouldn't be a student, he should join the army. The man with a square face, who had been sitting quietly beside them, could no longer remain seated, his face filled with eagerness as he looked at Chen Yunfan, his eyes brimming with delight. Like an old man who had been thirsty for years, seeing a stunning beauty. Nonsense! It has nothing to do with you. Su Shanha and Wang Chuan each said a word, suppressing the square-faced man's desire to snatch him away. Education and military politics were separate, and the Martial Arts Association was strictly linked to the education system, so Su Shanha naturally stood with Wang Chuan. Given Chen Yunfan's current strength, he would undoubtedly dominate the entire Zhengzhou province in the college entrance examination, which would bring face to their Hanchuan Martial Arts Association and the Education Bureau. But joining the army? Then Chen Yunfan would belong to the military, not participating in the college entrance examination, which naturally had nothing to do with the two of them. Of course, the two were not just concerned about face. Such a peerless prodigy should be protected and nurtured slowly. The battlefield was still too bloody and dangerous for a first-tier martial artist, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until he grew a bit more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking at the glass-like light, Luo Guanyi's expression shook, and his heart surged with waves of shock. He had not learned the diamond body martial art, but he had almost studied it back then. Upon learning that this martial art came from the holy martial realm, and that even the Azure Dragon Martial Saint had only cultivated it to perfection, he had given up. As a result, today, an 18-year-old high school student displayed the perfect realm of the diamond body. This level of comprehension made even the master Luo Guanyi feel envy, jealousy, and a hint of regret. It was originally a very small matter, one that had nothing to do with him until today, yet it had turned into such hatred because of his younger brother Luo Mingyuan. However, it was too late for regrets now. All he could do was to preemptively crush the opponent, denying them any chance to grow. Swish, 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 more azure wind blades coalesced, circling around Luo Guanyi like flying wheels. Go! He called softly, and the wind blades shot forth rapidly. Luo Guanyi stepped into the northern dipper footwork, his figure flickering unpredictably as he followed the wind blades, charging towards Chen Yunfan, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Rip! The wind blades shredded Chen Yunfan's clothes, revealing a strong and perfect glass-like body, which, under the sunlight, exuded a sacred and classical charm. However, immediately after, the glass golden body deflected all the wind blades, producing a clanging sound. Just as Chen Yunfan prepared to counterattack, a sharp pain shot through his head. It felt as if a fierce tiger was roaring in his mind, causing his eardrums to ache and leaving him momentarily dazed. In that instant, a hand had already pressed against the chest of the glass golden body. A tremendous force surged forth, and Chen Yunfan spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. He crashed beside the arena. Cough! After getting up, Chen Yunfan coughed out 2 more mouthfuls of bright red blood. Wiping the corner of his mouth with his wrist, he looked down. There was a very obvious handprint indented on the glass golden body, and he even heard the painful groans of bones unable to withstand the impact. Stop! Just admit defeat! Admit defeat! Su Shiyun shouted anxiously as she rushed towards the arena, trying to stop this unwinnable battle. The other students looked on with a mix of worry and admiration. Even in defeat, there was honor. But halfway through, Su Shiyun was stopped by the referee, who then looked at Chen Yunfan, seeking his opinion. Although the situation was already one of certain defeat, only the combatants had the right to end the battle as long as there were no fatalities or serious injuries. Luo Guanyi felt tense. If Chen Yunfan really admitted defeat, his plan to eliminate him would likely fail, and he couldn't help but pray silently. Perhaps the prayer had some effect. Chen Yunfan ignored all the discouragement and instead burst into a series of hearty laughs. Second rank. So powerful. So exhilarating. His voice was full of vigor, and there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only an unmatched fighting spirit bursting forth. He raised both palms and, to everyone's bewilderment, slammed them against his ears. Bright red blood flowed out. This strike wouldn't damage his eardrums but would plunge Chen Yunfan into a brief state of deafness, all to avoid the influence of his opponent's dragon and tiger chant breathing technique. Madman! This scene stunned everyone present, even Luo Guanyi, who was pleased that the fight would continue, frowned tightly. Too ruthless. If such a person grew stronger, it would be fine if he hadn't offended anyone, but if he did, would there be any good days ahead? Come on, today, let's have a good fight, Senior Luo. Blood surged, the crimson color swirling on the surface of the glass golden body, making Chen Yunfan look like a blood demon at that moment. With his feet planted on the arena, the imprint deepened, and he charged towards Luo Guanyi with all his might. First rank against second rank, and he's taking the initiative. Can Senior Chen win? I don't know, but even if he loses, all the students from the first high school will be proud because of Senior Chen. Voices rang out, and all the students in the playground fixed their gaze on the arena without blinking. If they had watched the match before out of curiosity, now they were witnessing the true essence of martial arts. Never say die. Boom! The battle had completely returned to its primal state, two figures colliding with each other, the sound of fists hitting flesh echoing throughout the arena. However, in this fight, Luo Guanyi was born with an advantage. First grade skin, second grade flesh, third grade bones, these are the cultivation directions for martial artists from first to third grade. One could say that the body of a third grade martial artist is itself a weapon, with attack power and defense comparable to those who have practiced body refining martial arts. Not to mention a fourth grade master, especially one who has also practiced body refining martial arts. However, under Chen Yunfan's all-out offensive style, Luo Guanyi found himself in a disheveled state, his hair in disarray. It wasn't that it hurt, but he was extremely frustrated. For a fourth-grade master to be brought to this level by a high school student was utterly humiliating. Luo Guanyi wanted to unleash all his strength and completely incapacitate Chen Yunfan. Although he would face consequences for it, he felt he had no choice. The opponent's strength, comprehension, talent, and mental fortitude left him with no other option. The only difficulty now was that Luo Guanyi could clearly sense a pressure locking onto him from 100 meters away. If he made any sudden moves, the suppression from the fifth-grade martial artist would come immediately. Luo Guanyi was not confident he could incapacitate Chen Yunfan under the watchful eyes of a fifth-grade master. I must think of a way. With a flash of insight, Luo Guanyi quickly devised a plan. Enduring two heavy punches, he successfully grabbed Chen Yunfan's wrist and, like cracking a whip, hurled Chen Yunfan towards the arena floor. Boom, boom, boom. Such a level of impact posed no threat to Chen Yunfan, who possessed a glazed golden body. Instead, it was extremely damaging to the stone arena. The shattered stones flew out like bullets, shooting towards the surrounding students. Most of the students present were unrefined, their skin untempered, and being hit would at least cause swelling. In more severe cases, it could even lead to bleeding. Seeing this, the Education Bureau Director Wang Chuan and several teachers hurriedly moved to evacuate the students, while Su Shanhai gathered his true essence, shooting out like a laser to pop the stones one by one. The opportunity has come. Seeing the two distracted, Luo Guanyi's heartbeat gradually quickened, almost leaping out of his chest. In the next moment, a master's aura erupted from within him, sweeping in all directions. The immense pressure from the master shook the entire arena, and Luo Guanyi's palm flickered with dark light once again. Unlike the previous time's ethereal quality, this dark light seemed substantial, exuding a sinister aura that made one's scalp tingle. Die for me! Luo Guanyi's eyes were cold as he struck Chen Yunfan's chest with his palm radiating dark light. Boom! At the same time, an even greater pressure erupted from the square-faced man on the podium, shattering the entire platform. A furious shout resonated through the heavens. You dare! The voice was soul-stirring, the pressure of a fifth-grade master bearing down like Mount Tai, but Luo Guanyi, already prepared, would not retreat in the slightest. He was ready to face the consequences. At worst, he would be sent to the front lines to fend off ferocious beasts. At least he would still be alive, and the Luo family would still exist. If he allowed this kid to develop, then everything would be lost. Bang! Under the full force of the fourth-grade master, this palm came with ferocity, striking Chen Yunfan's chest at close range like lightning. It's over, Luo Guanyi murmured, a relaxed smile appearing on his face, but this smile quickly froze. Because Chen Yunfan did not disintegrate into a mist of blood as he had imagined, instead, he stood firm, unmoving. Upon closer inspection, the black-clad youth's glazed golden body now radiated an even more brilliant light, clearly pushed to its limits. Behind him, Luo Guanyi also saw a towering phantom. The phantom was majestic, yet its eyes were wide open, resembling the fierce visage of a wrathful deity in Buddhism. What is this? Luo Guanyi was shocked, but no one answered the doubts in his heart. for a hand had already descended from the sky, embedding him directly into the arena. He couldn't even pull himself out. "Are you okay? Is there anything wrong with your body? Quickly take this pill." Su Shanha, filled with killing intent, glanced at Luo Guanyi below and hurriedly looked at Chen Yunfan, whose glazed light had dissipated and whose face was pale. He forcibly pried open Chen Yunfan's mouth and fed him a golden pill. A vast life energy burst forth, flowing through his limbs and bones, and only then did Chen Yunfan slowly open his eyes, seeing the three big shots surrounding him, along with the anxious teacher Chiu and Su Shiyun. "How do you feel?" Su Shanha quickly asked, and Chen Yunfan just shook his head to indicate he was fine. After a single blow, all his true essence had been drained for defense, and the phenomenon of the glazed golden body had long since shattered, revealing skin devoid of color, with a visible palm print indentation on his chest. His sternum was crushed. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh on his body. Su Shiyun's eyes turned red with pain, anxiously pulling out a large pile of healing pills, but all were stopped by Su Shanha. Some healing pills have conflicting properties. Taking too many will cause adverse reactions. "You should go back first. I will handle the next matters." Realizing that the others had something to discuss, Qinlan pulled her stubborn best friend away. The students, under the guidance of their teacher, walked towards the teaching building, but as they walked, they turned back 3 times to look at the arena where Chen Yunfan stood. That thin figure, though pale, stood exceptionally tall. This scene was deeply etched in the minds of all the students, indirectly inspiring them. The impact of this battle was not limited to this. The result of the fight was rapidly radiating from the school to the entire Hanchuan. "You really are ruthless. To drag the Luo family down, you even used yourself as bait. Aren't you afraid of missteps and getting killed by Luo Guanyi?" By now, Su Shanha had understood what was going on, and his heart was shaken. Putting his life on the line, heavily injuring the Luo family. This guy had never thought of backing down since he had a feud with the Luo family. Instead, he used his own value to provoke Luo Guanyi into making a fatal move. Once he struck, Luo Guanyi would be guilty of a serious crime, and the entire Luo family would be classified as a dangerous entity by the Martial Arts Association, causing various commercial resources to plummet, leading the entire family into decline. But this action was simply too crazy. If it weren't for that mysterious martial art that blocked a strike from a 4th-grade warrior, along with the timely intervention of the square-faced man, Chen Yunfan would probably not even have left a corpse behind. He would have turned into a mist of blood. Thinking of this, Su Shanha became curious again. What kind of mysterious martial art could withstand a strike from a 4th-grade master? As the president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Shanha managed the distribution of martial arts throughout Hanchuan. If he said he understood martial arts second best, no one in Hanchuan would dare claim to be first. Yet he did not know what kind of martial art the Buddha's Vajra phantom that Chen Yunfan had just revealed was. Wang Chuan and the square-faced man were equally curious. "I don't have any background, so I've only learned 3 martial arts so far. One of them is the breathing technique Mighty Bull Strength, another is the low-grade yellow-level martial art Flame Burst Fist, and the last one is the newly learned Diamond Body." Chen Yunfan's words made Su Shanha frown tightly. "No other martial arts? Don't worry, only the 3 of us know about this." Su Shanha thought Chen Yunfan was deliberately concealing it, keeping this martial art as a trump card. Wang Xuan and the square-faced man beside him also nodded, indicating they would absolutely not leak it. They were also very curious about the martial art Chen Yunfan had just displayed, as they had never seen it before. "President, the student dares not conceal anything." Chen Yunfan's gaze was open and honest, leaving Su Shanha stunned in place. He understood that the other party absolutely trusted the 3 of them, otherwise, they wouldn't have fought fiercely against Luo Guanyi, entrusting their lives to them. In other words, Chen Yunfan really hadn't concealed anything, but the breathing technique couldn't possibly have such a defensive effect, nor could it be the Flame Burst Fist. That only left the Diamond Body. Mastering the Stone Body, achieving the Golden Body, perfecting the Glazed Body, and then reaching the ultimate realm. Thinking of this, Su Shanha shivered, his body covered in goosebumps. Gulpi instinctively swallowed, staring intently at Chen Yunfan, his voice trembling as he asked, "The immovable king? Su Shanha, what are you talking about? What immovable king?" Wang Chuan looked puzzled, and the square-faced man was equally confused. They had never heard of this term. The realm of the Diamond Body begins with mastery, where the Stone Body phenomenon appears. After achieving great success, it becomes the Golden Body, and the perfect realm is just like what classmate Chen demonstrated earlier. Ultimate defense, the light of glaze. Su Shanha's words paused here, and Wang Chuan and the square-faced man exchanged glances. They all knew this, but why was Su Shanha bringing this up now? Could it be related to the mysterious martial arts that Chen Yunfan was practicing? Wait, The elegantly dressed Wang Chuan suddenly thought of something, his pupils tightening as he turned and grabbed Chen Yunfan's arm in a flustered manner. You have cultivated the diamond body to the ultimate realm? Since no one had ever cultivated the diamond body to the ultimate realm, although they all knew about the immovable king, they didn't know what the phenomenon of the immovable king looked like. They could only verify it with Chen Yunfan. Due to his excitement, Wang Chuan's body trembled slightly. If this were confirmed, it would completely shatter the fallacy that one could not cultivate to the ultimate realm in the sacred martial world. The impact would be enormous. It would reignite the trend of studying martial arts in the sacred martial world, and perhaps a pioneer would emerge, merging Blue Star martial arts with sacred martial world martial arts, creating even more powerful martial arts. This was a significant event not only for the Xia country but for Blue Star as well. And the education director, Wang Chuan, had chosen to study the martial arts of the sacred martial world during his time at Wu University. He had insisted back then that if Blue Star, with its mere 500 years of heritage, wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred martial world in the realm of martial arts, it had to learn from the other side, and martial arts was the most critical aspect. Chen Yunfan's emergence once again confirmed the feasibility of this idea. Wang Chuan, you're an adult now. Can you stop being so rude? If you keep treating my son-in-law like this, I'm going to get angry. Su Shanha unceremoniously swatted away the hand of his childhood buddy Wang Chuan, then warily glanced at the square-faced man, who was itching to abduct someone at any moment. Son-in-law? Looking at the shameless Su Shanha, who was hugging Chen Yunfan, Wang Chuan wished he could spit in the other's face. In the end, he still worried about accidentally hurting Chen Yunfan, so he dropped the thought. A stroke of luck and enlightenment. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Chen Yunfan nodded. At the same time, he used some of the true essence he had just recovered to forcibly activate the immovable king. A faint golden Buddha-like phantom appeared behind him, but it was far from the solid form he had when facing Luo Guanyi earlier. However, it was enough to prove that this was the sixth ultimate realm of the diamond body, the immovable king. None of the three spoke, taking a long time to fully digest this fact. As expected of the martial arts of the sacred martial world, the ultimate realm can actually withstand a strike from a fourth-grade master. How terrifying! Su Shanha couldn't help but exclaim. In the realm of martial arts, there is a chasm between each grade. The first grade is a gulf, and the third grade is a pit. If dozens of first-grade fighters surround a second-grade martial artist, there is a high chance of success. But dozens of third-grade fighters absolutely cannot defeat a single fourth-grade. Even if they burned everything, even their lives, there would be no possibility of victory. This is the pit of the third grade. The third and fourth ranks can no longer be considered a gap in martial arts. They are more like two different species. Not to mention the first and fourth ranks. The president is joking. With my current strength, using the immovable king just once would completely drain me. And after being drained, I could at most block a single strike from a third-rank martial artist. The reason I was able to withstand the full-force attack from Luo Guanyi. If I guess correctly, when Luo Guanyi attacked with all his might, this officer's loud shout should have utilized soundwave martial arts techniques. That strike had already caused Luo Guanyi's eardrum to rupture, his head to throb painfully, reducing his combat power by 70%, and the pressure locking onto him caused his mind to waver, further reducing it by more than 20%. I merely blocked the last less than 10% of the power. This time, Chen Yunfan was not being modest. When that palm came close, he seemed to see his deceased parents waving at him. Fortunately, by the time Luo Guanyi's palm struck him, its power had already diminished significantly, allowing him to withstand it with the immovable king. However, this time, it was not without benefits. At least he gained a deeper understanding of the master level. How did you discover it? The man with the square face did not answer but instead asked curiously. Chen Yunfan looked towards the deep pit of the arena, where the previously spirited fourth-rank master Luo Guanyi now had blood pouring from both ears and was convulsing all over. This was a consequence of severe brain injury. The man with the square face said nothing more, but his gaze towards Chen Yunfan grew even hotter. Exceptional talent, astonishing comprehension, daring to fight and struggle, and yet his thoughts are so meticulous. He truly wanted to recruit him into the military camp for rigorous training. Good kid, your observation skills are impressive. But ultimately, it's still your comprehension that's remarkable. Continuous insights allowed you to cultivate the diamond body to the ultimate level, resolving Luo Guanyi's counterattack this time. As Su Shanha praised him, he shifted the topic. By the way, I heard from Wu Hai that when you left the city on Friday night, you encountered a second-tier ferocious beast, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. During the battle, you also had two insights, refining the Flame Explosion Fist from great success to the ultimate level, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan and the man with the square face both looked envious. Insights are a mysterious realm in martial arts cultivation, allowing one to deeply perceive the essence and artistic conception of martial arts. thus quickly achieving breakthroughs. How many martial artists dream of it but never encounter it even once in their lifetime? This kid had 3 insights in 4 days. Unbelievable. It was just luck. Not just luck, perhaps the matter of a special physique is true, Su Shanha said seriously. After that night, he sought Wu Hai to understand some details and heard the other party mention speculations about a special physique. However, since it was merely speculation and he had not seen the true ultimate flame explosion fist in diamond body, he can only set it aside for now. But now, he felt that this speculation was most likely true. Wang Chuan nodded. There is that possibility. I have also seen some prodigies with special physiques. When those people activate their physiques, there are very obvious changes. For example, when the Azure Dragon Martial Saint activates the Azure Dragon battle body, his hands turn into Azure Dragon claws, with terrifying destructive power. Shen, besides your comprehension, have you experienced any other changes? Shen Yunfan shook his head. No other changes, to be precise, no changes at all. It's just that after feeling a bit dazed some time ago, I suddenly found martial arts to be much simpler and could learn it very easily. Other than that, nothing else. He was just making things up. He didn't understand much about physiques. The more he said, the more mistakes he could make, so it was better to keep it brief and leave the rest for the 3 big shots to ponder. In the end, even if there really was no physique related to comprehension, he would just create a name for it, providing a reasonable explanation for rapid martial arts cultivation. If it's only comprehension, I do know of 2 special physiques that fit very well, one of which is called the pure spirit body. According to the records of the sacred martial realm, the pure spirit body refers to a physique that is completely untainted, making it the most suitable for martial arts cultivation, with an extraordinary comprehension of any martial arts. Among the 12 founding pillars of the Xia kingdom, there was one who possessed a pure spirit body. That individual led the education department, conducted extensive research on ancient martial arts, and created over 200 modern martial arts, making them a crucial figure in the revolution of martial arts in the Xia kingdom. As Wang Chuan recounted the hero's deeds, the usually unserious Su Shanha also adopted a solemn expression. However, after hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, what about the other type of physique? In terms of strange knowledge, Wang Chuan, who had attended a martial arts university, was far superior to Su Shanha, who had been serving in the military. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly uttered 4 words, primordial sacred body. Physiques are divided into battle body, spirit body, king body, emperor body, and sacred body. Among the myriad physiques recorded in the primordial martial realm, the sacred body is the strongest, and the primordial sacred body is one of the 12 sacred bodies. Primordial represents the original state. In the understanding of the people in the primordial martial realm, humanity is born from various great paths, and these great paths originate from the primordial. It can be said that the primordial is the source of everything, so those who possess the primordial sacred body are naturally close to the laws of the great paths, making their martial arts cultivation progress at an astonishing rate. His Su Shanhai gasped. One of the 12 sacred bodies. He didn't understand much about special physiques, but he had heard of the sacred body. It was rumored that in the sacred martial realm, every sacred body was an unparalleled genius, and once they emerged, they would sweep across the world. Is Yunfan a primordial sacred body? Although asking this seemed a bit utilitarian, Su Shanha couldn't help but be curious. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to hold back. That's hard to determine. After all, the strongest physique that has emerged from Blue Star is merely the king body, not even the emperor body, let alone the sacred body. Moreover, what I've mentioned is only what I've seen in some miscellaneous books, and it's not comprehensive. Perhaps besides the pure spirit body and the primordial sacred body, there are other physiques that cultivate martial arts very quickly, but that remains unknown. Wang Chuan explained helplessly, effectively dousing the 2 with a bucket of cold water. After all, if Qin Yunfan were truly a sacred body, it would be a great boon for the increasingly dire situation. However, after the initial excitement, the 2 thought carefully. If sacred bodies were so easy to come by, they wouldn't be so cherished. Only Chen Yunfan remained unfazed. Sacred body? Is a sacred body more powerful than a system? Given time, surpassing the achievements established by those sacred bodies is just a matter of time. If it's not a sacred body, then it's not. A spirit body is already quite good. Last year, those battle body ceilings were fiercely contested by major prestigious schools, and a pure spirit body is at least at the level of the 3 major prestigious schools. Kid, you're already quite impressive. Worried that Chen Yunfan might feel disappointed, Su Shanha laughed heartily and suddenly brought up another matter. Chen kid, do you know about the provincial league? Chen Yunfan shook his head. Previously, his talent was too poor, and cultivation took up a lot of time, so he naturally had no time to pay attention to other things. This time, the elite training camp held by the city has one of its purposes to select geniuses and concentrate resources for their cultivation. The second purpose is to prepare for the provincial league in half a month. Through Su Shanha's explanation, Chen Yunfan had a rough idea of what the provincial league was about. Simply put, the provincial league in Zhengzhou province is also an assessment of the educational systems of various cities within the province. The final results will directly affect resource allocation for the following year. For everyone, this is a very important matter, and prior to this, the ranking of the Hanchuan-based city had been at the bottom for 8 consecutive years, truly a sight to behold. Raising gu? After listening, Chen Yunfan uttered 2 words. Su Shanha nodded slightly, a bit helpless. That's right, it's about raising gu, using resources to pressure the education systems in various places, exhausting all efforts to cultivate students. Is the situation that dire? Chen Yunfan asked, puzzled. The gu-raising style of cultivation would lead to a severe imbalance in resource distribution, distorting the social system, which is not a good thing in the long run. Compared to the provincial capital with the largest population, Hanchuan-based city is remote, nestled against the mountains, and has a very small area, with a population less than 1/30th of the provincial capital. In such a small place, whether it's cultivation resources or martial arts atmosphere, it simply cannot compare to other cities, let alone the provincial capital, so it's only natural that resources would continuously flow away. This would create a situation where gradually, the most talented individuals or those from wealthy families in Hanchuan-based city would be eager to rush to the provincial capital. As a result, the resource distribution in Hanchuan-based city would dwindle, leading to an increasing number of talentless commoners, ultimately rendering the entire Hanchuan-based city completely useless. However, since the authorities have chosen this unfair approach, there must be other reasons behind it. For example, one of his speculations, with spatial passages frequently appearing, the pressure from external ferocious beasts has surged, and the holy martial realm is still watching closely. The fall of the entire Blue Star only requires a single opportunity. Thus, the authorities would use this gu-raising method to cultivate top-tier prodigies. One martial saint can stand against thousands of troops. It's not a joke. Alas, do you know about the situation in the East Japan? Su Shanha sighed, and Chen Yunfan honestly shook his head. Before the martial arts reform, it was already a top world power, and after the spatial passages opened and the ferocious beasts invaded, it remained a top power. With advanced technology and top-tier combat strength, it could rank in the top 10 globally, but 6 months ago, a spatial passage suddenly opened in its capital, Tokyo. The earth shook, and 10 beast emperors on par with martial saints descended. Within a day, the entire East Japan completely fell. Although they eventually received support from various countries and killed those alien beasts, East Japan's national strength rapidly declined, becoming a country that could only survive by relying on the garrison of other nations. Finally, investigations revealed that besides the invasion of ferocious beasts, there were also strong figures from the holy martial realm fanning the flames. As Su Shanha spoke, the expressions of the three became extremely serious. The invasion of ferocious beasts and the holy martial realm's watchful eyes made it extremely difficult for the countries of Blue Star to deal with even one, let alone two. Currently, there is also internal turmoil within the holy martial realm, leaving no time to deal with Blue Star. Otherwise, with the increasing number of spatial passages, if the holy martial realm were to take action, Blue Star would instantly become a colony of the holy martial realm. But the turmoil will eventually come to an end, and if Blue Star does not have enough strong individuals appear by then, destruction will be imminent. Infected by the seriousness of the three, Chen Yunfan's expression also became grave. When he was weak before, he didn't know much. He spent every day immersed in cultivation, oblivious to the urgent situation now. He must improve his strength. With strength, in the face of sudden changes in the future, he could respond to changes without changing. Chen Yunfan let out a long breath, twisting his neck uncomfortably. For some reason, he felt as if someone had a knife pressed against his neck, which made him very uncomfortable. Let's not talk about this. Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people watching over it. You students just need to focus on your cultivation. Su Shanha rarely became serious, revealing a smile. Chen Yunfan nodded. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's lighten things up. When you enter the city training camp, train well to prepare for battles and recover from injuries. By then, Hanchuan will form a team to go to the provincial capital for the provincial league, and if the results are good, there will be substantial rewards from the provincial capital to Hanchuan. Profound level martial arts, A-level battle armor, and even life-saving treasures obtained from the holy martial realm. This is still a reward from the organizers. I'll make you a promise. If you achieve results and showcase the spirit of Hanchuan, I'll let you enter the resource pool of my Hanchuan base city, and you can choose any item below level 6. Different resources are classified by levels, from level 1 to level 9, with even higher divine level resources. For instance, the Beast Spirit Liquid is a level 1 resource, while the 100 Beast Spirit Liquid is a level 3 resource. Resources that reach level 6 often exceed a value of tens of millions. I guarantee to complete the task. Chen Yunfan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Level 6 resources. High-grade martial arts of the Xian rank belong to level 6 resources, and if it's high-grade martial arts from the Holy Martial Realm, it would be even stronger. The power of the diamond body made him yearn even more for higher-tier martial arts. At this moment, in his joy, the pain in his chest eased significantly. It's a deal. Su Shanha smiled. Everything they wanted to know was revealed, and the three of them had to get back to their own tasks. The city defense army needed the man with the square face to hold the fort, while Wang Chuan had to handle the elite selection for the entire base city. Usually the most leisurely, Su Shanha also had to return today to preside over an internal meeting of the Martial Arts Association. However, before leaving, all three left their contact information for Chen Yunfan and promised to handle the matters concerning the Luo family. Sentences would be served, and matters would be dealt with. This referred specifically to Luo Guani and Luo Mingyuan, and their downfall would also deal a heavy blow to the Hanchuan Luo family. Although the other members of the Luo family had not offended Chen Yunfan, they would share in the glory and the losses. They enjoyed the conveniences brought by Luo Guani and Luo Mingyuan's strength and positions. Naturally, they would have to bear the corresponding consequences when disaster struck. Moreover, after pulling Luo Guani out from underground, Su Shanha assured Chen Yunfan that he could hit the Luo family hard. After all, the assassination of a talented student could be considered treason in the worst case, and just a scare could make them bleed quite a bit. Chen Yunfan was quite satisfied with this outcome. Thank you, President. Finally, after taking the elixir and recovering somewhat, he returned to his original class, Class 8. However, unlike before when he was just an unnoticed presence, Luo Yunfan was now a campus star. He was facing off against a master. Although Luo Guani had self-proclaimed himself as a master of the second rank, he was still a figure that could only be seen on television. Even when national star Kai Kuan came, he might not have the prestige that Chen Yunfan had at this moment in the first high school. Boys admired him, while girls, due to their natural admiration for strong figures, had a large number of crushes on Chen Yunfan. The most obvious sign was that when Chen Yunfan returned to his seat, the entire table was filled with letters printed with pink hearts. I really am not used to this. Chen Yunfan sighed inwardly, yet his heart was calm. It wasn't that there was a problem with his sexual orientation, but rather that the pressure was too great. External pressures surged in. If the spatial passage opened at that moment, despite his prowess in the arena, he would ultimately be nothing more than the excrement digested by fierce beasts. Power. Only by obtaining power could one qualify to pursue other things. On the other side, at the school gate, Su Shanha, you're being a bit too excessive with your promises. Do you even know what kind of place the provincial capital is? The teams sent from there are usually led by second-rank masters. I heard this year it's a genius with a famous sword spirit. Although Chen Yunfan's talent isn't inferior to his, he hasn't received resource support before, so his cultivation lags far behind. Setting such a high goal for him, if he loses, it will definitely backfire, and if he develops a mental demon, it would be disastrous. Wang Chuan was dissatisfied with Su Shanha's previous actions. He hadn't refuted earlier because the conversation had already concluded, and to argue would mean not believing in Chen Yunfan, which would undermine his confidence. Think positively. Do you really think that kid will be downcast after going crazy in the arena? Don't worry, if he loses, he will train harder than anyone else, and if he wins, that would be even better. Su Shanha laughed heartily, revealing his cunning nature. Wang Chuan wanted to refute him, but then he recalled Chen Yunfan's appearance on the arena. His lips twitched a few times, and in the end, he said nothing. The morning's humanities study ended quickly. Because Chen Yunfan had a fierce battle with the master Luo Guani, the arena and the surrounding environment were no longer suitable for continuing the selection. Ultimately, the selection venue was forced to move from outdoors to the indoor martial arts hall. By now, the selection had completely concluded, and both Su Shiyun and Qin Lan, who possessed first-class strength, easily made the cut. To celebrate our successful selection and to make new friends, let's go eat at Xiaoxiang Tower together, Su Shiyun suggested happily, her gaze occasionally darting towards Chen Yunfan. Clearly, the pretense of eating together was just that. The real intention was to dine with Chen Yunfan. The other selected training camp members looked at the pure and beautiful school belle in this manner, instantly feeling envious of Chen Yunfan. However, there was no hostility. After all, following the battle in the morning, Chen Yunfan had already become the top genius of the first high school. Being with the pure Su Shiyun was indeed a match made in heaven. Thus, the group of 7, along with their future team leader Cho Suyue, went to the famous restaurant Shoshang Pavilion in the city for a hearty meal. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. The Hanchuan-based city has established an elite training camp, not a baby camp. Don't think that once you enter the training camp through selection, you can continuously enjoy free resources. Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Once you enter, you will still face brutal competition. Only the victors can obtain more resource rewards, and whether it's tasks or confrontations, they are usually in the form of team versus team. So you need a team leader. In the afternoon, inside the martial arts hall, the beautiful teacher Chiu Suyue was giving a speech. As for the selection of the team leader, there are 2 methods, voting and combat. Of course, both can be done simultaneously. As she finished speaking, except for a few of Chen Yunfan's companions, everyone looked at each other. Combat? It should be a beating. They still vividly remembered the miserable state of that self-proclaimed second-class master from the morning, especially Qin Lan in the crowd. At this moment, she stood in the line feeling uneasy, anxious that Chen Yunfan would notice her. Although her good friend had said she never told Chen Yunfan that she spoke ill of him behind his back, perhaps feeling guilty, Qin Lan had completely avoided looking at him since the meal. I vote for Chen Yunfan as the captain of the school team. In the end, Chen Yunfan was unsurprisingly elected as the captain of the school team. The hearts of the people were united, and the beautiful teacher Chiu Suyue nodded, glancing at her calm and composed genius student. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Steady and mature, just looking at him felt very reassuring. He was a natural leader. Chen Yunfan, do you have any objections? If not, you are now the captain of the Hanchuan First High School team. Chen Yunfan nodded, no objections. Good. Tomorrow we will head to the training camp. Today, you will practice with each other to understand each other's strengths, so you can cooperate in battles or execute tasks later. Chiu Suyue issued instructions to everyone. Among the 7, 4 quickly paired up and began to spar, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, they would be assigned to a group with Chen Yunfan. They certainly did not want to spar with this battle maniac. After all, one careless move from him could leave them lightly injured. Sure Yun. Qinlan quickly reacted and hurriedly looked at her good friend of over a decade, wanting to find her as a sparring partner. But, Captain, please take care of me. Su Shiryun's face turned slightly red, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed fixedly at Chen Yunfan, leaving Qinlan standing in the wind, feeling disheveled. This good friend actually forgot her loyalty for the sake of appearance. Qinlan cried out in pain in her heart, and at that moment, Chiu Suyue also noticed the solitary Qinlan. I forgot, the school team has 7 members. Qinlan, you should practice with Chen Yunfan too, this way, you can create a bit of pressure for him. The thing Qinlan feared the most had happened. Moreover, this beautiful teacher's words were particularly piercing. After all the hard work and sleepless nights she had put into her training, it turned out she could only cause this guy a little trouble. Qinlan instinctively felt defiant, but then she remembered Chen Yunfan standing on the arena, fighting fiercely against a 4th-grade master. She backed down. I hope this guy will go easy on me, considering that Shiryun is his close friend. With the beautiful teacher's order, and since there was nothing else to do, Chen Yunfan began to teach the 2 girls. The body-refining martial art diamond body and the breathing technique dragon tiger chant were both new to them, so he could only start with flame burst fist. Fortunately, every time he broke through in martial arts, the related insights flooded into his brain, preventing him from being in the awkward situation of being able to fight but not explain. The core of Flame Burst Fist is not speed, nor is it strength, but extreme explosive power. When practicing, try to imagine you have only one chance to strike. You must succeed and cannot fail. You must throw a punch without holding back. Teaching and sparring went hand in hand. The effects of the elixir were excellent. Chen Yunfan had already recovered a lot and could muster the strength to feed Su Shiryun some moves. Don't hold back. One punch decides victory or defeat. One punch can fend off 100 enemies. You always think about what to do next, but you can't even get past the present. There is no future. Use all your strength. Su Shiryun threw a punch, and Chen Yunfan didn't move at all, directly acting as a human punching bag. During the sparring, it was inevitable that their hands and feet would make contact, and what astonished him was that the system's voice rang out at that moment. The fragrance of the girl is most attractive to the vigorous martial arts, and the training speed of Dragon Tiger Chant has increased to 300%. Girl's fragrance? The martial arts can still be vigorous? No, this can't be considered vigorous. This is more like being lecherous, right? Chen Yunfan's expression was extremely strange. Dragon Tiger Chant should be called Dragon Tiger Lust. The dragon has 9 sons, and indeed can be considered lecherous. As for the tiger, tiger bone powder, tiger whip, tiger kidney, and even tiger whiskers all have aphrodisiac effects, so it can also be related to lust. Chen Yunfan never expected that practicing a breathing technique would actually have something to do with lust. However, this was also good news. Previously, Luo Guanyi's breathing technique, Dragon Tiger Chant, had left a deep impression on him, forcing him to damage his own ears. Besides the combat power boost, the improvement in the breathing technique also had huge benefits for the speed of cultivating qi and true essence. With more qi and true essence, the speed of refining skin to the first grade would also accelerate, and once the skin refining was complete, he could smoothly break through to the second grade realm. This made Chen Yunfan pay more attention to the so-called martial arts teaching. Half an hour later, after Su Shiyun was exhausted and flushed, Chen Yunfan's gaze fell on Qin Lan, who had been watching the show nearby. Come on! He wasn't familiar with Qin Lan, but from the way she had looked at him earlier, it was clear that she had a lot of opinions about him. Chen Yunfan wasn't a petty person and wouldn't seek revenge or anything. At most, he would increase the intensity of the training. Qin Lan approached with her heart racing, but her inner pride prevented her from begging Chen Yunfan for mercy. Instead, she proactively assumed a starting stance. Her gaze gradually ignited with fighting spirit. Bang bang bang! The new girl's fragrance is most attractive to the vigorous martial arts, and the training speed of Dragon Tiger Chant has increased to 600%. Su Shiyun was cute and charming, while Qin Lan was tall and cool. Both were school beauties of the same age, and their influence on the breathing technique Dragon Tiger Chant was about the same. Chen Yunfan was in a very good mood, but perhaps due to the increased intensity of the manipulation, Qin Lan was exhausted after just 15 minutes, collapsing without any grace onto Su Shiyun's beautiful white silk-clad legs, gasping for breath. This scene startled the remaining four. How pitiful! Especially among the school team quartet, the only girl noticed Chen Yunfan's gaze and quickly stood up to continue practicing with her companions. Just as Chen Yunfan was also preparing to take a break, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the elegant teacher Chiu Suyue sitting not far away. Teacher Chiu, I want to improve. Can you be my sparring partner? In response to her genius student's request, Su Shiyun readily agreed. Chiu Suyue, now dressed in a white martial arts uniform, presented a completely different style from her previous black silk skirt. The former exuded a tempting identity, while the latter was a uniform allure. Both had a powerful impact on men, as at least the three school team members had stolen glances in this direction during the fight. Chen Yunfan, however, felt no disturbance in his heart. His fists ignited with blazing red flames as he lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch mercilessly towards Chiu Suyue's chest. The sound of air being torn apart drew the attention of all the school team members. The mature and elegant aura accumulated over time is the most attractive to the vigorous martial arts. The cultivation speed of Longhuin has increased to 1,200%. I gained a cup. It turns out Longhuin is picky. Chen Yunfan was astonished. This was not because Su Shiyun and Qin Lan were inferior in appearance and temperament compared to Chiu Suyue, but rather each had their own characteristics. Perhaps Longhuin simply preferred someone more mature. Indeed, it's Longhuin. But how wonderful! Just by sparring with beautiful women, the cultivation speed can soar. It's much better than facing life and death crises with the flame burst fist. 3 hours later, after a series of drills with the three beauties, Chen Yunfan was finally completely satisfied. Longhuin, proficient, 1%. After successfully advancing from beginner to proficient in martial arts, he also gained the special effect of Longhuin at proficiency. Tiger Roar. At the moment of activation, the sound of the tiger's roar suddenly erupted in his ears. Using it unexpectedly in battle could definitely catch opponents off guard and even change the course of the fight. I'm exhausted from practicing all afternoon, let's take a break. Just in time, the selections from other schools have also concluded, so we can take a look to prepare for the confrontations in the training camp. Chiu Suyue invited everyone to sit down. Hanchuan Base City is not large, with only about 20 high schools, and the screenings are shown in order of the schools. Everyone was feeling drowsy. After all, in Hanchuan Base City, only the first, second, and third high schools are key high schools, where first-grade martial artists have emerged among the student body. The remaining ordinary high schools do not have a single first-grade martial artist. The gap between the other high schools and the first high school is not trivial. This drowsy state continued until the video reached the second high school. Chen Yunfan suddenly noticed that everyone had perked up, sitting up straight and staring intently at the projection screen, their expressions unusually serious. What's going on? Chen Yunfan was quite puzzled. No one paid attention to the selection footage from the second and third high schools, which are key high schools, but now everyone was focused on the ordinary 20th high school. Don't you know? Seeing Chen Yunfan shake his head, Su Shiyun immediately brightened and leaned closer to explain. You should know about the provincial league. Our Hanchuan has been last for 8 consecutive years. Although there hasn't been any accountability from above, we still feel a bit embarrassed. So this year, the higher-ups invited external help to the provincial city, changing their student status to Hanchuan, and now they're studying at the 20th high school. I think their name is Mu Yu. I've heard that their strength is very formidable. In the senior circle of the provincial city, they can rank in the top 15, and they are also the designated captain for the Hanchuan team in the upcoming provincial league. However, he was just the previously appointed captain. I believe you must be much stronger than him. Su Shiryun's eyes sparkled like little stars, while Qin Lan beside her curled her lips. Strong or not, that Mu Yu is said to be quite formidable as well, and he has a special physique. If it comes to a real fight, the outcome is uncertain. So that's how it is, Chen Yunfan realized, understanding why the expressions of the others suddenly became serious. Although both the second and third schools are key players, there is still a gap in overall strength compared to the first school. Instead, the 20th school, with its provincial city reinforcements, has become the biggest rival to the first school. Next is the selection video from the 20th school. Pay close attention, Xiao Siyu said with a serious expression, and the other team members straightened up, focusing intently on the projection. Unlike the first school's defending champion who selects winners, the 20th school implements a free-for-all system. After determining over 100 outstanding students, they all compete on a massive stage, with the last 7 standing on the stage earning spots on the school team. Among the crowd, a handsome young man with a proud demeanor was immediately besieged by everyone at the start. Mu Yu. With so many people attacking, even a strong reinforcement from the provincial city would have a hard time, a boy from the team murmured. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle showcased a one-sided domination. Mu Yu overwhelmed the others. The proud young man's pale hands transformed into 2 thin, grayish claws, with sharp yet uneven nails protruding. Wherever he passed, blood sprayed. In just a few minutes, only the proud young man stood tall on the stage. So strong, just as strong as the captain. I've never seen such martial arts. It looks more like some kind of special physique. I heard this person barely made it into the top 50 in the provincial city, yet in Hanchuan, he can sweep away all the students. Fighting 1 against 100, with no defense the entire time, how refined must his skin be? First grade skin refining, second grade muscle refining, third grade bone tempering, refers to what needs to be done at each stage besides cultivating vital energy in true essence. Vital energy provides vitality and endurance, while true essence allows martial arts to manifest extraordinary effects and enhance power. By continuously refining the skin with both, a martial artist truly transforms into a humanoid weapon capable of both attack and defense. Currently, all members of the first school's team are just at the entry level of the first grade, and Chen Yunfan is no exception. His skin is just beginning to be refined. In contrast, the young man on the screen has already reached a very deep level of refinement. If refining were graded, everyone from the first school would only be considered beginners, while the opponent has already achieved great success. The team members, who had initially felt quite relaxed, became serious after watching the video. If their captain Chen Yunfan were in peak condition, handling the opponent would definitely be no problem. But the key is that their captain was seriously injured in the previous battle. Not to mention a quick recovery, even 10 days to half a month would be quite difficult. And tomorrow they are set to participate in the training camp. How will they face the opponent then? It's okay, without the captain, there's still me and Qin Lan. We're also quite strong. With the confident reassurance from the beautiful school flower Su Shiryun, the expressions of the 4 improved slightly. After all, the worst outcome in the training camp would be dropping from first to second. With their overall strength and the presence of their second-grade captain Chen Yunfan, sweeping away the other school teams should still be completely fine. However, Chen Yunfan's expression remained unfazed. For words, just do it. He could handle a 4th-grade master without issue. Would he be afraid of a 1st-grade martial artist? A fierce tiger has no ravines in its eyes. In front of a coward, there are only obstacles. Nevertheless, Chen Yunfan was very interested in the opponent's special physique. After watching all the battle videos from the schools, the school bell rang, and the 7 members of the team walked out of the martial arts hall, heading towards the teaching building. They prepared to pack up and leave school to head to the training site tomorrow. On the way, the 7 attracted quite a few glances. This team has the school beauty, the rich young master, the martial arts association's young lady, and the unparalleled warrior who fought fiercely against a 4th-grade master this morning. Among them, the most attention-grabbing is the calm young man in black amidst the crowd. Are you Chen Yunfan? A voice filled with hostility suddenly rang out, instantly attracting the attention of all the passing students. Following the sound, they saw a girl dressed in martial arts attire with a cold expression, holding a long spear, staring icily at Chen Yunfan. Beside her were 2 figures. One appeared somewhat aged, with graying hair and a hunched back, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. The other was Su Shiryun's father, Su Shanha, the president of the Martial Arts Association, whom Chen Yunfan had just seen that morning. President? Who is this? Chen Yunfan asked, puzzled. Without needing to think much, he knew that this girl and the old man must be from the Luo family. What intrigued him was what they were here for. Before leaving, Su Shanha had mentioned that they might come to personally apologize, but this posture looked more like seeking revenge. This is Luo Tu, the head of the Luo family, and the father of Luo Guani and Luo Mingyuan. Upon hearing about the incidents involving his two sons, he was extremely furious. Not only does he intend to severely punish Luo Mingyuan and Luo Guani when they are released, but he also rushed over to personally apologize to you, Chen. Su Shanha introduced, and Chen Yunfan frowned. Severe punishment? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Not to mention Luo Mingyuan, just considering Luo Guani, who had openly attacked him. According to the law, this was a serious crime, the worst of the worst, with the lightest punishment being imprisonment, and the most severe resulting in public execution. After all, above martial artists, there are nations and laws. Although there is more leniency towards the strong, a fourth-grade master is not considered a super-strong individual and is still subject to restrictions. But why did it seem that Luo Guani was not only fine but would soon be released? Was it the intention of the higher-ups in Hanchuan? Chen Yunfan's expression darkened. He felt somewhat disheartened. Alas, kid, don't think too much. I spoke to the higher-ups in Hanchuan about your situation, and they were furious. They originally intended to severely punish Luo Guani, sending him to the front lines to fight against fierce beasts permanently. However, it was unexpected that the great master of the Luo family had died decades ago, and the family sentiment still lingers. A certain high-ranking figure intervened, and since you are not in serious trouble, this is the result. Su Shanha conveyed this through a secret transmission. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunfan felt somewhat relieved. It seems that no matter the era, it is still a society of human emotions, but it also relates to his own lack of strength. If he were strong enough, even if Luo Tu were to break his head, that high-ranking figure would not dare to intervene. Strength, strength, indeed it is a world where the strong are respected. I like it. Chen Yunfan suppressed his restlessness and smiled at Su Shanha, indicating his understanding. This young friend must be Chen Yunfan, right? With a remarkable demeanor and shining eyes, exuding a vigorous aura, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. As the head of the Luo family, I feel deeply ashamed of your experience. But rest assured, once the two come out from the inspection bureau, I will definitely impose strict punishment to vent your grievances. I also came to personally apologize to you. As an apology, I specially selected a C-grade battle weapon suitable for a first-grade martial artist to gift to you. As he spoke, Luo Tu's gaze swept over Chen Yunfan, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. With his two sons imprisoned and his grandson Luo Xin in despair, he had only heard about the events through hearsay. He did not believe a word of the rumors about fighting against a master. Even if his eldest son Luo Guani had self-proclaimed his cultivation level and dropped to second grade, he was definitely not someone a first-grade martial artist could provoke, let alone the rumor that Luo Guani had unleashed all his strength only to be blocked by this young man before him. Absurd to the extreme. If it weren't for Su Shanha's face, he wouldn't have even come here, let alone apologize. In fact, this is also due to the decisions made by the higher-ups in Hanchuan. Out of concern for Chen Yunfan's safety and the future of the Provincial League, the higher-ups decided to keep all of Chen Yunfan's battle videos under wraps. After all, they couldn't allow teams from other cities to conduct targeted research on Chen Yunfan in advance. This led to Luo Tu being unable to believe the results of the daytime battle at all. C-class warrior? That's right, just suitable for a first-class martial artist's C-class warrior. A false smile appeared on Luo Tu's face, masking his disdain at the corners of his mouth, while Chen Yunfan's brows furrowed into a shape. Warriors, weapons infused with otherworldly alloys, combine various excellent characteristics and possess formidable lethality, making them standard equipment for martial artists. However, even the cheapest E-class warrior costs 100,000, while C-class warriors start at 1,000,000. If he had obtained a C-class warrior worth 1,000,000 at any other time, Chen Yunfan would have been very happy. But now, Chen Yunfan was not satisfied. Was his life only worth 1,000,000? This point clearly showed that the other party's apology lacked any sincerity and even carried a hint of humiliation. He couldn't be blamed for what would happen next. Thank you, Master Luo. The warrior you mentioned should be that one, right? Little girl, bring it over. Chen Yunfan looked at the girl who had previously glared at him and spoke in a commanding tone. As the daughter of the fourth-grade master Luo Guani and the once proud daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yi felt very proud. So when she heard the rumors that her father, with his second-grade cultivation, couldn't defeat the seemingly inconspicuous boy, she found it completely unbelievable and unacceptable. It was simply ridiculous. She had only one goal for this trip: to beat this guy up and then strip him naked to hang him on a tree. That way, the rumors would surely fall apart. Coming here in anger, she was further infuriated when this guy dared to order her around. Luo Yi's grip on her spear tightened. Crack! The floor tiles shattered as the tail of the spear was driven into the ground, while Luo Yi's blood surged, her gaze cold and full of provocation. I heard you're very powerful, even able to defeat my father. As his daughter, I want to experience your skills. If you defeat me, this warrior will be yours, but if I trample you underfoot, then this warrior will have nothing to do with you. Luo Tu frowned and pretended to scold. Don't be reckless. Even if Chen loses, this warrior still belongs to him. Though he scolded her, he was pleased to see this situation. It was just the right opportunity to witness how ridiculous the rumors were. Compared to the idea of framing a high school student or harming one and getting caught, Luo Tu believed there was another conspiracy at play. Meanwhile, Su Shanha and several members of the school team showed strange smiles. Even if the captain was injured, he was not someone an ordinary first-class martial artist could provoke. Be gentle, this old man appears to be 4th grade, but he has actually broken through to 5th grade. If you anger him, it could be a bit troublesome, Su Shanho whispered, and Chen Yunfan was taken aback. 5th grade master, and it was merely a trouble? It seemed that this President Su was definitely not an ordinary figure among the 5th grade masters, and Chen Yunfan felt no worries in his heart. Since we are going to compete, let's do it. It's just the right time to test out my new breathing technique. Hearing Chen Yunfan's words, Luo Yi was very displeased. Boasting like that, just wait until I trample you underfoot, then we'll see what you do. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yi was about to make her move. However, the next moment, a soul-shaking tiger roar suddenly exploded in her ears like thunder. Roar! Luo Yi felt her head and eardrums throb painfully, as if hundreds of fierce tigers were roaring beside her, mixed with a strong aura of death. It felt as if she would be devoured alive in the next instant. Under the fierce impact of this momentum and aura, Luo Yi's body trembled, and her mind momentarily went blank. Kneel down! Suddenly, a solemn and imposing voice exploded in her ear again, like the might of heaven, pulling Luo Yi briefly back from her daze. But as she took in everything before her, her black pupils suddenly constricted, and her beautiful face turned pale. In front of her stood the black-clad youth she had just looked down upon, now towering at 2 meters tall, his skin radiating a glass-like brilliance, standing there like a great sun, with a fierce golden figure standing proudly behind him. He resembled a legendary deity. Another wave of intense visual and mental shock hit her. Under the continuous onslaught, Luo Yi felt dizzy, her body losing control. She unconsciously obeyed the words of the deity before her, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, her legs went weak, and she truly knelt down on the ground. What the hell? What the hell? She knelt. She really knelt. What is going on? Words manifesting into reality? Forcing a first-grade martial artist of the same realm to kneel? Is this something a human can control? My god, no wonder he's the god Su. So fierce. The exclamations of the students rang in her ears, and Luo Yi finally came to her senses, her first reaction being confusion. Kneel? What kneel? And how in the blink of an eye did everyone around her grow so much taller, all wearing that strange expression? Looking down again, Luo Yi was stunned. Ah! A scream comparable to a sonic martial art echoed throughout the campus. After stopping, Luo Yi's face flushed red, and she sprang up from the ground, charging angrily towards Chen Yunfan, a sharp short sword appearing in her hand, aimed directly at his chest. However, in the next moment, the furious Luo Yi halted mid-sprint. She stood still. The expression on her face, besides hatred, was mixed with deep disbelief as she stared at the black-clad youth before her. At that moment, Chen Yunfan was holding a long spear, pointed directly at her. The sharp tip was pressed against her forehead, closely touching her skin, sending a cold chill and a stinging sensation through her, making Luo Yi's scalp tingle. If she hadn't braked in time, she would have already been pierced through the forehead by the spear tip. Her brain matter splattered everywhere. This guy actually wanted to kill her. How dare he? Luo Yi was both furious and aggrieved, looking towards her grandfather Luo Tu, who had always doted on her. But Luo Tu no longer wore the previous disdain. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed, his narrowed eyes fixed intently on Chen Yunfan. As a master, his vision was incredibly broad, yet he couldn't recognize the martial arts of this glass-like body, bearing the golden figure behind him, what it truly was. But whatever it was definitely very powerful. And this mysterious level breathing technique, tiger and dragon chant, could actually produce the sound of a tiger's roar, indicating mastery of the realm. Yet he, a 5th grade master, was only at the level of mastery with the same breathing technique, but they were separated by decades. This was definitely a high school student with no background in the records, not a descendant of a hidden family or the illegitimate child of some martial saint, right? If Luo Tu had not believed a word of the rumors before, he was now convinced by 80%. The remaining 20% could only be clarified after his son Luo Guani was released from prison. "Grandpa, stand up for me." In front of everyone, losing face in such a humiliating manner, Luoyi's hatred for Chen Yunfan had solidified into something tangible. But unable to take revenge with her own strength, she could only plead with her master grandfather to take action and kill this bastard who had embarrassed her. "Don't be foolish. Can't you see this young friend has already shown mercy? Hurry up and thank him." Luo Tu's face darkened. Did he really think the Martial Association president beside him was just a bystander? "Why should I?" Luoyi, blinded by anger, felt unwilling, but under her grandfather's stern gaze, she finally turned her face away reluctantly. "Thank you. You're welcome." Although dissatisfied with the compensation from the Luo family, Chen Yunfan was extremely pleased with the feel of this C-grade battle weapon. He really liked it. "It seems this battle weapon is quite to your liking, my young friend. The apology has been delivered, so we won't linger any longer. Wishing you great success in your college entrance examination and a bright future." After a round of hypocritical compliments, Luo Tu quickly left with his granddaughter Luoyi, and the members of the school team could no longer hold back. "Captain, are you going against the heavens? With your words, the law follows." "Captain, are you a cultivator from the TV shows? So cool." "Captain, do you not have a girlfriend yet? Can I pursue you?" The short-haired girl from the school team joked, making Su Shiryun nervously glance at Chen Yunfan. Upon discovering that his gaze was completely unfazed, she felt slightly relieved. Thankfully, it was exactly the same as the way he looked at her. Unsure whether to be happy or frustrated, Su Shiryun's curiosity was soon filled again. How did he just do that? In fact, the members of the school team, along with Chiu Suyue, Su Shanha, and passing students, all knew that Chen Yunfan would definitely win. But they never expected it to be so easy, even a bit abnormal. One word and the opponent knelt. Before anyone could ask, Su Shanha eagerly pulled Chen Yunfan to a corner, his face filled with shock and disbelief. "Isn't your breathing technique the low-grade yellow-leveled manticore strength? How did it turn into the profound level dragon tiger chant? And it's at the proficient level." The sound of the tiger's roar, although it exploded in Luoyi's ears, was perceived sharply by Su Shanha, a 5th-grade master. That's why he was so shocked. After all, the cultivation of breathing techniques is considered the most difficult among all martial arts, and the higher the level, the harder it is. The breathing technique he was currently practicing, although not dragon tiger chant, was only a mid-grade profound level, and it took him several years to reach the proficient level. And how long had Chen Yunfan been practicing? What made Su Shanha even more curious was how the other party obtained the low-grade profound breathing technique Dragon Tiger Chant, as one would normally only qualify to choose a profound martial art upon reaching the 3rd-grade realm. It was actually a coincidence. At that time, when I fought Luo Guani, the opponent used a breathing technique to influence me before the battle. I don't know why, but when I heard that soul-stirring tiger's roar, I suddenly thought of my own breathing technique, manticore strength, and upon careful comparison, I found many similarities. So, after a little modification and sudden enlightenment, I was able to produce the tiger's roar. It turned out this was actually the profound-level breathing technique Dragon Tiger Chant. Chen Yunfan made a slight embellishment of the facts. It wasn't exactly a lie, so he appeared very calm. Su Shanha stared at Chen Yunfan for a long time, and after confirming that the other party was really not talking nonsense, he finally swallowed hard. Damn it! This is going against the heavens. With just a simple contact, he was able to achieve sudden enlightenment and then improve a low-level breathing technique, tracing it back to its origins. It sounded like a story. If anyone else dared to say this, Su Shanha would absolutely not believe a word, even thinking the other person was trying to fool him and would beat them up. But Chen Yunfan, he had no choice but to believe. The ultimate flame explosion fist and the ultimate diamond body had already indirectly verified Chen Yunfan's comprehension, especially since the diamond body was a difficult-to-cultivate martial art in the sacred martial realm. Minutes passed, and Su Shanha gradually calmed down. There are indeed similarities between Dragon Tiger Chant and Manticore Strength. To be precise, Manticore Strength is derived from Dragon Tiger Chant, which was compiled by a martial arts genius 100 years ago and successfully selected as one of the many basic breathing techniques in the Xia Kingdom. But I've never heard of anyone being able to learn Manticore Strength and then deduce the low-grade profound breathing technique Dragon Tiger Chant from it. You brat, you've really given me a shock. Just lucky. Now you know humility, didn't you just make someone kneel? Su Shanha joked, but he had no objections to Chen Yunfan's actions. In the high martial world, there was no respect for the elderly or love for the young, let alone any courtesy towards women. Everyone was absolutely equal, since you provoked first, then being humiliated in return was well deserved, and no one would think Chen Yunfan did anything wrong. On the contrary, Su Shanha admired Chen Yunfan's decisive character of repaying grievances with grievances. Alright, this isn't a big deal, but I want to remind you to be careful of the Luo family. Although that connection has been exhausted, the Luo family has successfully retained a 4th grade master, and with Luo 2 breaking through to 5th grade, the Luo family is definitely one of the strongest forces in the entire Hanchuan base city. You've made a great enemy now. I can guarantee you're absolutely safe within the base city, but in the wilderness, there are too many uncertainties. Always keep an eye out. If nothing major happens, try not to leave the city. After advising Chen Yunfan, Su Shanha prepared to leave, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of his daughter Su Shiyun nearby, blinking her big eyes repeatedly. It seemed like she was reminding him of something. Oh right. Su Shanha slapped his thigh and said with a smile, Yunfan, you and Shiyun have been classmates since elementary school. Back in elementary and middle school, your aunt and I were always on the front lines, neglecting Shiyun's care. I didn't expect her to face such exclusion. Thanks to your help back then, I haven't properly thanked you yet. How about we have dinner together tonight? Your aunt and I can thank you in person. Su Shiyun nodded along, her delicate face full of anticipation. Although I can't cook, I can make noodles for you tonight. Looking at Su Shiyun's serious expression, Chen Yunfan refrained from mentioning the internet meme from his past life. Otherwise, given her personality, he probably wouldn't have the face to see her again in the future. President, I'm fine with dinner, but let's skip the thanks. That was something I should have done, and your aunt already compensated me back then with a beast spirit liquid. Remembering the past, Chen Yunfan smiled slightly. Is that so? I might have been too busy to remember. Then let's not talk about thanks. Let's just have a simple meal at home. Su Shanha showed no signs of hiding his appreciation, and Chen Yunfan nodded. After bidding farewell to Su Shanha, Su Shiyun, and the members of the school team, Chen Yunfan returned to his classroom to pack his bag and left the school. Standing at the school gate, he took a last look at the high school he had attended for 3 years. In truth, he had no special feelings. At most, he would reminisce a bit, as life needed to look forward. At the No. 20 Middle School. Inside the martial arts hall, a handsome and extraordinary young man was practicing against a combat robot, moving swiftly as the sounds of explosions and shrieks echoed throughout the hall. 6 members of the school team waited quietly on the side, including Luoi, who had appeared on the campus of No. 1 Middle School in the afternoon. After a few minutes, the combat robot fell to the ground, and the handsome young man finally stopped his attacks and stepped down from the ring. However, he did not immediately pay attention to the school team members but walked straight to a distant rest table to drink some water before speaking indifferently. What's the matter? Seeing this, Luoi hurriedly approached. Gone was the aggressive demeanor from the afternoon. Instead, she appeared like a delicate girl, tearful and soft. Muyu Gij, you must help me get revenge. That Chen Yunfan is simply too despicable, using soundwave martial arts to sneak attack and making me look foolish in front of so many people. When we have training tomorrow, I want to strip him naked and hang him on a tree, then whip him until his skin is torn and flesh is lacerated. The young man was none other than Muyu, a strong reinforcement invited from the provincial city by the higher-ups of Hanchuan. Growing up in an environment filled with martial arts geniuses in the provincial city, Muyu looked down on Hanchuan base city, believing that coming here was a waste of time. However, the price offered by Hanchuan was very high, and in the end, he still came. This trip was solely to help Hanchuan base city gain a ranking. He didn't want to get involved in other matters, but he thought that the Luo family seemed to have connections with that big figure. After pondering for a moment, Muyu calmly nodded. Alright. He had heard the name Chen Yunfan many times today, but he hadn't taken it to heart. He could also defeat Rosen in an instant. Making Luo kneel was merely a surprise attack using soundwave martial arts, nothing significant. As for contending with a 4th grade master, without any video evidence, Muyu considered it a joke. Even if the rumors were true that the 4th grade master had lowered his cultivation to 2nd grade, that was still impossible. After all, the physique of a 4th grade master and the martial arts they mastered could kill any 1st grade opponent as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Moreover, there were rumors that the 4th grade master, in a final burst of strength, couldn't even defeat the heavily injured Chen Yunfan. Absurd and laughable. Since Luoi wanted him to help vent her anger, he would simply lend a hand this time, forming a good connection that might be useful in the future. Don't worry, Brother Muyu, there definitely won't be any fatalities. Luoi nodded repeatedly, her eyes almost overflowing with hatred. Not causing fatalities didn't mean she couldn't cripple the opponent. She absolutely believed in Muyu's strength, and her father and grandfather had also affirmed it. He was undoubtedly invincible among 1st grade fighters. He would definitely crush that damned guy. Muyu did not respond and went straight back to the arena to continue his special training. He casually brushed off the small matter. For him, teaching Chen Yunfan a lesson was a trivial issue. His primary task now was to focus on training hard so he could face true prodigies in the provincial league and the college entrance examination. In the evening, the home of Su Shanha, the president of the Martial Arts Association, was very lively. Besides Su Shanha and his wife Deng Yu, and their daughter Su Shiyun, there was also Wang Chuan, the education bureau director he had met during the day. He had brought along a young man who bore some resemblance to him. The usually gentle and refined education bureau director now had an extremely vivid expression as he looked at Chen Yunfan. His expression management was nearly out of control. Su Shanha, are you sure you're not joking with me? Just from being attacked by the sound wave of Long Huin, you managed to push out the low-grade Shin-level martial art Long Huin using the Manhwa gene? These past 2 days, Wang Chuan had been busy with the selection for the elite training camp, attending press conferences, private meetings, and arranging security work. He was practically running around without a moment's rest. Even half an hour ago, he had been holding a meeting with his subordinates. When Su Shanha invited him to dinner, Wang Chuan had unhesitatingly declined. But upon hearing that Chen Yunfan had managed to combine the attack of the breathing technique Long Huin with the Manhwa gene to produce Long Huin, Wang Chuan could no longer sit still. He drove his magnetic levitation car at 400 yards per hour to reach Su Shanha's home. Yunfan, show us. Seeing his usually composed friend now in such a state of excitement, Su Shanha felt very pleased and called out to Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan had a black line on his forehead but still activated the breathing technique. A deafening tiger roar erupted, like thunder, ringing in Wang Chuan's ears, causing him to shiver all over. It wasn't from fear, but from shock. The young man beside him, who bore some resemblance to him, also changed from disbelief to a ghostly expression. Good, it really is Long Huin. No wonder you are the prodigy of Hanchuan Base City. Having you is a blessing for our Hanchuan Base City. Wang Chuan's face flushed with excitement as he vigorously patted Chen Yunfan's shoulder, trying to calm his racing heart. He then looked enviously at Su Shanha, who had been smiling ever since he learned about Chen Yunfan's talent. He understood why the other was so happy. The early bird catches the worm. Immediately, Wang Chuan couldn't help but look at his fair-skinned, very handsome son Wang Yang, and couldn't resist transmitting a message. Did you not say before that you are gay? Get this kid for me. Wang Yang was taken aback. Dad, I was just talking nonsense. If I don't say that, my mom will keep looking for a partner for me. I'm only a junior in college. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan felt very disappointed and shot his son a disapproving look, then introduced him to Chen Yunfan. Yunfan, this is my son Wang Yang. You are both the same age, so make sure to communicate well when you have time. Chen Yunfan was confused but still nodded and greeted him. Brother Wang. During the match earlier in the arena, the square-faced man, being a soldier, reacted the fastest, and his terrifying aura directly locked onto Luo Guanyi from a distance, causing his mind to falter and significantly weakening his attack power. The one who reacted next was the Education Bureau Director Wang Chuan, who used a palm technique that came down from the sky, directly embedding Luo Guanyi deep into the arena. Chen Yunfan felt grateful towards Wang Chuan. Calling the other's son Brother Wang was certainly not a loss. No, don't call me Brother Wang, I should be calling you brother. Wow, that's incredible. I also practiced Long Huin, but after a year, I barely reached a proficient level, and you, being only a senior in high school, have mastered it. Your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. Hearing about Chen Yunfan's battle against a fourth-tier opponent at home, Wang Yang didn't believe it at all. But when he casually asked his father, the strange expression on his father's face made him realize something was off, so when his father came to Uncle Su's house, he took the initiative to come along to see for himself, mainly to expose this lie. However, after arriving, he heard an even more ridiculous lie about using brute tiger strength to reverse Long Huin and quickly reaching a proficient level through sudden enlightenment. Wang Yang appeared indifferent on the surface, but inwardly he scoffed. But now, he was convinced. Putting aside the reversal, just the proficient level of Long Huin was enough to completely win him over. Alright, Lao Wang, I didn't ask you to come just to eat and drink for free. Su Shanhai interrupted the conversation among the three, and Wang Chuan asked in confusion, is there something else? Isn't the breathing technique you practice also Long Huin, and at the great accomplishment level? It's just right to guide Yunfan a bit. If he suddenly breaks through, that would be a great thing. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Chuan immediately understood Su Shanha's intention. This was to test Chen Yunfan's comprehension. If he could truly break through, it would undoubtedly solidify the possibility of Chen Yunfan's special physique. Uncle Su, are you joking? The practice of breathing techniques requires accumulation over time. It's not that easy to learn. Moreover, sudden enlightenment is extremely rare. In our entire university, there are no more than 3 students who have experienced it. Wang Yang was somewhat dumbfounded, thinking Su Shanha was joking. Can sudden enlightenment just happen because someone says it will? Who knew that Su Shanha just smiled, and Wang Chuan showed no opposition, instead looking at Chen Yunfan with an inquiring gaze. No problem. Of course, Chen Yunfan would not refuse such a good opportunity. Thus, the 4 of them went to the yard, and Wang Chuan began to teach the breathing technique Longhuin, along with some special aspects. Predecessor's transmission of skills, Longhuin leaps with joy, cultivation speed increases by 200%. The cultivation speed had a noticeable increase, but compared to the effect of practicing with the beautiful woman in the afternoon, it was lacking by more than a little. Director Wang, I think I've roughly digested and understood all of this. Could you demonstrate Longhuin for me so I can feel it in detail? Alright, but I might not control the strength well, so be careful. Teaching someone in this way was a first for Wang Chuan, who cautiously activated Longhuin. But even if the 5th-tier master's vital energy was not fully unleashed, the Longhuin he demonstrated was still extremely formidable. Roar! A tremendous dragon's roar suddenly echoed in Chen Yunfan's ears, causing his entire brain to crash, and blood gushed from his nose and ears. This scene also frightened the onlookers, especially the school beauty Su Shiyun, who was wearing an apron. With a look of grievance at Uncle Wang, she hurriedly helped Chen Yunfan up and fed him a pill. After examining him, Wang Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not serious. It's good that it's not serious, otherwise, I would definitely hold you accountable. In Su Shanha's heart, Chen Yunfan was already his designated son-in-law, someone he cherished immensely. Wang Chuan rolled his eyes, pretending not to understand Su Shanha's show-off. After a while, Chen Yunfan, resting on Su Shiyun's beautiful legs, slowly woke up. What is blocking my view? His mumbling made Su Shiyun blush deeply. After helping Chen Yunfan up, she hurried back to her room. Only then did Chen Yunfan realize what those 2 towering objects were. No wonder she was the daughter of a martial arts family, she had developed well. At that moment, the system's voice also timely echoed in his mind. The dragon's roar resounded in the mind, unceasingly. Through comprehending the true meaning of the dragon's roar, the spirit of the dragon and tiger flashed, leading to a sudden breakthrough to the great achievement realm. Great achievement. However, the price was a chaotic mind, and his already injured ears were hurt again. It seems that in this world, there really is no free lunch. The dragon and tiger roar is like this. The flame explosion fist also requires experiencing life and death crises. Only the diamond body has a bit of luck. Just listening to Buddhist scriptures is enough. How are you? Feeling better? Wang Chuan asked with a tense expression. Much better, thank you, Director Wang. Chen Yunfan smiled, leaving Wang Chuan and the others puzzled. Thank you? Thank for what? Could it be that you? Su Shanha was the first to react, his expression shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, a high-pitched dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears. Buzz! Everyone shivered, their pupils dilating, looking at Chen Yunfan as if he were a monster. This, so easy? You comprehended again. Wang Chuan looked incredulous. Having practiced the dragon and tiger roar for at least 5 years, he had barely reached the great achievement realm, yet Chen Yunfan had done it in less than a minute. As for the price? Nose and eardrum bleeding? In the eyes of a martial artist, that wasn't even considered an injury, let alone a price. Just luck. Chen Yunfan smiled humbly, but Su Shanha and Wang Chuan couldn't bring themselves to smile. As 5th-grade masters holding power in a city, they were now envious of a 1st-grade martial artist. If told to others, no one would believe it, but this was their most genuine thought deep down. The 2 had been in high positions for years, their emotional expressions relatively restrained, but Wang Yang had no such reservations and blurted out a curse. Damn it! Are you kidding? This comprehension is too abnormal. Just a few minutes have passed, and the most difficult breathing technique of the low-grade Shin level has been mastered so easily. Wang Yang was completely stunned. Previously, he had only thought that Chen Yunfan's comprehension was extraordinary, still holding a shred of doubt about the reverse deduction of the dragon and tiger roar. But after witnessing the sudden comprehension firsthand, that doubt vanished completely. After a long while, Wang Yang finally regained his composure and spoke softly. Putting everything else aside, if my mentor finds out about this, he will definitely recommend you for admission to Shanghai University. Shanghai University? Having crossed over, Chen Yunfan understood the ranking of universities in the high martial world, which was not much different from his previous life. They were divided from top to bottom into top-tier universities, key universities, and first- and second-tier universities. There were thousands of universities in the country, but only 100 were key, and only 3 were top-tier: Kyoto University, Magic City University, and Shanghai University. As the pinnacle of education, the talents nurtured by the 3 top universities account for a quarter of the entire Xia country, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are everywhere. Gaining admission to these 3 prestigious schools is the dream of all high school seniors. I heard that the admission threshold for Manhwa University is very high. Can you really be recommended so easily? Chen Yunfan asked curiously. The admission threshold is indeed high, but only for ordinary students. Take the requirement of having a first-grade cultivation level, for example. For others, it's a roadblock that they simply cannot meet, but you have already achieved it. Not only Manhwa University, but the other 2 top universities would also open their doors for you if they knew about your talent, Wang Yang said earnestly, thinking of how Chen Yunfan had a moment of enlightenment and broke through in an instant. The rumors from earlier in the day were likely true. A first-grade martial artist confronting a master, such combat power is terrifying. Although he only claimed to be a second-grade master, he could definitely overpower 99% of second graders. The fact that he could confront such a powerful opponent shows his combat instincts and experience are formidable. Coupled with his astonishing comprehension and talent, his future potential is unimaginable. I see, but I think I'll pass on the recommendation. I want to rely on my own efforts. Chen Yunfan smiled and declined, having his own thoughts. There are 3 ways to enter a top university. One is to rely on one's own abilities to pass the entrance exam, and a more advanced method is to be recommended. The most impressive scenario is when top universities come knocking on your door, offering conditions to invite you to enroll. What he wanted was the third option, to secure more resources for himself. A poor child must grow up quickly, and the system also requires more wealth points. Right, it's indeed better to rely on your own efforts to get in, Wang Yang said with a complex expression. Those super families in the provincial capital, who scramble for the coveted recommendation spots, are now faced with a young man who seems indifferent to it all. But thinking about it, given his talent, waiting for the right opportunity is indeed the best choice. Alright, stop standing outside. It looks like I'm kicking you big men out, said Deng Yu with a smile, welcoming everyone into the house. The table was filled with delicious dishes, and Chen Yunfan took a deep breath, feeling his blood boil with excitement. The food made from high-grade beast meat is even better than consuming beast essence. You have a good nose. Come sit down and try Aunt Deng's cooking. Chen Yunfan quickly took a seat, and Su Shiyun, now dressed in home attire and looking even more playful and cute, came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of plain noodles. While eating, Chen Yunfan curiously looked at Wang Yang and asked, Brother Wang, the university hasn't started its break yet, so why are you back all of a sudden? Ordinary universities are busy with studies, let alone one of the top 3, Manhwa University. Could it be that he had a mission? Thinking of this, Chen Yunfan quickly added, if it's inconvenient to say, then forget it. Wang Yang put down the large bone in his hand and smiled, there's nothing I can't say. I just took on a task at school to investigate the Holy Body sect that has emerged in Hanchuan Base City. Holy Body sect? Is it a cult? Chen Yunfan asked, curious, as it was his first time hearing about a cult. Exactly. The cult of all cults. The anomaly among anomalies. It is rumored that its leader practices a technique that can seize people's special physiques, which is very sinister. Members of the Holy Body sect blend in with the crowd, living normal lives, but in reality, they are constantly gathering intelligence, searching for special physiques to capture, to supply the leader and the holy son of the Holy Body sect. As Wang Yang spoke of the misdeeds of the Holy Body sect, Chen Yunfan furrowed his brows, finally understanding why Su Shanha and Wang Chuan chose not to report the suspicions about special physiques. Protection. But with this speed of martial arts training, even if he really doesn't have the physique, he will eventually be targeted by the Holy Body sect. However, he wasn't flustered. In the first class of high school, the beautiful teacher Chiu Suyue had said that the path of a martial artist is full of ruggedness and danger. Every master, great master, and even martial saint has experienced countless life and death crises, and he must go through all of this. After a delightful dinner, Chen Yunfan hitched a ride home with Wang Chuan. The next morning, the morning sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the ground, where students hurried to school. The chirping sounds revealed the vitality of life. Dressed in a black battlesuit and carrying the flowing cloud spear, Chen Yunfan walked down the street, attracting envious glances from many passing students. In the base city, aside from martial artists, it is strictly forbidden to carry knives or weapons. Violators are committing a crime. This means that the 18-year-old boy, who looked like just a high school student, was already a certified first-grade martial artist by the Martial Arts Association. Hanchuan Base City. At the entrance of the Martial Artist Management Association, 3 buses were parked at the entrance, with a banner reading Welcome School Team Members for Training. 20 high schools, 140 elite members, with each bus carrying 7 high schools. They were all elites, some of whom knew each other well and had good personal relationships. Although they might later compete for resources, it didn't stop them from chatting and boasting now. However, that was before. At this moment, the entire venue was silent, the atmosphere nearly frozen. All the students and accompanying teachers focused their gazes on the two teams in the crowd. You guys from one high school are really interesting. Rumors say a first-grade martial artist is competing against a fourth-grade master, and in the end, it's evenly matched. Aren't you afraid of making others laugh their teeth out? The most ridiculous is that Chen Yunfan. His face is really thick-skinned. He doesn't even stand up to explain. Does he want to just admit it like this? Luoyi crossed her arms, her face full of sarcasm. In contrast, the members of one high school looked indignant. They wanted to argue but couldn't produce any evidence, and their powerless appearance drew more and more strange looks towards them. They all knew about yesterday's events. To be precise, all high schools knew, but whether they believed it was another matter. In any case, most people did not believe it. After all, it was just a rumor, and there wasn't even a video. Whether it's true or false, the training camp will naturally find out. As Chen Yunfan's number one fan, Su Shiryun was the first to stand up and refute. Xinlan also coldly stared at the other side. Let's not talk about whether our captain is thick-skinned. Your skin is quite thick. You knelt in front of so many people yesterday, and today you act as if nothing happened. Your skin is really not just thick. Xinlan's words hit Luoyi's sore spot. Luoyi's originally mocking expression immediately turned red, especially when surrounded by many strange gazes. She wished she could directly tear Xinlan's mouth apart. However, her strength limited her actions, and she could only turn her head and look pitifully at Muyu, who was sitting calmly in the bus. Brother Muyu. Muyu frowned, but thinking of what he promised yesterday, he finally opened his eyes and calmly turned to Xinlan. Apologize. His voice was devoid of sadness or joy, yet it was filled with a commanding and domineering tone. Xinlan wanted to refute, but upon locking eyes, she suddenly noticed the black and white pupils of the other party gradually turning gray, like the eyes of a dead person, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. A huge sense of suffocation rushed over her, and Xinlan instinctively took a step back. As a close friend, Su Shiryun absolutely defended Xinlan. Why apologize? Did she say anything wrong? Even if she did say something wrong, it was Luoyi who was at fault first. She should apologize first. Muyu's indifferent gaze turned towards Su Shiryun. Those eyes were indescribable, not feigned coldness, but like the eyes of an old man nearing death, devoid of any vitality. Su Shiryun, who had never experienced bloodshed, was startled, her steps involuntarily retreating. In the world of martial artists, there is only strength and weakness, no right or wrong. I am strong, and that is the reason. Now, let her apologize to my team member. Otherwise, I will personally teach her how to apologize. The voice was calm yet surprisingly domineering. Besides the absolute confidence given by his own strength, he also had the backing of his family, completely unafraid of the opponent's master father. Muyu's words plunged the already oppressive atmosphere into an icy silence. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene unfold. The boys couldn't help but curse the rumored Chen Yunfan, knowing that offending Luoyi meant he dared not come early, yet allowed the beautiful girl from the same team to suffer. They despised him in their hearts, but no one stood up to support Xinlan. After all, everyone knew the opponent was a genius from the provincial capital, a strong reinforcement hired at great expense by Hanchuan, and also the designated captain of the city team. Offending him would surely lead to dire consequences. Moreover, even if someone stood up, what good would it do besides getting beaten? At this moment, unless the higher-ups of the training camp intervened, it would be useless for anyone else to step forward. This provincial capital genius really acts with such dominance. The teacher leading the team from the first high school frowned, but it was merely dissatisfaction. There was no intention to intervene. After all, joining the training camp meant being willing to engage in brutal competition, and that competition had already begun. It seemed that Muyu was forcing Xinlan to apologize, but in reality, he was establishing his authority and shaping the image of a captain in advance. Geniuses are like this. Being strong and assertive is not wrong. At least they are not easily bullied. The teacher from the 20th high school said with a smile, then turned to look at the beautiful teacher Chiao Suyue. But Teacher Chiao, what is the situation at your first high school now? How could such outrageous news about a first-grade battlemaster come out? And why hasn't it been clarified? If you ask me, the root of this conflict is also due to your first high school's inaction. And that Chen whatever, how could he just accept the rumors of being a battlemaster? It's too absurd. Xiao Suyue ignored him, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Xinlan. The training camp was about to start, and if she got injured now, it would greatly affect the training's effectiveness, resulting in significant losses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xinlan clenched her fists, her face filled with humiliation. This was her first experience of society's cruelty, but fortunately, her best friend Su Shiryun still stood firmly by her side. Just wait, once I become stronger, I will definitely hang you up on a tree and beat you. Swearing silently in her heart, Shinlan prepared to bow her head and admit defeat. After all, being weak was the original sin, and she truly was not the opponent's match. What happened? Why is it so lively? Before Shinlan's apology could fall, a light and casual voice rang out from outside the crowd. Captain! The familiar voice invigorated the entire first high school team. Even Shinlan, who had once disliked him, turned around in surprise. The closed crowd automatically opened a passage. A tall figure, bearing a silver-white long spear, appeared in everyone's sight. Is this the captain of the first high school team? So cool and aloof. Isn't he the one rumored to be a first-grade battle master and a fourth-grade master? He looks good, but that seems impossible. There's no need to question that. It definitely can't be true. It's absolutely a case of misinformation. But even if it's not, the fact that he can kill a first-grade martial artist is true. His overall strength is definitely among the top in the entire training camp, and only that Muyu can suppress him. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Luoyi stared fiercely at Chen Yunfan, her smile long gone, replaced by gritted teeth. Chen Yunfan, all her humiliation must be accounted for from the other party. Fortunately, Muyu has already agreed to take action, so dealing with the opponent will definitely not be a problem. Is my full name something you can call out? Although we are all third-year students, there's something your captain said that I find very reasonable. The strong are respected. I am stronger than you, so you should call me Senior Chen. Now apologize to me. Chen Yunfan's smile faded as he looked at Luoyi with a cold tone. A set of twisted reasoning directly left Luoyi stunned. The crowd was also stirred. Just moments ago, the external reinforcement Muyu had made Shinlan apologize, and now Chen Yunfan was making Luoyi apologize. Wasn't this the rhythm of confrontation? TSK, the students from your school seem quite strong, but a strong posture needs absolute strength to support it. I wonder if your student has that. The leading teacher from the 20th school said with a smile, clearly confident in Muyu's strength. You're dreaming. Luoyi glared at the other party with hatred. Setting aside family and personal grudges, with her proud personality, she could never apologize to someone in front of so many people. Moreover, Luoyi didn't believe the other party would dare to hurt her in front of her brother Muyu. The atmosphere froze further, and a cold breath filled the air. Chen Yunfan didn't speak again, just walked step by step towards Luoyi, his gaze sharp and icy. Warriors have keen senses. Even from dozens of meters away, he had heard everything, including how Luoyi was causing trouble. To be honest, Chen Yunfan didn't care much about the school team, but if someone was targeting the school team because of him, that was another matter. The tall and upright figure drew closer, and yesterday's shadow surged into his mind. This guy wouldn't really force her to apologize, would he? Luoyi pretended to be calm on the surface, but her panicked expression and instinctive retreat had completely betrayed her. She was so scared that she even forgot to ask Muyu for help. Just when Luoyi could no longer withstand the pressure, a sturdy boy suddenly jumped out. Chen Yunfan, you're going too far. Luo School Beauty was just stating the facts. Do you really need to be this angry? It's your school that's in the wrong, yet rumors spread that you can contend with a fourth-grade master. What a joke. In Chen Yunfan's eyes, Luoyi was no different from other boys and girls, but in the eyes of most boys, Luoyi was definitely a great beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have won the title of school beauty at the 20th school. And beautiful girls are always pursued, and a sturdy boy named Song Lei was one of them. Both were first-grade warriors, both geniuses, and both young and reckless. Before seeing each other's strength, who would admit they were weaker? Song Lei thought that Chen Yunfan's battle with the fourth-grade master must be fake, and perhaps the video of that strike that killed a first-grade warrior was also artificially synthesized. Or maybe that Luosen was already badly injured, or just a waste, purely relying on drugs to get by. In this way, he could also defeat Luosen. So, he equated himself with Chen Yunfan. Thank you, Song Lei. Luoyi was grateful, although she didn't think Song Lei was a match for Chen Yunfan. His appearance relieved a lot of her pressure, and with Song Lei leading, several boys were eager to step forward, wanting to be heroes saving the beauty. Seeing this scene, Luoyi's back straightened significantly, and she provocatively looked at Chen Yunfan. You're welcome, Luo School Beauty. It's this Chen Yunfan who is going too far. With the goddess's gratitude, Song Lei smiled like a 200-pound child. Lickspittle, don't you know that in the end, you'll have nothing? Chen Yunfan said lightly, yet it struck the most sensitive nerve of Song Lei. Who are you calling lickspittle? Chen Yunfan had the guts to clarify that. As a lickspittle, Song Lei hated hearing such truths. At that moment, true essence surged and blood boiled, creating a sound like a flag flapping in the wind, and the aura of the entire person reached its peak as he coldly stared at Chen Yunfan. All the students instinctively stepped back, eagerly watching the center of the arena. They were very curious about Chen Yunfan's true strength. After all, the rumors were quite exaggerated. TSK, Song Lei's father is a 4th grade martial artist. Song Lei has been receiving medicinal baths since childhood, and his physique is extraordinary. After studying martial arts, he even chose the most difficult body-refining martial arts. Now the Golden Bell Shield has reached the mastery level. Teacher Chiu, your student is probably going to hit a wall, the chubby teacher from the No. 20 school said with a smile, while Chiu Suyue frowned. She was not worried about Chen Yunfan's strength at all, but only if he had not been injured. However, in yesterday's battle with Luo Guani, Chen Yunfan was seriously injured, and it was unclear how much he had recovered by now. The other team members shared the same concern. Why are you silent? Weren't you just forcing the school flower Luo to apologize with such arrogance? Seeing Chen Yunfan not speaking, Song Lei became even more arrogant. Dragon and Tiger Chant perceives the host's humiliation. The mind is enraged. Cultivation speed increases by 100%. The long-awaited voice echoed in his mind, but Chen Yunfan felt somewhat disappointed. After waiting so long, the increase is so little. It seems the name Dragon and Tiger Chant is indeed not wrong. Only by practicing with beautiful girls can the fastest cultivation speed be stimulated. Hey, Chen Yunfan! Song Lei still wanted to show off, but suddenly he heard Chen Yunfan's faint voice. I said, call me senior. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clad youth, 10 steps away, shot forward like a cannonball. The swift figure, like a raging wind sweeping across the land, blew the leaves into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Song Lei. The fist, emitting a faint glass-like luster, struck Song Lei's abdomen like a dragon breaking through layers of waves. So fast. This thought flashed through everyone's mind, and the arrogance on Song Lei's face completely vanished, replaced by disbelief. His stomach convulsed violently, and his insides churned, causing him to lift off the ground. He really took off. He flew 10 meters away, landing on a high tree branch, and fell into a death-like faint. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire arena was silent. All the students stared blankly at this scene, their shock evident. In fact, they were not surprised that Chen Yunfan was stronger than Song Lei, but they had never expected him to be this much stronger. After all, Song Lei was also a first-grade martial artist, and his combat power ranked among the top 10 in the entire training team. In fact, reaching the first-grade realm now was still a rarity. Among 140 people, only 10 had achieved it. Is this still a first-grade martial artist? I heard Chen Yunfan has only been certified as a first grade for a few days. How can his combat power be so terrifying? Did you see that glass-like light? I've never seen it before. He might have a powerful physique like Muyu. He's so fierce. Does that mean this provincial league is a sure win? I'm even more curious about who is stronger between the two. The astonished discussions spread quickly among the crowd. The chubby director from No. 20 was so shocked that he couldn't speak, feeling embarrassed and wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Well done. Compared to the shock of others, the members of the first school's team and Chiu Suyue were filled with joy. Unknowingly, Chen Yunfan had become not only the nominal captain of the team but also the backbone in everyone's heart. That person is now fainted and temporarily unable to apologize for his previous rudeness, but I will make him continue to apologize once he wakes up. But for now, it's your turn. You probably don't want to eat dragon fruit, right? Chen Yunfan drew out his long spear, applying slight force, and the spear's tail firmly embedded into the hard concrete ground. Luoyi's delicate body trembled, unable to resist taking a step back. Memories of the video flashed in her mind, where her cousin Rosen was covered in blood, with not a single tooth left. Why you dare? Luoyi's expression was fierce but her heart was timid, anxiously glancing at the boy sitting quietly in the car. Brother Muyu, help me. However, Muyu didn't even spare Luoyi a glance, instead focusing intently on Chen Yunfan. After a long pause, Muyu finally spoke calmly, "You're strong." The level of that previous strike had already caught up to him from a few months ago. This piqued Muyu's interest, as he had come from the provincial city and had never encountered an opponent before. So what? Chen Yunfan raised an eyebrow. No, so what? Since you're here, apologize to Luoyi. You were indeed excessive yesterday. As long as you apologize, we can let it go. Muyu's voice was light, yet it carried a weight of undeniable challenge. Everyone was eager to see how Chen Yunfan would respond. Would he back down or put on a brave face? After all, Chen Yunfan was facing a strong ally from the provincial city, Muyu, who possessed a special physique and was invincible at the same level. Damn it, you're so pretentious, it makes me uncomfortable. Don't you know you should show some respect to your senior? Or do you want to fly up too? Boom! Everyone was shocked, staring at the tall boy with a blank expression holding a long gun, their hearts filled with disbelief. Anyone who had seen Muyu's battle videos was astonished, They never expected Chen Yunfan to not only be unafraid but to actively provoke him. They now hoped that Chen Yunfan was indeed as rumored, capable of battling the self-proclaimed second-tier master, so that the fight with Muyu would be more entertaining. Otherwise, a one-sided crushing would be too dull. Muyu did not respond, merely turning his lifeless face, his gray-white pupils calmly staring at Chen Yunfan, as if looking at a corpse. Luoyi watched this scene, her heart filled with joy. She hoped Chen Yunfan would continue to provoke, so Muyu would surely teach him a harsh lesson, helping her vent her anger. Su Shiyun, however, looked tense, instinctively tugging at Chen Yunfan's clothes. If Chen Yunfan were at his peak, there would be nothing to worry about, but through yesterday's sparring, she could clearly sense that Chen Yunfan's physical condition was not good. Luo Guanyi's final outburst had indeed injured Chen Yunfan. The members of the school team and Xiao Suyue shared the same feelings as Su Shiyun. On the contrary, the chubby director from the 20th high school had regained his relaxed demeanor. Teacher Xiao, your student can defeat opponents of the same tier in an instant. I must say, he is truly a genius. However, it depends on who he is compared to. Compared to most students here, he is undoubtedly a genius, but against the provincial city's prodigies, especially Muyu, who possesses a special battle physique, he is just ordinary. Special battle physique. All the teachers around stiffened. They had all seen Muyu's battle videos, where his arms exhibited an unprecedented transformation, leading them to suspect he had a special battle physique, but this had never been thoroughly confirmed. However, hearing it from the chubby director Lei Jinbao made it undeniable. No wonder he was a strong ally hired at great expense by the authorities. Lei Jinbao's voice was loud enough for many students to hear, and it quickly spread among all the students. Sounds of regret began to arise. The confirmation of the battle physique meant invincibility at the same level, unless Chen Yunfan also possessed a battle physique. But battle physiques were not common. How could they be everywhere? Originally, Chen Yunfan had a slight chance, but that last bit of hope vanished with Lei Jinbao's words. Everyone looked at Chen Yunfan, speculating how he would conclude this. Would he stand firm with bravado, or would he honestly back down? But what responded to everyone was a soft sigh. Has anyone ever told you that the way you look at people is really pretentious? The sound fell, and a piercing scream that tore through the air erupted. Everyone stared blankly as a silver light pierced the air, aiming straight for Muyu's shoulder, penetrating the metal exterior of the bus. Muyu clearly did not expect that under his threatening gaze, Chen Yunfan not only showed no fear but instead took the initiative to strike. And he struck hard. This ignited a flicker of anger in Muyu's heart. Just barely dodging the shot, a cold glint flashed in Muyu's eyes. Before he could get out of the car to retaliate, a figure in black had already jumped through the window into the bus. Looking for death. A cold voice rang out, and Muyu's black and white pupils turned from grayish-white to a dead gray. The bandages wrapped around his arm burst open, revealing a thin, emaciated arm, with long, sharp nails glinting with a ghostly green light under the sun. Whoosh! They lunged toward Chen Yunfan's chest, accompanied by a whistling wind. Chen Yunfan is done for. Brother Muyu's battle body is very special. Once activated, his nails contain corpse poison. It can invade the human body and affect the nerves. Before, with this, Brother Muyu even hunted down a second-tier ferocious beast, shocking the higher-ups of Hanchuan. Dealing with a waste like this should be incredibly easy. Hearing Luoyi's excited voice, everyone turned to look at Muyu's nails. Indeed, they were ghostly green and chilling, making one feel extremely uncomfortable just by looking at them. Meanwhile, the members of the first high school team and Xiao Suyu were filled with deep concern, their eyes fixed on the center of the field. It's over. As the nails touched Chen Yunfan's chest, Muyu spoke lightly, feeling a slight disappointment in his heart. It looked fierce, but it was utterly ineffective. Then, screech! The ear-piercing sound of nails scraping against a blackboard rang out, and Muyu looked at Chen Yunfan's chest in confusion. He saw that the skin was radiating a glass-like brilliance, and his nails, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, had only left a shallow mark on it. Before Muyu could adjust his position to continue the attack, a soul-stirring dragon's roar suddenly exploded in his ears. Roar! The intense sound wave impacted Muyu's eardrum, causing it to bleed, and his pupils instantly dilated. Although it was just for a moment, Chen Yunfan seized the opportunity and grabbed Muyu's wrist. The concerns of the school team and Xiao Suyu were indeed justified. He had been seriously injured by Luo Guanyi's final move, his energy and true essence depleted, and even now he could not fully activate the diamond body. However, to win, it was not necessarily required. Not good. Feeling his wrist being grabbed, Muyu immediately came to his senses, his heart sinking. After all, Chen Yunfan had already demonstrated extraordinary strength when dealing with Song Lei. The only thing that gave Muyu a slight sense of security was that his battle body also possessed a strange strength, and he was not yet in a dire situation. But just as he tried to pull his hand back with force, he found his arm completely immobile. Ha! What's going on? Without a word, Chen Yunfan executed a violent shoulder throw, slamming Muyu's body against the bus's chassis, exposing it. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick. Crack! A handsome figure smashed through the bus's front windshield, flying out from inside and sliding to the ground. His abdomen ached, but Muyu remained silent. His gaze was icy, just as he was about to use his emaciated arm to prop himself up and look for an opportunity to counterattack. The figure in black followed closely, flying out of the bus and rushing toward him. Boom! 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 With punch after punch, a flurry of fists directly embedded Muyu into the concrete bricks. Stunned. Silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Chen Yunfan brutally beat Muyu, their minds blank. Where was the promised battle body? Where was the promised strong support from the provincial city? Where was the promised invincibility among peers? Is this it? I give up. I completely give up. I apologize for my previous words. One disagreement and they start fighting. An unparalleled fierce person, and in less than a minute, he has taken down the provincial city's strong support. Muyu. Wow. Wow. Winning against the strong with the weak. It feels so exhilarating to be immersed in this. I announce that from now on, Chen Shuozhang is the top person of our Hanchuan this year. The students who had just thought Muyu was guaranteed to win were now wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. How? How is this possible? Didn't Grandpa say that Muyu Gage has a zombie battle body, is incredibly strong, fearless, and can secrete neurotoxins? How could he not be a match for this guy? Luoyi watched the scene as if struck by lightning, her pupils dilated, murmuring to herself repeatedly, could the rumors of my father's defeat be true? No way. Absolutely impossible. Sharing her mindset was Lei Jinbao, the teacher leading the team from the 20th middle school, who had been giving guidance all along. His face showed not only extreme shock but also a barely noticeable hint of joy, his gaze fixed on Chen Yunfan, who had Muyu underfoot. Dragon Tiger Chant. Dragon Chant. You're only a first grade. How is this possible? Muyu uttered the longest sentence he had spoken in the past month. At that moment, he no longer exuded his previous dominance. Instead, he lay there under Chen Yunfan's foot, looking lost and not struggling at all. He just kept murmuring to himself. Warriors train to strengthen their bodies, but it's not just the body that grows stronger, mental strength does as well. However, the increase in mental strength is not obvious, yet it is equally crucial for a warrior's training. The stronger the mental power, the more vigorous the energy, allowing for longer training sessions and greater focus during battles, making it less susceptible to external influences. The most important role of mental power is to affect comprehension. Logically speaking, a first-grade warrior with weak mental power could barely practice low-grade martial arts, at most reaching the entry level. Mastery is extremely rare, and as far as he knew, only that perverse woman from the provincial city had achieved proficiency. Meanwhile, at the window of the Martial Arts Association's higher-ups, TSK, this temper really explodes at the slightest provocation. If the conversation doesn't click, they start fighting, and the key is that he's so strong. The reinforcements we invited are like little rabbits in his hands. This is a battle body owner who is invincible at the same level without the Wang body spirit. Su Shanho wore a cheerful smile, and Wang Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the key is that he's currently injured. If he were at full strength, Muyu probably wouldn't last half a minute. Now, at least 2 names for the Provincial League are confirmed. This little guy is definitely the captain, and Muyu counts as one. The remaining 5 spots will be filled in the upcoming training sessions. The 2 then looked at the man with a square face. Tang Long, we've entrusted this group of geniuses to you, so you must protect them well. A greenhouse can't grow extraordinary talents. Tang Long said lightly, then changed the subject, but I will do my utmost to ensure their safety. The city guard army has been stationed outside the city, with dozens of outposts responsible for clearing surrounding beasts and safeguarding the base city's security. This training ground is located within an abandoned outpost of the city guard army. Stop playing dumb. I'm not hitting you just to hear your nonsense. Hearing this, Muyu gradually came to his senses, the disbelief on his face calming down, and he finally uttered 2 words. Senior. Chen Yunfan raised an eyebrow. He had thought this poker-faced person would resist to the death, but unexpectedly, the opponent's bottom line was quite flexible, and after being defeated, he immediately became obedient. I'll give you another task. Do you see that bus? You broke public property, you have to compensate. Muyu turned to look at the bus, which had been totaled due to the opponent's shoulder throw and powerful strike, then glanced at the serious-looking Chen Yunfan. It was as if he was asking, why is your skin so thick? In the end, Muyu remained silent but still nodded slightly. Chen Yunfan was finally satisfied as he lifted his foot, allowing Muyu to stand up, then turned his gaze to Luoyi. What about you? I'm sorry, Senior. Luoyi, the daughter of the Luo family from Hanchuan Base City, granddaughter of a 5th grade master and daughter of a 4th grade master, completely lowered her noble head at this moment. If it were someone else threatening her, even if they were a second or third grade warrior, or even a fourth grade master, she wouldn't be afraid, because Luo Yi knew that these people wouldn't dare to harm her. The reason she apologized to Chen Yunfan was that she understood this guy really dared to hurt her, and when he said he would act, no one could save her. Seeing that everything had ended, Su Shanhe, Wang Xuan, and Tang Long walked out of the Martial Arts Association, delivering some formal remarks, mostly encouraging words. After finishing his speech, Tang Long waved his hand. "Get in the car, target the 13th stronghold." At the command, everyone remained still, waiting for the members of the first middle school team led by Chen Yunfan to board a bus before the other teams squeezed onto two other buses. From the initially smooth road to the bumpy terrain after leaving the city, the morning dew and humidity hit their faces, accompanied by the breath of the wilderness. Cold, bloody, primitive. Most of the students on the bus had never been out of the city, only seeing the wilderness through the internet. But compared to personal experience, it was still vastly different. Everyone curiously observed the surrounding vegetation, occasionally gasping at the remains of fierce beasts. The calmest among them were only Chen Yunfan and Muyu, both of whom had experience in leaving the city and battling fierce beasts. The bus swayed and slowly drove into a camp surrounded by electrified fences. However, the camp was dilapidated, seemingly having not been cleaned for a long time, with many tents damaged and torn. In addition, there were a few simple brick houses. The living conditions were average, but much better than the torn tents. I won't say much more. This training camp's content is very simple, with only two themes: classes and beast hunting. Killing fierce beasts can earn points, which are divided into personal points and team points. Personal points can be used individually to exchange for profound martial arts, B-grade combat soldiers, resources, money, special equipment, and even my personal teaching. Team points are ranked, and after the training camp ends, rewards will be distributed based on the current points ranking. In addition, every morning is open class time. I will arrange different teachers and soldiers to teach you real combat experience and teach you to see blood. As he finished speaking, a strong and palpable killing intent suddenly erupted from Tang Long. It was bone-chilling. The students present trembled, goosebumps rising, and many involuntarily took steps back. The only ones who truly had seen blood, Chen Yunfan and Muyu, showed no change in expression. Chen Yunfan and Muyu each get 20 points. A friendly reminder: do you see those few houses? 10 points for one night, allowing you to sleep well and maintain your energy. Only those without points. The remaining students looked at the torn tents and then at the brick houses, suddenly feeling motivated. Although they could only stay in the torn tents for now, as long as they worked hard, there was a chance for the houses. But no one noticed that the usually serious Tang Long now had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Those without points can only sleep on the grass. As for the tents you just saw, they cost 4 points per night. Ah! Everyone stared blankly at this seemingly solemn yet cunning officer. These torn tents that even the scrap collectors wouldn't want to buy actually required points to stay in. But it's not without benefits. All students participating in the training camp can learn one martial arts footwork for free. It allows you to run a bit faster when you encounter danger, so you can hold on until help arrives. Aside from the family martial arts, most martial artists rely on official releases to learn martial arts. Now that there are free martial arts to learn, all the students are very excited, especially Chen Yunfan. Every new martial art represents a surge in combat power, as well as strength and confidence. Before long, a soldier came forward with a heritage crystal, touching each student's forehead one by one, leaving martial arts memories in their minds. Friendly reminder: the first student to successfully enter the Wind Chase Shadow will be rewarded with 300 points. Tang Long's voice fell, causing another round of exclamations. 300 points, that's enough to rent a place in the training camp every day. I can also exchange for a beast spirit liquid. I need to hurry up and cultivate. No need to exert yourself. Chenshin's comprehension is not something you can compare to. Who else can match the perfection of the flame explosion fist? A proud voice from a member of the first middle school team rang out, and although the surrounding people were unwilling, they could only agree. Not necessarily. Brother Muyu practices step martial arts, and learning other step martial arts will be twice the result with half the effort. He will definitely be faster than someone. Luo Yi couldn't help but interject. It does seem like there's a chance. Muyu is sitting in the front row, the first to receive the memory crystal input of the martial arts, while Chenshin is too far away. By the time he finishes receiving the inheritance, Muyu might have already entered. Another student from the second middle school spoke up, standing by Muyu's side. The remaining people took a closer look at the positions, and it indeed seemed to be the case. There was only one martial arts heritage crystal, and learning had to proceed in order of seating. Muyu sitting in the front row had already gained the advantage, and with his own step martial arts, comprehending other steps would be even more efficient. Looking at it this way, Muyu's chances of winning seemed quite high. Soon, as the last one, Chen Yunfan accepted the martial arts from the Heritage Crystal. Detecting new yellow rank intermediate martial arts Wind Chase Shadow, would you like to start learning? Yes. Agreeing in his heart, his wealth value was instantly halved to 200,000. It is worth mentioning that the C-class warrior Lu Yungun, who received an apology from the Luo family yesterday, did not see an increase in wealth value. This indicates one thing: the Luo family still harbors great malice towards him and is lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. He is still in danger. However, with the 5th grade Master Tang Long stationed in this abandoned military camp, as long as the Luo family isn't out of their minds, they won't be able to carry out an assassination. But to be completely foolproof, he still needs to earn a lot of wealth and quickly improve his strength. Wind Chase Shadow Cultivation successful, automatically breaking through to the entry-level realm. As the host's first step martial art, Wind Chase Shadow feels honored. Cultivation speed increased to 300%, lasting for 4 hours. Automatic cultivation, automatic breakthrough. While others were still looking at the introduction of Wind Chase Shadow, Chen Yunfan had already successfully entered, with deeper martial arts insights directly injected into his mind. This is the flow of the wind. Chen Yunfan closed his eyes, carefully feeling the natural wind. All step martial arts must borrow the wind to move, so most entries are about comprehending the flow of the wind. Chen Yunfan is the first to successfully enter Wind Chase Shadow, rewarded with 300 points. Tang Long's voice revealed slight surprise. Although he had long known the other's comprehension, seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking and incredible. He entered? I thought he had just finished receiving the martial arts inheritance. Entering in a second, how is that possible? The students opened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Chen Yunfan. Even Muyu, who was meditating, was no exception. Most of them hadn't even digested the martial arts memory, let alone started comprehending, and yet the other party had already entered? Could it be a mistake? The students are not masters, so their understanding of the nuances of martial arts is not as profound, and they cannot sense the gentle breeze swirling around Chen Yunfan. What a show! Luo Yi's eyes were filled with malice. However, in the next moment, Chen Yunfan suddenly moved. With each step, it was as if a wind was propelling him forward. Every step was effortless and graceful, yet to outsiders, it appeared incredibly swift. For the first time sensing the flow of wind, the insight of the swift wind chasing shadows has greatly enhanced the training progress. Progress increased by 30%, progress increased by 30%, progress increased by 40%. After gaining insight, the swift wind-chasing shadows reached a bottleneck and successfully broke through to the proficient realm. With the successful breakthrough, Chen Yunfan's steps became even more rapid and agile, moving effortlessly like a monkey among the trees. Another breakthrough. Tang Long shuddered, his head feeling as if it might explode. Although the others had never practiced the swift wind-chasing shadows, they could tell something was off from Chen Yunfan's rapid footwork. Breakthrough? Again? These words were familiar to them individually, but why did they sound so strange when combined? The group of students was completely stunned, staring blankly at Chen Yunfan, who was skillfully maneuvering and shifting. Muyu's pupils suddenly constricted. His own footwork was also at the proficient level, allowing him to barely sense that Chen Yunfan's realm was the same as his. However, Muyu had trained for a full 6 months, while Chen Yunfan had only taken less than 3 minutes. Freak! The deadpan face twitched slightly before uttering those 2 words. For some reason, Muyu suddenly thought of that group of guys in the provincial city who mocked him for joining the Hanchuan-based city team, saying he was wallowing in self-pity. They even claimed they would crush his team in the provincial league. He had felt pressure before, but now a faint expectation arose in his heart, wondering what kind of brilliant expressions they would have after their encounter. As the insight ended, Chen Yunfan stopped. After carefully sensing the flow of the wind, the excitement of his footwork led to an epiphany, flooding his mind with information about the technique, and his feet instinctively began to simulate the movements. Not bad, achieving proficiency in the swift wind-chasing shadows in such a short time, an additional reward of 300 points. Tang Long beamed. The numbers on the points wristwatch reached 610, and Chen Yunfan then checked his wealth value. Wealth value, 200,000. The wealth value hasn't changed. It seems points are just virtual currency and don't count towards the wealth value. They must be converted into resources or money to increase the wealth value. Murmuring to himself, Chen Yunfan used his smartwatch to project a holographic screen. There were already many items that could be exchanged for 600 points, including 2 vials of the 200,000 value Beast Spirit liquid. Resources are indeed abundant. I've earned 400,000 in just a few minutes. The training continued, and not far away, Chiao Suyue, who was observing, was suddenly approached by a stout man. Teacher Chiao, Is Chen Yunfan also a special physique? How can he be so strong? Even Muyu, who has the corpse transformation battle body, is not his match. Lei Jinbao asked curiously. Corpse transformation battle body? So Muyu's physique is somewhat similar to ancient zombies. No wonder he exudes a deathly aura. Xiao Suyue was astonished. As for Chen Yunfan's physique, she speculated it was related to comprehension, but she didn't know exactly which type. Even if she did know, she certainly couldn't disclose it to outsiders. This is a secret of the students. I'm not too clear on it either. As for winning against Muyu, it probably has a lot to do with luck. After Qiu Suyue left, Lei Jinbao stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering something. Realm, first rank, progress 22%. Dragon and Tiger Chant, great achievement, progress 10%. Flame Burst Fist, supreme, progress 100%. Diamond Body, supreme, progress 100%. Swift Wind Shadow Chase, proficient, progress 30%. Wealth value, 200,000. System level versus 1 plus a day quickly passed, and both the realm and the speed of martial arts training were steadily increasing. The plus sign behind the system level remained in a gray stage, dull and lifeless. It's still related to the wealth value. Previously, with a wealth value of 140,000, I couldn't upgrade the system. Does it require more wealth? 300,000? 500,000? Chen Yunfan sat on the bed, lost in thought. Yesterday, he adapted to the military camp environment in the morning and attended lectures from the instructor in the afternoon, leaving no time for the students to hunt ferocious beasts. However, early this morning, the students entered the wilderness in teams. But Chen Yunfan did not go. He planned to focus on the dragon and tiger chant these days, hoping to push it to a perfect level. Improving his breathing technique would also enhance his training speed, which was currently the most important thing. However, the higher the proficiency in martial arts, the harder it became to improve further. Unless there was a sudden enlightenment, it would be impossible to break through quickly just by practicing with the girls like yesterday afternoon. Next, I need to find a way to stimulate the excitement of the dragon and tiger chant. Su Shiyun and Xin Lan are not here. I can only look for Teacher Chiu. I wonder if asking Teacher Chiu to dress nicely would speed up the training of the dragon and tiger chant. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yunfan began a day of special training. The training continued until evening, when Xiao Suyue finally blushed and changed out of her half-length skirt, black stockings, and high heels into more comfortable clothes. She couldn't understand why her student would make such a request. If it were anyone else, Xiao Suyue would have treated them as a pervert and slapped them hard. But who could blame him? He was her most outstanding genius student. Thank you, Teacher Chiu. Chen Yunfan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Dragon and Tiger Chant, great achievement, progress 25%. Swift Wind Shadow Chase, proficient, progress 1%. After a day of training, not only did the training speed of the Dragon and Tiger Chant soar, but the Swift Wind Shadow Chase also reached the proficient level through practice. As a result, he mastered one of its essential abilities, shadow retention. Just as Chen Yunfan was thinking about how to experiment, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Stepping out, he saw the high school teams returning from hunting ferocious beasts, each one injured and looking quite disheveled. Strangely enough, there were only minor injuries and no missing limbs. It doesn't seem like they encountered ferocious beasts, it looks more like it was man-made. As Chen Yunfan took a couple of steps outside, he overheard two high school teams complaining. Did you guys get robbed too? Damn, we got robbed as well. Damn, those city guards are ruthless, they almost knocked my teeth out. Exactly. That burly guy with thick eyebrows actually used a move on me that nearly made me change gender. It seems most of us got robbed, but there was one lucky team that avoided the ambush and made it onto the team leaderboard. Have you noticed? The points for Qinshan School haven't changed in a day. They probably got robbed too. With a second-rank leader and 6 first-rank members, it's normal for Qinshan to not hold up under such an attack. While Chen Yunfan was listening, several familiar and disheveled figures approached, dragging their weary steps, each carrying some injuries. Did you guys get robbed too? Chen Yunfan asked curiously, as the beautiful teacher Qiu Suyue also walked over. It's all our fault for being weak. All the tokens from the ferocious beasts we collected were taken by the city guards. The members of the school team clenched their fists, their faces filled with unwillingness. Even Su Shiyun, who usually doesn't care about external matters, was now clenching her delicate fists, looking very angry. The prerequisite for hunting fierce beasts to exchange for points is to obtain identifiable features from the beast's body, which can then be taken back to the military supply office to exchange for points. They had worked hard all day, originally reaping a bountiful harvest, secretly delighted that they wouldn't have to continue sleeping on the grass, only to be stopped on the way back. Not only were they beaten, but the tokens from the fierce beasts were also snatched away. How can the city guard be so bad, even robbing students of their things? Exactly, it's too much. Now we have to sleep on the grass again tonight. Report them. Hearing the voices within the school team, Chen Yunfan shook his head slightly. The duties of their position and the military code of conduct should prevent these city guards from robbing students of their fierce beast tokens. That leaves only one possibility: this behavior is completely condoned, or even authorized, by the camp's management. Could it be that they want students to experience the harshness of society? No wonder they don't use recording devices for real-time documentation, nor do they use scanners to upload directly to terminals, but instead rely on the old method of bringing back fierce beast tokens. In today's world of advanced technology, Chen Yunfan had seen magnetic levitation cars, motorcycles, individual armor, and super AI all realized on television. Previously, when Tang Long mentioned using such primitive methods, he was somewhat puzzled. Now, everything made sense. Moreover, it must be said that Tang Long's plan had undoubtedly succeeded. At this moment, the wealthy and influential members of the first high school team all hung their heads, looking deeply affected. Even Mu Yu, who passed by, had a very unpleasant expression. His already pale face was slightly flushed, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had been particularly targeted by the city guard, and the surging energy and blood during the battle had taken a toll, as evidenced by his torn clothes, indicating a fierce fight. As for the final battle outcome, just looking at Muyu's empty hands was enough to tell. 6 first rank, 1 second rank. Seemingly wanting to save face, Muyu muttered as he passed Chen Yunfan. So few? Chen Yunfan's words made Muyu stumble slightly, but he said nothing more and returned to his room to tend to his injuries and rest. Once most of the city guard had settled down for the night, he would get up and leave the camp to hunt fierce beasts for points. Damn it, I don't want to keep sleeping on the grass. There are bugs and spiders everywhere, and last night a snake crawled into my collar. Xin Lan tugged at her collar in frustration, and Su Shiyun nodded her cute little face. However, aside from shouting to vent their frustrations, they had no other options. After all, this place didn't adhere to reason, everything was settled by fists. The city guard members responsible for protecting this training camp were all elites among elites, each a first-rank warrior, and had been fighting fierce beasts for years, with rich combat experience. For students who had never experienced real combat, it was naturally easy for them. Look, the school team rankings have changed again. With a gasp, everyone turned to look at the center of the military camp, where a large screen was hanging. The people in the courtyard were checking the projection on their smartwatches. They saw the name of Han Chuan No. 7 prominently displayed at the top of the school team points leaderboard. The team point system meant that each person's individual points would ultimately count towards the team points, which would then determine the rankings of various high schools based on those points. Individual points could be exchanged for various items, while team points determined the specific rankings and corresponding rewards after the training ended. According to Tang Long, the team ranked first would allow each member to receive a space ring, which could be used to store items. Just from the name, one could tell how useful this thing was. However, it was very expensive, starting at least in the tens of millions, and still had a price without a market. Chen Yunfan was determined to obtain this item, and to ultimately succeed, he had to push the team points to first place. The luck of No. 7 is really good. I don't know which small path they took, but they managed to avoid the city guard's interception. Xinlan crossed her arms and said enviously, "You all stay here and don't move, I'll go take care of something." Chen Yunfan suddenly said, then walked towards the training camp exit. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Suyue asked, puzzled. "It's nothing, as the captain, I feel it's necessary for me to be responsible for the living environment of the team members. I'm going to get the beast token back." Get it back? The city guard had already taken it by force. Even if you reasoned with them, would they give it back? The members of the school team exchanged glances and then followed him. As the star figure of the training camp, every move of Chen Yunfan attracted everyone's attention. Although they didn't know how Chen Yunfan would retrieve the beast token, it didn't stop them from following along to join the excitement. As the news spread, more and more people gathered into a long line, trailing behind Chen Yunfan. Even Muyu, who had just returned to treat his injuries and was ready to rest, walked out of the room. What? Chen Yunfan is provoking the city defense team. Luoyi, unable to care for her injuries, immediately walked out of the room, excitedly heading towards the training camp entrance. 6 first rank and 1 second rank, still an experienced elite team. This guy really has gotten too inflated. Luoyi hurried her steps, afraid of missing the wonderful scene of Chen Yunfan getting beaten up. Outside the military camp, an 8-member city guard squad was excitedly chatting behind a rock. "It feels great to bully genius students. This time we've got a good job. we can gain resources and satisfy our urges. Who says otherwise? The kid I just beat up is the child of the owner of the Hanchuan Tyrannosaurus martial arts school. I studied there before, he beat me up back then, and now I'm beating up his kid. It's a cycle of karma, so satisfying. Hee, I can't wait for the next batch of passing students. My heavily horse meteor fist is itching to go. A few seasoned city guards rubbed their hands together, exchanging excited and lewd smiles. What are you guys so happy about? A sudden cold voice rang out, startling all members of the city guard squad. Who? They immediately went on alert, taking up combat stances. Under everyone's gaze, a tall figure slowly walked out from behind a large tree. Surprisingly, the black-clad youth stepped on the dry, cracked leaves without making a sound. Advanced footwork, interesting. Seeing the newcomer looked young, like a student from this training camp, the city guard squad relaxed again. Some members even began to scan Chen Yunfan with their eyes, trying to find traces of the beast token, wanting to let this kid know what the harsh realities of society were. But after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Newbies are just newbies. After a whole day, they haven't even made any gains. Hurry back and wash up to sleep. Seeing Chen Yunfan didn't have the beast token in hand, they lost interest and instead shifted their gaze to the crowd of people 100 meters away from the black-clad youth. They all came? Are they trying to gather to resist? But why stand so far away? Are they afraid of them? Newbie? Just because I don't have the beast token on me? Chen Yunfan raised an eyebrow, then spoke seriously. Actually, I have a whole lot of beast tokens. The leader of the city guard squad was taken aback. Do you have spatial equipment? After the surprise came confusion. It seemed the other party knew what they were doing. But why would he mention having beast tokens? Doesn't he fear they would directly attack and rob him? No. Then where did you hide the tokens? Well, they're right next to you, Chen Yunfan said nonchalantly, leaving the captain even more puzzled. Following the gaze of the young man in black, he looked down at the bulging backpack at his feet. This is my stuff. When did it become yours? If I snatched it, then it's mine. If you snatched it, isn't it yours? What you mean is, you want to play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the back? The middle-aged team leader's tone was astonished, seemingly in disbelief, while the other members, after realizing the situation, displayed contemptuous smiles. A senior high school student actually wanted to imitate them and engage in such high-level robbery. It seemed he truly had not experienced the harshness of society. He was utterly unaware of the dangers. Kid, the backpack is right here. If you can touch it within 3 minutes, everything here is yours. But if you can't touch it within 3 minutes, not only will you get nothing, but I'll also strip you bare and send you back to the training camp in your birthday suit. A young member of the city guard laughed as he pointed at the backpack on the ground. Being naked sounds like a great idea. What? A murmuring voice arose, leaving the young city guard member momentarily stunned. Once he snapped out of it, he saw the tall figure of the young man in black, dozens of meters away, slowly dissolve under the sunlight like a mirage. This is. The smile on the city guard member's face froze as he stared at the scene, while the expression of the middle-aged team leader suddenly turned serious. Be careful. This is a skill mastered after perfecting the Gale shadow chase, leaving a shadow. The real person has hidden in the dark to launch a surprise attack. After the middle-aged man's seriousness came confusion. Isn't this martial art exclusive to the military? Didn't Commander Tang just teach this group of kids yesterday? Has this guy cultivated so quickly? Could it be an epiphany? You're not wrong. Here's a punch as a reward. A cold voice suddenly rang out, and a figure leaped down from a large rock beside the team, diving down fiercely. A fist ignited with scorching flames. With a double dragon emerging from the sea, flames burst forth from the fists like two fire pythons, striking towards the chests of the two. Buzz. Upon witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man felt his mind sway, incredulity written all over his face as he exclaimed, "The flame explosion fist at the supreme realm." As the words fell, the fiery arms approached, the snake heads rising to collide. At the moment the fists made contact, a red light flashed and erupted between the three. Boom! A violent explosion sent the shouting youth flying, and the middle-aged man staggered back 3 or 4 steps. The other members of the city guard team were also pushed back by the shockwave of the explosion. Black smoke billowed, and withered leaves rolled. Before the middle-aged man could react, a burst of fire suddenly ignited from the swirling dust. He felt a fierce wind rushing towards his face, and his expression immediately turned serious, both his blood and true essence surging forth, his momentum rising. Come on, Diamond Fist! The full force of a second-tier martial artist's blood erupted, quickly enveloping his fist in dark light. The fists collided, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously around the two, forcing the city guard team members who wanted to help to retreat again. Is the captain, in his injured state, really a match for a second-tier martial artist? A major in the team expressed deep concern. If the captain were at full strength, there would be no need to worry. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least hold his ground. But now, the captain was injured, and being able to exert half of his strength would be considered good. Winning would be incredibly difficult. Is this really the strongest state? Muyu murmured to himself, a hint of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Mastery of Dragon and Tiger Chant, the Supreme Flame Explosion Fist, proficiency in Gale Shadow Chase, and that unknown body refinement martial arts shimmering with a glass-like light. How could a high school student cultivate so many martial arts to such a level? Was it related to his innate talent? As the battle continued, Muyu increasingly felt that this tall figure was insurmountable. However, right now, you can't avoid getting beaten. Muyu's cold face suddenly curved into a slight smile, as if amused. No matter how great the potential, it only indicates a high ceiling. It doesn't mean the current combat power is strong. From the current battle, it's only a matter of time before this seemingly insurmountable genius is defeated. Like Muyu, most students and teachers share this thought. No matter how strong the potential of this first genius of the training camp, he can only swallow the bitter fruit of failure at the moment. After all, the captain of the City Defense Army Squad has also cultivated body-refining martial arts. His combat power may not be the strongest among the second tier, but he is definitely the most difficult to deal with. Under the clash of the Flame Explosion Fist, Chen Yunfan gained no advantage, and even using the Gale Shadow to launch sneak attacks was hard to inflict a heavy blow in one go. The second tier is indeed formidable, but unfortunately, without the recovery of vital energy and true essence, I can only attempt to activate the Diamond Body in conjunction with Dragon and Tiger Chant for a sneak attack to quickly resolve the battle. This thought arose in Chen Yunfan's mind when an electronic synthesized voice sounded. Embarrassed in front of the girl and the mature woman, the Dragon and Tiger Chant is extremely awkward, and the cultivation speed is reduced to 70%. Indeed, it was the Dragon and Tiger Chant. Practicing with beautiful women and the cultivation speed, being embarrassed in front of a beauty actually reduced the cultivation speed. Chen Yunfan was speechless in his heart. Just as he was about to go all out, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Since embarrassment reduces cultivation speed, would showing off in front of beauties increase cultivation speed? Chen Yunfan had always been a decisive person. Once he thought of it, he acted. He abandoned the use of the Flame Explosion Fist, gradually lowering his attack frequency, turning from a 50-50 situation into a one-sided beating. His movements became staggered, appearing extremely awkward. But it was merely awkward. The perfected Diamond Body, driven by true essence, allowed him to be completely immune to the opponent's attacks. However, to outsiders, this seemed like a sign of impending defeat. Embarrassed in front of the girl and the mature woman, the Dragon and Tiger Chant is extremely awkward, and the cultivation speed is reduced to 50%. It worked! A smile crept across Chen Yunfan's lips as he deliberately slowed down his true essence output, weakening the defensive capability of the Diamond Body, which led to him being beaten even more awkwardly. A trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, leaving the middle-aged captain of the City Defense Army utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been stunned to the point of dizziness. A second-tier martial artist fighting a first-tier high school student, and it was only a 50-50 situation. This was simply embarrassing for the second-tier martial artist. How could it suddenly turn into a complete one-sided beating in the blink of an eye? Could it be that the opponent's vital energy and true essence were exhausted? The middle-aged man speculated, while the students of the training camp watching from 100 meters away wore expressions of disappointment. The token had been snatched away, and they had been mocked. If Chen Yunfan, the top student of the training camp, could retrieve the token, even if he later claimed it for himself, it would still be a way to vent their frustrations. But the outcome was always unsatisfactory. It's going to be a loss. There's no way. A second-tier martial artist, especially one seasoned in battle, it's already impressive that Sushin has come this far. Yeah, let's not forget, Sushin is still injured. Once Sushin recovers, he will definitely win back. The only one happy in the crowd was probably Luoi in the corner. Put in more effort. Put in more effort. It would be best if you accidentally crippled this guy. Embarrassed in front of the girl and the mature woman, the Dragon and Tiger Chant is extremely awkward, and the cultivation speed is reduced to 20%. Chen Yunfan was sent flying by a punch, twisting in the air to land, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. What's going on? The middle-aged man wore a puzzled expression, feeling that something was off. Clearly, he had managed to dominate the fight, yet every time he attempted to finish the battle with a full-force strike, either the opponent dodged or blocked it. It was as if all the previous awkwardness had been an act. As Chen Yunfan charged at him again, the middle-aged man could only continue to engage, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Embarrassed in front of the girl and the mature woman, the Dragon and Tiger Chant is feeling low, and the cultivation speed is reduced to 9%. In front of the young girl and the mature woman, Long Huing felt embarrassed, and his cultivation speed dropped to 1%. After the cultivation speed fell to 1%, Chen Yunfan still did not retaliate but chose to endure the beating for a while longer, yet the system no longer made a sound. It seems to have dropped to the lowest point, there's no thought of continuing to lower it. Then, it's time to show my true power. Boom! A massive surge of vitality and true essence erupted within Chen Yunfan, sending withered branches and leaves flying in a 10-meter radius. Amidst the whirlwind, Chen Yunfan's body shone with a glass-like brilliance. His black hair reflected golden light, dancing wildly in the wind, while his black and white pupils were dyed a regal gold. His height surged from 1.8 meters to 2.1 meters. Behind Chen Yunfan, a larger golden figure emerged, wielding a sharp golden vajra, exuding an overwhelming aura. What is this? The middle-aged man stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend what was happening as a fierce aura rushed towards him. It was as if a small wild monster had suddenly transformed into a major boss. Before he could grasp the situation, a high-pitched dragon roar exploded in his ears. His head spun, and his eardrums felt like they were about to burst. Not good. Realizing the situation had changed, the middle-aged man forced himself to stabilize his mind, his gaze regaining clarity. But a massive golden fist was already in front of him. Boom! He took off. In the shocked eyes of the students and the accompanying teacher, the middle-aged man in the city defense uniform soared into the air, blood spraying everywhere as he was thrown dozens of meters away. Ding! In front of the young girl and the mature woman, Chen Yunfan showcased his power, earning the admiration of many beautiful women. Long Huing felt immense satisfaction, his mind clear and his aura soaring, entering a state of enlightenment, rapidly increasing his cultivation progress. The cultivation progress rose to 30%. The cultivation progress rose to 55%. The cultivation progress rose to 80%. The cultivation progress rose to 100%. Enlightenment complete, Long Huing successfully advanced from great success to perfection, gaining a new special ability, illusion. The breathing technique has directly advanced to perfection. The usually calm Chen Yunfan couldn't help but feel his mind sway at this moment. The enhancement of the breathing technique brought immense benefits for both cultivation and combat, not to mention the new ability gained after reaching perfection. Illusion. If the tiger's roar and dragon's chant affected the ears, this new ability would directly affect the eyes. Weaving illusions, invading the eyes. Ears could avoid Long Huing by sealing themselves, but the eyes had no such defense. After all, the impact of the eyes on combat was enormous. Not everyone could discern positions by sound like in an FPS game. With this, the next actions will be much simpler. So, are you planning to take a punch from me, or will you obediently strip off your clothes? Chen Yunfan's gaze swept over the second-grade martial artist, whose clothes had been completely torn apart by the force, desperately using scraps of fabric to cover his lower half. The injuries weren't too severe, after all. The body of a second-grade martial artist was incredibly strong. From the other person's perspective, he could easily get up and fight again, relying on the second-grade martial artist's powerful endurance to win the match. But the middle-aged man cared about his face. For him, having fought to this extent against a first-grade high school student meant he had completely lost. As for his subordinates, they could only wish for their own good fortune. The remaining members of the city defense team looked at each other. A few began to take off their clothes, revealing their toned physiques. Seeing Chen Yunfan's attention drawn, the remaining few suddenly charged forward, and those who had started undressing also rushed in. 6 against 1, the advantage is mine. Despicable, they actually ambushed the captain. Charge! Let's take them down. Let them taste our power. The members of the junior high school team, who were already excited by Chen Yunfan's miraculous comeback, rushed to support their captain upon seeing him go berserk. The remaining students followed closely behind. After all, some of them had been ridiculed and robbed by the city defense military team, their self-esteem shattered. Now the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived, and they charged forward with a roar. The 100 meters distance was crossed in the blink of an eye, but Chen Yunfan was still a bit faster. Before anyone could get close, he easily dealt with the 6 members of the city defense military team. In the end, the students from the training camp, with nowhere to vent their frustrations, stripped all the members of the city defense military team, sending them back to their camp in embarrassment, completely naked. As for the tokens from the fierce beasts, they were all naturally collected by Chen Yunfan. Not a single student from the training camp was unwilling. Instead, they all wore grateful expressions, as it was Chen Yunfan who had given them a chance to vent their anger. I wonder how many points these are worth. With a bountiful harvest and having perfectly advanced in the dragon and tiger chant, Chen Yunfan was in an exceptionally good mood. He went to the supply office and exchanged a large number of fierce beast tokens for points, ending up with over 500. As a result, the junior high school team dramatically became the number 1 on the leaderboard. Such a fat sheep, and it was actually missed by that group of idiots. They are really too weak. I should have been the villain. I would have definitely made those so-called elite high school students gain nothing. The young soldier in charge of recording at the supply office couldn't help but complain again upon seeing such a large sum of points enter the students' accounts. In his view, if he had been selected as a member of the villain team yesterday, the young man in front of him would definitely not have received such a large amount of points. Those few fools had failed the mission miserably. After a moment of internal grumbling, the young man suddenly looked up at Chen Yunfan, who had not yet left. The points exchange was successful. Why are you still here? Do you still have Fierce Beast tokens to exchange? Chen Yunfan nodded seriously. There should still be quite a few. Since he had started, he would go all the way. There were many paths back to the training camp from the wilderness, and the city defense military team he had just dealt with was merely guarding one of the small paths. There were many other entrances that needed to be guarded, so there were definitely other villain teams. And these villain teams must have a large number of Fierce Beast tokens they had taken from the students. If he could get them all, he could earn quite a few points. Although Chen Yunfan had not gone hunting Fierce Beasts today, it did not mean he did not like points. These were just as valuable as money in the training camp. Moreover, they were even more valuable, significantly impacting both personal wealth growth and overall wealth value. Therefore, he did not plan to continue cultivating for the time being but instead stayed at the supply office. No matter where those villain teams were now, they would eventually return to the supply office to exchange their tokens for points. All Chen Yunfan needed to do was wait patiently for his prey to come to him. Still quite a few? The young man was stunned, unable to understand Chen Yunfan's meaning for a long time. It wasn't until he saw a villain team from the city defense military chatting and walking this way that he finally understood what the young man in black was about to do. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Are you crazy? This was the first thought that flashed through the young soldier's mind as he regained his senses. To be the oriole, one at least needed the strength to be an oriole, otherwise, one would just be a slightly larger cicada, only destined for a fate of being hunted. But a senior high school student, at most a first-grade martial artist, while the captain of the villain team was at least a second grade, with 6 first-grade team members. How could he win? This thought persisted until the young man in black radiated a brilliant glass-like light, a massive phantom of a fierce-looking goldenite figure appearing behind him, while flames enveloped his fists. With a single arm swing, a first-grade martial artist of the same realm was sent flying. What the hell? He took off? Is this guy really a high school student? No. It might just be that they are invincible at the same level. The evil team still has a second-tier team leader stationed. They can't possibly lose. The young man nervously looked towards the battlefield. At the same time, Chen Yunfan activated the Dragon Tiger chant. The scarred team leader, who was already shocked by Chen Yunfan's strength and had a dazed expression, suddenly saw an illusion before him. The black-clad youth, rushing towards him, suddenly transformed into a figure clad in black scales, with wings sprouting from his back, resembling the top beast emperor, the Tang snake, who had once decimated overseas forces. The vertical pupils were chilling, and a foul stench emanated from its open mouth as it pounced from the air. The wild visual clash, along with the roar in his ears, completely stunned the second-tier team leader. Although it was just a moment, for Chen Yunfan, that moment was more than enough. The immense power of the diamond body, combined with the explosive force of the flame-burst fist, unleashed a punch with at least several tons of force, all directed at the scarred man. An explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. The second-tier city defense team leader, the scarred man, glided through the air in a perfect parabolic arc under everyone's gaze, crashing down to the ground. As for the tokens from the ferocious beasts he had collected, they all fell into Chen Yunfan's hands. The remaining city guards he had knocked down were hastily stripped of their clothes by the eager students around them, fleeing in disarray. Continue recording. Chen Yunfan turned and entered the military supply office, tossing the backpack containing the tokens onto the table, leaving the young man dumbfounded to sort and record the points. He then pulled up a chair, turned, and sat at the entrance of the military supply office, continuing to wait for the spoils to be delivered. More came. The young man in the military supply office and the group of training camp students were shocked. They had thought that Chen Yunfan, having gained so much, would hold back, especially since continuous battles consumed a lot of energy and true essence, but they did not expect him to show no signs of stopping. Could he still have the strength to snatch 1 or 2 more? On the other side, old man Deng, weren't you just laughing at me? How come you got beaten up so badly too? The middle-aged man, who had been waiting to watch the show, couldn't help but crack a smile. He completely forgot that he had also been sent flying by Chen Yunfan, soaring alongside the sun. Damn, you scoundrel, you didn't even give me a heads up. The scarred man cursed. Just passing by the middle-aged man's team, he had seen the disheveled state of the entire opposing team and thought they had encountered a powerful beast, so he had teased them a bit. He never expected they had not encountered a powerful beast, but rather a humanoid beast. Did I say to watch the show? The middle-aged man chuckled. Seeing his fellow second-tier warrior so embarrassed, he felt much better, as if being sent flying in public wasn't so hard to accept after all. That makes sense, I won't say anything, just wait to see the show. There are still several teams that haven't returned. As the saying goes, blessings are not always shared, but hardships must be faced together. If only they had been the ones to fly, then they would have become the laughingstock of the entire camp, but if everyone flew together, then it would be fine to bury this embarrassing incident in their hearts. Great minds think alike. The middle-aged man and the scarred man, both second-tier warriors, exchanged glances and simultaneously revealed lewd smiles. The scarred man pulled out a cigarette and lit it, unable to help but sigh. Damn, this kid is so fierce, able to fight second tier with just first tier. Relying on this body-refining martial art and illusionary sneak attacks, he can gain a significant advantage. Incredible, truly incredible. The middle-aged man snatched a cigarette and nodded in agreement. Indeed fierce, even if you and I had continued to attack before, we could only maintain a stalemate. To win would probably only be a Pyrrhic victory. But that's fine, the current situation is becoming increasingly difficult. Having more prodigies is a good thing for the Xia kingdom. Sigh, enough of that, let's just watch the show. That arrogant guy's team is back. The scarred man gestured for the middle-aged man to look in a certain direction. A man with slicked back hair, dressed impeccably and sporting a flower in his lapel, walked over. Oh, isn't this Captain Shui and Captain Zhou? Looking so disheveled, did you run into a tricky situation and get ambushed? The flamboyant man joked as he looked at the two. The middle-aged man and the scarred man exchanged a smile but said nothing, offering no hints. What's going on? Why is everyone so quiet? Forget it, I'll go tally up the points first, and then I'll show off to you later. I'm not bragging, I took down 4 school teams and gathered quite a few resources. In today's villain squad, the biggest villain is none other than me. The flamboyant man laughed heartily, leading his team toward the supply office. But as they got closer, he noticed the soldier in charge of recording was shaking his head vigorously, then gestured for him to look at the black-clad youth sitting at the entrance. What does that mean? The flamboyant squad leader was momentarily confused. Boom! While still dazed, the black-clad youth suddenly sprang into action. Following that, a burst of glass-like light and flames erupted, a golden phantom appeared, and illusions exploded in his mind, making him feel as if he was flying. Damn! Sneak attacking me! The flamboyant man scrambled up from the ground. The first thing he did was check his hairstyle. The explosion not only left him in a mess but also ruined half of his hairstyle, which made him furious on the spot. A surge of blood in true essence erupted within him, ready to fight Shen Yunfan, but was held back by the scarred man and the middle-aged man. How embarrassing, a second-tier warrior beaten like this by a high school student, and you're still planning to go up. If it were the same rank, you would have died 1,000 times already. After being reprimanded, the flamboyant man could only sulk in silence, waiting for the next victim. Upon seeing the next victim, whose underwear had been burned off by flames, his mood suddenly brightened. Hey, it was actually quite interesting. In the military camp's main tent, Tang Long was handling affairs. Looking at his phone, he frowned at a request message from Su Shanha. The Holy Body sect has been so active these past few days, they've even started targeting ordinary people? Forget it. I'll transfer some personnel from other stations to return to the base city and assist in the capture. After replying to Su Shanha, he turned to the reports from various villain squads. The results were impressive. Out of 20 school teams, only 2 or 3 had slipped through the net. Commander, if we do this, won't these little guys come after our families? The secretary assisting with the affairs smiled, though there was a hint of schadenfreude in his expression. I fear it's not just the little guys. When I was training you, you didn't hold back in cursing my family in your hearts, did you? Commander, you jest. We wouldn't dare. The secretary chuckled awkwardly. It's good for young people to endure hardships. What's a few curses if it means saving lives on the battlefield? It's worth it no matter how many times they curse. This can be considered the first lesson the training camp has taught them. The world is a treacherous place, Tang Long murmured, and the secretary nodded in agreement. Back then, they didn't understand the commander's good intentions and often cursed each other in their hearts, until these lessons saved their lives at critical moments, realizing the commander's kind intentions. Beep beep beep, a call is coming in. It's probably those villain squad leaders reporting their achievements. I wonder which squad has the highest kill count now. The secretary answered the call with a smile, but after just a couple of sentences, he froze in disbelief. After confirming several times with the other side, he finally hung up the phone. What happened? Tang Long raised an eyebrow and asked. The secretary took a moment before bitterly smiling. Commander, we have a peerless powerhouse in this training camp. I have a feeling that this year's provincial league is going to be a sure win for us. Chen Yunfan? What kind of trouble could he cause? Did the evil team fail to intercept and let the opponent escape? Tang Long was somewhat curious. In the entire training camp, apart from that kid, no one could be considered an extraordinary powerhouse. Even the strong reinforcements from the provincial capital, Muyu, were far from it. So you know this person, Lord Commander. If it were just a failed interception, I wouldn't be so surprised. Do you know what that powerhouse is doing? He's blocking the entrance to the military supply office. Whenever a city defense team returns fully loaded, he robs them. So far, 5 teams have been hit. The secretary's expression was quite remarkable. This tactic of the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole is behind was played brilliantly. Even he couldn't help but want to meet the other party and see what kind of genius this was. After all, the captains of those city defense teams were all second tier. To rob these people, how terrifying must his strength be? Is he really just a high school student? Blocking the entrance? All hit? Tang Long's expression was astonished. Then he immediately furrowed his brows. No, if that little guy is fully armed, he can indeed rival a second-tier warrior. It's probably embarrassing for the captain of the evil team to be ambushed and knocked down by a high school student, which is why they suffered consecutive hits. But for 5 teams to suffer consecutive hits in a short time indicates that Chen Yunfan unleashed his full power 5 times in a short period. Even if his vitality is abundant and his body is in an excited state without fatigue, using martial arts still consumes true essence. A first-tier warrior's true essence cannot withstand such continuous consumption. With doubts in his heart, Tang Long strode out of the big tent. Military supply office. Damn, this kid is really something. He even practices illusion martial arts? Not just that, he also has breathing techniques, body-refining martial arts, swift shadow steps, and explosive fists. Is he really a high school student? Where did our commander find such a powerhouse? His methods are ruthless. He strikes with full force, starting with illusions, stepping on swift shadow steps, activating body-refining martial arts, and his hands shining with explosive fists. Forget about being fierce, isn't this guy just a first tier? With such consumption of true essence, he should have been drained long ago. How come he looks like nothing's wrong now? 5 middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, looking disheveled, were squatting in a corner discussing, waiting for the next victim. Before long, the last evil team returned. Shui Chang, why are you so slow? Made us wait so long. Wait for what? And what's with your looks? Seeing the 5 captains looking disheveled, Shui Chang was full of confusion. Go, why care about that? How was the harvest today? How many beast tokens did you intercept? Hurry up and authenticate so we can see. Yeah, hurry up, we can compare. Quick, urged by several people, Shui Chang was even more bewildered. Crazy, he muttered, carrying a large package, and walked towards the military supply office. Just a dozen meters away, he suddenly noticed a black-clad youth squatting at the entrance of the military supply office. The outline of the youth was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. At that moment, the youth suddenly looked up, and after a brief moment of astonishment, a look of surprise appeared on Shui Chang's face. Wasn't this the genius he had seen in the wild a few days ago, the one who had knocked down the Blood Fong Flame Tiger, killed fellow villains, and reached the pinnacle of the explosive fist? Just as he was about to speak, the youth suddenly sprang up. The sound of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant echoed in his mind, and the youth's figure resembled a black dragon pouncing forward. Stepping on swift shadow steps, his glazed golden body radiated brilliance, and his fists danced with blazing flames. Shui Chang, caught off guard, realized too late, and the fist was already close. Then, in the smiling gazes of the 5 teams, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Captain, get that kid. The other city defense team members were furious and rushed to surround Chen Yunfan. At this moment, Chen Yunfan's strength, if he were to fight a second-tier opponent with all his might, could achieve a perfect 50-50 balance, but to win, he could only rely on sneak attacks, surprising the enemy. However, against a first-tier opponent, it was a complete mismatch. With a single arm swing, several tons of weight poured out, causing the city defense soldiers to take off from their spots, and then those students from the school team who had been robbed by the small team approached with strange laughs. Strip him of his clothes. His Shui Chang gritted his teeth in pain as he stood up, immediately noticing the other 5 team leaders who were laughing maniacally. Only then did he understand why these 5 were in such a sorry state. He wasn't angry, instead, he smiled and greeted, Chen the genius, do you remember me? Chen Yunfan, who was calculating his gains, was taken aback. After carefully examining the other person, he suddenly remembered, you are the city defense team leader from that night, Shui Chang. That's right, I didn't expect you to remember me. Shui Chang's smile grew even brighter. That night, upon learning that Chen Yunfan faced danger with both courage and strategy, he admired him deeply. Coupled with his astonishing talent and insight, he would undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future, so he took the initiative to get acquainted. That's quite a coincidence. So about these resources. You won, they're all yours. Chen Yunfan nodded, took the resources, and walked into the military supply office, placing them on the counting table. The young man in charge of counting was now completely numb. The 6 villainous teams responsible for roadblocks and robberies had been wiped out by this black-clad youth alone. It was truly unbelievable. Glancing at the members of the villainous teams who had been stripped of their clothes at the entrance, the young man suddenly felt that his job wasn't so bad after all. Student Chen, your personal points total is 2,800. After the calculation, the young man arrived at an astonishing number. This was already the kind of harvest that a normal school team would achieve in half a month, yet this black-clad youth had done it in just 2 hours. A freak. 2,800 points, enough to exchange for a C-grade battlesuit. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Yunfan walked out of the military supply office, facing a crowd of students from the training camp. Their expressions were extremely complex, filled with shock, joy, and envy. You are very strong, but I will catch up. Muyu spoke earnestly, then left the training camp again, heading towards the wilderness. Fighting was definitely a shortcut to growth and strength. Captain, you were amazing. It got my blood boiling. Not bad, barely worthy of my best friend. You weren't hurt, right? I have recovery pills here, take one first. A member of the first middle school team approached with all the envious gazes on him. After all, Chen Yunfan's points counted towards the team score, and at that moment, the school team leaderboard on the training camp's big screen showed the first middle school team leading by a cliff-like advantage. If nothing unexpected happened, they would still be in first place when the month-long training ended. Why does such great talent and insight fall upon this lowly commoner? I am the eldest daughter of the Luo family, my family has produced grandmasters, and our bloodline is superior. It should have fallen upon me. In a corner of the crowd, Luo Yi clenched her fists, her eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. As the daughter of the Luo family and the flower of the third middle school, with decent talent, she should have been the center of attention, yet she had been humiliated twice by this damned fool. What was more critical was that this guy who humiliated her was now the top person in the training camp, basking in the spotlight wherever he went. In contrast, she had become a pariah due to previous events. Although it wasn't to the extent that everyone was shouting for her downfall, no one continued to approach her, and even her classmates in the school team began to deliberately keep their distance. Why was this happening? At this moment, Chen Yunfan had become her inner demon. She couldn't even focus on her cultivation. All that remained in Luo Yi's mind was one thought: how to take revenge on him. Suddenly, her phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. It was sent by Grandpa Luo too. On the other side, a member of the first middle school team was chattering away at Chen Yunfan. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Chen Yunfan turned back in confusion, only to see a tall man with a square face striding towards him. It was General Tang Long. Due to the existence of the wilderness, each city was relatively independent, with its own city defense army. The highest commander of the city defense army in Hanchuan Base City was the General. Chen Yunfan and everyone else bowed and clasped their fists in a martial salute. Everyone is doing well today. Although we were all robbed, at least we are united. No one has backed down out of fear of retaliation. Let's all go eat first. There will be instructors teaching practical combat skills in the evening. Chen Yunfan, come with me. With the general's summons, Chen Yunfan immediately followed. As they entered a resting tent, a massive pressure belonging to a 5th grade master erupted from Tang Long, flipping the tent over. Whoosh! Chen Yunfan's black hair danced wildly, his feet and part of his calves sinking deep into the mud, yet he still maintained an upright posture. The pressure came quickly and left just as fast. Strange. After so many battles, logically, with your 1st grade realm stored true essence, you should have been depleted by now, yet you show no signs of it. Tang Long was puzzled, then his pupils suddenly constricted. Before him, the black-clad youth's long hair danced again, turning fiery red, his figure growing taller, engulfed in blazing flames, with what seemed like flames dancing in his eyes, like a king who commanded fire. Illusion. No, martial arts related to illusions are all above the mysterious level. It's hard for a 1st grade warrior to access. It's the dragon and tiger chant. Your breathing technique has reached a perfect level. Tang Long's pupils shook violently. With this, everything made complete sense. The perfect level of the dragon and tiger chant had a terrifying recovery speed for true essence, and there were also breaks during the opponent's several battles. Lucky breakthrough. Looking at the low-key Chen Yunfan, Tang Long suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had been high-profile, blocking the entrance to the military supply office, acting like a mountain bandit, and now he had turned into a well-behaved child. After digesting this fact for a moment, Tang Long pulled a jade token from his pocket. This is a jade token I obtained from a Saint Martial World spy I captured some time ago. Injecting true essence can form a shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 4th-grade warrior. It's something that can save your life. Keep it safe. Don't be stingy in critical moments. Compared to the shallow martial heritage of Blue Star, the martial heritage of the Saint Martial World is long-standing, containing many wondrous items. For instance, pills, talismans, and artifacts. Among them, talismans use true essence to draw upon the great powers of heaven and earth, inscribing martial arts techniques into them, which can be activated at critical moments. However, such items are only found in the Saint Martial World and are extremely precious. Thank you, General. Chen Yunfan quickly expressed his gratitude, and the system's displayed wealth value also changed at that moment. Wealth value, 5,200,000. 5 million wealth value. Just this talisman alone is worth 5 million. Chen Yunfan felt moved and clasped his fists again. It's nothing. Go back and cultivate. Remember, if you encounter any danger, your own safety is the most important. Tang Long reminded again, watching the figure leave. Such terrifying comprehension, it must be a special physique, but I don't know what level it is. The battle body and spirit body are a bit too low, while the holy body and royal body are too distant. It's very likely a king body. Thinking of this possibility, the usually calm Tang Long showed a hint of excitement. The king bodies that have appeared in the Summer Kingdom and even the world, as long as they didn't die halfway, each reached the level of a martial saint, and he is still the invincible martial saint of the same rank. If this matter is confirmed, it would undoubtedly be a great thing, but Blue Star knows too little about physical constitution and must start from the holy martial realm to ascertain it. In the following days, all the members of the school team, influenced by Chen Yunfan, entered a frenzied state of cultivation. Spending the night in the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts became a regular operation. The top-ranked school team was no exception, with only Chen Yunfan staying put, continuously training in practical combat skills against Cho Suyuat in the small courtyard. To stimulate the G-spot of the dragon and tiger chant, Chen Yunfan shamelessly made several requests to the beautiful teacher Cho Suyue regarding her attire. Various stockings, various outfits. Beautiful teacher, mature woman, neighbor sister, Ice Queen CEO, valiant soldier king. This made Cho Suyue's gaze towards Chen Yunfan increasingly strange, and it was common for her to blush upon meeting him. Chen Yunfan felt a bit embarrassed, but it was all worth it. Dragon and tiger chant, perfect. Cultivation progress 20%. In 5 days, the progress increased by a full 20 percentage points. Although it seemed less than before, the time required to go from perfect to supreme was even longer. This speed was already astonishing. At least before the training camp ended, the dragon and tiger chant could reach the supreme level. It might not be useful in the provincial league, but it would definitely be useful in the martial arts college entrance examination. It's a pity that there isn't as good an opportunity as last time, being suppressed in front of Su Shiyun, Xinlan, and teacher Chiu. Otherwise, the dragon and tiger chant would probably reach the supreme level very soon. As he sighed in regret, the figure of the beautiful teacher Cho Suyue appeared in front of the courtyard. However, her face lacked the usual unnaturalness and bore a more serious expression. Chen Yunfan asked in confusion, "What's wrong, teacher Chiu? Did something happen at the training camp?" Cho Suyue's voice was heavy. "Something big has happened. Muyu is missing. He went out last night and hasn't returned since. The locator has been showing at one location. The city defense army just went there and only brought back a few pieces of torn cloth and a damaged locator. Currently, it's unclear whether it was a fierce beast or human involvement." As a genius from the provincial city, Muyu's family also had a 5th-grade master stationed behind them. If he were to mysteriously disappear like this, it could easily lead to conflict. It could even provoke hostility from various families in the provincial city towards Hanchuan, as these families are intricately intertwined, and Muyu, possessing a battle body, is the most outstanding genius of the Mu family. It should be human involvement. This area has long been cleared by the city defense army. Even if a powerful fierce beast passed through, it wouldn't be strong enough to prevent Muyu from sending a distress signal. Chen Yunfan frowned and said, and Xiao Suyue nodded in agreement. The military supervisor said the same. But whether it is an enemy of the Mu family or an enemy of the Hanchuan base city remains unknown. The former is manageable, but if it is the latter. For instance, some people wanting to rise to power might kill Muyu to incite conflict between the high-ranking officials of Hanchuan base city and the Mu family. Or perhaps out of hatred for the base city policies, they persecute Muyu, leading to enmity between Hanchuan, the Mu family, and many families in the provincial city. This is the last thing Hanchuan base city wants to see. Due to Muyu's disappearance, the training camp was under martial law for the day, and all school team students stopped hunting fierce beasts in the wild. quietly staying in the camp. This state of martial law continued until nightfall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The already gloomy sky appeared even deeper and darker under the nightfall, and soon, light rain began to fall from the sky. It's raining. Standing in the courtyard, Chen Yunfan furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. It was as if something significant was about to happen. Before long, a tall and elegant figure quickly walked into the courtyard. There's news. According to the information received, it might be the work of those madmen from the Holy Body sect. Because of this, the entire base city is under martial law, and the Inspection Bureau and the Martial Arts Association have all been mobilized to trace the clues of the Holy Body sect, and they have already made some progress, confirming several possible hiding places. Moreover, a few of them are in the wild, and the City Defense Army is also cooperating in the capture. By the way, there's one nearby as well. Many leading teachers and instructors have gone there, so the evening classes will definitely be unable to continue. You should rest early. Xiao Suyu's expression was slightly better than yesterday. After all, with the traces of the Holy Body sect, they would soon be able to rescue Muyu, and the training camp could lift the martial law sooner. So soon? Noticing the change in Chen Yunfan's expression, Xiao Suyu was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Isn't this a good thing? Chen Yunfan shook his head. It's nothing, just feel that something is off. I had previously researched information about the Holy Body sect. The Holy Body sect has existed for 100 years, with influence all over the world. It has faced several joint crackdowns but has never been completely eradicated. Instead, it has hidden even deeper. In the past, when the Holy Body sect committed crimes, it was difficult to find relevant clues, and even if found, it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Chen Yunfan did not continue, but Xiao Suyu already understood his meaning. A hint of doubt appeared on her bright face. Indeed, this time seems a bit too fast. Could it be that the Holy Body sect has some conspiracy? Xiao Suyu furrowed her brows, and a possibility suddenly flashed through her mind. Her long, fair neck slowly turned to look at Chen Yunfan, a mix of disbelief and tension in her expression. Do you think it's possible that the Holy Body sect actually has 2 targets this time, with Muyu being a minor target, and their real target possibly being you? The level of Chen Yunfan's insight was terrifying. Everyone in the training camp knew of it. Continuous epiphanies, and with his mastery of the Flame Burst Fist, the perfect Dragon Tiger chant, and the proficient Gale Shadow Chase, only a few could recognize him due to the rare manifestation of the Diamond Body, so not many were aware. But that was already terrifying enough. After all, Chen Yunfan was only 18, just a high school student about to take the college entrance examination. Excluding the possibility of possessing a treasure that only left a special physique, the higher-ups of the entire training camp thought the same, and there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Perhaps the Holy Body sect somehow found out. Regarding the physique of insight, the worst would be the pure spirit body. The Holy Body sect was moved and thus kidnapped Muyu, then revealed their traces, deliberately attracting the attention of the Hanchuan base city and the City Defense Army. Finally, they would strike at the training camp. Just thinking about it made Xiao Suyu's body tense up, and her expression turned grim. If that were the case, then there would be big trouble, not just for Chen Yunfan, but for the entire training camp. I don't know, but there is that possibility. Chen Yunfan's expression was equally heavy. If this speculation were true, then the night would probably be difficult. As for escaping the training camp, that was even more impossible, as the outside might be full of Holy Body sect members. It's fine, this is just our speculation. But we can't let it go. I'll go to the main tent to find the secretary and contact General Tang to inform him of this speculation and quickly mobilize troops for support. Xiao Suyu moved her long, rounded legs and hurriedly left the courtyard. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Yunfan also left the courtyard and arrived at the door of the house where Su Shiyun and Qin Lan were staying, knocking on the door. Creak, the wooden door opened, revealing a tall figure. It was Qin Lan, Su Shiyun's school beauty best friend. Chen Yunfan? Are you looking for Shiyun? Qin Lan was greatly shocked. After all, before this, it had always been her best friend looking for the other party. Using a popular term to describe it, it could be said that she was a simp. She despised her best friend's lack of ambition and was also dissatisfied with Chen Yunfan's lack of appreciation. So what if he was talented? Wasn't he just a mere first-rate now? But what is the situation now? Has he suddenly changed his mind and realized that rich women are soft and fragrant? Is she not here? Su Shanhao was not stingy with himself. Since something big was happening tonight, he had to inform the other party to prepare to hide. She's outside using the restroom. She'll be back soon. But speaking of which, Chen Tiankai, what's wrong with my Shiyun? Why do you always act like you're keeping people at arm's length? Qin Lan hugged her unremarkable chest, defending her best friend. With a major battle ahead, Chen Yunfan had no time to chat about these things, so he casually said, I prefer them a bit younger. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan froze, then looked down at her chest. Her face flushed bright red, and she quickly tightened her collar, glaring fiercely at Chen Yunfan. She thought he was hinting at something. Just as Qin Lan was about to curse him as a scumbag and a playboy, her friend Su Shiryun's charming figure appeared at the gate of the courtyard. "Shiryun, your Yunfan is here to see you." With a cold remark, Qin Lan went straight back to her room, leaving Su Shiryun blushing and a bit curious. "What's wrong with Lan Lan?" "I don't know, maybe she's sick," Chen Yunfan replied casually, as a loud crash and the sound of grinding teeth echoed from inside the house. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Be careful tonight, try to hide. I have a feeling something big might happen." Chen Yunfan laid out his and Xiao Suyua's suspicions to Su Shiryun. After hearing this, Su Shiryun's expression grew serious as she turned to her room and pulled out a large pile of pills. "This is the Destiny Pill, a 5th grade pill that can temporarily elevate a 1st grade warrior's cultivation to 2nd grade. This is..." Finally, Su Shiryun took a cylindrical pendant from around her neck. The pendant contained a swirling crimson liquid, identical in color to blood. "This is a healing potion. It can instantly heal most injuries, no matter how severe." Suspecting that the Holy Body sect might attack and that they would face a fierce battle or even death tonight, Chen Yunfan remained calm. But now, looking at these pills, his heart couldn't help but race faster. The Destiny Pill, a 5th grade pill, produced by the Holy Martial Realm, offered a tremendous boost for 1st grade warriors, and it had no side effects at all. What surprised Chen Yunfan even more was that bottle of light red healing potion. It could instantly heal most injuries. This was already at the level of heavenly treasures, right? "What's this potion called?" Chen Yunfan asked curiously. Su Shiryun was about to answer but suddenly shook her head. I can't say." Upon hearing this, he didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets, just like his system, which he could never reveal to anyone in this lifetime. "Thank you." Looking at the pills and potion in his hand, Chen Yunfan suddenly felt much more confident. The only regret was that his wealth value hadn't changed, which made him even more certain that he had been targeted by the Holy Body sect. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Yunfan prepared to leave. After all, if the Holy Body sect was coming, he would definitely be their first target. Anyone who stayed with him now would be in the greatest danger. "Wait, I just texted my father, he should be here soon. In any case, be careful. Following him would be a burden." So Su Shiryun didn't act foolishly and instead reminded him, "I just saw Teacher Chiu rushing towards the training camp tent. She's probably reporting to the higher-ups. You can go ahead and meet up with Teacher Chiu and Teacher Lei." Buzz. Chen Yunfan's footsteps halted, and his head buzzed. "Teacher Lei? Lei Jinbao? He's with Teacher Chiu?" Lei Jinbao was the leading teacher of the 3rd middle school's team. He had met him once but had never interacted closely. But this person absolutely should not appear in the camp right now. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with Teacher Lei?" "I just saw Teacher Chiu walking towards the main tent and happened to run into Teacher Lei." They exchanged a few words and then both headed towards the main tent. Su Shiryun and Qin Lan, who had just come out again, were very puzzled by Chen Yunfan's reaction. Muyu means honor and prestige for the 3rd middle school. Whether in the training camp or in the upcoming provincial league, achieving a good ranking would bring immense benefits to the 3rd middle school. Now that Muyu is missing, the 3rd middle school must be the most anxious. Lei Jinbao can't possibly still be in the training camp waiting for news. Upon hearing this, Su Shiryun and Qin Lan exchanged a glance, both understanding the seriousness of the situation. Turning back, Chen Yunfan had already disappeared from his spot, sprinting rapidly towards the main tent. It seems that the suspicious hiding place near the training camp is just a decoy, meant to draw away some of the forces in the training camp. "I wonder how many people are left in the training camp now. Forget it, let's rescue Teacher Chiu first." In the midst of his rapid dash, Chen Yunfan suddenly halted, his gaze shifting to the yard beside him. The yard was where the school team of the 3rd middle school rested, and not only were there sounds of students, but also the voice of Lei Jinbao. Holding the C-class battle weapon, the Luyun gun, Chen Yunfan approached the front door and knocked. Bang bang bang. "Who is it?" Lei Jinbao, who was about to take action, retracted his internal energy and turned to look at the door. "Teacher Lei is in trouble." Chen Yunfan suddenly left the training camp for some reason. "Instructor Su asked me to inform you to go out and look for him together." Upon hearing this, Lei Jinbao's brows furrowed tightly, cursing inwardly. If it weren't for dealing with Xiao Suyua's injury, he wouldn't have sent other members of the Holy Body sect to capture Chen Yunfan, nor would he have given Chen Yunfan a chance to escape. Anxious in his heart, Lei Jinbao didn't even think about whether Instructor Su was actually in the training camp, and walked to the door intending to open it. But as his hand touched the door latch, his gaze instinctively peered through the crack of the door. There was no light inside the camp, but a martial artist's senses are sharp. Through the dim moonlight, Lei Jinbao barely saw a familiar tall figure standing in front of the door. The figure's expression was cold, with indifference in its eyes. Chen Yunfan. Lei Jinbao's eyes widened in shock, and suddenly thought of something, quickly retreating. But a silver flash was faster, piercing through the door panel and plunging into Lei Jinbao's chest with a whoosh. Blood splattered, and his flesh quivered. Lei Jinbao gasped, his brow twitching in pain, but at this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly retreated again. This scene completely stunned the students of the 3rd middle school in the yard. What shocked them even more was that a familiar tall figure, holding a silver-white cloud-patterned spear, broke through the door. Chen Yunfan, are you crazy? How dare you harm our teacher Lei? Luoyi was the first to react, shouting angrily, but a trace of barely noticeable panic appeared in her eyes. Discovered? Shut up, otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Chen Yunfan shook the spear. The warm, crimson blood splattered onto Luoyi's face, nearly driving her, who had a cleanliness obsession, to madness. But she didn't dare make a sound, for she truly felt a strong killing intent from Chen Yunfan. If she moved, Chen Yunfan would really dare to kill her directly. The other students from the 3rd middle school were also silent, not knowing what Chen Yunfan intended to do. His such a mature mind, such sharp spear skills. If my heart weren't naturally on the left side, that shot would have killed me. If I die, aren't you afraid you won't be able to find your beautiful teacher Chiu Suyue? Lei Jinbao clutched his chest, the pain making his scalp tingle. So close. Just a little bit more, and this second-rank martial artist would have died at the hands of a first-rank high school student. No need for you to tell me. If Teacher Chiu were still alive, I would do everything I could to find a way. If Teacher Chiu has met with misfortune, then you will accompany my teacher to the grave. Their conversation left everyone from class 3 in a daze. What's going on? Teacher Lei kidnapped Teacher Chen Yunfan? But why? At the same time, several explosive waves of battle suddenly erupted in the training camp. The booming sounds were incessant. The holy body is indestructible, the true God descends. Chen Yunfan, surrender and become a part of my divine body. What an honor that would be. Hearing the commotion, Lei Jinbao no longer concealed himself, bursting into wild laughter. The holy body sect? That group of thugs who specifically hunt special physiques. Teacher Lei is actually a member of the holy body sect. We're done for. We're doomed. Run! The members of Class 3 were thrown into chaos, but Chen Yunfan remained unaffected, only tightening his grip on the spear in his hand. Whoosh! With a powerful push against the ground, the black-clad figure leaped across dozens of meters, silver light tearing through the night as the spear swung down towards Lei Jinbao's head. Crack! Damn it! How can his strength be so great? Lei Jinbao attempted to block with both arms and find another opportunity to counterattack, but he never expected the opponent's strength to be this overwhelming. It turned out that the thugs who had ambushed resources at the military supply office that day had not gone easy on him. Lei Jinbao could clearly feel now that his arms had been broken by a single strike. He tried to retreat again, but having already been injured by Chiu Suyue and then stabbed in the lung by Chen Yunfan, he was now heavily wounded and completely no match for Chen Yunfan. In just 2 exchanges, a matter of seconds, Lei Jinbao had already been knocked to the ground by Chen Yunfan, the silver spear piercing through his chest and pinning him to the ground. Don't kill me. Chiu Suyue isn't dead, she's just heavily injured and unconscious, and I placed her inside the house. The cultist was also lecherous. Lei Jinbao had originally planned to take Chiu Suyue with him after finishing, as a reward for his years of lurking. Now, in order to save his life, he blurted everything out without a second thought. Seeing Chen Yunfan pause, Lei Jinbao wanted to continue begging for mercy. However, a silver light shot down like lightning, piercing through his skull. Martial artists have strong vitality. Even if their heart is exploded, they can still hold on for a while, but a headshot is the most reliable method. Luoyi looked at Lei Jinbao's state, her stomach churning, nearly retching, but she could only suppress it fiercely because she wanted to leave the courtyard, away from this madman, and absolutely could not attract his attention during this process. However, whoosh! The silver light pierced through the air, cutting across the night sky. Chen Yunfan held the silver spear, pressing it firmly against Luoyi's forehead. One step forward would mean a headshot. Chen Yunfan, calm down, we are classmates. Feeling the coldness from the spear tip, Luoyi shivered and quickly said, "Did the Luo family participate in the Holy Body sect?" Previously, after obtaining the Luyun spear, his wealth value did not increase, indicating that the Luo family had definitely harbored murderous intent against him. This incident with the Holy Body sect might be backed by a collaboration between the Luo family and the sect. And no, I don't know anything about the Holy Body sect. Yunfan, we actually have no hatred between us. At most, it's just a misunderstanding. I beg you, let me go. Woo woo. Luoyi was scared to tears, but while crying, she cunningly tore her shirt open a bit more, revealing large areas of her fair skin. To be fair, she was quite pretty, as could be seen from the glances stolen by the members of the Class 3 school team. However, to Chen Yunfan at this moment, they were just two lumps of rotten flesh. Could it be that the Luo family is acting without informing Luoyi, or that the Luo family is not involved in this operation? Chen Yunfan furrowed his brows, pulling out a pill from his pocket, gripping Luoyi's throat, and forcing it down her. This is a poison pill. If I'm fine, you'll be fine. If I die, you'll die too. No one can save you. Get lost. Although Luoyi was afraid of the poison pill, she was even more terrified of facing the madman before her, clutching her chest and scrambling away. The members of the 3rd middle school team followed suit, and the entire courtyard instantly became empty. Chen Yunfan opened the door to the inner room and glanced inside, seeing the beautiful teacher Cho Suyue unconscious on the ground, but her chest was still rising and falling, so she should be fine. He closed the door and walked out of the courtyard. Explosions and screams echoed everywhere, along with the relentless shouts of battle. On one side were the soldiers, instructors, and teachers from the training camp, while on the other were the masked members of the Holy Body Church. The acrid smell of blood hit Chen Yunfan's face with the night wind. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt his blood begin to boil with heat. The target has been found. The credit is mine. A rough laugh rang out as a man wearing a monster mask, at least 2 meters tall and built like a giant bear, stepped out from the shadows. It's yours? I don't see how it looks like mine. A soft, feminine voice chuckled lightly. Stop arguing, let's all go together. This kid is said to be a bit strange. A first tier can fight a second tier. A hunched old man appeared on the rooftop, looking down at Chen Yunfan. A first tier can fight a second tier? That just proves the special physique is real. This is a great achievement. Let me go first. Let me see how powerful this first day pride of the training camp really is. The giant bear man laughed wildly, while the feminine voice expressed dissatisfaction. Ugly bear, if you want to steal the credit, just say so. What do you mean by trying to see how powerful he is? A first tier can fight a second tier, but that doesn't mean he can win against a second tier. Besides, we are not those useless city defense soldiers. Ha, sassy woman, the credit is mine for sure. Let me show you the prowess of your bear grandpa. The giant bear man, wielding a dark giant hammer, charged towards Chen Yunfan. The ground trembled slightly, and the 3rd middle school students who had just run a short distance were overwhelmed by this wild aura, their legs going weak and falling to the ground. Let's settle this quickly, Chen Yunfan murmured, swallowing the destiny pill given by Su Shiyun. A massive surge of energy erupted from within him, blood seeping from his pores, and his aura instantly magnified several times. The rolling true essence surged, and his black hair and robe danced wildly in the wind. He softly chanted, swift wind chasing shadows. The giant bear man only saw the black-clad youth slowly dissipating like foam under the moonlight, while a fierce wind rushed towards his face. He only caught a glimpse of a silver point, which gradually enlarged. It was the sharp tip of a spear. Fast. So fast. The giant bear man was horrified. He never expected that the first-tier opponent would not flee in the face of encirclement but would dare to counterattack. Moreover, his speed completely surpassed that of a second-tier warrior. He instinctively raised the giant hammer to block, but as he lifted it halfway, it fell weakly. The spear tip precisely pierced through his eye socket, blood and brain matter splattering, instantly extinguishing the giant bear man's life. With a loud crash, the feminine voice and the hunched old man, along with 3 newly arrived members of the Holy Body Church, all ceased their frivolity, their expressions turning serious. 5 people, all second tier, invincible at the same tier. At first tier, I am invincible. At second tier, I am invincible. Chen Yunfan's fighting spirit surged as he charged towards the nearest hunched old man. Whoosh! A cold gleam shot from the side, aimed at the feminine figure. Chen Yunfan did not dodge. His body, glowing with a glass-like light, withstood the dark arrow, sweeping his spear horizontally towards the hunched old man. The hunchbacked old man, originally planning to take advantage of the feminine figure's sneak attack and counterattack, was taken aback when the opponent did not dodge at all. Instead, she was determined to strike him. Cursing inwardly, he realized it was too late to evade and could only raise his cane to withstand the incoming spear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the hunchbacked old man spat blood, flying backward for more than 10 meters, crashing to the ground like a ragged sack. 2 moves, 1 kill, 1 incapacitated. Such terrifying offensive power truly shocked the remaining members of the Holy Body sect. This kid is wicked, but capturing him will bring great merit. Everyone, attack together. The feminine figure gritted her teeth, and the remaining members of the Holy Body sect surged forward. The Lioli golden body shone brilliantly, unleashing the full force of second-grade vitality and true essence, transforming the spear into a scythe of death. In an instant, it reaped the lives of 3 people. However, the fluctuations from this battle attracted more members of the Holy Body sect. First grade, second grade, even third grade. First grade refining, second grade flesh refining, third grade bone forging, warriors who had stepped into the third-grade realm were like human weapons, and now, Chen Yunfan had to face 3 of these human weapons. The spear was no longer suitable, so he returned to the most primitive fighting style, his fists bursting with fiery light, a faint lily glow radiating from his body. Each punch was as powerful as 1,000 June. Although he couldn't kill the third-grade warriors, the 3 third-grade fighters were momentarily unable to deal with Chen Yunfan, resulting in a complete stalemate in the battle. They were caught in a war of attrition. The perfect level Dragon and Tiger chant allowed his vitality and true essence to continuously recover, so Chen Yunfan held nothing back. Every punch was delivered with full force. He couldn't kill the third-grade warriors, but dealing with second-grade warriors was a punch for each. Thus, while dodging, Chen Yunfan crazily harvested the lives of the second-grade members of the Holy Body sect present. The remaining second-grade members were thoroughly frightened. They couldn't fight back, and escaping was impossible against Chen Yunfan, who hadn't used Swift Wind Pursuing Shadow. Damn it! The 3 third-grade members of the Holy Body sect were furious and began to attack even more frantically, pouring out their true essence and vitality without regard for their lives. This raid was extremely dangerous, primarily aimed at capturing Chen Yunfan. If they were slow, when the city defense army or strong warriors returned, they would all die, and no one would escape. More and more third-grade members arrived, and the instructors left behind at the training camp also came to support after dealing with their respective enemies. They were shocked to find the ground littered with the bodies of Holy Body sect members. When they saw Chen Yunfan fighting 3 third-grade warriors, they nearly popped their eyes out. No wonder, after contacting the supervising general, he ordered them to protect him at all costs. This talent, once grown, would definitely reach the level of a martial saint, a true pillar of the nation. The chaotic battle erupted completely, and amidst the chaos, Chen Yunfan also received news. This time, the Holy Body sect had 2 4th-grade masters, who were being held back by 2 officers from the city defense army. Their task was to delay until the supervising general returned, at which point none of the Holy Body sect members would escape. I hope they can hold on. Amidst the slaughter, Chen Yunfan glanced at 2 directions. The true essence explosion over there was like a raging wind, uprooting trees, and the aftermath of the battle was terrifying. Fortunately, it seemed the battle had also reached a stalemate. If it continued like this, it would definitely be advantageous for their side. But why did the Holy Body sect seem so unhurried? Is someone flying? Another master is coming, a soldier shouted in delight. After reaching the 4th-grade master realm, control over the body was nearly perfect, but flying was still impossible, only achieving brief moments of suspension. However, to outsiders, it looked no different from flying. Chen Yunfan followed the gaze and saw a figure rushing over from the training camp. At this moment, returning was likely someone who had previously gone to the vicinity of the training camp, where the Holy Body sect might be located. But when that person quickly approached, everyone in the training camp felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. With a monster mask on his face, this was a member of the Holy Body sect. With this person joining the fray, the balance of the battle was instantly shattered, and the first to suffer were the 4th-rank officers of the training camp. Outnumbered 2-1, the officer was severely injured in an instant, losing an arm. The 2 liberated members of the Holy Body sect split up, one heading to another 4th-rank battlefield, while the other rushed towards this side. Chen Yunfan's heart sank to the bottom. He glanced at his own people, who had died due to the turmoil caused by the changing situation, and at Su Shiyun in the distance, who was caught in crisis due to the chaos. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunfan amplified his voice as much as possible using his breathing technique. I am Chen Yunfan, your target is me. If I escape, none of you will be able to report back. His voice echoed across the entire training camp, leaving the Holy Body sect stunned and the training camp in silence. The target is him, capture him. With a shout, the Holy Body sect erupted in chaos, surging towards Chen Yunfan, but they were met with an even more frenzied struggle and slaughter from the training camp. Chen Yunfan didn't even glance back, using the Dragon and Tiger chant to disrupt those entangled in battle, while his feet moved with the wind-chasing shadow technique, allowing him to swiftly leap onto the wall of a building. He then jumped down, quickly leaving the battlefield and heading towards the wild forest outside the training camp. Originally, he had intended to stay in the training camp to use the manpower to confront the Holy Body sect and win by dragging out the fight, but if he stayed any longer, everyone would die because of him. Having lived again, he only wanted to be guilt-free. The target has escaped. Hurry, chase. That's the one the Holy Envoy wants. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Catch up. One by one, members of the Holy Body sect quickly disengaged from battle and pursued Chen Yunfan, shooting cold arrows and hidden weapons continuously. Between life and death lies great terror, and with a heart racing in fear, Chen Yunfan desperately pushed his limits, his realm smoothly breaking through from mastery to the level of great achievement, gaining the ability Shadow Split. In an instant, a flood of insights surged into Chen Yunfan's mind like a divine revelation. He then executed the wind-chasing shadow, and his figure instantly split into three, rushing in three different directions. Did he break through in the heat of battle? The level of great achievement in wind-chasing shadow. What a freak! Split up and chase. This is a top-tier physique regarding comprehension. We absolutely cannot let him escape. The pursuers from the Holy Body sect divided into three, chasing after the three figures that vanished into the rain curtain. Clone. The fourth-rank master, wearing a mask, furrowed his brow upon seeing this and was just about to pursue when a strong wind howled from behind. Clang! His arm guard blocked the blow, and he turned to look. The attacker was none other than the fourth-rank officer of the city guard, who had been severely injured by him and the fourth-rank members of the Holy Body sect. At this moment, the officer was drenched in blood, with not a single good piece of flesh on him, his face extremely pale, and one arm completely missing. But with his remaining right hand, he still held the knife steadily. The officer gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the masked man. As long as I'm here, you won't catch up. Troublesome. The masked man snorted coldly, countering the fourth-rank officer while gathering azure light in one palm, which quickly transformed into three azure wind blades. The azure wind blades spun, whipping up a fierce cold wind, and were hurled towards the three directions in which Chen Yunfan was fleeing. Two of the figures shattered like bubbles upon contact with the azure wind blades. Only one let out a muffled grunt, stumbling for a moment, but despite the blood flowing from his back, he continued to run headlong. We absolutely cannot let him go. The masked man in battle instructed a tall figure not far away. Yes, father. The tall figure quickly withdrew from the battlefield and chased after the fleeing figure of Chen Yunfan. In the dense forest, Chen Yunfan held his breath, never relaxing for a moment, ignoring the bleeding wound on his back, and just sprinted madly in a determined direction. A cold, chilling intensity filled his eyes. Luo Guani. He was all too familiar with that azure wind blade. He had seen it before in the arena. It was indeed Luo Guani's signature attack. There were countless martial arts, and while others might learn the azure wind blade, it was too coincidental that it was his enemy and also a fourth-grade martial artist. This was just too much of a coincidence. As he ran, Chen Yunfan touched his back. The flesh was torn, blood gushing, and even the slightest touch sent a sharp pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, the moment of crisis triggered the unmoved king automatically, otherwise, that blow could have sliced me in half. Luo family, how wonderful! If I don't die today, I will make you all die. The killing intent permeated the rain, adding an extra chill. During his escape, Chen Yunfan continuously used the Gale Shadow Step to create illusions, and after running for dozens of kilometers, he finally managed to shake off the Holy Body sect's pursuers under the cover of night. Who was sitting on a large tree, Chen Yunfan gasped for breath, and while bandaging his back wound, he did not forget to observe his surroundings. The hilly terrain was filled with rugged stones and shrubs. Logically speaking, places suitable for ambushes are also where fierce beasts are most abundant. Why haven't I spotted a single one? Could this be the territory of other powerful beasts? But I haven't seen any signs of large beasts along the way. Chen Yunfan was puzzled, his gaze searching the dense forest. Soon, his eyes locked onto a pile of firewood. He approached and felt the ashes, still warm to the touch. Is there someone nearby? Chen Yunfan immediately became alert, slowly probing deeper into the forest, and soon discovered a figure. His gaze fixed on a hidden sentry in the trees, wearing a mask. What a narrow path for enemies. Since there's a sentry here, this must be a stronghold of the Holy Body sect. I didn't expect to stumble upon a stronghold that the authorities couldn't even find. A strange expression flickered across Chen Yunfan's cold demeanor. He scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and then quietly concealed himself in the night once more. When he reappeared, he was already behind the sentry. Who? Before the low cry could finish a syllable, the sentry's chest was caved in by a swift punch, and the sound was stifled. When the sentry regained consciousness, he found his throat gripped tightly, and in front of him stood a cold-faced young man in black, holding a black pill. Swallow it. Under threat, the sentry had no choice but to take it and swallow. This is a blood-dissolving pill. It will cause your body to rot from the skin to the flesh and then to the bones. You wouldn't want to experience that, would you? Chen Yunfan said earnestly. Death might not scare some, but a death filled with extreme pain was something few could endure throughout history, and it had made it into textbooks. Moreover, the Holy Body sect, being a cult, had absorbed many followers who were either murderers or martial artists who had committed crimes. Such people would naturally be fine when nothing was wrong, but when trouble arose, they would not retain their integrity. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Yunfan's words, the sentry's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly shook his head. The situation at the stronghold. A look of hesitation flashed across the sentry's face, and Chen Yunfan struck like lightning, crushing the sentry's wrists. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the sentry's kneecap. "Don't think of deceiving me. If I don't return later, you'll have to experience the power and effects of that blood-dissolving pill, and you won't even be able to commit suicide," Chen Yunfan threatened coldly. The sentry, who had been preparing to deceive, immediately abandoned all thoughts. "There are 2 more sentries ahead. After passing them, you'll see a crack in the mountain, which leads to a natural cave. That is our stronghold. Because of the operation, there aren't many people there now, only 2 third rank, 7 second rank, and quite a few first rank. Our holy son is among them." In no time, Chen Yunfan had obtained all the information he wanted. Facing the pleading gaze of the hidden sentry, Chen Yunfan did not hesitate and shattered the opponent's throat with a single palm strike. The Holy Body sect was not only about capturing geniuses with special physiques, they had also committed numerous illegal acts. For instance, sacrifices. The Holy Body is indestructible, and the true God descends. The Holy Body sect often uses human lives to offer sacrifices to the so-called true God. Such a cult deserves to be exterminated, regardless of age or gender. Chen Yunfan's body once again concealed itself in the shadows. With second-rank strength and perfected footwork, he easily killed the remaining 2 sentries and arrived at a mountain ridge. Under the moonlight, a crack about a foot wide appeared. This should be the place. Chen Yunfan took 2 steps forward and jumped in. During the descent, he used the gap on both sides to slow his fall, finally landing lightly without making a sound. Successfully hiding behind a massive rock, Chen Yunfan looked inside. It was indeed a super-large underground cavern, equipped with numerous living facilities and tents, as well as a large number of beast corpses. The most eye-catching was the crimson blood pool in the center of the cavern. The stench of blood was extremely strong. Even from dozens of meters away, Chen Yunfan could smell it clearly. Some members of the Holy Body sect were resting in the tents, while others were waiting by the blood pool. In the blood pool sat 2 people, both completely naked. One was Muyu, but his body was covered in knife wounds, and he was unconscious, submerged in the blood pool, apparently bleeding out. The other sinister young man was sitting cross-legged in the blood pool, seemingly absorbing something through his cultivation. Is this how they can plunder physiques? Chen Yunfan speculated, feeling somewhat astonished. After confirming the enemy's position and strength, he moved his feet, just about to take action when a series of piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the cavern. Buzz, buzz, someone triggered the infrared alarm. Get up! A member of the Holy Body sect shouted, and the remaining members rushed out of the tents, their expressions extremely tense. They knew there was an operation at night. Now that the stronghold was invaded, could it be the official people from Hanchuan Base City? Seeing this, Chen Yunfan no longer concealed his aura. His violent blood energy and true essence surged out, shaking the surrounding rubble into a flurry of projectiles. Someone is invading. Quickly call for backup. Wait, a second rank. The sudden invasion startled everyone, but upon sensing Chen Yunfan's aura, they immediately showed disdainful smiles. Kid, did you take the wrong medicine? A second rank dares to come in here to die. A second rank warrior wielding a giant axe laughed heartily, forgetting the fear he had just felt, looking as if he could swallow mountains and rivers. After all, there were over a dozen first-rank members of the Holy Body sect, 7 second rank, and 2 third rank. How could they lose? Hey, old Kue, don't scare the little kid. Can't you see he's still a high school student, the flower of our nation? A companion from the Holy Body sect teased. However, the next moment, a silver light pierced through the air, and the sharp tip of a gun accurately penetrated the giant axeman's forehead, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. A headshot kill. The giant axeman's eyes widened, a smile still lingering on his face, clearly unable to react before his life was completely extinguished. The entire cavern fell into dead silence for a moment. Such strength. Could it be a second rank specializing in body cultivation? This kid is strange. Let's all go together. After a brief commotion, the members of the Holy Body sect regained their composure and surged toward Chen Yunfan. Glorious light erupted, and crimson flames burst forth. For Chen Yunfan, who had taken the destiny pill, a casual punch or kick could annihilate a first rank and severely injure a second rank. As for the 2 third-tier warriors, he adopted a roundabout strategy. The swift wind-chasing shadows of the great achievement not only moved quickly but could also create 2 clones to confuse the opponent. Although the clones were quite fake, they could briefly hold off the enemy, buying him some time. In just 2 minutes, a pile of corpses lay on the ground. At this moment, only Chen Yunfan and the 2 third-tier warriors remained in the cave, along with the 2 individuals in the blood pool, while all the members of the first and second-tier Sacred Body sect had been killed. Due to his astonishing identity, Chen Yunfan successfully broke through the defense line and arrived in the blood pool, standing beside the young man who was meditating. Kid, you need to stay calm. He is the holy son of the Sacred Body sect. If he dies, the entire sect will be furious. The Holy Master will definitely not let you go. Skinning and pulling tendons will be your fate. The two third-tier warriors threatened with grim faces, but their eyes flashed with shock. A second-tier warrior had actually slaughtered the entire camp of the Sacred Body sect right in front of them. Two third-tier warriors. Who would believe it if it got out? If they hadn't fought him personally, they wouldn't have believed it. The bizarre illusions, terrifying power, and astonishing speed made it extremely difficult for them to even get close, and they could only watch helplessly as he massacred the entire camp. If they hadn't truly fought him, they wouldn't have believed it. Did you hear that? If you dare to touch me, the Sacred Body sect will definitely not rest until one of us is dead. The Holy Son of the Sacred Body sect opened his eyes in anger, having interrupted his blood exchange. He glared at Chen Yunfan. He looked to be around 18 years old, and his second-tier strength was already considered extraordinary, but he was being pressed down by Chen Yunfan, like a dead dog, with his head held firmly. Damn! You've fallen into my hands, and you're still pretending. Chen Yunfan sneered, his fist bursting into flames as he delivered a heavy punch to the Holy Son's head. A tremendous force erupted. In the Holy Son's horrified gaze, his spine shattered, and his head was smashed into his chest along with his neck. Life was extinguished in an instant. How dare you! Seeking death. The bloody scene made the two third-tier warriors' eyes bulge with rage. Then, a surge of true essence erupted from both of them, their power exploding with overwhelming force, sending stones and leaves flying. Chen Yunfan, however, grinned. You too. It seems this Holy Son holds a high position in your Sacred Body sect. Your task was to protect the Holy Son, and now that he is dead, whether your Holy Master will let me go is uncertain, but I estimate he definitely won't let you off. What do you think? The two third-tier warriors, ready to strike, froze in place upon hearing this, failing to protect the Holy Son. As members of the Sacred Body sect, no one understood better than them how grave this crime was and what kind of punishment the Holy Master would impose. Death would be a luxury. Unless the two were extremely powerful and had great use for the Sacred Body sect, but they were merely third-tier warriors. After exchanging glances, they didn't even look at Chen Yunfan, turning to unleash their true essence and shooting towards the cave entrance. Leaving so decisively, it seems the Sacred Body sect doesn't treat its own people well either. Watching the two leave, Chen Yunfan's tense body slowly relaxed. With his second-tier strength boosted by the Destiny Pill, he could at most fight to a standstill against third-tier warriors, but winning was completely impossible. Their departure was already the best outcome. Otherwise, if the Sacred Body sect's people returned for support, it would be a dead end. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Yunfan looked at Muyu in the blood pool. The once arrogant kid was now in a pitiful state, his body covered in cuts and bleeding. He was pale and unconscious. Chen Yunfan pulled him onto the shore, stuffed a few cheap healing pills into his mouth, and then quickly searched the entire camp. In the end, he only found a book and 2 bottles of pills. It seems that even the people in the cult know that their companions are not good, so they carry their resources with them when they go out. In the end, he only found a book, 2 second-grade pills, and 5 bottles of beast spirit liquid. The cover of the book had 4 small characters written on it, Secret Method of the Holy Body. After obtaining it, Chen Yunfan did not read it immediately. Instead, he checked his wealth value. Wealth value, 5,200,000. The wealth value hasn't increased at all. It seems that according to the system's judgment, I am still in danger. Chen Yunfan's expression tightened, and without time to check the effects of the items, he grabbed Muyu by the back of his clothes and rushed towards the cave entrance. After exiting the cave, he sprinted in a certain direction with all his might. After running for 20 kilometers, Chen Yunfan finally stopped and sat down on a large blue stone to rest temporarily. Whoosh! Just as he sat down, a blue wind blade sliced through the air towards him. Chen Yunfan reacted extremely quickly, kicking Muyu aside while dodging the blue wind blade. The wind blade missed Chen Yunfan but sliced the blue stone he had just been sitting on in half. Luo Guani. Chen Yunfan's face darkened, and his blood seemed to freeze. A second grade against a fourth grade, certain death. Is the name of a master something a junior like you can call out directly? Kneel before my father and repent for what you've done. A powerful voice rang out as a figure jumped down from a towering tree. Looking at the person who resembled Luo Guani but was much younger, Chen Yunfan's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. You are Luo Chuan? Chen Yunfan's tone carried a hint of relief. Having enmity with the Luo family, he was familiar with their family situation. The head of the family, Luo Tu, had an eldest son, Luo Guani, and a second son, Luo Mingyuan. This person, resembling Luo Guani, should be their third son, Luo Chuan, who worked at the martial arts school. Humph, a mere first-grade martial artist. I don't know what kind of underhanded methods you use to temporarily break through to second grade, but it makes you so arrogant. Luo Chuan snorted coldly. Even though my father is not here, I can still behead you and crush every bone in your body. Let you know the price of being an enemy of the Luo family. Not a bad suggestion. Chen Yunfan's expression remained unchanged as he forcefully drove the flowing cloud spear into the ground. Without understanding spear techniques, this thing could only be used to bully the weak. In a desperate fight, it fell short. Illusion! Chen Yunfan murmured softly, and the originally aloof Luo Chuan, with his hands behind his back, suddenly heard a dragon's roar explode in his ears, and the scene around him changed. Endless darkness enveloped him, and the figure of the black-clad youth 100 meters away grew taller against the wind, gradually becoming a giant. Accompanying this was a terrifying and overwhelming presence, as if a single finger could crush him to death. Illusion technique! Luo Chuan's shocked pupils stabilized in an instant, regaining clarity, only to feel a fierce wind rushing towards his face. His skin and long hair were blown about, and Luo Chuan's heart trembled as he quickly crossed his arms to brace himself. But he did not expect that the fist shimmering with glass-like light would possess such immense power. As a third-grade martial artist, he felt an overwhelming sense of inability to resist. Not only did his wrist ache from the impact, but he was also sent flying, flipping in the air before finally landing steadily. A single strike shattered prejudice and pride. Luo Chuan's gaze shifted from disdain to seriousness. I originally didn't understand why my father would go to such lengths, even connecting with the Holy Body sect, to kill you. Now I suddenly understand. You are very strong. With your talent and comprehension, my Luo family is undoubtedly doomed. But the secret method you use to enhance your strength must have some limitations, right? Like duration or something? Luo Chuan had previously hidden in the shadows with his father, Luo Guani, and did not witness Chen Yunfan's rampage. Although his father had repeatedly warned him to stay vigilant, he remained dismissive. A third grade against a first grade, he simply couldn't fathom how he could lose. Even though Chen Yunfan had just revealed a second grade aura, he still looked down on his opponent, believing it was merely external factors that could not compare to his own true abilities. But that recent punch had completely realigned his thoughts. 1 hour, and there are only a few minutes left, but it should be enough to kill you. Chen Yunfan's expression, influenced by the glazed golden body, alternated between benevolent solemnity and cold ruthlessness. The Destiny Pill, a fourth-grade elixir produced in the sacred martial realm, was worth over 1 million, with no side effects upon consumption, but its effects lasted only an hour. An hour worth 1 million would vanish afterward. I like your confidence, but I will crush it with my own hands. Luo Chuan snorted coldly. If you enjoy nonsense, feel free to say more. There won't be such a good opportunity again. Chen Yunfan channeled his true essence, and an image of a Buddha holding a Vajra appeared behind him, shining brilliantly in the night like a blazing sun. Although the Vajra body was a defensive martial art, its activation also provided terrifying enhancements to strength. He wanted a quick resolution. Boom! A punch was thrown effortlessly, creating a deafening sonic boom. Facing the oncoming punch, even though Luo Chuan was prepared, he was still shocked at the moment of impact. He had given it his all, yet he still couldn't block it at all. He staggered back a few steps before barely stabilizing himself. Such terrifying martial arts must consume an incredible amount of true essence. With your low-level breathing technique, how long can you hold on? Falling into a disadvantage, Luo Chuan coldly snorted. Chen Yunfan said nothing, charging forward again, flames erupting from his fist. Boom boom boom. The two transformed into two humanoid beasts, the sounds of their close combat comparable to bulldozers, toppling the dense forest and shattering boulders in their wake. Luo Chuan grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Under the illusion and the high-level steps, he couldn't touch his opponent at all, while the other could easily attack him. A third grade fighting a second grade, yet he was being beaten up in return. Who would believe that? If it weren't for the robust physique of a third grade warrior, he might have already been dead. Shocked in his heart, Luo Chuan still refused to admit defeat. Put in more effort. A little more. Haven't you eaten? Let me stimulate you a bit more. Guess how I found you? The green wind blade you were hit by had another effect besides the attack. It marked you. As long as the true essence lingering in your wound doesn't dissipate, any warrior who has practiced the swift wind ninja / nearby can sense it. And my father, who used the technique, can sense it from 100 kilometers away. He might be on his way right now. Luo Chuan laughed heartily on the surface, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Yunfan, ready to counterattack the moment he sensed a shift in his opponent's focus. But Chen Yunfan seemed deaf, ignoring the previous words and simply throwing punches. It had to be said that the robust physique of a third-grade warrior made every punch from Chen Yunfan feel like it was hitting steel. Although there was power, the rebound force was also considerable. His hand bones shattered, blood flowed from his tiger's mouth, yet Chen Yunfan seemed oblivious, the red flames on his fist dancing even more violently. 3 minutes passed, but for Luo Chuan, it felt like 10,000 years. The high-intensity battle left him drenched in sweat, his true essence and vitality already depleted by more than half. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to maintain the vitality shield and the operation of his body refining technique. Damn it! Even as a second grade, you shouldn't have this much true essence. What kind of breathing technique are you using that multiplies it so much? Luo Chuan shouted in frustration. He never imagined that a high school student would cultivate a profound breathing technique typically reserved for masters to perfection during the first rank. The powerful breathing method allowed his true essence to continuously recover during battle. Therefore, in combat, Chen Yunfan didn't have to worry about the consumption of true essence. The only thing on his mind was how to kill his opponent. Another 2 minutes passed, and feeling the power that didn't belong to him slowly fading away, a fierce look suddenly flashed across Chen Yunfan's ice-like face. The difficulty of dealing with a third-rank warrior was beyond his expectations. If he couldn't take them down in a short time, he could only take risks and exchange life for life. The sonic boom punch missed, but Chen Yunfan didn't adjust his stance. Instead, he anxiously threw out another punch, leaving his abdomen wide open. Ha ha, your punches are all over the place. Let me guess, is your power-enhancing pills effect about to wear off? Luo Chuan's lips curled into a victorious smile. In a flash, seizing the fleeting opportunity, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, easily slicing through Chen Yunfan's abdominal skin, and bright red blood immediately gushed out. Chen Yunfan's eyelids twitched in pain as he glanced at his abdomen. The situation was worse than he had imagined. That knife not only cut through the skin but even sliced through the muscle. He could even see the damaged internal organs. If it weren't for the protective light of the glaze blocking it, his organs would probably have spilled out by now. You lost. With his organs ruptured and bleeding, let alone a first-rank warrior, even a third-rank warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. Without timely treatment, he would undoubtedly die. But now they were in a desolate mountain area. Where could he find so-called timely treatment? Luo Chuan wore a victorious smile. Death! Death! Between life and death, the understanding of the wind chase shadow deepened, breaking through to the perfect level in the heat of battle, comprehending a new ability 10,000 shadows. After being stabbed several times, his body instinctively began to tremble from the pain, and his scalp tingled, yet a smile appeared on Chen Yunfan's lips. It worked! Previously, when he was hunted by the Holy Body sect, on the brink of life and death, the wind chase shadow broke through to the great accomplishment level. At that time, he suspected that this martial art was very afraid of death. Since it feared death, falling into danger again was undoubtedly the best way to stimulate the wind chase shadow to break through. Normally, Chen Yunfan would choose a more stable approach, but now he had no mind to worry about stability. Once the effect of the destiny pill ended, he would be the one to die. Fortunately, this desperate gamble ultimately succeeded. Looking at the smiling Chen Yunfan with his shattered organs, Luo Chuan felt both puzzled and a bit uneasy. Just as he was about to press the attack, he saw the figure of the young man in black before him split into 2, then 4. The tall figures under the night sky multiplied continuously. This is the martial arts phenomenon of 10,000 shadows. Your wind chase shadow has reached the perfect realm. Luo Chuan's expression shook, disbelief written all over his face. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Was this a movie? He remembered that the other party had already broken through once when escaping from the training camp, from proficiency to great accomplishment, and then comprehended shadow division to successfully escape. Had he broken through again? His mind was overwhelmed with shock, causing him to react half a beat too late as hundreds of figures simultaneously rushed at him to attack. Countless fists swung. Although they lacked offensive power, their confusion reached its peak, especially under the cover of night and his mental lapse. For a moment, Luo Chuan couldn't distinguish which attack was real among those so close. He could only push his blood energy to the limit, reinforcing his overall defense, but this also weakened his focused defense. Boom! It wasn't until he was struck in the chest by a punch, the sensation of his heart violently contracting spreading throughout his body, that Luo Chuan's eyes widened in shock. The hundreds of shadow clones had just vanished completely, leaving only the figure of a young man in black. His eyes were as deep as ink, his expression as hard as ice, and his hair swayed slightly in the moonlight, with blood at the corner of his mouth glaringly bright. At this moment, Luo Chuan was truly a bit panicked. Clearly, the opponent had been severely injured by him, with shattered internal organs in the abdomen. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy or trying to escape? Why did he still dare to counterattack? Could a counterattack lead to victory? Even if he injured himself, the opponent was still doomed. Did he want to drag him down with him? After the fear, an unknown rage surged through Luo Chuan's body. As a third-tier martial artist, he had always held himself in high regard, looking down on the weak. Yet today, he had been injured to this extent by someone he had always considered weak. His chest caved in, his lungs bleeding, and he had nearly had his heart shattered. The more one sees oneself as strong, the harder it is to accept the fact of their own fear. At this moment, Luo Chuan, who had just danced on the edge of death, was especially furious. "Didn't you want to drag me down with you? Aren't you not afraid of death? Let's see if you're afraid now." After being struck with a heavy punch, with his sternum caved in, the most sensible thing for Luo Chuan to do was to immediately create distance and buy time. But in his madness, he made a decision he hadn't even anticipated himself. "Die for me." Luo Chuan abandoned reinforcing his defense with true essence and instead transferred all of it to the combat dagger he wielded. The already sharp dagger, under the influence of true essence, became even more powerful, easily slicing through the diamond body defense and plunging into the already broken abdomen of Chen Yunfan. A slight twist. Excruciating pain surged, and the corners of Chen Yunfan's eyes twitched violently. Then he abandoned all defense, channeling the true essence and blood within him into his fists. He threw punch after punch. The air was filled with shadows of fists, and under the rapid strikes at close range, Luo Chuan's face quickly distorted. Like dough, it was flattened and rolled by Chen Yunfan's fists until it became a large pancake. Boom! Luo Chuan fell to the ground, his expression one of utter terror, his complexion a dull gray, clearly dead beyond recovery. Huff huff. Chen Yunfan sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. With each violent breath, the shredded internal organs and flesh in his abdomen began to convulse, like needles embedded in his body, nearly causing him to faint. "Slow your breathing, or it will hurt more, and the blood will flow more. In the end, you'll die from the pain or bleed to death." A voice rang out. It was Muyu, who had just awakened from his unconsciousness. At this moment, Muyu's expression was complex. He hadn't expected that the one who ultimately saved him was Chen Yunfan, whom he regarded as an opponent. Even more unbelievable was the combat power displayed by the latter. He knew Luo Chuan, a third-tier martial artist, not at the peak of the third tier, but a genuine third-tier level, yet he was killed by Chen Yunfan, a first-tier. Although Chen Yunfan's aura was strange, possibly due to some temporary enhancement pill, the news of a second-tier killing a third-tier would definitely leave everyone stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Muyu wouldn't have dared to believe it. Even now, seeing it with his own eyes, he felt as if he were dreaming. "You're awake, then help me with a favor." Chen Yunfan picked up Luo Chuan's dagger, using his will to support his body, swaying as he walked to Muyu's side and handed the dagger to him. "Thank you, I will help you find peace. I will report the recent events truthfully to the city guard, posthumously awarding you the title of martyr. And I will mobilize all the influence of my family to wipe out the Luo family. They will soon accompany you underground." Muyu's deadpan face suddenly became solemn as he took the dagger, simultaneously uttering an incredibly serious vow. Up close, he could clearly see the wound on Chen Yunfan's abdomen, where the internal organs had been shattered into pulp, resembling chopped beef offal. If it weren't for a faint layer of golden light holding it in, it would have likely spilled out by now. The injury was so severe that even in a hospital in the base city, there would be less than a 50% chance of survival, let alone in this desolate wilderness with no signs of life for 100 miles. One could say it was no different from being dead. Therefore, Muyu could understand why Chen Yunfan did not want to suffer any longer and instead sought a swift end. He had no reason to refuse this small request from his lifesaver. "What are you talking about?" Chen Yunfan frowned. "Giving you a knife is to help me cut flesh, not to send me on my way. I was hit by Luo Guani's azure wind blade on my back, which has a tracking effect. This is the only way to hide and wait for rescue." Muyu fell silent. Influenced by the zombie battle body, he rarely showed any emotional fluctuations, but at this moment, his feet were gripping the ground tightly out of embarrassment, almost digging a 3-bedroom apartment into the earth. "So that's how it is, but your injury." Muyu wanted to say it was completely hopeless, but felt it was inappropriate, so he could only proceed to cut the flesh, lest Luo Guani follow the residual true essence of the azure wind blade. As a combat weapon, Chen Yunfan had not used his diamond body for special defense, so the entire process of cutting flesh went incredibly smoothly. It just hurt a bit. Crimson blood flowed over his muscular back, exuding a strange beauty, but that was only if one ignored the gruesome wound. "Is it done?" Chen Yunfan's face was pale, his lips trembling slightly from the pain. "Well, I guess it's done." Muyu's tone was hesitant. Although the piece of flesh tainted with Luo Guani's true essence had been cut away, the other party's abdomen was already severely injured, exposing internal organs, and now there was a new deep wound on his back that could be seen down to the bone. He didn't know if, under these circumstances, it could be considered healed. Once the adrenaline wore off and rationality returned to his brain, re-accepting the sensations of his body, it was likely that he would be in excruciating pain. If it really came to that, he would give his lifesaver a swift end. Then he would annihilate the Luo family to avenge him. Chen Yunfan was unaware that Muyu beside him was contemplating how to send him on his way while he was searching for something in the grass at his feet. Before long, he held a small cylindrical container, only about 2 centimeters long, filled with a scarlet liquid that rippled. It was the potion given by Su Shiryun, said to heal any injury. To be honest, Chen Yunfan was somewhat skeptical, as it seemed too exaggerated, but at this moment, he had no other choice. I hope it works. With no strength left in his body, Chen Yunfan directly shoved the glass container into his mouth, accompanied by the sound of crunching as the liquid entered his stomach. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, urging his blood and true essence to accelerate the digestion of the potion. Muyu watched Chen Yunfan struggle in silence. As a member of the Mu family in the provincial city, where a 6th grade master resided, he had seen many good things since childhood. 1st grade resource Ferocious Beast Spirit Liquid, 2nd grade resource 100 Beast Spirit Liquid, 4th grade resource Enlightenment Flower, and even 7th grade resource Life Prolonging Pills he had encountered. But even a 7th grade Life Prolonging Pill could not heal Chen Yunfan's injuries. At most, it would only delay the pain. Unless the potion he had just taken was a 9th grade healing resource, there was still no hope. However, as time passed, Muyu's gaze filled with regret gradually became dull. Before Chen Yunfan, there was a broken, blackened dead tree, previously struck by the fiery explosion punch, its outer skin completely carbonized, devoid of any life. But as Chen Yunfan digested the potion, the air he exhaled continuously struck the tree, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The charred shell of the broken tree gradually cracked, and tender green shoots sprouted from the crevices. Withered wood meets spring. This scene felt like a high-explosive grenade had been thrown into Muyu's mind, exploding with a thunderous roar. His thoughts turned to mush, and his worldview slowly collapsed. Although martial artists had already transcended the realm of science, it was still possible to explain things scientifically. But how could this scene be explained? Before Muyu could regain his composure, the black pupils suddenly constricted again, sharp as a needle's tip. He saw Chen Yunfan's back wound slowly growing granulation tissue, the internal organs in his abdomen continuously reorganizing, and the stab wound from the dagger gradually healing. The deathly pale face, like white paper, slowly regained its color. How is this possible? Is that potion a level 9 resource, or perhaps a divine level? Muyu's deadpan expression could no longer hold back the shock that showed on his face. 3 minutes passed. Surrounded by lush greenery, Chen Yunfan slowly opened his eyes, his brow suddenly furrowing. Wasn't all this vegetation destroyed by the aftermath of the battle? How could it grow so quickly? Could it be the effect of the potion? Chen Yunfan quickly looked down and touched his back. On his fair, muscular skin, there were no wounds, not even a trace left, as if he had never been seriously injured. How is this possible? Chen Yunfan exclaimed in shock. Although the potion was his only hope, he had never dared to imagine that its effects would be this remarkable. Internal organs repaired, external wounds healed, true essence and blood returning to their peak. Perhaps even a level 9 resource wouldn't have such an effect. Thinking of such a precious item, Chen Yunfan felt a warm current flow through him at the thought that Su Shiryun had given it to him without hesitation. However, Chen Yunfan's expression turned puzzled. Such a miraculous potion didn't seem like something Su Shiryun could possess. Even if Su Shanhe was a 5th grade master, even if he was the president of the Martial Arts Association in Hanchuan Base City, it was impossible for him to have it. Recalling the thick, bloody taste, a guess flashed through Chen Yunfan's mind. Senior, was that potion a level 9 resource or a divine level resource? Muyu, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, asked. Divine level? Chen Yunfan was taken aback. He knew this item was extraordinary, but he only guessed it was comparable to a level 9 resource. He never expected Muyu would equate it to a divine level resource. What is a divine level resource? It is above a level 9 resource, the top tier resource that even martial saints would envy and fight to seize. With this in mind, a fierce light flashed in Chen Yunfan's eyes, and he unconsciously grabbed a dagger beside him. You don't know? Didn't the hermit who gave you the potion tell you? Previously, seeing Chen Yunfan excel in any martial arts he practiced, Muyu found it hard to believe, but from the matter of the potion, it was clear that there must be a hermit behind him. Otherwise, how could a 1st grade martial artist obtain a divine level resource? Moreover, with a hermit guiding his martial arts, it made sense that his cultivation speed was so fast. No wonder he knew Muyu came from the provincial city Mu family and dared to step on him without showing any mercy. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, and Muyu finally came to his senses, suddenly noticing that Chen Yunfan's expression was somewhat off, his hand still gripping the dagger. Suddenly realizing something, Muyu was startled, cold sweat running down his back. He never expected that just casually saying a word could almost cost him the life he had so hard to preserve. Muyu quickly assured, "You are my lifesaver. I will absolutely not reveal any secrets about you, including the fact that you have a hermit behind you." He knew that many hermits had enemies everywhere, and exposing their whereabouts meant being hunted, so it was not surprising that Chen Yunfan would harbor murderous intent towards him. Hearing this, Chen Yunfan slowly lowered the dagger, his expression softening. It's not that he believes the other party just because of a single statement. It's just that the other party misunderstands him as having a hidden master behind him. As long as Su Shiryun is not involved, everything can be discussed. Because once the matter of the potion is exposed, it will definitely bring endless trouble to Su Shiryun. Chen Yunfan understands all too well the principle of having a treasure brings trouble. Tonight's ambush, to put it simply, was caused by possessing something extraordinary and the trouble it brings. You misunderstood. We are classmates and should help each other. I have no other intentions, Chen Yunfan said with a smile. But Muyu rarely rolled his eyes, his lips slightly parted. It turns out that when a person is rendered speechless to the extreme, they really will laugh. That faint killing intent was clear to him even from a few meters away. If he hadn't explained in time, he would probably have already met a tragic end. It's fine, I believe in you, senior. Chen Yunfan nodded, then walked in front of Luo Chuan, gripping his dagger tightly and swiftly severing Luo Chuan's head, wrapping it simply in his clothing. This skilled and decisive method made Muyu's heart skip a beat. If he had been just a moment slower, he might have met the same fate. A ruthless person. The only good news is that in the Provincial League, he and the other party are on the same side, while those self-proclaimed geniuses in the provincial city are likely to face disaster. With such an arrogant personality, looking down on this and that all day, if they provoke this ruthless person, they might end up spending a long time recuperating in a hospital bed. Seeing Chen Yunfan holding the wrapped head and walking deeper into the dense forest, Muyu quickly followed. What use is this? A tool for killing. Chen Yunfan did not stop his pace, walking along the path for a full half hour, finally arriving at an area he did not recognize before stopping to rest. After a short hour of bloody battles and such a long journey, even an Iron Man would feel exhausted, let alone a living person. Muyu, being very considerate, went to gather some firewood and caught 2 rabbits, preparing them as energy supplements for the wilderness. As the two were roasting the rabbits, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Finally found you, you really are hard to find. Chen Yunfan looked up and saw a disheveled figure standing on a tree branch, surrounded by no less than 20 green wind blades. The green wind blades spun together, whipping up a fierce wind that shattered the branches and leaves of the trees. Luo Guani. Chen Yunfan uttered the name, and his heart sank instantly. A 4th grade master. Even if the destiny pill was still effective at this moment, he was still a 2nd grade master and absolutely not a match for the other party, not to mention that his realm had already dropped to the 1st grade. Feeling the killing intent approaching, Chen Yunfan quickly calmed down after the initial shock. After all, having lived 2 lives, he had already gained a lot. He wasn't afraid of death, but there were still some regrets. It was just a pity that he hadn't had the chance to thank Su Shiryun, hadn't seen the broader world of high martial arts, hadn't learned more profound martial arts, and hadn't figured out why the spatial passage appeared. Are you scared and regretting seeing me? It's too late. Blame yourself for offending the Luo family. Do you know how much our Luo family has lost because of my and Luo Mingyuan's imprisonment? The connections accumulated over many years, the stock market investments under our name, the scattering of the hearts of our family's guests. Even if I were to slice you into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The expression beneath Luo Guani's mask was extremely ferocious, suddenly bursting into a series of hearty laughs. His gaze fell on Chen Yunfan's face, wanting to see the panic and unease in the other party's desperate situation, as well as the regret for what he had done in the past. But after watching for a long time, Chen Yunfan's face remained calm, which greatly displeased Luo Guani. Are you scared? What do I have to be afraid of? Before I die, I even took down 2 scapegoats. Your daughter, Luo Yi, was fed a poison pill by me, and your son, Luo Chuan, was killed by me. It's just a pity that I didn't have the chance to kill you. Chen Yunfan gripped the long spear tightly. Waiting for death was not his style. If he was to die, it would be in battle. Humph, just you wait. Arrogant and ignorant brat, if you had encountered my son, how could you have lived until now? Luo Guani sneered. Although Chen Yunfan had previously raised his cultivation level to the 2nd rank through unknown means, even managing to contend against many perfect martial arts and 3rd rank warriors, a 2nd rank was still just a 2nd rank. At most, he can only match a 3rd rank, but killing one was absolutely impossible. Even if there was a sliver of ethereal possibility, the 2nd rank opponent would pay a tremendous price, at the very least suffering severe injuries. Yet, observing Chen Yunfan's complexion, which was incredibly rosy, there was not a hint of injury in sight. A 2nd rank warrior unscathed killing a 3rd rank? What a joke! As for the so-called poison pill that his daughter Luo Yi had, that was even simpler. With a poison pill, there was naturally a way to resolve it. With the Luo family's financial power, finding an alchemist and pharmacist to concoct an antidote was simply too easy. Chen Yunfan remained silent, merely picking up the tattered bag on the ground. Before he could open the bag to reveal its contents, Luo Guanyi had completely lost his patience. If you're stalling for time, today is your day to die. 20 azure wind blades floated around him, slicing through the air like a hot knife through butter, shooting towards Chen Yunfan. How dare you! Suddenly, a roar echoed from the horizon. The voice rolled in like thunder, and Luo Guanyi was instantly struck hard, blood spurting from his ears, and without hesitation, he turned to flee into the distance. Meanwhile, the wind blades continued their previous target, shooting towards Chen Yunfan. Facing the rapidly approaching wind blades, Chen Yunfan took out a jade token. Infusing it with true essence, a faint purple shield opened up out of thin air, enveloping him and Muyu, like a wall of iron and copper. The wind blades were deflected one by one, although the shield eventually showed cracks. It held until the last moment before shattering with a loud bang. 5th rank resource, Purple Wood Shield. Muyu exclaimed, her heart even more certain that Chen Yunfan had a hidden master behind him. Although this Purple Wood Shield was merely a 5th rank resource, far inferior to that mysterious potion, it originated from the Holy Martial Realm and was a life-saving item that money couldn't buy, even among 5th rank resources. As the shield shattered, the jade token fell to the ground, dull and lifeless. Picking up the shield from the ground, Chen Yunfan tried to infuse true essence into it, but the jade token was completely ineffective. 5 million worth of 4th rank resources, just like that, gone. Being a martial artist really burns money. Chen Yunfan lamented in his heart when a tall figure descended from the sky and landed beside him. Kid, are you alright? The newcomer was none other than the president of the Martial Association, Su Shanha. At that moment, Su Shanha's face bore not only anger and concern but also a hint of exhaustion. After learning from his daughter about Chen Yunfan's imminent danger, he immediately reported it and arranged for personnel to rush to the training camp. At the same time, he himself had set aside the sweep of the Holy Body Sect's stronghold arranged by the base city and hurried over. After calming the chaos at the training camp and failing to find Chen Yunfan, he had followed the trail all the way here. Fortunately, he made it in time. As he looked Chen Yunfan up and down, confirming that he was unharmed, he finally felt a sense of relief. I'm fine, thanks to the life-saving jade token given by General Tang. After a series of twists and turns, having faced several life-threatening situations, Chen Yunfan's face showed no fear. Instead, his killing intent surged. Now that he had survived, it was the Luo family that should perish. This time, no one could save them. That bastard Tang Long. He dares to be a general. He can't even manage a small training camp and is being played around by the Holy Body Sect. Remembering what had just happened, Su Shanha trembled with rage, looking as if he was about to strike someone. Just a little bit more. If it hadn't been for that, his designated son-in-law would have been doomed. And just as he thought of Cao Cao arrived. A figure appeared on the horizon, leaping from the treetops and covering 100 meters in a single bound, rapidly approaching this way. Moments later, another dust-covered figure stood beside Chen Yunfan. Are you alright? What do you mean, alright? How are you even a commander, Tang Long? You let the training camp you were supposed to protect get into trouble, and you arrived later than I did. Su Shanha swung a fist at Tang Long, the wind howling with the force. Tang Long didn't dodge, taking the punch head-on, the recoil causing Su Shanha to grimace in pain. It's fine, Commander. Thanks to the jade token you gave me for protection. Chen Yunfan took out the broken jade token. Tang Long glanced at the token, then looked Chen Yunfan up and down, and only after confirming that he was truly unharmed did his weary intense expression gradually relax. This time, the Holy Body Sect invested heavily. Every false location had a pawn of theirs, which drew significant attention from the higher-ups. That's why a large number of personnel were mobilized to suppress and capture them, giving the Holy Body Sect the opportunity to attack the camp. No one expected that the target of the Holy Body Sect would be you. Even capturing Muyu was part of the plan. As a result, they lost 1 5th grade and 4 4th grade members. The sacrifices of many elite members of the Holy Body Sect were all for a high school student who hadn't even graduated yet. Who would believe it if told? It also showed how important Chen Yunfan's special physique, which could enhance comprehension, was in the eyes of the Holy Body Sect. 1 5th grade, several 4th grade. Even Chen Yunfan was somewhat taken aback by this casualty figure. But since they had such power, why didn't they choose to launch a strong attack on the training camp to capture him? Instead, they opted for a method that sacrificed even more personnel? This thought flashed through his mind, only to be quickly discarded. 5th grade also had its strengths and weaknesses. Just like Su Shanha's punch, which not only failed to push Tang Long back even a step but instead caused him pain. The 5th grade of the evil cult was at most on the same level as Su Shanha, and their lack of frequent combat led to a weaker fighting capability. But the 5th grade of the city guard was different. Their daily work involved eliminating hidden dangers within dozens of miles outside the city, and they had to personally deal with high-level ferocious beasts. A 5th grade forged in blood and fire. If the Holy Body sect dared to launch a strong attack on the training camp, Tang Long alone could probably tear them all apart. This time it's probably not just the Holy Body sect. I just saw a member of the Holy Body sect with the signature martial art of Green Wind Blade, preparing to assassinate Yunfan. Luckily, I arrived in time. A cold glint flashed in Su Shanha's eyes as he recounted the scene he had just encountered with Chen Yunfan to Tang Long. Green Wind Blade, is it from the Luo family? How audacious! They actually dared to get involved with the Holy Body sect. Tang Long was furious. Although the revival of martial arts in Blue Star had only been for 500 years, the accumulation of martial arts from ancient improvements, otherworldly explorations, and war plundering had already reached tens of thousands of types. Aside from the most basic martial arts, the repetition of other martial arts was quite rare, especially in the small Han Chuan base city. The only ones who happened to learn the Swift Wind Ninja Slash and had a grudge against Chen Yunfan in Han Chuan base city were the Luo family. That was just the secondary issue. More importantly, Tang Long had captured 2 guests of the Luo family during this raid. Although we caught some guests, the members of the Holy Body sect usually hide very deeply, and the Luo family has no way to shirk responsibility. If those 2 guests of the Luo family are still alive, there might still be a chance. And that Luo Guani, although you caused him to bleed from his eardrum, as long as he takes high-grade healing pills, by the time we get there, his injuries will probably have healed. We lack the one-time evidence to pin down the Luo family. Although Tang Long wished to see the entire Luo family brought to justice, there were still laws in Xia country. If he did that, it would be very much against the rules. Moreover, who knew if the Luo family had previously sought help from that big shot, and whether they would intervene again? If there is no evidence, then all the members of the Luo family will be dealt with, and every high-ranking official in Hanchuan City will be implicated, unable to escape. Even Chen Yunfan would be resented. Damn it, are we just going to let the Luo family escape this time? Su Shanha was unwilling to accept it. Thinking of his beloved son-in-law almost getting into trouble, he wished he could crush Luo Guani to ashes. I have 2 bottles of pills here, called manifestation pills, obtained from the Holy Body sect camp when saving Muyu. They should be somewhat effective. Chen Yunfan took out the pills he had prepared earlier. Members of the Holy Body sect hid among the crowd, living like ordinary citizens, following the rules and routines, so they didn't even recognize each other, including their superiors and subordinates. The only way to identify members of the Holy Body sect was through a mysterious tattoo from the sacred martial realm. All members had the character Holy tattooed at the lower right corner of their eyes, which remained hidden in daily life and would only be revealed after taking the manifestation pills. The only regret was that the raw materials for this pill came from the sacred martial realm. The Xia country officials had obtained manifestation pills multiple times but could never replicate them. This was one of the reasons the Holy Body sect remained rampant. Good. With this, Luo Guani is doomed. Su Shanha was overjoyed, and Tang Long's eyes gleamed with malice. He was furious that Chen Yunfan, a prodigy, had almost died at the hands of the enemy, angrier still at the Luo family. Living in Hanchuan, earning money from the Hanchuan base city, and receiving respect from the citizens, yet doing such treacherous things, he hated such people the most. The 4 of them hurried back towards the training camp. At this moment, the training camp was in ruins. Tents were damaged, buildings collapsed, and it was completely a scene of devastation. The remaining personnel were all injured, their faces filled with the exhaustion of a great battle. Those students who usually appeared spirited and full of energy were now lying on the ground, looking disheveled and filled with the fear of having survived a disaster. As soon as the 4 landed, everyone immediately stood up. Whether students, teachers, or soldiers from the City Defense Army, all eyes turned to Chen Yunfan. There was respect, gratitude, admiration. At that time in the training camp, 3 4th grade members of the Holy Body sect had charged in, while there were only 2 4th grade members defending, one of whom was instantly gravely injured. If the fighting continued for a while longer, the training camp would face total annihilation. Although as martial artists, they were all prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment, who would refuse to continue living? Chen Yunfan's timely intervention attracted a large number of Holy Body sect members, causing the remaining 3 4th grade members to lose their will to fight, truly saving them. A life-saving grace. Yunfan. Seeing that Chen Yunfan was unharmed, a smile of joy flashed across Su Shiyan's pale face. She wanted to walk over, but the knife wound on her leg prevented her from moving, while Chen Yunfan had already crossed several meters to stand in front of her. Let me do it. He took the bandages that Qin Lan was wrapping for Su Shiyan and squatted down to carefully bandage her. Thank you. Under Qin Lan's teasing gaze, Su Shiyan blushed as she expressed her gratitude. I should be the one thanking you for saving my life twice, Chen Yunfan said earnestly. Once was the destiny pill, which gave him the chance to fight against many members of the Holy Body sect and escape successfully, and once was the mysterious and precious potion that gave him hope for rebirth. In comparison, what he did was too simple. However, Chen Yunfan was now just expressing an attitude. He would protect this girl in the future. Anyone who touched Su Shiyun would face an unending vendetta. Sensing Chen Yunfan's intentions, Su Shiyun's face grew even redder, and the envious gazes from her friends made her wish she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He. Su Shan has stood at a distance, grinning like a fool, unable to stop his silly laughter. Tang Long, standing nearby, certainly understood what the other was laughing about. His expression was one of disdain, but deep down, he also understood, if it were him, he would want to laugh too. This talent, this comprehension, this combat experience, this courage to rise from the brink of death, had already completely outclassed his peers. They had all heard reports from their subordinates, knowing that Chen Yunfan could kill second-tier fighters as easily as killing dogs, moving freely amidst the siege of third-tier fighters. Although the Destiny Pill took most of the credit, if a first-tier martial artist were to take his place, who could achieve the same results as Chen Yunfan did tonight? Not to mention he had also taken down the true stronghold of the Holy Body sect, rescued Muyu from the Mu family in the provincial capital, and solved a major problem for the Hanchuan base city. Based on the talent and temperament displayed by this black-clad youth, breaking through to the Grand Master level in the future would be a piece of cake, and even the martial saint realm was within reach. Infinite potential. Teacher Chiu. After settling Su Shiyun, Chen Yunfan turned to the beautiful teacher Chiu Suyue, who was standing aside, and took the initiative to greet her. From the tattered edges of her clothing, he could tell that after waking up from danger, she had also participated in the fight against the Holy Body sect. Chiu Suyue nodded slightly. For some reason, when facing her proud genius student, she felt a bit constrained, instinctively bringing her legs together, straightening her back, and lowering her gaze slightly. After a moment's thought, Chiu Suyue understood. Previously, she was a teacher to a student. Now, she was facing a genius student with boundless potential who could easily subdue second-tier fighters, while she was just an ordinary teacher from a regular high school. However, Chiu Suyue was genuinely happy for Chen Yunfan. Only she knew how much hardship he had endured in life and cultivation over the past 3 years. As he scanned the crowd, Chen Yunfan saw many familiar faces. There was the city guard officer who had lost an arm but had desperately tried to block Luo Guani when he escaped the training camp. Now, he had lost another arm. Upon meeting Chen Yunfan's gaze, the officer smiled freely. As a soldier and a martial artist, he had long anticipated this day and had no regrets. Chen Yunfan nodded in respect and then spotted Song Lei, the sycophant who had stood up for Luoi and challenged him when he first entered the camp. Now, Song Lei was completely wrapped in bandages, looking like a giant zongzi. Clearly, he had given his all during the attack of the Holy Body sect and had sustained serious injuries. Noticing Chen Yunfan's gaze, the sycophant Song Lei grinned, no longer dodging or afraid, but rather quite open. He puffed out his chest, as if feeling very proud. Compared to being a sycophant, Song Lei had found something he liked even more. Chen Yunfan recognized many familiar faces, but his gaze finally landed on a body lying on the ground, covered by a white cloth. A hand protruded from beneath the cloth, scarred and rough, clearly belonging to a middle-aged man. Very familiar. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, lifting a corner of the white cloth and revealing a face filled with rage. Shui Chang, the captain of the city defense team. It was he who had led his team to help when Chen Yunfan first encountered danger outside the city, assisting in resolving many issues. Otherwise, they would have had to explain the deaths at that time to the inspection bureau and the military for a long time. Later, when they met again in the training camp, he had even taken Shui Chang's token, and there was no anger from him, only the joy of friends meeting. It was also from him that Chen Yunfan first learned that the world of martial artists had fans too. But that man, whose emotions were always written on his face, had now turned into a cold corpse, his face still bearing the fury against the Holy Body sect. Don't worry, I will avenge you, I definitely will. Chen Yunfan crouched down, brushing his hand over Shui Chang's eyelids. The original fierce glare in Shui Chang's eyes had completely vanished. After covering him with the white cloth again, Chen Yunfan stood up, his face as cold as ice. The world of martial arts is cruel, it's not as beautiful as one might think. Death is a common occurrence, and even someone of my 5th rank can die, just as a grandmaster can die. Even the martial saint at the pinnacle of martial arts can die. You'll get used to it. They are all heroes, and their families will be taken care of by the authorities, with the elderly provided for and the young looked after. Tang Long said softly. He had encountered this scene countless times. There was little he could do, only seek revenge. Lord Commander, I want to kill. The Holy Body sect is too far. Let's start with the Luo family, but sooner or later, I will destroy the entire Holy Body sect. Chen Yunfan said, staring at the corpse beneath his feet. The Holy Body sect, the number one evil cult in the Xia Kingdom, even the number one evil cult in the Blue Star. Its followers are spread all over the Blue Star, and it was previously revealed that the ruler of a small country was a puppet of the Holy Body sect. Shocking. If someone else said they wanted to destroy the Holy Body sect, Tang Long would think they were still asleep, talking nonsense. But when Chen Yunfan said it, he felt that the other party could really do it. No problem, let's go right now, immediately. This was not only to help Chen Yunfan resolve his inner turmoil but also to avenge his subordinates. No matter what, the Luo family had to die this time. No one could save them. Tang Long went to find a vehicle and manpower, while Chen Yunfan stood quietly waiting at the training camp entrance. Yunfan, are you going to the Luo family? Su Shiyun, whose injuries had healed somewhat, leaned close to Chen Yunfan and asked softly, her tone revealing a hint of worry. She had already learned from her father, Su Shanhe, about Luo Guani's pursuit of Chen Yunfan. This indicated that the Luo family was colluding with the Holy Body sect, and perhaps there were still members of the Holy Body sect hidden within the Luo family at this moment. It was the most dangerous time to go. Yes, I need to go. President Su and Commander Tang are going too. It will be very safe. To ease the girl's worries, Chen Yunfan added an explanation. Alright, then be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. By the way, since I've helped you so much this time, you can treat me to a meal after the training camp ends, as a thank you? The girl suddenly blinked her big, sparkling eyes, playfully saying, afraid that Chen Yunfan would refuse. Of course, after all, you saved my life. Chen Yunfan replied with a faint smile, but was it really just because she saved his life? Upon hearing this, Su Shiyun's mood inexplicably sank, and she absent-mindedly responded. The feelings of a young girl are always poetic. Sensing the girl's low spirits, Long Huin empathized, and the cultivation speed plummeted to 1%. Good for you, Long Huin. Chen Yunfan couldn't help but feel speechless as he looked at Su Shiyun, who was kicking stones with her head down. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hee, I was just joking. Even if you hadn't saved my life, I should still treat you to a meal. Don't mention one meal. I could treat you to 10 or 100. After all, you are my only friend. Only. Su Shiyun's face lit up with joy, her pink lips curling up as she automatically ignored the last two words and focused on only. So, in the other person's eyes, she was so important. Su Shiyun nodded earnestly, her smile radiant. Sensing the girl's pure and sweet affection, Long Huin experienced a massive spiritual shock, and the cultivation speed surged to 1000%, a violent increase. Chen Yunfan felt a stir in his heart and spoke again. I know a great restaurant that offers both dining and accommodation. After we finish eating, we can go to a room to play some games and relax together. How about that? Dining and accommodation? Entertainment and relaxation? Su Shiyun's face suddenly flushed bright red, her whole being like a startled rabbit, her body straightening up, her rounded chest more pronounced, her big eyes nervously and shyly looking at Chen Yunfan. After a moment, she hurriedly lowered her head, leaving a hasty remark to think about it before turning and running away with her slender legs. Woohoo! Good things are approaching, sweet love wraps around the dragon and tiger chant, and its mood is incredibly uplifting, falling into a state of sudden enlightenment. The moment of enlightenment ends, and the dragon and tiger chant elevates from a perfect level to an ultimate level, gaining the comprehension ability of eternal nightmare. A slight tremor of expression on Chen Yunfan's face is immediately replaced by astonishment. An ultimate level dragon and tiger chant. Who would have thought that a few casual words could directly evoke thoughts of profound martial arts, leading to a state of sudden enlightenment and elevating to the ultimate level? This is the most difficult breathing technique to improve in martial arts. Now, both my cultivation speed and combat endurance have received a tremendous boost. I will no longer have to fear will battles. The ultimate level breathing technique consumes true essence at a speed that probably won't even take as long to recover. With excitement in his heart, Chen Yunfan's attention shifts to the new abilities awakened after mastering the Dragon and Tiger Chant. Mastery of Tiger Roar, great success of Dragon Chant, perfect illusion, and the ultimate realm of eternal nightmare. The first two correspond to the ears, the illusion corresponds to the eyes, and the eternal nightmare corresponds to a deeper brain domain. Using the effects of the breathing technique, directly guide the attacked person's deepest fears, thus seizing the opportunity in battle. Not only is it useful in direct combat, but it can also work wonders when escaping. Chen Yunfan pondered quietly. In no time, all the personnel and vehicles were ready. Su Shanhe, Tang Long, and Chen Yunfan, along with Mu Yu, all boarded the first off-road vehicle and headed towards Hanchuan Base City. You've lost so much blood. Why aren't you resting properly? Why are you going to join the fun? Su Shanhe looked at Mu Yu, puzzled. The Luo family wants to kill me. I want revenge. It's that simple. Mu Yu returned to her previous cold, expressionless demeanor. Although it was the Holy Body sect that captured her, Who knows if the Luo family was behind the plan? Moreover, Luo Chuan and Luo Guani had both appeared earlier, both with the intent to kill in silence. Seeing Qin Yunfan looking over, Mu Yu added, "You're different." Su Shanhe stroked his chin, looking at the two. He always felt there was something else between them, but his gaze was soon drawn to the round, bulging package at Chen Yunfan's feet. Round, blood-soaked, combined with the ambush incident that happened last night, it wasn't hard to guess what was inside the package. A human head. But whose head is it? Why is Chen Yunfan carrying it to the Luo family? However, Su Shanhe didn't ask. After all, once they arrived at the Luo family, he would naturally know the situation. Hanchuan Luo family. A prestigious family, a master family, tracing back 100 years, it stands as a grand master family in the provincial capital, with an extremely large family root. However, with the fall of the Grand Master within the family and no talents emerging from the younger generation, the Luo family quickly declined. But decline is only relative. Although it has fallen to a third-rate family in the provincial capital, it remains an undisputed first-rate family within Hanchuan Base City. Especially a few days ago, the head of the Luo family, Luo Tu, broke through to the 5th rank, becoming the 4th 5th rank in Hanchuan Base City and the only civilian 5th rank in Hanchuan. The momentum was unparalleled. So much so that late at night, there were already people waiting at the Luo family's door, preparing to visit as soon as the sun rose and the Luo family opened its doors, to show their sincerity. And there were not a few people with this thought. At this moment, 7 or 8 luxury cars worth tens of millions were quietly parked at the entrance of the Luo family's mansion, waiting for time to pass. However, a few sounds of car engines and honking from a distance broke the silence. TSK. Looking for death. Honking in the middle of the night, right at the Luo family's door. If it disturbs Master Luo's rest, it would be a sin. A Rolls-Royce window rolled down, and a man in a suit in the passenger seat looked back through the rearview mirror towards the distant background. It was just a bit far away, and with the obstruction of vision, he couldn't see clearly. Probably some ignorant little brats, making a ruckus in the middle of the night. Let Fat Master teach them a good lesson. On the side of the Bentley luxury car, a middle-aged man with a big belly got out, rubbing his hands in excitement as he looked towards the direction of the honking sound. What a coincidence! He was just worried about how to make an impression in front of the Luo family, and this opportunity had come right to him. How thoughtful! The man in the suit followed closely behind, not willing to easily give up this chance to shine to the big-bellied man. For businessmen, building a good relationship with a prominent family like the Luo family was incredibly important. As long as they were in business, expansion was inevitable. Business expansion would inevitably encroach on the interests of others, and if there was no backing at that time, the consequences could range from failed expansions to losing everything to others. Even if they didn't expand their business and just held onto their own small piece of land, newcomers would eventually surpass them, and without support, they would still face the fate of being divided and absorbed. This was why these big bosses, who usually lived in luxury with a market value of hundreds of millions, would not miss any opportunity to please the Luo family. But when the two saw the approaching convoy, they instantly looked as if they had seen a ghost. They quickly jumped back into their car, pretending as if nothing had happened. This left the owners of the luxury cars looking bewildered, all stretching their heads out of the windows to see the source of the roaring sound. Suddenly, their black pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. They saw a convoy of more than a dozen camouflaged off-road vehicles driving orderly towards them. The city defense army was entering the city. An army entering the city could only mean two things: a mutiny or a crackdown on bandits. A mutiny was clearly impossible, as their numbers were not that great, leaving only the possibility of a crackdown on bandits. But where would there be bandits in Hanchuan? Coming towards the Luo family, could they be the target? Looking at the people in the off-road vehicles, each one exuded a fierce aura, causing the visiting big bosses to swallow hard and quickly retract their heads, rolling up their windows. Seeing too much of what they shouldn't could be fatal. At this moment, these big bosses, who usually commanded their companies with authority, were as obedient as quails. Squeak! A series of breaking sounds echoed as the convoy stopped at the Luo family's entrance. They were indeed coming for the Luo family. A 5th-grade master family is a bandit? The big bosses were shaken, unable to contain their curiosity any longer, turning their heads to nervously look at the stopped camouflaged convoy through the car windows. The door of the lead off-road vehicle was kicked open, and 2 middle-aged men and 2 youths jumped out. It's Master Su from the Martial Arts Association and Master Tang the supervisor. 2 of Hanchuan's 3 5th-grade masters have arrived at once. What is going on? Gathering at the Luo family, Hanchuan's sky is about to change. Hiss, what does that young man want to do? Amidst the shocked gazes of all the big bosses, the young man in black among the 4 held a long gun. With one shot, the vermilion gate of the Luo family was instantly shattered by the explosive force, and the 4 strode in, while the city defense soldiers quickly got out of their vehicles, armed and following suit. The huge commotion stirred the Luo family into a frenzy. In no time, the head of the Luo family, Luo Tu, hurriedly came out with the members of the family. Upon seeing Su Shanha and Tang Long, some members of the Luo family turned pale, and the timid ones began to tremble uncontrollably. Among the crowd, Luo Guanyi stared in shock at Chen Yunfan, his pupils filled with complexity and disbelief. At that time, Su Shanha was 1,000 meters away and couldn't provide timely rescue, and he had exerted all his effort when releasing the green wind blades. The speed and power were the limits of a 4th-grade master, far stronger than when he was on the arena. Yet even so, the opponent hadn't died. Could it be that Tang Long and Su Shanha had given him something to save his life? Old dog, are you surprised to see that I'm fine? This time I came here specifically to kill, Chen Yunfan said without any courtesy, cursing as soon as he opened his mouth. Luo Guan's face turned red with anger, but he forced himself to remain calm. I don't know what you're talking about. Moreover, when dealing with seniors, I think you should show the most basic respect. This time, before Chen Yunfan could speak, Muyu stepped forward and coldly snorted, Luo family, you have such audacity. Colluding with the Holy Body sect, forcefully breaking into the Han Chuan elite training camp, seriously injuring a 4th-grade master of the city guard, and chasing after me and senior Chen Yunfan. According to the laws of the Great Xia, your Luo family, as the main offenders, must die, and the accomplices will be exiled to the border cities. Muyu, the direct descendant of the Mu family's head who was half a step into the Grand Master realm, the future leader of the Mu family. His words were not to be taken lightly, even heavier than the 2 official 5th-grade masters of Han Chuan. The faces of the Luo family turned pale, but the family head, Luo Tu, remained much calmer and replied in a deep voice, Young Master Mu, some words cannot be said carelessly. The Holy Body sect is hated by everyone in Xia. My Luo family's ancestors served the country, and we also hate the Holy Body sect to the bone. How could we possibly collude with them? Is there some misunderstanding here? Chen Yunfan was too lazy to waste words and took out a bottle of elixir. Whether or not you colluded with the Holy Body sect is not for people to say, but for the revealing pill to determine. The Holy Body sect never collaborates with outsiders because they fundamentally do not trust outsiders, unless they completely join the Holy Body sect. And to join the Holy Body sect, one must have the word holy tattooed under their eye, at which point the revealing pill can take effect. Bang! At the moment the revealing pill was seen, the shadow of death enveloped the entire Luo family. The younger members, Luo and Luo Sen, who could bear it the least, were directly scared to the ground. The remaining Luo family members trembled uncontrollably. Although they were all enviable martial artists, they remained as weak as ants in front of the state. Luo Tu's pupils shook, followed by anger, and anger born from fear. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Yunfan, his lips moving. Chen Yunfan, you are arrogant. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and my great-great-grandfather all served the country in the military. My 3rd great-grandfather was even a Grand Master, listed among the offerings of the Great Xia, and later died defending against the Beast Tide. You actually take out the revealing pill to insult us. I won't take it. Not a single person from the Luo family will take it. Go ahead and kill us all. The reason he said this was that Luo Tu was certain the other party wouldn't dare to act, because as long as there was no conclusive evidence, the Luo family was a family of meritorious service, not criminals colluding with the Holy Body sect. As long as he could hold on for a while until the reinforcements he called for arrived, everything would turn around. However, whoosh! A spear pierced through the air, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, it struck the head of the Luo family branch member standing at the front. Instantly, the head of the Luo family branch member exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. The closest, Luo Sin and Luo Yi, were even splattered in the face, letting out a scream. After a brief scream, the Luo family's courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Not only were the Luo family members stunned, but even Su Shanha, Tang Long, and the hurriedly arriving Education Bureau Director Wang Chuan were secretly astonished. So decisive. Even they hadn't reacted in time, yet he had already killed someone first. And Chen Yunfan seemed to treat it as a trivial matter, his expression unchanged as he walked in front of the Luo family members and forcefully pulled out the spear embedded in the half-watermelon rind. Put! Blood splattered onto Luo Sin and Luo Yi's faces again, and the two wanted to scream but were silenced by Chen Yunfan's glare. Luo Tu suppressed the impulse to slap the other party to death, glaring as he said, "Do you know what you've done? You have no evidence, wantonly slaughtering members of a meritorious family. This is a crime, and I will report it to the capital. I demand that the higher-ups give us justice. Even if you have great talent, they will never let you off lightly." Threats and intimidation. But it had no effect on Chen Yunfan. When a person is not afraid of death, there is nothing else to fear. Old dog, do you think I came here to negotiate with you? Sue. Go ahead and sue. The premise is that you can walk out of this door, but do you think you still have that chance? The cool night breeze gently blew, ruffling Chen Yunfan's hair, revealing his fierce, bloodthirsty eyes, like a man-eating demon, sending shivers down the spines of the Luo family. Threats. You threaten me, and I will use the same means against you. In fact, aside from threats, a simpler and more effective method is to gamble. Didn't you say that the Luo family doesn't consume the manifestation pill because you don't accept baseless accusations? Then let's make a bet. As long as your Luo family consumes the manifestation pill and does not have the holy tattoo, I will die to atone for my sins, and the Luo family has no reason to refuse. Refusing would show their guilt, and they could then resort to violence, forcing the other party to consume the manifestation pill, which would also be acceptable to the authorities. However, the only downside to this procedure is that it made Chen Yunfan feel very displeased. He came here seeking revenge, not wanting to do anything that would make him uncomfortable. As a newly promoted 5th grade master, Luo Tu was currently in a state of complacency, now threatened by a 1st grade martial artist. This was hard for him to accept, and he couldn't help but raise his hand several times, wanting to slap the guy who was so close. But Luo Tu knew that if he made any move, he would be the one to die. The 3 5th grade masters standing at the Luo family's door would definitely not allow him to harm Chen Yunfan. We can begin now, Lord Supervisor. Chen Yunfan signaled, and Tang Long immediately arranged for all the city guards to surround the Luo family members with guns and began randomly pulling people to consume the manifestation pill. No, I won't eat it. A middle-aged man was pulled out and forced to consume the manifestation pill, and the holy tattoo immediately appeared at the corner of his eye. Put! Chen Yunfan showed no hesitation, shooting through his heart, then yanking the gun out violently. Next, the Luo family members were once again in an uproar. They realized that Chen Yunfan was not here to investigate the Holy Body sect, he was here to wipe out their family. To wait for death or to resist? All the Luo family members looked to their head, Luo Tu. At this moment, Luo Tu's expression was unpredictable. He wanted to resist, but resistance was definitely a dead end. Instead, if he could just drag it out and wait for that important figure to arrive, there would still be a chance. However, the direct descendants of the Luo family were not many, and even with the collateral branches, there were only about 20 people. Given Chen Yunfan's killing speed, it wouldn't be long before the entire Luo family was wiped out. Just as Luo Tu hesitated, the worshippers and guests of the Luo family who were surrounded suddenly revolted collectively. They were all martial artists dependent on the Luo family, usually doing security work for the family's businesses, and occasionally engaging in some shady dealings. This was the norm for most martial artists. After entering society, they would choose a power to rely on. After all, it was much easier to gain resources when backed by a big tree, which was beneficial for their future martial arts path. This time, Luo Tu promised that once the raid was successful, each person would receive at least 10 million. Wealth stirs the heart, and they all participated, though some felt the risks were too great and were unwilling to join. However, those who were unwilling were now buried in the ground. They didn't know Luo Tu's plan, nor did they have the backbone of this 5th grade master. After seeing Chen Yunfan shoot one person dead, they panicked completely. Thinking that death would soon descend upon them, they immediately lost their composure and rushed to break through in all directions. Even if the hope of escape was slim, it was better than dying on the spot, and the best way to deal with a revolt was through armed suppression. Chen Yunfan reacted extremely quickly, his flowing cloud spear transforming into a silver flash, nailing a second-tier guest of the Luo family to the wall. With the wind beneath his feet, he unleashed another punch, severely injuring another second-tier offering. The combat experience accumulated from countless battles, combined with various max-level martial arts, made Chen Yunfan more than capable of dealing with second-tier opponents, especially those who only knew how to flee. In just half a minute, 4 second-tier martial artists had already died at Chen Yunfan's hands. The remaining fleeing offerings were all brutally suppressed by the city guards. In an instant, the entire Luo family courtyard was a river of blood, with heads rolling and the thick stench of blood making people dizzy. Luo Tu's expression was gloomy, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected these useless guests to flee at such a critical moment, buying them a significant amount of time. The other members of the Luo family were filled with both anger and fear. Just a few days ago, when the family head Luo Tu had publicly announced his breakthrough to the 5th tier, the threshold of the Luo family had nearly been trampled. The upper-class individuals from Hanchuan Base City didn't even dare to sneeze loudly in this courtyard, fearing they would dirty the Luo family's grounds, yet now they were being slaughtered by Chen Yunfan. The anger stemmed from this, while the fear was of ending up like those fleeing guests. Chen Yunfan shook off the blood dripping from his spear, and a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Chen Yunfan, I know I was wrong. I am also willing to die to atone for my sins. I implore you to spare the Luo family this time. I swear, from now on, the Luo family will be yours. All members of the Luo family are willing to serve you as their master. Under Luo Tu's instruction, Luo Guanyi looked at Chen Yunfan with hope, begging for mercy. A fifth-tier force as a subordinate? It was indeed tempting, but Chen Yunfan felt no ripple in his heart. You don't know you were wrong, you know you are going to die. And you don't need to die to atone, I will kill you myself. At Chen Yunfan's signal, two fourth-tier martial artists stepped forward to restrain Luo Guanyi, forcing him to swallow a revealing pill. The drug took effect quickly, and a saint tattoo appeared at the corner of Luo Guanyi's eye. Luo Tu clenched his fists, his eyes seeming to want to devour someone. Among the descendants of the Luo family, only Luo Guanyi had the best talent, having already touched the threshold of the fifth tier, and could even strive for the sixth tier in his lifetime. With this positive cycle, the Luo family could restore its former glory in no time. Luo Guanyi absolutely could not die. Yunfan, this one can't be killed yet. We still need to interrogate him, and the Luo family's ancestors did indeed have merits towards the Xia kingdom, so we can't execute him casually. You've already killed so many, you should cool down a bit. Let me handle this, Tang Long advised softly. Chen Yunfan glanced around. Everyone present, except for the direct descendants of the Luo family, had already been killed, which could be considered an explanation for the many deceased in the training camp. Although it was not his intention, those people had indeed died because of him. But having given an explanation to so many, he also wanted to give himself one. Uncle Tang, this is the last one, I will bear all the responsibility myself. Tang Long wanted to persuade him further. The others could be disregarded, as they were merely guests and some collateral branches, but Luo Guanyi was a direct descendant of those who had contributed to the Luo family. To kill him without interrogation could lead to a lot of trouble. However, before he could voice his concerns, he was stopped by Su Shanha, and the usually stern Luo Chuan fell silent at this moment. Seeing this, Tang Long chose not to speak further. Even if I, Luo Guanyi, am guilty, I am still a descendant of a meritorious family. If you kill me privately, you are overstepping the official law enforcement authority, committing a great taboo. You cannot bear the consequences of this. Luo Guanyi was pressed to the ground by two fourth-tier martial artists, completely panicking, and began to threaten Chen Yunfan again without thinking. I've already killed so many, do you think I'm afraid? If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have offended your Luo family back then. Don't you find it ridiculous to ask me these questions now? Chen Yunfan let out a cold laugh, his right hand's muscles tensed, the spear aimed at Luo Guanyi's head, true energy condensing in his hand. The fourth rank had completely tempered his body, his bones were somewhat hard, and he had to exert all his strength. Luo Tu clenched his fists, his breath nearly stopped, staring intently at Chen Yunfan's movements, true energy ready to burst forth. At that moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Wait! The true energy within Luo Tu instantly dissipated, a look of wild joy appearing on his face, while Luo Guanyi looked relieved, even provocatively glancing at Chen Yunfan. A savior had arrived. Chen Yunfan knew who it was without turning around. It was definitely the backer who had previously saved Luo Guanyi. Although he knew, he pretended not to hear. Muscles tensed, the spear shot out violently, directly creating a hole in the head of Luo Guanyi, who had already been sealed of his true energy. Blood splattered, brain matter burst forth. The entire Luo family courtyard fell into a deathly silence, the joy on the faces of the Luo family members frozen, and Luo Yi even fainted on the spot. You dare, you brat! Luo Tu's eyes were about to split, and with a lightning-fast motion, he slapped towards Chen Yunfan's head. The terrifying gust of wind snapped nearby trees in half. If it hit a person, it would be as easy as crushing noodles. Bang! 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 As soon as Luo Tu made his move, he was met with the overwhelming suppression of three fifth-rank experts from Hanchuan City, his body flying like a ragdoll, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. Why did you strike? A voice, suppressing its anger, came from the direction of the entrance, and only then did Chen Yunfan turn to look. The newcomer was a girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19, dressed in a moonwhite ancient robe, with a green long sword at her waist. However, she was currently blocked by the city guards at the Luo family's entrance, glaring at him in anger. Shu Shan, their people actually came. Su Shanha's face darkened as he whispered, while Tang Long and Wang Chuan also frowned, as if they had encountered a particularly tricky situation. What is Shu Shan? Is it related to the Luo family? Chen Yunfan furrowed his brows. It was the first time he had heard this term. 500 years ago, when the spatial passage opened, ferocious beasts descended through it, and Blue Star entered the era of high martial arts. The vast majority of martial arts that early martial artists practiced were adapted from various ancient martial sects. Shushan is an ancient martial sect that emerged over 1,000 years ago in the land of Shu. With a long lineage, all sword cultivators, many sword techniques today bear the influence of the Shushan sword sect. To thank these ancient martial sects, the Xia kingdom allowed them to retain their organization and continue to recruit disciples. Universities like Mod University, Jing University, and Shanha Martial University are top tier, while ancient martial sects like Shushan, the Beggar's Sect, the Divine Blade, and Penglai are also top tier. Don't underestimate these ancient martial sects. Each of the 4 major sects has 9th-ranked grandmasters stationed. Their strength is formidable, and they have considerable influence in various fields. Moreover, compared to our schooling, their sects are conservative in their views. A master is a master, so they are very protective of their own. Su Shanha's explanation once again unveiled a mysterious aspect of this high martial world to Chen Yunfan. So what is the relationship between Shushan and the Luo family? Could it be that the previous grandmaster of the Luo family was a disciple of the ancient martial Shushan? From the current situation, this was the only possibility Chen Yunfan could think of. A master is a master. No wonder, even though the person had been dead for decades, the Luo family had long since severed ties with Shushan, yet at a critical moment, Shushan was still willing to help. However, this made things a bit troublesome. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Yunfan's gaze sharpened again. No matter what ancient martial sect it was, anyone who dared to intervene to protect the Luo family today would not receive any mercy from him. That's right, the grandmaster of the Luo family indeed came from the ancient martial Shushan lineage. Logically speaking, if the grandmaster of the Luo family were still alive, he should call the current 9th-ranked grandmaster of Shushan Shishu. Now you understand why Luo Guani was fine last time, right? Shushan intervened, and even the provincial city had to give face, let alone our Hanchuan base city. Su Shanha furrowed his brows, looking at the tall girl who was chatting with Luo Tu, a hint of worry appearing between her brows. Changes were coming. If Chen Yunfan were not here, he wouldn't care no matter how things changed, but the key was that Chen Yunfan was right here. He understood Chen Yunfan's temperament too well. Given the other party's vengeful nature, if a Shushan disciple found an excuse to protect the Luo family, he would definitely confront the Shushan disciple head-on. This could be troublesome. I am Zhang Lingyun from the Shushan Sword Sect. Greetings to President Su, Director Wang, and Commander Tang. After rushing in and seeing that Luo Tu was unharmed, Zhang Lingyun turned around and slightly bowed with her sword to the 3, but there was little respect in her eyes, only pride. As for Chen Yunfan beside her, she completely ignored him. So it turns out you are a disciple of Shushan. What a pleasure. Su Shanha did not put on airs despite the rank difference, instead returning the greetings solemnly. Tang Long guessed what the other party was here for, his expression cold and displeased, but he said nothing more. Only Wang Chuan, after a brief moment of recollection, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhang Lingyun, a descendant of the Zhang family in the provincial city. It is rumored that you awakened the sword heart spirit body and were accepted as a direct disciple by the current master of Shushan. That's me. Zhang Lingyun nodded lightly, showing no surprise at being recognized. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Su Shanha, Wang Chuan, and Tang Long all subtly changed. The 9th-ranked grandmaster of Shushan was a figure of great renown 100 years ago, and since he took his last direct disciple 50 years ago, he had not accepted any more students. Now, to take in a disciple with the sword heart spirit body, it was undoubtedly to cultivate Zhang Lingyun as the future master of Shushan. If someone like her had ties to the Luo family, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. Miss Zhang. Wang Chuan wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Zhang Lingyun, her gaze cold as she looked at Chen Yunfan. Now that the introductions are done, we should talk about business. I just told you to stop, why didn't you? Facing Zhang Lingyun's pressing question, Chen Yunfan calmly retorted, why should I stop? You are just a disciple of a sect. What right do you have to order others around? Zhang Lingyun was taken aback. No one in the provincial city had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone, especially after she became a direct disciple of the 9th-ranked grandmaster. Suppressing her anger, Zhang Lingyun coldly nodded, all right, I indeed have no right to do that. But debts must be repaid, and lives must be accounted for. That's not a problem, right? Chen Yunfan's gaze sharpened. To repay a life, do you mean for me to pay for someone from the Holy Body sect? Or are you also a member of the Holy Body sect? President Su, Commander Tang, I believe this person's identity is suspicious, as he actually defends the deceased of the Holy Body sect. I think we should capture him, and if he resists, we should kill him on the spot. Her voice was cold and resolute. Not only did it leave the Luo family members stunned, but even Su Shanha and Tang Long's brows twitched uncontrollably. The tempers of these two were indeed identical. When someone demands a life for a life, you suggest killing the other party on the spot. Are all geniuses inherently ruthless? Before they could speak, a surge of qi and true essence belonging to a second-rank martial artist erupted from Zhang Lingyun, pressing towards Chen Yunfan. At the same time, angry voices echoed throughout the courtyard. Nonsense! The founder of the Luo family was also a disciple of Shushan, with a strict family tradition. How could there possibly be members of the holy body sect among them? I think you are just spouting nonsense and framing others. The voices carried a violent momentum, causing the entire courtyard to stir with a fierce wind, and suddenly, Chen Yunfan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. The illustrious Mount Shu, a renowned name throughout the ages, has actually taken you, an absolute fool, as a disciple. Then today, I bet my life with you. If they are all members of the holy body sect, you will use this gun to take your own life on the spot, otherwise, the same goes for me. Do you dare? Chen Yunfan drove the spear in his hand into the ground before Zhang Lingyun. The vast courtyard fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Su Shanha and the other two, along with Mu Yu, were all stunned in place. The Luo family members looked as if they had seen a ghost. They never expected Chen Yunfan to be so bold as to insult even the core talents of Mount Shu, the future leader. Panic soon followed. Just moments ago, Luo Guani's head had been smashed, so Zhang Lingyun hadn't seen the holy tattoo on his face, but if they continued to use the manifestation pill, they would still be exposed and ultimately unable to escape official judgment. Zhang Lingyun was enraged and was about to agree, but was stopped by Wang Chuan. Miss Shang, you should take a look back before deciding on this matter. Wang Chuan's expression was strange. He, along with Su Shanha and Tang Long, thought that Mount Shu was aware of the situation and had sent Zhang Lingyun to help the Luo family clear their name. But from Zhang Lingyun's earlier words, it seemed she was unaware of the holy body sect's affairs. There was a glimmer of hope. Under Wang Chuan's persuasion, Zhang Lingyun temporarily suppressed her anger and looked back at the Luo family members. She saw that everyone from the Luo family, whom she had determined could not possibly be connected to the holy body sect, was avoiding her gaze one by one. What's going on? At this moment, even Zhang Lingyun, who was usually slow to react, understood that Chen Yunfan had not been wrong. In fact, she had not killed the wrong person before. The mistake was hers. The Luo family members stammered, and even Luo too didn't know how to speak. He had originally contacted his third uncle's senior brother, thinking that the other party would come in person. Even if the other party learned about the holy body sex matters, as long as he mentioned the past life-saving grace, everything would surely be fine in the end. But he never expected that the person who came was a disciple of Mount Shu. He didn't know how to approach the situation. He couldn't possibly ask the 18-year-old girl before him for help, and it certainly wouldn't work anyway. He wanted to go back to his room to get his phone to contact that senior brother, but at this moment, as long as Su Shanha and the others weren't foolish, they wouldn't let him access any means of communication with the outside world. Thus, at this very moment, no one could answer Zhang Lingyun's question. Zhang Lingyun's expression grew increasingly grim. She recalled Chen Yunfan calling her a fool. Although she felt an impulse to beat him up, it seemed he hadn't been wrong. In the end, it was still Wang Chuan who stepped forward and recounted the events of the entire night, including the attack by the holy body sect. The more he spoke, the colder Zhang Lingyun's expression became, until she couldn't even be bothered to look at the Luo family members again, directly stepping aside to report the situation to her uncle who had assigned her the task. The faces of the Luo family members were ashen. Taking advantage of the moment when the three from Hanchuan were relaxed, Luo Tu suddenly sprang up and snatched Zhang Lingyun's phone, excitedly conversing with the person on the other end, repeatedly mentioning the life-saving grace. This made Su Shanha and the others furrow their brows once more. They had just thought the situation was settled and had relaxed a bit, only to have this unexpected complication arise. Now it was too late to stop it. They could only hope that this senior brother of the Luo family's ancestor was a reasonable person. Miss Shang, I apologize, I was impulsive just now. Here is your phone. Your uncle has something to discuss with you. Although Luo Tu's face still looked haggard and weary, he was clearly relieved. Zhang Lingyun frowned tightly, and after hanging up the phone, she said to Wang Chuan, President Wang, my uncle said he is already aware of the situation. The Luo family has made a grave mistake in this matter. To collude with the holy body sect for personal revenge, this matter should be dealt with accordingly. But the younger generation of the Luo family is innocent. They have just come of age, their actions lack any autonomy, and they were all led by their elders to join. They can only comply. Therefore, the meaning of the master uncle is that they can be lightly punished. After all, the Luo family has also contributed to the Xia country. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan, Su Shanhan, and Tang Long exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was already the best outcome. Chen Yunfan was fine, while all the members of the holy body sect who attacked the camp were eradicated, and none of the Luo family members who collaborated with the holy body sect could escape. At the very least, they would be sent to the border city to resist the ferocious beasts with a guilty conscience. As for the remaining young members of the Luo family, they were dispensable. As for disagreeing and sentencing all the Luo family members to the front lines, that would be absurd. Not only would it offend the Shushan, but it would also be a pipe dream to try to make that happen. The influence of the 9th grade grandmaster and the ancient martial arts sects is not to be underestimated. As long as it is not a particularly significant principal issue, the officials do not want to fall out with the ancient martial arts sects. After all, they have done quite well in training talents to fight against the ferocious beasts, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they have contributed to the nation's defense. That's fine, but it is also a fact that the younger generation of the Luo family has joined the Holy Body sect. If something happens in the future, Wang Chuan's words were laden with meaning, and Zhang Lingyun directly stated, if something happens, Shushan will take full responsibility. Her voice exuded extreme confidence, and Wang Chuan received the answer he wanted in his heart, nodding in agreement. There's one more thing. The master uncle wants to take in 2 disciples. You Luo family should see which among the younger generation is suitable. After being deceived, Zhang Lingyun no longer wanted any contact with the Luo family, but since the master uncle had given orders, she had no choice but to comply. Then let it be Luo Chuan and Luo Yi. After a brief hesitation, Luo Tu spoke out 2 names. In fact, Luo Yi was nearly an afterthought. His true expectations were placed on his grandson Luo Chuan, who was still in the wilderness. A 3rd-grade martial artist, his talent was no less than that of his father, Luo Guani. As long as his grandson Luo Chuan was still around, the Luo family would still exist, and sooner or later, they would return from the border city. Immediately, the mid-level members led by Luo Guani all knelt down as if resigned to their fate, while the younger generation, Luo Sen and Luo Yi, glared at Chen Yunfan with hostility. Chen Yunfan frowned. To eradicate the roots, if all the members of the Luo family went to the front lines, they might be wiped out at any moment. Yet, Shushan wanted to protect the younger generation of the Luo family. Although he was confident in his continued strength, preventing these young members of the Luo family from seeking revenge against him did not mean they could not seek revenge against his family. Currently, there were no family members, but there would be in the future. Chen Yunfan despised such unstable factors, and his gaze towards Zhang Lingyun turned unfriendly. The only good news was that the most talented member of the younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Chuan, was currently in his hands. Just as Chen Yunfan was about to take out Luo Chuan's head to surprise Luo Tu, he suddenly heard Luo Tu's voice transmitted secretly. Did you see that? This is the foundation of my Luo family. As long as there is someone from my Luo family in Shushan, we will eventually use this connection to clear our names and return to the Hanchuan base city. By then, just wait for my Luo family to take fierce revenge on you. For now, let me give you a taste of an appetizer. Chen Yunfan frowned slightly, meeting Luo Tu's resentful and cold gaze. An appetizer? Just as Chen Yunfan was puzzled, a painful groan suddenly echoed. Everyone, including Chen Yunfan, turned to look. They saw Luo Yi, who had just been fine, now lying on the ground with a pained expression, clutching her abdomen. What happened to you? Luo Tu hurriedly helped her up, but Luo Yi still frowned, her face showing extreme pain, and after a long while, she managed to utter a few words. Poison pill. He forced me to take the poison pill, and the effects have kicked in. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Yi pointed her finger at Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan frowned, and a murderous intent immediately blossomed in his eyes. When the chaos of the training camp began, he suspected that the Luo family might intervene, so he had given Luo Yi a poison pill, intending to use it as a threat against the Luo family at a critical moment, to save his life. But the so-called poison pill was just a mud pill, rolled up from the ground. Aside from the excessive E. coli, it could hardly be considered a poison pill. His actions were clearly just to disgust himself under Luo Tu's instructions. After all, many people had seen him give Luo Yi the poison pill, and as long as she pretended to be in pain, Zhang Lingyun would definitely focus on him. After all, a disciple of Shushan could not die in this place. When the time came, Zhang Lingyun would demand the antidote, but since the mud pill had no antidote, a dispute would arise. Although it might not lead to anything in the end, it was truly disgusting. The murderous intent that Chen Yunfan had originally put aside for the Luo family surged up again at this moment. What's going on? Zhang Lingyun frowned. Just as Chen Yunfan had thought, although she was unwilling to continue having ties with the Luo family, she could not bear to watch her uncle's disciple die before her eyes. It's him. Luo Yi exaggeratedly recounted the events, and Zhang Lingyun's gaze shifted to Chen Yunfan. But she only glanced at him and said nothing more. She took a pill from her pocket and threw it to the Luo family members. They quickly gave it to Luo Yi, but her face still looked pained, as if the healing pill had no effect. The matter is over. Give me the antidote. You cannot bear the charge of harming a disciple of Shushan. Zhang Lingyun looked at Chen Yunfan, her tone mixed with a commanding tone. There is no antidote. It's just a mud pill. Evidence. If you want evidence, simply cut open Luo Yi's belly, any poison internal organs will show abnormalities, and you can see for yourself. Chen Yunfan replied logically, shocking everyone. In my current state, cutting open my belly is a dead end. I understand now, you must be saying this on purpose. You want to kill me. Chen Yunfan, we have had conflicts, but I have never harmed you. Why do you want to kill me? I am already a disciple of Shushan. You cannot do this. Quickly give me the antidote. To perform convincingly, Luo Yi pressed on a certain acupoint, causing her face to turn purple and foam to form at her mouth. The other Luo family members, unaware of the situation, looked at Chen Yunfan, applying pressure. It's our fault. Why do you want to involve unrelated people? Yes, Yi is already a disciple of Shushan. Are you trying to become an enemy of Shushan? Quickly hand over the antidote. The repeated accusations, combined with Luo Yi starting to perform blood vomiting, made Chen Yunfan's expression grow colder. He wanted to hijack the prisoner transport and kill all these people, especially when Luo Tu's mocking voice echoed in his ears. Give me the antidote, this is the last time, or don't blame me for being rude. Eager to save her, Zhang Lingyun had no time to think further, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yunfan. The second-grade blood in true essence erupted within her again, seemingly a retaliation for previous grievances, crushing towards Chen Yunfan. You really are a fool, a complete fool. The stereotype of being big-breasted and brainless truly exists. Someone like you, who is going to become a decision-maker in Shushan in the future, makes me truly worry for the future of ancient martial arts in Shushan. Zhang Lingyun trembled with anger, her sword buzzing incessantly in her hand. You, shut up, I will show you the truth right now. Chen Yunfan interrupted Zhang Lingyun, looking at Luo Yi, his eyes flashing with purple light as he asked, did you take a poison pill or a mud pill? Everyone was puzzled, not understanding what Chen Yunfan meant, but soon they heard Luo Yi's gritted teeth voice rise. I thought it was a poison pill, but after testing it, I found it was just a lump of dirt. That damned bastard actually scared me. I want him dead. Silence. A deathly silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. What is going on? Luo Tu looked at his granddaughter Luo Yi, who had her eyes tightly shut, and a guess flashed through his mind. Could it be a hypnotic eye technique? Flame burst fist, diamond body, gale shadow chase, high-level breathing techniques, and even a mastery of an eye technique. Is this really a high school student? Even a 5th grade master would be completely shocked at this moment. However, Su Shanha and the others seemed to have thought of something, their expressions flashing with excitement. But soon, everyone's attention shifted back to Luo Yi. If it was just a lump of dirt, didn't that mean they were just framing and tricking the disciples of Shushan, treating them like fools? Thinking of this, everyone's expressions became strange. Shushan took in disciples out of nostalgia, yet you treated them like fools. If you had succeeded in deceiving them, it would have been one thing, but you were exposed on the spot by Chen Yunfan. Looking at Zhang Lingyun's increasingly dark expression, the Luo family felt their hearts rise to their throats, and Luo Tu hurriedly tried to explain. It might just be a misunderstanding. Enough! Zhang Lingyun shouted angrily, directly interrupting Luo Tu's words. As a 5th grade master, Luo Tu didn't dare to say another word, only casting a cold gaze at Chen Yunfan. In response, Chen Yunfan offered a brilliant smile and continued to look at Luo Yi. Who instructed you to frame me? Luo Tu's heart jolted, and he quickly used his master-level technique to send a secret message, trying to awaken his granddaughter Luo Yi with his voice. But the eternal nightmare belonged to martial arts, and its effects were incredibly strong. Although its main function was to awaken the deep-seated fears within a person, it also had a hypnotic effect. As long as there was no external force or mental disturbance, it was impossible to wake up. Sending a secret message wouldn't work either. It was Grandpa Luo Tu. He asked me to use this matter to make you and Shushan enemies. Shut up! Luo Tu could no longer hold back and shouted explosively. The sound wave technique erupted, directly jolting Luo Yi awake from her deep hypnosis. Luo Yi looked completely bewildered, still unaware of what had happened. After waking his granddaughter, Luo Tu wanted to explain further, but Zhang Lingyun gave him no chance. Forget everything that happened before. As for the matter of accepting disciples mentioned by that uncle, I believe the Luo family is unworthy of becoming disciples of Shushan. I will personally explain this to my uncle when I return. Boom! Zhang Lingyun's cold voice struck the hearts of the Luo family like a thunderbolt. It's over. Completely over. The Luo family looked as if they had lost their mothers. Luo Yi was confused, and Luo Tu stared fiercely at Chen Yunfan. If he could, he would want to tear Chen Yunfan apart right now. But the other side had 3 5th-grade masters as bodyguards, and he simply couldn't do it. However, Luo Tu was not pessimistic. If he couldn't do it, there were others who could. His grandson Luo Chuan. Although there was no hope for joining Shushan, at least Luo Chuan was still in the wilderness, likely with the Holy Body sect. Based on his grandson Luo Chuan's intelligence, combined with the strength of a 3rd-grade warrior, avenging the Luo family with the holy body sect was only a matter of time. Old dog, are you thinking that your Luo family still has someone outside, that there is still hope for your family's rise? Chen Yunfan suddenly said. What do you mean? Looking at Chen Yunfan's half-smiling gaze, Luo Tu felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. It means nothing, just that I killed a lot of people tonight, but deep down, I still want to be a good person. Since your whole family is going to the border town, how can it do without your grandson Luo Chuan? No need to thank me. Chen Yunfan threw the blood-soaked bag in his hand towards Luo Tu. The bag loosened and completely opened in the air. A round object rolled to Luo Tu's feet, and all the Luo family members stared wide-eyed at it. All that remained was a large, bloodied human head. The face was very familiar. It belonged to Luo Chuan, the foremost young talent of the Luo family, a third-tier martial artist. He was the future hope that would support the Luo family. But now, only a head remained. Shao Chuan. Luo Tu's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of a master erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings and sending all the members of the Luo family flying. You killed my grandson, and you brought his head to me, his grandfather. You are truly going too far. Luo Tu's eyes were bloodshot, and Su Shanha and the others were also stunned. They had sent people to search for Luo Chuan, the one who had slipped through their fingers, but they never expected him to have died at Chen Yunfan's hands. This meant that Chen Yunfan, who had consumed the destiny pill and reached second-tier cultivation, could kill a third tier. Killing a second tier with a first tier and killing a third tier with a second tier were completely different concepts. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between realms. It was basically impossible to kill someone of a higher tier later on, but Chen Yunfan had done it. If this continued, if Chen Yunfan truly reached the second tier, killing a third tier would likely be even easier. Because his combat level and experience were increasing, and the number of martial arts he knew was also rising. The more they thought about it, the more shocked the three became. A golden phoenix had truly emerged from this corner of Hanchuan. Going too far? When your Luo family was strong, you went to great lengths to cripple and kill me. After your first failure, you united with the Holy Body sect to attack my camp. When I was strong, I even helped your family reunite. Isn't that being a good person? Instead, you accuse me of going too far? Fine, if going too far is what you say, I, Chen Yunfan, vow again that as long as I grow stronger, the Luo family will surely perish. Upon hearing this, Luo Tu's aged, yellowing eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and a frenzied killing intent surged and spread, making the hearts of the surrounding Luo family members feel as if they were being squeezed, making it hard for them to breathe. But in the end, Luo Tu still did not make a move. Seeing this, Chen Yunfan was not polite. He hurled the flowing cloud spear, and in the dazed gazes of everyone, he pierced through Luo Chuan's round head, causing it to explode. Blood and brain matter splattered all over Luo Tu. Silence. The entire courtyard was deathly silent. Even Zhang Lingyun, who had always been cold and aloof, couldn't help but glance at Chen Yunfan a few more times. Boom! As a surge of murderous intent erupted, Luo Tu's withered hand lifted several times, wanting to crush the person before him, but in the end, he trembled and lowered it again. He could endure this? Looking at Luo Tu, who had lowered his head and said nothing, Chen Yunfan felt a slight disappointment in his heart. The purpose of this head was to provoke Luo Tu. After all, having a fifth-tier enemy filled with hatred alive was always unsettling, and as long as Luo Tu made a move, there would only be a dead end. However, Chen Yunfan did not expect Luo Tu to endure so well. His most favored grandson's head had been crushed, yet he still held back. The plan could only end in regret, and Luo Yi slowly awakened from the aftereffects of her eternal nightmare. She still did not know what had happened and continued to strike herself, pretending to be in great pain. But she did not notice that Zhang Lingyun, who was beside her, already had a face that was difficult to look at, and at this moment, it looked even worse. Did she really take her for a fool? Everyone quietly watched Luo Yi's clownish performance, and in the end, it was the Luo family members who couldn't bear to watch any longer that quietly informed her of the situation. Crack! A lightning bolt struck her head, and Luo Yi immediately felt as if the sky had fallen. She had thought that today's framing and scheming would not only prevent a feud between Shushan and Chen Yunfan but also disgust Chen Yunfan. Then, after she joined Shushan, with its vast foundation and her excellent talent, her strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds, and it wouldn't be long before she could trample her opponent underfoot. But she never expected that Chen Yunfan would also possess the hypnotic eye technique, and in the end, not only did it not create a feud between Shushan and Chen Yunfan, but it also severed the hope of the young generation of the Luo family, and her chance to enter was gone. No! Shushan's higher-ups want to take me as a disciple. You're just a messenger, and you have no right to decide this matter. I am a disciple of Shushan. You can't send me to the front lines. Luo Yi was completely flustered. retorting against Zheng Lingyun. Originally, that master uncle was considering the past contributions of Shushan disciple Luo Qiankuan, which is why he granted the Luo family 2 spots, but your Luo family is unworthy. As for whether I have a say in this, you don't need to judge. With Zhang Lingyun's cold voice falling, Tang Long directly ordered the arrest of everyone from the Luo family except for Luo Tu. Those who had been waiting outside to visit the Luo family at dawn, prominent figures from Hanchuan, were now wide-eyed, watching the members of the Luo family being taken away. Their pupils shook wildly. The Luo family, which had a 5th-grade master overseeing it, was gone. A team was left behind to check the situation, while Chen Yunfan, Muyu, Su Shanha, and Tang Long boarded an off-road vehicle heading to the training camp outside the city. Wang Chuan was to report the situation to the higher-ups of the Hanchuan base city, so he did not accompany them. "Kid, show us." As soon as they got in the car, Su Shanha couldn't wait, his face flushed as he looked at Chen Yunfan. If it were a girl, it would be a good thing, but if it were a boy, especially a rugged man standing at 1.90 m, it would be quite terrifying. Fortunately, after experiencing this situation a few times, Chen Yunfan had gradually gotten used to it. He activated the eternal nightmares simultaneously for the 3 of them. Tang Long and Su Shanha felt a jolt in their hearts but quickly broke free, while Muyu, on the other hand, had his eyes tightly shut, and his deadpan face showed signs of change. It seemed to be fear. Eternal nightmare. Your dragon and tiger chant has actually reached the supreme level. When did this happen? Su Shanha had his suspicions, but after experiencing it, his mind couldn't help but tremble. Another supreme level martial art. Moreover, it was a mysterious level martial art, and the breathing technique within the mysterious level martial arts was the hardest to improve. All the elements were complete. It could be said that among everyone in the entire Zhengzhou province, from grandmasters to martial saints, there were no more than 10 people who could cultivate the mysterious level breathing technique to the supreme level. And Chen Yunfan was only 18 this year, just a high school student, yet he had achieved it. Su Shanha suddenly felt that being the top scorer in the Hanchuan martial arts exam was trivial, and being the top scorer in Zhengzhou province was also within reach. Commander Tang Long was also surprised, nearly driving the car off the road. It was during the fierce battle with Luo Chuan at night that I naturally had an epiphany and broke through. Chen Yunfan casually found an excuse. Naturally. And then you had an epiphany. Is that something a person can say? Su Shanha stared intently at his good son-in-law, feeling an intense envy in his heart. He also wanted to experience such a natural occurrence. However, thinking that the other party might possess some special comprehension physique, he suddenly felt relieved. By the way, although the Luo family has been sealed off, most of the Luo family members will be sent to the front lines to resist the fierce beasts. But the matter isn't over yet. The Inspection Bureau just sent news that the head of the Luo family, Luo Tu, for some reason, does not have the holy character tattooed on his face. So at most, it's just temporary detention. If there is no direct evidence later, he will be classified as a key observation target and then released. During this time, you still need to be careful. We will also apply for some life-saving items for you, Su Shanha reminded, and Chen Yunfan frowned slightly. This was unexpected, but he wasn't too worried about Luo Tu, as his wealth value had already increased somewhat. Wealth value, 6,300,000. From 5,200,000, it grew to 6,300,000, proving that Luo Tu wouldn't have any thoughts about him in the short term. Among the increase of 1,100,000 wealth value, 1 million came from the C-grade battle soldier Lu Yun gun. The other 100,000 might be from the unexpected acquisition of that incomplete holy body secret method. Unfortunately, the destiny pill and that mysterious potion had already been consumed earlier, so they were not included in the wealth value calculation. Otherwise, the current wealth value might have surged to the tens of millions. Realm, first rank, progress 38%. Dragon and Tiger Chant, Supreme, progress 10%. Flame Burst Fist, Supreme, progress 100%. Diamond Body, Supreme, progress 100%. Swift Wind Shadow Chase, perfect, progress 30%. Wealth value, 6,300,000. System level versus 1 plus the plus sign after the system level is actually gray. It seems that the previous guess of 5 to 6 million wealth value was incorrect. It's actually in the tens of millions. Murmuring in his heart, Chen Yunfan was not discouraged. After all, this system is all about value for money. Since the upgrade of the system level requires so much money, it must be worth the price. I'm really looking forward to it. The upcoming Luo Tu and the Holy Body sect will probably behave for a while. Since the Dragon and Tiger chant is already maxed out, I can spend the next few days before the Provincial League well in the wilderness, grinding for points, earning wealth value, and preparing for the system upgrade. Chen Yunfan was planning his itinerary for the next few days when Muyu suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. How was the experience? The eternal nightmare invaded the brain domain, but in a sense, it was actually beneficial for people. For example, an increase in mental strength would provide resistance to hypnosis and illusions, so that in similar situations, one wouldn't be completely helpless. There are places in top universities that specialize in training mental strength, so Chen Yunfan had not withdrawn the mental torment on Muyu just now. It's amazing. From now on, you will be truly invincible at the same level. No one will be your opponent. Muyu sighed sincerely, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, feeling extremely good, because when they reach the provincial league, they are on the same team. More importantly, the Hanchuan-based city had promised him that the better his ranking in the provincial league, the more benefits he would receive. If he were to lead the team alone, Muyu's extraordinary performance could only bring Hanchuan to a mid-level position, but with Chen Yunfan around, he probably wouldn't need to do anything, and Hanchuan would likely soar to first place. A guaranteed win. It's only right, this result is worthy of my effort and sweat, Chen Yunfan said very seriously. Unaware of the system's existence, Muyu immediately felt respect. Although Chen Yunfan's aptitude and physique were extraordinary, the key factor was still Chen Yunfan himself. After all, in the crisis they faced tonight, anyone else would have undoubtedly perished. By the way, that Zhang Lingyun might cause you trouble. Having benefited from Chen Yunfan, Muyu also reminded him at the right moment. Chen Yunfan nodded calmly, indicating he understood. Aren't you surprised? Muyu asked, puzzled. What's there to be surprised about? The eldest daughter of the Zhang family in the provincial capital, a disciple of the ancient martial arts Shushan, a direct disciple of a 9th-rank grandmaster. If she can hold back after I scold her, that would be strange. And I did it on purpose. That woman looks like a straight line from her anus to her brain. Whatever she thinks, she does very simply. She'll probably come to teach me a lesson tonight, otherwise, she won't be able to sleep. Chen Yunfan's eyes sparkled, leaving Muyu, Su Shanha, and Tang Long all stunned. But what's your purpose in doing this? Su Shanha asked curiously. Chen Yunfan did not answer directly but instead muttered to himself, with so many identities and titles, she should be quite wealthy. Upon hearing this, the three were astonished, suddenly guessing a possibility. Muyu shook his head directly. Zhang Lingyun possesses a sword heart spirit body, which is one of the strongest existences among spirit bodies. Plus, with the sword techniques passed down from the Shushan sword sect and her second-rank martial artist realm, it's a bit difficult. He believed in Chen Yunfan's strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have previously mentioned being invincible at the same level. But the opponent they were facing was a second-rank martial artist. And it's not just an ordinary second rank, but one from the sword gate of Mount Shu, and it carries a spiritual body. The combat power is on a completely different level. Yeah, the people from Mount Shu are all sword players. It's no joke when they start swinging. If they poke a few holes in you, it won't be worth it. Are you lacking something? Just tell me what you need. Su Shanha waved his hand, but Chen Yunfan shook his head slightly. He didn't lack wealth for the time being, and his battle gear was sufficient. The only thing he lacked was new martial arts. New martial arts mean new combat power. Although Su Shanha was the president of the Martial Arts Association, managing the martial arts inheritance crystal of the entire Hanchuan base city, there were rules and regulations for teaching martial arts. Unless Su Shanha had a family martial art, otherwise, passing it on privately would be illegal. But if he had a family martial art, Su Shiyun would have probably received it long ago. So, to obtain new martial arts, he had to find another way, starting with someone who had a deep background and might possess family martial arts. After a few more words of persuasion from Su Shanha, Chen Yunfan nodded in agreement. The off-road vehicle quickly left Hanchuan Base City and returned to the abandoned Base No. 13, where elite high school students practiced. A few hours passed, and after some simple repairs, the tents were re-erected, and several outdoor stoves were emitting smoke. The soldiers of the City Defense Army and the students, who had just experienced a fierce battle, were quietly eating their meals. At the most outgoing age, this time of day should have been filled with chattering voices in the training camp, but now it was eerily quiet. After all, for most students, it was the first time witnessing the death of companions they had spent day and night with, and they needed time to slowly digest it. The iron fences around the training camp had been re-erected, and a large number of armed soldiers had increased in the vicinity. Moreover, through the perception of his breathing technique, Chen Yunfan sensed that there were more than a dozen powerful auras inside the camp. Clearly, they were all fourth-rank warriors, responsible for ensuring the safety of the training camp. Now the Holy Body sect definitely won't counterattack in a short time. But with such strict guarding, that woman probably won't be able to infiltrate. Does that mean I have to go out myself? Chen Yunfan fell into deep thought. Father, Chen Yunfan. Seeing the worried person return, Su Shiryun quickly ran back. Upon seeing that both were fine, she finally relaxed. Tisk walking so fast. Are you worried about me or about this kid Yunfan? Su Shanha teased, causing his daughter Su Shiryun to blush deeply. After a simple meal, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Chen Yunfan, dressed in a black battlesuit and holding the battle weapon Lu Yun gun, walked towards the camp's exit. Wait! A sweet voice rang out as Su Shiryun hurriedly caught up with Chen Yunfan, followed by Qin Lan, who was also a school beauty and had an exceptionally tall and slender figure. TSK, working so hard, you're the strongest in the entire training camp. I'm really not envious at all. Qin Lan couldn't help but express her admiration upon seeing Chen Yunfan's attire. I have no choice, my family is relatively poor, so I can only rely on myself to go out and hunt fierce beasts to earn money. Chen Yunfan smiled faintly, but Qin Lan's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled her best friend over. That's simple. My silly best friend may not have much, but she's beautiful and rich. You can consider her my family Shiryun's boyfriend, and in the future, my family will support you. Qin Lan said boldly, hands on her hips. Don't talk nonsense. Yunfan, don't listen to her. She probably ate something wrong at night. Su Shiryun hurriedly explained, her face flushed, looking as if someone had poked her secret. Qin Lan sighed secretly and then waved her hand. Alright, you guys chat, I won't disturb your little world. But Chen Yunfan, since you're not my family Shiryun's boyfriend, you better not take advantage of her. No touching or kissing, or I won't let you off. After warning them with an air of maturity, Qin Lan turned and left with her hands behind her back. She's talking nonsense, don't think too much. Su Shiryun's face was as red as if it were about to bleed, and the gentle breeze stirred her skirt, making her look just like the adorable girl next door from a television show. Was that nonsense? Did that mean she could be touched or kissed? Chen Yunfan shook his head with a smile, deciding not to explain to the silly girl what she had just said. I wasn't thinking anything strange. By the way, why are you still up so late? Is there something you need from me? Chen Yunfan asked curiously, his gaze falling on Su Shiryun's fair and delicate face, and then his brow furrowed slightly. In the moonlight, he could see that Su Shiryun's cherry lips appeared somewhat pale, but before leaving the training camp, her lips hadn't been this pale, and after more than 2 hours of rest and energy replenishment, her lips should have been even more vibrant. What was going on? Could it be that while they were at the Luo family, the training camp had been attacked again? But that was clearly impossible. Before Chen Yunfan could ask, Su Shiryun pulled a pendant from her pocket. The pendant was simple in design, a black woven cord threaded through a small cylindrical container. Inside the container was a full, bright red liquid. An overwhelming sense of familiarity surged forth, and even facing death with calmness, Chen Yunfan's heart couldn't help but race. The one I gave you before, you should have used it. This is new. Su Shiryun said softly, handing the pendant to Chen Yunfan, but he did not reach out to take it. Taking blood like this should be quite harmful to you. This thing was none other than the mysterious potion used to save lives after the battle with Luo Chuan. Thick and with a taste of blood, or rather, it was blood. After taking it before, he had some guesses, and now, combined with Su Shiryun's pale lip color, he could basically confirm that the mysterious potion was Su Shiryun's essence blood. In martial arts, the human body is slowly nourished by true essence, and essence blood gradually forms within. Essence blood has many uses. It can be used to heal, to make medicine, but it is also correspondingly expensive. A drop of a first-grade martial artist's essence blood costs 100,000. But even so, very few martial artists would sell their essence blood, because nurturing essence blood is extremely difficult, and losing essence blood would put a martial artist in a weakened state. The speed of cultivation would decrease, and combat power would drop significantly. But even essence blood shouldn't have the miraculous effects of bringing someone back to life, reconnecting severed intestines, or healing wounds in the blink of an eye. Not to mention a first-grade martial artist, even a 9th-grade grandmaster's essence blood couldn't achieve that. So there was only one possibility left. Su Shiryun also had a special constitution. You know. Su Shiryun was surprised, then bit her cherry lips and explained, last time it was essence blood, this time it's fresh blood. Although it can't bring someone back to life, its healing ability is better than most medicinal pills. You won't dislike it, right? Su Shiryun nervously glanced at Chen Yunfan, worried that this time, just fresh blood would disappoint him after the last time being essence blood. There was no disappointment. Instead, he chuckled. How could I? I don't even know how to thank you. But don't do such foolish things in the future. It will have negative effects on your cultivation. If you need healing pills, I can buy them myself. It's different. This effect is better and can come in handy at critical moments. With that, Chen Yunfan no longer refused. He took the pendant and tied it around his neck, making it convenient to use at critical moments. However, in Su Shiryun's eyes, this action seemed a bit ambiguous, and the little girl's face turned rosy. After reminding him to be careful when going out, Su Shiryun quickly left with her slender, beautiful legs. She knew Chen Yunfan's thirst for power, so she didn't say any nonsense about the dangers of the night. Instead, she offered help. Watching Su Shiryun return, Chen Yunfan touched the pendant again, and the wealth value in his vision updated once more. Wealth value, 20,300,000. From 6 million, it skyrocketed directly to 20,300,000. The value is completely comparable to a level 4 resource, the purple wood shield. That previous essence of blood was probably comparable to a level 9 resource. Even a martial saint would fight fiercely to snatch such a divine resource. Chen Yunfan's heart trembled slightly, and after a moment, he gradually calmed his mind. I must remind the other party later not to let anyone know about the special physique. Having a treasure brings guilt. Even with legal controls, if Su Shiryun's physique were to be exposed, the ensuing scramble would definitely be insane. Taking a deep breath, just as Chen Yunfan was about to step outside, his footsteps suddenly halted. The system panel reappeared in his view. Realm, 1st grade, progress 39%. Dragon and Tiger Chant, perfected, progress 10%. Flame Burst Fist, perfected, progress 100%. Diamond Body, perfected, progress 100%. Swift Wind Shadow, perfect, progress 31%. Wealth value, 20,300,000. System level versus 1 plus. The data displayed on the system's blue screen showed no changes except for the wealth value. The only change was the plus sign after the system level, which had turned from gray to gold. The system can be upgraded. Chen Yunfan's heart shook. If the current system is this useful, what level will the upgraded system reach, or what new functions will it add? Without hesitation, Chen Yunfan focused his mind on the plus sign after the system level. His wealth value instantly dropped by more than half, and his heart couldn't help but twitch slightly. So expensive, I hope the upgrade will bring surprises. Consuming 10 million wealth value, the martial path to divinity system upgrade successful. The host can now use wealth value to complete all incomplete martial arts and secret techniques. As a reward for the first successful system upgrade, the host can choose any incomplete martial art or secret technique to complete for free. The system's voice echoed in his mind, leaving Chen Yunfan stunned. Completing all incomplete martial arts and secret techniques. Surprise! A thick sense of joy enveloped Chen Yunfan. The difficulty of obtaining martial arts and obtaining incomplete martial arts is like heaven and earth. As far as he knows, there are specialized departments studying martial arts in top martial arts universities. If he could join one, wouldn't he have a continuous supply of free martial arts to learn while repairing them? With the system's autonomous cultivation and automatic upgrade effects, his combat power would also rise rapidly. The system upgrade obtained with 10 million wealth value is indeed worth it. At that time, I can try to find incomplete heavenly level martial arts and use the first free repair to obtain them. Martial arts are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. From 1st to 3rd grade, most of the learning is yellow level martial arts, while from 4th to 6th grade, the master stage learns earth level martial arts. Only from 7th to 9th grade, the grandmaster stage learns heavenly level martial arts, which can only be accessed by martial saints, who can touch the incredibly precious and powerful heavenly level martial arts. However, what is cherished is the complete heavenly level martial arts. Incomplete heavenly level martial arts can still be found with some effort. Suppressing his heart, which was racing with excitement, Chen Yunfan held the flowing cloud spear and walked towards the wilderness. He didn't walk far, or it would be awkward if Zhang Lingyun couldn't find him. Starting a fire, Chen Yunfan sat cross-legged beside it, then took out a thin book with 4 large characters written on the cover. Secret Technique of the Holy Body. This was the secret technique found on the so-called Holy Son of the Holy Body sect after killing him. He had been on the run and killing since obtaining it, with no time to take a look. Now he finally had some leisure time. After briefly flipping through a few pages, he understood the effects of this secret technique. Just like what was seen in the cave at that time, through a special potion and the owner of a unique physique, one could complete the transfer of a special constitution. However, this secret method has a flaw. It is prone to rejection reactions. If the constitution is incompatible, death is certain, so only the Holy Son selected by the leader of the Holy Body Church can successfully receive the special constitution. Even if the transfer is successful, because it is not a complete compatibility, it will damage the Holy Son's body and greatly shorten their lifespan. Moreover, they can only exert 50% of the special constitution's combat power. Despite so many limitations, this Holy Body secret method can still be considered a divine skill, as it is the only way to seize a special constitution. And possessing a special constitution, even if it is just the most ordinary battle body, guarantees at least a 6th grade master. It could even allow one to enter the ranks of great masters. Not to mention, above the battle body, there are spiritual bodies and royal bodies. The former guarantees a great master, while the latter guarantees a martial sage, which shows just how valuable a special constitution is. It's a pity that the martial Dao communication system does not enhance physical constitution. Maybe it does, but who knows how far away the next upgrade is. Although he already possesses such a divine artifact as the system, who could refuse a special constitution? It's a pity that it shortens lifespan and is not fully compatible, otherwise, I could seize the constitution collected by the Holy Body Church. With a sigh of regret in his heart, Chen Yunfan was just about to put away the Holy Body secret method when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detected fragment of the Devouring Heaven Demon skill, 0.1%. Do you want to repair it? Fragment? 1 in 10,000? Chen Yunfan was astonished. He never expected that this Holy Body secret method, which had such astonishing effects, was merely a fragment, and such a severely damaged one at that. If 1 in 10,000 has such an effect, if it were completely repaired, perhaps these drawbacks and side effects could be completely eliminated. In that case, I could also use this Holy Body secret method to seize a constitution of my own. But if after the repair, the drawbacks and side effects are not eliminated, then it would be a waste of this free repair opportunity. It would be better to repair the heavenly level martial arts. Learning martial arts is already so expensive. Repairing them would probably be even more costly. If I lose this free repair opportunity and have to wait to accumulate enough wealth to repair the heavenly level martial arts, who knows how long that will take? Chen Yunfan fell into a dilemma, unsure of how to choose for a moment. As an 18-year-old adult, he wanted both the Devouring Heaven Demon skill and the heavenly level martial arts. But the free repair opportunity was only this once. He had to make a choice. System? Chen Yunfan suddenly called out, but received no response. It seems it's just the effect of the system upgrade, but the system itself hasn't been automated yet, otherwise, it could provide suggestions. Regretting in his heart, Chen Yunfan fell into contemplation again, and soon his gaze focused on the Holy Body secret method. He saw a line of small characters floating above. Devouring Heaven Demon skill, fragment, repair required. Following repair required was an ellipsis, and Chen Yunfan was puzzled, concentrating his thoughts on the ellipsis. Immediately, a long list, resembling a supermarket shopping list, completely unfolded. Trillions of trillions, fragments of the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar, the blood of a celestial being, sands of time, the magic soil of all things, true dragon skulls, golden phoenix celestial wings, the primal essence of all things. Trillions of trillions. If everything on Blue Star were clearly priced, this amount of money should be enough to buy the entire Blue Star. Chen Yunfan's pupils trembled. Trillions of trillions is a monetary unit he had learned about by chance while delivering food and watching videos in his previous life. Monetary units range from small to large, individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion. Trillions of trillions is definitely an astronomical figure, not to mention the fragments of the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar and the blood of a celestial being, resources he had never even heard of. No matter the resources, just the unit of money, trillions upon trillions, illustrates the value of this sky-devouring demon technique. It is far beyond what so-called heavenly tier martial arts can compare to. With this thought, Chen Yunfan immediately looked at the thin book in his hand. Detected fragment of the sky-devouring demon technique, 0.1%. Do you wish to repair it? Yes. The system's voice rang out again, and Chen Yunfan made his choice without hesitation. There was no need to wait. In the blink of an eye, the sky-devouring demon technique was repaired by the system. Detected secret method sky-devouring demon technique. The system has included it in the training catalog. Sky-devouring demon technique training successful, automatically breaking through to the entry-level realm. Originally, Chen Yunfan was worried that after repairing the secret method, he would need to pay to learn it. Just the repair alone required trillions upon trillions. He couldn't imagine what astronomical figure learning it would entail. But with such a highly valued secret method assessed by the system right in front of him, he couldn't bring himself not to repair it. It might not be immediately useful, but it had to be there. He just didn't expect the system to be so user-friendly after the upgrade, automatically adding it to the catalog after a successful repair, with no additional fees for learning. Mysterious secret method, let me see why you are so valuable. Chen Yunfan couldn't wait to check the memories related to the secret method. However, he didn't expect that this memory would burst forth like a flood held back by a dam. Just a slight touch, and the flood would break through the levee, surging in. Poof! Chen Yunfan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his nostrils, ears, eyes, and the corners of his mouth, as if his brain were being pierced by an iron pestle. Then it kept churning back and forth. His mind was bombarded by memories while his body was being transformed by the sky-devouring demon technique. Blood seeped from every pore, bones broke and reformed, tendons snapped and reconnected, and his organs were burned away only to regrow. Pain. It was too painful. Chen Yunfan curled up like a shrimp, and with the last remnants of his consciousness, he forced the pendant hanging from his chest into his mouth. Bang! His teeth shattered the glass container, debris splattering everywhere, and the blood inside flowed down his throat. Unlike the last time when he was gravely injured and nearly unconscious, this time Chen Yunfan could clearly sense the immense life energy contained within this blood. The pain lessened significantly, and his spirit recovered somewhat. This wave of pain came quickly and left just as fast. The process lasted only about a minute, but Chen Yunfan felt as if it had been an eternity. He got up and glanced at the bloodstains on his body. Fortunately, there was a small river nearby. He jumped in to wash off the blood, and after climbing back onto the shore, Chen Yunfan closed his eyes to examine the memories he had received. The sky-devouring demon technique, created by the ancient empress, contained only one ability: to absorb the essence of special physiques for one's own use. Relying on this ability, the empress rose from the dust, sweeping across the universe and standing alone at the top, defeating the prodigies of that era, with no one daring to stand alongside her. What a domineering technique! What a domineering empress! After a long while, Chen Yunfan opened his eyes. A glint flashed in his pupils, along with a hint of joy. The emergence of the sky-devouring demon technique perfectly filled the void of what he lacked the most and had always wanted: special physiques. Regarding this type of thing, Chen Yunfan had some understanding due to Su Shanhe's mention. Special physiques are categorized from low to high as battle physique, spirit physique, king physique, emperor physique, and saint physique. And the rapid martial arts training he achieved through the system was speculated by Su Shanhe to be one of the 12 saint physiques, the primordial saint physique. In other words, if someone possessed the primordial saint physique, they could achieve what the system could do. Of course, that was just a first-level system. Now, with a second-level system, it could already repair martial arts, and perhaps there would be a third or fourth level in the future. However, being able to match the capabilities of a first-level system already indicated the power of special physiques. Who could refuse such a good thing? The swallowing heaven demon technique is a secret method that allows one to absorb the essence of their own physical constitution for their own use. After continuous absorption and integration, his own physique could even surpass that of a sacred body. The upper limit is extremely high. The recent transformation of his physique was aimed at turning his body into a container capable of absorbing and accommodating the essence of special physiques. The sacred body secret method, the swallowing heaven demon technique. I didn't expect that this raid by the Sacred Body sect would bring me such great gains. I wonder when the people from the Sacred Body sect will come looking for me, and if there will be any sacred sons among them. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Chen Yun grinned. If other martial artists knew that the Sacred Body sect, which everyone feared like a tiger, was something Chen Yunfan actually looked forward to encountering, they would surely show expressions of shock. It seems I need to show my face more often, to maintain my strong persona of enlightenment, so that the Sacred Body sect can confirm that I possess a physique related to enlightenment. Chen Yunfan was planning how to fish for information. Chirp chirp! Suddenly, a few birds resting on a large tree flapped their wings and flew towards the distant forest. Chen Yunfan looked up and met the gaze of a tall figure in the tree. Whoosh! The tall figure landed, their face covered with a black mask, their body wrapped in a night cloak, holding a sword, with a pair of phoenix eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You came so quickly, I thought I would have to wait a bit longer. Chen Yunfan glanced at the time. It had only been an hour and a half since he left the Luo family. Discounting the travel time, it seemed they had left the Luo family right after him, otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Do you know who I am? The tall figure's voice was cold, mixed with a hint of confusion. Chen Yunfan raised an eyebrow. Besides covering your face, you should also wrap your chest, otherwise, it would be easy for someone who has seen you to recognize you. He didn't understand. Were high school students developing so well these days? Su Shiyun was like this, and so was the opposite Zhang Lingyun. However, Qin Lan seemed a bit ordinary. While his mind wandered, this very serious suggestion had already ignited the tall figure's fury. Lecher! Under the black mask, Zhang Lingyun was not only angry but also confused. Not only do you know who I am, but it seems you also knew I would come, so you specifically waited for me outside the camp. Why? As the eldest daughter of the Zhang family from the provincial capital, a disciple of the ancient martial arts Shushan, and a direct disciple of a 9th-grade grandmaster, Zhang Lingyun was very proud. Yet, she had been publicly called a fool. Although that incident was indeed quite foolish, Zhang Lingyun was still very angry after returning home. As a revered and envied prodigy, being called a fool was a first for her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she immediately decided to teach this kid a lesson to relieve her pent-up frustration. At worst, she could give him some healing pills as compensation later, but she had to vent her anger. It would also serve as a lesson for this kid who couldn't speak properly. Zhang Lingyun's original plan was to stake out outside the training camp, waiting for dawn when the other party would surely come out to hunt fierce beasts, and that would be the opportunity to strike. Unexpectedly, it seemed the other party had been waiting for her all along. Waiting for her to do what? Miss Zhang comes from the Zhang family of the provincial capital, a family of 7th grade grandmasters, with a deep background in ancestral heritage. It is an ancient martial arts family that has existed since before the high martial era, and has even produced a martial saint, wielding great influence throughout the provincial capital. Chen Yunfan recounted this as if it were common knowledge, which only deepened Zhang Lingyun's confusion. How could he know and still dare to insult her? Is all this just to avoid trouble? No need to think. Today I must teach you a lesson, consider it the price for your words. Zhang Lingyun said coldly, her expression proud, giving Chen Yunfan no chance to plead for mercy. I think Miss Zhang misunderstood. What I meant was that your family has a rich heritage, so there must be quite a few good things within your family, right? Chen Yunfan hinted. What does it mean? Zhang Lingyun frowned. The meaning is very simple. We will have a match. If you win, I will agree to one of your conditions. If I win, you will agree to one of my conditions. Chen Yunfan did not directly state that he wanted martial arts. After all, martial arts are the core of a family. If the other party finds this unacceptable, it would be disastrous if they refused outright. Once he wins, it would be difficult for the other party to refuse. Win against me? Zhang Lingyun murmured, and then a sharp sword intent erupted from her, causing several hundred-year-old trees around her to crash down. The cuts were smooth and even. Sword intent. To comprehend sword intent at the 2nd rank. No wonder they are recruiting disciples again at the 9th rank of Mount Shu. With 2nd rank cultivation, Mount Shu sword techniques, and the sword heart spirit body, unless there is a king body, Zhang Lingyun will have no rivals at the 2nd rank. Even spirit bodies cannot compete because the sword heart spirit body is the most lethal among spirit bodies. In the distance, Su Shanha and Tang Long, who were hiding and quietly observing, spoke one after the other. The two understood that since Chen Yunfan had left the camp, the words spoken in the car that night were in vain. For the pride of Hanchuan Base City and the hope of the Provincial League, the two decided to leave the camp together and quietly protect Chen Yunfan's safety from the shadows. If Chen Yunfan were to fall into a disadvantage or was about to be injured, they would not hesitate to intervene. Unfortunately, he is likely to suffer a significant blow now. Tang Long sighed, but Su Shanha showed no change in expression, instead smiling as he said, "This is also a good thing. He has had it too easy along the way. Always being smooth sailing is not a good thing. The saying proud soldiers must lose is precisely this reason. Those renowned martial saints, even the pillars of the nation of Xia, lost their fair share when they were young. Now that he has lost, at least his life is intact, and he has gained experience. It is definitely a good thing." The two believed in Chen Yunfan's talent and comprehension. As his cultivation level caught up, the more martial arts he learned, the more seasoned his combat experience became. While they couldn't say he would definitely win, at least it would be a 50-50 chance. But now, his cultivation level remained a hard flaw. In the dense forest, the sword intent swept through the forest, startling flocks of birds. Zhang Lingyun's eyes narrowed dangerously, her long sword in hand, her voice cold, so arrogant. "But I do not blame you. Your vision determines your understanding, but I will correct your understanding with strength. This is for your own good. At least you won't recklessly provoke trouble anymore." On her way here, she had also glanced at Chen Yunfan's record. It was scarce, only a few days ago during the school team selection, where he had defeated the first-rank martial artist Rosen in an instant. However, this record meant nothing in Zhang Lingyun's eyes. When she was at the first rank, she could take on 20 Rosens at once. Besides that, there was a rumor that Chen Yunfan, with first-rank strength, had fought a self-proclaimed second-rank master to a draw. It was a joke, and she had laughed at it then. In the end, Zhang Lingyun reached a conclusion. Chen Yunfan was merely a pure talent from a small place, not to mention in the whole of Huagua, even in the provincial capital of Zhengzhou, he was only 2nd or 3rd tier. What Zhang Lingyun did not know was that the information she received had been concealed by the higher-ups of Hanchuan Base City. I look forward to it. I hope the core disciples of Mount Shu will not be untrustworthy. Chen Yunfan reminded her not to play if she lost. Rest assured, if I lose, I will not only teach you the Zhang family's martial arts, but it will also be the mid-grade martial arts of the Zhang family. But if you lose, I will strip you naked, hang you at the entrance of the training camp, and then take photos to spread online. Zhang Lingyun was thoroughly enraged. As her cold voice rang out, a surge of second-rank true essence erupted from within her. Due to her physique, this true essence was not a wild wind, but rather sharp blades, slicing towards Chen Yunfan. At the same time, a surge of true essence erupted from Chen Yunfan. The total amount of true essence at the first rank was unexpectedly more powerful and vast than that of the second rank, all thanks to the breathing technique of the ultimate realm. True essence surged, and blood energy burst forth. Chen Yunfan's figure standing under the great door slowly dissipated, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Lingyun. The terrifying speed and total amount of true essence stirred Zhang Lingyun's emotions. The information was wrong. This speed and total amount of true essence had completely matched that of a second-rank martial artist, with strength comparable to the top talents of Zhengzhou province. However, the waves of emotion were merely ripples. Winning was utterly impossible. With the sword heart spirit body, even as a newly entered second rank, Zhang Lingyun had no rivals among second-rank martial artists, let alone facing a first rank. To deal with you, I only need a sword chi. Aiming at the swiftly approaching figure, Zhang Lingyun drew her sword and slashed, unleashing a moon-white sword chi. The sword chi was sharp, producing a series of piercing buzzing sounds as it sliced through the air. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Chen Yunfan. The razor-sharp sword chi, which seemed capable of cutting through everything, merely left a white mark on Chen Yunfan's glazed golden body. How is this possible? Zhang Lingyun's expression changed for the first time, shock evident on her face. But as a second-rank martial artist, her reaction was extremely quick. Facing the punch that had already reached her, she raised her long sword to block, then sought an opportunity to counterattack. However, when the fist struck the sword, an immense and unstoppable force surged forth, and Zhang Lingyun suddenly understood. She was pitifully mistaken. She couldn't block it at all. Boom, boom, boom. The tall figure was launched like a cannonball, crashing through a large tree, and then, with unrelenting momentum, smashed through 4 or 5 more trees, breaking them in half. Dust and debris flew. The spectacle was astonishing. Unforgivable. White rainbow sword chi. Amidst the dust, a cold voice rang out. Then, another sword chi sliced through the air, but this time it was clearly sharper and more terrifying than before. The sound of an explosion rushed in, striking Chen Yunfan's glazed golden body with a thunderous blow. It penetrated half an inch, leaving a glaring blood mark, and Chen Yunfan could feel a distinct sting from it. The sword heart spirit body and the Shushan sword technique are indeed formidable. Chen Yunfan's expression grew serious. His body, modified by the swallowing heaven demon technique, combined with the diamond body, had already surpassed that of a second-rank martial artist. In this situation, for Zhang Lingyun to break through his defenses was already impressive. However, the praised Zhang Lingyun was now firmly rooted in place. In her anger, she had instinctively used all her strength in that last strike. The sword intent of the sword heart spirit body combined with the Shurhan sword technique should have been able to slice Chen Yunfan in half. At the moment of attack, she had already begun to regret it. After all, they had no enmity, merely minor friction. Impulsiveness is the devil. But she never expected that her full-force strike would only leave Chen Yunfan with a scratch, barely drawing any blood. How could this be? Even if the opponent was made of iron, they should have been split in two under this sword. But why was the opponent unharmed? Was it a high-level body refining martial art? As she regained her senses, a towering figure, at least 2 meters tall and radiating glazed light, had already charged close. Zhang Lingyun instinctively raised her sword to block, and suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from her mind. Roar, dizziness and deafening noise. Although it was just a moment, by the time she came to her senses, Chen Yunfan's fist, large and glowing with golden light, had already struck her abdomen. Her stomach convulsed violently, and Zhang Lingyun was sent skidding across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Even with the ultimate diamond body, it shouldn't have this level of defense. A kilometer away, Su Shanha, who was watching the battle, exclaimed in surprise, his eyes nearly popping out. Could it be that this little guy has cultivated some other body-refining martial arts that we don't know about? The usually composed Tang Long also wore a look of uncertainty at that moment. Neither of them had expected what they thought would be a one-sided brutal fight by the Shushan disciple Zhang Lingyun against Chen Yunfan. Instead, they were met with such a scene. The reality was indeed brutal. But it was Chen Yunfan who was brutalizing Zhang Lingyun, and Zhang Lingyun had no power to resist. In the dense forest, the battle had not yet ceased. Based on years of experience watching anime in his previous life, one should never get complacent when in the lead, nor should one waste time talking. Instead, one must go in for the finishing blow. Here, the finishing blow meant killing the enemy, and in the case of Zhang Lingyun, it meant at least beating her to the point where she had no ability to fight back. Bang! Amidst the dust, as Zhang Lingyun opened her eyes, she saw a gigantic hand radiating golden light coming down. The hand covered her cheek, carrying immense force, and slammed her head hard into the ground, embedding the back of her head into the earth, the strong smell of soil and dizziness hitting her face. But more than that was the shame. She had mocked her opponent for having a worldview as limited as that of a frog at the bottom of a well, only to be beaten mercilessly by a frog at the bottom of a well. Struggling to focus and open her eyes, she saw Chen Yunfan's face devoid of expression, his arms drawn back like a great bow. Zhang Lingyun's pupils suddenly constricted. Then, a flurry of fists rained down, shaking the ground as if it could not withstand the force of the blows. The assault continued for half a minute, and then a moonwhite swordlight erupted from within Zhang Lingyun. The entire forest was flattened, and Chen Yunfan was sent flying backward by the sudden burst of swordlight. What is this? Su Shanha, a kilometer away, was somewhat puzzled. The intensity of that last strike, while not reaching the third rank, had already far exceeded the limits of a second-rank attack. It was several times more powerful than the previous sword energy. Haven't seen it before? Could it also come from a special physique? Tang Long looked confused. If Zhang Lingyun had that kind of strength just now, she wouldn't have been beaten to such a degree. This proved that this power was newly acquired. It couldn't have come from taking a beating, but the power from a breakthrough in swordsmanship shouldn't be this great either. That left only the possibility of a special physique triggering it. However, they knew very little about such special physiques. It's the source power of the sword heart spirit body. Muyu, who had hurried over after hearing the sounds of battle, showed an unusual hint of envy on his usually expressionless face. What is source power? Su Shanha asked curiously. A special physique brings two types of power. One is external power. For example, my corpse transformation battle body allows my body to become zombie-like, with attacks carrying corpse poison and a body as hard as one who has mastered body refining martial arts. For example, Zhang Lingyun's sword heart spirit body can amplify the power of sword techniques and allows for incredibly rapid cultivation of swordsmanship. In addition to external power, there is also source power. At this point, Muyu's expression grew serious. Some time ago, there was a video of the owner of the Azure Dragon battle body, the Azure Dragon Martial Saint, battling a level 10 beast emperor on the battlefield. The battle was earth-shattering, flattening several mountains, yet no victor emerged. In the end, the Azure Dragon Martial Saint, using some secret technique, actually summoned a giant azure dragon in the sky. It blotted out the sun, its aura vast and boundless, and it instantly crushed the already exhausted level 10 beast emperor. But that wasn't some so-called secret technique, it was the Azure Dragon Martial Saint activating the source power of the Azure Dragon battle body, summoning the phenomenon, Azure Dragon descends. And source power is the true reason why special physiques are so powerful, and it is the greatest trump card. But the source power is hidden deep within the body. Without an opportunity, even someone with a special physique cannot awaken their source power. Muyu looked at the scene of Zhang Lingyun standing still, holding a sword in one hand, with countless moonwhite sword shadows behind her, his pupils flashing with envy. If we say that those with special physiques desire something the most, it would probably be the awakening of their source power. And now, Zhang Lingyun had unexpectedly triggered it. From now on, not only would she have a powerful trump card, but the external power of her special physique would also be further enhanced, both today and in the future. As long as the opponent was not a king body, she would be invincible at the same level, truly invincible. Suddenly, a thought popped into Muyu's mind. After being beaten by Chen Yunfan, Zhang Lingyun awakened the source power of the sword heart spirit body. Should she also go find Chen Yunfan to give it a try? Not to mention just being beaten once. Even if it took 10, 100, or 1,000 beatings, as long as she could awaken her source power, it would all be worth it. He's so powerful, Su Shanha exclaimed, then felt a bit regretful. Since Su Shiyun had awakened her source power, Chen Yunfan would definitely have no chance. However, having witnessed Su Shiyun's source power, it might actually benefit Chen Yunfan's future path. After all, Chen Yunfan also had a special physique. Perhaps he could draw experience from it. As the three talked, more and more people gathered around. Half of the training camp had come. After all, the commotion from the two's battle was simply too great. Even the deepest sleeper couldn't possibly be unaware. Look, that's our captain. Who's the other person? Such a terrifying aura. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Right, isn't she the one who was accepted as a direct disciple by the old master of the ancient martial Shushan last year? I remember now, she seems to be a sword heart spirit body. Last year, the 3 major schools and 4 major sects fought crazily over this student. A spirit body above the battle body, and it's a second-grade one. Does that mean our captain is going to lose? Not necessarily a loss, after all. The other side is a bit stronger than Chen Yunfan. If they were the same age, who knows who would win? The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Zhang Lingyun in the dense forest had a complex expression. After being beaten, she had a breakthrough. This was the source power of the sword heart spirit body. Zhang Lingyun had thought she might have to wait until she became a master, or even a grandmaster, to activate it, but unexpectedly, it was activated today. She didn't even know if she should thank the other party. Organizing her complicated thoughts, Zhang Lingyun looked at Chen Yunfan, her voice gradually calming from the earlier turbulence. You see, behind me is the phenomenon produced by the sword heart spirit body, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. As for the lethality, this is my first time using it, so I'm not sure, but the power should be immense. I advise you not to try it. Admit defeat and apologize. This matter ends here. The moonlight poured down, and Zhang Lingyun stood tall and slender, her chin slightly raised. Mastering the source power restored the confidence that had just been shattered by Chen Yunfan back to its peak. Above and behind Zhang Lingyun, tens of thousands of sword shadows gathered, fanned out like a peacock spreading its tail, the sword tips pointing towards Chen Yunfan, a sharp and murderous aura filling the entire forest. She could clearly sense that if this move, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, was unleashed, the opponent would undoubtedly die. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Chen Yunfan looked up, his pupils radiating an excitement that was hard for ordinary people to comprehend. He was just eager to test how strong his body had become after being transformed by the devouring heaven demon technique, especially when paired with the diamond body. It seemed that the devouring heaven demon technique sensed Chen Yunfan's fighting spirit and became extremely excited. Waves of desire to devour surged into Chen Yunfan's mind. Is this the desire to devour? But the entry-level devouring heaven demon technique can only devour battle bodies, it can't devour spirit bodies. Chen Yunfan shook his head, casting aside all distractions in his mind. The glass-like brilliance on the surface of his body, along with his fighting spirit, became increasingly dazzling, and his fists burned with a wild flame. Aren't you afraid? Zhang Lingyun frowned, somewhat perplexed by Chen Yunfan's overconfidence. She then glanced at the two figures in the distance among the dense forest and realized, so it's because he feels protected that he's not afraid. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. It's just the right time to test the power of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. I hope you won't disappoint me. A quick defeat won't demonstrate the power. Zhang Lingyun murmured to herself when suddenly a dragon's roar exploded in her ears. Unaccompanied by the deafening dragon's roar, Chen Yunfan before her suddenly transformed into a faceless evil spirit, with fresh blood still staining the corners of his mouth. For a moment, Zhang Lingyun was stunned. The dragon and tiger roar illusion began, and the gale shadow swiftly advanced. By the time Zhang Lingyun broke free from the illusion, Chen Yunfan had already entered a 50-meter range. You actually know illusion martial arts, you surprise me. I have to admit, for someone in a small city like you to have this kind of strength, in terms of talent, you are even a bit stronger than me. But since I have already mastered the original power of the sword heart spirit body, then everything should come to an end. As Zhang Lingyun's ethereal voice fell, a flying sword floated in the air like a peacock spreading its tail, shooting towards Chen Yunfan. Immovable King, open! With a thunderous shout, a nearly 100-foot-tall golden Vajra phantom suddenly appeared behind Chen Yunfan, enveloping him in a shimmering golden light. Clang, clang, clang! The flying sword collided with the Vajra, producing a continuous metallic wail that echoed throughout the dense forest, unending. Gradually, as Zhang Lingyun activated the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, her pupils, which had remained calm, began to show ripples. Then they turned to shock. This guy, is he a monster? In the previous battle, the opponent's body-refining martial arts had not been pushed to the limit. What she thought would be a one-sided suppression had unexpectedly turned into a confrontation. This terrifying defense, could it be that he practiced the Shen-level body-refining martial arts and had perfected it to a consummate realm? But the opponent had also mastered footwork, illusion martial arts, boxing techniques, and breathing techniques, all at extremely profound levels. How could he have time to cultivate body-refining martial arts to such a level? A multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind, and Zhang Lingyun's expression gradually shifted from casual to serious. With a significant consumption of true essence to activate the original power of her physique, the power of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect rose another level, and beads of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. But the success was also quite evident. Chen Yunfan's rushing steps slowed considerably, and the golden Vajra phantom behind him began to show cracks under the continuous impact of the flying sword, with blood spurting from his body. Yet Chen Yunfan never stopped his charge. The distance gradually closed. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Chen Yunfan was almost covered in blood, his entire body drenched. The heavy smell of blood attracted the attention of ferocious beasts deep in the forest, their roars filled with bloodlust and greed rising and falling. Su Shanha and Tang Long's expressions were grave as they moved from a kilometer away to within 100 meters of the two. If they found that Chen Yunfan was seriously injured, they would rush to save him. Hiss within 5 meters, Chen Yunfan could already smell the faint, refreshing scent on Zhang Lingyun. As a secret technique of a devouring special physique, it was actually injured by the anomaly of a special physique, causing the sky-devouring demon art to rage. Squeezing the limits, overdrawing potential, from entry-level enlightenment to proficient level. The further upgrade of the sky-devouring demon art opened a certain shackle within Chen Yunfan, causing his physique to explosively grow again. The capacity of his blood in true essence surged as well. Immovable king, concentrate. Squeezing out some of the true essence that had just recovered, Chen Yunfan let out a thunderous roar. The golden Vajra phantom, which had almost become transparent and was about to dissipate, solidified once more, its 100-meter phantom pressure overwhelming the surroundings. The flying swords that could previously break defenses were now all sent flying with a crackling sound. In just a single leap, Chen Yunfan crossed the 5-meter distance and stood before Zhang Lingyun. He grasped her long, fair neck with one hand and slowly lifted her up. A thought of devouring surged rapidly in his mind, but it was quickly crushed into dust by his resolute will. The reason the swallowing heaven demon technique is called a demon technique is that while it devours the essence of special physiques, it also completely consumes the opponent, leaving not even a bone behind. Not a single scrap will be left. In front of so many people, Chen Yunfan had not gone mad to that extent, especially since the two had no enmity. However, not devouring Zhang Lingyun's essence did not mean he couldn't plunder some. A strange black mist surged from his palm, enveloping Zhang Lingyun's neck, then instantly vanished without a trace. Plundering the essence would only cause some damage to the owner of the special physique. Damage to the essence of the physique would weaken the power of any anomalies, but it could be easily restored with a year or so of nurturing. This time, he only plundered a little, and it would probably take about half a month to recover. As the essence of the sword heart spirit body entered his body, an indescribable wonderful feeling surged in his heart, as if the sword techniques of the world had suddenly become much simpler. Unfortunately, Chen Yunfan had never learned sword techniques, otherwise, his progress in sword cultivation would have skyrocketed at this moment. Suddenly, he recalled the white rainbow sword technique that Zhang Lingyun had used earlier, and instinctively utilized the power of the essence in an attempt to understand the white rainbow sword technique. The thought was good, but as Chen Yunfan tried to comprehend it, a surging and sharp power suddenly erupted within him. His internal organs ached unbearably. Oh no! This is the comprehension of martial arts, which has indirectly triggered the source power of the sword heart spirit body. Chen Yunfan's expression changed. No, I must quickly release this source power, otherwise, my internal organs will be shredded into pulp by the sword energy. He felt a bit regretful, but thinking that with the swallowing heaven demon technique, he could devour plenty of physiques in the future, he felt much better. Chen kid, are you okay? Su Shanha noticed that Chen Yunfan's expression was off and hurriedly asked with concern, but his steps suddenly halted. The concern in his eyes was quickly replaced by shock. He saw Chen Yunfan throw Zhang Lingyun aside, and then his whole body was engulfed in wild black hair, with streams of black, ink-like energy erupting from within him. The energy floated in the air, transforming into one ink-colored long sword after another, spreading out like a peacock fanning its tail, the violent aura seemingly ready to shatter the heavens and the earth. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Chen Yunfan exclaimed softly, his hand transforming into a sword tip as he pointed towards the dense forest. The ink-colored long swords floating in the air shot towards the forest like soldiers receiving orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a sickle sweeping through a wheat field, the large trees in the forest fell in clusters. When the last flying sword dissipated, what was once a vast expanse of dense forest was left with only stumps, the cut smooth and even, without a hint of hesitation. The last drop of true essence was drained, and Chen Yunfan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, yet his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. A large-scale attack method. With this, if 100 first or second grade cultivators came, who could withstand the 10,000 swords returned to the origin? The only regret is that the essence I just plundered probably only allows for one more use of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. But now that I know it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chen Yunfan revealed a contented smile, while Tang Long and Su Shanha beside him could no longer contain themselves and rushed over in a flurry. The former was shocked but still maintained basic restraint. The latter, however, had a face as red as a monkey's but, grabbing Chen Yunfan's shoulders and shaking him wildly, his mouth never stopping to spew words. Kid, what's going on with you? How can you still use 10,000 swords returned to the origin? Are you a dual physique? Just thinking about it made Su Shanha feel terrified. The Wang body does not emerge, and the spirit body becomes a master. Moreover, it is a dual spirit body. I'm not too sure about this either, but when I came into contact with Zhang Lingyun, a thought of devouring suddenly arose in my heart, and then I couldn't help but absorb a bit of her essence, which released the myriad swords returning to their origin. It might really be the Hongmeng. Chen Yunfan did not continue, but he had already directed Su Shanha and Tang Long's thoughts entirely towards the Hongmeng sacred body. Could it really be the Hongmeng sacred body? Su Shanha's heart raced wildly, and his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Previously, they had speculated about Chen Yunfan's physique, but they mostly thought he was an immaculate spirit body. However, everything now proved that he absolutely could not be an immaculate spirit body. The Hongmeng sacred body? But according to Wang Chuan, the Hongmeng sacred body only possesses strong comprehension and does not have the ability to devour others' essence for its own use. Two possibilities. First, our Xia country and even the Blue Star's martial arts heritage is too short, and we don't understand special physiques well. Some knowledge has also come from the sacred martial realm. It's possible that the Hongmeng sacred body indeed possesses the ability to devour, but we just don't know it. The second possibility is that he possesses another physique with comprehension and devouring abilities, but which specific one remains unknown. But to be able to devour the essence of the sword heart spirit body, at least in terms of rank, it must be higher than the spirit body, which means it is the Wang body. Tang Long speculated through secret sound transmission, and Su Shanha nodded in agreement. At present, there are only two possibilities. The former is the best. After all, the Hongmeng sacred body is one of the 12 sacred bodies legendary in the sacred martial realm. Whenever it emerges and grows smoothly, it becomes an existence that sweeps across the universe. It has the power to reverse the current situation. And the worst outcome is still the Wang body. As long as it grows, it guarantees at least a martial saint, and still a martial saint that sweeps through the same rank, which is excellent. The Hongmeng sacred body cannot be confirmed for now, but your physique is at least the Wang body, and the future is promising. You need to protect yourself well. We will implement the life-saving measures as soon as possible. Su Shanha suppressed his excited emotions and patted Chen Yunfan on the shoulder. Thank you, President and Commander. Chen Yunfan smiled and nodded, but he did not agree in his heart. With the devouring heaven demon art, the sacred body would only be an object for him to absorb, let alone the Wang body. And the source of all this is the upgraded system. Right now, it is only a level 2 system. Once the wealth value is sufficient in the future, the system can be upgraded to level 3, bringing more changes. A physique that utilizes devouring, the sacred body sect should be very interested. Remember not to die, wait for me to defeat you. Seeing that the three had finished their conversation, Zhang Lingyun finally stepped forward. Her defeat did not make her despondent, instead, it ignited her fighting spirit and gave her a new goal. This is also the effect of the sword heart spirit body, possessing a martial heart like a sharp sword cutting through thorns. Rest assured, I won't die. It should be the sacred body sect that dies. Chen Yunfan did not forget what he had said before. The current sacred body sect had already made it onto his kill list, and sooner or later, he would chop that group of scum into pieces, chopped into minced meat. Zhang Lingyun nodded. The sacred body sect, the number one evil cult in Xia country and even the world, had even destroyed several small countries, with an extremely large influence, surviving multiple exterminations, and was a presence that many feared to speak of. If someone else said this, Zhang Lingyun would definitely think they were out of their mind, but since Chen Yunfan said it, she subconsciously believed it a bit. After a moment of adjusting his breath, Chen Yunfan suddenly looked at Zhang Lingyun and smiled. As a disciple of the ancient martial arts from Mount Shu, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, a great master family in the provincial city, and a direct disciple of a 9th grade great master, you shouldn't be someone who goes back on your word, right? Zhang Lingyun was taken aback, recalling the bet made before the battle. The loser had to agree to any condition from the winner. What's going on? Su Shanha asked curiously, along with the military governor Tang Long and the stun Muyu. Chen Yunfan briefly explained the betting agreement. The expressions of the three became strange. Any condition? It felt a bit like a plot from a TV drama. Wouldn't the next step be the male lead in the bet asking the female lead to pledge herself? Su Shanha looked at Zhang Lingyun, subconsciously comparing her to his own daughter. Although she had previously been quite arrogant and somewhat disdainful, which was annoying, after being beaten up, her personality had mostly returned to normal. She now appeared graceful, with a slender figure, a fair and cool face, definitely a high-cold ice queen beauty. In comparison, she seemed no worse than his own daughter, Su Shiyun. Su Shanha immediately panicked. Kid, you can't make any excessive demands. This girl is from Shushan, a place that values social standing. If you pursue her without a background, you'll definitely be looked down upon by the Shushan disciples and scorned by that 9th grade grandmaster. And have you forgotten her temper? She seems a bit better now, but she might revert to her previous self at any moment. She's nothing like Shiryun's gentleness. By the way, the old man of the Zhang family is a 7th grade grandmaster with a very explosive and rigid temper. If you get involved with her, you'll definitely end up in trouble. Due to his tense emotions, Su Shanha even forgot to use secret sound transmission and said everything out loud. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyun, who hadn't connected the dots until now, began to feel increasingly awkward. Pursuing her? Zhang Lingyun pretended to casually look up and secretly glanced at him. Although this guy was rough in his approach, his strength was indeed decent, and he had a sunny and handsome appearance. Most importantly, his taste was quite good. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a futile effort. She was currently focused solely on martial arts and couldn't possibly divert her thoughts to anything else, unless he was willing to wait. While her mind was wandering, the already dark-faced Chen Yunfan quickly spoke up. President, you seem to have misunderstood something. I am indeed very interested in her, but I'm only interested in her family's martial arts. The Zhang family in the provincial capital has a long-standing heritage. Their ancestors even produced a martial saint, so they must have family martial arts. I've already reached the limit with several martial arts, so I want to find new ones to learn. Not interested? Zhang Lingyun's awkward expression instantly vanished, replaced by a somewhat sullen look. It made it seem as if she was very interested in him. Ridiculous. With a cold snort, Zhang Lingyun's expression returned to her previous high and proud demeanor, and she nodded lightly. That's right. Unlike your shallow background, my Zhang family indeed has a martial saint among our ancestors, and we are one of the pillars of the Xia kingdom, so we naturally have many family martial arts. However, I think you'd better change your conditions, like resources for money, war supplies, or battle gear, because the lowest level family martial arts of the Zhang family are all of the mid-grade Xin tier. For someone of your first grade level, the difficulty of cultivating mid-grade Xin tier martial arts is a bit too high. Learning martial arts requires mental strength. The higher the martial arts level, the higher the mental strength, which allows for a better understanding of the essence and text of martial arts. This is also why there's a saying among martial artists, no matter how invincible or excellent a heavenly tier martial art is, it's just toilet paper in front of you. What suits you is the most important. Mid-grade Xin tier. Indeed, those with affluent ancestors are impressive. Even the lowest level family martial arts are mid-grade Xin tier. Chen Yunfan was shaken inside and somewhat regretted not specifying a higher level for the martial arts he wanted earlier. However, this was just a thought. If he asked for even higher level martial arts, it would probably involve the core martial arts of the Zhang family, and they might not only refuse but might even take away the mid-grade Xin tier. Moreover, for now, mid-grade Xin tier was completely sufficient. As for difficulty? Sorry, under my talent and effort, mastering martial arts is hardly a challenge. You don't need to worry about that. I may not be good at other things, but my comprehension is a bit impressive. Zhang Lingyun fell silent upon hearing this. For a first-grade martial artist to want to learn profound-level martial arts is simply a dream. When she was at the first grade, even learning high-level yellow-grade martial arts was extremely difficult, taking her half a month just to get started. Even if the other party had exceptional comprehension, cultivating low-level profound martial arts at this stage was already the limit. Learning mid-level profound martial arts in a short time was absolutely impossible. It's possible, but I don't have a transmission crystal with me. However, I do have a document version on my phone that you can browse freely. But I must remind you, you understand the rarity of mid-level profound martial arts, especially since it's a family heirloom of the Zhang family, so I can't send it to you. You can only view it on my phone. You only have 6 hours from now until noon because I have to leave Hanchuan base city by then. The conditions were quite harsh, and Su Shanha frowned slightly. Without the guidance of a transmission crystal, an ordinary person might take half a year or even a year to get started. Aren't these conditions a bit too strict? Tang Long nodded in agreement. It is indeed a bit harsh. There aren't many cultivation resources to choose from. Both believed in Chen Yunfan's comprehension. However, the highest level martial arts Chen Yunfan had previously learned was merely the low-level profound martial art, dragon, and tiger chant. Now, he was attempting to learn mid-level profound martial arts without a transmission crystal for guidance. The difficulty was exponentially increasing. If he couldn't get started in 6 hours, it would mean wasting such an opportunity to acquire resources. The Zhang family was a prestigious family that had produced martial saints in the past. Even if they no longer had their former glory, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and they still had plenty of good things. It even made the 2 5th-grade masters envious, let alone a first-grade martial artist. Thank you, President and Commander, for your reminder, but my mind is made up, and I won't change it. Chen Yunfan politely expressed his gratitude and then eagerly looked at the graceful and aloof Ice Queen. Here, Zhang Lingyun didn't waste words and even took the initiative to pull out her phone and project it for Chen Yunfan to see. She was a bit impatient, wanting to see Chen Yunfan's awkward expression when he couldn't learn after boasting. Because it was a projection, Su Shanha and Tang Lon could also see it. Just a glance made them feel a wave of obscurity and confusion, their heads swelling. With their 5th grade strength, it would take at least half a month to get started with this mid-level profound martial arts. And Muyu, who was only a 1st grade martial artist, felt like he was looking at a celestial book when he saw this mid-level profound martial arts. This was also why Zhang Lingyun was not afraid of the 3 stealing knowledge. The difficulty of mid-level profound martial arts was terrifying even for masters, let alone for Chen Yunfan, a 1st grade. Wasting 6 hours of time, Zhang Lingyun simply sat down to meditate and cultivate. Wind and Thunder 3000, Spear Technique Martial Arts. Footwork, fist technique, body refinement, illusion, plus the weapon martial arts I will learn immediately. I can consider myself versatile. Chen Yunfan began to study carefully. Unlike before when using the transmission crystal, where once it was recorded in his mind, the martial arts would be immediately detected by the system, and as long as he had enough wealth points, he could start right away. But now, without the transmission crystal, he could only study carefully. However, after reading a few pages, the system showed no response. Could it be that I have to read through everything first? Chen Yunfan speculated, quickly flipping through the projected pages for a rapid read. He was reading so fast that he could only remember the words without trying to understand, so the page-turning speed was extremely fast. To Tang Long and Su Shanha, this behavior looked like a sign of impatience due to not fully understanding the martial arts content. Not good. That kid Chen is going to suffer. The two murmured, while Zhang Lingyun, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, was actually paying close attention to Chen Yunfan. Hearing some movement, she immediately opened her eyes to look. Upon seeing Chen Yunfan's impatient demeanor, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Lingyun's mouth, and her mood was exceptionally good. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Yunfan had roughly skimmed through the entire Wind and Thunder 3000. He remembered nothing of the content, but the system's wonderful voice suddenly rang in his ears. Detected mid-level Xian rank martial art Wind and Thunder 3000. Activating automatic cultivation function requires 10 million dasha coins. Chen Yunfan was taken aback. 10 million. The low-level Huang rank Flame Burst Fist he learned before only cost 50,000, the mid-level Swift Shadow Chase was merely 200,000, and the high-level Huang rank Diamond Body was only 500,000. Just crossing from low-level to mid-level Xian rank, the learning cost had actually increased 20-fold. Unbelievable. Fortunately, I still have some wealth left after upgrading the system. Looking at the remaining 10,020,000 wealth points in the system, Chen Yunfan silently agreed. Yes. As the command was given, the wealth points were instantly cleared, and the system's voice followed. Successfully cultivated mid-level Xian rank martial art Wind and Thunder 3000, automatically upgraded to entry-level realm. A sudden insight about spear techniques flooded into Chen Yunfan's mind, as if he had received a divine revelation. The previously obscure texts and illustrations now became clear and straightforward in his recollection. Opening his eyes, Chen Yunfan picked up the flowing cloud spear. Useless, the illustrations only correct the posture. If you want to thoroughly learn Wind and Thunder 3000, merely copying them won't help at all. You still need to calm down and immerse yourself in learning and understanding. Zhang Lingyun spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. She thought Chen Yunfan was preparing to practice following the illustrations from Wind and Thunder 3000. But if it were that simple, wouldn't everyone be able to master high-level martial arts? In reality, within the vast Zhang family, only a few had learned Wind and Thunder 3000, and they were all masters of the 4th, 5th, or 6th rank. Even the 4th rank was rare, and as for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank martial artists, this martial art was no different from reading a celestial book. Shin kid, since it's free martial arts, if you lose it, you lose it. When your cultivation improves, there will be better martial arts waiting for you. Tang Long comforted in a rough voice, while Su Shanha looked on with anticipation. Don't talk nonsense, maybe Yunfan has already entered the entry level. Upon hearing this, not only Zhang Lingyun but even Muyu, who had been saved by Chen Yunfan, shook his head slightly. He knew the other's comprehension ability. But even if the other's talent was extraordinary, it had only been a little over 10 minutes. How could he possibly have entered the entry level of mid-level Xian rank martial arts? Doesn't Xian rank martial arts have any pride? If he hadn't entered the entry level, then as Zhang Lingyun said, Chen Yunfan was now anxious, preparing to copy the illustrations. But how could it be that easy? However, whoosh whoosh, facing the morning chill, Chen Yunfan wielded the flowing cloud spear as if it were an extension of his own arm, executing various spear techniques with ease. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear shooting out like a dragon. Each thrust was faster than the last. Silence. A deathly silence. Those in the martial arts world could naturally distinguish between ordinary spear techniques and martial arts spear techniques. At this moment, the four held their breath, incredulously watching this scene, especially Zhang Lingyun, who had completely frozen in place, like a statue, not moving at all. He's entered the entry level. How is this possible? He was flipping through the pages so quickly, he couldn't even take a close look. How could he have cultivated mid-level Xian rank martial arts to the entry level? Zhang Lingyun murmured to herself, while Su Shanha and Tang Long exchanged dry smiles. It seemed they had underestimated him again. This was mid-level Xian rank martial arts, and without the guidance of the insights within the inheritance crystal, he had actually succeeded in entering the entry level in just over 10 minutes. What's more critical is that Chen Yunfan spent only about 14 or 15 minutes reading, which means he truly understood and comprehended it in just a minute or two. Such an extraordinary level of insight was something they had never even heard of before. There was none before, and likely none to come after. In the dense forest, Chen Yunfan wielded his spear with increasing speed, executing the wind chase shadow step technique, darting left and right. Gradually, he fell into a profound state of feeling. The Wind and Thunder 3000 sensed the ultimate speed of the perfect realm of wind chase shadow, gaining a new understanding of speed and entering a state of enlightenment. With enough accumulation, Wind and Thunder 3000 transitioned from beginner enlightenment to mastery. New understandings and insights flowed into Chen Yunfan's mind like spring water, perfectly absorbed. His gaze sparkled, and the spear technique in his hand quickened even more with the wind's momentum. Thud! After a few vertical and horizontal slashes, he twirled the spear, then swiftly jabbed 3 times at a nearby century-old tree. 3 strikes in 1 second. Each thrust of the spear deeply embedded into the solid trunk, leaving a distinct indentation. If it had struck a person, it would have created 3 bloody holes. Wait! 3 strikes in 1 second. Mastery level. This is just the beginning. How did he reach mastery level already? Zhang Lingyun's eyes widened, her expression completely out of control, her mind a chaotic mess, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Beside her, Su Shanha and Tang Long, who were already accustomed to Chen Yunfan's insight, were once again shocked by the scene. They felt an overwhelming envy. They finally understood what it meant for martial arts training to be as simple as eating and drinking. Boom! With one strike, Chen Yunfan broke a large tree, standing with his spear, unable to hide his joy. The terrifying power of the Xian-level martial arts. In terms of destructive power, Wind and Thunder 3000 might not be as powerful as the already perfected Flame Explosion Fist, but every martial art has its own focus. The Flame Explosion Fist is powerful because it emphasizes strength. In contrast, the Wind and Thunder 3000 spear technique emphasizes attack speed and frequency, making it as relentless as raindrops, impossible to defend against. Moreover, as the proficiency of Wind and Thunder 3000 increased, this speed advantage would become even more pronounced. In combat, it meant that before the opponent could react, the spear could already pierce through their head. How did you do that? Zhang Lingyun's expression was complex. At that moment, she set aside all her pride and couldn't help but ask, if there are techniques, can you teach me? I can do anything for you. Chen Yunfan smiled. What techniques? Just 99% effort and diligence, plus 1% talent. Zhang Lingyun's complex expression froze on her face. She couldn't understand how he could say such a thing. She saw no 99% effort, but that 1% of insight was glaringly obvious. However, she didn't believe it was all talent. There must be techniques she didn't know. If you won't say, then don't. No need to brush me off. Although my insight isn't as good as yours, my martial arts level is higher than yours. My defeat was just because I had just awakened my original power and couldn't fully control it yet. In a few days at the Provincial League, by then I will have completely mastered my original power, and I will personally seek revenge on you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zhang Lingyun threw down a verbal challenge and took her phone, heading towards the Hanchuan base city. Although she had joined Shushan, it was only nominal for now. She would officially join Shushan after finishing high school, then not going to university, but heading to Shushan instead. During this time, she was still a high school student in the provincial capital and would participate in the Provincial League. No problem. I look forward to that day. But if you lose then, who knows if there will be any new martial arts? Chen Yunfan's voice came from behind, causing Zhang Lingyun to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Gripping her moonwhite longsword tightly, she ultimately did not turn around, but her voice echoed through the dense forest. My Zhang family in the provincial city has existed for 500 years, and naturally, we have many martial arts traditions. As long as you can win, I will give you martial arts stronger than Feng Lei San Xian. Zhang Lingyun's tall figure disappeared into the forest, and Chen Yunfan, who had received the answer he wanted, smiled. His gaze lingered on Zhang Lingyun's retreating back, filled with reluctance. What a wonderful person! To even offer martial arts better than Feng Lei San Xian, Wouldn't that be a top-grade Xian level? Just thinking about it made Chen Yunfan's heart race uncontrollably, thumping faster and faster. The organizers' rewards, the rewards from the Han Chuan elite, and this top-grade Xian level martial arts, I am really looking forward to the provincial league a week from now. After a brief moment of adjustment, Chen Yunfan and a few others returned to the training camp. On the way back, they happened to run into Su Shiyun and Qin Lan, who were hurrying towards the forest. There was no helping it, the commotion was just too great. Like a bulldozer, entire sections of the forest were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, and the whole process was rather quick. Only the teachers, instructors, and the powerful guardians in the shadows witnessed the astonishing scene. The other ordinary students had not yet arrived when the battle was already over. Chen Yunfan casually recounted the events to Su Shiyun and Qin Lan, which frightened both of them. The former was delighted, while the latter looked incredulous. "You must be joking. I know Zhang Lingyun, she's the top prodigy of the provincial commercial city. Not only is she a second-grade martial artist, but she also recently joined Shushan. Because she awakened her sword heart spirit body, she was accepted as a direct disciple by the 9th grade headmaster of Shushan, making her the #1 martial artist in Zhengzhou province this year." The #1. Chen Yunfan did not expect her to have that title, but thinking of her strength, he felt relieved. If that were the case, if he defeated her, wouldn't he become the new #1 martial artist in Zhengzhou? With that thought, Chen Yunfan shook his head slightly. Compared to these empty titles, he preferred something more tangible. Seeing Chen Yunfan silent, Qin Lan was even more convinced he was bragging. It wasn't that she didn't believe Zhang Lingyun had been there, she just found it hard to believe the outcome of the battle. Although Chen Yunfan could fight against a second-grade martial artist, that was only an ordinary second grade, while Zhang Lingyun, backed by the Zhang family, had the strongest foundation in martial arts in every grade. Moreover, Zhang Lingyun had a sword heart spirit body. That was a spirit body that was invincible among the same rank without the king body. If Chen Yunfan were also a second grade, there might be a chance, but under the suppression of martial arts realm, it was simply impossible to win. But soon, Qin Lan realized something was off. As she spoke, the expressions of Muyu, Commander Tang Long, and Uncle Su Shanha around her were quite strange. Could it really be as Chen Yunfan said, that he not only defeated Zhang Lingyun but also obtained a martial arts manual from her? Qin Lan's heart shook, and Chen Yunfan did not explain further as they continued back to the camp. In the following days, the training camp became much quieter. All the students, except for necessary sleep to recover their spirits, buried their heads in training, even reducing their mealtimes significantly. All these changes stemmed from that night when the Holy Body sect attacked the camp. Death can bring sadness, but it can also make people grow stronger quickly. Under the firm belief of training hard and seeking revenge against the Holy Body sect, everyone made breakthroughs in both cultivation and martial arts. A week later, after finishing a day of sitting in meditation and breathing exercises, Chen Yunfan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His pupils flickered as the system panel appeared. Boundary, 1st grade, progress 90%. Dragon and Tiger Chant, Supreme, progress 100%. Flame Explosion Fist, Supreme, progress 100%. Vajra Body, Supreme, progress 100%. Swift Wind Shadow Chase, Perfect, progress 50%. Wind and Thunder 3000, Proficient, progress 1%. Wealth value, 300,000. The enhancement from the Supreme level Dragon and Tiger Chant, combined with a large amount of Beast Spirit Liquid, now only leaves one step to reach the 2nd grade. I can slay a 2nd grade now, and when my cultivation reaches 2nd grade, the 3rd grade should be no problem. A hint of joy appeared on Chen Yunfan's face. The powerful and overwhelming force that surged within him after taking the destiny pill that night still lingered in his memory. In addition to the progress in cultivation, Wind and Thunder 3000 also reached the proficient realm after a week of training. The power of the proficient level Wind and Thunder 3000 is even stronger than the supreme level Flame Explosion Fist. I wonder what it will be like when it reaches the perfect supreme level. Unfortunately, in the past few days, I haven't found the excitement point of Wind and Thunder 3000. The training speed relying solely on practicing the spear is still a bit too slow. Chen Yunfan looked regretful. If others knew this, they would probably be envious to death. Martial arts of the Xin level, especially the middle grade, cannot be learned by warriors of the 1st to 3rd grades. Only masters can rely on their powerful mental strength to study and understand them. Yet he had managed to elevate a middle-grade Xian level martial art from proficient to proficient realm in just a week. Stepping out of his room, Chen Yunfan originally intended to grab a bite to eat when he unexpectedly ran into Su Shiyun. "What's wrong? Do you need something from me? The commander is looking for us, and Director Wang from the Education Bureau is here too. They might be preparing for the Provincial League the day after tomorrow." As Su Shiyun spoke, her voice suddenly halted. She stared blankly at Chen Yunfan for a long time before finally speaking with a complex expression, "You've gotten stronger again." Due to her special physique, she was extremely sensitive to the life energy of others. If an ordinary person's life energy was a small flame, then a first-grade warrior's life energy was a torch, while Chen Yunfan, also a first grade, was like a furnace, with flames crackling and burning inside. Compared to yesterday, today's flames were even more vigorous. From initially being happy for Chen Yunfan to now feeling incredibly complex, this represented that the gap between them had widened a bit more. "Yeah, I know. Let's go together." Chen Yunfan and Su Shiyun walked towards the main tent of the training camp. Many people were already standing inside. Commander Tang Long and President Su Shanha of the Martial Arts Association were prominently present, along with Qin Lan, Mu Yu, and 3 high school students of the same age. Although they didn't know each other, Chen Yunfan still nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 prodigies from the Hanchuan base city, fierce competitors who had emerged from the elite training camp, were extremely excited when they received Chen Yunfan's nod. In response, they introduced themselves. "Senior Chen, my name is Kai Kuan, and I'm a student from the 3rd high school." "I'm Wen Area, also a student from the 3rd high school." "I'm Meng Hanpeng, from the 2nd high school, and I'm also a fan of yours, Senior Chen. Can we take a picture together?" The usually aloof prodigies were acting like little fans at this moment. After all, they had witnessed Chen Yunfan's incredible performance when he slaughtered 2nd grades during the Saint Body Sect's raid that night. Although he had used the Destiny Pill, it would be impossible for anyone else to escape death using it. Sure. Experiencing the feeling of being a star again made Chen Yunfan feel uncomfortable all over. TSK, Senior Chen's charm is indeed astonishing. A young figure walked into the tent, his face full of smiles. "Wang Ge, what are you doing here?" Chen Yunfan was quite surprised. The one speaking was none other than Wan Yang, the son of the Education Bureau director, whom Chen Yunfan had met once at Su Shanha's home. He had shared quite a bit about the Holy Body Sect. "Long time no see, Junior. I've been assigned to investigate the Holy Body Sect here in Hanchuan," he said. "The leads had run dry, and I was about to head back when unexpectedly, that group of the Holy Body Sect went mad trying to capture you, storming the military camp and exposing a large number of their members. Besides capturing some on the spot, we've also been pursuing the remaining members of the Holy Body Sect these past few days and have gathered quite a few other leads regarding the sect, particularly from the provincial capital. I heard you're going to participate in the provincial league. It just so happens we're on the same route." Wang Yang spoke with a smile, but there was a lingering aura of ruthlessness about him, clearly indicating he had not refrained from killing these past few days. "I see. Then I wish you success in your mission, Brother Wang," Chen Yunfan replied. In the following time, under Su Shanha's leadership, the team representing Hanchuan for the Provincial League was formed. The position of team leader naturally fell to Chen Yunfan. In the past, such positions would have competitors, as a good performance in the league would mean the captain would receive the most credit, but this time everyone was in unanimous agreement. After learning about the rules of the Provincial League, everyone went to eat and rest. The next morning, before the morning mist had dissipated, several off-road vehicles left the training camp, heading towards the provincial capital, Xanadu. Despite the wilderness, the roads between cities were still quite smooth. This was not only due to the military presence on both sides of the road but also because the Martial Arts Association and schools often issued tasks to clear the surrounding areas of ferocious beasts. Thus, the journey was relatively smooth even if there were some stragglers. Once Su Shanha unleashed his 5th grade master's pressure inside the vehicle, they would be scared out of their wits. The speed was not very fast. It took a full 4 to 5 hours, and they arrived at the provincial capital just before noon. So this is the provincial capital. My goodness, such high city walls. Even a 9th grade ferocious beast probably couldn't break through, right? I suddenly feel like a country bumpkin. Looking at the towering walls, over 100 meters high and exuding a faint dark glow, the students were filled with shock. Although it was the internet age and one could see the whole world from Hanchuan City, seeing it online and seeing it in person were completely different. Only standing beneath these 100-meter-high gates could one truly understand this kind of shock. Look over there. My goodness, was that bitten off by some ferocious beast? Kai Kuan, one of the team members, exclaimed in shock, pointing at a section of the 100-meter-high city wall. Chen Yunfan followed his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. The purpose of the city wall was to defend against enemies, so it was not surprising to see various glaring marks on it. There were signs of explosions, claw marks, dents, and cuts all over the wall, but the section Kai Kuan pointed to, measuring a full 7 to 8 meters long, was completely gone. Moreover, there were still traces of teeth that had torn through the wall. The alloy wall had been literally bitten off. How strong must those teeth be? The most critical part was that it had been bitten off in one go. With a width of 7 to 8 meters, how massive must that ferocious beast be? Based on the theory that the larger the creature, the stronger it is, Chen Yunfan speculated that this beast was at least an 8th grade ferocious beast. 30 years ago, a large spatial passage appeared near Xanadu. Millions of ferocious beasts poured out from the medium-sized spatial passage, and there were even 3 9th grade ferocious beasts, and that defect was bitten off by a steel-eating Tyrannosaurus. Su Shanha was providing everyone with some educational insights, and there was a chorus of shocked voices. Everyone was astonished by the millions of ferocious beasts and the 9th grade beasts, while Chen Yunfan keenly caught the important information within. President, what do you mean by a medium-sized spatial passage? Do spatial passages really come in different sizes? Su Shanha nodded, but before he could speak, Wang Yang jumped in with a beaming smile, ready to explain. Junior, let me give you a little science lesson. Spatial passages are classified into 3 types based on size: small, medium, and large. The formation of a spatial passage can be understood as a certain segment of space becoming unstable, and once it collapses, the dimensional passage within will automatically connect to a location. There are other worlds, of course, but there are also local ones in Blue Star. A small spatial passage refers to one that can accommodate fierce beasts of up to 3rd rank. Any beast of a higher rank has too much vitality, which can disrupt the dimensional turbulence within the passage and ultimately kill the beast. A medium-sized spatial passage can accommodate fierce beasts of up to 6th rank, while a large spatial passage can hold beasts of up to 10th rank. A 10th rank in martial arts is a martial saint, and a 10th rank fierce beast is a beast emperor. Fortunately, the large spatial passage that appeared near Commerce City did not bring forth a beast emperor. Otherwise, this segment of the metal city wall would not just be missing a piece, but would have been shattered. Wang Yang sighed, while Chen Yunfan was astonished. He had just tried to condense a strike combining the diamond body and the flame-burst fist, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the city wall, yet a beast emperor could easily tear it apart. One could imagine how immense the power was. When most people saw this damaged wall, their first thought was fear. After all, if a beast emperor were to descend one day, it would be a matter of life and death beyond their control. But Chen Yunfan was extremely excited. If a 10th rank beast emperor is this powerful, then how strong must a 10th rank martial saint be? 1 punch to crush a city, 1 sword to split a mountain, 1 knife to sever a river? For these techniques that could only be executed at the pinnacle of martial arts, others might only yearn for them, but Chen Yunfan was different. He could truly achieve it. With the system, as long as he was alive, becoming a martial saint was just a matter of time. He could even aspire to surpass the martial saint. Perhaps it was destined. When the team from Hanchuan Base City arrived at the city gate, several camouflage vehicle teams arrived one after another, all from various cities within Zhengzhou province, including the provincial capital, Shenyang City. A total of 15 cities had now arrived, nearly half of the expected participants. Led by the presidents of the Martial Association, they were all colleagues, so while the students stared in astonishment at the city wall, several Martial Association presidents gathered together to chat. It was nothing more than boasting or bragging about the effects of their recent training. Old Su, you came so early this year to leave a good impression on the provincial governor, so you don't end up in last place again, right? A sudden voice rang out, and everyone turned around. A camouflage vehicle team had stopped, and a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a suit, grinning widely, stepped out. Kai Go, I see you're not too late either. The usually good-natured Su Shanha couldn't help but retort immediately. His colleagues exchanged strange smiles. The newcomer was Kai Tianming, the president of the Martial Association in Nanchang City. Su Shanha and Kai Tianming had known each other for decades, and their relationship had been strained since university, a tension that had continued to this day. As for the source of their rivalry, no one knew, but it was certain that whenever they met, they would exchange barbs. However, every time Kai Tianming brought up the provincial league rankings, Su Shanha would immediately find himself at a disadvantage. I'm different from you. I'm here for the top 3 rewards, not just for participation. Kai Tianming chuckled, and Su Shanha's expression froze, unable to refute him. Because in the previous provincial leagues, Hanchuan Base City had adhered to the motto of participation is what matters. But that was in the past. Just as Su Shanha was about to say that today was different, his expression suddenly changed. You've broken through to 6th rank. The sound drew the attention of other martial arts colleagues, who all turned their gazes toward Kai Tianming. Upon sensing the vast true essence and vitality, each of them revealed envious expressions. Sitting in this position meant significantly less training time. Many would not only stagnate but could also see their true essence and vitality decline or even deteriorate with age or injury. Everyone present was in this situation, yet Kai Tianming had managed to take a step further, reaching the 6th grade master realm. Tianming, do you have any insights? If you do, you mustn't keep it to yourself. Someone curiously asked, and others followed suit. Even Su Shanha, who who usually had a contentious relationship with him, was no exception. Actually, there's no special technique or insight. It's all thanks to old Su's Dragon Tiger Chi pill from last year, Kai Tianming said with a beaming smile, looking proudly at Su Shanha. Old Su, you are my benefactor. To repay you, how about we have another bet? Let's see who has the higher score in the final league. Su Shanha's expression darkened. The Dragon Tiger Chi pill was a top-tier resource among 6th grade items, used to expand the Dantian and significantly enhance true essence capacity, crucial for breaking through to the 5th grade master level. In martial arts, the 1st to 3rd grades focused on increasing vitality and enhancing physical strength. By the 4th grade, the body's strength was sufficient to bear more true essence, shifting the focus to increasing true essence and enhancing its capacity. The Dragon Tiger Chi pill not only greatly benefited the expansion of the Dantian and increased true essence capacity but could also regulate surging true essence at critical moments, increasing the probability of a breakthrough. However, due to the scarcity of raw materials and the few alchemists capable of refining it, it was extremely precious. Su Shanha had put in considerable effort to obtain it, originally planning to use it when he was close to a breakthrough to regulate the surging true essence. However, he lost it to Kai Tianming in a bet last year, which left him so angry that he couldn't sleep well for a month. Don't overthink it, old Su. The students from our Nashang-based city this year are not as good as in previous years. The top 10 is at risk. And I heard that your Hanchuan has found external help, a special physique, and their cultivation is close to the 2nd grade. To be honest, I proposed the bet just to return the favor, Kai Tianming said earnestly, fearing that the other party would refuse, while Su Shanha's expression grew darker. The Inter-Provincial League was ultimately a competition between teams. Even if Muyu was stronger than all the students from the opposing team in one-on-one combat, the overall team strength would still fall short, and the final ranking would certainly not surpass the other side. Unless Muyu could achieve a string of 7 victories, which was practically impossible, as they were all of the same rank, and there was no rest time between battles. Even the team from the provincial capital, Shenyang City, couldn't manage that. But, in the astonished and disbelieving gazes of all his colleagues, Su Shanha smirked and nodded. All right, I have confidence in my student. As for the stakes, I can put up another Dragon Tiger Chi pill. What can you offer? If it's below 6th grade resources, then I won't agree. Kai Tianming had merely said it casually to provoke the other party, not expecting Su Shanha to actually be foolish enough to agree, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that the provincial capital's strong support had given him confidence? But in team battles, no matter how strong that provincial capital's external aid was, what good would it do? At most, it would only elevate Hanchuan-based cities ranking a few places from the bottom, while Nashang City was consistently in the top 5. Though puzzled, Kai Tianming immediately gave a thumbs up on the surface. Old Su, you're something. Just recently, I entered the other world through a spatial passage and unexpectedly obtained a Thunderfire Essence Stone, which I plan to use to forge an S-grade weapon. Since you're so sincere, old Su, I can't keep it to myself either. I'll put this Thunderfire Essence Stone up as a stake. Kai Tianming took out a fire-red stone wrapped in lightning from his spatial ring. It was only the size of a fist, but it emanated a chilling aura. All the onlookers gasped. Even Su Shanha, who had always been at odds with him, felt his pupils tremble slightly. The Dragon Tiger Chi Dan, while a top-tier resource at level 6, was still somewhat inferior to the Thunderfire Essence Stone. The Dragon Tiger Chi Dan could still be obtained with some effort, albeit at a high price. But the Thunderfire Essence Stone was different. There were hardly any in the entire Xia country, and it was even more unlikely to be distributed to masters. It was a top-tier material for crafting battle soldiers. Not only was it incredibly sharp, but it also amplified the power of fire and thunder attributes in martial arts, making it a coveted treasure for all martial artists. Strictly speaking, the Thunderfire Essence Stone could be considered a level 7 resource, but when it was distributed to most people, it was only about half the size of a fist, which diminished its value. However, the piece in Kai Tianming's hand was undoubtedly a level 7 resource, worth at least 20 million. The values of the two were completely unequal, but everyone knew why Kai Tianming would still take out the Thunderfire Essence Stone to gamble. It was a sure win. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to resist either. Seeing the thoughts of the crowd, Su Shanha smiled slightly. What about you? Although I don't have many resources in my pocket, my wife has money. Upon hearing this, the presidents of the martial arts associations from various base cities were momentarily stunned before their hearts raced with excitement. Wealth in martial arts. The birth of all martial arts experts requires money to pave the way. Otherwise, they couldn't afford battle soldiers' gear, couldn't buy pills to assist in breakthroughs, and had no one to guide them in martial arts training. Don't be fooled by the outward glory of every martial arts expert. Behind the scenes, they might be struggling financially. Old Su, is that true? Indeed. Su Shanha nodded. Immediately, several people took out their treasured level 6 resources. In an instant, the place where they stood was filled with golden light and fragrant aromas. Finally, Su Shanha, along with 6 cities including Nashang City, made a bet. They wagered on the final ranking of the league. But Su Shanha didn't stop there. He turned to the last woman present, the president of the Martial Arts Association from Tianqing Base City. Hao Min, Beauty Hao, aren't you joining? Su Shanha asked with a smile. Me? Hao Min was taken aback, turning to scrutinize Su Shanha, seemingly in disbelief. The others, including Kai Tianming, who had been the first to propose the bet, wore confused expressions. Tianqing Base City, the long-standing second base city, had always been suppressed by the provincial capital, Shenyang Base City, and had consistently ranked second in the provincial league. The only reason Tianqing Base City could claim second place was that it had no choice but to be second. Although it could never defeat Shenyang Base City, it easily crushed other base city teams. If there was even a slight chance for Hanchuan Base City, which had provincial capital reinforcements, to win against them, facing Tianqing Base City was a guaranteed defeat. Old Su, have you lost your mind? Kai Tianming couldn't help but speak up. Su Shanha ignored him and simply stared at the short-haired, capable-looking woman in front of him. Hao Min didn't respond. She just raised her hand and pointed towards the direction of the city team not far away, where a 2-meter-tall young man stood at the forefront. President Su, that's Zhou Wanshon, the captain of our Tianqing Base City's team this time. He is just a second tier, possesses the Savage Bear battle body, and has already mastered the body-refining martial arts. The directors around them gasped again. Second tier, Savage Bear battle body, mastery of body-refining martial arts. Achieving any one of these 3 would make someone a genius among geniuses, and in their team, he would undoubtedly hold the position of captain and be the core of their combat power. And to have all 3 attributes in one person, if it weren't for that prodigy in the provincial capital, the first place in this league would likely have been snatched by Tianqing City. So impressive, but I have confidence in my students. Su Shanha smiled confidently, which left Hao Min puzzled. Her gaze fell on the black-clad youth surrounded by the crowd within the Hanchuan Base City team. He appeared very composed, but it seemed that composure was his only notable trait. Thanks to the concealment of the Hanchuan Base City, only insiders knew of Chen Yunfan's strength. Although there were rumors circulating, no one believed them. Alright, the level 6 resource I'm offering is a piece of thunderwood. Now that the bet is set, I'm looking forward to the duel on the stage. Su Shanha nodded. Although no written agreement was made, they were all presidents of their respective cities' martial arts associations, and they all had their pride. After chatting for a bit, Su Shanha returned to the convoy. Chen Yunfan immediately approached him. President, I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. I might not be able to perform at my best in the provincial league these days. I wonder if it will affect my results. Su Shanha's expression darkened as he looked seriously at the pained Chen Yunfan. Whether becoming a martial artist or practicing body-refining martial arts, one would automatically expel impurities from their body, naturally preventing any illness. And since Chen Yunfan was both a martial artist and had reached the pinnacle of the body-refining martial art, the diamond body, how could he fall ill? This was clearly an attempt to gain an advantage. Aside from the Thunderfire Essence Stone, choose any 2 items. Chen Yunfan continued to shake his head sincerely. President, you misunderstood. I really am feeling a bit unwell. I'm not trying to ask for anything. Su Shanha's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, gritting his teeth. You brat, don't go too far. That S-Class battle soldier made from the Thunderfire Essence Stone, if you can't unleash its full power, it's a waste to give it to you. Ouch, my stomach is starting to hurt again. Chen Yunfan clutched his stomach, looking pained, which made Su Shiyun beside him feel distressed. Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? I have healing pills here. Su Shiyun took out a pill and shot a reproachful glance at her father, Su Shanha. It seemed to say that it was all his fault for not giving Chen Yunfan the Thunderfire Essence Stone, which made Chen Yunfan uncomfortable. Alright, stop pretending. As long as you can get first place, the Thunderfire Essence Stone is yours. Su Shanha held his head, wearing an expression of disbelief. Thank you, President. Come on, that was too quick. At least pretend a bit longer. This is too fake. What's too fake? President, did you misunderstand something? I really was feeling a bit unwell just now. I suddenly didn't know what was going on, but now I'm fine. Chen Yunfan's face was calm, as if that was the truth. You little brat. However, I still want to remind you that Zhou Wansheng from Tianqing City and your old rival Zhang Lingyun are both second tier and have special physiques. Don't let your guard down, or I'll go bankrupt. If I go bankrupt and can't pay my debts, I'll have to add the debts to the bride price. You better give it your all. Su Shanhe warned with utmost seriousness. After all, the value of so many level 6 resources was already close to 100 million. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" Su Shiryun blushed, while Chen Yunfan nodded confidently. Before long, the remaining half of the city team had almost arrived. Su Shanha wanted to use the same trick again, preparing to pull everyone to the gambling table. But just as he was about to act, a convoy appeared in the city, quickly passing through the city gate and slowly coming to everyone's front. From the leading vehicle stepped down a middle-aged man, his face full of smiles. "Everyone arrived quite early. It's me, the host, who is a bit late today." Along with the man, members of the provincial city team also disembarked. Sensing the sharp aura emanating from these city team members, everyone present, except for Chen Yunfan, wore serious expressions. 3 second-tier high school martial artists. It should be noted that the only prodigy capable of sweeping all city teams was Zhou Wanxiong from the Tianqing-based city team. The provincial city actually has 3. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on the only girl among the 3 prodigies of the provincial city. The girl was tall and slender, with a jade-like face and phoenix eyes, her skin fairer than snow, and her brows concealed a hint of pride and heroism. Her long, smooth black hair was tied back, exuding a sharp aura. Even Hermione, who had seemed quite casual when making a bet with Su Shanha, became serious at this moment. Zhang Lingyun, the number 1 prodigy of the provincial city, a disciple of the Shushan sect, the possessor of the sword heart spirit body, and a direct disciple of a 9th-grade grandmaster. The moment Zhang Lingyun appeared, she attracted the attention of the entire venue. Not only the presidents of martial arts associations from various cities but also members of school teams from different cities were captivated. Some admired her, some envied her, and some were solemn. Even the members of the school team from Hanchuan-based city were no exception, as only the experts in the camp knew about the battle that night. Even Qin Lan, who knew some details, found it hard to fully believe it. With so many titles, could the captain Chen Yunfan really be her opponent? As everyone looked at Zhang Lingyun, she was also searching the crowd for that figure she dreamed of every day, the one she wanted to defeat and step on. Soon, her gaze locked onto a handsome young man in black among the crowd. Unlike the battle intent, respect, and fear displayed on the faces of others, his expression was calm. It was as if the 3 second-grade members of the Shanyang City team were merely insignificant chickens to him. How can someone with only first-grade cultivation be so arrogant? Zhang Lingyun clenched her fists, feeling a bit annoyed, but her mind flashed back to the fierce battle in the dense forest a week ago. At that time, she had used all her means, even awakening and activating the original manifestation of her physique, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, but still suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Even the Zhang family's ancestral profound martial art, Wind and Thunder 3000, was learned by him, leading to a good scolding from her father. That bastard. However, in an instant, Zhang Lingyun's emotions gradually stabilized, and a confident smile appeared on her lips. Fortunately, in this past week, I have completely mastered the original manifestation of my physique, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. This provincial league is the time for me to wash away my shame. After winning, I want you to be my slave and enforcer. Zhang Lingyun tightened her fists, an infinite battle intent erupting from her. This immediately caught the attention of the middle-aged man, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and the members of her team. Battle intent? Someone in the crowd could actually provoke Zhang Lingyun, the prodigy of the provincial city, to unleash such battle intent. Who has such strength? Could it be Zhou Wanxiong from Tianqing City? The middle-aged man and the members of the Shanyang City team collectively looked towards the direction of Tianqing Base City, their expressions filled with confusion. Second-grade strength, special physique, mastery of body-refining martial arts. Though these titles sounded impressive, they shouldn't be a match for Zhang Lingyun. Could the opponent be hiding other means? The presidents of martial arts associations from various cities and the prodigies from different cities were also surprised, looking at Zhou Wanxiong. They all believed that Zhang Lingyun's battle intent was directed at Zhou Wanxiong. After all, among the dozens of teams, only Zhou Wanxiong was a second-grade martial artist and the strongest among them. I will definitely win. Zhou Wanxiong calmly accepted all the surprised gazes, a proud expression appearing on his face, and then he fixed his burning gaze on Zhang Lingyun. She was not only the unparalleled prodigy of the provincial city but also the number 1 beauty of this year's high school in the provincial city. Since she had unleashed battle intent towards him, it indicated that she had learned about him and was likely very interested in him. Perhaps the two of them could develop feelings for each other through battle on the stage of the provincial league, allowing him to win her heart. The more he thought about it, the happier and more excited Zhou Wanxiong became. What is this woman going crazy about in public? But it seems that I should still remember what happened a week ago, and that verbal challenge should still be effective, Chen Yunfan thought to himself. Thinking about the advanced martial arts he could learn after defeating his opponent, he felt a bit impatient. His gaze towards Zhang Lingyun gradually became more intense from its initial calmness. Under their locked eyes, Zhang Lingyun felt a bit dazed, not understanding why Chen Yunfan had that look. Could it be? A hint of discomfort appeared on Zhang Lingyun's face, and she snorted coldly, turning her head away and no longer looking at Chen Yunfan. However, this hint of discomfort was noticed by Zhou Wanxiong, who thought that she was shy from his intense gaze, making him feel even more delighted and proud. Under the warm invitation of the team leader from Shenyang City, everyone entered the Shenyang-based city together, heading to the provincial sports hall. Everyone, this is the competition venue for the Zhongzhou High School Elite League, with meals and accommodation provided within the venue. Next, I would like the presidents of the martial arts associations to accompany me for the draw to determine the match order for tomorrow's first half. As for the talented students from various cities, feel free to explore today and relax a bit. The organizer sent from the provincial capital was a middle-aged man in a suit, who arranged everything meticulously. This is my first time in such a prosperous city as the provincial capital. I must take a good look around. Yeah, I heard that the Wanbao building here has the highest specifications, selling level 9 resources. Level 9 resources. Those are top-tier resources that only grandmasters can obtain. Let's go see for ourselves. Due to the existence of the wilderness, even though there are roads connecting various cities, 99% of the people have never left their city. Even the proud descendants of noble families present were no exception. So, taking advantage of the fact that the Provincial League had not yet started, they naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to experience the prosperity of the provincial capital of Zhongzhou. Lingyun, let's go too. Qinlan excitedly pulled Su Shiyun along. Both girls and women have an immense interest in shopping. Yunfan, you have nothing to do, why don't we go together? Su Shiyun looked at Chen Yunfan with anticipation. After a moment of thought, Chen Yunfan nodded, thinking he had no other plans. Alright, then let's all go for a stroll. The school team of 7 walked towards the provincial sports hall, with the silver bell-like laughter of Su Shiyun and Qinlan never ceasing. This drew envious and jealous glances from many teams. Due to physiological advantages, there have always been more men than women among martial artists, so most city teams consist of 6 men and 1 woman, or even all men. A team from Hanchuan City with 3 girls was basically unheard of. More importantly, it seemed that the 3 girls had a very good relationship with their captain. In the Shenyang City team, Tiskai just looked at the competition list, and that should be the captain of the Hanchuan City team, Chen Yunfan. I thought the photo was beautified, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome in person. No wonder he's so popular with girls. Being this handsome, after I punch him and make him cry, he'll definitely look good while crying. The vice-captain of the team, Subeha, raised his fist, looking at Chen Yunfan's back with jealousy. He had seen goddess Zhang Lingyun's gaze fall on him more than once. What's the use of being handsome? Subeha decided that when they matched up in the arena battle against Hanchuan Base City, he would use all his strength and make the opponent lose face completely. On the other side, the bustling pedestrian street was crowded with people, with towering shops on both sides, selling an incredible variety of goods that Chen Yunfan had never heard of before. For example, the Spirit Beast Shop. Spirit beasts refer to fierce beasts that are gentle in temperament or will not betray their master after recognizing them. They can usually serve as pets for martial artists, helping to regulate emotions during training, and can also assist in battles, playing the role of a surprise attack. Spirit beasts chase the sun, and after being raised, they can use their wings and silver claws to help their master in battle, and can also briefly fly to scout the terrain and find targets. Today's special, buy 10 bottles of Fierce Beast Spirit Liquid and get 1 free. A discount of 20,000 yuan. Level 4 Resource Enlightenment Tea can temporarily enhance comprehension, making it the best treasure for cultivating martial arts. It only costs 1 million. This is a pedestrian street specially opened for martial artists in the provincial city, so it sells things needed by martial artists. The sounds of vendors calling out are incessant, and the members of the team are curiously looking around. Chen Yunfan occasionally glances left and right, wanting to make a purchase, but unfortunately, he is short on cash. The money he earned from killing the Bloodfang Flame Tiger in the wilderness and from those 3 martial artists has long been spent on battle gear and Beast Spirit Liquid. He has some wealth points, but not a single cent in cash. His pockets are emptier than his face. Thinking of this, feeling the effects of the Beast Spirit Liquid in his body fully digested, Chen Yunfan took out another bottle of Beast Spirit Liquid and gulped it down. Feeling a surge of pure energy entering his body, Long Huin was ecstatic, and his cultivation speed increased to 800%. Realm, 1st grade, progress 92%. Getting closer to 2nd grade. Captain is awesome. The students in the team looked at their captain consuming the Beast Spirit Liquid with envy. Normally, when consuming spirit liquid, one would meditate and focus, coordinating with breathing techniques, inhaling and exhaling to digest it, allowing their vitality and true essence to grow rapidly. Everyone does it this way, but the captain is a freak. As long as he drinks the beast spirit liquid, he doesn't have to do anything. His body automatically digests the liquid, increasing his vitality and true essence. It's too abnormal. They strolled for an entire afternoon, and by evening, as the sun began to set, the group finally arrived at a restaurant by the street to eat. While eating, they chatted, and the topic gradually shifted to the specific rules of the upcoming Provincial League. This time, the Provincial High School Elite League will follow the same rules as in previous years, using a points system for the arena. 15 cities, each team must compete against the other 14 teams. In each match, both sides send one person to the stage, the loser steps down, and the winner decides whether to continue. Winning adds 10 points, and the fewer people a team sends to battle, the more extra points they will receive. If we compete against the team from Nanchang City and we win with 5 people, then we still have 2 people left who didn't fight, which means an extra 2 points, totaling 12 points. Su Shiryun explained the general rules of the competition to everyone, then looked at Chun Yunfan and playfully winked. "Captain, that's the rule. Do we need to devise any tactics?" All the team members looked at Chen Yunfan with curiosity, including Mu Yu. "The tactic is simple. I'll take on 7 by myself, and you all can just sit back and watch me operate," Chen Yunfan said casually. With the supreme-level breathing technique Longhuin restoring his true essence and the overwhelming vitality brought by the supreme-level diamond body, he can maintain high-intensity combat for a long time. If one person can handle it, there's no need for the others in the team. Of course, the main reason is that as someone who often played games in his past life, Chen Yunfan knows that refreshing the leaderboard and breaking historical records must have its benefits. Captain is domineering. Captain is mighty. Everyone in the team, except for Qin Lan and Mu Yu, cheered happily. The former felt that Chen Yunfan was being boastful, while the latter, Mu Yu, believed that Chen Yunfan could indeed take on 7 members of the team, but excluding the provincial city of Shenyang. After all, Zhang Lingyun is there. Although he had seen Chen Yunfan defeat Zhang Lingyun with his own eyes, at that time, Zhang Lingyun had just awakened her physical origin anomaly. Now, a week has passed, and Zhang Lingyun has definitely mastered all the powers of her origin anomaly. The Sword Heart Spirit is the type of spirit that excels in attack among all spirits. If one masters its full power, their combat ability will undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Even if Captain Chen Yunfan can win, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory, and in the end, he would still have to step in. Humph! Just as Chen Yunfan finished speaking, a sneer echoed from another corner of the restaurant. The crowd turned back in displeasure, and the person sneering was quite familiar, as was the team they belonged to. They were all students from the Shenyang Base City team, each wearing a look of disdain. The pride of a small place, truly fearless due to ignorance. Boasting so much, aren't you afraid of being taken down in the arena? Then there will be no way to save face. Subeha sneered coldly, jealousy hidden deep in his eyes. He hadn't looked closely before, but now that he was closer, he could see more clearly. Among the 3 female team members from Hanchuan Base City, 2 were exceptionally good, not at all inferior to the goddess Zhang Lingyun, while the other, though somewhat lacking, could still be considered pretty. This made Subeha even more envious. A mere high school student with a first-grade martial artist status was attracting beautiful women with his grandiose words. How could he compare to a proper second-grade martial artist like himself? The other team members might not know what Vice Captain Subeha was thinking, but they all wore expressions of disdain due to Chen Yunfan's earlier confident words. Only Zhang Lingyun and the team believed in Chen Yunfan's strength. However, to take down the other city teams, especially the Shenyang team she belonged to, was absolutely impossible. The fully mastered 10,000 swords returning to origin was her greatest confidence. Chen Yunfan frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "You can be unhappy, you can look down on me in your heart, and you can even speak loudly behind my back to belittle me, but you cannot stand in front of me and dare to bark incessantly, pretending to say it for your own sake. Do you really think you have a good temper?" Even 4th and 5th grade masters would act, let alone a few so-called peers from the provincial city. Just as Chen Yunfan was about to take action, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. "The opponent list for each city team is out for tomorrow morning. Quick, take a look, take a look." Chen Yunfan was also drawn by the voice and looked towards Su Shiryun's phone. The page showed the opponents each city team would face tomorrow morning, but when it came to the Hanchuan team, there was no name in the opponent column. "What a coincidence! They have a bye," Su Shiryun exclaimed in surprise. With 15 cities, each round has 2 teams facing off, and one team always has a bye, receiving only the basic 10 points. For weaker city teams, this is certainly a great thing, but for Chen Yunfan, who wanted to break the record. It was a complete disaster. The Hanchuan team's luck is really good. Not only did they avoid us, but they didn't even face any other high school teams, they got a bye directly. Within the Shenyang team, Subeha, who had spoken earlier, also showed a hint of regret upon discovering that the Hanchuan team had a bye. Yeah, there isn't even a second grade in the team. If you, Sugo, were to compete, you could easily take them down. I don't know where the other side gets their confidence from, just a first grade. And they want to take down 7 other teams. After finishing their meal, the group spoke loudly as they reached the door, seemingly intending for Chen Yunfan to hear. Damn, so arrogant. All young and hot-blooded, no one could tolerate such mockery. Kai Koen from the Hanchuan team was the first to slam the table and stand up. What? Want to start a fight before the league even begins? Perfect, I'll use you to practice my new martial arts. I want to take down 7 of you. As one of the 3 second graders from the Shenyang team, Subeha was extremely confident. Just then, a series of gasps suddenly erupted from the street outside the restaurant. Everyone in the restaurant, including both teams, turned to look outside. A middle-aged man with a silver bracelet tied to his wrist was frantically fleeing. At this moment, the silver bracelet had already broken. A fugitive. The violent surge of his blood in true essence sent nearby pedestrians flying, unable to dodge in time. In this high martial world, ordinary people still made up the majority. Although breaking through 100 units of blood essence to reach the first rank seemed not too difficult, everyone's peak of blood essence was typically before the age of 22. If one did not reach the first rank by 22, their blood essence would gradually weaken with age, ultimately severing their ties with martial arts. Thus, facing a second-rank martial artist, possibly a fugitive, ordinary people were as fragile as paper. Merely the fluctuations of his blood essence and true essence could blow them away. Fugitive, a second-rank martial artist. Are those chasing behind from the inspection bureau? Let's go help! Exclamations rang out as Su Shiryun suggested assisting. However, Subeha, who had previously mocked the Hanchuan city team, had already stepped in front of the path the second-rank martial artist was fleeing. Since breaking through to the second rank, I've never gone all out, just in time to practice on you, the fugitive. People from the Hanchuan school team, watch closely and see how ridiculous your previous words were. Subeha glanced at the Hanchuan city team and then cracked his knuckles. The surface of his fists and forearms suddenly gleamed with a tungsten steel color, looking incredibly solid and hard, with considerable lethality. Get lost, or I'll kill you. The fleeing middle-aged man had disheveled hair, but beneath the strands were eyes fierce like a beast. He held no weapon, yet his killing intent was astonishing. The murderous aura hit Subeha head-on, leaving him momentarily stunned, and as the middle-aged fugitive charged closer, he finally reacted. A hint of regret flashed across his face, for he could sense that the other truly intended to kill him. He had thought it was just an ordinary second-rank fugitive who had committed a crime. He too was a second rank, not seeking to defeat the other, just needing to block him until the inspection bureau arrived, which would surely earn him considerable praise. But judging by the palpable killing intent from the fugitive, this was definitely not an ordinary second-rank fugitive, but one with many lives on his hands. However, it was too late for regret. Subeha had no time to retreat, nor any face to do so he could only cross his fists and brace himself to take the punch. But as their fists and forearms collided, a faint cracking sound like breaking bones echoed, and pain immediately flashed across Subeha's face. He was sent flying over 20 meters, as if struck by a speeding car. However, Subeha's reckless act caused the middle-aged man to halt his charge, allowing the inspection bureau to close the distance by several meters. Realizing that continuing to flee would surely lead to being caught, the man decided to stop running, his vicious gaze scanning around before locking onto a little girl not far away. With a swift movement, he charged towards the small girl. The girl, around 4 or 5 years old, looked delicate and pink but was now frozen in fear, her face pale as if she were about to cry at any moment. Be careful! Seeing this, everyone's hearts tightened, and Zhang Lingyun rushed forward with her sword drawn. But just a few steps in, a silver flash pierced the air, whizzing past Zhang Lingyun's ear with a thunderous sound, shooting towards the middle-aged man's head from a distance of several dozen meters. The tip of the gun glowed red-hot from the high-speed friction with the air. Buzz! The sound of air being sliced filled Subeha's ears, and the middle-aged fugitive's mind rang with alarm. Years of combat instinctively made him tilt his head slightly, but the spear's speed was simply too fast. He couldn't dodge in time, and bright red blood sprayed into the air. The middle-aged fugitive crashed to the ground, and after standing up, his gaze was as fierce as a wolf's, fixated on Chen Yunfan, while one of his ears had already vanished, leaving only blood streaming down his cheek. You made me lose the last chance to escape. Tell me, how should I thank you? With his path blocked and the inspection bureau closing in behind him, the middle-aged fugitive had lost his final opportunity to flee. He attributed all the blame to the tall youth not far away, his tone chillingly cold, his face filled with murderous intent, yet deep down, a trace of fear lingered. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more, and he would have been shot through the head by a long gun, dying on the spot. What a ruthless kid. You're a high school student? The middle-aged fugitive noticed the emblem on Chen Yunfan's clothing. Han Chuan no. One high school? Are high school students this fierce nowadays? Striking so ruthlessly? Aiming for a headshot? Well, such a talented high school student, if you die, whether in Hanchuan or the provincial capital, it should be quite a loss, right? Unable to escape, the middle-aged fugitive prepared to take someone down with him. Just then, the voice of the inspection bureau echoed from a distance. Get out of the way. Quickly, get out of the way. That's a member of the Holy Body sect. They kill without blinking. Holy Body sect? Chen Yunfan suddenly recalled Wang Yang from Shanghai University and the mission in the provincial capital. Noticing the change in Chen Yunfan's expression, the middle-aged fugitive revealed a smug look. Are you scared hearing the name of my Holy Body sect? But it's too late to be scared now. I will gouge out your eyes, crush your chest, and sever your limbs. Malicious words continued to spill out, and the previously arrogant students from Shenyang City couldn't help but take a step back in fear. The Holy Body sect. That is the most notorious cult in Xia country and even on Blue Star, known for its extremely brutal methods of killing. Su Beiha regretted provoking a member of the Holy Body sect. If they sought revenge, it would be disastrous. But in the face of the threat, Chen Yunfan remained motionless, his expression devoid of any ripples. The middle-aged fugitive thought the kid was just pretending to be calm, and as he prepared to strike, he found the kid's figure slowly dissipating like foam under the sun. When he reappeared, he was already within 10 steps. The middle-aged fugitive's pupils constricted sharply. Just now, that long gun flew with such speed, he thought the opponent was a second-tier martial artist focused on strength, but he didn't expect the speed to be this fast. Just as he wanted to dodge, the high-speed figure had already reached him, his arm tensed, and his fist erupted with a glassy radiance. A punch came crashing toward his chest. What courage! The middle-aged fugitive didn't expect the opponent to know his identity as a member of the Holy Body sect and still dare to take the initiative. He was furious, but with no way to evade, he could only block with one arm across his chest while raising his right hand, fingers glinting with a cold light, aiming to tear at Chen Yunfan's neck. However, he underestimated the power of this punch. When the glassy fist struck his forearm, the middle-aged fugitive instantly lost all sensation in his forearm, and a sound of bones shattering and collapsing echoed from his chest. Creak creak, the sound was particularly jarring in the silent area, and the next moment, the middle-aged fugitive was sent flying, crashing into a parked BMW on the roadside, the residual force flipping the BMW over, rolling 7 or 8 times on the road. He rolled to the feet of the inspection bureau members who had rushed forward. The member in charge of the case, at this moment, also forgot about the Holy Body sect member, standing there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Yunfan. If he wasn't mistaken, the emblem on the opponent's clothing read Han Chuan no. One high school. A high school student? Which high school student is this fierce? The Shenyang City team near the restaurant entrance was also silent, each of them looking as if they had seen a ghost, wanting to say something, but their throats had long dried up, unable to utter a word. Su Beiha, who had gotten up, swallowed hard, unable to resist taking a step back, retreating behind the crowd, trying to hide himself as much as possible, not wanting to draw attention. A single punch shatters the dreams of the proud. This guy has gotten stronger in just a week since I last saw him. Zhang Lingyun bit her pink lip lightly, her grip on the moonwhite longsword tightening a bit more. This member of the Holy Body sect must be important. I just held back some strength, so I shouldn't have killed him. Why don't you feed him some pills to keep him alive? Chen Yunfan kindly reminded, his words once again shaking the entire crowd. Held back some strength? Held back some strength, and yet knocked a second-tier martial artist unconscious with a single punch? Today's high school students are truly terrifying. A young man from the inspection bureau clasped his fists and bowed to Chen Yunfan in a martial arts salute. I wasn't paying attention and this guy escaped just now, almost causing a disaster. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. As the inspection bureau organized the scene, Chen Yunfan was surrounded by a few teammates and left. Damn! He knocked a second-tier martial artist out with one punch. Now that I think about it, what that guy said about the other city teams doesn't seem like bragging. Fortunately, this member of the Holy Body sect intervened, otherwise, it would have been us embedded in the car. The proud youths of the Shenyang City team felt a wave of fear. They were all famous figures in Shenyang City, and if someone had knocked them into a car with a punch, the embarrassment would have spread throughout the entire provincial capital. Where's old Su? Why is he missing? Someone from the city team suddenly noticed that Su Beiha, the vice captain who had provoked Chen Yunfan earlier, had vanished. He seemed to have run away just now, probably afraid of retribution. Damn, our vice captain is really sharp. Voices of indignation arose. That night, at the Shenyang-based city sports hall, dozens of teams that had gone out shopping returned one after another, and the presidents of the martial arts associations from various cities immediately walked out, worried to greet them. Once they confirmed that their team members were safe, they gradually relaxed. Don't go out tonight or in the next few days. The provincial capital is investigating and capturing members of the Holy Body sect everywhere. It would be bad if any danger arose. I heard that in the old city, there are still second-tier members of the Holy Body sect who broke free from the restraints on their blood in true essence and escaped, almost causing casualties. The presidents of the martial arts associations sternly advised. Upon hearing about the Holy Body sect, a serious expression appeared on all the students' faces. Ordinary second-tier martial artists and second-tier members of the Holy Body sect are completely different. The former could likely be subdued by 6 or 7 first-tier prodigies working together. But if it were the latter, before they could even join forces, the second-tier member of the Holy Body sect would probably have already killed 1 or 2 people in their team. Members of the Holy Body sect are notorious for killing without blinking, and their strikes are aimed at killing, completely beyond what high school students who have never experienced slaughter can handle. Killing is divided into slaying beasts and killing people. The two are worlds apart. I've heard about this too. It seems that the situation was critical at the time, and it was a passing college student who resolved it. He acted ruthlessly and decisively. The first shot missed the head, but the second punch directly severely injured that member of the Holy Body sect. All of you should learn from this, senior. When you strike, you must hold nothing back and aim for a decisive victory. Jolie, the president of the Martial Arts Association in Shenyang-based city, was educating his group of prodigies. Yet, he didn't notice that the prodigies in the team all had strange expressions. A passing college student? Isn't that person standing right there? A few couldn't help but look towards the Hanchuan city team, gazing at the figure in black attire among the crowd. About 1.89 meters tall, but in everyone's eyes, he was as towering as a mountain. After this incident, the high-ranking officials sent down from the provincial capital, including Wang Chengbang, the overall head of this provincial league, stepped forward. Teams from various cities, the order of your matches tomorrow morning and the teams you will face have been determined and sent to each martial arts association president. The next step is for you to arrange your tactics and then rest well to prepare for tomorrow morning's league. By the way, Wang Chengbang looked towards the direction of Hanchuan Base City. The Hanchuan team will have a bye tomorrow morning and will directly receive 10 points for the winner, waiting for the draw at noon tomorrow to determine their opponent for the afternoon match. As for the morning, please let the Hanchuan team watch from the stands. Understood. Su Shanha cupped his hands in salute. As soon as Wang Chengbang left, the entire large venue erupted into a flurry of discussions. Damn, tomorrow we're up against the Tianqing Base City. Although they've always been the perennial second, we're the perennial 8th, how could we possibly be their match? Oh my, you think you have it bad? We're going up against the Shenyang team, who have been number 1 for over a decade. You guys are lucky, a guaranteed loss. Just go up and take a spin before getting knocked down. You can conserve your strength and not expose your tactics. While we're about evenly matched with the Nanchang team, tomorrow is definitely going to be a brutal battle. Hanchuan team is so lucky, they get a bye in 10 points just like that. It's too sweet. If only we could face Hanchuan, we could get free points. Everyone looked enviously towards the Hanchuan team, but they didn't notice the Shenyang team, known as the Demon King team, with members all looking bewildered. There are still people wanting to face the Hanchuan team. They still couldn't forget the scene in front of the restaurant, that cold shot aimed straight at the head, and the punch that could shatter the bones of a second-tier martial artist. Whoever faces them first is definitely going to be in big trouble. Not to mention injuries affecting the subsequent matches. Their confidence would be completely shattered. The next morning, due to the Central Province High School Elite League, the entire provincial sports hall was bustling with noise, a sea of people. Citizens who had already purchased tickets online, along with students from various high schools in the provincial capital, came to witness this annual grand event. I wonder how many dark horses will emerge in this provincial league. There will definitely be unexpected dark horses, but the one who will ultimately win is Zhang Lingyun from Shanyang No. 1 High School. No need to say more. She's a disciple of the Shushan Sword sect, personally accepted by a 9th-tier grandmaster. If she didn't have the strength and talent, would that even be possible? I think Shou Wanxiong from Tianqing City also has a chance. With the Sheikshan battle body combined with perfected body refining martial arts, it's definitely a case of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. In the stands, the noisy discussions never ceased, with some citizens and students excitedly sharing their insights. It's an honor to gather here at the Provincial Sports Hall with everyone. Over the next few days, we will witness the clash of elite students from all high schools in the province. No need for more words, let's invite the representative teams from various cities to make their appearances. The referee's passionate voice rang out as a team walked out from a dark passage. Each member of the team walked with a dragon-like stride, exuding an unrestrained sharpness. Leading the way was a tall, stunning girl holding a moonwhite long sword, radiating a chilling aura that warned others to stay away. The first team is the Shanyang-based city representative team, led by Zhang Lingyun, who possesses a sword heart and spirit body, specializing in sword techniques. The referee's powerful voice echoed, and the stands erupted with deafening cheers, showcasing Zhang Lingyun's prestige among high school students in Shanyang. In the passage, at the Hanchuan team's position, Chen Yunfan was leisurely playing with his long spear, and upon hearing the name of someone soaring to the skies outside, his mouth twitched slightly. Her popularity is really high. I didn't have this much popularity in Hanchuan. Su Shiryun chuckled lightly. That's because the first high school and the higher-ups have kept your news under wraps. So many Hanchuan students don't know. Only the geniuses from the training camp are aware. But after experiencing the elite league, Yunfan, when you return to Hanchuan, you will definitely receive the same treatment. This time, even Qin Lan and Mu Yu did not refute. With Chen Yunfan's strength, it was inevitable that he would stand out in this provincial league. As for to what extent he could go, and whether he could defeat the two geniuses from other cities, Zhang Lingyun and Zhou Wanxiong, everything remained uncertain. You little brat, the reporters for the arena battles must pay attention. This time, I've made bets with all the schools except for Shanyang City, betting on who will have the highest ranking in the end. If you don't perform well, I might just count this loss as part of your bride price. Last night, Su Shanha had dragged the remaining half of the Martial Arts Association president and made all the bets. Winning would mean a young model from the club. Losing would mean an increase in the bride price. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win-win. Dad! Su Shiryun stomped her jade-like foot, her face flushed as she glared at her father, Su Shanha, looking both reproachful and shy. After scolding her father, she secretly glanced at Chen Yunfan. Seeing that Chen Yunfan showed no signs of change, she relaxed but felt a bit disappointed. My captain is invincible. President, I think you should go all in and make a bet with the president of the Shanyang Martial Arts Association. With our captain, we are sure to take first place. Disagreeing with the doubts of Qin Lan and Mu Yu, the chubby team member Kai Kuan believed without reservation. You have good insight. Chen Yunfan gave a thumbs up in approval. As the corridor was filled with laughter and chatter, outside on the massive arena, 14 teams had already taken their positions. According to last year's rankings, the next team to come up is the team from Hanchuan-based city, which ranked last year. Correction, not last year, but for the past 8 years. Don't underestimate this year's Hanchuan. I heard they have invited an external aide from the provincial city today, someone named Mu Yu. Is that the Mu family with the 6th grade master? I heard that Mu Yu also possesses a battle body. It said that even if they can't make it into the top 5, they can at least get into the top 10. Really? It seems there are no weak teams this year. This is getting interesting. The discussions among the audience gradually quieted down, followed by the referee's loud voice. Next is the last team, also an elite team from Hanchuan Bay City. Then, all eyes focused on the corridor. In the dark corridor, footsteps gradually echoed, and then 7 figures walked out. The leader was a tall young man, dressed in a black battle suit that showcased his strong and aesthetically pleasing physique. He was extremely robust, with sharp eyes, and a fierce aura that struck everyone in the audience with a jolt. It felt as if they were not facing a student from Hanchuan, but a ferocious beast from the wilderness, ready to pounce. However, after a brief moment of surprise, all the students and citizens' gazes shifted to the 3 girls in the team. Su Shiryun and Qin Lan needed no further introduction. They were just as stunning as the goddess Zhang Lingyun in the eyes of all the students from Shanyang City. The remaining girl, though slightly less attractive, was still a beauty compared to Su Shiryun and Qin Lan. If taken alone, she would also be considered a beauty. Wow, I didn't expect there to be 3 beauties in the Hanchuan team. It's truly a feast for the eyes, and I hope the 3 beauties can deliver an exciting battle later. Now introducing the captain of the Hanchuan team, Chen Yunfan, a first-grade martial artist, specializing in. The referee paused, looking up in shock at Chen Yunfan, then continued, specializing in fist techniques, gun techniques, body refining, and movement techniques. I didn't expect our captain from Hanchuan City to be such an all-rounder. As the words fell, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Chen Yunfan? I've never heard of him. He's not the strong aide Mu Yu from the provincial city. What is Hanchuan's official thinking? Could it be that he got in through the back door, trying to gain attention with the captain's position? In reality, they still have to rely on Mu Yu? The funniest part is the variety of martial arts he specializes in. In Shanyang City, the prodigy Zhang Lingyun is specialized only in swordsmanship, while Zhou Wanxiang is focused solely on body refinement. Yet this guy is specialized in 4 major areas. Does he think he's more talented than the prodigies of the 2 major cities? Specialization means at least reaching the mastery level in martial arts. This peculiar captain can't possibly think that just getting started is enough? Maybe he doesn't understand the rules, otherwise, he wouldn't be filling out the forms haphazardly. Indeed, but if the students don't understand, does the president of the Martial Arts Association who came along not understand either? The geniuses from various cities on the giant arena shared the same thoughts as the audience. They looked at Chen Yunfan with confusion, doubt, and even disdain. Just trying to attract attention. Zhou Wanxiang crossed his arms and scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yunfan frowned slightly and glanced at Zhou Wanxiang. If you're disdainful, you could keep it down so I don't hear you. Doing it this way is a blatant provocation. In response to Chen Yunfan's gaze, Zhou Wanxiang made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. Chen Yunfan remained silent, returning a benign smile. Suddenly, he remembered someone and looked toward Su Beiha in the Shangyang City team. He recalled that the other party seemed to have acted similarly yesterday, but at that time, dealing with the fugitive was chaotic, so he had pushed the matter aside. At this moment, Su Beiha was also looking at Chen Yunfan, and upon making eye contact, he shuddered. He quickly averted his gaze, no longer displaying the arrogance from yesterday. Of course, he wasn't the clueless donkey that Zhou Wanxiang was. After Chen Yunfan left yesterday, he had taken a look at the fugitive who had been captured, and the sight was gruesome. Blood was pouring from the fugitive's mouth, his sternum and ribs were completely crushed, and even his internal organs had been displaced. If the other party hadn't held back at that time, the fugitive's insides would have likely exploded. Such a formidable person, Su Beiha silently vowed, must not be provoked. After all the teams had introduced themselves, the morning matches began. The first match is between the Shangyang City team and the Luojing City team. Please have each team send out one contestant. As the referee's passionate voice rang out, Zhang Lingyun from the Shangyang City team lightly stepped onto the ground, her whole being rising like a falling leaf, and then she slowly landed on the arena. At this moment, all eyes were on her. If it were anyone else facing such scrutiny for the first time, they would surely feel nervous, their bodies tense, and those with weaker mental fortitude might even have their legs go weak. But Zhang Lingyun's face was surprisingly calm. Neither the gazes from the audience nor the opponent about to take the stage could stir her anticipation. The Luojing City team also sent one person to the arena, their captain. However, the gap between the two was quite significant. Zhang Lingyun was at the second rank, possessing both sword heart and spirit body, while the captain of the Luojing City team was only at the first rank. Although his footwork was already highly developed, he was still no match for Zhang Lingyun. Even with a full-out effort, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds before being knocked off the stage by Zhang Lingyun's sword, his D-grade battlesuit torn apart, blood spurting from his chest. It looked brutal, but the path of martial arts is like this. Full-force combat always comes with injuries. However, there was a temporary emergency room not far from the arena. With today's technology combined with otherworldly medicinal materials, as long as treatment is timely, even severe injuries like amputations can heal, which has raised the bloodiness of the Provincial League to a new level. But because it's real, the Provincial League attracts a lot of attention every year. Corporate groups, martial arts associations, ancient martial arts sects, the military, and key universities all send people to watch, looking for promising martial artists to gather information and recruit. In a sense, the 5 are quite similar. They all join in, and the groups, associations, sects, military, and universities provide abundant resources for training. However, joining the first 3 options means signing a contract, essentially committing to a lifetime under their banner, while the military has a time limit, and universities offer the most freedom. If we are to speak of the best among them, it would still be the key prestigious schools from Zhangzhou province. Although the first 3 provide abundant resources, they offer no freedom at all, and for students of the first or second tier, the military can be quite dangerous. Only the prestigious schools provide a wealth of resources while also allowing great freedom. Among these prestigious schools, the top 3 are the 3 major universities, Moda University, Kyoto University, and Shanghai University. At this moment, an admissions officer from Shanghai University is seated in the audience, accompanied by 7 or 8 presidents of martial arts associations. Kai Tianming, Hao Min, and Su Shanha are prominently among them. With a second-tier understanding of sword intent, and seemingly having touched the threshold of sword momentum, this is something only grandmasters who specialize in swordsmanship can comprehend. The sword heart and spirit truly are extraordinary. What a pity, it has gone to the ancient martial arts of Shushan. I estimate that years from now, another sword saint will emerge, renowned throughout Xia country and even the world. Lu Jioha stroked his beard, looking quite regretful. When Zhang Lingyun's sword heart and spirit awakened, the three top universities gathered to secure her admission to their school. But in the end, they could not compete with the sword cultivation holy land of Shushan. Zhang Lingyun from Shenyang is indeed impressive. Her sword intent is unstoppable, with a sharpness that is hard to resist, but unfortunately, she has already joined Shushan. However, Zhou Wanxiong from our city has also performed exceptionally well. With the Shaxiong battle body combined with perfected body refining martial arts, he can definitely contend with her. I heard him say that he seems to have a great enthusiasm for Shanhua University. I wonder if he can get in. Hao Min, the president of the Martial Arts Association from Tianqing City, glanced at Zhou Wanxiong, who had already taken the stage, and smiled as he asked the white-haired mentor from Shanhua Martial University. The other Martial Arts Association presidents nearby secretly cursed, scheming woman. With second-tier strength and the Shaxiong battle body, as long as he participates normally in the martial arts examination, he will definitely be able to enter Shanhua University. However, there are different ways to join Shanhua University. One is to enter through the normal examination, and the other is through recommendation, which is what Hao Min wants, to have Lu Jioha recommend Zhou Wanxiong for admission to Shanhua University. If he enters through the normal examination, he will have to wait for the martial arts college entrance examination and then endure a 2-month summer break before he can start studying martial arts. But with a recommendation, he can go to Shanhua University immediately, skipping the college entrance examination process and advancing nearly 3 months ahead. A step fast, every step fast. This reason is secondary. More importantly, if Zhou Wanxiong is recommended to enter Shanhua Martial University, he will be able to choose mentors who are at the Grandmaster level of the 7th, 8th, or 9th tier. But if he enters through the normal examination, he can only choose mentors at the master level, and the difference between these two is like heaven and earth. This not only means that the student can receive more resource allocation, but also that when learning martial arts or facing difficulties in cultivation, they can receive better and faster solutions. Moreover, it also means that the student has a grandmaster backing them. Even if the grandmaster mentor does not show any teacher-student affection, having such a powerful figure standing behind the student is immensely beneficial for their future. They all want this opportunity, but Zhou Wanxiong's strength is evident. Hao Min has already stated it in advance. They put their own students forward, and there is simply no comparison. President Hao need not belittle himself. Just with a second-tier realm, he can join Shanhua University, not to mention that this student Zhou also possesses the Shaxiong battle body. As long as he performs normally in the martial arts examination, entering Shanhua University will be very easy. Lu Jioha replied with a faint smile. Knowing he had already been rejected, Hao Min was not disappointed. He simply nodded and then shifted his gaze back to the stage. After all, in this provincial league, the strongest, Zhang Lingyun, has already been recruited by Shushan, and among the remaining contestants from various base cities, Zhou Wanxiong can easily dominate the entire arena. The arena battles continued from 9 a.m. until noon. Although it was just the first match of the provincial league, all the students were fully committed, striving to earn as many points as possible for a higher ranking. This was not only for the honor of their respective base cities but also for the allocation of resources to each base city next year. Fighting for their hometown was always something hard to refuse. At this point in the battle, half of the students had already been injured, with 3 of them seriously hurt. Fortunately, with the rapid advancement of technology, medical techniques were highly developed, and the time from injury to surgery was less than half a minute, making treatment very smooth. Of course, the most important reason was that the injuries caused by low-grade martial artists were mostly external, making them relatively simple to treat. With a crisp bell ringing, all 7 battles of the morning concluded. The temporary rankings were: first place, Shenyang Base City, 16 points; second place, Tianqing Base City, 16 points; fourth place, Wanquan Base City, 13 points; eighth place, Hanchuan Base City, 10 points; 15th place, Anshan Base City, 0 points. The top 2 teams, Shenyang City and Tianqing City, both achieved a remarkable score of 16 points, with their captains completing a string of 7 victories. However, based on last year's performance rankings, Shenyang City temporarily held the first place. The results of both teams sparked cheers from the audience. A string of 7 victories was incredibly entertaining for the spectators, dividing them into 2 factions, each cheering for their respective teams. Hao Min, the leader of Tianqing City, had a slight smile on her lips as she turned to Lu Jiohai. "Master Lu, I wonder if you are satisfied with the performance of my student?" Hao Min said with a hint of meaning. "Not bad. His comprehension is excellent. He has actually mastered the diamond body technique from the sacred martial realm to a great extent, indicating his talent in body refinement. Combined with the power-type bear battle body, he can perfectly achieve a one-man overpowering 10. If his opponent were a ferocious beast, I have no doubt that this student, Zhou, could tear it apart with his bare hands. Lu Zhouhai adjusted his breathing, a look of appreciation appearing on his face. Although there was still some gap compared to Zhang Lingyun, there were very few prodigies like her in this generation of the Xia Kingdom, let alone in the central province. Zhou Wanxiang was already outstanding enough. Seeing that Lu Zhouhai seemed inclined to agree to the recommendation, Su Shanhe's eyes flashed with anxiety, while Hao Min was delighted. In that case, may I ask if this student from our city can follow Master Lu for further study? Hao Min, who usually maintained a strong woman persona, couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on her face. Lu Zhouhai hesitated. In the Xia Kingdom's 25 provinces, each province had a few prodigies, especially in the more developed provinces compared to the central province, where there were even more prodigies. Altogether, there were hundreds. The masters from the 3 prestigious schools did not even number 100, so naturally, the recommendation would have to be selective. Lu Zhouhai thought the same. However, after observing Zhou Wanxiang's subsequent performance, he was very satisfied with the opponent's fighting spirit, martial arts skills, and combat experience. But after a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhouhai shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. The Provincial League has just started its first round, and the Hanchuan City team has not yet taken the stage. It would be inappropriate for me to set a recommendation quota now. Hao Min was taken aback. She certainly knew this was Lu Zhouhai's excuse. He simply wanted to observe further to see if there were any students more talented than Zhou Wanxiang. As for the Hanchuan City team, it was merely a pretext for refusal. If the Hanchuan City team had not had a bye in the first round and had instead faced her Tianqing City team, the final result would have also been a string of 7 victories for Zhou Wanxiang. Even if the Hanchuan City team had strong reinforcements from the provincial capital, it would be a crushing defeat, a second grade against a first grade. Everyone understood. But why did the other side still bring up this excuse? Could it be that among those teams that only sent 1 or 2 or 3 people to win, there are individuals who can match the genius of Zhou Wanxiang? But how is that possible? To ensure they score enough points, all teams send their competitors arranged from strongest to weakest. With doubts in her heart, Hao Min nodded calmly on the surface. Who could it be? Lu Zhouhai murmured to himself, his curious gaze occasionally falling on the members of each city team. When he came to watch the Interprovincial League in Zhangzhou, student Wang Yang told him that there was a monster among the students participating in the league. Wang Yang, a senior, was a legendary figure at Shanhua University. Entering Shanhua University at the first grade level, he was just ordinary among the freshmen, but in 3 years, he rose 3 grades, reaching the 4th grade master level. In martial arts, the higher one goes, the harder it becomes. Reaching the 4th grade in senior year is already considered top talent at Shanhua University, especially since he started at the 1st grade. This also led him to make an exception and accept Wang Yang as his student. For a genius with such a legendary background to call another student a monster shows that this person must be extraordinarily gifted. At the very least, they are definitely stronger than Zhou Wanxiang. Lu Zhouhai's gaze wandered back and forth between the 2 2nd-grade members of the Shenyang City team who had not yet taken the stage. He speculated about who the monster Wang Yang mentioned could be. This made the other martial arts association presidents look quite strange. You used the Hanchuan City team as an excuse to refuse, yet when observing the competitors, you didn't even glance at the Hanchuan City team. The morning matches have all concluded, with the Shenyang City team and the Tianqing City team tied for first place. The captains of both city teams have accomplished the remarkable feat of a string of 7, igniting everyone's passion. And the afternoon matches will now randomly select the competing teams. As the referee's voice fell, all the spectators turned their attention to the central screen above the arena. Second group, Tianqing vs. Wanquan. Third group, Qingyun vs. Luo Jingdam. Our opponent in this match is actually the Tianqing base city. What bad luck! You're better off, at least you already know the result. Our Qingyun and Luo Jing are evenly matched, and this afternoon will be another fierce battle. Sigh, if only we could draw the Hanchuan City team. After being crushed by Zhang Lingyun's string of 7 in the morning, our team's morale is shattered. Facing the Hanchuan City team would at least help us recover a bit. Could it be that we'll get a bye again? Some team members expressed their hopes, while others looked serious. For instance, the members of the Xanadu City team were all holding their breath, their eyes fixed tightly on the big screen. Among the 15 city teams, 12 had already determined their opponents. The remaining 3 city teams were Hanchuan City, Nanxiang City, and their own Shenyang City team. The Hanchuan City team had already received a bye, so one of either Xanadu or Nanxiang would have to face the Hanchuan City team. Although according to the schedule, they would eventually encounter the Hanchuan City team, the members of the Shenyang City team still hoped to delay that encounter as much as possible. This way, they could achieve a series of victories, build up their morale, and perform at 200% against the Hanchuan City team in the final match, ensuring a solid win. The power displayed by Chen Yunfan when he one-punched a second-grade fugitive had put immense pressure on them. This was the shared sentiment of everyone in the Shangyang City team, except for Zhang Lingyun. As for Zhang Lingyun herself, she was eager to confront Chen Yunfan and wash away her shame. As the results of the draw were revealed, the names of the two city teams appeared in the final matchup column. Nanxiang City vs. Hanchuan City. The announcement of these two teams immediately stirred the audience into a frenzy. It was no less than the commotion caused in the morning when Zhang Lingyun and Zhou Wanxiong each accomplished a string of 7. After all, with backdoor dealings, an all-round captain, beautiful team members, and being last for 8 consecutive years, all the elements were present. The discussions rose and fell, mostly driven by the excitement of onlookers. Counting down is one thing, but luck is on our side. We didn't end up facing the Tianqing City team. Otherwise, we could have had a streak of 7. That would have been exhilarating. Noticing the commotion in the audience, Zhou Wanxiong glanced towards the Hanchuan City team, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. This provincial league should have been a home-ground showdown between him and Zhang Lingyun, with cheers and discussions centered around the two of them. The attention drawn by Chen Yunfan's clownish antics had surprisingly overshadowed him, which left him quite displeased. What a waste of space, to be on the same level as him. In his frustration, Zhou Wanxiong deliberately raised his voice. Although his words were drowned out by the audience's chatter and didn't reach the outside world, the members of the city team nearby could hear him clearly. Everyone turned to look at the Hanchuan City team, their expressions filled with pity. Only the players from the Shenyang City team cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Wanxiong. They had thought he was a formidable rival, but it turned out he was just a fool. Having jumped to such a level, he was likely already noted by this ruthless individual, and when they met, he would surely strike hard, perhaps even shattering this guy's resolve. Imagining that scene seemed rather enjoyable. Chen Yunfan's gaze was icy as he shot a glance at Zhou Wanxiong before retracting his focus. In public, he couldn't directly take him down, but the rules of the competition would ensure they would meet one day. Hee, old Su, I didn't expect us to be so fated. Then we won't hold back with these 10 or so points. Kai Tianming chuckled as he draped an arm over Su Shanhe's shoulder, deliberately mocking him. Historically, whenever the Hanchuan City team faced the Nanchang City team, it always ended in a crushing defeat. One team was at the bottom, while the other consistently ranked in the top 5, making them incomparable. Although this year's Nanchang City team was somewhat weaker than in previous years, it would still be a breeze to crush a team that used to be at the bottom. The Nanchang City team by the arena, upon seeing their opponents, also broke into cheerful smiles. Laugh. Keep laughing. Otherwise, you might not be able to laugh by the afternoon. Su Shanhe thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. He couldn't wait to see the shocked expression on his rival's face. From noon to 2 o'clock was the break-in preparation time for the Provincial League. All the students left their seats and returned to the designated preparation room, while the audience outside remained, filled with anticipation for the afternoon matches. The more astute ones took out food they had prepared in advance, while those without food didn't rush outside. The provincial gymnasium was too large, and the entrances and exits were packed with people, making it quite difficult to get in and out. Missing a meal was minor. Missing a match representing the highest level of high school competition in Zhengzhou province would be a significant loss. 2 hours passed quietly. With the sound of an ancient bell, the afternoon matches commenced. Second match, Tianqing City Team vs. Wanquan City Team. Third match, Qingyun City Team vs. Luojing City Team. A total of 6 matches. Aside from Zhou Wanxiong from the Tianqing City Team achieving another streak of 7, the other 5 matches were evenly matched. The intensity of the battles was no less than life and death struggles. Fortunately, there were top-notch doctors nearby, with the best healing elixirs prepared, and the referees would intervene when the outcome was clear, preventing any casualties. The high-intensity battles allowed the elite fighters from various base cities to exponentially increase their combat experience, and the audience was thoroughly entertained. The excitement was relentless, so thrilling. A member of the Luojing City team actually unleashed their inner universe and turned the tables. Another streak of 7. The power-specialized Shaxiong battle body, combined with the perfected Vajra body, maximized endurance and strength. As long as they don't meet the Shenyang City team early, they can keep this streak going. Second tier and first tier are completely different species. Unfortunately, this time the Shenyang City team has a bye, so we can't see the prowess of the first pride of Zhengzhou province. Look, the 2 sides for the final match have already taken the stage. With the sound of a bell ringing, the referee's passionate voice echoed. Next up is today's final match, the concluding battle of the day. It will be the Hanchuan City team against the Nanxiang City team, and the first competitors from both sides are the captains of their respective teams, Chen Yunfan and Guan Baiyu. A petite figure leaped onto the more than 2-meter high platform, wielding a crescent blade taller than herself, dragging it on the ground. Chen Yunfan lightly jumped up as well, his gaze thoughtfully assessing his opponent. Guan Baiyu, with her hair styled in a bun, stood at less than 1.6 meters tall, belonging to the very petite category, her appearance fair and cute with a hint of baby fat. In internet slang, she could be described as a lowly dragging a crescent blade. Chen Yunfan had witnessed this lowly's fierce side earlier in the morning, as she had cleaved the opposing team's captain off the platform in one strike, quite ferociously. Charging up? It should be considered an advanced version of regulating breath. I wonder how much power it can enhance. Chen Yunfan was curious. In the morning, Guan Baiyu had managed to defeat an equally matched opponent with a single strike, relying on the ancestral secret technique of the Guan family, the charging technique. After a rough explanation from President Su, Chen Yunfan had a general idea of its effect. By holding one's breath, one could concentrate power into a single point, allowing blood, true essence, and will to reach their peak. A strike delivered in this manner could easily annihilate opponents of the same rank. Chen Yunfan waited for his opponent to finish charging, carefully sensing the power of this strike, while the audience erupted in excitement. What is Chen Yunfan doing? Didn't he realize from the first match this morning that charging can be interrupted? Did Chen Yunfan go to the bathroom during that time and miss Guan Baiyu's fight with another city team? Maybe he has some secret weapon to counter it? Ha ha, what secret weapon? I see just a fool who got in through the back door, who even randomly wrote down 4 types of combat techniques when filling out his specialization. It's too late. Guan Baiyu has already moved. This Chun from the Hanchuan City team will pay for his arrogance. On the platform, Guan Baiyu's eyes had already opened, her aura reaching its peak as she stepped towards Chen Yunfan, the crescent blade dragging behind her, creating a sharp sound against the ground. Zzz. Besides the overflowing battle intent on the platform, there was also a hint of confusion in Guan Baiyu's eyes as she looked at the tall figure 50 meters away. Why wasn't he taking the opportunity to ambush her while she was charging? Could it really be true what they said, that he was just a backdoor entry, a waste who had taken the place of the provincial city's reserve, Muyu? Guan Baiyu was curious, but in the midst of charging, she couldn't breathe, let alone speak. One surge of energy leads to another, and then it wanes. Charging has reached its peak. This strike has at least tripled in power, and combined with the yellow grade superior martial art dragging blade slash, even if I were at the first rank, I wouldn't dare to take it head on. This fool, even at this moment, still doesn't dodge. In the Tianqing City camp, Zhou Wanxian looked at the still motionless Chen Yunfan, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Charging is over, it seems the strike will be the end. Old Su, close your eyes, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept the outcome. Kai Tianming patted Su Shanha's shoulder as if to comfort him, but the grin on his face betrayed his true feelings. The little girl from the Guan family has grasped the charging technique quite well. We can congratulate old Guan later, as the Guan family has gained another genius. Lu Zhouhai's gaze fell on Guan Baiyu, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. On the platform, although he didn't know why he hadn't intervened earlier, everything was now coming to an end. Guan Baiyu thought to herself as she closed the distance to Chen Yunfan, her steps suddenly quickening when she was only 20 paces away. As there were only 10 steps left, Guan Baiyu's speed was so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. When there were only 3 meters to go, Guan Baiyu suddenly turned around. The azure crescent blade, carrying the momentum and the inertia of the turn, slashed down towards Chen Yunfan's head. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, producing a vibrating hum, as if a mountain were crashing down. Just when everyone thought Chen Yunfan would be cleaved off the stage by Guan Baiyu's strike, a loud clang of metal echoed in everyone's ears. Clang! The sound reverberated throughout the entire sports arena. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stage, their expressions of mockery, disdain, pity, and calmness vanished without a trace, leaving only a dazed look. Stunned! On the stage, facing the peak momentum of a thunderous strike capable of cutting down opponents of the same rank, Chen Yunfan effortlessly blocked it with one hand holding a gun. How? How is this possible? Guan Baiyu was horrified. No one knew better than her the power of this strike. Even Zhou Wanxian, with his fierce bare battle body, wouldn't have been able to block it so easily at the first rank. After a few seconds of shock, as she regained her senses, Guan Baiyu's face suddenly turned pale. Those few seconds of delay meant that if the opponent had casually fired a shot, they could have easily killed her in the match, but the opponent did not attack. There was only one reason: the opponent wanted to practice on her. Remembering how Chen Yunfan had not interrupted her when she was gathering momentum, Guan Baiyu became increasingly certain of this thought, her eyes revealing a hint of stubbornness and unwillingness. Although she had already lost, she wanted to see just how big the gap between them was. As her thoughts raced, Guan Baiyu's youthful face tightened, her lips slightly parted. Thank you. Her voice was very soft, leaving Chen Yunfan bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't it just about showing off, and then getting too carried away, causing his arm to go numb and unable to attack for a moment? Why was this girl suddenly thanking him? Before Chen Yunfan could ask, Guan Baiyu's crescent blade suddenly changed its move and swept towards him. The seemingly heavy crescent blade was wielded by Guan Baiyu with great vigor. Muscle girl? The thought flashed through Chen Yunfan's mind, and the sensation in his arm had already returned. Muscles tensed as the flowing cloud gun met the attack. Clang! This time, Chen Yunfan did not underestimate the situation. He fully mobilized the strength added by his diamond body, easily pushing Guan Baiyu back with a single shot. Before Guan Baiyu could react, Chen Yunfan leaped up, swinging the silver-white spear in a wide arc, the cloud patterns on the spear appearing, and the spearhead shining coldly. Like a swimming dragon, it smashed down towards Guan Baiyu. It was the same move as Guan Baiyu's before, but the power was vastly different. Crack! Under the terrifying force of the spear, which was like a mountain pressing down on an egg, the crescent blade that was meant to counter it snapped in two and fell to the ground. Guan Baiyu herself was sent flying by this strike, landing on the ground, her pale lips bleeding, still tightly gripping the broken blade. Silence. A deathly silence. It seemed like the battle had lasted a long time, but from the moment Guan Baiyu finished gathering momentum and took the initiative to attack to being sent flying by Chen Yunfan's spear, it was less than 10 seconds. It was as quick as a rabbit's leap. How is this possible? Zhou Wanxiong's eyes widened in disbelief, and 99% of the audience shared the same thought. Guan Baiyu, who had finished gathering momentum, was actually defeated. She was taken out in an instant. Without the time to block the gathering momentum shot, the two only exchanged one move, and Guan Baiyu was killed. Is the captain of the Hanchuan city team cheating? Damn! Who just said this? Chen Yunfan got in through the back door. Step forward. The audience was in an uproar, but it couldn't wake up Kai Tianming, who had already fallen into a daze. Old Kai, smile more. What does this expression mean? It's too ugly. You look better when you smile. Su Shanha grinned and patted Kai Tianming's shoulder in return. Damn! Su Shanha, you son of a dog. You actually tricked me out of my Thunderfire Essence Stone. Kai Tianming reacted, looking as if he wanted to fight Su Shanha to the death. He had thought that Su Shanha was only bold enough to bet against him because of the strong support from Muyu in the provincial capital. He never expected there was such a fierce competitor hidden inside. A first-tier fighter defeating a first-tier captain, and the only ability displayed was just greater strength. Who knows if there are any other tricks up his sleeve? Even without any other tricks, he could easily break into the top 5 of the league. It's worth noting that this bastard Su Shanha had directly made bets with all the leading martial arts association presidents. With wins and losses, he could at least win 5 shares of resources. The other martial arts association presidents quickly realized they had been duped, but compared to the 7th-tier resource Thunderfire Essence Stone that Kai Tianming had put forth, they were only offering 6th-tier resources. In comparison, it didn't hurt as much. Amidst the chaos in the audience, Chen Yunfan also faced his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th opponents. All the members of the Nashang City team used their utmost skills, but were easily knocked off the stage by Chen Yunfan wielding his spear. Although it's just a mastery-level spear technique, with the power boost from the diamond body, the strength and explosiveness of the technique have increased significantly. It's a pity I haven't found the peak point of the spear, otherwise, I would have reached the perfect realm by now. While thinking this, Chen Yunfan casually thrust his spear, and a fierce wind howled out, the spear moving with the wind, enhanced by absolute force. He easily sent the last student from the Nashang City team flying off the stage. Silence fell, a pin drop could be heard. The audience, who had already watched 3 matches today, saw Chen Yunfan pierce through 7 opponents with first-tier strength, unlike Zhou Wanxiong and Zhang Lingyun. An unexpected dark horse. Windstorm force. How is that possible? This is a mid-tier Xian-level spear technique. How could he reach mastery so quickly? Upon seeing Chen Yunfan casually thrust his spear, with the wind following, Zhang Lingyun's pupils suddenly constricted. No one understood the difficulty of the Wind and Thunder 3000 better than her. With so many masters in her family, it took at least 2 months, or at most a year or 2, to reach the mastery level of Wind and Thunder 3000. How long did it take Chen Yunfan? It had only been a week since he borrowed Wind and Thunder 3000 for observation. Could it be another epiphany? But when he obtained Wind and Thunder 3000, he had already had an epiphany, going from not even entering the door to entering, and then to the proficient realm in the blink of an eye. Could it be that within this week, he had another epiphany? Was it as simple as eating and drinking water for him? No wonder Zhang Lingyun couldn't accept it. As the number 1 prodigy of the Central Plains, she had never had an epiphany in her training. Always envied for her talent, Zhang Lingyun now felt a surge of emotion she had never experienced before: envy. This young man is quite interesting. On the stage, Lu Zhouhai's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he couldn't help but recall his disciple Wang Yang's excited expression when he said there were monsters in this league. Right. Since it was a monster, it shouldn't just be as simple as second-tier strength. His previous focus on the two unplayed second-tier fighters from the Shenyang City team was completely wrong. A first-tier fighter with combat power on par with a second-tier fighter was truly commendable. Thinking of this, Lu Zhouhai's brow furrowed slightly. In the circles of ordinary people and even martial artists, a first-tier fighting a second-tier was definitely considered a prodigy, but it still fell short of the monster Wang Yang spoke of. Could there still be hidden strength? I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's match. Lu Zhouhai smiled, and the nearby Haomin noticed this scene, frowning slightly before gradually relaxing. Such astonishing strength at the first-tier realm. It seems to be a physique specialized in a certain type of power. This year, the Hanchuan base city has truly produced a prodigy, but unfortunately, their cultivation talent is somewhat lacking, currently only at the first rank. There was a hidden meaning in the words, and Lu Zhouhai understood it. However, if the cultivation talent was poor, they wouldn't be called a prodigy by Wang Yang, unless there were other hidden circumstances? Curious, Lu Zhouhai took out his phone and sent a message back to the school to retrieve Chen Yunfan's family information. Today's competition concluded with a battle between the Hanchuan City team and the Nanxiang City team. The points had changed again. First place, Tianqing Base City, 32 points. Second place, Shenyang Base City, 26 points. Third place, Hanchuan Base City, 26 points. Fifth place. Due to the Shenyang City team having a bye, they temporarily dropped from first to second. But since all city teams would have a bye round, no one was worried that the Shenyang City team would lose their top position because of this bye. Instead, Chen Yunfan's impressive string of 7 victories had won the Hanchuan City team a large number of fans. As the electronic program began again, the most watched teams, Shenyang City team and Tianqing City team, now had an additional contender from Hanchuan City team. Everyone's eyes were on the big screen. With a mechanical beep, it signaled the completion of the draw for the first match between the two city teams, and then the names of the two teams appeared in the battle column. Tianqing City team versus Hanchuan City team. No one expected that the electronic program would draw so well, bringing together the two city teams that had shone brightly in the afternoon. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into discussions loud enough to pierce the clouds and crack stones. The electronic system is fairer. If it were a person drawing, they would definitely hold off until the last 2 days to see. Hanchuan City team versus Tianqing City team. Both have a fierce player with a string of 7. But it seems that Zhou Wanxiong is still much stronger. After all, he is a solid second-rank warrior. Yes, although that Captain Chen is also very strong, facing a second-rank warrior with a special battle body, it seems there's not much chance of winning. The originally happy audience suddenly realized something. Although both Chen Yunfan and Zhou Wanxiong had achieved a string of 7 in the afternoon's battle, there was still a gap in their realms. It was fine not to compare, but upon closer inspection, all the audience found that no matter how they looked at it, Chen Yunfan was bound to lose. He's just like me, both are strength-type special physiques, but his cultivation talent is so poor, only at the first rank. It seems that without encountering the Shenyang City team, he still can't unleash his full strength. After watching Chen Yunfan's string of 7, Zhou Wanxiong's disdain lessened significantly, acknowledging Chen Yunfan's talent. However, it was merely acknowledgement. The outcome of tomorrow's arena battle would not change because of it. It seems the little guy is unlucky, encountering our Zhou Wanxiong so early. Winning with a string of 7 today, facing a crushing defeat tomorrow would be too cruel. I should remind Zhou Wanxiong to go easy. What does Master Lu think? The capable Haomin had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, clearly satisfied with the arrangement of this match. It's better to go all out. At this time, holding back against ferocious beasts won't do, as the beasts won't hold back. After Lu Zhouhai said this with a faint smile, his gaze fell on the tall figure in the corner of the arena, his eyes filled with more anticipation than before. Let me see what you can achieve. Before long, the schedule for tomorrow's matches was completely arranged, and all the audience left in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. Chen Yunfan, surrounded by members of the Hanchuan City team, walked towards the training room. Captain, your marksmanship is so cool. Yeah, I also use a gun. I always thought my marksmanship was quite good, but now comparing it to yours, the gap is immediately apparent. To celebrate the Hanchuan City team's rise to second place in the league, Yun is treating everyone to a meal. Ah, why me? Amidst the laughter and chatter, a group of people arrived at a private training room, the temporary base for the Hanchuan City team. Su Shanha had been waiting inside. With his brows relaxed and a slight smile on his lips, he had just had a good time with Kai Tianming, and his mood was exceptionally pleasant. You performed well, kid. A 7th grade resource, consider it a bargain for you today. Su Shanha pulled out a stone from his pocket, entirely crimson with streaks of white, resembling lightning entwined within. A hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes, but he still tossed it to Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan hurriedly stepped forward to catch it, afraid of dropping the stone. The moment he touched it, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected 7th grade resource Thunderfire Essence Stone, valued at 20 million wealth points, successfully stored in the system treasury. Wealth points, 203000000. Wealth points have surpassed 20 million. Chen Yunfan quickly glanced at the system panel, but unfortunately, the plus sign next to the system level remained gray. 1 million was needed for the first upgrade, and 2 million for the second. It was indeed a distant dream. Feeling a mix of emotions, Chen Yunfan was not disappointed. It was unexpected yet within reason. Although the wealth points couldn't update the system for now, they still had other uses, such as adding new martial arts or acquiring and repairing martial arts manuscripts. However, at the moment, it was indeed of no use. He could only wait for the league to end to receive the martial arts secret rewards from the province and city. Chen Yunfan gathered his thoughts and refocused on the Thunderfire Essence Stone. President Su, aren't we supposed to wait until the competition ends to determine the rankings of the two teams? Why did President Kai give you the Thunderfire Essence Stone so early? Speaking of good news, Su Shanha grinned widely again. Isn't it because your performance was too impressive? Tisk TSK, the Guanjia family's accumulation secret technique, when fully charged, only allows those of the same rank to dodge. But you held your gun with one hand and took it head-on, shocking all the Martial Association presidents present. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders understood the intricacies. Others who didn't understand the accumulation technique thought Chen Yunfan was just a genius. But those who knew about the Guanjia family's technique understood how much strength Chen Yunfan needed to withstand that thunderous strike. Even if the Hanchuan City team wasn't a match for the Tianqing City team and the Shenyang City team, with Chen Yunfan's performance today, they were firmly in third place. Thus, Kai Tianming didn't struggle to the end and directly handed the Thunderfire Essence Stone to Su Shanha, which now fell into Chen Yunfan's hands. So that's how it is. This large Thunderfire Essence Stone can be completely refined to form the tip of an S-grade war weapon. Hearing Chen Yunfan's words, Su Shanha's mouth twitched. Others use Thunderfire Essence Stones to forge weapons, incorporating only a small amount of the stone and mixing in some other alloys. But someone like Chen Yunfan, who used an entire Thunderfire Essence Stone to forge a war weapon he had never seen before. Indeed, the nouveau riche was extravagant. This Thunderfire Essence Stone is only enough to forge the tip. You'll also need a gun body that matches the strength of an S-grade war weapon. I suggest you don't look for someone to forge it just yet. Not only is it costly, but there might also be shady dealings involved. Once you get into Wuda, there will be a dedicated forging room inside, with the top forging masters in Xia country, and there won't be any nonsense. Su Shanha advised. One should heed the advice of seniors, as they might have been tricked in the past. Chen Yunfan nodded seriously and put the Thunderfire Essence Stone into his pocket. It was a bit heavy and deformed his pocket, thus reducing its charm value significantly. However, he didn't feel at ease not carrying this 20 million worth item with him. Not that it looks bad. Seeing this, Su Shanha flicked his fingers, and a silver-white ring fell into Chen Yunfan's hand. Space ring, made from the stomach of a void-devouring beast. It's a gift for you. Detected space ring, 1 cubic meter, worth 30 million wealth points, successfully stored in the system treasury. Wealth points, 23,300,000. Chen Yunfan was not polite and put the silver-white space ring on the ring finger of his left hand, while taking out a Thunderfire crystal with his right hand to touch it. Whoosh! The space ring immediately absorbed the Thunderfire crystal. With a thought, Chen Yunfan made the space ring spit the Thunderfire crystal back out. This is the space ring. So amazing. I heard this is a strategic resource. Although it's not expensive, there's no way to buy it. My dad has one, but it's only half a cubic meter, not as big as the captain's. The team members gathered around like curious children, watching Chen Yunfan continuously test the effects of the space ring. What a good thing. It's so convenient to store items, and it seems to have other uses. Chen Yunfan waved his left hand towards Su Shiyun. Suddenly thinking of something, he turned and slapped the shoulder of Kai Koen, who had come closer. A flash of white light, and Kai Koen's battlesuit was absorbed into the space ring, leaving him in nothing but a pair of pink boxers. What the hell? Kai Koen was startled, while the other three girls immediately lowered their heads. Muyu and another boy, Meng Hanpeng, showed strange expressions. Pink. No wonder he was so flamboyant, getting up early to put on makeup every day. Could it be that he had some special preference? The two, along with Chen Yunfan, silently took a step back, creating some distance. Captain. Kai Koen wore a face that looked worse than crying, and Chen Yunfan returned the battlesuit to him. After changing clothes, Kai Kun stared at the space ring in Chen Yunfan's hand as if he had discovered a new continent. I didn't expect it could be used like this. During a fight, you could directly use the space ring to suck away the opponent's weapons and clothes, forcing them to be distracted, thus increasing our chances of winning. That's brilliant, especially against female opponents. It would definitely be more effective. Meng Hanpang clapped his hands in agreement, but immediately drew the angry glares of the three girls. Just kidding. Meng Hanpeng quickly shut up and stepped back, afraid of angering the three ladies. Alright, stop thinking about these crooked ideas. During battle, the opponent's true essence and blood protect their body, which also wraps their clothes and weapons, so it's impossible to suck them away with the space ring. In the end, it was Su Shanha who dashed Chen Yunfan's idea. After chatting a bit more about the competition tomorrow morning, the 7 members of the city team left the training room and walked towards the provincial sports hall. There are too many bustling places in the provincial city. They barely explored 1/10 yesterday afternoon, so they naturally continued to wander today. Wanbao Building, Tianlong Guild, Ancient Martial Arts Sect Ruins, Science and Technology Museum. Time flew by, and before they knew it, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant around 10 o'clock. They were cooking the meat of second-tier fierce beasts, flame-tailed cattle and giant-horned sheep, with a medicinal nourishing broth. A meal cost 30,000 yuan, but the effect was surprisingly good. Feeling a surge of pure energy entering the body, Long Huin was ecstatic, and the cultivation speed increased to 300%. Realm, first grade, progress 94%. Although the effect was not as good as the 100 Beast Spirit liquid, it was still much better than ordinary meals. I'm going to buy some drinks, do you want anything? Just as the hot pot restaurant ran out of drinks, Chen Yunfan had to go out to buy water, asking the team members before leaving. I'll have the free ones. Me too. Coke with ice. We'll just have orange juice. Stepping out of the hot pot restaurant, the night breeze brushed against Chen Yunfan's face, easing the heat within him. Shaking off his body, Chen Yunfan scanned his surroundings. 300 meters down the street, there was a 24-hour supermarket. He strode towards it, but his brow gradually furrowed from relaxation into a tight line. Chen Yunfan could feel that 4 or 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on him from the shadows by the roadside. People from the Destiny sect? The first thought that crossed his mind was that group of lunatics who had attacked the military camp wearing masks. Whether for revenge or because of his physique, they had reasons to act. However, what he didn't expect was their audacity to prepare to strike at him in the provincial capital. Wait. Chen Yunfan suddenly shook his head. If they were to act now, it would mean they had been watching me for a long time, and according to the system's assessment, I should be in danger. Then I shouldn't have gained any wealth value from obtaining the Thunderfire Essence and the Spatial Ring this evening. Who exactly are they? Or perhaps, these people's target was not him at all. He had just accidentally stumbled into their ambush? Chen Yunfan pondered in his heart, but on the surface, he showed no signs of disturbance. Following his previous route, he entered the supermarket, walking to the freezer to pick out drinks while keeping an eye on the interior of the store. In the small supermarket of about 100 square meters, there were 7 people inside, including the cashier. It was 10 p.m., and this was not a bustling area. The supermarket was just a common small one on the street. How could there suddenly be so many people coming in to shop? Moreover, it seemed that only the middle-aged white-collar worker standing in front of the adult products shelf was genuinely shopping, carefully selecting items. Excluding the cashier, the 5 other customers were all around 18 or 19 years old, wandering around various sections of the supermarket, but their gazes often unintentionally fell on the middle-aged white-collar worker. A capture? Could it be another fugitive? Chen Yunfan speculated, recalling that he had heard the president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Shanha, mention that the authorities were particularly furious about the Holy Body Sect's surprise attack on the elite training camp in Hanchuan. They encouraged people from all walks of life to report and capture members of the Holy Body Sect, offering substantial resources as task rewards. Consequently, the Holy Body Sect throughout the Summer Kingdom had been subjected to bloody suppression, with the worst situation in the province of Zhangzhou. The information obtained from members of the Holy Body Sect in Hanchuan was all about the sect's activities within Zhangzhou province. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud. For the past week, all the base cities in Zhangzhou province had been conducting operations to track down and capture members of the Holy Body Sect. The people hiding outside are probably also from the authorities. With the situation becoming clear, Chen Yunfan had no intention of getting involved. With 5 capturing one, and others guarding outside, the members of the Holy Body Sect were like insects caught in a spider's web. They couldn't escape. He decided to quickly grab his drinks and return to the hot pot restaurant, eat and drink well, then head back to the gym to rest. Hello, I'm here to check out. Chen Yunfan placed the drinks on the counter, and the female cashier, who was observing the white-collar worker, was startled. Oh, okay. The cashier fumbled with the computer, but the cash register interface froze. Chen Yunfan's expression turned astonished as the cashier's face flushed red with anxiety, desperately clicking the screen in an attempt to fix it. However, it was futile. Clearly, this was also someone from the authorities. The real cashier might be hiding in the back room or outside. I have cash. This should be enough, no need for change. He took out a red Great Xia currency note for the cashier, and Chen Yunfan filled his bag with drinks, preparing to leave. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The middle-aged white-collar worker, who had been selecting items a few meters away, suddenly lunged at Chen Yunfan, his expression shifting from calm to ferocious. The few people responsible for the capture clearly hadn't expected that they had already been exposed, nor did they anticipate that a cornered member of the Holy Body sect would dare to take the initiative. But why charge at an unrelated person? This was bad. He wants to take a hostage to escape. Xing Yao, protect that guest. Everyone else, attack together. A loud shout rang out, but the girl in charge of the cash register was a bit slow to react due to her earlier embarrassment. Just as she was about to make a move, the middle-aged white-collar man had already rushed behind Chen Yunfan, locking his arm around Chen Yunfan's neck and glaring menacingly at the group of students. A bunch of wet behind-the-ears kids, you think you can catch your grandpa? Everyone disperse, step back, and tell the inspection dogs outside to get lost. At this moment, the middle-aged white-collar man was holding Chen Yunfan hostage, standing at the supermarket exit, with a group of students in front of him and 4 or 5 uniformed inspectors from the inspection bureau standing on the street behind him. Despicable. If you have the guts, let go of the innocent bystander and face me one-on-one. If you win, I'll personally escort you out of the city. A student, whose waist was even thicker than Zhou Wanxiong's, pointed angrily at the middle-aged man with a ring he had taken from his spatial ring. They were all college students, freshmen, and this was their first mission. Being a bit slow had allowed a bystander to be taken hostage by a criminal. If this got back to the university, losing credits would be the least of their worries. They would lose face completely. Ha ha, I'm a member of a cult, and you dare call me despicable. Well, I truly appreciate your compliment. But kid, you're just relying on numbers. If it were just the two of us here, if I didn't beat the crap out of you, I'd say you were clean. With a hostage in hand, the middle-aged man was quite arrogant, nearly provoking the college students into action with his words. On your first mission, and you mess it up like this. You really disappoint me. A cold voice rang out, and the middle-aged man quickly turned to look. Not far behind him, another person had appeared. Senior. The 6 college students who had just been ready to skin the Holy Body cult alive immediately wilted upon seeing the newcomer. Yunfan? As the middle-aged man turned, the hostage was also forced to turn, and Wang Yang immediately recognized the familiar face of the hostage, stunned on the spot. Chen Yunfan was equally astonished. Brother Wang. Looking at Chen Yunfan, who was holding a drink and had an innocent expression, Wang Yang's mouth twitched. Yunfan, what? What kind of look is that? Although he hadn't participated in the resistance against the Holy Body cult that night, his father was the education director, Wang Chuan, so he was somewhat aware of what had happened. Initially, Wang Yang thought his father was telling a story, but after verifying with Su Shanha and Tang Long, and having seen the third-grade martial artist Luo Chuan's head that Chen Yunfan had taken, he completely believed it. So fierce. He had used the destiny pill to advance to the 2nd grade and then killed a 3rd grade. Such a fierce person could be taken hostage by a 2nd grade member of the Holy Body cult? The difficulty of a 2nd grade killing a 3rd grade was completely different from a 1st grade killing a 2nd grade. At this moment, although Chen Yunfan didn't have the destiny pill's assistance, killing a 2nd grade was probably something he could do with ease. It's nothing, just experiencing what it feels like to be taken hostage. Chen Yunfan smiled, and the two of them chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. The middle-aged man disguised as a member of the Holy Body cult had veins bulging on his forehead. Do you think you can just ignore me? And you, kid, you're currently being taken hostage, not chatting casually in a foot bath, got it? In his anger, the middle-aged man tightened his arm around Chen Yunfan's neck slightly, wanting to make Chen Yunfan shut up and show the surrounding people that he was a ruthless member of the Holy Body cult. However, after applying slight pressure, the middle-aged man froze in place, unable to help but look down. He remembered he was holding a high school student, not a solid metal pillar, but why, under the pressure of his arm, did the supposedly weak neck show no signs of collapsing at all? Strange, could it be that this position makes it hard to exert force? Or is this guy's neck naturally soft? Whatever, I'll just take one of your arms as punishment for your nonsense. The middle-aged white-collar worker grabbed Chen Yunfan's arm with his right hand, pulling hard once, then again, and then again with even more force. Not a hair was out of place, and there were no signs of anything that could be torn. How could this be? The white-collar worker was stunned. A second-tier martial artist could unleash several tons of power. Logically, Tearing off a high school student's arm should be as easy as breaking a noodle for an ordinary person. But why was this slender arm so sturdy? "Are you done making a scene?" A calm voice rang out, and the white-collar worker froze. No matter how slow he was to react, he knew that the high school student before him was not simple. He released his grip, stepped back, and threw a powerful punch at Chen Yunfan's back. He couldn't run away now, he could only trade blows. "Watch out!" Someone shouted from among the students, but Chen Yunfan remained motionless, watching the fist come toward him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the supermarket, deafening. Chen Yunfan still did not move, but the white-collar worker had already stepped back in fear. "Is it over? Now it's my turn." Chen Yunfan turned around, looking calmly at the white-collar worker. When he had just entered the first tier, he could fight against second-tier martial artists with various martial arts. Now, with his cultivation nearing the second tier and his blood in true essence capacity multiplied several times, he was in urgent need of a second-tier opponent to practice against. Just in time, someone had come to him. The defense test was complete, now it was time to test his attack power. As Chen Yunfan's words fell, Wang Yang stepped back. The mission to capture members of the Holy Body sect was a matter of life and death. As long as the head was intact, they could return to report. He also wanted to see for himself the strength of this father's inner dragon in Han Xuan. As Wang Yang stepped back, the other members of the inspection bureau followed suit, and after some hesitation, the 6 students also retreated. Their gazes toward Chen Yunfan were filled with curiosity. They were all students of Shanghai Martial University, the top talents in their respective cities, but even so, none of them had complete confidence in taking down this member of the Holy Body sect alone. Could this high school student, who looked even younger than them, really succeed? Although the other party had just managed to block the white-collar worker's punch, which was indeed impressive, in a life-and-death struggle, experienced fighters held the absolute advantage. However, judging by Senior Wang's demeanor, he seemed to have a lot of faith in this person, so they could only focus intently on the side, ready to help if the other side showed any signs of decline. The retreat of several people made the white-collar worker consider fleeing. "Don't even think about running. The one behind you is a 4th-tier master, you can't escape. Your only chance of survival is to use all your strength to defeat me." Chen Yunfan cracked his knuckles, and a shimmering light appeared on his skin. The battle with the Luojing City team earlier had felt like child's play, and he hadn't even used a third of his strength, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Now was the perfect time to let loose. "Humph, you're at most a 2nd tier. How can you be so confident you can win?" "What if I win?" The white-collar worker snorted coldly. "If you win, I'll personally escort you out of the provincial city." As Chen Yunfan's voice fell, the white-collar worker hadn't even had time to feel pleased when a deafening dragon's roar erupted in his ears. Roar! In a daze, the white-collar worker found the scenery around him had changed. He stood at the edge of a cliff, below was an abyss of hell, and a chilling, mournful sound rose from below, sending shivers down his spine. Illusion! The white-collar worker reacted quickly. He broke free from the dragon's roar in less than 2 seconds, but it was already too late. Flame explosion! A low chant sounded, and a fist wrapped in fiery, glassy light slammed hard into the white-collar worker's chest. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed violently, as the middle-aged white-collar worker seemed to be struck by a speeding truck. In an instant, he flew across the 100-meter-wide street from the store entrance and landed on a large tree on the other side. His 6 students from Shanghai University gasped in shock at the sight. Second-tier internal conflict. A single reveal and it's over. What kind of monster from which school is this, to be so fierce? Wait, since Senior Wang Yang knows him, and seeing that the other's age is similar to theirs, could he also be studying at Shanghai University? But with such strength, why had they never heard of him in school? Reflecting on how they had just planned to step in and help when the other's strength was exhausted, it was simply embarrassing. Indeed, after my cultivation has increased, second-tier opponents are no longer my match. However, fighting against a third tier is still unlikely. Chen Yunfan sighed inwardly. He had fought against a third tier while taking the destiny pill before, and his current strength still couldn't face a third tier. But once his cultivation completely broke through to the second tier, he would be able to match most third-tier fighters. Realm, first tier, progress 94%. TSK, Yunfan, you're too ungrateful. A first tier can one-punch a second-tier warrior. That strength is already astonishing. If you can even fight a third tier, wouldn't those who spent years, even over a decade, reaching third tier be so ashamed they'd want to jump into a cesspit to die? Wang Yang looked Chen Yunfan up and down, his shock still not fading. Although he had guessed this outcome, seeing it unfold was still unbelievable. Wah! What? First tier. Senior, you're not joking, he's really a first-tier warrior? How is that possible? A first-tier warrior just one-shot a second tier from the Holy Body sect? The originally silent 6-member team was now in an uproar. their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Chen Yunfan. A first tier defeating a second tier, while rare, was not unheard of at Shanghai University, which had many prodigies. If one really looked for it, they could find some, but those were against ordinary second-tier warriors. According to their investigation, the second-tier warrior from the Holy Body sect who had just been killed was at the peak of the second tier, and once he refined his muscles with chi and true essence, he would reach the third tier. They had never heard of a first tier being able to defeat a peak second-tier warrior. What would I gain from lying to you? Do you think just getting into Shanghai University is impressive? Yunfan is still just a high school student. Which of you is his match? Not to mention being his match, you all nearly failed a foolproof mission. You should really reflect on that. Taking this opportunity, Wang Yang scolded a few juniors. Arrogance and underestimating the enemy are the biggest taboos for warriors. Thank you, senior, we understand. The group of students nodded in shame, then looked at Chen Yunfan as if he were a monster. It had only been a year since they graduated high school. How could they not know that high school students were this impressive now? One punch severely injuring a peak second-tier warrior. With the fugitive severely injured and captured, the matter came to a close, and Chen Yunfan and Wang Yang sat by the roadside chatting. At this rate, the college entrance examination will be your time to shine. I just wonder what kind of benefits those corporations, guilds, sects, universities, and even the military will offer to win you over. Really makes one envious. Wang Yang hadn't expected that even as a fourth-year student already at the fourth tier, with a grandmaster as a mentor, he would have a day of envying others. So, Brother Wang, aren't you going to make an offer to win over Shanghai University? Chen Yunfan said with a smile. Is that really possible? If it really is, no matter what you want, I'll help you get it, even if I have to resort to trickery, and then guarantee your admission to Shanghai University. It's a pity you're so shrewd. In the end, you'll definitely want to compare prices with 3 different places, Wang Yang said with a sigh. As far as he knew, during Mentor Lu Jiu's 2 days in the provincial capital, countless forces had already come knocking, wanting the recommendation spots in Lu Jiu's hands. Yet now, when he offered it to Chen Yunfan didn't even want it. Who would believe that? By the way, Yunfan, what's your current strength? Wang Yang asked curiously, looking at Chen Yunfan. The students from Shanghai University, who were busy with the aftermath, also perked up their ears at this moment. They were equally curious about the question. My blood and true essence are almost at their peak, and I'm just 1 step away from completing skin tempering. I guess I can be considered at the peak of the first rank, Chen Yunfan replied. Upon hearing Chen Yunfan's admission, the students gasped in shock once again. Peak of the first rank? Then you're not far from the second rank. Once you reach the second rank, I bet it would be hard for anyone at the third rank to defeat you. This year's top scholar in Zhengzhou province truly belongs to you. Wang Yang sighed, but Chen Yunfan didn't respond. No matter the situation, setting a flag always leads to bad outcomes. It's best to let things unfold naturally. However, if given the chance, he would definitely strive for the position of provincial top scholar. His family was poor, and if he continued to hide his strength, it could really lead to starvation. After chatting for a while, Chen Yunfan stood up to say goodbye. Alright, once my team task is over in a couple of days, I'll definitely go to the provincial gym to watch you fry fish, Wang Yang said with a smile. Chen Yunfan nodded and then walked towards the provincial gym with the city team members who had been waiting nearby. Running into members of the Holy Body sect twice in 2 days, this luck is, in a way, too good. I heard it seems to be related to the raid on our training camp. The higher-ups are furious and have issued a nationwide bounty. I heard a second-rank martial artist can fetch at least 2 million. That much. I thought the captain just ignored the Holy Body sect we dealt with earlier because they weren't worth anything. Turns out it's not that they're worthless, but the captain looks down on money as if it were dirt. Yunfan, what's wrong? A group of people chatted as they walked, but Chen Yunfan suddenly stopped, and Su Shiyun turned to look at Chen Yunfan, whose face had turned pale, with a puzzled expression. Nothing at all. Let's just head back to rest, Chen Yunfan said, suppressing the urge to confront the Holy Body sect members, and followed the team back to the provincial gym. There were arranged rooms upstairs, all single rooms, very comfortable. After closing the door, Chen Yunfan took out a bottle of beast spirit liquid and downed it in one go. Feeling a surge of pure energy enter his body, Long Huin was ecstatic, and the cultivation speed increased to 1000%, lasting for 4 hours. Realm, first rank, progress 94%, the system's voice rang out, but there was not a trace of a smile on Chen Yunfan's face. In the past few days, I've consumed at least 15 bottles of beast spirit liquid, spending around 3 million, yet my cultivation hasn't increased at all. Could it be that the memories about the swallowing heaven demon art are true? Going against the heavens, suffering heavenly punishment, talent shackled, only those with great willpower can cultivate. Chen Yunfan silently recited a line from his memory. He had actually remembered this line all along, but during the previous week, with the help of the beast spirit liquid, his cultivation progress had soared, so he hadn't taken it seriously. However, ever since his cultivation progress reached 90%, the speed had slowed down increasingly, and even the blood in true essence that had filled his body began to feel empty. It wasn't that the blood in true essence had decreased, but rather that compared to before, the vessel that contained them had grown larger. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yunfan called Su Shanhe. No one answered, he must have been asleep. Chen Yunfan then tried calling the beautiful teacher Chiu Suyue. To his surprise, even though it was almost midnight, the call was actually connected. On the other end of the video call, in a tent, the person wore a black tank top that accentuated a rounded in full chest, and a lazy voice came through as they yawned. Hey, where's Yunfan? Is there something going on this late? Chen Yunfan was a bit curious. Teacher Chiu, you're still awake? I thought you had already fallen asleep. Isn't it still because of you? I haven't stopped receiving calls all night. Me? Chen Yunfan was curious about what was happening. In the evening, you were on the provincial city stage, looking impressive, and before the battle was even over, someone called me. They said I had taught a good student and wanted me to be a spokesperson, to become an internet celebrity, a whole bunch of nonsense that I rejected. Later, as the calls kept coming, I added a few important numbers to my whitelist and rejected all others, but I didn't expect to receive your call. Is there something urgent? Chiu Suyue steered the conversation back on track. She knew this student too well. While others would be eager to pester a beautiful teacher like her, this student was someone who only called when necessary. This time, he must have encountered something. Actually, they weren't wrong. Thanks to you, Teacher Chiu, for your hard work, I've been able to develop. Stop joking around, let's talk about serious matters. Chen Yunfan briefly explained his physical condition to Chiu Suyue. I see. Can you tell me how much your current capacity for qi and true essence is compared to before? Chen Yunfan thought for a moment and held up 2 fingers to the video call. 2 times? That's about the standard for a normal spirit body, so that's considered normal. Chiu Suyue murmured to herself. Teacher Chiu, you misunderstood. I meant 20 times. Chen Yunfan kindly reminded her, and he immediately saw Chiu Suyue's beautiful eyes widen, her red lips slightly parted, and she instantly became alert. She was startled awake. Yunfan, you're not joking with your teacher, are you? After a long pause, Chiu Suyue finally spoke with a trembling voice. Why do you say that? Is that a lot? Chen Yunfan asked cautiously. In fact, he had just told a little lie. 20 times was based on his current 94% cultivation progress. If he reached 100%, it might even reach 30 times. Right now, if calculated by quantity, the qi and true essence in his body had already reached the level of a second-grade martial artist, which was also the key factor in why he could defeat a peak second-grade martial artist with a single punch. But not knowing whether this value was high or low, Chen Yunfan understated it by 1/3, and unexpectedly, it shocked Chiu Suyue greatly. You don't understand, so you don't know the concept behind it. Let me explain. A martial artist's body is like a bottle. The bottle can be big or small, but it doesn't differ too much. The process of refining qi and true essence is like pouring water into the bottle. When the water is full, it will overflow. When the qi and true essence fill the body, it naturally cannot advance further, or else it will damage the body and waste one's martial arts. At this point, under normal circumstances, the skin refining would have been completed, and the qi and true essence would have merged with the flesh, thus entering the second grade. However, this is based on the condition that everyone's bottle is roughly the same, but some people are born with special physiques, meaning their bottles are a bit larger, allowing them to hold more qi and true essence. Coupled with their physique and anomalies, they can sweep through their peers. The capacity of a battle body is 1 time that of an ordinary cultivator, a spirit body is 2 to 3 times, and a king body is around 8 times. 20 times, unheard of. After Chiu Suyue's explanation, Chen Yunfan completely understood this concept and finally realized why she was so astonished. 8 times is the royal physique, so in the eyes of the opponent, his 20 times must be a stable imperial-level constitution, right? But actually, it's not. Once the devouring heaven demon technique is cultivated, the royal physique is merely a dish on the table, ready to be consumed at any time. Seeing Chen Yunfan in a daze, Chiu Suyue thought he was afraid she would leak the information, so she smiled and spoke up. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. This matter is a secret between the 2 of us, and no one else will know. Thank you. Besides forgetting to recover while lost in thought, Chen Yunfan indeed had the idea of hiding his physical condition. The people from the Holy Body sect are too crazy. They even engage in such frenzied acts as raiding camps. If the news of the royal physique leaks, the entire holy body sect would probably swarm to the provincial city like hyenas smelling blood. When it comes to the holy body sect, one must be a bit cautious. He could hide for now, but if they insisted on coming to their doom, he would definitely not hold back. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yunfan set an alarm. He planned to sleep for 4 hours, then drink a bottle of beast spirit liquid, allowing the dragon and tiger chant to operate and cultivate for 24 hours, aiming to break through to the second rank as soon as possible. The next day, while still eating in the cafeteria, Chen Yunfan could already hear the roaring sounds from the gymnasium. Seriously, do students and workers not have to get up early anymore? They arrive at the venue earlier than I do for the competition. Holding a few buns filled with fierce beast meat, Chen Yunfan walked out of the cafeteria and bumped into a group of players from the Hanchuan City team. Aren't you guys eating breakfast? Why are you only coming now? And what's with the smiles? Did you all find money? Chen Yunfan looked puzzled, not understanding the situation. Captain, don't doubt it, someone really is giving away money. That Zhou Wanquan set up a betting pool, betting on who will be the final winner between you and him. His winning odds are 1 to 1, while your odds are 1 to 10. Kai Koan was the first to jump in and explain. Chen Yunfan immediately couldn't sit still. Stop talking nonsense, lead the way, I want to place a bet too. But Kai Koan didn't move. Captain, it's too late now. Someone just reported the betting pool, and Zhou Wanquan got scolded by the president of his martial arts association. The betting has been forced to close, and no new bets are being accepted. What a pity, I spent all my money on battle suits and soldiers before, and now I only have 1 million left. I could only make 10 million this time. Kai Koan looked regretful, and the others had the same expression. Me too, I only had a few 100,000 in my pocket. The earnings are too little. I just called my brother to borrow money, and he pretended to be dumb and hung up. Let's see if I don't break his legs when I get back. Yun is still rich, betting 10 million this time, and by the end of the morning, it'll turn into 100 million. She'll really become a little rich lady. Even Muyu, who had been wearing a deadpan expression, casually mentioned a number, 2 million. 2 million is 20 million, enough to buy 7th level resources. Chen Yunfan quickly calculated and suddenly felt that the buns in his hand were no longer appetizing. He lost several 100 million just to eat. But aren't you afraid Zhou Wanquan won't be able to pay up later? Chen Yunfan raised a question. Kai Koan's expression was strange. Captain, although we all believe in your strength, more people, to be precise, 99% of them, are betting on Zhou Wanquan to win. I heard several martial arts association presidents secretly placed bets. Chen Yunfan immediately understood. Since no one expected him to win, he must win, and win decisively. There's no helping it, he was born with a rebellious spirit. At the provincial gymnasium, the center of the venue, today's audience is even more lively than yesterday, as the first match is the main event. It features the Hanchuan City team and the Tianqing City team, both of whom completed a string of 7 yesterday. To see this match, even before dawn, a long line had already formed outside the venue. I believe all the spectators have been looking forward to today's match for a long time. Without further ado, let us welcome the top competitors from the 2 city teams. They are Zhou Wanxiong from Tianqing City and Chen Yunfan from Hanchuan City. The two leaped onto the stage with ease. Zhou Wanxiong sized up Chen Yunfan from 100 meters away and then shook his head slightly. What a pity, with your physique, you still had a slight chance of winning against me. That was if you had used last night to squeeze out your potential and raised your cultivation to the 2nd rank, then you would have had the ability to barely fight me. Unfortunately, your talent in cultivation is too poor, and you ultimately failed to reach that step. So, in the next moment, I will give you the respect and dignity you deserve as I send you off the stage. As Zhou Wanxiong finished speaking, his body began to swell, eventually reaching a height of 2 meters and 2 centimeters, his muscles nearly bursting through his battle attire. With a tiger's back and a bear's waist, combined with a pair of fiercely aggressive eyes, a fierce aura surged forth. What drew the most attention, however, were his thick hands, comparable to bear paws. No one doubted that a single slap from him could smash a person's head like a watermelon. By the end, he no longer resembled a human but rather a terrifying giant bear standing upright. This Zhou Wanxiong is really arrogant. The match hasn't even started, and he's already decided the outcome. If I had his strength, I would be even more arrogant. Indeed, while his words may not be pleasant, they are the truth. A 1st rank cannot possibly defeat a 2nd rank, unless the Chen from Hanchuan broke through to the 2nd rank last night, but clearly, he did not. I just wonder how far Chen Yunfan can push Zhou Wanxiong. If he can't wear him down enough, then a string of defeats is still unavoidable. The murmurs from the audience continued. Yesterday, many had high hopes for Chen Yunfan, but today, not a single one remained. The reason was that yesterday afternoon, the image of Chen Yunfan easily achieving a string of 7 was too strong, so the audience was very eager. But once the audience returned home and calmed down, they suddenly realized a problem. Although both were a string of 7, how could a first rank defeat a second rank? The so-called strong versus strong duel was merely a fantasy stirred up by the excitement of the audience. If it really came to blows, it would likely be a ruthless, crushing defeat. In terms of realm, physique, combat experience, and physical strength, it was a complete suppression. Not bad, the strength has increased again. The fluctuation of vital energy is already 3 times that of the same rank's second rank, comparable to a spiritual body. Haomen looked at the stage, very satisfied with the fluctuation of vital energy emanating from Zhou Wanxiong. Although the battle body typically only increases vital energy capacity by an average of 1 time, the Sha Xiong battle body specializes in enhancing physical quality, so the increase is particularly remarkable, reaching 3 times. While others can unleash a force of 1,000 calories of vital energy with a punch, Zhou Wanxiong can unleash 3,000 calories. Even if he encounters the number 1 prodigy of Zhengzhou, Zheng Lingyun, he may still be able to fight. Haomen looked towards the students from Shenyang City, filled with confidence in her own student. Thick vital energy, solid foundation, and the specialized close combat Sha Xiong battle body, very good. I wonder if President Hao has the intention to take this genius under her wing. A thin man with a wine-stained nose was pouring liquor from a gourd into his mouth nearby. Having a senior like the beggar's sect value him as an honor for this student, but as for joining a sect, I still need to ask him. After all, some families may not find it convenient. Haomen showed no impatience towards the disheveled man with the wine-stained nose. Instead, she appeared particularly respectful. Like Lu Zhouhe, this man was also a grandmaster of the 7th rank. He came from the beggar's sect. The current beggar's sect is not like the ancient ones that roamed the streets begging or engaging in other illegal activities, but rather one of the 4 great ancient martial arts sects of the Xia kingdom. Members of the beggar's sect enjoy drinking and are not skilled with weapons, but they are all experts in close combat. It can be said that every disciple of the beggar's sect is a master of body refinement. Moreover, it is rumored that within the beggar's sect, there is a unique secret recipe for medicinal baths specifically designed to refine flesh, tendons, and bones. With years of use, it allows ordinary martial artists to increase their total vitality and true essence to match that of a battle body. The only pity is that the increase is only in the total amount of vitality and true essence, lacking the special enhancements that a battle body possesses, but the effect is already quite formidable. Every year, a large number of prodigies join the beggar's sect because of this. Cut. President Hao is really boring. Isn't it just that he thinks we sects are not free? Just say it. Besides, joining the beggar's sect isn't without its benefits. At least we masters treat our disciples like our own sons. It's much more reliable than the teacher-student relationship in modern universities. When there's an issue, we really step up. The beggar's day and night had no qualms, directly exposing Haomen's thoughts. Haomen was so frightened that he quickly smiled and said, "Senior beggar, you jest. How could that be? It is an honor for a student to be valued by a grandmaster like you. However, I'm just leading the team. These matters still need to be consulted with the student and their parents, and I hope the grandmaster understands." Compared to ancient martial arts sects, Haomen naturally hoped that Zhou Wanxiong would enter a university, where the resources and opportunities are broader. However, the beggar's sect is also a good alternative. If he really can't secure a guaranteed admission spot and ends up having to learn from an ordinary teacher at the university, it would indeed be better to go to the beggar's sect and learn from this grandmaster. But looking at it now, that possibility is minimal. After all, the only one who could surpass Zhou Wanxiong, Zheng Lingyun, has already been taken in as a disciple by Shushan, and among the remaining students, no one is a match for Zhou Wanxiong. Right now, in the entire Zhengzhou province, Zhou Wanxiong is the absolute number 1 genius. The guaranteed admission spot is secure. Alright, then after you ask, regardless of whether that kid agrees or not, remember to give me a heads up. Beggar's day and night waved his hand in boredom, and Haomen nodded and left. In fact, the position she had just stood in was the best viewing spot, where she had been sitting with several martial association presidents. But today, she no longer had that privilege. Many experts from various sects, associations, groups, and universities were arriving one after another, aiming to discover some talents to join during the provincial league in the coming days. Compared to these renowned experts, having 5th-tier strength was simply not enough. Just a few steps out, she was invited by the Grandmaster of the Zhengzhou Tianxiong Association for a chat. The Shaixian battle body is in high demand, especially with Zhengzhou's number 1 genius, Zheng Lingyun, already taken in by Shushan. No one wanted to miss out on the second genius. Once the battle body grows, becoming a Grandmaster is basically a given. Damn, the Shaixian battle body is really popular. It seems I need to invest some resources. Beggar's day and night felt a bit annoyed and then looked curiously at the bearded Lu Zhouhe beside him, asking, "Old Lu, what do you have in your hands that you're looking at so closely? Is that student information? And it's not Zhou Wanxiong. Could it be that among these remaining people, there's a student even more talented than Zhou Wanxiong? Chen Yunfan? Beggars Day and Night took the information from Lu Jiuhua's hands, glanced at the contents, and then frowned. Old Lu, your judgment isn't great. From the information, the student named Chen Yunfan seems quite ordinary. By the way, Chen Yunfan, isn't that the young man who was going to battle Zhou Wanxiong on stage? What terrible luck! Beggars Day and Night sighed, but Lu Jiuhua remained silent. If the information was true, then the other party couldn't possibly have the strength to string together 7 victories yesterday. Everyone is optimistic about Zhou Wanxiong, but I, an old man, have my hopes on you, Chen Yunfan. I hope you won't let me down. Lu Jiuhua looked at the arena, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. On the arena. Let me borrow a famous saying from version T0. Why are you so ordinary, yet so confident? Chen Yunfan spoke, having seen countless second-tier martial artists die under his hands. After reaching the peak of his vitality and true essence, he was 30 times stronger than others of the same rank. He didn't flaunt it, so why should the other party? Confidence comes from strength. If you had strength like mine, you would be just as confident. But unfortunately, you don't. However, your talent is quite good. Perhaps we can be friends. I'll go easy on you later, no need to thank me. Zhou Wanxiong stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a senior expert. In fact, before yesterday, Zhou Wanxiong had always looked down on him, believing he was unworthy to be compared with himself and Zhang Lingyun, merely a topic for the audience. But Chen Yunfan's impressive performance of defeating 7 opponents in yesterday's match forced Zhou Wanxiong to admit that the other party's talent was indeed strong. And those with talent and potential are always welcomed wherever they go. Coincidentally, Zhou Wanxiong planned to establish his own guild after graduating from university, so he needed a solid team of talents. Naturally, he noticed the outstanding Chen Yunfan on the arena, and he intended to hold back a bit in the upcoming match, showcasing a bit of his kingly aura, hoping to recruit the other party as a subordinate. In short, he wanted to recruit a little brother with his kingly aura. Enough of this nonsense, it's really annoying. Chen Yunfan looked at the referee, his patience completely exhausted. Wah! What? Zhou Wanxiong's deliberately indifferent expression stiffened, staring blankly at Chen Yunfan, thinking he must have misheard something. At that moment, the referee's voice announcing the start of the match rang out. In the next instant, Chen Yunfan vanished from his spot. Before Zhou Wanxiong could react, he felt an immense force suddenly strike his waist, like a comet crashing into the blue planet. Instinctively, Zhou Wanxiong activated his diamond body, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. Like a small sun, his defensive power surged exponentially. The martial art diamond body from the holy martial realm, upon reaching the perfected state, would radiate golden light, significantly increasing strength and defense. Coupled with the bare battle body centered on physical constitution, no one of the same rank could break through his defenses. This was one of Zhou Wanxiong's long-standing sources of confidence. But, boom! Under Chen Yunfan's whip kick, Zhou Wanxiong's proud diamond body instantly cracked like a spider web, then exploded into pieces. Puff! Zhou Wanxiong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of confusion. But he had no chance to voice it, as he was sent flying like a cannonball under the residual force of the kick. He crashed hard onto the arena surface, creating a deep pit. Silence. Everyone looked at the arena, now shrouded in debris and dust, in dead silence. The provincial gymnasium, which could hold over 100,000 people, was utterly quiet. The audience, who had previously determined that Zhou Wanxiong would win with a crushing victory, now stared blankly at the debris and dust, like ducks with their throats squeezed. Crushing victory, indeed, but it was a reversal of fate, with first-tier Chen Yunfan crushing second-tier Zhou Wanxiong. What the hell? Wasn't it said that with the second-tier realm, plus the bare battle body, and the perfected diamond body, Zhou Wanxiong's defense was invincible among second-tier fighters? How could he be taken out in an instant? The whole thing took less than a second, faster than I am in bed. Crash! Seated in the best audience seats, the big shots from various groups, guilds, universities, and sects all stood up in shock. His gaze was fixed on the black figure in the arena, filled with shock and fervor, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. They could confirm that Chen Yunfan was merely a first-grade warrior, but the fluctuations of his vital energy when he struck just now had already far surpassed that of a second grade. It's the king body. It must be the king body. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become a martial saint-level powerhouse in the future. Someone exclaimed, and several grandmasters from various major factions had their eyes redden with excitement. If this weren't a provincial league, they would have rushed to snatch him away. I thought he was just a genius, but I didn't expect him to be a martial saint seedling. The Hanchuan-based city really knows how to keep a secret, hiding it for so long. But this surprise is truly a bit frightening. Lu Jiuhua sighed, gripping the beard he had accidentally pulled out in shock. He glanced around at the others seated nearby. Although he was a 7th grade grandmaster, the others present were also 7th grade grandmasters, and their strength was not inferior to his. It would be quite difficult to snatch someone directly. No, he had to shake things up. Taking advantage of the shock and discussion among the others, Lu Jiuhua quietly retreated behind them. Among the group, the one reacting the most was the 7th grade grandmaster of the beggar gang, Guy Ryu. He didn't even notice that his beloved wine gourd had fallen to the ground, his entire face shining with excitement, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. The diamond body. It must be the diamond body. The unmoving King Buddha's phantom. This is the ultimate level of the diamond body. The divine blade excels in blades, the Shushan excels in swords, and Panglai is known for its techniques, while the beggar gang is famous for body refinement in the Xia kingdom. The strongest body refinement martial art at the yellow level is the diamond body. Although it is a martial art of the sacred martial realm, who among the talented can think their comprehension is poor? Guy Ryu thought so, but in the end, he only cultivated to the great success realm, which is why he felt the urge to take Chen Yunfan as a disciple when he saw the young man achieve great success in the diamond body at such a young age. But what Guy Ryu did not expect was that there was actually another expert. He was absolutely certain he hadn't misjudged. When Chen Yunfan threw his punch, the Buddha's phantom condensed behind him, though very faint, it was definitely there. This phenomenon only occurs when one reaches the 6th ultimate realm of the diamond body. If the surging vital energy represents extraordinary talent, then cultivating the diamond body to the ultimate realm represents a heavenly figure. One represents cultivation talent, the other represents top-level comprehension. This person's future is limitless. He's gotten stronger again. Not far from the arena, the team from Xiangyang City had extremely serious expressions, and Zhang Lingyun gripped her long sword much tighter. She had thought that after a few days without seeing him, Chen Yunfan's strength would increase, but she never expected him to become this strong. Fortunately, she had also completely mastered the source phenomenon of the sword heart spirit body, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, so when it came to life and death battles, her chances of winning would definitely not be low. Put. In the arena, Zhou Wanxiong struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His waist and abdomen ached, causing his whole body to convulse, yet he seemed oblivious, staring intently at Chen Yunfan. His eyes were filled with shock, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be? You're just a first-grade warrior. Why is your vital energy even higher than mine? Could it be that you are the king body?" Today was supposed to be the day he exuded his kingly aura and recruited a talented younger brother. Unexpectedly, he was instead defeated in an instant by this younger brother, who also possessed the rare king body, drawing the attention of the entire arena. That wasn't even the most embarrassing part. The most embarrassing part was that his intention to recruit a younger brother was quite obvious. If it succeeded, it would have been a beautiful story, but now this situation would definitely become a dark history. Feeling the mocking gazes coming from all around the arena, Zhou Wanxiong's face turned red, and his heart began to race. Faster and faster, a warm current even began to surge within him. Originally wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, Zhou Wanxiong suddenly felt the warm current appearing in his body, and he abruptly closed his eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Zhou Wanxiong suddenly opened his eyes, a look of wild joy spreading across his face. This is actually the source power of the Savage Bear battle body. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I never expected that today. I would turn misfortune into fortune and awaken the source power of my physique ahead of time. Chen Yunfan, I really should thank you properly. Zhou Wanxiong laughed heartily, and behind him, a 100-meter-tall black savage bear materialized. As Zhou Wanxiong stomped his right foot, the black savage bear followed suit, causing the massive arena to shake. The moment the shadow of the black savage bear appeared, a primal, wild atmosphere enveloped the entire provincial sports arena. Everyone stood frozen in place. Even those grandmasters still shocked by Chen Yunfan's royal physique couldn't help but cast their gazes. Boom! After the thunderous sound of the bear's stomp, the audience seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting into discussions loud enough to pierce the clouds and shatter rocks. Source power. It's actually the source power of the physique. Wasn't it said that only by reaching the Grandmaster realm could one qualify to glimpse the source of their physique? Zhou Wanxiong's talent is truly against the heavens. Dude, what is the source of the physique? Is it that black bear shadow? Some were shocked, while others curiously spoke up. Those who knew immediately couldn't help but take on the role of a teacher. You don't even know this? There are 2 types of power granted to martial artists by their physique. One is superficial, like how Zhang Lingyun, with her sword heart spirit body, practices swordsmanship quickly, while Zhou Wanxiong cultivates body refinement martial arts rapidly. The second is hidden within, commonly known as the source power of the physique, akin to the manifestations of martial arts, the physique comes with its own manifestation, unmatched in offense. Moreover, it possesses infinite growth potential. When one reaches the Grandmaster level, it can even unleash the power of heavenly tier martial arts. Do you think that's impressive? As the man's voice fell, a wave of gasps filled the air. Among tens of thousands of martial arts, the yellow tier martial arts occupied the majority, while the lower levels of the mysterious tier were even rarer. As for the highest heavenly tier martial arts, there were so few that one could count them on 10 fingers. This source power that comes with the physique's manifestation is comparable to heavenly tier martial arts. No wonder martial artists with physiques can sweep through their peers. Seeing his companions in shock, the man smiled proudly, but then he looked puzzled. However, I heard that even with exceptional talent, one must at least reach the 4th grade Grandmaster realm to glimpse the source of their physique. It seems this Zhou Wanxiong from the Tianqing base city is equally gifted. Now there's a good show to watch. Zhou Wanxiong, who has mastered the source power of his physique, will face the royal physique destined to become a martial saint. I wonder who will win in the end. Not only the audience of over 100,000 but also the grandmasters and great grandmasters from various powerful factions were equally astonished. At 18, only at the 2nd grade realm, he had already awakened the source of his physique. This talent is truly rare in the world. It's a pity for the royal physique. How unfortunate. Originally, today was supposed to bring fame in Zhangzhou, but unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly comprehended and awakened the source power, greatly increasing his strength. Yeah, now victory and defeat are hard to say. With the help of the source power of the physique, Zhou Wanxiong's strength could even match a few moves against a 3rd grade. What's wrong? Do you think the royal physique is trash because it might lose? Then you don't want my Qinshan group. Damn, we're not stupid. Even if the royal physique loses, it's just a matter of cultivation lagging behind, but its future is definitely brighter than the savage bear battle body. Exactly. Moreover, after this setback, the royal physique will surely become even more courageous and diligent, and its cultivation will only accelerate. Even though most did not hold high hopes for Chen Yunfan, the gazes directed at him were still filled with admiration. The figure of a martial saint, after all. On the arena, Chen Yunfan's expression was extremely strange. Could it be that the devouring heaven demon art not only steals the source but also has the ability to help those with physiques awaken their source power? That's right. In that brief moment of contact, he had already used the power of the devouring heaven demon art to absorb the source power within Zhou Wanxiong. There was no way around it. With the swallowing heaven demon technique in his body, he felt an urge to absorb any source of power he encountered. Although time was tight, the source power he absorbed was enough to unleash the manifestation of the savage bear battle body. Savage bear treads the sky several times. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Wanxiong unexpectedly gained fortune from misfortune, awakening the source power of his physique and dramatically increasing his strength. Could it be that during the plundering of the source, the savage bear battle body sensed a crisis, leading to an explosive revelation that allowed Zhou Wanxiong to have an epiphany? If that's the case, it's no wonder Zhang Lingyun was able to break through in the heat of battle and comprehend the manifestation 10,000 swords returned to origin last time. I need to find Su Shiyun to test it out later. Of course, benefits should first be given to his own people. If Su Shiyun activated her source power, the boost to her combat strength would be immense. Moreover, he had a premonition that Su Shiyun's physique was definitely extraordinary. Absorbing her power could serve as a trump card and activate her source power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Yunfan, have you been silent for so long because you're afraid of me? Actually, there's no need at all. You have helped me comprehend the source power of my physique, and I will definitely thank you properly. Zhou Wanxiong smiled. A proper thank you on the arena would naturally mean giving it his all. He wanted to prove that the battle body was not necessarily weaker than the royal body. He would step on the royal body to prove himself. Habitual chattering is a disease. My fists can serve as good medicine to cure you. What do you say? Chen Yunfan's body radiated a golden light. Zhou Wanxiong was all too familiar with this glow. Diamond body. What a coincidence. I also cultivate the diamond body. Let's see whose diamond body is stronger. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden light radiating from Chen Yunfan transformed into a glass-like color, reflecting a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. It was stunning and awe-inspiring. Once again, there was a deathly silence, and the audience erupted into a tide of discussions. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? The rainbow glass light, this is the manifestation only achieved when the diamond body is cultivated to perfection. I want to ask too. I've only seen the heavenly strategy martial saint demonstrate the perfect diamond body on video sites. This is the first time I've seen someone else perform it, and it's from an 18-year-old kid. Damn, this is truly outrageous. I thought Zhou Wanxiong's perfected diamond body was impressive enough, but I didn't expect Chen Yunfan's diamond body to be at the perfect level. Senior Chen is so handsome. In the best viewing area of the audience, The masters and grandmasters from various factions fell into silence, their eyes burning with intensity as if they were about to explode. The perfect level diamond body came from the strongest body refining martial arts of the Huang rank in the sacred martial realm, and only the heavenly strategy martial saint had achieved perfection until now. Even though the heavenly strategy martial saint was only a grandmaster at that time, Chen Yunfan was merely a first tier. The royal body represented talent, while the perfect level diamond body represented comprehension. Talented prodigies. A dozen grandmasters exchanged glances, quickly pulling out their phones, ready to call for reinforcements to gain an advantage in the battle for talent. A perfect level diamond body. How is this possible? This is martial arts from the sacred martial realm. Zhou Wanxiong gritted his teeth, disbelief written all over his face. He had only cultivated the diamond body to great success and was already designated as the next head of the Zhou family, but he had the savage bear battle body, which specialized in body refinement, to assist him. Could it be that the opponent's royal body was also of the body refining type? So what if you have a perfected diamond body? I have already awakened my source power, and under the amplification of the manifestation, your perfect diamond body won't be able to withstand me. Oh really? Chen Yunfan smiled non-committally, and the fluctuations of his blood and energy surged violently once again. A Buddha shadow, identical to the savage bear's phantom, slowly appeared behind Chen Yunfan. Towering 100 feet high, it stood like a giant, holding a diamond pestle, looking fierce and imposing. The audience was silent, not because they were stunned, but because they were completely suppressed, their bodies trembling. If they weren't sitting in their chairs, most people would probably have weak legs and kneel on the ground. This is the effect of cultivating the diamond body to its ultimate realm. The absolute pressure on those of lower realms or fierce beasts. Wow, so terrifying. I've been scared into hallucinations. I can smell the stench of urine. Bro, I'm sorry, I peed. Shit, your mental fortitude is too weak, right? Just a phantom scared you like this? Buddy, can you stop talking while kneeling? After a brief mental shock, the noisy voices immediately erupted, like a bustling market. What is this? Could it be the source power of the king body? It doesn't seem like it. The power of that phantom seems to be condensed from the glazed golden body on Chen Yunfan's surface. Immovable king? One grandmaster proposed a guess, and the other grandmasters fell silent. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the essence. As grandmasters, their knowledge is extensive, and they all know what the immovable king refers to. The diamond body excels in stone body, great perfection golden body, perfect glazed golden body, and the ultimate immovable king. This is what is written in martial arts books, and they all know it. But this is the first time they have seen it with their own eyes. After a long while, a grandmaster murmured, if it really is the immovable king, then it means this student named Chen has an understanding of martial arts that is absolutely top tier, even not weaker than the king body. As the voice fell, no one responded. Turning to look around, the grandmasters who had just been standing in place had now all disappeared. Turning back to the corridor, all the grandmasters were seen holding their phones, excitedly talking on the phone. Previously, everyone thought that calling two grandmasters would give them an advantage in the battle for people, but judging by Chen Yunfan's current performance, ordinary grandmasters were no longer enough. They must be 9th grade grandmasters. Damn! Quick action! The grandmaster who spoke quickly took out his phone to report the situation to his own faction. What? What is this? Zhou Wanxiong was shocked, then suddenly thought of something and shook his head violently. Impossible. The diamond body is a martial art of the holy martial realm. How could anyone cultivate it to the ultimate realm? Absolutely impossible. Chen Yunfan had no time for idle chatter. He fully activated his blood in true essence, making the phantom of the immovable king even more solid, the fluctuations of his aura stirring up a fierce wind. One person and one phantom charged towards Zhou Wanxiong. So what if it's the ultimate immovable king? I have the battle body manifestation. I can't lose. Zhou Wanxiong gritted his teeth. Boom! The two collided fiercely, the explosive power not inferior to a clash between third-grade martial artists. In fact, in terms of momentum, it was even stronger. Zhou Wanxiong staggered back 6 or 7 steps, the fierce bear phantom also retreating, while Chen Yunfan showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he advanced. His arms stretched like a great bow, countless fist shadows raining down on Zhou Wanxiong, who retaliated unwilling to show weakness. The two fell into the most primal struggle, neither bothering to defend. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the arena. All the spectators, including the grandmasters who had just finished their calls, were watching intently. How is this possible? Is your true essence infinite? Zhou Wanxiong became increasingly alarmed as he fought. He originally wanted to use his second-grade physique, the diamond body, and the fierce bear battle body to exhaust Chen Yunfan's true essence significantly. After all, the more powerful the martial art, the more true essence it requires to maintain. With just the little true essence of a first grade, it was utterly insufficient to sustain the battle of the ultimate diamond body. As long as the opponent's true essence was exhausted and the diamond body dissipated, he would win. But damn it, he was about to exhaust his own true essence, while Chen Yunfan's true essence seemed like a bottomless pit, showing no signs of the phantom fading. Not only Zhou Wanxiong felt something was off, but the grandmasters watching from the audience also noticed this. Does maintaining the immovable king state not consume true essence at all? A grandmaster questioned, only to be met with the disdainful gaze of the beggar, Ryu. Lu Jiuhe shook his head. Vitality maintains strength, physique, and agility, while true essence maintains the effects of martial arts. I have yet to hear of any martial arts that can be activated without true essence. Ryu picked up the conversation, so there's only one possibility left. This little guy's breathing technique is at least of the Xian rank, and he has cultivated it to a profound level, at the very least a great success. Everyone turned to look at Su Shanhe, who had just been called over. Su Shanhe suddenly felt immense pressure and quickly said, "The breathing technique is the Dragon Tiger chant. I was lucky and broke through to the ultimate realm after several insights." Lu Jiuhe and several other grandmasters gasped in shock. They recalled the recent nationwide sweep against the Holy Body sect. The source of it all was the Holy Body sect's surprise attack on the elite training camp in Hanchuan, which caused significant personnel losses and enraged the authorities. Now it seemed that this surprise attack was not just a simple criminal act by the Holy Body sect, but a targeted operation to seize talent. The Wang Body, or rather, the Wang Body with extraordinary comprehension. The allure for the Holy Body sect was simply too great. Fortunately, they did not know that the Xian rank martial art, Dragon Tiger chant, was derived by Chen Yunfan based on the man Tiger Fist. If they knew, they would probably be unable to sit still. After all, cultivating martial arts and creating martial arts are entirely different concepts, and Chen Yunfan deducing the Dragon Tiger chant without any prior knowledge was undoubtedly a creation of martial arts. The battle on the stage continued, but it was nearing its end. With a continuous supply of true essence, Chen Yunfan maintained peak combat power. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanxiong's man-bear phantom was gradually fading. Bang! In a state of shock, Zhou Wanxiong's responses became increasingly frantic, ultimately leading to Chen Yunfan seizing the opportunity and landing a punch to his abdomen. The supply of true essence was cut off, and the towering man-bear phantom completely dissipated. Zhou Wanxiong was also knocked off the stage by a single punch, falling unconscious. What a massacre! It's completely one-sided. And I feel like Chen Yunfan hasn't even used his full strength. One side is severely injured and unconscious, while the other side is calm and collected. Is the gap really that huge? Is this still a first grade fighting a second grade? When did it become so easy to fight across ranks? Hanchuan has produced such a fierce person. It feels like even the first-day genius Zhang Lingyun wouldn't have a high chance of winning. Not just a low chance of winning, but completely no chance. But if we add a premise, it might be a different story. As the match concluded, the audience erupted in discussions like a tidal wave, each face filled with disbelief. Someone overheard the conversation and curiously asked, "What premise? Does Zhang Lingyun have any trump cards?" The person smiled mysteriously. "Does the source power of the spirit body count?" Hissed the questioner gasped. The gap between the battle body and the spirit body is not just a chasm. It's like the Mariana Trench, unfathomably deep. Not only is there a difference in enhancement for the martial artist, but also in the awakened source power, which is worlds apart. No matter how strong Zhou Wanxiong appeared just now, if Zhang Lingyun also awakened the source power of her physique, she could easily defeat Zhou Wanxiong. However, the more powerful the physique, the harder it is to awaken. This is the suppression of the heavenly way. After all, the path of cultivation is about returning the great powers of heaven and earth to oneself, which is a provocation to the heavens. If Zhang Lingyun really awakens the source power of the spirit body, it might truly be worth looking forward to. Someone murmured, but more were cheering for Chen Yunfan. In just a few minutes, the remaining 6 members of the Tianqing City team took turns to enter the stage. But even Chen Yunfan's casual flame-burst fist was too much for them to handle. They were sent flying off the stage without causing a ripple. All were first grade, yet the difference was like heaven and earth. This match, the Hanchuan City team wins. The referee's passionate voice rang out, and Chen Yunfan's expression remained calm. After this period of experience, he could be considered someone who had killed many. He had no idea how many second-tier opponents had died at his hands. At this moment, defeating a second-tier opponent of the same age naturally did not stir much emotional fluctuation. However, it was not without its benefits. At least he had gained the manifestation of the barbarian bear treading the sky. If he fully activated it, it should be significantly stronger than Zhou Wanxiong. There was also the effect of the sky-swallowing demon function that activated his physique in advance. He needed to find an opportunity to test it on Su Lingyun. If it truly worked, he could boast that he could help others activate their special physiques in advance and charge a fee. He believed that by then, no matter how much he charged, those who possessed special physiques and their backing forces would come waving money to seek his help. Just thinking about that scene made him a bit excited. The first round of the arena battle had ended today, but for everyone, the real show was just beginning. Several figures stepped through the air and landed in front of Chen Yunfan. They looked different in appearance and attire, but their aura fluctuations were uniformly powerful. Just standing in front of him made Chen Yunfan feel his internal energy surge. Grand Masters. In the high martial world, Grand Masters were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of martial arts. Even a 7th-tier Grand Master was extremely rare. Even if such powerful beings did nothing, just standing in front of them would create immense pressure. But Chen Yunfan felt no pressure at all. It wasn't that his ability to withstand pressure was particularly strong. It was just that a group of excited, flushed individuals without any seniority gave off little pressure. Yunfan. There will be times when the wind and waves will break, and the sails will be raised across the vast sea. What a great name! I am Lu Hai, the chief elder of the Sihai group. Just now, my 36D daughter and I saw your battle up there. My 36D daughter was so starry-eyed watching you that she insisted I invite you to dinner. A man wearing a black suit without an inner lining, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, laughed heartily as he shook Chen Yunfan's hand. The several Grand Masters who were about to speak immediately fell silent upon hearing this, all looking at Lu Hai. This guy usually couldn't say anything worthwhile, but now he was eloquent when it came to snatching someone, and he kept emphasizing the 36D. They cursed inwardly, but they quickly realized all were top-tier forces, and the resources and benefits they offered were not much different. It all depended on which force Chen Yunfan had a good impression of, and that force would gain the upper hand. At this age, those who understood would see beauty even in a pig, let alone a 36D, graceful beauty. Yunfan, my daughter was just in the audience and has a very good impression of you. By the way, my wife is a foreign woman, and my daughter is also blonde. She has a petite figure and appearance. I may not have a daughter, but the sisters from my distant cousin's family live at home. Their biggest wish is to meet a young prodigy, preferably with the surname Chen. They have a natural fondness for those with the surname Chen. My old man passed away many years ago, and my stepmother is all alone. Voices rang out one after another, and soon a group of Grand Masters were arguing, their faces red and necks thick, leaving the audience in the stands dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, that daughter with the 36D is Lu Hai's, right? I heard he is an 8th-tier Grand Master, the dual-flower red stick of the Sihai group. Damn, that man who said his daughter is a blonde loli seems to be the vice president of the Tiani Guild. Also an 8th-tier Grand Master. The one living with the sisters is even more impressive. The second elder of the Lingyun sect. This sect has been around for hundreds of years. Shocked voices continued to rise. No one dared to believe that those who only appeared in interviews and on television, the Grand Masters from various powerful factions, would look like this at this moment. Look at this. If Chen Yunfan were to say a word about recruiting disciples, a fight would probably break out on the spot. And behind these 8th-grade Grandmasters, there are quite a few 7th-grade Grandmasters and Masters standing as well. That's right, the ones they were shaking hands with have arrived. These are all prominent Grandmasters, and now they're fighting over a junior without feeling embarrassed at all. An old man dressed simply, with a messy head and a red nose, pushed through the crowd and walked in. As soon as they saw the old man's appearance, the Grandmasters who had just been excited immediately quieted down, their pupils slightly constricting. No wonder, a 9th-grade Grandmaster, and he is from the top sect, the Beggar's Sect. Damn, he arrived so quickly. They had originally thought to take down Chen Yunfan while they had the chance, but they didn't expect the Beggar's Sect's influence to be in the neighboring province, and in such a short time, they had already rushed over. With the top sect stepping in, they had no chance left. It would be a pity, but not really, since they all knew deep down that the chances of taking down Chen Yunfan were slim. After all, he wasn't a fool. But with Wang Ti in front of them, who could remain calm? What if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse and he agreed? Even if he didn't agree, the friendly attitude just now could still forge a good connection. If something happened in the future, a casual word from him after achieving the title of martial saint might just save your life. I am the old beggar, Tian Yuan, the supreme elder of the Beggar's Sect, a 9th-grade Grandmaster, barely enough to be seen. Tian Yuan introduced himself. 9th-grade Grandmaster. Chen Yunfan's mind was shaken. In the era of high martial arts, the status of martial artists was already above that of ordinary people, and as for masters, their status was even more transcendent. In Hanchuan Base City, with a population of millions, there are countless wealthy individuals with fortunes in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions. But to meet a 5th-grade Grandmaster, one would have to wait at the door since midnight. No matter how rich an ordinary person is, they must maintain enough respect in front of a master, as mandated by law. And every grandmaster is a force that even the state seeks to win over, let alone a ninth-grade grandmaster. As for the purpose of the other party's visit, Chen Yunfan had some guesses. Wang Ti was surprisingly popular. Grandmaster Beggar, greetings. Chen Yunfan clasped his hands and respectfully performed a martial salute. Hee, this is all old hat. Noticing the change in Chen Yunfan's expression, Tianyuan felt pleased and casually praised, "Your diamond body cultivation is quite impressive. You must be very interested in body refinement. Would you like to join the Beggar's sect? Our body refinement techniques are said to be unparalleled in the entire Xia country. As long as you join the Beggar's sect, you'll receive a local level body refinement martial art upon entry, and you'll have access to high-grade medicinal baths every day. I will also take you as my direct disciple. According to my seniority, even the sect master of the Beggar's sect would have to call you senior brother." Hiss! The surrounding grandmasters gasped in shock. The sect master of the Beggar's sect is also an 8th grade grandmaster, yet he would have to call a 1st grade martial artist senior brother. If this were to happen, the only flaw of the other party would be compensated. Martial arts can be summed up in 3 words: talent, comprehension, and background. Talent refers to the speed of cultivation. Some people are born with incredibly poor talent, unable to break through to the martial artist realm even after years of youth, and as they age and their vitality declines, they lose all hope of becoming a martial artist. Some, like Chen Yunfan, possess extraordinary talent and progress at an astonishing rate. Comprehension refers to the speed of mastering martial arts, representing combat power among peers. In this regard, Chen Yunfan is even more formidable. The flame explosion fist is perfected, the diamond body is perfected, and he also practices spear techniques and footwork. Although the specific realms are unknown, with the flame explosion fist and diamond body as precedents, the latter two are definitely not lacking. This is also the fundamental reason why Chen Yunfan can dominate the 2nd grade Zhou Wanxiong with his 1st grade strength. The third point, background, simply refers to one's connections. The quality of one's background is linked to financial power. The saying "poor in literature, rich in martial arts" has never been an empty phrase. According to statistics, each senior high school student must spend at least 100,000 yuan on private tutors, supplements, and training in martial arts schools. And this 100,000 is just the average. For some children from wealthy families, spending several million in a year is quite normal. They are like beasts that devour gold. The strength of financial resources directly affects the speed of cultivation. The reason why Chen Yunfan is currently at the 1st rank is that they believe he has good talent, and this is part of the reason. After all, coming from an orphan family without any financial support, being able to rely on talent to elevate his cultivation to the 1st rank is truly extraordinary. Chen Yunfan has excellent talent and comprehension, but his background is lacking. If he were to apprentice under a 9th-rank grandmaster, he would certainly not lack resources. With the support of resources, soaring to higher levels of cultivation would not be far off. It is an honor for a junior to be noticed by a grandmaster, but I would like to think it over. After careful consideration, Chen Yunfan politely declined. However, after demonstrating the diamond body and flame burst fist, as well as the king body, the Beggar sect, a top ancient martial arts sect, offered a price. If he were to later showcase the ability to absorb physical qualities, along with even more shocking comprehension and the imminent 2nd-rank strength, the offer would be even better. After all, there is still some time before the college entrance examination ends. Waiting for the right price is the best choice. Moreover, compared to groups, unions, and sects, Chen Yunfan's choice leans more towards universities. After all, modern people prefer more contemporary things, and the background is also more solid. In terms of background, who has a stronger backing than a top university? That is backed by the Summer Kingdom. Beggar Tianyuan understood Chen Yunfan's thoughts. He was not angry. After all, if he were in the same position, his first choice would also be an official background. However, from his current perspective, he certainly wanted Chen Yunfan to join the Beggar sect. It would deepen the Beggar sect's foundation and serve as a bridge to connect with the official side. Grandmaster Martial Saint level requires joining the Summer Kingdom's offering hall, and in the future, as a disciple of the Beggar sect, Chen Yunfan would also need to join. With the king body, he would sweep through martial artists of the same rank, holding a high position in the offering hall, and the official side would naturally treat him with respect, which would also support the Beggar sect. However, before he could voice this, another person descended from the sky. The newcomer wore a moon-white ancient robe, with white hair and beard, yet his spirit was extremely vigorous. He carried 2 broad swords on his back, and his descent resembled a sword immortal stepping out of a painting. As soon as he appeared, a sharp sword aura radiated, forcing all the grandmasters to circulate their energy to resist. However, this fierce sword aura cleverly avoided Chen Yunfan. Although Chen Yunfan could not feel it, the hair on his body stood on end instinctively. Compared to the violent sword aura surrounding the newcomer, The sword aura emitted by Zhang Lingyun earlier could only be considered a gentle breeze. It was pitifully weak. Chang Jiuxuan, didn't you just enter closed-door meditation? The closest to Chang Jiuxuan, and standing at the center of the violent sword aura, Beggar Tianyuan looked surprised. Unlike other grandmasters who had to mobilize their blood energy to resist, Beggar Tianyuan did not emit any blood energy fluctuations, yet the sword aura seemed to possess intelligence, all avoiding him. It was a seamless unity, creating its own world. Chen Yunfan was astonished. He had only seen this realm in books. It was considered the highest realm of body refinement, greatly enhancing the defensive power of one's physique. And to receive such courtesy from a 9th-rank grandmaster of body refinement, the newcomer was likely a 9th-rank grandmaster from Shushan. The reason he could tell was still due to the pair of broad swords on the back and the distinctive moonwhite long robe. Master! Zhang Lingyun's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer, and she quickly ran over. Entering closed-door meditation doesn't mean I can't come out. I heard that there was a king body in the elite competition of Zhengzhou province, so I definitely had to come and see what was going on. Chang Jiuxuan smiled and then looked at his disciple Zhang Lingyun. Not bad. It's been a while since we last met, and your cultivation has improved. Master, so this must be the leader of Shushan, the legendary grandmaster of the 9 ranks. Chen Yunfan curiously observed the legendary sect master, while Chang Jiuxuan had already dispersed the sword energy around him and looked at Chen Yunfan, his eyes shining with brilliance. As a grandmaster of the 9 ranks, Chang Jiuxuan had an exceptionally keen perception of vital energy and blood, clearly sensing the surging waves of energy within Chen Yunfan's body. It was about 20 times that of an ordinary first rank. He had seen the Wang body that appeared earlier. Its energy and blood were only about 8 or 9 times that of most physiques, far inferior to Chen Yunfan. Could it be that, like the Sha Xiong battle body, it was a Wang body specialized in physical refinement? Vital energy like the Yangtze River, unprecedented, indeed a time of great competition with prodigies emerging. Are you interested in joining my Shushan? I will definitely cultivate you with all my strength. As soon as Chang Jiuxuan's voice fell, Gai Tianyuan immediately became unwilling. Haven't you already taken Zhang Lingyun as your direct disciple? The cost of cultivating a spiritual body is already quite high. Can you still cultivate another Wang body? Moreover, even a fool can see that this kid's physique leans towards physical refinement. Joining my beggar's sect is the most appropriate. Worried that Chen Yunfan might yearn for Chang Jiuxuan's impressive entrance, Gai Tianyuan also erupted with a tremendous aura. It was not just the pressure of a master, but it felt as if the gravity around had increased 100-fold. The force was immense. The several grandmasters of the 9 ranks nearby immediately sank into the ground, and the arena made of memory alloy cracked under the weight of the gravity. The momentum was no less than the violent sword energy that Chang Jiuxuan had previously emitted. The several grandmasters, who usually held high positions, couldn't help but curse inwardly. You're snatching people. What do you take us for? A display of strength. However, even if they were angry, they could only hold it in. After all, when a grandmaster of the 9 ranks got angry, this group of people wouldn't be enough for even one grandmaster to beat up. Chang Jiuxuan smiled slightly. Although my Shushan does not have powerful physical refinement martial arts, our connections spread throughout the Xia Kingdom and Blue Star. Finding suitable physical refinement martial arts is still not a problem. This was the confidence that came from the Sect's foundation, and Gai Tianyuan could not refute it. As for accepting disciples, Chang Jiuxuan raised the corner of his mouth and asked back, when did I say I would accept disciples? If not you, then who? Gai Tianyuan was puzzled. It's my master. Boom! As Chang Jiuxuan's voice fell, Gai Tianyuan lost focus for a moment, and the gravity that had been under control suddenly surged. The massive arena directly cracked the cement floor, and the arena sank by more than 3 inches. The nearby 8-rank grandmasters also suffered greatly. All were pressed to the ground by the immense gravity, unable to move, looking extremely awkward. Fortunately, Chang Jiuxuan had been prepared, using sword energy to protect Chen Yunfan in time. Otherwise, at such a close distance, he might have turned into a pool of blood. Gai Tianyuan, who had just been thinking about accepting disciples, now couldn't care less, his expression shocked, the words of astonishment spilling out. The sword saint has come out of seclusion. Chang Jiuxuan smiled without speaking, but this was tantamount to acknowledging what Gai Tianyuan had said. The people pressed to the ground around were also greatly shaken, and Chen Yunfan's pupils constricted. To be associated with a saint, that must be a martial saint. But didn't President Su say that the strongest among the 4 ancient martial sects were all grandmasters of the 9 ranks? How did a martial saint suddenly appear? Some confusion arose, but thinking of Su Shanha's 5th rank realm, it was understandable. Having a martial saint stationed within the ancient martial sects was definitely a little-known secret. It was normal for a 5th rank master not to know. However, with this in mind, the four ancient martial sects might indeed consider it. Gai Tianyuan's face turned ugly. Shushan was accepting disciples of the Sword Saint, while the beggar's sect was just a grandmaster of the 9 ranks. Although he was already a powerful grandmaster of the 9 ranks, compared to a martial saint, he was still not qualified. Even if the Sword Saint takes on a disciple, what will happen to that Chen kid after he is trained? I've heard that Mount Shu has already been grooming Zhang Lingyun as the next sect leader. They can't go back on their word, can they? Chang Zhoushuan chuckled. That's simple. Lingyun, whom I personally teach, will naturally be the sect leader, while my junior brother Chen, trained by my master, will have the same generation as me. When Lingyun ascends to the position of sect leader, I will be the grand elder, and junior brother Chen will also naturally be a grand elder. Upon hearing this, Gai Tianyuan fell silent, while Chen Yunfan felt a stir in his heart. The position of grand elder is even higher than that of the sect leader. It is the absolute core of Mount Shu, capable of controlling all its resources. However, this excitement quickly faded. After all, by that time, his realm would likely be at the level of a Grand Master or a martial saint. Even if he could control all of Mount Shu, what good would it do? It was just a pie in the sky. Soon, Gai Tianyuan also realized this, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. By then, that Chen kid will probably be a Grand Master or a martial saint. A martial saint of the Wang body. Even in the Hall of Worship in the Xia Kingdom, he could rank among the top few. What does the identity of a Grand Elder count for, unless you can bestow that title on Chen Kid right now? This time, Chang Zhoushuan could no longer smile, for that was impossible. If exceptional talent could be rewarded with high positions, then Mount Shu would be in chaos. Just like Zhang Lingyun is a spirit body, while he is merely a battle body, should they let the current Zhang Lingyun become the sect leader? At least in Mount Shu, it's the martial saint who teaches, and he is accepted as a direct disciple, which is definitely better than a 9th rank grandmaster. Our beggar gang is a specialized body refining sect, with countless insights on body refinement. Moreover, once our beggar gang's ancestor emerges from seclusion, I can also invite the ancestor to take on disciples. The 2 9th rank grandmasters argued fiercely in front of a large audience, to the point where it seemed they were about to come to blows. Chang Zhoushuan's brow bore a sword-shaped mark that radiated golden light, sharp sword energy overflowing and spreading. Gai Tianyuan was enveloped in a divine light, completely isolating the sword energy outside. His aura rained in like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. The audience was captivated, some eagerly anticipating the next scene. After all, a clash between 9th rank grandmasters is a spectacle that ordinary civilians would never witness in their lifetime. Chen Yunfan, however, was taken aback. If the two were to fight, the entire provincial sports center covering an area of 100,000 square meters would be flattened. Just then, a cold voice echoed throughout the venue. This is the commercial capital base city. If you want to fight, go to the wilderness, it would help clear the surrounding ferocious beasts. As the voice fell, a rift in the void appeared beside the arena under everyone's gaze. A tall woman dressed in a red classical long robe stepped out, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her coldly beautiful face carrying a hint of authority. Principal Ji, Grand Master Ji. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gai Tianyuan and Chang Zhoushuan straightened their expressions, immediately dissipating the violent aura surrounding them. This is Ji Yaqing, the vice principal of Shanha Martial University, an 8th rank powerhouse, but she has a record of defeating 9th rank opponents. The most important point is that she herself is a Wang body, known as the ethereal Wang body, which specifically allows her to master the ability of spatial traversal. Watching Chen Yunfan, who was stunned, Zhang Lingyun quietly introduced her identity. The vice principal of one of the 3 top-tier universities, Shanha Martial University, an 8th rank who can kill 9th rank, with an ethereal Wang body and the ability to traverse space. To be honest, Chen Yunfan was genuinely shocked this time. Not to mention her identity in Wang body, just the fact that an 8th rank could kill a 9th rank was something he had never heard of. After all, the later one gets in martial arts, the greater the gap between realms. Fighting across ranks is simply impossible, let alone killing an enemy. Terrifying indeed. So powerful? But why does she look so young? She can't be more than 30, right? Chen Yunfan looked up and down at Ji Yaqing, who came from the Mountain River Martial University and had just suppressed 2 9th grade grandmasters. Too young. She looked at most 30 years old, saying she was 25 or 26 wouldn't be an exaggeration, but that cold and aloof demeanor was not something a 25 or 26-year-old could possess. Could it be some kind of beauty-preserving elixir? Glancing at the 2 old men, the beggar Tianyuan and Chang Zhoushuan, Chen Yunfan had his suspicions. Zhang Lingyun's words confirmed this guess. 9th grade elixir, everlasting youth pill. His Chen Yunfan inhaled sharply. No other reason, it was just too extravagant. Although he had never heard of the everlasting youth pill, any ninth grade elixir would start at a value of hundreds of millions. Grandmasters, indeed, were wealthy. With envy in his heart, a question flashed through Chen Yunfan's mind. How old was this 8th grade grandmaster? Of course, Chen Yunfan would never be foolish enough to ask Zhang Lingyun this question. Martial artists were already sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Even a low conversation at such a close distance could be heard clearly, let alone a grandmaster. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Yunfan's gaze returned to the 8th grade grandmaster, just in time to meet Ji Yaqing's scrutinizing gaze. Then a voice echoed in his ear. 40 years old. The voice was cold and indifferent, which surprised Chen Yunfan greatly. Logically speaking, women were usually sensitive about their age, especially someone like Ji Yaqing, who used the everlasting youth pill. But why did she tell him? Was it a gesture of goodwill? Confused, another voice echoed in his ear. Alright, you already know my biggest secret. From now on, I will be your mentor. Do you have any questions? If I had any, I would let it go. But I dislike outsiders knowing this secret. Ji Yaqing emphasized the words outsiders. A threat. A blatant threat. Just as Chen Yunfan felt displeased, he saw Ji Yaqing casually wave her hand, and the arena, which was twice the size of a football field, was suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Space cutting. No one knew what had happened, but Chen Yunfan's expression changed rapidly. His brow, which hadn't yet furrowed, quickly relaxed, and a look of confusion appeared on his face, as if he didn't know what had just happened. Bowing to a 9th grade grandmaster was not shameful. However, he didn't agree to join the Mountain River University, treating the previous transmission as if he hadn't heard it. Since you acknowledge me as your mentor, I didn't bring anything. This is a Peiyuan pill. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Chen Yunfan, still in a daze, received a white porcelain bottle of elixir that floated over. As he held the porcelain bottle, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected Peiyuan pill, valued at 22 million wealth points, successfully stored in the system treasury. Wealth points, 45,300,000. Chen Yunfan stared blankly at the porcelain bottle in his hand, then looked at Ji Yaqing. Starting at 20 million, this was already a 7th grade resource. He didn't expect her to just give it away so casually, so domineering. He liked it. With such a generous gift for a first meeting, if he really joined the Mountain River University, what would they give him? Chen Yunfan was curious but still not ready to accept it. After all, accepting it would mean acknowledging her as a mentor, which meant joining the Mountain River University. His combat power and potential had not yet been fully displayed. He was worth a higher price. Just as Chen Yunfan was about to return the item, Ji Yaqing had already stepped into a crack in the void. Seeing this, he had no choice but to store the item in his spatial ring, waiting for an opportunity to return it later. Did Grandmaster Ji just transmit to you to take you as a disciple? Zhang Lingyun asked curiously, while Chang Jiushuan and Beggar Tianyuan also looked at Chen Yunfan. They all heard Ji Yaqing call him mentor just now. Yes, she did. But I haven't agreed yet. Chen Yunfan briefly recounted the situation, and Zhang Lingyun was not surprised. If it were her, she would also choose to wait for a better offer. What intrigued her was that Chen Yunfan had just managed to suppress his curiosity and did not ask Ji Yaqing about her actual age. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back her curiosity. If Chen Yunfan had asked, Ji Yaqing would surely have heard it. She had heard about the temper of this Grandmaster Ji, known for being someone who would act rather than talk, and who extremely disliked others prying into her privacy. If Chen Yunfan had asked, even if Wang Ti was unparalleled in talent, he would not have escaped Ji Yaqing's wrath, and she would have enjoyed the spectacle. To her surprise, the other party actually held back, which was astonishing. I knew it. It must be that woman. Ji Yaqing deliberately said that for us to hear, to make us retreat. Dream on. With Wang Ti here, I won't give face to anyone. Dai Tianyuan crossed his arms, returning to his previous defiant demeanor. Chang Jiushuan smiled slightly. Why didn't you say that when she was just here? Both knew that with the arrival of the top martial arts university's mentor, and since they had not completed the recruitment in advance, it was basically hopeless. So they just lay flat, no longer promising conditions for Chen Yunfan to join, but instead started bickering. This battle for recruits was temporarily halted with the arrival of Ji Yaqing from Shanha Martial University, but its influence did not cease. The audience at the table was engrossed, with the topic revolving around Wang Ti and the top forces recruiting disciples. I am Lu Jiuhua, a mentor from Shanha Martial University. This is my personal business card. Whether you join Shanha Martial University or not, you are still a student of Xia country. If you encounter any difficulties, Shanha Martial University and I will provide assistance. Lu Jiuhua stroked his beard, smiling as he handed over a business card. In fact, He was quite surprised that the recruitment had managed to attract such a fierce person as Ji Yaqing. However, this also showed that Shanha Martial University was determined to secure Wang Ti this time. Thank you. Chen Yunfan took the business card, feeling emotional. People are indeed different. Speaking to him gave a very comfortable feeling, and he couldn't possibly embarrass the other party. After all, more business cards mean more opportunities. By the way, Master Lu, I haven't agreed to Grandmaster Ji's recruitment yet. I feel unworthy of this Peiyuan pill. Please help me pass it to Grandmaster Ji. Chen Yunfan took out the Peiyuan pill, but Lu Jiuhua repeatedly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare to take back something that junior sister Ji has given away. If you want to return it, you should do it yourself. However, you can seriously consider the recruitment. Don't be fooled by junior sister Ji's cold exterior. She is very protective of her disciples. She is a Wang Ti herself, capable of killing a 9th grade with an 8th grade. After becoming a martial saint, she will definitely be invincible among peers. With such a mentor, your future path will be easier, and Shanha Martial University is not inferior to other demon universities and imperial universities. Think it over. Chen Yunfan nodded solemnly. Thank you, Master Lu. I will consider it carefully. As Lu Jiuhua left, Chen Yunfan walked towards the exit aisle, facing the enthusiastic gaze of the entire audience. He pondered over what Lu Jiuhua had just said. Who wouldn't want a powerful mentor? Ji Yaqing fit that description. Although she was in 9th grade, she could kill 9th grade, which was no worse than the conditions offered by ancient martial sects. Moreover, Ji Yaqing was a Wang Ti, with even greater potential in the future. The key point was the proximity. He could often draw from her essence. An 8th grade grandmaster could quickly recover by absorbing the essence, while he could use it as a life-saving trump card. Spatial traversal was undoubtedly a divine skill for escaping and saving one's life. In terms of background, Shanha Martial University, being one of the 3 top martial universities in Xia country, although established a bit later, had no less paper strength. With a solid background, strong power, high potential, good treatment of disciples, and being extremely generous, it seemed quite good to recognize this classical beauty as a mentor. Then the next step is to continue showcasing strength and increasing one's value, so that when the time comes to join Shanha Wuda, the benefits will be even greater. As an orphan, and with a system that requires wealth points to use, Chen Yunfan had to consider these things. Entering the passage, he was met by excited teammates. Captain, I struck it rich. I bet 2 million, and just received 10 million. Yun made a killing, she just got 100 million. Captain, your performance on the arena was so cool, you literally smashed the opponent's barbaric bear phenomenon. You have no idea how many girls in the audience were screaming. Senior, were those 2 old men really the 9th grade grandmasters from the beggar gang in Shushan? And who was that classical woman later? Muyu was a bit curious, and the excited crowd turned their curious gazes towards Chen Yunfan. Although they all had backgrounds in Hanchuan Base City, they were not qualified to know these secrets, and it was normal not to know since 9th grade grandmasters rarely showed themselves. Yes, both old men are 9th grade grandmasters from the beggar gang in Shushan, and the classical woman later is an 8th grade grandmaster from Shanha Wuda, named Ji Yaqing. Chen Yunfan casually said, still feeling upset about missing the opportunity to make a big profit. Ji Yaqing, it's actually her. Su Shanha's pupils trembled. Chen Yunfan looked over curiously, and Su Shiyun couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with father? Is there something special about this 8th grade grandmaster? In her view, a 9th grade grandmaster must be stronger than an 8th grade grandmaster, yet her father was not curious about the 9th grade grandmasters from Shushan and the beggar gang, but rather about the 8th grade grandmaster from Shanha Wuda, which was indeed very strange. It's normal that you don't know, I only heard about it. This matter caused quite a stir. Last year, Ji Yaqing's only disciple entered Sakura country for a capture mission, but during the mission, an accident occurred, and she fell into the hands of a deranged family from the East Japan. After regaining consciousness, she wanted revenge but was crippled, ultimately leading to her suicide due to despair. Upon hearing about this, the people of Shanha Wuda were furious, but due to the international relations between the 2 countries, the Xia country officials intervened, wanting to seek an explanation from Sakura country, but it turned into a prolonged dispute. After Ji Yaqing returned from opening up territories for Xia country through the spatial passage and learned about this, she said nothing and used spatial travel consecutively that night to enter Sakura country. Su Shanha paused here, and everyone was filled with curiosity. Sympathy for that disciple's fate and hatred for the filthy actions of the Sakura family made them eager to know the outcome. Chen Yunfan felt the same hatred, but the result had already been revealed. Since Ji Yaqing was fine, the one who had trouble must be that Sakura family. Father, hurry up and tell us, why do you always keep us in suspense? Under Su Shiyun's urging, Su Shanha lit a cigarette and finally said, no one knows what happened that night, but after the incident broke out, photos from the scene leaked. The entire residence of that East Japan family was flattened, and not a single member, old or young, was spared. Even the passing dogs got slapped twice, and the earthworms were split in half. The scene was horrific. The worst off were the young delinquents and their ninth-grade family head. The former was subjected to slow slicing, and his organs were removed, but he was kept alive by ninth-grade elixirs, suffering for 3 or 4 days before finally dying. As for the latter, he was torn apart by a spatial rift into 18 pieces. It was truly tragic. After hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned red and then relaxed. Wow, that sounds so satisfying. Exactly. Decisive in killing. This is the Grandmaster I admire. I declare that from now on, Grandmaster G is my idol. Everyone was very happy, except for Chen Yunfan, who trembled all over. Although he found it satisfying to hear, recalling Ji Yaqing's words before she left, "I don't like outsiders knowing my privacy," made him very anxious. If he didn't join, it would probably be a disaster. By the way, Yunfan, which side are you leaning towards? Su Shanha asked curiously. One of the 3 major universities, right? Chen Yunfan answered without a second thought. Well, the guild and the army are more about choices after graduation, while universities and sects tend to specialize in one area. The sword of Shushan, the blade of Shindao, the body refinement of the beggar's sect, the skills of Pang Lai, and with your comprehension, you will definitely develop in a hexagonal manner in the future, so the priority of sects that specialize in one area is not high. Only universities are the best choice, with a strong background, abundant resources, and a broad platform. Originally, Chen Yunfan was a bit hesitant, but after listening to Su Shanha's analysis, he immediately firmed up his resolve to go to one of the 3 major universities. After chatting for a while, Su Shanha was called away by a provincial official. The matter concerning Wang Ti was significant, and since Su Shanha was the only one present from the Hanchuan base city, he can only learn about the situation from the other party. Having won so much, you must treat me to a meal. I won't settle for anything cheap, Chen Yunfan said with a smile, and Kai Kun was the first to agree. No problem. We must have hot pot tonight to celebrate. Captain, you don't know, other teams are so envious of your great performance. They are practically dying of envy, just lying down to win. Chen Yunfan nodded. That's fine, but there's still a match in the afternoon. Let's go tonight. As soon as he left the conference room and returned to his room, Chen Yunfan immediately called Su Shiryun over. At first, Su Shiryun looked puzzled, thinking Chen Yunfan had something to discuss. But if there was something that couldn't be said outside, why call her over after returning to the room? It wasn't until Chen Yunfan closed the door and locked it that Su Shiryun's expression changed, turning a deep red. Her long, fair legs tensed, her delicate feet firmly planted on the ground, her demeanor shy, not daring to look at Chen Yunfan. Confirming that no outsiders would unexpectedly barge in and interrupt the awakening of her innate abilities, he finally approached Su Shiryun. The first sentence left Su Shiryun completely stunned. Wait, I'm going to do something to you. Upon hearing this, Su Shiryun's face turned even redder. Something done to her? So direct? If it were any other time, Su Shiryun might not have thought too much, but combined with Chen Yunfan's action of closing and locking the door, along with the faint excitement on his face, it was clear. It must be like that. What should she do? Should she be half-heartedly resistant or something else? Su Shiryun felt a rush of heat, her mind racing with various stimulating videos she had watched with her girlfriends before. How embarrassing. Chen Yunfan was still caught up in the excitement of awakening his innate abilities, so he didn't notice Su Shiryun's unusual reaction and continued speaking. Whatever you see or sense later, don't be surprised, and don't make any noise to avoid drawing others' attention and causing unnecessary trouble. I have only one request of you, feel it with your heart. An unawakened innate ability can heal injuries with blood, and the heart's blood can even bring someone back to life. Such an ability is at least at the level of a Wang body, perhaps even an emperor body. If the awakening phenomenon is too great, or if Su Shiryun is too surprised and screams, attracting the attention of powerful beings, then the trouble would be endless. However, Chen Yunfan's warning made Su Shiryun's body tremble slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Not to make a sound, and then feel it with her heart? What kind of wolfish words are these? Indeed, Su Shiryun had always hoped for progress in their relationship, but this speed of progress was a bit too frightening. For a moment, she stood there dazed, her heart racing like a startled deer, and the pace of her heartbeat quickening. After a while, she finally let out a soft like the faint sound of a mosquito. Then I'm coming, Chen Yunfan reminded her, but Su Shiryun did not respond, her face glowing with an alluring red hue. It wasn't until Chen Yunfan was neatly dressed and solemnly grasped her wrist that Su Shiryun finally looked up in shock at him. By this time, she also understood that she might have misunderstood the other person. But since it wasn't what she had in mind, What was with all the mystery? Chen Yunfan's hands emitted 2 streams of black mist, wrapping around Su Shiryun's fair little arm and invading it. After a moment, the black mist showed no response. As expected, it can't devour. It seems the proficient devouring demon technique can at most only consume the essence of the spiritual body, Chen Yunfan murmured to himself. This was not beyond his expectations. Then the next step is to try to advance the devouring demon technique or increase its devouring power, attempting to forcibly activate the other person's constitution. With a decision made, he acted immediately. Chen Yunfan grabbed Su Shiryun's wrist with his other hand and fully activated the devouring demon technique. More black mist spread from both hands, rushing into Su Shiryun's body, beginning to forcibly plunder her constitutional essence. But this constitutional essence was like a hard stone ball. No matter how sharp the teeth of the devouring demon technique were, it couldn't tear off a piece, not even bite through it. However, it wasn't without gains. Low realm, the devouring demon technique cannot devour the other's constitution. Feeling deeply ashamed, after reflecting on the pain, the cultivation speed increased to 500%. Devouring demon technique, proficient, 5%. Although the devouring demon technique was improving, it was still a long way from mastering it to the point of being able to devour a king's body. Seeing that he couldn't devour or activate the other person's constitution, Chen Yunfan wanted to temporarily give up and wait until the devouring demon technique reached mastery before trying again. However, at that moment, the constitutional essence that had been forcibly devoured by the devouring demon technique seemed to have been angered. A pure wave of life energy erupted from Su Shiryun, sweeping away all the black mist that had invaded her body. Oh, what is this? Upon encountering this wave of life energy, Chen Yunfan was shocked. Because this life energy was very similar to the energy of heaven and earth, it could be directly absorbed by a person and transformed into true essence and blood vitality. Boom! Realizing this, the devouring demon technique surged within Chen Yunfan, countless black smoke pouring out from his pores, enveloping Su Shiryun. The dissipating life energy was completely devoured by the devouring demon technique. Feeling the most refined and pure life energy, Long Huiyin was astonished and overjoyed, entering a frenzied state of cultivation, with the cultivation speed increasing to 50,000%, lasting for 3 minutes. Realm, 1st grade, progress 95%. Realm, 1st grade, progress 97%. Realm, 1st grade, progress 99%. Realm, 1st grade, progress 100%. The cultivation level skyrocketed, and in an instant, the 1st grade label on the system panel changed to 2nd grade, and it was still increasing. Realm, 2nd grade, progress 20%. Chen Yunfan clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power in his body far surpassing the strength he had after taking the destiny pill, feeling a bit dazed. Within a minute, he successfully broke through, and the cultivation progress soared to a quarter of the 2nd grade. This was merely a passive explosion of the constitutional essence when it was attacked. If it fully erupted after awakening, how terrifying would that wave of life energy be? Thinking of this, Chen Yunfan quickly looked at Su Shiryun, wanting to remind her to take advantage of the life energy wave, to carefully comprehend and see if she could awaken her constitution. However, when he looked over, Su Shiryun had already closed her eyes in contemplation, seemingly immersed in some kind of epiphany. This epiphany process was very slow, and 2 hours passed until noon. The moment Su Shiryun opened her eyes, Chen Yunfan hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How was it? Did you feel anything? Did your constitution awaken?" Su Shiryun shook her head. "I have been trying to find the feeling at the moment the life energy explodes, but I still failed. My constitution has not awakened. But it's not without its benefits. I feel my physique has changed from top to bottom. I feel incredibly clear and my perception of the energy of heaven and earth is extremely sharp. I don't even need to absorb it. The energy just drills itself into my body." Chen Yunfan was astonished, carefully examining Su Shiryun, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. If this is true, it would be incredible. The energy of heaven and earth requires the operation of breathing techniques to draw it into the body, then transform it into true essence, with part of it stored for combat and part used to refine one's vitality and enhance physical strength. There are no exceptions. Even his own abilities rely on the dragon and tiger chant to draw in the energy of heaven and earth, which is then transformed into true essence, and part of that into vitality. But Su Shiryun can use the energy without needing the dragon and tiger chant. Wherever she goes, the energy of heaven and earth rushes to her, drilling into her body. To put it simply, she is blessed with extraordinary talent, favored by heaven and earth. Not to mention her combat power, her path to higher realms is absolutely smooth, leading straight to the martial saint realm. This physique is definitely not a royal physique, Chen Yunfan said enviously. Su Shiryun asked curiously, "Yunfan, what was that black smoke in your body just now? Why were you able to trigger the source of my physique? My physique is quite special. In addition to providing extremely high comprehension and vitality growth, it can also plunder the source of other physiques. That's also why I was able to use the 10,000 swords return to origin technique back then, and I just discovered on the arena that during the plundering process, it forcibly activates the physique of the one being plundered. Chen Yunfan did not hold back and explained the effects of the sky-swallowing demon technique. He just added a bit of artistic adaptation, turning the effects of the system and the technique into physique effects, which could serve as an explanation to the outside world. Otherwise, having strong comprehension, abnormal vitality, and the ability to devour physiques would seem quite unbelievable, easily arousing others' curiosity, making them think he possessed a treasure. By attributing it to his physique, he could cut off most people's ill intentions, leaving only the Holy Body Church more envious of him. But the last incident had already created a deadly feud. Let them be envious, after all, more lice don't fear the itch. Just do it. So that's how it is. No wonder Zhou Wanxiong suddenly awakened his physique on the arena. It turns out it was all your doing. Those people were praising Zhou Wanxiong's extraordinary talent. Su Shiyun suddenly realized, looking at Chen Yunfan with sparkling eyes, if this gets out, those with special physiques will definitely line up to seek you out. She was genuinely happy for Chen Yunfan. The ability to plunder battle physiques and spiritual physiques indicated that Chen Yunfan's physique was at least a royal physique, but a royal physique couldn't possibly encompass both extraordinary comprehension and overwhelming vitality. This was completely the characteristics of three different branches. Unheard of. In any case, it was definitely something a royal physique could not achieve. Thinking of this, Su Shiyun's face turned rosy, and her gaze was filled with even more admiration. Being looked at so intently by such a youthful and voluptuous beauty made Chen Yunfan feel a bit shy. He subtly shifted his gaze away from her swaying softness. Feeling the surge of vitality within, the speed of dragon and tiger chant cultivation increased to 200%, lasting for 1 hour. A voice echoed in his mind, and Chen Yunfan's expression turned strange. He didn't expect that while he was secretly looking, Su Shiyun didn't notice, but the system did. This system is quite intelligent. It's not surprising, though, Su Shiyun's development is indeed a bit advanced. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Let's go eat first. After 2 hours of enlightenment, it's almost noon. Chen Yunfan and Su Shiyun walked out of the room together and bumped into Qinlan, who was looking for someone. No wonder when I knocked on Shiyun's door just now, there was no response. I thought you were asleep. You actually. Qinlan glanced at Chen Yunfan, then at her best friend, as if she had discovered some incredible secret, her face filled with surprise. Then she looked at her best friend with a gaze full of mischief and satisfaction. It's not easy. Finally, after such a long time, I've managed to get this wooden piece. Don't think too much. The captain has something serious to discuss with me. As a longtime best friend, Su Shiyun understood what her friend was imagining and quickly corrected herself, her face turning red. However, this reaction only made Qinlan more certain. Girls are shy. How could they admit to such things? Captain, my Shiyun is so cute. You must take full responsibility, or I won't let you off the hook. Qinlan waved her small fist, warning Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan rolled his eyes in response. Let's talk business. Just as he opened the door, the other party arrived at the entrance, clearly here to find him. Here, this is what the president asked me to give you. The latest generation battlesuit from Thunder God Technology Company can completely isolate attacks from first and second tier warriors. Even against high tier warriors or masters, it offers very good defense. I just checked on the official website, it's worth 20 million, considered a 7th tier resource. With this, given your strength, you could escape from a 3rd tier warrior in time, and even withstand a 4th tier master for a while. Qinlan handed the battlesuit to Chen Yunfan, her eyes flashing with envy. This battlesuit was the hottest product from Thunder God Company. Not only did it look incredibly cool when worn, but it also couldn't be mass-produced, making it impossible to buy without some background. Escape from a 3rd tier warrior? Chen Yunfan took the battlesuit, a strange smile appearing on his face. Before he had the devouring demon technique, he could fight a 3rd tier warrior without losing. Now, with the technique, his physique had further enhanced, and his vitality was 30 times that of warriors of the same tier. Facing a 3rd tier warrior again, offense and defense would be easily reversed. After the battlesuit was upgraded, it didn't need to be worn manually. Instead, it was a circular module that could be placed on the chest and activated with true energy, instantly wrapping around the entire body. Chen Yunfan searched his memory for the method and suddenly froze. Isn't this the Iron Man suit? Following the method, Chen Yunfan placed the module on his chest, released true energy to stimulate it, and the module instantly sprayed black liquid, covering his entire body except for his head. It wasn't that current technology couldn't cover the head. It was just that warriors have sharp senses. While the suit could increase defense when covering the head, it would also block some senses, leading to a decrease in combat power, which contradicted the original intention of the suit. After the suit wrapped around him, Chen Yunfan took a couple of steps, feeling no sense of restraint. Instead, it was very light and comfortable. Beside him, Su Shiyun, along with Qin Lan, who usually found Chen Yunfan unappealing, couldn't help but brighten their eyes. The tight battlesuit perfectly showcased Chen Yunfan's taut and upright physique, and combined with the heroic aura emanating from his brows, he was no less impressive than the famous young generals of ancient times. Wealth value, 65,300,000. A surge of 20 million in wealth value. 20 million, considered a 7th-tier resource. This should be the defensive treasure that President Su directly applied for on my behalf. It's indeed much stronger than the purple wood shield and can be reused. With this, a 3rd-tier warrior shouldn't be a match. I just wonder how it would fare against a 4th tier? Chen Yunfan murmured to himself, feeling increasingly good about his decision to reveal his strength and potential. In the following days, the arena battles were held twice a day, rain or shine, and the audience was always packed, extremely lively. Logically speaking, this was somewhat unscientific. After all, watching a match is usually for fun and novelty. Everyone has their own lives. Who would spend an entire day in the gym watching elite competitions? However, due to Chen Yunfan's astonishing performance over the past few days, where he faced teams single-handedly, everyone was eagerly anticipating one thing. That is, the Hanchuan City team clashing with the Shenyang City team. Wang Ti versus the Awakened Source Spirit. Over these few days, many people had already learned about Zhang Lingyun's Source Spirit awakening. Because of this, everyone was looking forward to the encounter between the two city teams. But unfortunately, the two teams never met. But today is the final battle of the draw for all teams, and the teams from Hanchuan City and Shenyang City have each completed their respective challenges against the other 13 city teams. Therefore, in this round of selection, the two city teams are bound to meet. A clash of titans. The anticipation of the crowd is palpable. Not only the audience is looking forward to it, even the grandmasters from various regions and the high-ranking officials from the provincial capital are very curious about the outcome of the battle between the two city teams. To be precise, they are eager for the showdown between Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun. In the past few days of the challenge battles, both teams, under the leadership of Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun, have swept through the other teams. Moreover, it was the captains who took the lead, sweeping the entire teams of the other city teams. Even Zhou Wanxiong, who was previously talked about for being able to compete with Zhang Lingyun, was directly killed by Zhang Lingyun's 10,000 swords returned to the origin after using mighty bear steps on the sky. On that day, thousands of flying swords spread out like a peacock displaying its feathers, hovering in the air, and the sword energy wreaked havoc on the arena. It is said that the master of the 9 ranks of Shushan, Chang Zhoushuan, who was present at the time, was so excited that he almost fainted. Other grandmasters, although they mocked on the surface, were secretly envious. The power brought by the physical body and the spiritual body is different, so the difficulty of awakening is also different. Saying it is dozens of times harder would not be an exaggeration. However, Zhang Lingyun awakened at the 2nd rank, a talent that can be considered unparalleled in history. This is also the reason why everyone is looking forward to the battle between Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun. First place, Shenyang Base City, 208 points. Second place, Hanchuan Base City, 208 points. Fourth place, Wanquan Base City, 169 points. Fifth place, Nanxiang Base City, 165 points. Sixth place. The referee glanced at the scoreboard, and an impassioned voice rang out. I believe all the audience is very much looking forward to the upcoming city team match. Now the other 13 city teams have completed their final matches. Now, the Shenyang City team will face the Hanchuan City team, completing the closing battle of this Central Province High School Elite League. The final champion will receive generous rewards from the organizers. As the referee's words fell, the excited cheers from the audience soared to the sky. Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun each took the stage holding their weapons, waiting for the referee's command. However, after waiting for a while, the referee still did not start. Chen Yunfan looked over in confusion and saw the previous referee standing in the VIP area, listening to a discussion among the grandmasters and high-ranking officials from the provincial capital. After a moment, the referee returned to his position, drenched in sweat. After research and decision by the high-ranking officials of the provincial capital, while the arena duel is useful for ordinary prodigies, it is useless for top prodigies. Top prodigies of the Xia Kingdom should develop in multiple areas. They must not only be proficient in combat but also possess the ability to adapt on the spot. Coincidentally, in the past few days, there have been disturbances caused by members of the Holy Body sect in Shenyang Base City. Now, with Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun leading the team to capture them, each ordinary member of the Holy Body sect is worth 1 point, first-rank members 5 points, second-rank members 20 points, and third-rank members 50 points. As the voice fell, the audience, already excited and eager, became even more thrilled. Although the challenge battles over the past few days were intense, after watching so many exhilarating fights, they could become a bit tedious. But facing the Holy Body sect would be different. After all, when dealing with the Holy Body sect, there is no need to hold back. It is definitely a matter of bloodshed, and they could also see the true strength of Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun. Chen Yunfan was astonished, somewhat unclear about the intentions of the high-ranking officials from the provincial capital. Suddenly, Su Shanhe's voice echoed in his ear. It's not hard to understand, both of you are prodigies of Zhengzhou, and when you fight, you definitely won't hold back. If someone gets injured or damages their foundation, that would be a loss. So rather than internal strife, it's better to strike at the Holy Body sect, which will also allow you to see your brains and adaptability in real time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunfan suddenly understood and looked at Zhang Lingyun. After a brief moment of daze, Zhang Lingyun's eyes also cleared up, clearly having someone explain it to her as well. The arena battle was off, and the two stepped down from the stage, then were led by staff to two separate rooms. Chen Yunfan entered the room and saw two people kneeling on the floor, both with the word Saint tattooed at the corners of their eyes. Members of the Holy Body sect? It seems the intention is to interrogate them for clues before proceeding with the arrest. Chen Yunfan murmured to himself, and the other six understood as well. As an action-oriented person and Chen Yunfan's #1 fan, Kai Koan was the first to step forward, pulling a whip from the torture instruments. Chen Yunfan frowned. What are you doing? Kai Koan, filled with excitement and confusion, replied, Captain, I'm interrogating for clues. Don't worry, Captain, I've watched plenty of ancient legal practices and know this very well. Just wait for the clues to come out. Looking at the excited Kai Koan, Chen Yunfan couldn't help but suspect that he might have a peculiar penchant for torturing people. We'll use it later, let's see my method first. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, the large screen displayed images from both rooms, and the audience was buzzing with discussion. TSK, they're actually interrogating themselves to find clues. This is much more interesting than the previous arena battles. Exactly. The Shangyang City team has already started the torture, a little whip dipped in salt and chili water, cracking away. But it seems to be of little use, after all, once it falls into official hands, whether they confess or not, it's death either way. So why would they say anything? Well, there's no other choice. At least they have to try some torture, take a chance, who knows, they might crack. But why isn't the Hanchuan City team making a move? In the VIP section, grandmasters from various powerful factions and high-ranking officials from the provincial capital were also quite curious. This external competition is quite interesting, said a grandmaster from the Magic University, full of interest. Yes, this is much more fun than the arena battles. Fighting every day is too dull, said a grandmaster from the imperial capital Martial University, his face brimming with excitement. Both were 8th grade grandmasters from the imperial and magic universities, having rushed over after hearing about the Wang Body incident. Not only these two top universities, but grandmasters from more factions also arrived, including the Divine Blade and Panglai from ancient martial arts sects. They weren't particularly keen on competing for disciples with the 3 prestigious schools, as they couldn't really compete. Their main purpose was to bring their own disciples to witness the prowess of the Wang Body spirit, so that their disciples wouldn't become overly arrogant, which would be detrimental to their future cultivation. Additionally, there was a desire to make acquaintances. The friendship didn't need to be deep, just a nod of recognition would suffice, as they would all be friends in the future. I'll help you now, and you can help me later. However, at this moment, they were all casting curious glances due to this competition. The Shangyang City team has started interrogating the Holy Body sect, while the Hanchuan City team seems to be lagging behind in the first round. But that's normal, they've dealt with fierce beasts, but torturing people is a first for these high school students. The Shangyang City team is considered excellent, while the Hanchuan City team is just average. With their thoughts honed through university experience, they'll gradually adapt. After all, our enemies are not just fierce beasts, but also people from the holy martial realm. But this slow step will slow down the interrogation, and subsequently, finding the members of the Holy Body sect will also be slower, which means accumulating points will be slower. The Shangyang City team has a significant advantage. Look, the Hanchuan City team has started too, but what does it mean to separate the 2 Holy Body sect fugitives? Someone curiously spoke up, and soon a dozen gazes converged on the surveillance footage from the Hanchuan City team's room. Previously, under Chen Yunfan's command, one person was taken out of the room while the other was left inside. Are they trying to interrogate separately? Attempting to break them one by one? Lu Zhouhai murmured, and beside him, the powerful aura of Jia revealed a hint of curiosity in her cold eyes, before she shook her head. There's no difference between separate and joint interrogation. To obtain the information you want, you must be ruthless. Although the members of the Holy Body sect are not afraid of death, if you use methods to skin them alive, you will quickly find the information you seek. The voice was cold, sending shivers down the spines of those around. Although everyone present was a grandmaster, having walked a path paved with corpses and rivers of blood, they had never resorted to torturing others. In the room, Zhaoyi had a stubborn expression, like a stone in a latrine, prepared to endure to the end. Chen Yunfan had no intention of interrogating him. He quietly waited with his team, glancing at the time from time to time. This not only puzzled the team members but also left Zhaoyi utterly confused. "Hey, aren't you going to interrogate me? What are you waiting for?" Chen Yunfan smiled slightly. "Someone like you, although I could make you spill the information I want, it would be a waste of time. You might as well wait to die." With that, Chen Yunfan turned to the team. "When Zhao Er comes in, all of you show expressions of mockery and impatience, as if you're in a hurry. Act a little better." In an instant, Zhao Yi's heart sank. He realized what Chen Yunfan was planning. Just before they were separated, the other party had said that whoever revealed the location of the Holy Body sect members would be spared. Although they had both agreed to deny knowledge, it still held some value. It could buy them time and a chance to escape. But if they revealed it, they would likely die immediately. However, the other party had left him alone in the room, and Zhao Er outside was already restless. Now, waiting an extra 3 or 4 minutes was clearly a ploy to trick Zhao Er into thinking that Zhaoyi had already revealed the location of the Holy Body sect in exchange for his life. Otherwise, would it really take 3 or 4 minutes to say I don't know? If that were the case, Zhao Er would likely rush in and spill all the information like beans from a bamboo tube. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Zhao Yi's face turned pale as he looked at Chen Yunfan with eyes full of disbelief. How could someone be so skilled in psychological tactics at just 18? Was this really a high school student? "Let Zhao Er in," Chen Yunfan called out, and Kai Kuan opened the door, pulling Zhao Er inside. "Have you thought it over? Do you have any additional information about the Holy Body sect members?" Chen Yunfan casually asked. Additional information? Could it be that his older brother had already spilled everything and was now hoping for a chance to live? Damn it! It turned out that even blood brothers couldn't be trusted. Zhao Er cursed Zhaoyi in his heart, but he wasn't a fool. He worried this might be Chen Yunfan's trap. He discreetly glanced around and didn't see his brother Zhaoyi, but he noticed several students with mocking smiles and 2 others already dressed in combat gear, seemingly ready to head out for something. Boom! Zhao Er's head buzzed. What were they mocking? Of course, they were mocking him for being a fool. His brother had sold him out, and he was still standing there, not saying a word. Dressed in combat gear, what were they preparing to do? They must have received intelligence and were getting ready for a capture operation. Damn Zhaoyi, you tricked me into thinking we would endure together, and yet in just 3 minutes, you had already revealed everything that needed to be said. Is that all? If not, then kill him and let's head out together, Chen Yunfan said casually, and Zhao Er's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. He wasn't afraid of death, but the path to survival was right in front of him. He couldn't accept dying now. Zhao Er banged his head on the ground, shouting, I'll talk. I'll talk. Kai Kuan stepped forward and kicked him. Zhaoyi has already said everything he could. What useful information can you provide? Just accept your fate. Hearing this, Zhao Er wished he could dig up his brother's grave. Beast, I have more news. I'm the lover of our archbishop. I have big news. Chen Yunfan immediately became interested upon hearing this. Tell me more. As long as you have news, I won't kill you. Zhao Er quickly spoke up. During this time, the cardinal has gathered a large number of elite members from the Holy Body Church, lying in ambush in the wilderness, seemingly preparing to attack a certain city team. Chen Yunfan's expression immediately darkened. The Holy Body Church is hierarchically structured, with the leader, deputy leader, cardinal, archbishop, and deacon. The cardinal corresponds to the Grand Master level. As for who they are preparing to attack in the wilderness, who else could it be but the renowned Wang Ti from Zhengzhou? However, Chen Yunfan's expression soon became strange as he instinctively glanced at the camera in the room. Behind the camera were Grand Masters from various major factions. I wonder if this cardinal is enough to satisfy so many Grand Masters? The provincial sports arena was silent. One screen displayed 2 contrasting images. The Shangyang city team was using severe interrogation methods, yet the 2 members of the Holy Body Church had not uttered a word and their eyes were filled with hatred, indicating they could hold out for a long time. Meanwhile, the captain of the Hanchuan city team was employing a psychological tactic. The seemingly solid alliance of the 2 was instantly broken. One person collapsed to the ground, while the other began to confess like a bamboo tube spilling beans, even revealing a major piece of news. The cardinal of the Holy Body Church was actually lying in ambush against a certain city team in the wilderness. TSK, I really like this little guy more and more. Joining my beggar's sect would be great. Get lost. The body refining in the beggar's sect has turned people into fools. A clever little guy like this should join my Shushan. Have some self-respect. I haven't even spoken yet. Indeed, this student can only be mine. Now I will go clear some hidden dangers for my student. Lu Jiuhua, keep an eye on this group. Anyone who dares to approach my student, make sure to note it down. Ji Yaqing was as domineering as ever. As her voice fell, her jade foot stepped into the void crack, heading towards the wilderness. There was only one route from the provincial city to the Hanchuan base city. With a little thought, it wouldn't be difficult to find traces of the Holy Body Church. In the room, the wilderness is so vast. How do I know if what you said is true? Is there any information about the Holy Body Church in the provincial city? Upon hearing this, Zhao Er immediately continued. He didn't know what Zhao Yi had said, so he simply shared everything he knew, including several strongholds of the Holy Body Church in Hanchuan. This surprised Chen Yunfan greatly. After all, members of the Holy Body Church were deeply hidden, and it was normal for the little brothers not to recognize the leader. Could it be that the recent crackdown by the authorities on the Holy Body Church made all the lurking members feel a sense of crisis, prompting them not to continue hiding but to band together for warmth? This is indeed good news. Hearing this, Zhao Er was very puzzled. Logically, these messages should have been found by his older brother Zhao Yi as well. Since Zhao Yi had already mentioned it, the other party should know. In that case, hearing him repeat it shouldn't make them so happy. Could it be? Zhao Er calmed down and looked again at the group of high school students. This time, he saw that their faces were devoid of sarcasm and urgency, replaced instead by joy. "Captain, you are truly amazing. This psychological tactic is brilliant," said Kai Kuan, the #1 fan, as he was the first to speak. The others also looked very impressed, especially Su Shiyun, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Er felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Psychological tactics? In his daze, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Zhao Yi had already collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with disappointment and anger, as if scolding him for being a fool. However, now that everything that needed to be said had been said, Zhao Er could only pretend not to see. With the intelligence and information in hand, Chen Yunfan had no time to waste. He picked up a long gun and walked in front of Zhao Yi. The white gun head went in, and the red gun head came out. Fresh blood splattered, painting the entire wall with splashes of crimson, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Zhao Er trembled all over, his gaze towards Chen Yunfan filled with ingratiation. "Brother, you said that as long as I tell you everything you want to know, you won't kill me." Chen Yunfan nodded. "That's right, I said I wouldn't kill you." He emphasized the word "I" heavily, which made Zhao Er immediately realize. In despair, he opened his mouth to curse, while Kai Kuan beside him was merciless. Unlike elite high school students from other base cities, the elite high school students from Hanchuan base city had all experienced that night in the camp, their hands stained with blood. They had also witnessed the tragic events of that night, naturally harboring hatred towards the Holy Body sect, and showed no mercy when it came to fighting. Kai Kuan directly slashed his throat. "Everyone else, one knife each. I don't want anyone to hesitate during the mission and put the entire team in danger." Although as the captain, Chen Yunfan just wanted to get by, he had to be responsible for the whole team, and he didn't want his teammates to fall into danger due to leniency. The remaining 5 took Kai Kuan's long knife and each gave Zhao Er a stab. Even the 3 girls acted decisively, which surprised Chen Yunfan, who was ready to educate them. "Don't underestimate girls. Although we are girls, we are not fools. We cannot show mercy to members of the Holy Body sect, no matter how pitiful they may seem." Xinlan's words were firm, drawing agreement from Su Shiyun and Wanaria. "Indeed, it's settled, let's move out." Little did they know, their actions caused a huge uproar in the entire venue. No one criticized their ruthlessness, instead, they were admired. No one was a fool. Why spare the Holy Body sect, a cult? If they really showed mercy, they would think the students were weak-hearted. After all, if you show mercy to the Holy Body sect, they certainly won't show mercy to the citizens of Xia country. Especially the grandmasters from various major forces looked at Chen Yunfan and the students from Hanchuan base city with growing interest. Decisive in killing, this was a great quality. Some even began to consider taking in students from among them. After all, being able to participate in the elite high school league already indicated considerable talent, and with this quality, they were worth paying attention to. At 7 in the evening, as the sky darkened and the moon hung high in the inky night, casting pale moonlight, Zhang Yong finished work after a busy day. True to his name, his life had been quite ordinary. In his youth, his martial arts talent was mediocre, and despite his efforts, he failed to get into Wuda, eventually only attending a vocational school to learn a trade. After entering society, he continued to be mediocre, working hard for years without a promotion. He ended up marrying a wife as ordinary as himself, raising a son and a daughter. Although ordinary, the family was harmonious, and the children were smart and lively, which made Zhang Yong quite happy. However, as his children grew up, his pressure began to increase gradually. Raising kids, especially in the era of high martial arts, required over 200,000 a year, no matter how much one tried to save. Besides working, Zhang Yong also took on part-time jobs after work, helping to dissect the corpses of fierce beasts. The fierce beasts were bizarre in shape and had very peculiar structures, often containing body parts like venom glands and parasitic sacs that could still cause significant harm even after death. And how could martial artists deal with the corpses of fierce beasts? So generally, this line of work was done by ordinary people. High risk, high pay. For the sake of money and not wanting to remain so ordinary for his children, Zhang Yong had no choice but to do it. Life and death aside, even for his family, over time he would feel fatigued, so Zhang Yong had a good habit. Every Friday night after work, he would take advantage of discounts at foot massage shops to relax his feet. Of course, it was a legitimate foot massage shop. The heavens move vigorously, and the path is firm. Upon reaching his destination, Zhang Yong revealed a smile. Technician No. 38, still the old project. He greeted the front desk, took his number, and followed the attendant towards the room. However, the further he walked, the deeper his frown became. Strange, the last time I came, the front desk was a delicate girl, but today it's changed to a burly man who could run a horse with his arms. Just standing there, he could probably scare away quite a few customers. Zhang Yong muttered, his gaze falling on the attendant leading the way. Although she was a girl, she was taciturn. Not at all like the kind of attendant one would expect in a foot bath establishment. The previous attendants were all very talkative. They would chatter about their drunken fathers, their sick mothers, their younger brothers going to school, and their disabled older brothers. This sudden silence made him quite uncomfortable. Entering the room, Zhang Yong lay back in the recliner. After a while, a muffled voice, heavy with fat, sounded, "Technician No. 38 is here to serve you." Zhang Yong glanced over and immediately jolted. The person was 8 feet tall, with a waist as thick, arms that could carry a wooden barrel, and hands like bear paws. Was this person going to give him a foot massage or turn him into a lump? Isn't No. 38 supposed to be Xiao Mei? Did you get the wrong place? Even if it's a special package from my group, you can't just fool me like this. The burly woman frowned, then softened. No. 38 has left. I am the new No. 38. After saying this, the robust woman didn't care whether Zhang Yong agreed or not. She closed the door and forcibly placed Zhang Yong's feet into the wooden barrel, starting to massage his feet. Her rough hands felt like sandpaper, constantly grinding against his skin. Zhang Yong looked over in shock. Her hands were even rougher than his. Could he have come to the wrong place? But when his gaze met the burly woman's, Zhang Yong, who was about to question and ask for a change, felt a shiver run through him, and his blood ran cold. Working in a factory that often dissected fierce beasts, he frequently encountered some martial artists who had just returned from the wilderness. They exuded a fierce aura, with eyes that were sharp and resilient and energy unique to those who had spent years in the wild. Was the one giving him a foot massage a martial artist? This possibility sprang to Zhang Yong's mind, but he immediately shot it down. No matter how down and out a martial artist was, they wouldn't stoop to working in a foot bath establishment. This person couldn't be a fugitive hiding in a foot bath place, could they? But what was with that faint aura of menace? And those eyes, there was definitely blood on their hands. Although there was no fierce aura, those eyes absolutely belonged to someone who had killed. Zhang Yong's heart raced with anxiety, but his gaze grew more resolute. A fugitive martial artist could fetch at least hundreds of thousands in rewards, enough to cover 2 or 3 years of hard work, and having extra money could provide better education for his children. Damn it, he had to act. No one gets rich without a windfall, and no horse gets fat without wild grass. Zhang Yong glanced at the burly woman, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and pretended to scroll through Douyin, acting as if he was just playing on his phone. When he felt the timing was right, he dialed to report, but he didn't realize that his earlier emotional fluctuations had already betrayed him. Before the call could go through, the phone was snatched by the woman. "Just massage my feet, why is your brain so clever?" The woman's plump face twisted into a grotesque, sinister smile, and then the phone, which could be used as a brick to hit someone, was crumpled in her hand like paper and casually tossed into the foot bath. Zhang Yong's body stiffened, his mind went blank, and only one thought remained: my life is over. Bang! Just as the woman was about to make her move, the locked door was kicked open from the outside. A tall, upright figure strode into the room amidst the flying wood chips, their gaze sweeping across the interior. Upon spotting the woman preparing to harm Zhang Yong, the long gun in their hand showed no mercy, instantly piercing through the woman's head, splattering red and white all over the stunned Zhang Yong's face. "The holy body sect is dead. Stay in the room and do not move, waiting for the subsequent rescue from the inspection bureau." Chen Yunfan left a kind reminder, stepped out the door, gripped his long gun tightly, and continued to kill his way through other rooms. At this moment, the entire Taiyang Xingjian footpath was thrown into chaos. As soon as he exited the room, he collided head-on with a woman. The woman instantly raised her hand, and a dart shot towards him. Chen Yunfan swept his long gun, and with a clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, causing the dart to veer off course and pierce through the thick wooden door beside him. Having missed her shot, the woman attempted to strike again, but was already pierced in the chest by the incoming Luyan gun, which pinned her hard against the wall. He quickly stepped forward, pulled out his long gun, and turned to kick the door. Inspection Bureau is handling a case here. This place is harboring members of the Holy Body sect. Everyone get down. Those who resist will be dealt with according to the laws of the Holy Body sect. Chen Yunfan glared, shouting with great authority. However, his imposing aura lasted only a second before it drained away like a flood. Chen Yunfan silently retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. There were two people inside, one wearing a foot massage parlor uniform and the other in a suit. The man in the suit was a guest and was naturally not a member of the Holy Body sect hiding in the foot massage parlor, as those members were all martial artists. Martial artists could not consort with ordinary people, just as nobles could not associate with commoners. The key point was that both were men. Man on top of man. The man in the suit was at the back, while the foot massage parlor employee was at the front. If the employee were a martial artist, he could probably take the man in the suit with a single move. Such an eyesore. This contact point set up by the Holy Body sect is truly unexpected. Driving away the chaotic thoughts, Chen Yunfan continued his killing spree with the long gun in hand. Because he needed to ambush the Hanchuan city team in the wilderness, the Archbishop had transferred all martial artists of the 4th rank and above from the commercial city, which was also the reason Chen Yunfan felt no restraint. Back then, he could instantly kill a 2nd rank martial artist at the 1st rank. Now, killing a 2nd rank martial artist at the 2nd rank felt like child's play. One shot, and they were down. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter a 3rd rank martial artist. However, due to the large population of the commercial city and the fact that the Holy Body sect's branch was stationed there, the number of Holy Body sect members was simply overwhelming. Chen Yunfan was not in a hurry, he would encounter them sooner or later. Damn! A 2nd rank martial artist, and he went down in an instant. It seems much stronger than when I faced Zhou Wanxiong back then. Tisk TSK. I've been to Taiyang Xingjian footpath. The service attitude was terrible. I didn't expect it to be run by the Holy Body sect. What a fitting end. Some people sighed, while others were shocked. After seeing the real-time footage of man on top of man, the entire provincial gymnasium fell silent again. Men looked on with disdain, while women were curious and excited. What do you think? Zhou Ming, an 8th rank mentor from Modu, looked at Qin Kuang, an 8th rank mentor from Kyoto, who was sitting nearby. What do I think? Talent and intelligence, just these 2 points. How many grandmasters here can achieve them? Qin Kuang replied irritably, but as he looked at the real-time footage, his gaze gradually became heated. Having talent and intelligence sounds simple, but very few possess them. Even if they do, none compare to this one. Talent needs no elaboration, the term Wanti encompasses everything. But even with Wanti, given the vast population of Xia country and the accumulation of time over 500 years, there are still some, but this level of comprehension is just too abnormal. At 18, having only been exposed to martial arts for 3 years and martial studies for just 1 year, Flame Explosion Fist to perfection, Gale Shadow Chase perfected, Diamond Body to perfection, Dragon Tiger Chant to perfection, and mastering the 3000 Winds and Thunder. 3 out of 5 martial arts to perfection. Among them is the Diamond Body, known as the most difficult in the yellow rank and also a martial art of the sacred martial realm. If this is comprehension, then the Dragon Tiger Chant, a mysterious rank martial art, is simply unscientific. Logically speaking, a 1st rank martial artist has weak mental strength. Even if they learn the Dragon Tiger Chant, they cannot deeply understand it, let alone get started. But Chen Yunfan not only got started, he damn well perfected it. Who can you reason with about this? If it weren't for the president of the Martial Arts Association in Hanchuan-based city admitting it in person, he would never believe it no matter what. As a mentor, he also had many disciples, and some practiced the Shen-level breathing technique, Dragon Tiger Chant. One of them, named Zhang Feng, was at the 4th rank and achieved perfection in the Shen-level breathing technique within a year, earning the title of the highest genius in the history of the Imperial Capital Martial University. Qin Kuang had always taken pride in this and often boasted about it in front of old friends, but now comparing it to Chen Yunfan was a different story. Well, comparing people can be deadly, and comparing goods can lead to discarding. What made Qin Kuang even more envious was that this young man not only had an extraordinary talent but also possessed remarkable intelligence. He interrogated with psychological tactics rather than relying solely on torture, which truly amazed him. As for why Qin Kuang was so angry, it was because that female killing god from the Mountain River Martial University had declared she would take Chen Yunfan as her disciple. That woman was completely unreasonable when she went mad, and being at the 8th rank, he was definitely no match for her. As for trying to recruit from the school, he had no face to do that. They were all at the 8th rank, yet he would have to recruit someone at the 9th rank to maintain authority, which was truly embarrassing. Like Chin Kawang, many grandmasters present could only envy from a distance, and no one dared to be the first to approach Chen Yunfan. After all, that old fellow, Lu Joha, was holding a small notebook, glaring at them with wide eyes. Whoever moved would be noted, and they would settle the score when Ji Yaching returned. Why don't you go have a showdown with Ji Yaching? Aren't you always bragging about your martial arts insights, claiming to be invincible at the 8th rank? Compared to Qin Kawang, Zhou Ming from the Magic City Martial University was not as envious. Instead, he teased his old friend. Upon hearing this, Qin Kawang's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Being invincible at the 8th rank can't withstand that woman being able to kill at the 9th rank. She's always been a monster, and now she's taking in another little monster." During this year's freshman exchange among the 3 schools, won't we be turned upside down by the Mountain River Martial University, and they'll be dominating us? The freshman exchange among the 3 schools was originally a joint event between the Magic City Martial University and the Imperial Capital Martial University, aimed at letting students know that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Don't think that just because you entered a top martial university, your talent is the best. There will always be someone stronger than you. Of course, the victors could also receive rewards provided by the 2 prestigious schools. However, after the establishment of the Mountain River Martial University, which was modeled after the Magic City and Imperial Capital Universities, the joint event became a 3-school exchange. But since the Mountain River Martial University was established later and had less experience, the outstanding talents from various places still lean more towards the Imperial Capital and Magic City universities. This meant that although the students from the Mountain River Martial University were overall much stronger than those from the key universities, they still fell a little short compared to the Imperial and Magic City universities. Every year during the 3-school exchange, the Mountain River Martial University's results were at the bottom. However, if the Mountain River University were to recruit this young man today, the situation might turn around, especially with the Wine body combined with several supreme martial arts, which would basically secure first place. Naturally, Qin Kawang did not want to see this scene, his expression gloomy. But there was nothing he could do. He was aware of the recommended students from the Imperial Capital Martial University this year. 2 words, genius. But genius is relative. If compared to this young man, they were just a little lacking. Wait a minute, Zhou Ming, why aren't you anxious at all? Qin Kawang suddenly noticed his old friend Zhou Ming, whose lips were slightly curled up, feeling puzzled. What's there to be anxious about? Recruiting won't work, and fighting won't work. Aside from watching this young man fall into the Mountain River Martial University, what else can we do? But it's too early to talk about the 3-school exchange. This young man is indeed a genius, but our Magic City Martial University's recommended freshmen are no pushovers, like Zhu Yanwu. Mentioning the name Zhu Yanwu made Zhou Ming's smile stretch from ear to ear, and Qin Kawang's body trembled. Zhu Yanwu's reputation in the Magic City was at least as strong as Chen Yunfan's in Zhengzhou. With a top-tier offensive physique, the blazing sun body, he was a prodigy from the Zhu family in the Magic City, taught by the 9th-rank grandmaster from the Zhu family. With talent and background at their peak, and under the influence of various elixirs and physical enhancements, he has now reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, just a step away from the 3rd rank. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyun, the most talented individual from Zhengzhou, is merely at the early stage of the 2nd rank. The difference is like heaven and earth. Zhu Yanwu represents the most talented of the younger generation in the Xia Kingdom, having received countless offers from prestigious schools, both domestic and abroad, even before taking the college entrance examination. The conditions offered by Diwu and Moa to compete for Zhu Yanwu are astonishing, one more incredible than the last. As far as Qin Kawang knows, Zhu Yanwu is yet to choose a school, but with Zhou Ming saying this, it seems Zhu Yanwu has agreed to be a recommended student at Mo. Envy. In his heart, Qin Kawang felt envious, but on the surface, he merely curled his lip. No matter how powerful Zhu Yanwu is, he's still just a 2nd rank. Chen Yunfan can instantly kill a 2nd rank, and that won't change even if it's the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. Zhou Ming remained unfazed. Oh? Who said Zhu Yanwu was at the 2nd rank? At these words, Qin Kawang's heart jolted. He felt even more envious. The 3rd rank. Mo was incredibly lucky to have recruited such a talented student. Entering at the 3rd rank means he could graduate as a 6th rank master. If Zhu Yanwu can break through, why can't Chen Yunfan? If a 1st rank can kill a 2nd rank, then breaking through to the 2nd rank can definitely kill a 3rd rank. Qin Kawang was unconvinced, while Zhou Ming smiled lightly. Old Qin, it's one thing to fool others, but don't fool yourself. Is the gap between the second and third ranks comparable to that between the first and second ranks? Qin Kuang fell silent. At the third rank, the total amount of blood in true essence increases dramatically, allowing for a stronger burst of power. The key point is that the third rank begins to refine the bones. First rank is skin, second rank is flesh, third rank is bone. The enhancement to physical constitution is not additive but multiplicative. If Chen Yunfan can break through to the second rank, he could instantly kill a second rank pinnacle, which he believes. But for the third rank, Qin Kuang didn't engage in further banter, merely feeling frustrated as he looked at the big screen. Seeing this, Zhou Ming smiled lightly again. Yet, inside, he felt far more turbulent than his calm exterior suggested. Showing off in front of an old friend he had competed with for half a lifetime, it was simply satisfying. Put! Chen Yunfan shot through the head of a member of the Holy Body sect, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, stunning the surrounding members of the Holy Body sect into inaction for a moment. Crouch down and cover your heads. Those who do not obey will die. His voice was chilling, like a bone-chilling wind blowing from the depths of hell, combined with the headless corpses lying around, completely terrifying the members of the Holy Body sect. Faces filled with fear, they all dropped their weapons and crouched down. Cuff them! Chen Yunfan took out a dozen handcuffs from his spatial ring and handed them to Kai Kuan and Qin Lun. The silver-white alloy handcuffs contained special minerals that could suppress blood in true essence. Once cuffed, a martial artist would become a useless person. However, even a useless person from the Holy Body sect could still be interrogated for information, which held significant value. After clearing the second floor, Chen Yunfan headed for the third floor. A fierce battle was also taking place here, with Zhang Lingyun from the Shang City team leading a fight against the members of the Holy Body sect. Indeed, not only was the Hanchuan City team present, but the Shang City team members were also there. The information had come from Chen Yunfan. According to the intel, there were as many as 50 members of the Holy Body sect gathered at this point in the Tianxingjian footpath. The Hanchuan City team only had 7 members. No matter how strong Chen Yunfan was, it was impossible for him to kill or capture them all. Those who managed to escape would be blocked by the masters sent to protect them, but the points wouldn't count for the Hanchuan City team. To maximize benefits, Chen Yunfan simply shared the information with Zhang Lingyun. The goal was simple: to pull this talented beauty from the Zhang family into the fray. The Shang City team also had 7 members. At least they could entangle some of the Holy Body sect members. In this way, once he freed up his hands, he could take a wave of kills, and with the steady increase in points, the top position in the league would be secured. Put! Chen Yunfan's movements were graceful as he swiftly passed by several members of the Xanadu City team who were engaged in battle, his spear striking like a silver snake emerging from its hole, accurately hitting their heads. Blood sprayed, brain matter splattered. This scene stunned the members of the Xanadu City team. Although they were killers, they had never been as decisive as this man before them. He struck as soon as they met, and every strike was a headshot. Not only was he ruthless, but also somewhat disgusting. The members of the Xanadu City team, splattered with brain matter and blood, staggered back, gagging. Noticing the shocked expressions of the Xanadu City team, Chen Yunfan also came to a realization. His initial brutality was because it was the safest way to kill. After all, some people had their hearts on the left, while others had them on the right. But a person's head could never be located on their backside. His current ruthlessness was also aimed at quickly killing enemies, but compared to before, he felt a certain thrill from it. Realizing this, Chen Yunfan was suddenly alarmed. Could it be the swallowing heaven demon technique? Although it wasn't an evil technique, being associated with demons could easily lead to a skewed mindset. However, that was a minor issue to resolve later. For now, he needed to continue eliminating members of the Holy Body sect. While Chen Yunfan was deep in thought, Zhang Lingyun stormed towards him, her long sword dripping with bright red blood. She was furious that the points she had earned were gone. That's too much. Team member Su Beiha quickly stepped forward to dissuade Zhang Lingyun. Captain Chen actively shared the address with us. It's only right to take some points. He was joking. He didn't want to get into a conflict with Chen Yunfan. Even if it was just a competitive relationship, the other party wouldn't actually blow his head off, but a severe beating was definitely unavoidable. More importantly, in Su Beiha's view, losing these points was no big deal because even if the Xanadu base city captured them, they couldn't compete with the Hanchuan City team, nor with Chen Yunfan. Quick and ruthless, half of the cultists at this Holy Body sect hideout were taken down by Chen Yunfan alone, not counting the other members of the Hanchuan City team. This led to the Hanchuan City team's points far outpacing those of the Xanadu City team. Xanadu City team, 385, Hanchuan City team, 470 in their first raid on the Holy Body sect stronghold. They had opened up a 100-point gap, which Su Beiha considered a loss. In his eyes, since they had already lost, Why offend this ruthless person? Previously, he had looked down on Chen Yunfan, the country bumpkin, but in the restaurant, he had seen Chen Yunfan instantly take down a severely injured member of the Holy Body sect with a single move. At that moment, he had accepted it, but on the surface, he still maintained the persona of the vice-captain, claiming he would work hard to train and would eventually reclaim his honor. But now, after this raid on the Holy Body sect stronghold, he was truly convinced, unless absolutely necessary. No, even if it were absolutely necessary, Su Beiha didn't want to offend the other party. And he wasn't the only one with this thought. Everyone except Zhang Lingyun shared the same sentiment. We might not lose, I just haven't adapted yet. Zhang Lingyun snorted coldly, turning to continue searching for members of the Holy Body sect, but this time, she gripped her long sword a bit tighter. With a sharp mind and exceptional talent, she was, after all, just an 18-year-old high school student. When dealing with members of the Holy Body sect, she mostly used her sword to injure them, wanting them to realize they were no match for her, then kneel and surrender. But the members of the Holy Body sect weren't fools, no one knew better than them what they had done, and surrendering was a dead end. So after being injured, they resisted even more fiercely, severely slowing Zhang Lingyun's speed and earning points. In contrast, Chen Yunfan burst in with a loud shout, declaring it was the Inspectorate Bureau handling the case, surrender or die, clean and decisive. Previously, Zhang Lingyun had not taken it seriously, but now the stark reality of the point gap made her realize. Watching Zhang Lingyun, who dealt with the disobedient members of the Holy Body sect with a swift sword, the ancestors of the Zheng family, the leader of Shushan, and the high-ranking officials of the provincial city all revealed satisfied smiles. Not bad, although there is some point difference, the strength of the two is actually quite similar. As long as Lingyun adjusts her mindset, there may still be a chance to turn the tide. I feel that turning the tide is quite simple. Don't forget, the overall strength of the Xanadu City team is stronger than that of the Hanchuan City team. After all, they have 3 second-tier fighters, while Hanchuan City only has Chen Yunfan. It's 50-50, both have a chance. Coincidentally, this time, the red-robed Archbishop of the Holy Body sect will take away all the third-tier and above experts from the provincial city. Now, the strongest member of the Holy Body sect in the entire provincial city is only at the 3rd tier, which is enough for this group of little guys to perform well. Indeed, Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun, such prodigies, are qualified to challenge 3rd-tier warriors. Even if they can't win, their combined strength won't be a problem. Mount Su Yuen. The road at the foot of the mountain is the only passage connecting Hanchuan Base City and Xanadu Base City, maintained regularly by personnel from both sides. However, this nearly 50-meter-wide road is now completely shattered. The ground has collapsed. From a high vantage point, within a 10-kilometer diameter centered on the road, there are collapses everywhere. Upon closer inspection, these are clearly fist marks. Each deep pit is caused by a fist, leaving no trace of anything within 10 kilometers, not even a corpse. Only pools of blood remain. At this moment on Mount Suyuan, Chao Qianxiang, clad in tattered red robes and looking disheveled, was staring at the collapse at the foot of the mountain, his lips twitching, eyes filled with sorrow. Ji Yaqing, that madman. The official stance towards the Holy Body sect is to capture them alive, especially among the higher-ups, in order to gather more information about the sect's activities. But Ji Yaqing is different. After appearing, she first executed a spatial cut. Nearly half of the elite members of the Holy Body sect were bisected, and the remaining half were still reacting and fleeing with all their might. That fist, like a heavenly weapon, conducted indiscriminate strikes within a 10-kilometer radius of the road. He, a dignified 8th-tier grandmaster, was merely grazed and severely injured. If it weren't for his skill in concealing his presence, Ji Yaqing would have locked onto him immediately, and he would have likely become one of the pools of blood below. This battle has essentially wiped out the Holy Body sect's branch in Zhengzhou province, and he bears undeniable responsibility. Don't let me find out who the traitor is. I will never let him go. Chao Qianxiang's expression was filled with rage as he slammed his hand against a nearby tree. But when his palm struck the tree, the force suddenly dissipated. He couldn't afford to make any noise now. If he attracted Ji Yaqing's attention, it would be the end for him. Beep beep. At that moment, the satellite phone rang. After Chao Qianxiang answered, his expression shifted between dark and light. There was indeed a traitor within. Not only had the ambush plan against Wang Ti been exposed, but all the strongholds of the Holy Body sect in the provincial city had also been uprooted. Chen Yunfan, I want you dead. The fury in Chao Qianxiang's eyes surged. The traitor was dead, and he couldn't blame the high-ranking officials of the Holy Body sect who arranged the mission. He could only transfer all his hatred onto the target, Chen Yunfan. However, this wasn't entirely wrong. After all, it was because of the ambush on this kid that all his elite subordinates had been annihilated. Moreover, the other side had extracted information about the strongholds, leading to the complete destruction of the foundation he had built over many years in Zhongzhou province. Everything was over. Years of hard work had been ruined in an instant, and one could imagine how much Chao Qianxiang hated Chen Yunfan at this moment. He wanted to kill, but Chao Qianxiang dared not return to the provincial city to kill, nor could he take matters into his own hands. The former was due to the martial law in the provincial capital, where returning would likely lead to capture by those lying in wait. The latter was because the task assigned from above was to capture the opponent alive. If he killed the opponent, those in power would definitely not let him off the hook. As thoughts flickered, Chao Qianxiang thought of someone. After quickly moving to a new safe location, he dialed a number. Archbishop. An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. Luo Tu, you already know about the situation in the provincial capital, right? If there was anyone who hated Chen Yunfan the most, besides himself, it would be Luo Tu. The holy body sect didn't count, they only desired Chen Yunfan. Currently, Chao Qianxiang's relationship with Luo Tu was in a probationary period, and only after passing this period would Luo Tu be qualified to join the holy body sect. Therefore, he could command Luo Tu to take action, and those above would not hold him accountable, especially since Luo Tu had a personal grudge against Chen Yunfan. I know. Luo Tu's voice revealed a suppressed chill. His family had been exterminated, his kin exiled, and after death, he didn't know how to face his ancestors. He wished he could peel Chen Yunfan's skin and break his bones, inflicting all kinds of torture. Help me get rid of him. Although Luo Tu hated Chen Yunfan, he wasn't a fool. After infiltrating the provincial capital, he had been keeping an eye on Chen Yunfan. He knew that today Chen Yunfan led a team to wipe out the Holy Body Sect's stronghold and that 2 6th-grade masters were accompanying him for protection. He was a 5th-grade master, and a wounded one at that, having been injured by ferocious beasts while crossing the wilderness. If he dared to act, he would instantly be turned into a mist of blood by the hidden protectors. Now that the Holy Body Sect's strongholds in Zhongzhou have been completely wiped out, you are the strongest person under me. Do you think I would send you to your death? Don't worry, I have a way. After a brief whisper, Luo Tu's spirit jolted. If he could create a situation where he faced Chen Yunfan alone, killing him would be quite simple. 1st grade versus 5th grade, the advantage is mine. Shanggushi Team, 907 Hanchuan Team, 1121. After successfully raiding the 4th and final stronghold of the Holy Body Sect, the scoreboard froze at that moment. What no one expected was that even though Zhang Lingyun's subordinates showed no mercy and the remaining 2 2nd-grade members of the Shanggushi team gave it their all, there was still a significant gap compared to the Hanchuan team. And this gap was entirely created by Chen Yunfan alone. After all, besides the captain, the average strength of the Hanchuan team could not keep up with the Shanggushi team. It could be said that Chen Yunfan perfectly embodied the term carrying the team. Compared to Zhang Lingyun's unwillingness to accept, the members of the Hanchuan team were overjoyed. No one could resist the thrill of an effortless victory, especially one that led to 1st place. 1st place, that's amazing. I heard that the team that wins 1st place in this high school elite league will be rewarded with a level 7 resource worth 20 million. The captain is incredible. He led the team from being last to 1st. If we return to Hanchuan Base City, it will probably be reported on all channels throughout the city. The team members were covered in blood, but each one looked extremely excited and happy. Su Shiyun's round, beautiful eyes were filled with admiration, and even Muyu, who usually spoke little and had a deadpan expression, managed to utter 2 words. Very strong. Chen Yunfan deliberately stood with his hands behind his back, a proud smile on his face. Basic skills, don't mess around, sit down. Besides being decisive in battle, Chen Yunfan usually gave others the impression of being very easy to get along with. This was also why they felt free to speak openly in front of such a decisive and fierce captain. After a round of laughter, the others went to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Most members of the Holy Body Sect were martial artists, and martial artists needed resources for their cultivation. After capture, resources became unowned items, and handing them over was certainly not as good as keeping them for oneself. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, let alone a piece of prime meat. Chen Yunfan was carefully calculating the gains from this trip. In addition to the level 7 resources awarded by the league organizers after winning, President Su also mentioned that as long as our ranking in this league is impressive, the higher-ups in Hanchuan will provide rewards. Oh, and there's also the martial arts promised by Zhang Lingyun, which are above the Xian level middle grade. Thinking of this, Chen Yunfan felt even more energized. When it comes to resource rewards, what he valued most was actually martial arts. Practitioners need a lot of time to learn martial arts, so they usually only master a few. They don't seek breadth, but rather depth. Therefore, compared to having more martial arts, most practitioners prefer to cultivate resources, as this can speed up their training and quickly enhance their combat power. But Chen Yunfan was different. His techniques in martial arts could automatically cultivate and gain insights, quickly converting them into combat power. In this way, obtaining martial arts would definitely yield better results than acquiring high-level resources, that was beyond doubt. Moreover, what Zhang Lingyun promised him this time was a middle-grade martial art of the Xian level, which was at least a top-grade Xian level, stronger than all the martial arts he had learned. Of course, this did not include the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique. I wonder what level of martial arts the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique is, and if it can compare to the heavenly level. Chen Yunfan was curious as he walked up to Zhang Lingyun. Is there something you need? Zhang Lingyun crossed her arms, her expression angry and defiant, clearly still brooding over the matter of stealing kills. We agreed that if I win this time, I get at least a top-grade Shin level martial art. What I said was the same as last time, in a one-on-one situation. If you can win, I can also teach you the high-level martial arts of the Zhang family. Did you win? Zhang Lingyun shot back. Chen Yunfan certainly hadn't forgotten, but he was afraid Zhang Lingyun might have, so he brought it up intentionally to gain the upper hand. As long as the other party remembered, the outcome of the upcoming duel would be basically secure. The only worry was if she would play dirty and deny it. Alright, let's do it now. The allure of the new martial arts had made Chen Yunfan somewhat impatient. He was just about to initiate his Vajra body technique to suppress her forcefully when a figure rushed over. Chen Yunfan restrained his aura. Old Meng, why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong? Old Meng, whose full name was Meng Hanpeng, was one of the 7 members of the Hanchuan team, known for his honest and somewhat dull personality. His family ran a decent business in the Hanchuan base city. Although he didn't talk much, Chen Yunfan treated him equally, calling him in a friendly manner. After all, they had fought together in this surprise attack. Meng Hanpeng was sweating profusely, his expression excited as he took a couple of quick steps forward. Seeing this, Chen Yunfan leaned in to listen. Captain, just now a member of the Holy Body sect asked me to let him go for his life, and he revealed a location where the Holy Body sect is hoarding supplies, right in the warehouse ahead. If we can get our hands on it, the haul might be worth even more than the 20 million worth of level 7 resources. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunfan's throat rolled, and his eyes sparkled. The Holy Body sect was not just the few small fries they had encountered, it had masters, even grandmasters, and the red-robed archbishop. However, these experts had gone out to ambush them in the wilderness and were not within the commercial city. But when they went out on missions, it was certainly inconvenient to carry resources with them, so they must have stored them in the stronghold within the commercial city. He had just been paying attention to the various strongholds during the surprise attack, looking for secret rooms, but ultimately found nothing. Without the authority to interrogate, he could only miss out on this windfall. Unexpectedly, the windfall didn't disappear but instead came to him in another way. Wealth value, 65,300,000. He was not far from reaching a wealth value of 100 million. Chen Yunfan had a premonition that if the wealth value reached 100 million, the system would undergo another upgrade. The last time it had brought the ability to complete martial arts techniques, successfully perfecting the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique. What new abilities will this bring this time? However, produced by the system, it is definitely a masterpiece. Miss Shang, let's hold off on the one-on-one for now. I have some other matters to attend to. Old Meng, lead the way. Leaving Zhang Lingyun behind, Chen Yunfan followed Meng Hanpeng in a brisk walk towards a certain direction. Provincial Sports Center, venue. Through multiple mini-cameras and drone feeds, all the spectators witnessed these surprise attacks. Compared to most videos online, which had a rough and clearly scripted combat style, this broadcast showcased a distinct style. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The surprise attacks were quick, the strikes precise, and the blows fierce. Especially Chen Yunfan, one of the 2 individuals everyone was looking forward to, his unhesitating combat style ignited the violent genes in everyone's blood. As a result, Chen Yunfan gained a large number of devoted fans. Of course, while some praised Chen Yunfan for his decisiveness in battle, others were put off by his ruthless nature. There was debate over his style of action, but there was no argument about Chen Yunfan's strength or the fact that Hanchuan Base City ultimately secured first place. Hanchuan Base City first place, that's quite impressive. The overall strength of Hanchuan Base City's team is not on par with Xanadu Base City, yet Chen Yunfan can still lead them to victory. Indeed impressive, this first place is well deserved. Another genius has emerged from our Zhengzhou province. The only pity is that we didn't get to see these 2 great talents face off. I wanted to see Chen Yunfan unleash his might. Due to his outstanding achievements, most people now believe that Chen Yunfan was a notch stronger than Zhang Lingyun. This made the younger generation of the Zhang family somewhat displeased, especially Zhang Tian, who often mentioned her sister Zhang Lingyun. TSK, if you ask me, if Chen Yunfan and Zhang Lingyun faced off, who would win is really uncertain. Zhang Tian blended into the crowd, pretending to be a rational observer. shaking her head as she expressed her views. Upon hearing this, some spectators were quite curious, as Chen Yunfan's strength was evident. Bro, is there a point to this? Ha, of course there is. Think about where we are. This is Xanadu Base City, and the genius Zhang Lingyun, born and raised here, is well known. The key is that she possesses a spiritual body. Just based on that, I can say that all members of the Holy Body sect know Zhang Lingyun. The audience exchanged glances, and then? What does this have to do with who would win in a match between the two? Of course it does. Zhang Tian smiled coldly. The crux of the matter is that Zhang Lingyun is a household name, and with the discovery of the Holy Body sect space, the remaining members will have two emotions, anger and fear. The angry ones know their base has been compromised, and they are doomed, so they want Xanadu Base City to pay a price, hence they will attack Zhang Lingyun. The fearful ones will also attack Zhang Lingyun because only by capturing her do they have a chance to escape unscathed. This creates a phenomenon where both teams simultaneously raid the Holy Body sect space, and it is often Zhang Lingyun who is besieged, while Chen Yunfan can leisurely deal with the members of the Holy Body sect one by one. This is commonly known as the celebrity effect. Zhang Lingyun suffers from this, which leads to the combat footage not showcasing Chen Yunfan's decisive actions, and ultimately, her points are lower. But if it were truly one-on-one, it's uncertain who would win between the Zhang family genius and Chen Yunfan. Zhang Tian dropped her final assertion and left gracefully, concealing her achievements and fame. However, her words stirred up a storm in the crowd. Hiss, this guy, shaking his head and looking like an unreliable strategist, spoke with remarkable logic. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that every time they raided a base, Zhang Lingyun was surrounded by numerous members of the Holy Body sect, which slowed her point acquisition. In contrast, no one knew anything about Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan also took advantage of this, taking down one person with each shot, his points skyrocketing. Saying it this way, the victory seems a bit hollow. Although Chen Yunfan's recent ambushes have been impressive, converting a large number of viewers into fans, when it comes to fan base, Zhang Lingyun from the Xanadu Base City definitely has the upper hand, especially since Zhang Lingyun is tall and has a cool demeanor. She is recognized as the first goddess of the younger generation in Xanadu. There are plenty of admirers. The power of these admirers is formidable. In no time, Zhang Tian's words became a sacred text, and soon everyone knew about it. Some crazed admirers even protested to the organizers, claiming that this uniquely crafted competition was completely biased towards the Hanchuan Base City. A conspiracy. The organizers, of course, would not change what had been decided, but this sparked debates among the grandmasters. Who is stronger, Chen Yunfan or Zhang Lingyun? Since both had fought against first and second tier opponents in their 4 ambushes, their performances were quite similar, making it hard to determine who was stronger or weaker. As for the third tier fighters, they were few and far between, having fled long before the ambushes began. Of course, they couldn't escape entirely, they would eventually fall into the hands of the grandmasters guarding outside. However, in that case, the points wouldn't count towards either of them. In the end, it was concluded that Zhang Lingyun, with her second-tier strength and awakened spiritual essence, had a 10% higher chance of winning than Chen Yunfan. On the other side, Chen Yunfan followed Meng Hanpeng, turning left and right, entering a narrow alley flanked by residential buildings. Meng Hanpeng stopped at the entrance of one of the buildings and suddenly spoke in a low tone. "Captain, do you think one should have higher aspirations in life? At the school gate, it's time to say goodbye." Chen Yunfan turned back for one last look at the high school he had attended for 3 years. There was nostalgia, but more so, determination. Then a hint of confusion arose. In his line of sight, a slender figure was quickly approaching him. "Teacher Chiu, you still remember I'm your teacher. Why don't you listen to me? You really want to drop out? You're only 18. What do you plan to do after dropping out? You're really going to drive me crazy." Xiao Suyua's ample chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly quite upset. She had just been contacting friends in the education bureau, asking them to intervene and give Chen Yunfan a fair chance. Who would have thought Chen Yunfan would pull this stunt? Dropping out? If it weren't for Luo Mingyuan's school-wide announcement, she wouldn't have known that Chen Yunfan had already dropped out. "Thank you, Teacher Chiu." Seeing Xiao Suyua's anxious and angry expression warmed Chen Yunfan's heart. "You, forget it. Although transferring schools is a bit troublesome now, I have a friend who is a university president, so it shouldn't be a problem. Come with me, and you'll continue classes tomorrow." Xiao Suyua reached out to pull Chen Yunfan, but he stepped back to avoid her. "Teacher Chiu, I appreciate your kindness, but the decision to drop out is the result of my careful consideration." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Suyua's frown. "Nonsense." She sighed again, helping Chen Yunfan adjust his collar, her tone softening. "I know you're feeling wronged, but it's precisely because of that feeling that you need to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. so you won't feel wronged in the future. Trust me, with your insight, even if your martial arts talent is a bit lacking, as long as you attend school and take the college entrance exam, you can get into a martial arts university, and you'll have the chance to become a martial arts powerhouse in the future. Xiao Suyue thought Chen Yunfan was just being impulsive out of anger after facing injustice, which was quite normal at his age. However, dropping out was definitely not the right choice. The reason the college entrance examination is a life-changing opportunity is that universities, compared to other platforms, are fairer and broader. Here, there are more chances to become stronger. What Xiao Suyue didn't expect was that Chen Yunfan merely sighed and said in a tone full of helplessness, "Teacher Qiu, do you see me as a particularly impulsive person?" Xiao Suyue was taken aback. Since the beginning of her first year in high school, she had started paying attention to Chen Yunfan. Initially, it was because of his attitude towards studying, and later due to his family background. By now, she had come to regard Chen Yunfan as a younger brother. In her memory, Chen Yunfan was always calm about everything. Even when he just learned that the beast spirit liquid had been taken, he didn't get angry. But now, what was this? Dropping out is a decision I've thought through carefully. Compared to university, there's a place that suits me better. The Beast Suppression Army. Xiao Suyue was completely stunned, then immediately expressionless, reaching out to give Chen Yunfan a light smack on the head. "You crazy kid. Do you know the casualty rate in the Beast Suppression Army? Do you know how brutal it is in the military? With your current cultivation level not even at the first rank, even if you join the army, you'll just be an ordinary soldier, and your future possibilities will be greatly reduced." Xiao Suyue was quite angry, while Chen Yunfan rubbed his head with a bitter expression, and then a powerful aura surged from within him. It was like a small tornado, blowing away all the fallen leaves and dust around. "You released your true essence. You're a first-rank martial artist now." Xiao Suyue's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, her face filled with disbelief. Every year, a group of genius students who have broken through to the first rank emerges in the martial arts college entrance examination. It seems like many, but when divided among each province and each base city, it becomes very rare. For example, in last year's Hanchuan base city, with a population of 2,020,000 college entrance examination candidates, there were only 20 first-rank martial artists. Moreover, these individuals all came from extremely privileged families, well fed with blood essence pills, and Chen Yunfan relied purely on his martial arts talent. "No, I remember you just tested your blood essence last month. You were still far from being a first-rank martial artist." Xiao Suyue suddenly recalled last month's events. "I didn't fully resist the pressure gauge at that time, so the test result was inaccurate. Now that I'm at the first rank, joining the army should be no problem." Chen Yunfan smiled, but Xiao Suyue's brows furrowed again. With a first-rank martial artist plus proficiency in the flame-burst fist, as long as you take the college entrance examination, being the top student in the city is almost guaranteed. You could easily get into the top universities in the country, where the resources and platforms are not smaller than those of the Beast Suppression Army. Moreover, in terms of safety, top martial arts universities are definitely much stronger than the Beast Suppression Army. You can focus on your cultivation there. Xiao Suyue had long regarded Chen Yunfan as her younger brother. Naturally, she hoped her brother Chen Yunfan would study at a martial arts university rather than fight desperately in the Beast Suppression Army. "Teacher Qiu, you also know I'm not from this city. My parents died in the Beast Tide. I still can't forget that scene, and it has become my heart's knot. If I don't join the army, if I don't hunt fierce beasts, I won't be able to untie this knot, and my path in martial arts won't be long-lasting." The matter with the system could definitely not be revealed. Chen Yunfan could only find another reason, but it wasn't really an excuse, because what he said was true. It wasn't just his parents who died in the Beast Tide. There was also his previous self. Sigh. Xiao Suyue stared intently at Chen Yunfan, and after a long while, she sighed deeply. "I respect your choice, but I also hope you take care of yourself. As your teacher, I don't have much to give you. This is a C-level combat soldier exchange qualification certificate from the Martial Arts Association." Looking at the light golden card being handed over, it was Chen Yunfan's turn to be stunned. Combat soldiers are the weapons of martial artists. They are mixed with a large amount of special alloys from other worlds, gathering characteristics like hardness, sharpness, and lightness. They are very suitable for the attack methods of martial artists. The downside is similar to the Beast Spirit Liquid. Expensive. Too expensive. The lowest E-level warrior costs nearly 100,000, and a C-level warrior is worth around 1 million. This gift is too precious. Chen Yunfan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately accepted it. "Sister Qiu, I won't be polite then." Weapons were indeed something he was in dire need of, and since Xiao Suyue was wealthy, there was no need for pretense. He would just repay her double later. "Tisk, so affectionate. But since you call me sister, I can't let you down. This is the low-grade Shen-level martial skill 1000 Illusions Pursuit. It's yours too. Chen Yunfan was even more surprised. It seemed Sister Chill was like a robotic cat, bringing so many good things. Martial skills were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Shen, and Yellow, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the differences between each grade were vast. Most first and second grade warriors could only learn yellow-level martial skills. Yet, he had just entered the first grade and could learn Shen-level martial skills, which was definitely a stroke of luck. As night fell, the dining table at the old Qin family was very lively. Xiao Nan, come try this. This is a benefit from your sister's elective course on barbaric beasts, the meat of a first-grade white lizard beast. Qin Shuja placed a piece of meat into Qin Nan's bowl. The meat of the white lizard beast, a first-grade demon beast, but due to artificial breeding, the quality is much worse than that of a normal white lizard beast. Barbaric beast meat? Qin Nan curiously examined it. Its appearance was similar to beef, but it looked denser and had better marbling. He picked it up and put it in his mouth. The taste was quite good, and it was very filling. Is this what warriors eat? Is it good? Before Qin Nan could respond, Qin Shuja smiled and said, Hee, your sister specially rushed back today to celebrate your birthday. Are you touched? If you're touched, you should make a birthday wish for this year. Qin Nan's expression froze as he glanced at the family photo hanging on the wall, feeling a bit helpless, and could only say, I hope my dear sister becomes more and more beautiful, becomes a heartthrob, and excels in her studies. The family photo featured 4 people, the vibrant parents and 2 little kids, but the 2 kids looked vastly different. One had a fair complexion, wearing a grass-woven flower crown and looking obedient, while the other was grinning widely, with skin as dark as coal. That's right, the one with the coal-black skin is his sister, Qin Shuja. Ever since Qin Shuja was mocked at school, Qin Nan's birthday wishes had included this segment every year. Stop reciting it, stop reciting it. If you say it out loud, it won't work. You have to put your hands together and think about it. No! Qin Nan felt that he was already 18 years old and it was time to reclaim his family status. Qin Shuja raised an eyebrow and then reached out her greasy hand, still smeared with chicken leg oil, towards Qin Nan. Seeing this, Qin Nan quickly dodged but showed no intention of begging for mercy. Luo Ruya and Qin Xingye watched the siblings playfully tussling and smiled warmly. The joyful atmosphere continued until 9 p.m. Qin Nan went back to his room early to rest, preparing to visit the lottery shop the next day, while Luo Ruya and Qin Xingye's room stayed lit for half the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Shuja left home early. The second semester of her freshman year had just started, and she was quite busy. If it weren't for Qin Nan's birthday last night, she wouldn't have come back at all. Luo Ruya and Qin Shengyi also left for work together, leaving Qin Nan alone at home. Today was Saturday. Although third-year high school students were busy, most didn't go to school. The liberal arts students were busy catching up on their studies, while the martial arts students were busy training and opening their acupoints. Usually, Qin Nan would choose to study at home, but today he had something more important to do. With only 200 yuan in pocket money, he headed straight to the nearby lottery shop. Since he had never dealt with such things before, Qin Nan chose the simplest scratch-off tickets. When the chubby boss brought out a stack, Qin Nan was completely dumbfounded. A regular scratch card, you might consider buying it, and you'll get a painful lesson. Qin Nan was unwilling and picked up another one. A regular scratch card, you might consider buying it, and then you'll have no money for lunch. Damn it! Qin Nan's temples throbbed, and he picked up another one. A regular scratch card, you might consider buying it, and your good mood for the day will disappear. He picked up another one, then another, and yet another. Without exception, all of them had these teasing dialogue boxes, and even when he looked further back, there were just 7 simple words. A regular scratch card. Qin Nan looked up at the chubby boss, now very suspicious that this pile of scratch cards had no prizes at all. Before he could voice his doubts, a man rushed into the store. After quickly paying, the man casually picked a scratch card from the ones Qin Nan had looked at. Upon scratching it, he immediately jumped up in excitement. Boss, I won. 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. But the boss seemed not to see him at all, completely ignoring the man. Instead, he calmly locked eyes with Qin Nan, as if responding to Qin Nan's earlier skeptical gaze. Silence speaks louder than words. Qin Nan fled the lottery shop as if escaping. After the embarrassment came the entanglement. This golden finger didn't seem as useful as he had imagined. The information was too random. Randomness was one thing, but Qin Nan discovered that using this also had side effects. His head hurt. What am I going to do now? Qin Nan wandered aimlessly down the road, unsure of what to do. The 50,000 yuan qi condensation pill was too difficult for him right now, but knowing that his aptitude wasn't bad, and that he was the first in his class to open his acupoints, Qin Nan really wanted to take a gamble. Now he could only seek help from home, as long as he became a martial artist, making money would be much easier, and he could help improve his family's living conditions. Having made up his mind, Shin Nan hadn't had the chance to relax when someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Old Shin, why are you wandering around here instead of reviewing for Saturday?" Shin Nan turned to see that the speaker was Wang Daji, who looked simple and honest. But he knew that Wang Daji wasn't as simple as he appeared. "What are you looking at, old Shin?" Wang Daji tried to put his hand on Shin Nan's shoulder, but Shin Nan quickly sidestepped to avoid the big hand. "Nothing much, old Wang. Thanks for your phone yesterday. Are you going to exercise?" Shin Nan looked curiously at Wang Daji, who was dressed in sportswear. To be honest, he was quite curious about the ways of exercising in this world. "Yeah, what's up, old Shin? Do you want to go take a look? Come on, I'll take you to see the world," Wang Daji said with a smile. Before long, the two arrived in front of a building. The doors were made of transparent glass, and even the outer walls were constructed of glass, reminiscent of a gym from his past life. What caught the eye the most was that there were quite a few men and women inside exercising. There were students like them, as well as many middle-aged people. In this society, anyone could become a martial artist, regardless of age, as long as they had the opportunity. But being a martial artist wasn't just about desire, it required talent, hard work, and a bit of money. Shin Nan's parents weren't martial artists, but they had opened over 100 acupoints, and after half a lifetime, they had hardly any minor illnesses. "Old Shin, you've never been here, right? This is one of the largest martial arts schools in Linchuan. I don't know how many people want to enroll here to pursue their martial artist dreams, but very few succeed. If it weren't for my many open acupoints, my dad wouldn't be willing to pay for my classes. After all, the tuition is charged by the hour, 2,000 yuan per hour." Upon hearing this amount, Shin Nan couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Charging by the hour was just too outrageous. With about 4 months left until the college entrance examination, according to what the other person said, even if he didn't come every day, the expenses would definitely exceed 1 million. Shin Nan remembered that Wang Daji's family could only be considered moderately well off. Where would they get that kind of money? As if sensing Shin Nan's confusion, Wang Daji silently patted Shin Nan on the shoulder. "What are you thinking, old Shin? I don't come here every day, just on weekends. Besides," Wang Daji paused, his tone becoming somewhat somber, "I believe I can get into Wuka University and become a martial artist. At that time, I can give back to my family." Although Shin Nan had learned online how difficult it was to become a martial artist, he still smiled and patted Wang Daji's shoulder. "I believe you can do it too." Wang Daji waved his fist. Absolutely. His family had spent so much money on him. No matter what, he had to live up to that investment and his parents' good intentions. Detected new martial skill, 1000 Illusions Pursuit Shadow, beginning automatic learning. 1000 Illusions Pursuit Shadow sensed the profound realm of the two seniors, feeling ashamed and motivated. Cultivation speed increased to 200%, lasting for 6 hours. "Thank you, Sister Chio. From now on, you are my real sister. When you get old, I'll take care of you." Xiao Suyue rolled her eyes, noticing Chen Yunfan's hesitant expression, and explained, "Don't worry, this is my family's martial skill, I can pass it on privately." In modern society, martial skills are like firearms, the authorities absolutely do not allow private transmission, and if discovered, the penalties are severe. Hearing Xiao Suyue's explanation, Chen Yunfan felt much more at ease. However, he also felt a surge of curiosity. Families with inherited martial skills are not ordinary, especially when it comes to profound level skills. By the way, you just entered the first rank. Profound level martial skills are too advanced for you. Remember, when cultivating, don't be too anxious, Xiao Suyue advised. Chen Yunfan was too young, and with his proficiency in the flame burst fist as a precedent, it was easy for him to become arrogant. If he struggled with the profound level footwork 1000 Illusions Shadow, it could be quite discouraging, but there was nothing to be done about it. After all, even she, a second-rank martial artist, had only managed to cultivate 1000 Illusions Shadow to a minor success level. Got it. Chen Yunfan smiled, showing no signs of worry. Difficult? For him, there was no martial skill in the world that was too hard. I also have a friend in the Beast Army. Just as Chen Yunfan packed the martial skill into his backpack, Xiao Suyue pulled him into the latest model BMW. Sister Chiao, do you have such a wide circle of friends? Nothing much, just have a few more admirers, Xiao Suyue replied. Chen Yunfan immediately gave her a thumbs up. Half an hour later, recruitment office. What was originally a process that would take half a month was completed in just half an hour with Xiao Suyue's help. The recruitment continued until evening. Chen Yunfan and other peers participating in the recruitment boarded a troop transport truck. Against the backdrop of the night, the transport truck headed towards the garrison outside the city of Shenyang. Compared to the quiet wilderness, the inside of the truck was very lively. A dozen peers were excitedly introducing themselves and exchanging ideas, radiating a sense of anticipation for the future. Only Chen Yunfan, who had lived 2 lives, understood the brutality of the battlefield. I wonder how many people in this truck will still be here a year from now. I need to improve my rank as soon as possible. Chen Yunfan held a gift from the military recruitment, a vial of beast spirit liquid worth 100. He drank it in one go. Smacking his lips, he found it tasteless. Apparently, those with good talent feel their dantian heating up after drinking the beast spirit liquid, their blood and energy surging like a furnace, and their cultivation speed will double. Since I feel nothing, it seems my talent isn't that great. If it were someone else, they might feel disheartened, but Chen Yunfan was completely unfazed. The heavenly frog breathing technique sensed the immense energy. Feeling extremely excited, the speed of refining blood and energy increased by 800%, lasting for 6 hours. As the synthesized sound fell, a current surged through his body. Every part of him felt tingly, his muscles and skin became firm, and his blood and energy flowed freely like a great river. System, you really are the best. Chen Yunfan clenched his fists, a surge of power filling his entire body. After estimating, he realized he could now take on 20 of his former self. A thought crossed his mind, and the system panel reappeared before him. Realm, first rank warrior, progress 1%. The beast spirit liquid is indeed a good thing, but it's too expensive. However, within the army, it's all about military merit. As long as we kill exotic beasts, we can earn a lot of military merit to exchange for various needed resources. Even the cat-eared beast girls who act as sparring partners are available. While he was pondering, the transport vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt. The men and women inside were thrown about, instantly creating chaos. Just as he steadied himself, a roar from an exotic beast suddenly came from outside the vehicle. They say the wild is dangerous, but this is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Chen Yunfan jumped out of the vehicle, and a wild boar with tusks 50 to 60 centimeters long, glinting coldly at the sharp tips, charged right at him. First-rank exotic beast, tusked boar. Chen Yunfan's gaze sharpened, his fists feeling like red-hot iron. In an instant, he struck. Boom! The mastery-level flame explosion fist not only dealt physical damage but also had a burning effect. Its power doubled. The tusked boar was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, instantly killed. Holy crap! Not only were his peers inside the vehicle startled, but even Chen Yunfan himself was taken aback. Facing an exotic beast for the first time, he had instinctively used all his strength, not expecting the power to be so great. The instructor is dead. What should we do? It's over. Are we going to die here? I don't want to die. Those who had exited the vehicle quickly discovered the instructor, who had previously registered them for military service, lying dead by the vehicle. His body was drenched in blood, his face ashen, and his intestines had been ripped out. However, Chen Yunfan's expression was quite strange. Why does it smell like ketchup? Everyone, calm down immediately. There aren't many exotic beasts. We have 4 or 5 trucks and nearly 100 people. Even if we can't kill all the exotic beasts, we're very close to the garrison. If we hold on for a while, help will arrive. Chen Yunfan's hands, like iron, grabbed the neck of a wind wolf that had ambushed them, which was sizzling and smoking. The smell of roasted meat. The wind wolf was no pushover either. Its claws, capable of piercing steel, swiped at Chen Yunfan's abdomen. Chen Yunfan's arm exerted force. Veins bulged. He slammed the wind wolf to the ground. With a powerful twist, crack, the wind wolf ceased to exist. His brutal and fierce fighting style quickly established his reputation among the crowd. His peers quickly gathered together, shrinking the battlefield. A few men and women collaborated to kill some lower-ranked exotic beasts, relieving some of Chen Yunfan's pressure. Not only was Chen Yunfan wreaking havoc on the battlefield, but there was also a girl. Whoosh! A first-rank knife hand slashed out, glinting coldly. The head of the diamond monkey, known for its defense, flew straight out. The presence of the two quickly stabilized the situation. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, inside a temporary tent, truly worthy of being Chief Ji's daughter, gathering wind into a blade, this wind blade slash has already reached the mastery level, and her cultivation is also at the peak of the first rank. Old Shui, congratulations on adding another fierce warrior to your elite team. With those kids, this military district competition is looking promising. Everyone was focused on a monitor, admiring the girl's fierce figure. The sounds of admiration and discussion echoed continuously. A middle-aged man named Shui Bao, with 3 stars on his shoulder, crossed his arms, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a light "oh" sound was heard. Aside from Ji Yaching, this young man seems quite impressive too. He looks only 18, just at the age for conscription, and his realm is also at the first rank. The voice attracted the attention of others. Fists like iron, this is a phenomenon only seen when the flame explosion fist reaches mastery level. His talent and comprehension are both excellent. It seems today is a lucky day. Old Shui, does he qualify to join your elite team? The two of them then entered the martial arts hall together. From the outside, the hall looked quite large, but once inside, it was even more spacious, almost the size of a football field. What was most captivating, however, was the large glass room in the center of the hall, the purpose of which was unknown. Wang Daji explained, that's where the headmaster teaches students, and the area outside is a free activity zone, no charge. Xin Nan nodded, unable to help but marvel at how the headmaster really knew how to make money. The free open area outside attracted people to come and exercise, and those who wanted to train all had a dream of becoming martial artists. Watching the students being personally trained by the headmaster in the glass room, it was hard not to feel a stir of ambition. Just then, everyone exercising around them stopped and looked towards the entrance of the hall, and Wang Daji was no exception. Xin Nan followed their gaze and saw an ordinary-looking person with a smile walking into the hall. The person had an average build and unremarkable looks, except for particularly large hands and feet, making him quite unremarkable. He didn't have the robust physique one would expect of a martial artist, but a slap in the face was about to come. Just a rookie, a casual punch might make him kneel first, begging not to die. Headmaster Zhang is here. A sharp young man nearby quickly picked up a teacup and walked over. Zhang Qingyue took the teacup, sipped from it, and then said loudly, "Since everyone is here, let's get started." After saying that, Zhang Qingyue led the way towards the glass room in the center of the hall, and many people followed quickly. Clearly, they were all students who had signed up for courses. "Old Qin, I'm going in first. You should exercise outside for a bit. Although it's not a martial arts exam, it's good for your body to train more," Wang Daji said before hurriedly following. Xin Nan casually found a piece of equipment near the glass room and started to work out. Although he was very close to the glass room, he couldn't hear any sounds from inside, indicating that the headmaster had gone to great lengths to prevent anyone from freeloading. However, while he couldn't hear, he could see. Xin Nan was drawn in by the scene inside and gradually stopped exercising to focus on watching. Inside, the people were lined up in several teams, each in a horse stance, while Zhang Qingyuan moved among them, constantly correcting some students' incorrect postures. Seeing this, Xin Nan also began to imitate them. It wasn't too difficult. In just a few minutes, Xin Nan had managed to stand properly, and he was even a bit curious, just standing in a horse stance could charge 2,000 yuan an hour? But when Xin Nan focused on his body, the information he received almost made him fall to the ground. Not bad for a stance. If you keep standing, soon your waist will cry out in agony, your neck will stiffen, your thighs will tremble, and the energy and blood in your organs will be obstructed and damaged. Damn, this isn't exercise, it's simply life-threatening. Xin Nan quickly gave up, and the people exercising nearby laughed. "Little brother, I advise you not to imitate without guidance from Headmaster Zhang. It's impossible for outsiders to learn the mixed yuan stance. If you force yourself to mimic it, you might even cause damage to your meridians, and you'll never become a martial artist in this lifetime." Xin Nan looked over and saw a middle-aged man exercising with equipment. After thanking him, he continued to practice the mixed yuan stance. The middle-aged man shook his head and didn't intervene further, continuing his own workout. He had seen too many young people with such high aspirations because he had once been one of them. When he first came to the martial arts hall, he also stood outside the glass room, secretly practicing, and wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. After half an hour of persistence, he couldn't even feel the flow of energy, and his whole body nearly fell apart, especially his waist, which hurt terribly. In the end, he lay in bed for 2 days before recovering. In his view, if Xin Nan practiced like this for half an hour, he would probably need to be carried home. Xin Nan, however, didn't take it to heart because he was on a roll. He slightly adjusted his posture. "Not bad for standing practice, keep at it, and soon your neck will stiffen, your thighs will tremble, and the energy and blood in your organs will be obstructed and damaged." After adjusting for a while, "Not bad for standing practice, keep at it, and soon your energy and blood will be obstructed and damaged." After a few more minutes of adjustment, until the basic standing practice for beginners is somewhat helpful for opening the acupoints. Xin Nan was overjoyed. He had learned a standing practice without spending any money, which was like earning 2,000 yuan in reverse. Before he could enjoy the moment, his body began to warm up slowly, the energy and blood surged, and he could even feel the vital energy being drawn into his body. But in the end, it all returned to his chest. Xin Nan knew that most of the vital energy had been intercepted by that parasitic monster, and he had not achieved the goal of opening the acupoints. Damn! But there was no way around it. He could only continue to train like this for now. Inside the glass training room, Zhang Qingyue held a wooden stick, pressing it against the thigh of a student in front of him, applying slight pressure. Only when the student's Hanyuan stance was sufficiently standard did he remove the stick. He then walked to the next student, continuing to help coordinate the standing practice. The students here had been following him for some time, some even for over a year, yet they still couldn't maintain the Hanyuan stance properly. The students whose postures had already been adjusted began to falter again after a short while, but there was nothing to be done. This was the natural laziness of humans manifesting. When standing, the body must maintain a single posture without moving. The students didn't want to move, but their bodies instinctively did. In the struggle to hold on, their minds became muddled, and if they weren't careful, their bodies would make slight adjustments, causing the standing practice to lose its original effect. In severe cases, the standing practice could not only fail to be effective but could even harm the body. Sighing, Zhang Qingyue prepared to correct the student's Hanyuan stance once more. However, as his gaze swept over the crowd, he was drawn to a young boy outside the glass room. The boy had a delicate appearance and fair skin, likely appealing to many girls. But what attracted Zhang Qingyue was not the boy's looks, but his standing practice. At that moment, although the boy's body trembled slightly and sweat poured down his forehead, his Hanyuan stance was extremely standard. Occasionally, driven by instinct, his body would make slight adjustments, but each time, within 2 seconds, he would automatically readjust. A genius? This thought vanished when the boy could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground. However, Zhang Qingyue was not disappointed. In his view, collapsing was better than pretending to stand. But he was even more curious. Had the boy learned the Hanyuan stance on his first try? It was no wonder he thought this way. The Hanyuan stance was a family heirloom of his, and even when teaching others, they had all signed agreements not to pass it on. Even if someone broke the rules and taught their children or nephews, they would never let them show it at his martial arts school. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Zhang Qingyue temporarily suppressed his urge to approach the boy, correcting the student's stances while secretly observing him. An hour passed. A group of people helped each other out of the glass training room and walked toward the back of the martial arts school. After about 10 minutes, they reappeared in the hall of the martial arts school. "Old Qin, I'm exhausted," Wang Daji shouted as he came to Qin Nan's side. "What were you doing at the back of the school just now?" Qin Nan asked curiously, because Wang Daji looked refreshed, as if he had just been served by a dragon. Master's annoying Chen Mo, who was lying on the grass, had a headache, but upon hearing that soft and sweet voice, he immediately woke up. "Master?" Opening his eyes, the green grass and blue sky filled his view, with a few cranes soaring in the sky. "Where is this? Wasn't I in the school restroom?" A confused Chen Mo stood up, instinctively looking toward the source of the voice. He saw 2 women standing in a small courtyard. A woman as cold as ice, and a charming young girl. The voice just now belonged to the charming young girl. Above the 2 of them, a dark cloud floated, not large, but perfectly covering the entire small courtyard. The light rain dripped down, watering the spiritual field while also soaking the charming girl. The thin gauze top clung tightly to her delicate body, outlining an incredibly alluring figure. So this was what got her wet. Chen Mo's eyes widened, his pupils shaking. He saw the cold woman wave her hand, and in an instant, the dark cloud disappeared. She lightly tapped the charming girl's forehead with her jade-like finger, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Getting wet is good. This is spiritual rain, formed from gathered spiritual energy. It can help wash away the mundane aura, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation." Boom, boom, boom. It was as if several bolts of heavenly thunder struck Chen Mo's forehead. Cultivation. Cultivation? He couldn't help but murmur. Even though his voice was as faint as a mosquito, it still caught the attention of the icy woman. "Who?" The gentle expression on her face vanished in an instant, and with a wave of her long, slender arm, a golden rope formed from gathered spiritual energy shot towards Chen Mo. "It's over." This thought sprang up in his mind, and Chen Mo instinctively closed his eyes, but his body felt no sensation of being bound for a long time. At the same time, he caught a familiar scent of tobacco in his nose. Chen Mo opened his eyes. White ceramic tiles, windows, a toilet, everything was so familiar. "I'm back." Chen Mo was momentarily lost in thought when a classmate in a school uniform rushed into the bathroom. "Chen Mo, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. The martial arts exam registration has already started." Martial arts exam registration. Chen Mo fell silent at these 4 words. Even though he had been in this world for 3 years, hearing this familiar yet strange name always made him feel dazed. He had crossed over to the Blue Ocean Star 3 years ago. 300 years ago, a spatial storm swept across the entire Blue Ocean Star, and when the first monster ran out from the spatial passage, a new era began. Martial arts became mainstream, and technology became auxiliary. People called this era, the era of warriors. But none of this had anything to do with Chen Mo. After all, becoming a warrior required talent. However, Chen Mo closed his eyes. Deep in his mind, there was a golden door that made his once extinguished heartbeat again. Chen Mo, what are you thinking about? Let's go! Song Tianqing pulled Chen Mo, and the two returned to the classroom together. The large classroom, nearly 200 square meters, had various wooden weapons in the corners, and the blackboard was filled with various slogans. 12 years to sharpen a sword, 100 days to forge brilliance. With the ambition of 100 practices, I will reach the pinnacle. Cutting through thorns and crossing the bitter sea, 100 days of hard work forge a heroic soul. Just as Chen Mo sat back in his seat, he heard a girl's voice beside him. Yifan, have you registered for the martial arts college entrance exam? The boy named Yifan shook his head and sighed. No, even if I register, I won't pass, it's just a waste of money. Besides, from my name, you can tell my parents want me to be ordinary, not to fight monsters. Chen Mo's expression shifted. Martial arts had long become part of the exam-oriented education system. Everyone had to learn from a young age. But when it came time for the college entrance exam, the most important crossroads in life arrived. The ordinary college entrance exam and the martial arts college entrance exam. To become an ordinary person or a warrior. An ordinary person is truly just an ordinary person, at best becoming a technical backbone in an ordinary company, or a middle manager in a factory, or a small business owner like a petty vendor. There's no higher level, because compared to ordinary people, the advantages of warriors are simply too great. Greater strength, more energy, more flexible thinking. Any job cannot escape these three aspects, so the well-known Tuma are all martial arts experts. Not only do they have higher potential, but warriors also protect ordinary people, thus enjoying the respect and privileges of everyone. Their social status is extremely high. Everyone wants to become a martial artist, but the first hurdle is the registration fee for the martial arts entrance exam, which is 10,000 yuan. This requirement discourages those who harbor fantasies, who usually do not work hard, and who think of just giving it a try. What about you, Xiaohua? Yifan asked the girl in return. Xiaohua's face, shaped like a melon seed, showed a look of conflict. I want to give it a try. My blood energy value has already reached 0.8. The standard line for the entrance exam has always been 1.0, and with 30 days of training left, I can take the blood coagulation powder before the exam. I should just be able to reach 1.0. This time, not only was Yifan silent, but even Chen Mo, who was listening, fell silent. 0.8? It seemed like only a difference of 0.2, but according to the statistics from the entrance exam data, 30 days of training plus the blood coagulation powder would yield an increase of less than 0.1. Chen Mo could only sigh. Xiaohua was really bold. However, he had heard that her family was wealthy, so the 10,000 yuan registration fee, along with the tutoring and training during this time, plus the blood coagulation powder, should be affordable. Seeing that her classmates were silent, Xiaohua understood their meaning. She was not discouraged. She waved her small fist and smiled. I have poor talent, but after 12 years of hard work, even if I can't pass, I still want to give it a try. I don't want to have any regrets. The confidence of the young people spread to all the classmates around. Yifan also spoke up. Exactly. Although I don't plan to take the martial arts exam, my future won't necessarily be bad. I want to become a big boss. Song Tianqing chimed in. Damn, you've got me all fired up. I was planning to give up on the martial arts entrance exam. Then I'll sign up too. Let's do it. Ali give. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tianqing tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve. What about you, old Mo? Are you willing to join your brothers for one last push? Chen Mo shook his head decisively. Not to mention that his family conditions were not good. His martial arts talent did not support him signing up. After crossing over to the Blue Ocean Star and understanding martial arts, he had once trained tirelessly, but his blood energy had not increased much. Instead, he was diagnosed with kidney deficiency by the school doctor due to overwork. Now, his blood energy was only 0.6. Chen Mo had already prepared to find a construction site to work during the summer vacation after the regular college entrance exam. If he were to say he was unwilling, that would definitely be true, but talent is not something he can decide. Suddenly, Chen Mo thought of the world he had seen in the bathroom before. Cultivating immortality? Was it an illusion? Or did I really cross over again? Chen Mo murmured to himself, and the afternoon classes passed in a daze until the class bell rang. Let's go, old Mo and old Sue. Let's head back together. Just as he finished packing his things, Song Tianqing came over again, putting his arm around Chen Mo's neck and walking up to a girl. With a melon seed face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a high nose bridge, she had a sweet and lovely appearance. She was the old Sue that Song Tianqing mentioned. Su Yuru, do you know why it's 2,000 yuan an hour? Besides teaching the stance, the martial arts school also provides baths, that kind of medicinal bath, which can help relieve fatigue after standing in the stance. so that we can continue training in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Qin Nan suddenly realized that he hadn't expected the martial arts school to have such comprehensive services. He had just stood in the mixed yuan stance for a while, and now his body was almost exhausted. It was impossible to continue training, but Wang Daji could. Money really is omnipotent. Let's go, old Qin. I'm starving after training. Let's go eat something together. Today I'll treat. Wang Daji said, leading Qin Nan towards the side door of the martial arts school. Inside was surprisingly a small cafeteria. Qin Nan was somewhat incredulous. Was this still a martial arts school? A one-stop service for bathing and eating. When Qin Nan glanced at the prices of the dishes above, he was shocked again. A plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables was priced at 88? This wasn't eating pork, this was treating them like fat pigs. Wang Daji, however, didn't notice Qin Nan's reaction and skillfully shouted to the chef inside, "Master, the usual, today double portions." Seeing that Wang Daji had already spoken, Qin Nan suppressed the impulse to turn around and leave. Feeling the only 200 in his pocket, he sighed inwardly and decided to just experience life. As soon as he found a spot and sat down, the master had already brought over 2 small bowls. Inside, the rice and vegetables were clearly visible, looking like beef rice. Old Qin, hurry up and eat. This meat is from a savage beast, don't waste it. Although it's just an ordinary savage beast, it's still good stuff that can quickly replenish energy, Wang Daji said before diving into his meal. Qin Nan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had to admit that although the food was a bit pricey, the aroma was very enticing. Coupled with the fact that he had just exercised and was feeling a bit hungry, he could no longer hold back and started eating as well. The most obvious trait of a martial artist is not how well they can fight, but how much they can eat. Looking around, almost everyone was devouring their small bowls of food, regardless of gender. Only by eating enough could they continue their training in the afternoon. While Qin Nan was eating, another person sat down beside him, and he instinctively glanced over. It was the middle-aged man who had kindly reminded him in the morning. The middle-aged man smiled when he saw Qin Nan looking over. "Little brother, how did the standing practice go this morning?" "Not bad," Qin Nan replied, his words muffled as he chewed. Not just not bad, it was actually quite good. He had essentially learned a stance for free. The middle-aged man was taken aback, not expecting Qin Nan to be so tough. The last time he had secretly learned a stance, he had ended up in the hospital for 3 days before he could stand again. Qin Nan seemed fine. Ignoring the advice of the elders, he was now facing the consequences. The middle-aged man didn't say anything more, but Wang Daji looked up in surprise, barely pausing his meal. "You didn't stand outside and learn the stance, did you? You can't just learn it randomly. You need to go to a place. I know an old Chinese doctor who can realign bones and remove blood stasis." With that, Wang Daji anxiously got up to pull Qin Nan along. It was understandable that he was worried. Qin Nan had few open meridians, and his physique wasn't as strong as the other students here, yet he was trying to learn the stance forcibly. How could one learn a stance randomly? Without guidance, it would be completely ineffective. The ineffectiveness was secondary. The serious consequences could even lead to bone misalignment and blocked energy, leaving behind aftereffects. Qin Nan was at a loss for words. "I really am fine, feeling great, and the food is delicious." He wasn't exaggerating, it was true, even though half of his energy had been intercepted by the parasitic monster. But a part of it was still absorbed by his body, and perhaps because it was his first time standing, the effects were particularly noticeable. Qin Nan even felt that his meridians had made some breakthroughs. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Who doesn't know who? With your little frame, don't even mention standing. Any girl in our class could easily overpower you," Wang Daji said bluntly. The average number of open meridians in their class was 150, which was 3 times that of Qin Nan. It was really easy to overpower Qin Nan. His face darkened. Although it was the truth, did it have to be said so directly? It was quite embarrassing. "I really am fine." Seeing this, Wang Daji intended to use force, but a voice interrupted. "He's fine, I can vouch for him," Zhang Qingyue said as he approached with a large bowl. "Director Zhang," Wang Daji jumped, releasing his grip on Qin Nan's arm, his demeanor suddenly more restrained. Although Zhang Qingyue was his teacher, the pressure from a martial artist was immense, especially those eyes that ordinary people wouldn't dare to meet. "It's fine, just sit down," Zhang Qingyue said with a smile, preparing to take a seat as well. But the middle-aged man beside Qin Nan moved first, eagerly using a napkin to wipe down Zhang Qingyue's seat. Once everything was done, he smiled and struck up a conversation. "Director Zhang, please sit. What brings you here to this little cafeteria today?" He had been training here for so long, and it was the first time he encountered Zhang Qingyue in the cafeteria, and the first time he was so close to him, so he wanted to curry favor. Who knows, he might get a few pointers that would help him in becoming a martial artist in the future. "Thank you, it's nothing," just wanted to have a chat with this young brother. Zhang Qingyue politely expressed his gratitude and then turned his attention to Qin Nan. Have you practiced the Hanyuan post before? Qin Nan was taken aback. Had his secret learning been discovered? Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he still shook his head. Zhang Qingyue was even more shocked. Rather than believing that Qin Nan had learned it all in one go, he preferred to think that Qin Nan had practiced it with his apprentice before. It was too incredible to master the technique on the first try and be able to self-correct when making mistakes. A martial arts genius? Unfortunately, his physique was a bit weak, and his foundation wasn't solid, making it hard for him to become a martial artist. Zhang Qingyue sighed inwardly. He was already a martial artist and was about to break through to the next level. He could sense Qin Nan's strength even without close contact. The number of meridians was too few, wasting this martial arts talent. Although he felt regretful, Zhang Qingyue still comforted him. You practiced well. To grasp martial arts talent on the first try is impressive. You can practice on your own in the future, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I won't charge you, but remember, it must not be shared with others. Hearing this, Qin Nan finally felt relieved. If the other party had asked him to pay tuition, it would have been disastrous. He was indeed short on cash at the moment. Zhang Qingyue left, but the two people beside him remained in a daze for a long time. Practiced well? The middle-aged man stared blankly at Qin Nan, recalling how he had felt after secretly learning the stance. His limbs had been sore, his spine ached terribly, and he had spent several days in the hospital before he could get out of bed. He had thought that Qin Nan, this stubborn ox, would probably also end up in the hospital for a few days, but who knew the outcome would be this? Not only did he not end up in the hospital, but he also received praise and personal guidance from a martial artist. How could the gap between people be so vast? The middle-aged man admitted he felt a bit jealous and envious, but Wang Daji, on the other hand, was purely surprised. Not bad, Lao Qin. I brought you here to see the world, but I didn't expect you to successfully learn the stance for free. Quickly tell me, is there any trick to it? The middle-aged man perked up his ears at this, wanting to listen. Maybe I'm a genius. Let's eat. Qin Nan could only brush it off like this. After all, there was a dialogue box constantly prompting him, making it hard not to do well. Wang Daji snorted dismissively and didn't ask further, burying himself in his food. Qin Nan also focused on eating. As noon approached, the cafeteria became increasingly crowded, and two young men sat down in front of Qin Nan, also holding small iron basins. Damn, have you seen the news? It's terrible, the young man across from him said to his companion while holding his phone. What happened? Haven't you seen the news? It's even on the local headlines in Linchuan. Why are you rambling so much? Just tell me the news. Just as they left, the classroom erupted in chatter. The discussions were mainly about the martial arts exam registration, and some classmates occasionally cast curious glances at Chen Yunfan. Those classmates with around 200 meridians had honestly registered for liberal arts. Who would dare to register for martial arts with just 100 meridians? Was it Liang Jingru who gave them the courage? Old Chen, I support you. There's only one chance for the martial arts exam in a lifetime. It's just a few meridians. Last year, the Donghui had a surge of 200 meridians before the college entrance exam and became the national champion of the martial arts exam in the Xingxia Federation. It shocked the entire federation. You can do it too. Seeing others cast strange looks, Song Tianqing immediately encouraged him, even though he didn't quite understand Chen Yunfan's actions. Just then, a harsh voice interrupted from the side. Dong Hui's father is the director of the Federation Education Bureau, and his mother is the vice president of Kyoto Martial University. Dong Hui has also been at the top of the Chenlong list for years and suddenly awakened an extraordinary body. What does Chen Yunfan have to show for it? The speaker, named Cheng Mingjiang, wore a mocking expression. After previously blocking Chen Yunfan's childhood friend to get his WeChat and getting beaten up by Chen Yunfan, the two had completely become enemies. Later, Cheng Mingjiang often used Chen Yunfan's martial arts talent to mock him. Chen Yunfan, I almost admire you. Born with a stone man's body, daring to report 100 acupoints for martial arts. Actually, I can understand why you report for martial arts, it's just that you can't accept it. But there's nothing you can do. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. Right? Cattle and horses. Cheng Mingjiang's words dripped with sarcasm, his gaze filled with mockery. The stone woman's acupoints are closed, and the stone man's pathways are blocked. Thus, stone men are often used to ridicule those with poor martial arts talent. Compared to Chen Yunfan, his talent was decent. At this point, he had already opened 298 acupoints, and with a little effort before the college entrance examination, he could easily get into a martial arts university. With some hard work, he even had hopes for a key martial arts university. With a boost and a family fortune, even the Four Directions Martial University was not out of reach. At least that's what Chang Mingjian thought. Chang Mingjian, I was wondering why there was suddenly a foul smell from the toilet. Turns out it was you talking. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Song Tianqing helped his good brother retort. You. Chang Mingjian's face darkened as he slammed the table and stood up. What? Have you forgotten how my brother Chen chased you with a frozen fish back then? When they first started high school, everyone's acupoint differences weren't significant. At that time, Chang Mingjian blocked 2 childhood friends from adding him on WeChat, and Chen Yunfan came to the rescue. As a result, Chang Mingjian provoked him, angering Chen Yunfan. In the end, Chen Yunfan grabbed a frozen fish from the cafeteria cabinet and chased Cheng Mingjiang around. The frozen fish god of war became famous in that battle. Bringing up the embarrassing incident made Cheng Mingjiang's face turn red with anger. He ignored Song Tianqing and turned to Chen Yunfan. After the combat power test in 3 days, do you dare to practice with me? In front of the whole school, Chen Yunfan raised an eyebrow and calmly nodded. Okay. Such provocative challenges had happened countless times before, but he had never agreed. He could distinguish between a few taunts and a beating, but now it was completely different. I have a cheat. Although it was a bit lacking, if used well, it was still a cheat. Chang Mingjiang was stunned, thinking he had misheard, and confirmed it again before bursting into laughter. His expression was sinister. Just wait, after the combat power test in 3 days, I will beat you until you see reality. The combat power test in 3 days would not only measure combat power values but also have competitions among classmates. That would be his chance to redeem himself. The surrounding classmates shook their heads slightly upon hearing the two's challenge. Although they didn't like the arrogant and showy Chang Mingjiang, it was undeniable that his martial arts talent was excellent. He had already opened 298 acupoints, with a permanent combat power close to 600, and his family ran a martial arts school, allowing him to learn martial skills. The combat power he could unleash might reach 700. Chen Yunfan had opened 100 acupoints, with a permanent combat power of about 200, and came from an ordinary family without learning martial skills. The difference was like heaven and earth. The title of the frozen fish god of war would probably be lost this time. Old Chen, can this work? Though he was just talking, Song Tianqing didn't expect Chen Yunfan to actually agree to Cheng Mingjiang's challenge. Why not pretend to be sick that day? I know the nurse in the infirmary well, I can get you a sick leave note. Chen Yunfan shook his head, his expression firm. It's fine, how can someone with a warrior's heart shy away from battle? Amidst his bold words, he also focused on the golden door standing in his mind. He pondered how to utilize it. The cheat was in, and he was too excited to study. The entire day of classes passed in contemplation and excitement until the bell rang. Chen Yunfan quickly packed his things and left the classroom, with Song Tianqing closely following. Old Chen, wait. Why are you in such a hurry? The 3D virtual adult hall doesn't operate during the day. You have to wait until after 8 in the evening. Chen Yunfan didn't look back, his steps quickening. He was eager to get home and study the Golden Door. Yufu Garden Community. The name sounds grand, but in reality, it is a relic from the last century. Its main feature is that it is old. The walls are peeling, the trash cans are overflowing, and the corridors are dim. I heard that once you become a martial artist, you can get a new house for free, and they are all high-end communities. The environment is 100 times better than here. Climbing the stairs to the front door, Chen Yunfan unlocked the door with his key. Outside is shabby, but inside, thanks to his hard-working mother, it is kept very tidy. His parents haven't come home from work yet, so Chen Yunfan headed straight to his room. He locked the door behind him and took out a few items he bought on the way. A set of coarse linen clothes, a bag of quicklime, and a high-voltage electric baton. The coarse linen clothes are for disguising his identity, the quicklime can be used to take the initiative in case of danger, and the long-handled high-voltage electric baton is a self-defense weapon. This is the most powerful and convenient weapon he could obtain in such a short time. After preparing everything, Chen Yunfan looked around the room. After 3 years of crossing over, he had already developed feelings for this home, and he didn't know whether he would live or die in the world of cultivation. But if he didn't use the cheat and lived an ordinary life, no one could be content with that. Moreover, without strength in this high martial world, he could only be at the bottom. Perhaps he would die unnoticed in some disaster, just like an island disappearing, without any resistance. Lost in thought, the room was very quiet, and the sound of the television from next door came through the window. How many years of cooking does it take to go back home and build a house? Cutting vegetables, driving unlicensed cabs, moving bricks on construction sites. When can I return in glory? Brothers, there's big news. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunfan's expression gradually became resolute. This world is more dangerous than imagined, with beast realms descending, monsters attacking cities, and alien invasions. Even within the Federation, there are anti-human organizations, and self-immolation blood sacrifices happen from time to time. Without becoming a martial artist, one can never control their own fate. After taking a sip of ice-cold cola to boost his spirits, Chen Yunfan's consciousness sank into his mind, trying to touch the golden door. A wave of weightlessness and dizziness swept over him. A handsome man got drunk in the middle of the night and was done in by that. How tragic. The young man's companion suddenly jolted. Is there such a good thing? Where? I'll drink a bit tonight to try it out. Nan was also drawn in. If it were a woman, it might even make the headlines. But for a man, it shouldn't be that serious. Are you sure you want to try? The assailant is also a man, and he has committed the crime more than once. He has already attacked 4 times this week. Damn it! Can we not talk about this while eating? The young companion cursed loudly. Nan felt a tightness in his chest. It was indeed perverse. That's not all. The family of the victim is said to be from the Public Security Bureau. Now, as long as someone provides a clue, they will give 200,000, and there will be private rewards too. As the two chatted, Nan and Wang Daji had already gotten up and were heading to the martial arts gym. The training had to continue. In the afternoon, Nan and Wang Daji practiced freely at the gym. When it was about to end at 5 p.m., the gym also offered massages to help with recovery, and once again, it was Wang Daji treating, but Nan felt no joy at all. Congratulations, after a day of training, the parasites in your body have strengthened again. Now you need a second-grade qi condensation pill to resolve it. Nan felt numb. After a day of hard training, this was the result. A second-grade qi condensation pill costs 3 times more than the first grade, 150,000. It was already hard to ask his family for money, and now it was even more difficult. Parting ways, Nan walked home in a daze, his head throbbing. Why was he so unlucky to be entangled by a parasite? Feeling a bit unwilling, he focused his attention back on himself, hoping that what he had just seen was just an illusion. But, don't look anymore, you've been targeted, hurry up, cover your butt, or be more proactive. Nan shivered, a chill shooting up from his tailbone to the crown of his head, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Had he been targeted, and he had to cover his butt? Could it be that the people at his lunch table were talking about something perverted? Nan dared not think too much, nor did he dare to observe or linger. He walked straight ahead. As for calling the police, he didn't have his phone on him. If he lingered for even a moment and got abducted, it would be over. But after passing 2 streets, he received another message. You have already been targeted. My suggestion is to think of a good posture first. Nan's face darkened. He knew that the pervert had followed him. He cursed inwardly. Damn, how can I be so unlucky to encounter something like this? In the basement of a villa in the suburbs of Hanjing, the school beauty Lu Qingmeng was silently training with a woman holding protective gear. The moves were fierce, and soon the woman was defeated. However, Lu Qingmeng, having won, did not feel particularly happy. She silently returned to her seat and picked up her water cup to drink quietly. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood these days? Did you get rejected again? The beautiful woman beside her saw through her daughter's unease at a glance and leaned in curiously to ask. As a mother, she had long known about the relationship between her daughter and Qianlin. This knowledge had come to her during middle school. Middle school was different from high school. Middle school focused on academics to shape students' values and morals. High school emphasized physical training to strengthen students' bodies. At that time, Qianlin was a prominent figure in school. Not only was he handsome, but he also excelled academically. Every girl liked him, and even she had to admit that Qianlin was indeed good-looking. Her daughter Lu Qingmeng had many interactions with Qianlin, the class monitor, and it was during that time that she developed feelings for him. But Qianlin's cultivation talent was too poor, even worse than an ordinary person. The beautiful woman's approach back then was to let things develop naturally, thinking that once they reached high school, where strength mattered most, her daughter would gradually let go. However, she never expected that her daughter's feelings for Qianlin would not only remain but even grow stronger. The reason was that Qianlin, despite his poor talent, never gave up on cultivation and worked harder than anyone else. No, Lu Qingmeng shook her head. Oh, then what happened with someone being stood up in the school screening room? The beautiful woman's merciless probing made Lu Qingmeng's face flush slightly. Qingmeng, the college entrance examination is approaching. You need to focus on the exam and not be distracted by other things. Although I won't stop you regarding your matters, your father definitely will. You must have strength to protect him, right? The beautiful woman's gentle persuasion had an effect. Thinking of her stubborn father, who only recognized strength, Lu Qingmeng silently nodded. However, her mood was still extremely poor. Who would feel good after being rejected by someone they liked? Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman felt quite helpless. But thinking of her daughter's talent and strength, getting into Sifang Martial University was definitely not a problem. Once she saw more outstanding talents there, her feelings for that boy would naturally fade. Interfering forcefully would only make things worse. Just as Lu Qingmeng stood up, preparing to continue her training, her phone rang. It was a notification from a particularly caring app. A hint of surprise appeared on her cold expression as she quickly picked up her phone. Then she fumbled to operate it. The latest news, I believe everyone has seen it. The provincial governor of Yuqing province, Sanpa, has broken through the Wajijian Dao to the martial saint realm, now known as the Wajijian Saint. After the breakthrough, the provincial governor, in order to sweep away the decline of martial arts in Yuqing province and prepare for the college entrance examination in a month, has specially allocated some resources to establish a genius camp to cultivate top students. In 2 days, there will be a school competition. The top 3 will be able to participate in this genius camp, receiving a large amount of resource support and personal guidance from the provincial governor. The homeroom teacher's voice fell, and the entire class erupted into a clamor. Chen Lin, sitting in the back row next to the trash can, rubbed his temples. His head hurt. The moment the homeroom teacher's voice dropped, a dozen voices echoed in his mind. Infinite sword Dao, cutting people with real damage, every strike scraping the bones. Secret technique, punch of the illusion blade, forever divine. I admit the sword saint is strong, but once my Malzahar's grip of the underworld is unleashed, how will you play? How to play? I clicked it. I initiated it. The voices all came from Chen Lin's avatars. At this moment, all these avatars were stacked on top of him, speaking together like a street ant quarreling. His head buzzed. Fortunately, Chen Lin had gradually gotten used to the existence of his avatars and could barely block out these voices. His attention then shifted to the genius camp. The top 3 in the school competition. I definitely have a spot now that I didn't have before. 300 years ago, a spatial storm swept across the entire blue star. After the first beast rushed out from the spatial passage, a new era began. People called this era, the era of warriors. As an ordinary person who had been reborn for 18 years, the martial arts examination and the genius camp felt too far away from Chen Lin. Since the beginning of his senior year, when he started learning how to refine his qi and blood, nearly a year had passed, and he had only refined 40 cards of qi and blood. The gap from the normal ordinary student's 70 cards of qi and blood was nearly double. In the era of warriors, lacking martial arts talent was practically a death sentence for Chen Lin. The outcome of the martial arts examination was likely to be failure, followed by a job in a factory. But that was half a month ago. Things were different now. I made it. A long beastly roar came from afar, waking the dazed Chen Yunfan. He opened his eyes and looked around. Green mountains and clear waters, ancient trees towering. Beside him was a flying waterfall. The water flowed straight down, making a rumbling sound. The night breeze and moisture brushed against his face, instantly waking Chen Yunfan. The sky is dark, but in the distance, there's a hint of fish belly white. It's morning here, but in the high martial world, it's evening. It seems time is relative. Sorting out the time, Chen Yunfan turned to look at the small courtyard not far away. It's still there, transcended in place. I'm here. Chen Yunfan murmured to himself, then fell into thought. I've arrived, but how should I make contact now? The old woman I saw during the day seems a bit hard to deal with. The younger ones look easier to approach. As soon as the thought fell, a light laugh suddenly came from behind him. If Master Suyu knew someone dared to call her an old woman behind her back, she would surely skin that person alive. The voice was crisp, like the sound of spring water tinkling, yet it sent chills down Chen Yunfan's spine. Who? Startled, he quickly turned to look behind him. He saw a delicate and charming figure standing behind him, curiously sizing him up. One good news and one bad news. The good news was that the person who appeared was not the frost-faced beauty from earlier. The bad news was that the charming girl in front of him was also not easy to deal with. Just after glancing at her, before he could even activate the long-handled electric baton in his hand, Chen Yunfan felt a wave of dizziness and fainted. It's over. The cheat has betrayed me. These were Chen Yunfan's last 2 thoughts. When he woke up again, he was already in an ancient and elegant room. His gaze happened to catch the delicate girl, who was looking at a pearl with a face full of surprise. The pearl radiated a mysterious light, like a small sun. The charming girl noticed Chen Yunfan waking up, then waved her jade hand, and the small pearl flew into a little pocket at her waist. A storage bag. After putting away the pearl, the charming girl stood with her hands behind her back, looking down at Chen Yunfan, who was sitting against the wall on the ground. Weak constitution, qi, and blood languid. Your body is completely powerless, just an ordinary person. Quickly tell me, how did you cross space and suddenly appear here? Chen Yunfan's face was grim. Fortunately, he had already prepared for the worst before coming. Kneeling on one knee, he awkwardly made a fist-bumping gesture and sincerely said, reporting to the immortal master, I am just an ordinary townsman from the mountains, named Chen Yunfan. A few days ago, I accidentally entered a dilapidated temple and found some damaged walls. Inside, I discovered a few talismans. I thought they were treasures and have been fiddling with them for the past 2 days. Who would have thought that they would actually transport me to this immortal mountain? Please, immortal master, discern my situation. Talismans? Teleportation talismans? No wonder you appeared out of thin air. The delicate young girl suddenly realized, then fell into deep thought, not knowing what she was contemplating. In fact, Chen Yunfan's excuse was not without flaws, as long as the other party probed deeper, asking about which town he was from, who his family was, and then investigating carefully, they could find the loopholes. However, it seemed that the other party did not want to dig too deeply. Could it be related to that glowing treasure from earlier? Testing qualifications? Did he have good qualifications for cultivating immortality? Chen Yunfan's heart raced wildly. He also began to understand why the other party's attitude was relatively friendly. Just then, a cold voice, different from the delicate young girl, suddenly echoed in the room. You are lying. Chen Yunfan's heart trembled. Hearing this voice, he knew the woman who had attacked him during the day had arrived. The door was burst open by a purple light. As the light landed, an icy beauty appeared in the room. Dressed in a purple ancient outfit, with her hair styled in a bun, her face was beautiful, and her figure was graceful. Although her expression was cold, there was a suffocating charm about her. If Song Tianqing, who often visited 3D virtual adult venues, saw her, he would probably jump up in excitement, as he often ordered ancient costume cosplay. But Chen Yunfan only felt a chill in his heart. He quickly turned his attention inward to the golden door in his mind, only to see it shrouded in mist. 5 minutes of cooldown. Chen Yunfan's heart raced, secretly praying that the old woman wouldn't just kill him outright. Master Suyu, why are you here? The delicate young girl quickly stood up to greet her. If I don't come, this naive little girl, Yuding, would surely be deceived by this kid. Xiao Suyu lightly tapped Xiao Yuding's forehead, looking both angry and playful, then turned her icy gaze to Chen Yunfan. You suddenly appeared during the day, which can be said to be the effect of the teleportation talisman. But you had already left Qingcheng Mountain at that time, and you must have discovered the effect of the teleportation talisman. Why did you quietly use it again at night to come up the mountain? What are your intentions? Her cold shout was like thunder, leaving Chen Yunfan's head buzzing, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. It was Xiao Yuding, standing beside him, who suddenly seemed to realize something and spoke up. I know. This voice not only caught Xiao Suyu's attention but also brought Chen Yunfan back to his senses. Xiao Yuding looked at Chen Yunfan with a face full of surprise as if she had uncovered the truth. You must have discovered this as an immortal mountain during the day, and in pursuit of the immortal path in the eyes of the world, to become the immortal master spoken of by others, that's why you dared to sneak up the mountain under the cover of night. You are too bold. Fortunately, you encountered me and Master Suyu. If the law enforcement hall found out, you'd have your legs broken, your hands shattered, and your fate would be miserable. Chen Yunfan was taken aback and quickly cupped his hands in a gesture of humility and acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Xiao Suyu frowned, feeling that things were not so simple, but Xiao Yuding was a heavenly spirit root, highly valued by the entire sect, and was even a direct disciple of the sect master. Even if she was a core formation cultivator, it wouldn't be appropriate to directly refute her. Finally, her gaze flickered, and after carefully confirming that Chen Yunfan had no cultivation at all, she chose not to speak further. You really are bold. No wonder you carry quicklime with you, it's used as a hidden weapon to dazzle the eyes. But what is this? Xiao Yuding took out a black stick-like object and waved it a couple of times. Clearly, there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet it can emit the power of thunder. How strange, but it's quite good for massaging acupoints and stretching muscles. Where did it come from? Chen Yunfan looked at Xiao Yuding, who was poking the electric baton capable of taking down an adult man in an instant at her body's acupoints. The sizzling blue electricity surged, but it only made Xiao Yuding's brows relax, looking quite comfortable. This scene left him utterly speechless. I found this unexpectedly in that small temple. I don't know what it is, but I brought it with me to present it as a gift to the immortal master. Xiao Yuding immediately laughed. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite clever, you've said all the good things. What about this? It wasn't also found in the small temple, was it? In a transparent container, there was a black liquid with some bubbles on top. Cola, commonly known as happy water. Song Tianqing bought it after school, and he had a couple of sips before crossing through the Golden Gate. He didn't expect to have crossed over with it. Someone asked Cui Bao. Cui Bao looked at the footage of Chen Yunfan battling 3 exotic beasts, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Then he shook his head. He's a genius, but not enough. Upon hearing this, the questioner was not surprised. Although becoming a first-grade martial artist at 18 is considered genius anywhere, considering the monsters in the elite team, Chen Yunfan's performance was indeed lacking. Take Ji Yaqing, who was about to join the elite team, for example. Peak first grade, mastering 3 proficient level yellow grade martial arts, and 1 skilled level low grade sword technique. Her comprehension and talent were several times stronger than Chen Yunfan's. Stop playing around. A first grade exotic beast can't challenge these 2 little guys. Increase the intensity. On the other side, roar. A tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. Chen Yunfan threw the golden monkey in front of him and turned to look deep into the dense forest. He saw 2 giant tigers, their bodies entirely red with blood-colored saber teeth, leaping out from the thicket. Damn! Bloodfang Flame Tiger. We're done for. We're dead. This is a second-grade exotic beast. My legs are already starting to disobey me. Why hasn't help arrived yet? The crowd was in chaos, and Chen Yunfan's eyelids twitched wildly. As a newly minted first grade, he definitely couldn't withstand the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. Knowing there was something fishy about this ambush, Chen Yunfan didn't plan to fight the Bloodfang Flame Tiger head-on. Even if there might be someone protecting him from the shadows, he still didn't want to risk his life. But second-grade exotic beasts could already communicate with spiritual energy. Among the crowd, the ones with the highest vitality, Chen Yunfan and Ji Yaqing, became the most delicious prey in the eyes of the 2 Bloodfang Flame Tigers. Roar! Another roar echoed, and the 2 Bloodfang Flame Tigers leaped over 10 meters, pouncing towards Chen Yunfan and Ji Yaqing. Damn! The speed was too fast. There was no way to dodge. Chen Yunfan could only swing his fist and choose to take it head-on. The unstoppable flame explosion fist, at this moment, had no effect on the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. Bang! Chen Yunfan was knocked flying and crashed into a large tree. Just as he opened his eyes, the Bloodfang Flame Tiger had already pounced close, and he could even smell its bad breath up close. The flame explosion fist sensed the host facing a life and death crisis, desperately squeezing its potential, increasing the training speed by 2000%. The flame explosion fist reached a bottleneck, naturally breaking through to the great accomplishment level. Overjoyed, it turned out that in the critical moment of life and death, one could truly squeeze out potential to break through. But this was also thanks to the previous battles. Frequent use had allowed the flame explosion fist to advance rapidly in training, leading to this breakthrough at a crucial moment. Boom! Orange-red flames rose from his fist out of nowhere. Fire fist. He rolled to the side just in time to barely avoid the pounce, then his fist slammed hard against the Bloodfang Flame Tiger's neck. The fur was scorched, and the flesh inside was charred. The proficient-level flame explosion fist could produce a slight burning effect. The great accomplishment-level flame explosion fist can cause flames to cling to the fist, greatly increasing the burning effect. The perfect-level flame explosion fist can unleash an explosive effect from the fist, indistinguishable from a grenade explosion. Roar! The Bloodfang Flame Tiger, in pain, roared again and turned to pounce on Chen Yunfan. However, the great accomplishment flame explosion fist not only carried a burning effect, but its power was also more than doubled. Relying on the flame explosion fist, Chen Yunfan could barely hold his ground against the opponent. Inside the tent, shocked voices continued to rise. In just 10 rounds, Ji Yaqing actually took down the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. Palms like knives, every strike draws blood. So fierce. Whether it's the application of martial skills, control of the battle situation, or adaptability in the moment, it's all top-notch. Among those few kids, he would definitely be at the level of captain or vice-captain. The satisfaction on Chui Bao's face grew more pronounced. The test is over, let the cleanup crew start to gather. The goal had been achieved, and there was no need to waste more time. Old Chui, I'm afraid we can't gather yet. A man in camouflage pointed to one of the screens, where Chen Yunfan was still engaged with the Bloodfang Flame Tiger. He hasn't been defeated yet. No wonder, this kid's flame explosion fist has actually reached great accomplishment. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Chui Bao's expression showed surprise. Although it was only a low-grade yellow-tier martial skill and most people had learned it, very few could truly cultivate the flame explosion fist to great accomplishment. Entry-level, proficient, with effort and time, an ordinary person could basically reach that. Mastery required a certain level of comprehension and even more time. As for great accomplishment, only those with extraordinary comprehension could achieve it. The final perfection could only be reached by the creator of the martial skill. This kid could break through to the great accomplishment level under such pressure, which already showed his astonishing comprehension. Anyway, with so many people in the tent, none could compare to this kid. What's wrong, old Chui? Weren't you just saying you didn't want him? Now you want him? Chui Bao shook his head slightly, very impressive, but still not qualified to join the team. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. What if he takes down the Bloodfang Flame Tiger? Do you believe that? How about we make a bet, wagering your bottle of beast spirit liquid? Damn it, old Chui. I treat you like a brother, and you want to cheat me out of my spirit liquid? Chui Bao raised an eyebrow, and the middle-aged man retorted. Then they both turned to look at the monitor. Although he wasn't qualified to join that special team, he could at least be prioritized for training or join other elite teams. In the dense forest, bang, 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 the sound of fists colliding with tiger paws echoed continuously. The suppression of realms made Chen Yunfan's fists bloodied, but he seemed oblivious. The flames on his fists grew increasingly intense. A single word remained in his mind: kill. Flame explosion fist, great accomplishment, 50%. Under high pressure, the cultivation speed of the flame explosion fist increased dramatically, getting closer to perfection. Chen Yunfan was very curious about what kind of power the flame explosion fist would have when cultivated to perfection. This became his obsession. With shattered knuckles and broken tiger jaws, Chen Yunfan did not take a step back. Be careful, a voice came to his ear. Chen Yunfan focused his gaze and saw that the Bloodfang flame tiger had stopped charging and was instead standing still. Its mouth opened wide. A foul smell accompanied the gathering of a red light sphere. Boom! The red light sphere struck the spot where Chen Yunfan had just been. Flames shot up into the sky, and the violent explosion wave swept Chen Yunfan, who was 4 to 5 meters away, flying. Covered in black soot and weeds, Chen Yunfan got up from the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet he wore a smile on his face. It worked! The flame explosion fist sensed the profound essence of fire, entering a state of enlightenment, and the cultivation speed skyrocketed. Progress increased to 60%. Progress increased to 80%. Progress increased to 100%. Under tireless effort, the flame burst fist accumulated enough understanding and successfully advanced to the perfect realm. Roar! With a mist strike, the Bloodfang flame tiger launched another fireball. 7 in a row. The series of explosions sent Chen Yunfan flying, but aside from being disheveled, he suffered no additional injuries. Once again, the tiger roared through the forest, charging at him. Good opportunity. Seizing the moment, Chen Yunfan executed a sliding tackle. The figures of man and tiger overlapped, and Chen Yunfan swung his fist, flames shooting into the sky. The Bloodfang flame tiger narrowly avoided a human-like sneer. If this strike didn't kill it, it would pounce on its opponent and enjoy its blood feast. According to their previous encounters, it had one. Flame burst. Xiong Shan's words made Chen Mo realize for the first time the nature of this cultivation world. Body cultivators and spell cultivators were equally strong, but the path of body cultivation was cut off. However, the raw materials for this secret medicine definitely referred to various herbs. While they might not exist in the cultivation world, they surely did in the high martial world. Otherwise, where did those martial saints on Blue Star come from? Understanding this, Chen Mo felt invigorated. As for this blood condensing pill, Xiong Shan's tone shifted. It's actually the best and fastest pill to use when a martial artist's vital energy impacts the acupoints. Just this small bottle is worth 20 spirit stones. In the mortal world, it could be exchanged for half a box of gold ingots. Wow! The preciousness of this blood condensing pill made Chen Mo involuntarily curse in his heart. Half a box of gold ingots would be worth at least several million. In the high martial world, it would be enough to buy a luxurious flat in the city center. No, the high martial world is not Earth. What use is buying a house if a monster attacks? The house would be gone. The mortgage would still be there. Strength is still the most important. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Xiong. Chen Mo quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Xiong Shan nodded, a smile on his face. He was quite satisfied with Chen Mo's attitude, and his mood improved significantly. From Chen Mo's performance just now, he seemed mature, clever, and sharp-witted. Plus he was a servant disciple of Xiao Yuding. Perhaps he would soar to great heights in the future. It wouldn't be a loss to befriend him. We've arrived at the location. After walking a bit further along the mountain path, they reached a flat area, and Xiong Shan pointed to a cluster of shanties. The huts made of grass, wood, and stones looked extremely shabby. In the high martial world, even beggars wouldn't live in such houses. Too shabby. But who could blame it? This was a world of clear class distinctions, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. A communal dormitory? Chen Mo silently accepted this, but then his gaze sharpened as he clearly saw through the window of the shanty. Inside was indeed a communal dormitory. A dozen servant disciples were crammed onto a large bed. He wasn't opposed to sharing a bed with others, but if they lived together, it would become very inconvenient to traverse back and forth through the golden door. Yes, inner disciples have their own rooms, and direct disciples have separate caves. Junior sister Xiao has just arrived at Qingcheng Mountain and hasn't had time to establish her cave yet, so she's temporarily staying in the dormitory. As for servant disciples, there's only the communal dormitory. However, those are ordinary servant disciples, but you are a servant disciple of junior sister Xiao. That stone room was where I used to live, but I don't stay there anymore. It's yours now. Xiong Shan tossed a set of keys to Chen Mo. He then led Chen Mo to a stone house, the roof made of wood, not particularly good, but much better than the shanty. The most important thing was that it provided a private space, making it convenient for him to come and go in the future. "Thank you, Elder Xiong. I will definitely remember your kindness," Chen Mo expressed his gratitude, and Xiong Shan responded with a cheerful acknowledgement before leaving. After closing the door and securing the bolt, Chen Mo saw Xiong Shan walk away through the crack of the door, then closed the window and sat cross-legged on the small bed. Blood condensing pill. It sounds quite similar to the qi and blood powder. Forget it, let's go back and study it later. My parents are probably back by now. I'll wait until after dinner to send it over. Getting up again, Chen Mo confirmed that there was no one around the house before immersing his consciousness in his mind, touching the golden door. A wave of weightlessness and dizziness surged through his mind. Dispelling the feeling of pressure, he opened his eyes again, already back in his room. Everything in sight was familiar, and a huge sense of security flooded over him. The tension that had been taut in his mind completely relaxed, and Chen Mo slumped onto the bed. Compared to the world of cultivation, living in the high martial world was simply much better. Although both were at the bottom, the cultivation world emphasized the survival of the fittest, where the strong could take whatever they wanted from the weak. In the high martial world, there were laws in place, and the official suppression by the Divine Xia Federation kept everything in check, allowing the common people at the bottom to live quite peacefully. However, if one sought higher quality things, strength was still necessary. No matter which world, strength is the most important. I have to prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam, and there's that shopping task given by the girl. Although I can directly bring the cola over later, I still have to put on a show and inevitably go down the mountain. For safety, I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Chen Mo sat up from the bed, took out the blood condensing pill, and his expression changed. The best enlightenment pill recognized in the cultivation world. I wonder how effective it is. He opened the bottle, pouring out a blood-red pill. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted over, penetrating every pore of his body, and at that moment, his entire being felt incredibly hot. Just by smelling it, my qi and blood have become restless. It can even provoke a greedy look from Steward Xiong. It truly is a good thing, far superior to the qi and blood powder sold here. Chen Mo put away the blood condensing pill and opened the door to look outside. It was past 6 in the evening. At this time, his parents usually would have been home, but for some reason, they hadn't returned today. He had originally planned to use the blood condensing pill later, but he couldn't wait any longer. Locking the door again, Chen Mo half squatted in front of the bed, maintaining a standing posture, with his hands drawing circles at his sides. Tai Chi stance. Coupled with a special breathing method, this was the way ordinary martial artists trained. Finding the right feeling, as sweat began to bead on his body, Chen Mo tossed the blood condensing pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, flowing down his esophagus into his stomach, then spreading to his limbs and bones. At that moment, his qi and blood boiled like water being heated. Chen Mo's entire body turned crimson, smoke rising from his head. When the abnormality appeared, he didn't feel nervous, knowing it was a manifestation of the blood condensing pill's power. Adjusting his mindset, he began to slow down the Tai Chi stance, and his breathing also slowed, with his qi and blood controlled by his will, wildly impacting the acupoints. If before, the impact on the acupoints was like water dripping on stone, now it was like waves crashing against a sandcastle. Effortlessly, this force of qi and blood, enhanced by the blood condensing pill, pierced through the barriers of the acupoints the moment it made contact, filling them up, one acupoint after another, round and round, until half an hour passed, and once the effects of the blood condensing pill were completely exhausted, Chen Mo collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his face was filled with smiles. One blood condensing pill, in half an hour, actually helped me open about 40 acupoints, equivalent to the hard training of an ordinary person for half a year. Adding to the original 100 acupoints, I have now opened approximately 140 acupoints, and there are still 9 blood condensing pills given by that girl. If I can successfully consume them all, I might be able to open 600 acupoints, nearing the limit of a martial apprentice. The martial arts realm is divided into opening acupoints, connecting meridians, tempering bones, refining organs, and yuan wu, corresponding to martial apprentices, martial artists, martial masters, martial sects, and martial saints. Martial apprentices open acupoints, and there are 360 major acupoints in the human body, along with 360 minor acupoints. Opening all 360 major acupoints allows one to directly break through to the martial artist realm, rapidly enhancing combat power. This is the advancement of an ordinary martial artist. There is also a type known as the extreme martial artist, who opens a total of 720 meridians. In terms of combat power, extreme martial artists are not as strong as those who have just broken through to become meridian warriors. But when it comes to potential, extreme martial artists can easily defeat ordinary martial artists. To become an extreme martial artist, the first requirement is talent, and the second is money. Although I have neither, I have a cheat. That girl is so generous, if she buys some soda, she might as well bring back some other interesting little gadgets. Who knows, she might even get some blood-condensing pills. With a bright future ahead, his motivation surged. If it weren't for the voices outside and his physical fatigue, Chen Mo would have wanted to continue taking the blood-condensing pills. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Chen Mo pushed open the door. His mother, Li Manyun, was cooking in the kitchen, while his sister, Chen Xiuying, sat on the sofa, her two fair legs arrogantly propped up on the coffee table, giggling as she scrolled through videos. He glanced around but didn't see his father, Chen Onren. He casually asked, "Mom, isn't Dad back from work yet? Maybe he's working overtime. The factory has been quite busy these past few days. Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." Li Manyun was a typical modern woman, managing both work and home with great efficiency. When he first crossed over, it was her daily care that helped Chen Mo quickly integrate into this family. However, after settling in, he often sneaked into his parents' room to search for things to prove that his parents were of royal lineage. After all, if the parents of a transmigrator were still alive, they must have an extraordinary background. The temporary poverty of the family was merely a test for him, but the reality proved he was overthinking. His parents were just ordinary workers, yet they cared deeply for their two children. Not being of royal lineage, Chen Mo was still very satisfied. With a soft "oh," he walked towards the bathroom to wash his face. Seeing this, his sister Chen Xiuying couldn't hold back any longer and, hands on her hips, said, "What do you mean by that? Didn't you see your dear sister has come back? Couldn't you at least say hello? Sister dear? Do you think this is some cliché Japanese anime? The island nation has already sunk, okay." Chen Mo rolled his eyes, ignoring his sister Chen Xiuying, and continued towards the bathroom. It wasn't that he disliked her, he was just used to this way of interacting. However, he was a bit curious about why his sister suddenly returned home. Both of them were high school seniors, just at different schools. What was the same was that neither had exceptional martial arts talent, but Chen Xiuying excelled in the humanities. In a world of martial arts, the humanities were not just about language, math, and English. They included monster taming, monster material analysis, secret realm construction, new technology research, and so on. Chen Xiuying had shown extraordinary abilities in monster research, which led the Yunchuan Education Bureau to recommend her to the top research institute in the Federation, allowing her to skip university altogether. This was no less than getting into the most prestigious martial arts university in the Xingxia Federation. The whole family was very happy, and just the day before, Chen Xiuying had been taken by the Yunchuan Education Bureau to the Kyoto Research Institute. Logically, she should be familiarizing herself with the new environment in Kyoto right now. Why did she suddenly come back? Seeing her annoying younger brother ignoring her, Chen Xiuying pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket. "Come here and give me a foot massage, here's a tip of 100 yuan. Chen Mo snorted coldly, unmoved. 200. Chen Xiuying added another bill. Chen Mo immediately put on a smile, stepped forward to tuck the money into his pocket, and then squatted down to massage Chen Xiuying's feet. It wasn't that 200 yuan could make him submit, it was just that he planned to continue taking the blood-condensing pills tonight and then go to the martial arts hall tomorrow to check the exact number of opened meridians. The inspection fee was 200 yuan. Seeing her annoying younger brother obediently kneeling at her feet, Chen Xiuying finally showed a satisfied smile. After a while of massaging, dinner was ready. Motherly Manyun was just about to call father when she suddenly heard voices coming from outside the window. "Xiaomo, your dad is downstairs talking to someone. Go call him, otherwise, they'll chat for half an hour to an hour." Tasked with the mission, Chen Mo immediately went downstairs. As he stepped out, he saw his father Chen Onren standing at the entrance of the community, holding a thick yellow envelope, talking to a middle-aged man. His expression was pleading. Chen Mo glanced at the thickness of the envelope, estimating it contained about 100,000 yuan. He was quite surprised. With two children in high school, the family burden was heavy. This 100,000 yuan was likely the last of the family's money. What was going on? Out of curiosity, he pretended to be nonchalant as he approached. He soon overheard their conversation. "Old Chen, our childhood friendship, I've watched Xiuying grow up. If I can help you, I'll do it without you asking. But this time is different. The person who snatched Xiuying's recommendation spot is not easy to deal with. Don't say I'm just a lowly education bureau staff. Even the director of the Yunchuan Education Bureau would have to give way. Let me think it over. I'll try to negotiate a bit more." The voice was familiar. It was Lu Weigua, Chen Anwen's childhood friend who worked at the Education Bureau. But what did this mean? Xiao Ying's recommendation spot was taken? The moment Chen Mo heard this news, his first emotion was anger. Those top research institutes could only be entered through recommendations. This time, his sister Chen Xiaoying was lucky to get a spot, but next time it might not be the same. If she didn't get a recommendation within 4 years of university, she would only be able to go to an ordinary research institute after graduation. Not only was it full of uncertainty, but it also wasted 4 years of time and lost the opportunity to see a broader world. It was a blow to her future. Chen Mo clenched his fists, then relaxed them, his expression gradually calming down. This time, there are 3 recommendation spots for Yin Xuan, but they just had to snatch my sister Chen Xiaoying's spot. This is clearly bullying because our family has no martial artists and no connections. Having a precious gem is a crime. Chen Mo tightened his fists, his desire to grow stronger becoming more urgent. If he were an extreme martial artist now, they definitely wouldn't dare to snatch it. If they did, even if he said nothing, those professional news editors could dig up his sister Chen Xiaoying's story and report it. Under such pressure, the spot that belonged to his sister Chen Xiaoying would naturally come back. Extreme martial artist. Chen Mo clenched his fists again, then relaxed. Hearing that the conversation was over, he hid his emotions and pretended to just come downstairs, smiling as he greeted them. Uncle Lu, Dad, dinner is ready, Mom asked you to come back to eat. Lu Weigua laughed heartily. Oh, it's Xiao Mo. You're getting more and more handsome. When you go to university, you'll definitely find a beautiful girlfriend. Chen Mo smiled in agreement. A girlfriend? That would only slow down my progress. Seeing his son appear, Father Chen Anren quickly concealed his sad emotions, forcing a smile. Weigua, the food is ready. Why don't you come up and eat with us? It's been over a year since we last met. Let's have a drink tonight. Lu Weigua quickly shook his head, smiling as he said, Old Chen, you're trying to get me in trouble. The college entrance exam is coming up, and the Education Bureau is busy. If the director finds out I'm drinking and slacking off, I'll be out on my ear. Then I'll just have to stay at your place and eat your food. Chen Anren also realized and scratched his head awkwardly. After chatting a bit more, they finally parted ways. Chen Mo and his father Chen Anren returned to the community, while Lu Weigua got into a car parked by the roadside. Xiaomeng, what do you think is going on? Xiaoying is such an excellent girl. The Chen family is finally going to have a golden phoenix. How could this happen suddenly? They're all a bunch of bastards, relying on a bit of filthy money, capable of committing any shameless act. In Jinlin City, Daxing District Police Station, the perpetrator of the 3/28 massacre case is still at large. We urge all citizens to be cautious when going out. The police are calling for useful information. Anyone who provides useful clues about the murder case will be rewarded with 50,000. Those who provide the appearance or name of the perpetrator will be rewarded with 150,000. Suhan held a small beer, staring at the news looping on the television, secretly clicking his tongue. It's already 2023, and who would have thought there would still be a massacre, and the perpetrator's methods were so ruthless. 8 members of a family, men, women, and children, none were spared, not even the family dog was left unharmed. What kind of grudge could lead to this? Fortunately, I'm just a small security guard, Suhan thought to himself. That's right, a security guard at the police station. This job is like a lifeguard at the Olympics during a swimming competition. It's a completely ridiculous job. Suhan's daily task was to lift the barrier with a remote control when unfamiliar vehicles arrived. The rest of the time, he spent browsing various videos of girls dancing in black stockings on the Douyin app. Life was extremely leisurely and carefree. At 22 years old, having just graduated from university, Suhan had once thought about making a name for himself in the workplace, proving wrong that old man who said he would never be able to afford 4 dishes in his lifetime. Who knew that after graduation, he would be unemployed, squatting at home for over half a year, almost falling into depression. Later, at his father's suggestion, he decided to find a job first and reintegrate into society. The job of a security guard at the police station was perfect, no leaders, no responsibilities, and no office politics. Air conditioning in summer, heating in winter, it was truly a dream job. No matter what others thought, Suhan was very satisfied with his current life. Simple and plain. And just today, he finally proved that old man wrong by ordering 4 dishes for lunch. It was clear that the old man was just talking nonsense. How could he possibly not be able to afford 4 dishes? Just then, ding, the strongest yin-yang master system, binding successful. The system grants a free initial gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Destiny Divination. Voices echoed in Suhan's mind, and he smirked. After 22 years, the system had finally arrived. After a while, Suhan figured out the correct way to use the system. In short, it was about doing good deeds. Doing good deeds earns merit, and merit can be used to draw various skills. Very simple and straightforward. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect my happy security life to end so soon. It's time to pick up the peachwood sword and venture into the world. Suhan felt invigorated, and in a moment of distraction, he saw someone in the glass reflection. Disheveled hair, vacant eyes, unshaven, what a disheartened youth. Suhan felt a pang in his heart. I used to be quite the handsome young man. Who would have thought I'd be so haggard from indulgence? From today on, no more drinking. Suhan slammed the small beer bottle to the ground. Just then, the small door of the security booth was pushed open, and a chubby little guy with a pregnant belly walked in. Auxiliary Police Officer Zhang Dali, Suhan's only good brother at the police station. Dali, why aren't you busy catching the murderer? What are you doing here? I'm not drinking after work. Don't even think about dragging me along. If you want to drink, I'll treat you. This time it's serious business. Come with me, let you see the world. You can't just work at the police station and never go out to handle a case, right? Before Suhan could refuse, Zhang Dali pulled him into the police car. The police car started and drove in one direction. Only then did Suhan learn what Zhang Dali wanted him for. 3. The massacre case on March 28 was too shocking, prompting the entire police force of Jinlin City to mobilize for an investigation, including all officers from the Daxing District Police Station. This led to the current new cases being unattended. They had no choice but to handle special cases, with Auxiliary Officer Zhang Dali taking security guard Suhan to a residential building in Huainan community to deal with a civil dispute. Forget it, once I finish this job, I'm outta here, off to jump and frolic, to indulge in the rivers and lakes. Suhan thought about his bright future, suddenly recalling his only skill, destiny's calculation. After all, he hadn't used this skill yet. The premise of wandering the rivers and lakes was that destiny's calculation had to be incredibly powerful. Suhan looked at Zhang Dali while forming a hand gesture. Everything flowed smoothly. In an instant, Suhan already knew what Zhang Dali had been up to for the past month. He immediately felt a chill. This little chubby guy actually had a penchant for cross-dressing. He often wore sexy women's clothing, appearing on Douyin, and after beauty filters, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Zhang Dali even had 10,000 die-hard fans. If those 10,000 fans found out that the person they were drooling over on their phones was a 200-pound lewd little chubby guy, who knows if they would come through the internet to kill Zhang Dali? Old Su, what are you thinking? Why do you look constipated? Zhang Dali was still unaware that his biggest secret had been discovered by Suhan. Suhan glanced at Zhang Dali and immediately felt goosebumps all over. It's known that people who like cross-dressing often have a preference for the same sex. Suhan understood that Zhang Dali was his only friend, and if he had that kind of preference, wouldn't that be disastrous for him? Whether it was going through the back door or being taken through the back door, Suhan was not keen on either. Resolving in his heart to keep his distance from Zhang Dali, he thought, friendship is precious, brotherhood is even more valuable. If it's for the sake of the chrysanthemum, both can be sacrificed. Of course, Suhan could use destiny's calculation to continue probing into Zhang Dali's past to deduce whether he had a preference for the same sex. However, using destiny's calculation consumed a lot of mental energy, which could be understood as the blue bar in a game. Looking back over the past month, it was 10 points of blue energy. Over the past year, 100 points. Over the past 10 years, 1,000 points, and so on. Now, Suhan's mental energy was weak, and destiny's calculation could only cover the past year at most. The cost would be the depletion of his blue bar. So, Suhan decided to wait for the right moment to use it. While driving, Zhang Dali said, "We're almost at our destination. Help me turn on the live stream on my phone." In this era, private businesses, e-commerce, dining, and companies had all jumped on the live streaming bandwagon. The police naturally had to keep up, using live streams to educate the public about legal knowledge and anti-fraud measures. Zhang Dali was quite eloquent and naturally became a popular science police officer. Upon hearing this, Suhan took Zhang Dali's phone and opened the Douyin live stream feature. Within seconds, many viewers flooded into the live stream room, and the barrage of comments immediately surged. "Brother Dali, whoa, I'm so scared. Have they caught the murderer yet? What era is this? And there are still massacres happening. It's very unlikely to catch them now. It's been 3 days since the incident, and there's been no news. It's very unlikely. People are on edge. I don't even dare to stroll around anymore." Exactly, so many people are too vigilant. I followed a black stockings JK girl for 3 blocks and got called a pervert. That is indeed quite perverted, but if you're talking about that street, I want to check it out too. Same question. Brother Dali, Are you guys heading out to catch bad guys? From the barrage of comments, it was clear that everyone in Jinlin City was very concerned about the March 28th massacre case. Brothers, 3. There's someone in charge of that case. As soon as I get any news, I'll rush over without delay. But right now, I have other matters to handle. I'm currently heading to the Huainan community to deal with a civil dispute. Huainan community, streetside shop. As the police car came to a stop, Suhan and Zhang Dali had just gotten out when an old man came stumbling over. Police, police. I called the police. The old man was wearing patched clothes, carrying a bag of urea over his shoulder, and had a slight hunch in his back. Suhan quickly labeled the old man as a farmer uncle. Grandpa, don't cry. Tell me what happened, and we'll definitely help you resolve it, Zhang Dali promised, patting his chest confidently. Suhan felt a chill at the sight. No wonder Zhang Dali had so many fans in women's clothing. They were probably all LSPs, thinking such a big chest was the real deal. The old man didn't have much time to think about that. Seeing Zhang Dali's reassuring demeanor, he looked very pleased. Thank you, young lady, you are such a good police officer. The old man's grateful words almost made Suhan burst out laughing, and the live stream was filled with joy. Well, the old man isn't wrong. Who told Dali to have a C-cup? I'm laughing to tears. I bet if he took off his clothes, Officer Dali would be AD. Another day of envy. If only I could get a little of that. Envy from the airport. Seeing the comments floating by on his phone, Zhang Dali's face darkened, and he forced a smile. Grandpa, I'm a man. Anyway, can you tell us what happened? Before the old man could speak, the owner of the Shasen International Restaurant, who had been waiting on the side, couldn't hold back any longer. Officer, this old man was eating at my place and insists he lost his money here. I showed him the surveillance footage, but he insists I forged it myself. I'm really having a bad day. You forged it. I just came to the city, had a meal here, and my money disappeared. It must have been lost in your shop, and you definitely saw it but didn't want to return it. The old man was furious, adamantly claiming that the money was lost in the shop. When a scholar meets a soldier, reason doesn't hold. The owner of Shasen International didn't dare to lose his temper with the old man. If the old man got so angry he fainted, that would be a real problem. In the end, the owner could only look to the police for help. Don't you have surveillance footage? Let me see it, Zhang Dali suggested, and the owner led the 3 of them to the checkout area of the small shop. After carefully reviewing the footage, it turned out the old man had never lost any money at all. The truth is out. The old man must have made a mistake. Could it be that the old man originally had no money and wanted to scam someone? Doesn't seem like it. Just look at how sad the old man is. He probably really lost the money. The live stream was buzzing with discussions, while outside, the old man sat down on the ground, tears streaming down his face. That was my granddaughter's school money. It can't be lost. What will my granddaughter do if it's gone? Seeing the old man's miserable state, not just Suhan and Zhang Dali, but even the owner of Shasen International, who had been wronged by the old man, felt a pang of sympathy. As the wailing grew louder, Suhan could no longer bear to watch and began to calculate with his fingers. Although this civil dispute couldn't be resolved, and he wouldn't be blamed for it, he was still a person with compassion. But Suhan was still human, and he had empathy. He calculated with his fingers, a prelude to casting a spell. After 3 full seconds of calculation, the old man's experiences from the previous month began to appear in Suhan's mind. Suhan shuddered. The next moment, beads of cold sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead onto the ground. As the calculation ended, Lin Feng withdrew from the old man's memory and immediately leaned against a tree, vomiting violently. He expelled all 4 dishes he had for lunch. It truly echoed the words of an old sage from his childhood. Kid, you won't be able to eat 4 dishes in this lifetime. By the end, he was just throwing up bile. It still hadn't stopped, and Suhan almost vomited his internal organs out. Lin Feng, are you okay? The sudden scene frightened Zhang Dai, who hurriedly stepped forward to ask. No, I'm fine, Lin Feng said while dry heaving, waving his hand. Maybe I ate something bad at noon. After a while, Suhan finally regained his composure from the memories of the old man. No, he could no longer be called an old man, but rather the perpetrator of the 3/28 massacre. Name, Chen Yangfu. Experience over the past month, infiltrated Jinlin City, created an accident to get acquainted with the victim's family, was invited into their home, and drugged the entire family of 8. Then he used a sharp axe to dismember them. Finally, he cooked, fried, boiled, stewed, and roasted them. Using 8 different methods, he turned the family of 8 into a pile of mush. The scene was extremely brutal and terrifying. If it were made into a movie, it would definitely be an epic horror film. A normal person who watched it would carry an indelible shadow for life. No wonder Su-han heard that the police officers who first entered the victim's residence were all sent to mental hospitals for recovery. Brothers, what's up with this police officer? Why is he throwing up like this? I don't know, but just to clarify, this guy is a security guard. Do security guards go out with the police? That's too casual. I just noticed that this security guard has been closing his eyes and making gestures, and then he started throwing up. Could this guy be a Taoist priest? A Taoist security guard? The live chat was buzzing with discussions, and the old man Chen Yongfu also looked over. His eyes held a hint of confusion and vigilance. Little brother, are you okay? Su-han forced a smile. I'm fine, probably just ate too much at noon, and with the bumpy ride, I felt nauseous and threw up. Oh, I see. Then little brother, you need to be careful, you can't overeat. As Chen Yongfu spoke, a mouthful of yellowed teeth showed. Su-han saw the remnants of meat stuck between Chen Yongfu's teeth and felt nauseous again, almost throwing up. Finally, with the help of the mineral water that Zhang Dei thoughtfully bought, Su-han managed to recover a bit. Lin Feng was fine, but Chen Yongfu started to weep again, looking heartbroken over his lost wallet. Zhang Dei kindly said, "Old man, don't cry. Tell me where you went today, and I'll help you look for it. I'm just a country person. I originally took the rural-urban bus to the city to deliver living expenses to my granddaughter who is studying here. I didn't expect that as soon as I got off the bus, in the time it took to eat, my money disappeared." Lin Feng watched Chen Yongfu's performance with cold eyes. The creator of this massacre had made his intentions extremely clear. That was to leave the city. Because this incident was too shocking, the entire Jinlin city was under strict lockdown. Chen Yongfu had no ID, and the dog meat shop owner knew he had encountered someone extraordinary and hurriedly said, "Look at my memory, I took the wrong one. This bowl is the dog blood I was going to throw away. Let me get you another one." In a moment, another bowl of black dog blood was brought up. Su Ning glanced at it and nodded. "That's fine, but give me more, money is not an issue. When dealing with zombies, it's naturally better to be well prepared." Who knew the dog meat shop owner would smile bitterly? Don't be fooled by the size of my dog meat shop. There are indeed quite a few people buying black dog blood. This is already the last small bowl. Su Ning was taken aback and looked around. There were so many strange things in this small town. After settling the bill, Su Ning bought some other things and then entered a hotel to rest. Unexpectedly, there would be a big event happening that night. That evening, it was still drizzling, and with the night adding to the gloom, the moment Su Ning entered the Feng family courtyard, he felt a wave of discomfort. It felt like stepping into a garbage dump. The stench was unbearable, making him want to turn around and leave. However, only he could feel it. Yang Daoxing beside him still had a calm expression. This kind of smell could only be emitted by a corpse undergoing transformation, detectable only by those whose bodies were different from the norm. Clearly, after battling the python demon, he belonged to the extraordinary. Approaching the morning hall, Su Ning immediately looked towards the coffin. A high-quality coffin crafted with great expense, but unfortunately, by tonight, it will be damaged from the inside out. Damaged? From the inside out? It seemed that tonight, this white-haired zombie would break out of the coffin. He just didn't know if there was a corpse Dan inside. Su Ning remembered clearly that the Yin energy would satiate the python egg, while rebirth required a corpse Dan, a spirit, and a ghostly soul. While pondering, Su Ning spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. A tall and charming figure, with an outstanding appearance, and that eye-catching motorcycle outfit. It was none other than the unfortunate Xia Shintong. How did she end up here? Su Ning suddenly recalled that when they parted, Xia Shintong had said she was going to her second uncle's house to mourn. It seemed the deceased was indeed her second uncle. What a coincidence! Just as he was about to greet her, Yang Daoxing spoke first. "Hey, master, where's your disciple?" Su Ning scanned the morning hall, and sure enough, Wang Kuan was nowhere to be seen. Although Jiang Lichen was displeased that someone was questioning him while mourning, he still waved his whisk and said lightly, "My little disciple is unwell and has gone to the hospital alone." "What? Master, why didn't you say so earlier? We have a private doctor at home. Brother Huang doesn't need to tire himself going to the hospital." "Is Brother Huang's condition serious?" "Just so happens that Xiaoxian is a doctor at the provincial hospital. Should we also have him take a look in the county?" It must be that this ritual was too mentally and physically exhausting, leaving Brother Huang drained. "Once this is over, our Su family will definitely give a big red envelope." The onlooking Su family members kept expressing their concern. Although they didn't know the truth, at least they were saying the right things. Only Su Ning let out a secret sigh of relief. The ominous star-piercing fate was no joke. He had been worried that Huang Kuan's ominous star would manifest tonight. This indicated that after Su Heir uncle's corpse transformation, he hadn't been stopped, leading to Huang Kuan's certain death. Now it seemed otherwise. At least Huang Kuan had left the Su family. As for the cause of death, that was unknown. Jiang Lichen stood in front of the coffin, muttering for a while, occasionally making a fuss. If Su Ning didn't know that he was nothing, he might have actually believed in his nonsense. Time passed until 10 p.m., the hour of high. The light rain had also stopped, but the sky was overcast, and it looked like it could rain at any moment. Jiang Lichen announced loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived. Please, 8 immortals." The 8 immortals referred to the 8 men carrying the coffin, an ancient term. 8 burly men stepped forward, ready to lift the coffin. 1, 2, 3, lift! The men shouted in unison and exerted their strength, but the coffin didn't budge an inch. 1, 2, 3, lift! The men tried again, but the coffin remained completely still. It should be noted that the Feng family was considered a prominent household, with significant influence in Qingyuan town, and the 8 immortals they found were naturally among the strongest in the town. Logically, lifting a coffin should be as easy as lifting a small car. This scene was truly bizarre. It left the onlooking Su family members pale with fear. What did this mean? Did the old man not want to leave? Recalling the old man's appearance when he passed away last night, they felt a wave of dread and hurriedly looked to Jiang Lichen for help. "Master, what's going on?" Jiang Lichen also looked bewildered. He had become a Taoist by chance, having unexpectedly obtained some talismans while sleeping in a dilapidated temple. Using these talismans, he successfully exorcised evil spirits from children in the nearby town, which made him famous. Yet, after all these years of being a master, this was only the second time he encountered such a strange occurrence. Hesitating, he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket. "Everyone, don't panic. This is just a little ghost trying to obstruct us from smoothly burying the coffin." A little ghost? Upon hearing this, the Su family members became even more anxious. "What should we do now, Master? Please, Master, help us. Besides these little ghosts, please, Master, lend us your assistance. Once the burial is successful, we will definitely reward you handsomely." Hearing the words handsomely reward, Jiang Liuqing nodded slightly. "I am a practitioner of the Tao, and naturally cannot stand by while wandering souls disturb the peace of the old master." He softly chanted, "Taishan Lao Jun teaches me to kill ghosts. With my divine method, I call upon the Jade Maiden to capture the ominous." The mountains crack, I wear the seal, with a splendid canopy on my head, my feet tread the path of the great, on the left I support the 6 Jia, on the right guard the 6 Ding, in front there are the yellow gods, behind the Yu Zhang. The divine master strikes, not avoiding the powerful, first killing the evil ghosts, then slaying the night light. What god does not submit? What ghost dares to stand? Urgently, as the law commands. After finishing the ghost-slaying incantation, Jiang Liuqing pressed the yellow talisman onto the coffin with a snap. Su Ning looked on, his eyes nearly popping out. Maoshan ghost-slaying talisman. Master's creation. Can slay all demons, but ineffective against zombies. The ghost-slaying talisman is meant to slay the souls of great demons, while zombies are inherently soulless. How could this talisman possibly work? What puzzled him the most was that this Master Jiang was clearly a novice, yet possessed such a divine talisman. Did he pick it up? That would be an incredible stroke of luck. Although this talisman was NP, it couldn't possibly take effect. Sure enough, the person in charge of the Feng family saw Jiang Liuqing stick the yellow talisman on and commanded the 8 immortals to lift the coffin. But no matter how hard they tried, the coffin did not budge an inch. Feng Xiangyu looked at Jiang Liuqing in panic. "Master, what's going on? Didn't you already drive away the ghosts? Could it be that my father has some unresolved issues and doesn't want to leave?" Though he was trying hard to suppress his fear, his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. After all, anyone would panic in such a situation, including Jiang Liuqing. Chen Yang smiled slightly. "Good best friend? Then let me tell you how your good best friend has treated you. When you were 13 and fell down the stairs, almost becoming disabled, you thought it was just an accident, but in fact, it was your best friend who tripped you. When you were 18 and taking the college entrance exam, you accidentally glanced at the exam paper of the student in front of you, wrote furiously, and ended up being reported. That was also your best friend's doing. When you entered a foreign company at 25, you were noticed by the boss for your outstanding looks and work ability. The boss invited you out after work. But when you told your best friend, she analyzed it all, saying the boss liked you and wanted to take advantage of you. In the end, you didn't go on the date, and the foreign boss was sad for a long time, thinking you didn't like him. As for the gold shop owner your best friend introduced you to, he is an orphan with a fortune of tens of millions, seemingly great, but privately he indulges in drinking, gambling, and other vices. If it weren't for an accidental car accident that took his life, you would probably be living under the shadow of his domestic violence every day. Do you still think she is your good best friend? The rich woman was dumbfounded. The good best friend she thought she had was always trying to set her up. Tripping down the stairs? Being reported during the exam? Stopping the foreign boss from being with her? Introducing her not to a diamond bachelor, but to an abuser? Her worldview collapsed. The people in the live stream were also stunned. What a huge revelation. Sweat dripped down the rich woman's forehead, and then she suddenly thought of something and screamed. Wait, you got it wrong. According to what you said, my best friend has always wanted to harm me, but she saved me yesterday. Yesterday, when we went to climb Mount Tai, I almost fell to my death while taking pictures. If it weren't for my best friend holding my hand tightly, I would have been doomed. As she spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared on the rich woman's face. If it were just now, she definitely wouldn't be like this, but her emotions are in turmoil, and her mind can't keep up with the thoughts. The sarcasm was just a natural expression of her exposing Chen Fan's nonsense. Chen Yang shook his head. Your best friend isn't saving you, she's saving herself. She has been using her relationship with you to frequently come in and out of your house. The gold bracelet, gold ring, and the little yellow fish in your room have all been swapped. If you had fallen to your death on Mount Tai yesterday and the police got involved, they would definitely investigate your identity, and the gold swap would likely be exposed. To save herself, and to avoid attracting the police's attention, your best friend can only desperately save you. Silence. A deathly silence. In the live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people, not a single comment appeared. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The rich woman also looked as if she had seen a ghost, suddenly smashing the ceramic cup beside her. She casually picked up a piece of ceramic shard and crawled to the gold display case, picking up a little yellow fish. She scraped it. The white ceramic casually picked up a layer of yellow paint. Testing gold with porcelain. As long as you scrape the gold with a piece of porcelain, if no marks are left, it means it's real gold. Conversely, only when encountering fake gold will there be marks on the porcelain. And now that the porcelain shard showed marks, it meant the little yellow fish was fake. Fake? How is this possible? The rich woman screamed, throwing away the little yellow fish and picking up a gold bracelet worth 300,000. She scraped it with the porcelain shard. Still had color. Fake. She switched to another gold ring. Scraped it. Fake. The rich woman scraped more than a dozen pieces of gold jewelry in succession, and without exception, they were all fake. The rich woman felt her vision darken and sat down on the ground. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room became anxious. Woman, quickly ask the master for help. What are you waiting for? Sigh. The rich woman's psychological quality isn't good either. Losing some money is nothing. I was cheated too, and I just locked the door and notified my family to catch the cheating. The master is amazing. By the way, are college students really this talented nowadays? At this time, the rich woman also thought of Chen Yang, crawling to the computer and saying with a face full of anger and grief, Please, sir, save me. The little master was also dropped. The rich woman was now completely convinced. Chen Yang calculated with his fingers and already understood. Your gold has been exchanged for cash, and now your best friend is rushing to the airport with that money. The flight is Jianghang C9872. If you call the police now, it might still be in time. Just then, a red comment floated by. Please rest assured, the Jiangdu police have already been dispatched to intercept. We will ensure the safety of your property. After sending this message, Jiang Xiaoyu used the official account to follow Chen Yang's account, ordinary college student. On the other side, the rich woman rewarded Chen Yang with 20 rockets, until she spent all the balance in her account, before ending the live broadcast. Amazing. This is too damn exciting. It's like watching a movie. To be honest, I used to scoff at fortune telling, but now I'm kneeling. Big brother, can you help me calculate the lottery numbers for the next draw? I watched the whole thing while kneeling. The host is amazing. I followed. Chen Yang's Douyin backend follower count kept rising. In just a few minutes, the number of followers skyrocketed from 0 to 30,000. You have to know, it was still midnight, and the event hadn't fully fermented yet. Once the event spread, Chen Yang's account followers would experience another surge. Shin Dong glanced at the balance. The rich woman contributed 22 super rockets, totaling 22,000, and the platform automatically took half, leaving 11,000. But the biggest gain wasn't these. System, bring up the panel. Chen Yang silently recited a phrase in his heart, and a shimmering blue light screen appeared in his vision. Host, Chen Fan skill, Destiny Divination Cultivation level, none shock value, 38782. Moreover, this emotional value was continuously rising. Chen Yang guessed that someone must have posted about what just happened online. As long as one person finished watching and exclaimed wow, the shock value would increase a little. It's good. Once the shock value reaches 100,000, I can gain new abilities. The power of Destiny Divination had just been vividly demonstrated, and Chen Yang began to look forward even more to the other abilities rewarded by the system. In no time at all, a person from the Jiangdu police arrived with a complete set of evidence, and the rich lady was back online, requesting to connect. Shen Yong clicked to accept. This time, the rich lady was not at home but at the police station, and beside her was another woman, handcuffed, who seemed to be the rich lady's good friend. Did they catch her? The rich lady nodded heavily, thinking about how she had believed her good friend was someone who cared for her, only to realize that she had been plotting against her every day, sending a chill down her spine. Thank you, sir, for today's events. Now that we have the evidence, my friend, she will be interrogated soon, and I need to take a statement. I might not have time to go online for a day or two, but I just wanted to sincerely thank you, sir. After saying this, the rich lady bowed at a 90-degree angle, then sent 20 super gifts before going offline. The rich lady ended the live stream, and all her loyal fans flooded into Chen Yang's live room. Host, please pick me. Me, a little girl 8 meters tall, I can sing and dance, woo woo woo. Host, what are the winning numbers for next week's lottery? The barrage of comments kept rolling. Why don't you go have a match with Ji Yaching? Aren't you always bragging about your martial arts insights, claiming to be invincible at the 8th rank? Compared to Qin Kawan, Zhou Ming from Moto Martial University was not as envious. Instead, he teased his old friend. Upon hearing this, Qin Kawan's fiery gaze quickly dimmed, and he said in a deep voice, being invincible at the 8th rank can't withstand that woman who can easily kill at the 9th rank. She's always been a monster, and now she's taken in another little monster. This year's freshman gathering of the 3 schools, aren't we going to be completely overwhelmed by Shanghai Martial University, and still be beaten down? Suddenly, a flirtatious phone ring echoed. Su Han, like a drowning person seizing a lifeline, exclaimed, Sister Wang, it's the boss's call, I need to step out for a moment. He quickly slipped out of the room, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then hung up the phone. Damn, if it weren't for a scam call, I might have ended up as tiger food today. I've heard that the entertainment industry is tough, and I know how hard it is for women, but I didn't expect men to be subjected to hidden rules as well. That's right, Su Han was a time traveler. He had come from Earth Village to Blue Star Village, and his identity had changed from a college student to an 18-line little star. Relying on his stunning looks, combined with the influence of movies and music from his past life, Su Han initially thought he would win a Golden Statue Award, marry a rich beauty, move into a big villa, and reach the peak of his life. But reality dealt him an awkward yet polite slap in the face. Those household name stars from his past life were still well known in this world. Familiar movies, TV shows, and music still existed here. The entertainment industry was like this, and so was the literary world. Li Bai and Du Fu remained renowned poets throughout the ages, and Su Han didn't even have the chance to show off by copying their poems. The most awkward part was that in this circle, apart from his looks, which were at the comment section level, his acting skills and voice were nothing short of abysmal. Moreover, because he refused to comply with the hidden rules, he had no gigs at all. If it weren't for a guaranteed salary, Su Han would really be left to fend for himself. But this minimum wage can only barely keep him alive. After all, this is the glamorous and extravagant Shanghai. To make ends meet, Su Han often takes on part-time jobs, delivering food and live streaming. Returning to his small, shabby house in the urban village, Su Han dons a yellow robe and wears a kangaroo helmet. Kangaroo delivery, fast no matter what. Just as Su Han is ready to head out for deliveries, a ding sounds in his mind. A warm and pleasant voice, like a heavenly melody, makes Su Han's body tremble. System, you finally arrived. The strongest Taoist system, loading complete, would you like to bind it? Su Han is stunned. Taoist system? I'm a star, shouldn't you be the strongest star system, or at least the strongest actor system, or even the strongest singer system? You give me a Taoist system? This sounds like going to some deep mountains and forests to do some night work. Even if Su Han is willing, his grandfather, who just passed away, would definitely not agree. His grandfather understood the 8 honors and 8 shames and firmly walked the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics. If the old man knew that his grandson was engaging in those feudal superstitions, he would probably be so angry he could rise from the grave. Wait, if I become a Taoist, would I still be afraid of the old man? Right hand holding a thunderstruck peachwood sword, left hand with an 8 treasure measuring ruler, wearing a purple gold robe, and a black bell hanging at my waist. Who can stop me? Even if the old man crawls out, I can press him back in, and also give him a good purification. Just as Su Han is about to agree, a voice sounds in his mind again. System error. System error. According to the host's profession, the system is urgently fixing the bug. Task type has been modified, task rewards have been modified. Modification complete. The strongest star Taoist system, loading complete, would you like to bind it? This system is quite good. Knowing his difficulties, it even automatically adapts to the host's identity. Su Han is very satisfied, but has one question. System, is there any difference between a Taoist and a star Taoist? The system is silent, and after a long time, a voice sounds in Su-han's mind. Hanzi, both Taoists and Star Taoists uphold the righteous path, so there is no essential difference, but there is a difference in task issuance. For example, the first task of a Taoist is to catch a voluptuous fox spirit for nightly purification. But I, the system, understand that the host is reluctant to give up the star job, so I autonomously changed the system task. Su-han is speechless. He suddenly feels a twinge of regret. Before the system modification, it seemed quite good. Ahem, system brother, can you change it back? Of course, I'm not interested in that voluptuous fox spirit. I'm mainly interested in slaying demons and exorcising evil. No, the system modification is a one-time opportunity. The system's cold voice makes Su-han face reality. Alright then, what is the first task of the Star Taoist? Tasks are triggered by events encountered by the host. No special tasks at the moment. Star Taoist system binding successful, beginner reward being issued, Moi fortune telling. A vast knowledge flows directly into Su-han's mind. After a moment, Su-han walks to the full-length mirror. Hanzi, fortune telling does not count oneself, the same goes for face reading. Even with Moi fortune telling, you cannot see your own fate, so don't waste time. Just as the system's voice falls, Su-han's voice rings out. So handsome, bright eyes and white teeth, a face like a jade crown, imposing demeanor. A talented person, how can there be such a handsome person in the world? After so long of crossing over, every time he sees the handsome guy in the mirror, Su-han still feels very wow. System. By the way, system, what were you just mumbling about? I seem to have not heard clearly. It's nothing, just reminding you not to forget to check in daily, there are daily rewards. Oh, okay, check in. Su-han silently mutters. In the next moment, a bright yellow talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman had red brush strokes with words written on it, but he couldn't understand what it specifically said. Tonzi, what is the function of this talisman? Borrowing luck. Borrow luck from the heavens, borrow luck from the earth, borrow luck from ghosts, borrow luck from people. It was somewhat like a tattoo sticker, the kind that you slap onto your skin, then press and rub hard, and finally it leaves an imprint on your hand. This sticker was a bit eerie, a pitch-black, ominous hand sticker. Tonzi, what is this thing good for? Yin-yang embroidery, similar to an ancient version of tattoos, yang embroidery for gods, yin embroidery for ghosts. Ghost hand yin embroidery, after use, the gambling god reincarnates, the thief king possesses, anything that can be done with hands will be twice as effective. Can be used 3 times, just silently recite the usage before each use. Rich lady's happy hand? After hearing the system's introduction, Su-han blurted out. If he had the ghost hand sticker, at the Red Romance Hotel at night, wouldn't he be able to make the female manager incredibly happy without having to sacrifice himself? Thinking of this, Su-han wanted to slap himself. I have a system now, do I really need to go and flatter the female manager? Su-han quickly took off his kangaroo delivery uniform. The barrage fell into rare silence. Lin Feng was amused. This batch of netizens was really interesting, and their words were pleasant to hear. It was just too entertaining. Let me interrupt everyone, now let's get back to the main topic. Professional micro-expression analysis. Does anyone want to give it a try? 1 rocket per try. If you can't hold it, you get a refund. The barrage started rolling again. Indeed, a few people wanted to give it a try, but in the end, no one was willing to send gifts. It was all about getting something for nothing. After all, a rocket costs 1,000 yuan, and most of the viewers weren't wealthy. Lin Feng was helpless. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, still no one wanted to try, and some viewers, seeing there was no delivery segment, had already started to unfollow. Forget it. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, looking at the grandson's death hat sent by the manager, and made a hand gesture. Luck come. In the live broadcast room of Rich Lady Benpa, the screen showed a living room. Unlike an ordinary living room, this one was filled with golden bracelets and rings everywhere. There were even many little yellow fish. It was extremely luxurious, as if a gold shop had been moved inside. A 30-year-old beautiful woman was sitting at a computer desk. Rich lady, look at me, I'm living super well. Even my sister-in-law said that when I do things, I'm like a young bull. Rich lady, please support me, I'm a little puppy, the kind that gets cold when eating peaches. Life is not easy, handsome guys sigh. Today this handsome guy is sacrificing himself to seek support. Already passed the steel ball test. It was clear that there were many enthusiastic viewers. The barrage kept rolling, and the content was surprisingly consistent, all asking for support. Rich Lady Benpa smiled. She had been live streaming for a month, with 100,000 fans. The growth was quite impressive. Dear viewers, today's introduction to gold jewelry ends here. I'm tired. How about we check out some houses together? Saying this, Rich Lady Benpa had already opened the live broadcast interface and immediately saw Suhan's live room. So handsome, must have used beauty filters. What truly attracted Rich Lady Benpa was the title of the live room, Micro Expression Analysis, See Through Your Life. Wasn't this just fortune-telling? Rich Lady Benpa became curious. After all, it was her first time watching a fortune-telling livestream, and if she encountered a scammer, that would be just perfect. The live stream needed a gimmick. Battling wits with a scam fortune-telling streamer would definitely be a great gimmick. The Rich Lady Army has parachuted in. Why aren't you welcoming them? So you can tell fortunes, huh? Give me the lottery numbers for the next draw. Damn, he's actually a star under Joshing. The business scope of stars these days is really wide. The synchronized barrage of comments made Suhan's sturdy body tremble in front of the phone. Luck has come. Suhan chuckled. Welcome, Rich Lady's Army. Welcome, Rich Lady myself. The Rich Lady smiled politely upon seeing Suhan. Hello, does this count? Is your micro-expression analysis accurate? Remove the Ma character. Suhan smiled slightly. The fee is 1,000 yuan. The Rich Lady was taken aback, and after recovering, quickly rewarded with a super rocket. One super rocket costs 1,000 yuan. Alright, now you can calculate for me. You must calculate well the last sentence, the Rich Lady emphasized. True to her name, she could be considered a small rich lady. 1,000 yuan was indeed nothing to her. If Suhan dared to deceive her, she would not hesitate for a moment and would call the police directly. Seeing the gift arrive, Suhan smiled slightly and pinched his fingers. Under the divine calculation of fate, the trajectory of the Rich Lady's first half of life was fully revealed. When he looked at the Rich Lady again, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Suhan's mouth. Your real name is Dang Xin. The Rich Lady showed no change in expression when her name was called. In this era of big data, plus she was a somewhat famous small streamer, so it was not surprising that her name could be found. If it couldn't be found, that would be strange. Young college student, just saying my name doesn't satisfy me. Chendong smiled. Alright, then let's talk about something else. Let's talk about your life. You were born in a city, your family was well off, your studies were average, but you were beautiful, so you had many friends since childhood. When you were 10, your parents were in a car accident and died, and you received a large sum of compensation. At 13, you accidentally fell down the stairs and almost became disabled. In the year of your college entrance examination at 18, you failed and then ventured into society. At 25, you worked as an employee in a relatively large company and almost got harassed by the boss. At 29, you officially got married. Your partner was an orphan who ran a gold shop and died a year later. So now you inherit your husband's gold shop, but instead of selling gold, you used it to start live streaming. Suhan spoke slowly, while the Rich Lady Dang Xin went from being indifferent at the beginning to surprised in the middle, and finally to calm. Nowadays, with advanced internet technology, some skilled hackers are everywhere. Suhan appeared to be sitting in front of the camera, but there might be an entire hacker team behind him. While chatting with her, the hacker team had already obtained this information through high-level crawling technology. Young man, you're too accurate. Let your hacker team show their faces too. The Rich Lady had an expression of having seen through everything. The live broadcast room became lively again. Wow, just now seeing the Rich Lady's surprised expression, I thought the young man really calculated it, but it turned out to be hacker technology. But that's how it is in the internet age. All information is exposed to hackers. Not illegal, but very unethical. Did you not notice that the Rich Lady's life seems quite unfortunate? The viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing fiercely, but none believed Suhan. After all, in their impression, fortune-telling was just a roadside scam. There was absolutely no credibility. With a pinch of his fingers, one could calculate a person's entire life. Isn't that just pure fraud? Suhan was speechless. You don't believe me? Then let me say something else. You had an online romance at 20, and after a month, you almost got scammed into Myanmar for your kidney. When you were passing the border, you realized it in time and hugged the leg of the border police, or else your kidney would have been taken. The Rich Lady was stunned. She swore that absolutely no one knew about this incident, because it was too embarrassing. Haha, damn it, I almost peed myself laughing. Got scammed in an online romance, and almost had my kidney taken. So impressive. I never expected the life of a rich woman to be so exciting. Rich woman, still wanna find me for an online romance? I'll just whimper. The barrage of comments rolled in, all mocking the rich woman. The rich woman had no time to care about this. Her mind was filled with suspicion. How did the other party know about this? At that moment, Huang Koan grinned, looking like a little punk, completely lacking the demeanor of a morning hall. Yang Daoxing stood up and cursed, Damn, Master Liaochen is impressive enough, but you, looking as skinny as a little chicken, I could crush you with one hand, and you still dare to act tough. He had long been unable to stand Huang Kuan's foolish demeanor. Su Ning, however, said nothing and pulled Yang Daoxing out of the restaurant. "Why are you pulling me? I've long been done with that guy. While no one's around, let's beat him up. If we can't, at least we won't have to go to the morning hall tonight." Su Ning released his hand and calmly said, "He's a doomed star. He's definitely going to die. If you hit him, you might just attract bad luck." Yang Daoxing was taken aback, then laughed. "What doomed star? You're not a real Taoist. How could you possibly tell fortunes? Are you trying to start a new business?" "Just joking. What kind of Taoist eats meat and drinks wine?" "Heh, I'm a genuine Taoist." Yang Daoxing didn't believe it. "Then tell me my fortune." "You?" Su Ning finally looked up and carefully examined Yang Daoxing. To be honest, he hadn't really looked at him closely before. A chubby guy with maxed out life skills, cooking, laundry, organizing, changing light bulbs, repairing appliances, even picking locks and stealing, all at max level. However, his forehead is dark, his nose has red veins, his fortune palace is blackened, and his eyes have red bloodshot veins. These are signs of impending bloodshed. Why does a peer have so many skills? And when did picking locks and stealing become life skills? What worried Su Ning the most was the signs of impending bloodshed, and the symptoms were prevalent. The source of the disaster would soon appear. "Since you treated me to beef noodles, I'll tell you, your forehead is dark, your nose has red veins, your fortune palace is blackened, and your eyes have red bloodshot veins. These are all signs of impending bloodshed. I advise you not to go out recently. You might just avoid this calamity." Yang Daoxing was stunned, then immediately cursed. "Damn, we're practically brothers now, and you're trying to scare me." He didn't believe a word Su Ning said. In this technological age, he had at least received some modern education. How could he believe in such futile ideas? Besides, he had also pretended to be a Taoist to scam people, but due to his appearance, he had never had many customers. But he did know a group of Taoist friends. This group of Taoist friends was truly remarkable. They were experts in smoking, drinking, and gambling, but none had any real skills. Su Ning waved his hand. "If you don't believe it, fine. I'm going to buy a bottle of water. I'm dying of thirst. Get me one too, okay?" Just as Yang Daoxing shouted after Su Ning's back, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Little fatty, I finally caught you. You're really easy to find." Hearing the voice, Yang Daoxing's heart sank, and he quickly shook his shoulder, darting forward like a loach, trying to escape. But after just 2 steps, he found 3 young men standing in front of him and could only turn around with a forced smile to face the burly man who had just grabbed his shoulder. "Brother Hu, long time no see." The burly man tilted his head, grinning wickedly. "Pretty bold, stealing from me, huh? Didn't you know there are cameras now? I checked the footage for a long time before realizing it was you. You're really something." Yang Daoxing seemed to want to argue, but upon hearing the words cameras, he fell silent, and Su Ning's words flashed through his mind. A guess? But that guess was too damn accurate. Less than a minute after he said it, retribution came. Looking at the situation, today is definitely going to be a disaster. And it's not just any small disaster. The other party is known on the streets as the Smiling Tiger. The brighter the smile, the darker the actions. Given the current level of brightness, it's at least going to be broken bones and a 2-month hospital stay. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Tiger brother. The Smiling Tiger's expression didn't change, still full of smiles, but he swiftly pulled a baseball bat from the side of a van. Yang Daoxing saw this and knew begging for mercy was useless, so he quickly shouted, "Damn, lowly beauty." He wanted to distract the Smiling Tiger's attention, but the Smiling Tiger wasn't a fool. Without turning his head, he kicked Yang Daoxing with his size 45 foot, sending him tumbling. "Lowly beauty? You're just a damn makeup freak. I'll never believe in this kind of thing again. Even aliens are more attractive than this." Yang Daoxing's heart sank completely as he recalled Su Ning's warning about disaster. He knew that if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster, and if it was a disaster, there was no escaping it. "Come on, if I make a sound, you're done for." "Good kid, then let me see how tough your mouth is. Hit me." As the last word fell from the Smiling Tiger's mouth, a red object was flung over. It went off with a bang. Moreover, the quality of these firecrackers was surprisingly good, making a loud noise and accompanied by thick smoke. "Damn, who threw those firecrackers? So inconsiderate. If I catch you, I'll make sure you're done for." While the Smiling Tiger was shouting angrily, Su Ning had already dragged Yang Daoxing away. Su Ning was dissatisfied and said, "What did you do to provoke him? You didn't pickpocket him, did you?" If it weren't for his quick thinking in buying 2 packs of firecrackers, Yang Daoxing would have been finished. The 2-kick firecracker, commonly known as Rising High, was incredibly loud, like a bomb explosion. Yang Daoxing's expression turned serious. "What pickpocketing? How vulgar. That's called righteous stealing. The Smiling Tiger isn't a good person. I saw him extorting 3,000 yuan from a noodle shop, so I followed him and finally got the money back for the owner." Su Ning sneered. "Oh, really? Then why did you steal from me?" Yang Daoxing scratched his head awkwardly. Mainly because you were wearing a Taoist robe. I thought you were a scammer. So, Su Ning's face darkened, and he didn't say anything more. But Yang Daoxing suddenly remembered what had just happened and hurriedly asked, "Can you really tell fortunes?" It's not surprising he was still a bit skeptical. After all, it was the age of science, and the group of Taoists he knew were all about scamming, drinking, gambling, and everything in between, yet none had real skills. This led him to subconsciously view all Taoists as frauds. "I can't tell fortunes," Su Ning said as he turned to leave, but added in his heart, "But I'm a hanging expert." The two found a dog meat shop again. Yang Daoxing was puzzled. "You just ate, and now you're hungry? But this dog meat does smell good." "I'm not hungry." Su Ning called out to the owner, "Do you have dog blood for sale? Black dog blood, preferably from a young and strong black dog." Without saying a word, the dog meat shop owner went inside and brought out a basin of dog blood. Dog blood is 100 yuan per pound. Yang Daoxing couldn't hold back. "Damn, your cooked dog meat is only 80 yuan per pound, and dog blood is 100? Aren't you a scammer?" The dog meat shop owner shook his head slightly. "Don't complain about my prices. This black dog only has this much blood." Su Ning looked over. It was just a bowl slightly larger than what they used for meals, a bigger iron basin. The key point was, yellow dogs, mixed breed dogs, white dogs, and black dogs mixed blood. If used against zombies, they probably wouldn't see the sun the next day. "Boss, it's one thing to sell it at a high price, but mixing in blood from other breeds is too much, isn't it? Dogs are the most yang of animals. The corresponding 12 earthly branches and 5 elements for dogs is the earth of Su, which is also yang earth. Therefore, the black dog of a young boy has the purest yang energy, using yang to restrain yin. Moreover, it is said that the howling celestial dog under Yang Erlang is originally a black dog, and its body contains the innate yang energy. All black dogs in the mortal realm are its close relatives. Not only that, the blood of a black dog possesses a malevolent aura, making it a powerful weapon against zombies. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of soft sounds came, accompanied by a wave of coolness. Qin Nan shivered from the cold. Why is it so cold at home? Drowsily opening his eyes, a round moon reflected in his sight. What's going on? His house doesn't have a skylight. How can he see the moon? As Qin Nan propped himself up with his hands, his pupils suddenly constricted, his breath halted, and before he could hold on for 2 seconds, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Because in front of him was a snake. No, it should be called a giant python. A giant white python. The giant white python paused for a moment to look at the boy, then charged off into the distance again. In just a moment, several figures flew in rapidly from behind. "Senior brother, we've found the trace of that snake demon. To be caught up by us so quickly, it must be lacking in stamina. Let's hurry. The demon that group of people wants to find must be hiding some secrets. Keep up." At the corner of the city gate. Cough, cough, thirsty, so thirsty. Under the blazing sun, Qin Nan mumbled a few words and struggled to open his eyes. The glaring sunlight hurt his eyes, and he quickly closed them again, reaching out with his hands to grasp around. He wanted to find a cup of water. Thirst. He was so thirsty. His throat felt like it was about to smoke. But after grasping for a while, he didn't find the water cup by the bedside. Instead, he touched a pair of aged hands. Immediately after, his almost glued lips came into contact with the long-desired source of water. Gulp, gulp. Qin Nan drank greedily as if he had never had water before, finally feeling some relief. Then he slowly propped himself up with his hands, looking around. Ancient city walls, a scorched yellow ground, emaciated pedestrians, and soldiers holding simple blades. Qin Nan felt dizzy again, and a thought popped into his mind. "Did I cross over? Are you all right?" Just as Qin Nan was puzzled, an old voice came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw an old man with a face full of wrinkles and covered in dust. I'm fine, old man," Qin Nan replied, but then fell back into confusion. "Crossing over just from a nap? Is the cost this low? Hey, my grandfather saved you, and you can't even say thank you? If it weren't for us, you would have either been taken away by a mountain spirit or turned into a human sacrifice by some strange creature." A nearby boy, also dressed in tattered clothes and with a dirty face, said indignantly, "All right, Shao Qi." The old man glared at the boy. Their conversation once again awakened the dazed Qin Nan. Monsters? He couldn't help but recall the giant white python he dreamed of last night. Qin Nan swore that this python was definitely thicker than the titanoboa he had seen in documentaries. The visual impact was particularly terrifying, and now, thinking back, his heart raced. No, that might not have been a dream, but why didn't the white python swallow him? Remembering the white python, Qin Nan swallowed hard and then turned to the old man to apologize. "I'm sorry, old man. I was a bit dazed just waking up and forgot to say thank you." If what the boy said was true, he really should thank the old man properly. "It's nothing." The old man shook his head with a smile. The boy, however, showed a somewhat satisfied expression. Old man, I think I might have hurt my head. I can't remember anything. Where is this place, and who are these people? As Qin Nan spoke, he looked around. Many people were resting against the city wall, similarly ragged, covered in dirt, and with sorrowful eyes. Before the old man could respond to Qin Nan, the boy couldn't help but speak first. You must be really dazed. This is Yong'an City. They, like us, are refugees fleeing from the border wars. Refugees? Qin Nan looked down at his hands. They were not large, but calloused from years of farm work. In other words, he was also a disaster victim, swept along to Yong'an City. At that moment, a voice suddenly flashed through his mind. Oh, not bad. Your hands haven't turned into a girlfriend yet. Qin Nan was taken aback at first, then felt a surge of joy in his heart. It had arrived? But before he could call out to the system, a voice came from beside him. Stop looking, you're not a border disaster victim. My grandfather and I found you at the village entrance, but you don't need to go back. That village is gone. Gone? What does that mean? Qin Nan asked, confused. Gone is easy to understand, but in your case, it sounds abrupt. What do you mean the village is gone? Was there a fire? Did bandits raid it? It means it's gone. It must have been sucked dry by some strange creature. The boy finished speaking, only to be scolded by the old man, Shao Qi. He then turned to Qin Nan. It's good that you're fine. If you encounter that kind of thing, there's nothing you can do. But you don't need to worry. This morning, the Demon Slayer department and the county officials went out of the city to investigate that village. If there are any survivors, they will definitely bring them back. Qin Nan felt a wave of fear wash over him. He had thought it was possession, but who knew it was an attachment? The previous body must have been sucked dry, and only then did he attach himself. Just after waking up, he encountered that white python and fainted again. Fortunately, he was rescued by the old man. Thinking about it, Qin Nan felt another wave of fear. First, there were the strange creatures, then the white python, and according to the boy, there was still war happening in the borderlands. What kind of broken world was this, and how was he supposed to survive? Bang bang bang! A series of gong sounds rang out, followed by someone shouting, "It's time to eat, time to eat." Upon hearing this, the boy and the old man quickly got up and headed towards the city gate, with many disaster victims crowding around. Qin Nan had just woken up, his body weak, and couldn't go, but it was just the right time to test the system. Is the system there? System? But no matter how Qin Nan called out or silently recited in his heart, the voice in his mind did not sound again. Was it an illusion? After a while, the boy and the old man returned, holding 3 buns and a large bowl of white porridge. Here, Qin Nan took the buns, which were interwoven with a yellow-brown color and had many black spots. He didn't know what they were made of, and they felt a bit sticky in his hands. Just as Qin Nan was observing carefully, the voice in his mind rang out again. 90% bran and 10% coarse flour, clean and hygienic, olé. Qin Nan was stunned. Isn't bran just the chaff used to feed pigs? Even though Qin Nan was reluctant, he was starving and had no choice but to endure and take a strong bite, chewing it with difficulty. To be honest, it was extremely unappetizing, but at least it could fill his stomach. While eating, Qin Nan called out to the system again, but still received no response. Strange. After a short while, the buns were finished, and after drinking a couple of sips of white porridge, Qin Nan finally regained some strength. He could stand up again, but his eyes were still filled with confusion. The old man noticed Qin Nan's appearance and couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. He turned to the boy and asked, "Shao Qi, how did the inquiry go?" The boy quickly replied, "I found out about the person you mentioned this morning. He's at the Thunderfist Gym in Xiangshan. The old man nodded and stood up, looking at Qin Nan. "My grandson and I are going to seek refuge with an old friend to see if we can settle down in Yong'an City. Little brother, why don't you come along and take a look?" "Ah." Qin Nan looked at the old man in surprise and quickly thanked him. Thank you, old man. Supreme decree, transcend your lonely soul, all ghosts and spirits. 8 trigrams shine, depart from you, be reborn elsewhere as male or female, bear it yourself, wealth and poverty, summoned by you, urgently transcend life, decree to all, urgently transcend life." Su Ning looked at the Taoist chanting the incantation. What kind of nonsense is this? The chanting is off, and there are countless mistakes. By the time this exorcism chant is finished, the old man in the coffin will either turn into a zombie or be so furious that he will rise from the dead to settle the score. Despite this, he still admired the Taoist priest. To be able to memorize such a long passage was something he couldn't do. Moreover, even if he made mistakes, he didn't pause for a moment, maintaining a solemn expression that left the family members around him stunned. Yang Daohang beside him was so envious that his eyes turned red. Damn, just for reciting a broken spell, he's asking for 10,000. Isn't this highway robbery? What? 10,000? Su Ning was shocked. The masters at their Taoist temple occasionally helped the villagers around them with feng shui and selecting auspicious dates, but the fees were usually just a basket of eggs or some staple food, at most a few hundred yuan. They wouldn't accept more than that. He never expected this fake Taoist in a robe would dare to charge 10,000 for a chant. This was easier than robbery. After all, robbery is illegal. Yang Daohang nodded in jealousy. You don't know? The guy's name is Jiang Liaocheng, a well-known Taoist priest around Jinling City. He even has a public account with clear pricing, reciting a divine chant, 10,000 each time, selecting an auspicious date, 20,000, consecrating a talisman, 30,000 each, and the appearance fee starts at 100,000. A simple ritual like this can bring in at least 2 to 300,000. Su Ning was astonished. With such high fees, how could he not have some real skills? Was his eyesight failing him? Before he could ask, Yang Daohang sighed. But he does have real skills. Last time in another town, a wealthy family's child was seriously ill, vomiting and having diarrhea, and after running through all the hospitals in the province, he was cured with just 1 dose of talisman water. Su Ning, of course, didn't believe a word of it. Perhaps it was because it was his first time seeing a Taoist perform a ritual. Everyone in the courtyard was watching intently. Thus, their conversation seemed a bit out of place, drawing the attention of many, especially the Taoist boy Huang Kuan, who glanced over and, seeing a fellow novice, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A sense of superiority arose. Every profession has its hierarchy, and scamming is naturally ranked as well. Someone like him would be treated as a guest of honor, clearly at the upper end of the pyramid, and someone like Su Ning was at the very bottom, even lacking the skills to earn any income, reduced to performing amateur mourning to fill his stomach. It was simply embarrassing. However, due to Master Jiang Liuqing's warning, he didn't dare to mock. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. Soon, it was time for the mourning to begin. A few real blood relatives, along with a dozen mourners, began to wail and howl. Su Ning had applied eye drops beforehand, and now tears streamed down his face as he looked up at the coffin. The pure black coffin looked somewhat eerie. The person inside misses their family outside so much, if possible, they plan to rise tonight to see their loved ones. Damn! Su Ning shuddered all over. What do you mean missing family? It's the blood of their family they miss. The Taoist texts record that those who turn into zombies will first kill their closest relatives upon rising. The reason is not to be questioned. It could be due to fragments of memories left in the brain or the influence of blood ties. What he believed most was that zombies instinctively wanted to get close to their relatives, but with their bodies full of poison, this closeness would spell disaster for the living. If they don't turn into zombies, they'll become insane. Su Ning was still in a daze when Huang Kuan, with a serious expression, said, "Young man, what are you doing? Why aren't you mourning?" Mourning is a customary way to express sorrow for the deceased. If your heart isn't sincere, and you don't mourn, the deceased will feel they haven't died and might open the coffin at midnight to find you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ning felt all the dissatisfied gazes of the crowd turn towards him. He was instantly furious, wishing he could stand up and give that kid a beating. A cursed fool, who was already in a dire situation, still had the mind to engage in such petty tricks. But for the sake of the 1,000 yuan afterward, he could only continue to wail. Yet he could clearly feel that Huang Kuan beside him was almost bursting with joy. However, Huang Kuan's words did have a positive effect. The cries in the mourning hall noticeably grew louder, especially those who had just pretended to cry, only bowing their heads without shedding tears, now wished they could scream their throats raw and bring the roof down. Clearly, they did not want the old man to return and keep them company. But was this useful? The mourning continued for a while, and Taoist Jiang Liuqin finally waved his whisk, his expression calm as he said, "That's enough. The deceased has already received your condolences. You all may leave now. Just leave me and the young acolyte here in the mourning hall. I still need to continue my prayers to delay the 9 nether, to secure a better reincarnation for the old man." The mourning concluded smoothly, everyone exited the mourning hall, and the two of them successfully received their commission of 1,000 yuan each. A member of the family asked Yang Daohang, "Fatty, before the coffin is closed tonight, there will be another mourning session. According to the rules, only relatives can attend, but you can make an exception. Will you come? It's still 1,000. Just now, in the entire mourning hall, Yang Daohan's voice was the loudest, crying the most convincingly, tears streaming down his face. Those who didn't know would think he was the old man's own grandson. This was also the reason he had specifically asked Yang Daohang. Yang Daohang naturally agreed. This money was like picking it up for free. Sure, but can this little brother come with me? We are partners, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't cry well. The family member glanced at Su Ning and, to be honest, he didn't want Su Ning to go. Just now, Su Ning's crying had been the most fake. After hesitating for a moment, he said, okay, but it's 500. Su Ning was filled with question marks. Who does he look down on? This fat thief gets 1,000, and he's only worth 500? With 1,000 yuan, he could hold on until he figured out a way, so there was no need to bow and scrape. He immediately wanted to stand tall, but Yang Daohang repeatedly agreed, all right, sorry for the trouble. He then pulled Su Ning and walked towards a small restaurant near the Su family. Boss, a bottle of erguotu, and a bowl of beef noodles, with more beef and less noodles. The boss didn't even turn around and said, sure, just pay more. Yang Daohang turned to Su Ning and asked, by the way, looking at your attire, you must be a Taoist who came down from the mountain. Let me get you a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Get lost, you bastard. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the heart remains with the 3 pure ones. Su Ning cursed. Yang Daohang chuckled and ordered the same thing. When the dishes arrived, Su Ning began to wolf down the food, leaving Yang Daohang stunned. Wow, you're wearing a Taoist robe. Eating meat and drinking wine isn't good, right? It really tarnishes our image as Taoists. I have to seriously criticize you for this. A young man with a bun approached from outside. It was Huang Kuan, the acolyte from the Cursed Star. Late at night, Yuanzhou, Xianfeng Mountain Path. Ouch, that hurts. Su Ning sat up from the ground. His head was heavy, his eyes blurry, and he felt extremely weak, with sharp pain on both sides of his lower back. It felt as if his kidneys had been gouged out, and without any anesthesia. What the hell? What happened? Why does my waist hurt so much? Su Qing searched his memory carefully. He had unexpectedly crossed into this world, becoming a member of a Taoist temple on the mountain, but the temple didn't practice swordsmanship or cultivation like in TV dramas. Instead, they farmed, did laundry, cooked, and mended clothes. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he secretly went down the mountain at night, only to encounter a giant white python on the way down. The python's head was taller than his entire body, and its body was as thick as a water tank, completely snow white. He had never seen such a creature, not even in reality or on television. Then he fainted from fright and conveniently had a dream. In the dream, he asked many teachers for advice on learning issues. Now it seems this is not a dream. I never thought that one day I would pay homage to the ancestors of the Su family. I might as well just die. Su Qing had a mournful expression, closing his eyes in despair, and then a line of text appeared in his darkened vision. The lucky one recently favored by the python demon, filled with yin energy, is the most precious delicacy in the menu of sinister beings. Su Ning thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes hard before looking down at the ground. To his surprise, there was an egg on the ground. A white egg, adorned with a pattern resembling a python, exceptionally eye-catching. Su Ning was stunned. Was this the egg laid by the python demon after it had its way with him? But that was too quick. Instant birth? Truly worthy of being a demon. Yet, another line of text floated before Su Ning's eyes. Python demon egg, for certain reasons, needs to be constantly fed with yin energy to survive. To be born smoothly, it also requires corpse essence, ghostly soul, and fairy. Su Ning suppressed the thought of roasting this egg. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. But to raise it? That was impossible. He was also a victim. But then he thought, in this deep mountain forest, animals often roam about. What if he left and the egg was trampled by a wild boar? It was likely the python demon would come looking for him, even swallowing him, the factually significant husband. A mother-daughter bond is no joke. Gurgle just when it rains, it pours. After intense physical activity, the little food in his stomach had long been consumed. Su Ning was starving. He instinctively looked to the left side of the mountain path, hoping to find some wild fruits to fill his hunger. Ahead, 500 meters up a big tree, there is a leopard. With a simple slide tackle, you can enjoy a feast to satisfy your hunger. Damn! Is this really possible? Are you sure it's not just a slide tackle to feed the leopard? Su Ning scoffed in his heart and looked to the right side of the mountain path again. Ahead, 200 meters, there is a wild fruit tree that can temporarily alleviate hunger, but a green snake is coiled around it. It's non-venomous, and you can take a chance. Take a chance, my ass. Just hearing about a snake made his legs tremble, and his kidneys twitched reflexively. If he faced the green snake directly, he would probably be too weak to walk. He had figured out this skill. If he concentrated on looking at something, a hint would appear. Dark clouds rolled in. The weather in the mountains always changes quickly, and raindrops began to patter on Su Ning. So cold. Su Ning did not want to catch a cold. He already had yin energy in his body, and if he got drenched in the rain, he might even shorten his lifespan. He hurriedly opened the cloth bag beside him, took out a set of clean clothes to put on, and stuffed the python egg inside. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something on the ground that was shimmering. He picked it up. A piece of white python scale, also a proof of your love. Suning looked at the hint, wishing he could smash this python scale to pieces immediately. But after hesitating, he still tucked it into the cloth bag. After all, it was a piece of a python demon scale, and it might have other uses. He quickly confirmed a direction and hurried off. In less than 5 minutes, Suning arrived in front of a mountain god temple. The small temple was not large, about 80 square feet, with a regular offering table and clay sculptures in the middle. It was the most ordinary mountain god temple. An ordinary mountain god temple, but because an old Taoist lived here, it has some effect of warding off evil and avoiding calamity. Warding off evil and avoiding calamity? If it were before, Suning wouldn't have believed a word of it, but the lessons learned from the mountain path and his aching kidneys told him this was a good place. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly heard rustling sounds behind him. Looking back, the wind stirred the grass, and a shadow flashed by. He couldn't see what it was. Not daring to think too much, he quickly entered the temple. He was now completely like a startled bird, but for some reason, after entering the temple, he felt inexplicably at peace. This mountain god temple, besides being a place of worship, also served as a resting spot for herbalists and hunters, so there was quite a bit of dry firewood stored, and even a lighter. Skillfully stacking a pile of firewood, Suning began to examine the furnishings of the mountain god temple. A regular candle. If you're interested, you can try dripping wax with this candle. The aged wax has a very nice effect. It looks like an ordinary wooden table, but it's actually made of hardwood. If you kick it, you could break your calf. Dripping wax? Kicking the table? How twisted do I have to be to do such things? Shaking his head, Suning continued to look at the most eye-catching thing in the temple, the clay statue of the mountain god. After all, it was quite interesting to look at these mysterious hints while feeling bored. But this time, he was completely stunned. A big belly treasure. This is a mysterious inheritance, but to extract the inheritance, you must first destroy the mountain god statue, which will lead to some unpredictable consequences. Is there even a need to think about it? Oh mountain god, after I extract the inheritance, I will definitely reshape your clay body. No, reshape your golden body, and give you a layer of gold paint, so you can enjoy wealth and honor. Suning, holding a sturdy hardwood stick, stood in front of the clay statue of the mountain god, praying earnestly. Once the prayer was over, he immediately swung the hardwood stick towards the statue's belly. A big belly can hold things, which definitely means the inheritance is inside the statue's belly. But the statue turned out to be solid. One hit down, and not only did it not crack the statue, but it also made his wrist ache. Damn, it's solid. This is too painful. I can't hit it. I need to change my method. Suning shook his hand, pointed the stick at the statue's belly, and picked up a stone. Just as he was about to smash it open like a nail, he felt it wasn't quite right. Oh mountain god, this is my last resort. Once I extract the inheritance, not only will I give you a layer of gold paint, but I'll also bring some incense and the finest red candles, buying the most expensive ones. Xiaoxue, I really believe in your nonsense. It's pouring rain at midnight, and we still have to go up the mountain. Isn't that what they show on TV after the rain and fog? Another voice sounded a bit weaker. It's different. What's different? I feel it's all the same, and staying up late is bad for the skin. I'm not like you, fair-skinned and beautiful, born with good looks. You have to compensate me. I don't want much, I just want to sleep holding you at night. Hearing this, Xin Shue's cheeks turned red, but facing her lewd friend, she felt a bit helpless and could only change the subject, just in time to notice the mountain god temple ahead. Shenton, look, there seems to be a mountain god temple ahead, let's go take shelter from the rain. Sure enough, Xia Shenton was instantly drawn in. The wind rose with the rain, and she was already exhausted from climbing. As the two girls approached quickly, they also noticed something unusual about the temple. Shenton, it's the middle of the night. How can there be light in the temple? It can't be unclean, right? Xin Shui had heard many terrifying stories about mountain god temples when she was young. Xia Shentong scoffed, don't worry, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Even if there are ghosts, I can beat the crap out of them. The two stepped into the mountain god temple and immediately looked towards the source of the light. Coincidentally, their eyes met Su Ning's. Fair-skinned and beautiful, long legs and a slim waist, exuding a gentle goddess vibe, and with a full bosom indicating a very wealthy family. The most crucial part is that at such a young age, she can already be an E-level powerhouse. Not simple, not simple. In summary, she was a young, rich beauty. No! Su Ning glanced at Qin Shue's chest. This rich lady was quite impressive. At 20, she was already an E. Quite remarkable. However, he was currently in a state of post-event serenity, feeling nothing at all about it. Even the kidneys had a slight twitch, turning to look at Xia Shenton, equally beautiful and charming. But, the god of misfortune has possessed you, disaster is imminent. 8 words that made Su Ning feel as if he had seen a ghost. hurriedly taking 2 steps back, as if facing a great enemy. Hey, 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 what kind of expression is that? Do you believe I'll hit you? Xia Shentong was stunned. Who did she look down on? After glancing at her best friend so many times, when it was her turn, she looked like she had seen a ghost. Am I that ugly? At least my admirers could form a few reinforced squads. Su Ning said nothing, just warily stared at Xia Shentong. If it weren't for the thunder and lightning, along with the continuous heavy rain, he would have wanted to run away. Already plagued by negative energy, if he picked up some bad luck, it would be over. Moreover, the phrase disaster is imminent was not a good sign in any way. It was better to keep a distance. Oh, you're looking for a fight, huh? Xia Shentong, who had a quick temper, immediately rolled up her sleeves upon seeing Su Ning's expression. It seemed like a fight was about to break out over a disagreement. Qin Shui quickly grabbed Xia Shentong and then turned to Su Ning. Sorry, Taoist. Xia Shentong was still filled with rage. Why apologize? Look at that guy's eyes, staring at your chest nonstop. But when he sees me, it's like he's seen a ghost? What does he mean? Qin Shui's face turned red, instinctively covering her chest with her hand, angrily saying, Shentong, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense? That Taoist is clearly not a good person, leering at you. Once the rain stops, we should call the police and have him arrested. Before Xia Shentong could finish, Qin Shui covered her mouth, then smiled and nodded at Su Ning to express her apology. Su Ning said nothing. If a beautiful woman had treated him like this in the past, he would have been excited for days. But now, with negative energy surrounding him and the god of misfortune by his side, he couldn't feel happy at all. Qin Shui and Xia Shentong were by the right side of the mountain god temple, starting a small fire, and took out 2 bags of snacks from a plastic bag to eat. However, Xia Shentong was still brooding over what had just happened, whispering something to Qin Shui, occasionally glancing over at Su Ning. Su Ning could clearly feel that gaze filled with malice, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Have something to eat. Looking up again, standing before him was the E-level powerhouse Qin Shui. He wanted to refuse, but after the intense battle with the snake demon at night, he was too exhausted, and the little food he had left in his stomach had long been consumed. Just then, his stomach let out a growl of hunger, so Su Ning could only accept, thank you. After saying that, he looked at the food. It was a package labeled dried beef, 99% duck meat, plus 1% beef essence, delicious and healthy. Go for it. How could a wealthy beauty buy inferior products? It was clear she had been tricked by a vendor from the town at the foot of the mountain. Although it wasn't beef, it would fill his stomach. Su Ning started eating heartily. Xia Shentong couldn't stand Su Ning, loudly saying, Xiaoxue, look at him, wearing a Taoist robe, and he's eating beef. He must not be a good person. I say, let's just grab him, give him a beating first, then hand him over to the police. Qin Shui smiled apologetically at Su Ning and then sat back down next to Xia Shentong. The two continued to whisper to each other. As for what they were saying, Su Ning didn't need to guess. It was definitely not anything good, judging by the malicious glint in Xia Xuantong's eyes. After finishing his meal, Su Ning began to close his eyes and rest. Once the rain stopped, he needed to hurry down the mountain. The mountain path was difficult, and he couldn't afford to be exhausted. He had already planned that once he got down the mountain, he would first take a trip to the lottery store. With this divine hint, earning 10 or 8,000 would be a breeze, and he could directly go to the club with the young models. It couldn't be easier. Su Ning was happily thinking about this when Xia Shentong began to stir up trouble again. Qin Shui, look at this guy's lewd smile, who knows what he's fantasizing about. As soon as I walked in, I saw him staring at your 36E non-stop. Shentong, what nonsense are you talking? I feel this Taoist's gaze is quite clean. How do you feel that way? With my heart. Xia Shentong rubbed her forehead, looking defeated, but she had already made up her mind to make Su Ning pay later. Half an hour passed, and the rain showed no signs of stopping, only easing a little. Amidst the sound of the rain, there were also footsteps. The three of them looked outside together, and a man walked into the mountain god temple through the rain curtain. He was wearing a uniform from Qingyuan Travel Agency, and his face showed signs of anxiety, clearly looking for someone. Qin Shui, Xia Shentong, what are you two doing? Don't you have any common sense about safety? It's the middle of the night, and you two are climbing the mountain in the rain. Aren't you afraid of being taken away by wolves or tigers? Qin Shui and Xia Shentong were both surprised. They were quite wealthy, and the tour guide had practically worshipped them along the way, yet now he was so furious. However, it was understandable. Seeing the tour guide's pale face, he must have caught a cold from climbing the mountain in the rain, so it was reasonable for him to be angry. Qin Shui expressed concern. Su tour guide, it's our fault. You should warm yourself by the fire for a bit. Su Lang looked at the blazing fire but chose not to approach it. Su Ning was completely stunned. 3 days ago, the unfortunate soul eaten by the tiger monster, his resentment not dissipated, transformed into a ghost. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's not even a bone left, just a skin. The strength is immense, a single punch could take your life. Su Ning was shocked. First, it was the python monster, now a ghost. How unlucky could one be? After reading strange tales for so many years, he knew about ghosts. They referred to the souls of those eaten by tigers, becoming the servants of tigers, of low character, often luring people to be eaten by tigers, hence the saying to be a ghost for the tiger. But this ghost was also an evil entity. What happened to the mountain god temple's promise to exorcise evil? Shouldn't auspicious clouds descend, and good fortune fill the mountain god's clay statue, then the mountain god would awaken, display divine power, and slay this little ghost? Su Ning cried out in his heart, "Hey, hey, hey, mountain god, there's a little ghost rushing into your home. You need to take care of it." But as soon as he turned around, the mountain god's clay statue, which had been gutted, was lying on the ground. The mountain god's clay statue, victim of a thief's poison, has lost its spirit and turned into a mundane object. Su Ning felt as if struck by lightning, and then his gaze towards Xia Xianton turned unfriendly. It was now clear that this ghost was coming for these two women, and Xia Xianton, being possessed by the god of misfortune, was likely the culprit. But thinking about this was useless. They definitely couldn't run away. Since the ghost appeared here, the tiger monster must be nearby. Although he didn't understand why the tiger monster didn't come in to eat people, Su Ning didn't have time to think about that. Dealing with the ghost was the urgent matter. He turned to look at the stick that had gutted the mountain god's clay statue. Seeing Su Lang still not moving, Xin Shui urged again, "Su tour guide, come warm yourself by the fire and drive away the chill." Su Lang did not agree. Instead, he looked impatient and said, "No need. Let's hurry down the mountain. The people from the travel agency are looking for you." Xia Xianton, unconcerned, replied, "I'm not saying this, but with such heavy rain, how can we go down? Besides, we left a message at the travel agency saying not to worry about us. We just went up the mountain for a bit. Could anything really happen? Even if we encounter bad people, I'm a black belt. Accident? Bad people? Black belt? Ha!" Su Lang's lips curled slightly, as if mocking something, and said, "There are not just bad people on the mountain. There are also wolves, tigers, and leopards, and maybe even monsters." Xia Shenton looked at Su Lang and suddenly burst into laughter. "Su tour guide, I thought you were quite dull, but I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Monsters? Ha ha ha. If there really were, I would want to raise one, take it out for a walk. How impressive." She was educated at the best university in Jinling, so of course she scoffed at these feudal superstitions. "Xianton, stop laughing." Seeing Su Lang's grim expression, Qin Shui felt a bit guilty. After all, he had braved the rain in the middle of the night to find them, worried for their safety. She turned to Su Lang and said, "Tour guide Su, let's go down the mountain now." Xia Xianton was surprised. "Xiaoshui, in just a few hours we can see the clouds and mist after the rain. Don't you want to make a wish? Let's wait a bit longer." Qin Shui waved her hand bitterly. "Forget it, there's no point in looking. It's just a comfort for the heart. With how bad Su's expression is, he must be cold from coming up the mountain in the rain to find us. We should hurry down." Xia Xianton didn't continue to persuade her and began to pack her things. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to where Su Ning was. "Hey, that fake Taoist eating meat, are you coming down with us? The tour guide said there are monsters here. My kingly aura is keeping them at bay, but be careful, if I leave, a monster might come and take you away. You unlucky one, don't get scared and wet yourself later." Su Ning thought to himself, then smiled and stood up. "Sure." Xia Shenton was taken aback. She had only intended to scare the annoying Taoist a bit before leaving, but she didn't expect Su Ning to actually agree. Su Ning looked at the cloth bag next to the fire and said, "But I have a physical problem. I get weak when it rains, and I can't even carry a package. Can I ask tour guide Su to help me with it? I'll pay you a fee when we get down." Xia Shenton seized the opportunity to mock Su Ning. "Ha, you're such a useless Taoist. I see you're not weak from the rain, you're weak every day." Su Ning didn't refute her but looked at Su Lang with a pleading expression. Su Lang glanced at the fire next to the cloth bag, showing a hint of disgust, but still walked over and bent down to pick up the cloth bag. Seeing Su Lang's back turned to him, Su Ning steeled his heart, casually grabbed the wooden stick on the offering table, and thrust it fiercely into Su Lang's back. The moment it made contact with Su Lang's flesh, he instinctively closed his eyes, his mind flashing with countless ancient sayings. Strike first, suffer later. A step ahead, every step ahead. The first move is invincible. Although his heart raced like a tremor and his hands shook uncontrollably, Su Ning knew he couldn't hold back now. But the stick poked Su Lang's back without any sensation of piercing flesh. It should be known that the strongest attack method with a short stick is definitely not to chop, smash, or sweep, but to poke. Even being accidentally poked by chopsticks can hurt terribly, let alone a hard wooden stick. and this was a full-force poke. Opening his eyes, Su Lang was still in the motion of bending down to pick up the cloth bag, with a dent in his back where the stick had poked him, but there were no signs of injury. Not even a drop of blood. The sudden change made Qin Shui scream instinctively, and Xia Shenton was furious. "Stinky Taoist, what are you going crazy for?" No one answered, but Su Lang's next action made both of them shut their mouths. Su Lang's body remained completely still, but his head bizarrely turned 180 degrees, looking up at Su Ning. It turned out that the back of his head had transformed into a human face, but this face smiled in a very eerie way, with its pupils turned into two balls of ghostly green flames, and its mouth split open, revealing no gums, just a black hole. "Friend, what are you doing?" The voice was no longer that of a normal human but was hoarse, like nails scraping across a blackboard, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Su Ning's heart sank. I should have been a bit harsher. He didn't expect this ghost to be so fierce just 3 days after dying. He hadn't even managed to poke him to death. Just a moment ago, he had thought about biting his middle finger to smear some blood on the stick's tip, but after biting for a long time, he couldn't break the skin. 10 fingers connected to the heart. It hurt immensely. If he couldn't break the skin on his fingertips, let alone his tongue. But now, in such a bizarre situation, with Su Lang's head twisted 180 degrees, Su Ning had no choice but to be ruthless. But before he could move his teeth, Su Lang's arm, like rubber, struck out at Su Ning in an extremely bizarre posture. Bang! With a loud explosion, Su Ning was directly sent flying, crashing into the offering table. Damn, that hurt like hell. Luckily, I protected my heart with that scale, otherwise, I would be dead for sure. He touched his chest, where the python scale acted like a heart shield, and Su Ning silently thanked his luck. Su Lang was also surprised. He didn't expect Su Ning to be completely unharmed. But it didn't matter. If one punch didn't work, then 2 punches would do. Su Ning looked at the approaching ghost and steeled himself. Damn you, I'll fight you to the end. Running away was useless, he could only fight. Immediately, his face twisted as if he was trying to endure immense pain, then he suddenly looked up and spat at Su Lang, who was just within reach. Having spent over a decade in the Taoist sect, he naturally knew quite a few methods to counter ghosts. However, he had only thought of them as jokes before, never expecting to use them for real now. Blood from the tip of his tongue, also known as pure yang arrow, was definitely a nemesis to Yin entities. Not to mention a newly formed ghost, even an old ghost could be severely injured by it. This mouthful of blood from the tip of his tongue, even if it couldn't severely wound the ghost, could at least scare it away, allowing him to safely get through this rainy night. But reality was cruel. Not only was Su Lang not severely injured, but he even licked the blood from the tip of his tongue. Su Ning was stunned. What was going on? Was the blood from the tip of his tongue a scam? The ghost, stimulated by the blood filled with Yin energy, experiences gluttony *2, desire *2, excitement *2. The Yin energy was overflowing. He recalled the fierce battle with the snake demon on the mountain path, where his body was eroded by Yin energy, causing the blood from the tip of his tongue to lose its effect. Not only did it not severely wound the ghost, but it also gave the ghost a buff. Damn! In the back seat of the car sat a girl. The girl was tall and slender, her casual outfit unable to hide her exquisite curves, with long hair tied in a ponytail cascading down her back. A quintessential black long straight beauty. However, her oval face bore no expression, appearing very cold. Hearing her father's words, Lu Qingming's eyes flickered, but she didn't say a word. And that young man from earlier, did you see him? You used to play together a lot when you were kids. Why don't you go say hello? Lu Weiguo chattered on, while Lu Qingming remained silent. Your personality is just too cold. It's also our fault for being busy with work and not having time to accompany you. Seeing his father was about to continue, Lu Qingming finally couldn't hold back. She spoke up. Dad. How to describe her voice? It was buzzing, giving a very heavy feeling, like a man in his 40s calling you dad. Oh damn. You scared me. Lu Weiguo was drinking water and almost choked on it, his gaze landing oddly on his daughter. I told you not to practice such sonic martial arts, it's really scary. What if you can't change back? I wouldn't even be able to find a son-in-law. Lu Qingming didn't speak again. If it weren't for her father's nagging, she wouldn't have opened her mouth. She turned to look out the window, her gaze falling on Chen Mo, who was turning to leave. If she sensed correctly just now, this childhood playmate had been eavesdropping nearby and should know the situation at home. A flash of sympathy crossed her eyes, then she returned to calm. If she had the ability, she wouldn't mind helping him, but unfortunately, the person competing for the spot had immense power, and she was powerless to help. Remember now? Lu Weiguo saw his daughter looking at Chen Mo's back and smiled. You two were really close when you were kids. That kid was a hothead, and you two even made a blood oath. I actually liked that kid, but unfortunately, his martial arts talent is too poor. I heard he only has 100 coins of enlightenment. What a pity. His voice drifted away with the car, dissipating into the air. At the dining table, no one brought up the matter of the guaranteed admission spot. In fact, both motherly Man Yoon and sister Chen Xiuying knew very well that if there were any changes, father would have said so immediately. Since he didn't mention it, the chances of getting the guaranteed admission slot were most likely gone. Chen Mo kept his head down, eating, pretending not to know that the admission slot had been snatched away. "I'm done eating." After finishing his meal, he greeted them and went back to his room, locking the door behind him. This night owl is going to bed so early today, and he even locked the door. Who is he trying to guard against? Mom, look at him. Chen Xiuying complained to her motherly Man Yoon, intending to lighten the mood. He might be too tired from classes these days, especially with the college entrance exam approaching. Xiaoying, you should also rest early after dinner. Don't worry too much about the guaranteed admission, Li Man Yoon comforted her daughter, though the worry in her eyes didn't lessen. Mom, honestly, I don't care about the guaranteed admission. With my own abilities, I will eventually have the chance to go to a top research institute. Chen Fan pressed his ear against the door, listening for a while, then took out a blood coagulation pill. If I become an extreme martial apprentice, it should attract media attention. However, this time, he didn't consume the blood coagulation pill directly. Instead, he sank his consciousness into his mind, touching the golden door. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, the room had transformed into a stone brick house. He opened the window to glance at the sun. In the high martial world, it's 7 in the evening. Here, it's 7 in the morning. It seems time is relative. Now, let's start cultivating. Chen Mo swallowed the blood coagulation pill, and the familiar scorching sensation of vital energy surged up. He practiced stance techniques in conjunction with breathing methods. Sweat dripped down, soaking his coarse linen clothes in no time, yet he wore a smile on his face. His acupoints were being broken through one by one, and his strength was gradually increasing. He remembered when he first arrived in the high martial world, he had also practiced desperately, day and night, but due to his limited talent and his family's poverty, he made no progress at all. In the end, he almost collapsed from overexertion, suffering from a high fever for several days. A hospital check revealed overwork-induced kidney deficiency. Half an hour passed. The effects of the second blood coagulation pill had been completely exhausted. Another 40 or so acupoints. Chen Fan clenched his fists, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He wanted to continue taking the pills to cultivate, but his exhausted body forced him to choose to rest for half an hour. During this time, people occasionally passed by the stone house, all dressed in the same coarse linen clothes. Servant disciples. As these servant disciples walked by, they would glance inside through the window, and surprise flickered in their eyes when they saw Chen Mo. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of Steward Xiong Shan. "Chen Mo, I brought you some things." Coming. Responding, Chen Mo hurried to open the door, revealing the stout Steward Xiong, who had some items tucked under his elbow. "These are clothes for servant disciples. Change into them quickly, or you'll be questioned if you run into the law enforcement hall. This is the Fierce Monument Fist, a basic martial art for self-defense. And this is something extraordinary." Chen Mo's attention was immediately drawn to the yellow-covered book that Steward Xiong was holding. The title boldly read 5 characters, Giant Whale Breathing Technique. Breathing technique? The breathing method. Martial artists rely on breathing methods for cultivation. Stance techniques are merely used in conjunction with breathing methods to maximize physical potential. If the breathing method is advanced, one can abandon stance techniques, and the cultivation speed will not only remain the same but actually increase. And this giant whale breathing technique sounded much more powerful than the 9th set of federal breathing methods. The origin of this giant whale breathing technique is unknown, but its cultivation effects are excellent. When breathing, it feels like a giant whale's breath, long and profound, capable of maximizing pressure on the body, allowing the vital energy to burst forth with greater impact. With the fastest speed, it impacts the acupoints. This is the breathing technique I exchanged for with merit points from the Sutra Pavilion on Qingqing Mountain. Take it and practice. Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then quickly bowed and clasped his fists. "Thank you, Elder Xiong. I will definitely remember this kindness. If Elder Xiong has any tasks for me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." No need. Elder Xiong said this, but his face was still full of smiles. He was very satisfied with Chen Mo's attitude. "By the way, Elder Xiong, what do the servant disciples usually do?" Chen Mo glanced outside the door, where servant disciples were bustling about. "Oh, there's a lot to do, planting and harvesting spirit rice, repairing houses, fetching water and cooking, running errands for the disciples in the sect. But that's for ordinary servant disciples. You are a dedicated servant disciple for Sister Xiao. You can just focus on your cultivation. If Sister Xiao has any tasks, she will naturally instruct you. Your identity jade token also has a function for close-range communication. The moment Chen Yunfan's fist made contact with the belly of the Bloodfang flame tiger, he let out a furious roar. His fist erupted with a dazzling firelight, countless times stronger than before, and the Bloodfang flame tiger was blasted away over 10 meters. The black smoke gradually dissipated. It was clear to see that the tiger's abdomen was completely charred, with a fist-sized hole appearing. Blood and entrails flowed out. It was dead beyond recovery. Inside the tent. Damn! 1 battle, 2 breakthroughs. Is this a movie? Old Chui, I think the previous bet should count. The middle-aged man in camouflage stared wide-eyed, shocked to the point of cursing. He turned to look, but Chui Bao had long since vanished. In the dense forest. Thank you. A girl not far from Chen Yunfan expressed her gratitude. The girl was slender and tall, with a fair and radiant face, extremely beautiful, but she exuded an aura that kept people at a distance. Coupled with her long silver hair, it made her seem even colder. The girl was the main target of this test, Ji Yaqing. It was Ji Yaqing who had reminded him earlier about the Bloodfang flame tiger's fireball attack, giving Chen Yunfan time to react. In response to the thanks, Ji Yaqing merely nodded lightly and then sat down to rest under a tree. Chen Yunfan walked over to the truck, staring at the instructor driver who had long since been torn apart by the beast. Could it be something like the turtle breathing technique? To be able to hold their breath for so long. The next moment, the dead driver sprang up. He saluted Chen Yunfan with a pop. Is this real? Chen Yunfan quickly realized something and turned his head to see a middle-aged man with a scar by his eye, grinning as he stared at him. A glance at the man's shoulder insignia revealed a single vertical stripe with 3 stars. Chen Yunfan stood at attention. Good day, Lieutenant. You are Chen Yunfan, right? Not bad for a kid, joining the army at such a young age. Truly a man from our Shangyang city. You performed well today, uniting your teammates, boosting morale, and successfully slaying a second-tier beast. This is your reward. Keep working hard, and I will continue to pay attention to you. After scanning Chen Yunfan up and down and confirming he had no internal injuries, Chui Bao tossed him a notebook. For Ji Yaqing, he handed a vial of beast spirit liquid. Thank you, Lieutenant. Chen Yunfan glanced at the cover of the book. Giant whale breathing technique, a low-grade mysterious breathing technique. This reward was not only generous but also exactly what Chen Yunfan needed most. A good breathing technique could dramatically enhance the speed of cultivation. Cleaning up the battlefield, the military truck restarted and slowly drove towards the garrison of the City Defense Army. Since the first spatial passage opened on Blue Star 200 years ago, beasts roared, and cities fell. Since then, more and more spatial passages have opened up, connecting Blue Star with other planets. The most critical aspect is the location of the spatial passage and the duration of its appearance, which is filled with unpredictability. The last one appeared on a riotous street, while the next one emerged high above the Arctic at 10,000 meters. To deal with the beasts that can appear at any moment, every city has its city guard, and every province is an independent war zone. At the top, there are 5 major war zones. Enlisting in the army in Shenyang City means you automatically become part of the city guard there. The tasks include, but are not limited to, clearing the surrounding area of beasts, responding to sudden crises, and investigating potential threats. In the temporary dormitory, Chen Yunfan learned about his future tasks through communication. In fact, these are not the reasons for the high mortality rate among soldiers. The only reason is the opening of spatial passages. Each time a spatial passage opens, the initial phase is a matter of risking lives to block it. Only when heavy weapons arrive can the beasts surging from within be suppressed. And during this time is when the mortality rate of soldiers is at its highest. After thinking it over, I should focus on improving my cultivation first. This is definitely the right choice. Chen Yunfan took out the giant whale breathing technique and began to read it quickly. Before long, ding, the breathing technique is unique and cannot be cultivated simultaneously. Would you like to replace the sky frog breathing technique with the giant whale breathing technique? It seems the system won't let me exploit bugs. But really, if I could cultivate several breathing techniques at once, I'd probably reach the 9th rank Grandmaster within a year. Chen Yunfan felt regretful and responded in his heart, yes. Replacement successful. The giant whale breathing technique and the sky frog breathing technique have similarities, inheriting part of the cultivation progress of the sky frog breathing technique, reaching the proficient level. Being favored by the host, the giant whale breathing technique is incredibly excited, increasing the cultivation speed by 300% for 2 hours. The next day, morning, Chen Yunfan opened the system panel. Realm, 1st rank, progress 5%. Flame burst fist, perfect. progress 100%. Giant whale breathing technique, proficient, progress 2%. After breaking through to the first rank last night, he already had 5% progress this morning, undoubtedly thanks to the giant whale breathing technique. As expected of a low-grade mysterious breathing technique, after a night of cultivating the giant whale breathing technique, hunger is overwhelming, and the cultivation speed decreases by 20%. Man is iron, rice is steel, time to eat. In Zhongzhou Province, Shenyang City, Recruitment Office. I'm sorry, Yunfan, it's all my fault, all my fault. A woman with graying hair held Chen Yunfan with one hand while wiping her tears with the other. The man beside her clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with guilt and exhaustion. It's okay, Mom. Joining the army isn't a bad thing. In fact, I've wanted to go to the battlefield to kill beasts for a long time. And once I enlist, you will be military dependents, and there will be hope for my sister's illness. The 18-year-old Chen Yunfan, with a youthful appearance, comforted his parents. Yet, a flash of confusion about the future crossed his eyes. In a world of martial arts, with the invasion of beasts, soldiers fighting against them have become the most dangerous profession, with a terrifying casualty rate. But his sister's leukemia still needed some money, and the family had already borrowed everything they could, besides enlisting to make the family military dependents. There was no other way. Thus, Chen Yunfan voluntarily signed up for the army, leading to the current scene. Woo woo, woo woo. The more sensible her son became, the more it hurt Wang Yun as a mother, and her sobs never ceased. She knew today's farewell might be a permanent one. Her heart ached. Hello, delivery from Hungry to Death. Are you Mr. Chen? This is the cake Miss Chen Yunxi ordered for you. A delivery person rushed over. Stinky brother, come back safely. Looking at the blessing on the cake, Chen Yunfan's mind filled with his sister's sweet and lovely smile. That girl, his sister, Chen Yunxi, lay in the intensive care unit. He originally didn't plan to tell her, but unexpectedly, she still found out in the end. Wanting to withdraw from treatment, he was finally educated for a long time before agreeing to continue. The little brat cried his heart out yesterday, and Chen Yunfan thought he wouldn't get out of bed today. Unexpectedly, not only did he get up, but he also ordered a cake for himself. Right, birthday, another birthday. His mother, Wang Yun, squatted in front of the flower bed, cutting a large piece of cake for Chen Yunfan. Chen Yunfan didn't like sweet things, but this time he finished the whole piece, and he ate it very carefully. Perhaps, this was the last time he would eat it. After chatting with the steward, Xiong Shan, Chen Mo respectfully sent him off. No need to work, focus on your cultivation. And this stonehouse, this giant whale breathing technique, all of this was given by steward Xiong Shan for Xiao Yuding's sake. Looks like I've latched onto a big leg. As for why Xiao Yuding accepted me, it should still be related to that glowing bead, but I don't know what it represents. Good cultivation talent? Chen Mo sat on the bed, pondering for a while. Half an hour passed, and the feeling of fatigue gradually disappeared. Giant whale breathing technique, let's give it a try. After studying for a while, Chen Mo assumed a strange posture according to the giant whale breathing technique, then followed the breathing rhythm described in the manual. He began to breathe. Just half a minute later, he felt his entire body's vital energy ignite. In the past, practicing the federal ninth breathing method only made his vital energy slightly warm, but this time it felt like being roasted over a fire. Sweat poured down his back. Chen Mo quickly stuffed a coagulation pill into his mouth. The already scorching vital energy was now ignited, turning his skin a deep red. Even strands of fresh blood seeped through his pores, creating a horrifying scene. 40 minutes passed before Chen Mo finally stopped. This time, the effect of the coagulation pill lasted an extra half hour. It seems that a good breathing method increases the utilization of the coagulation pill. 45 acupoints. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his expression invigorated. He spent the entire day in cultivation, only lying on the bed for 2 hours as the sun set. Night fell. Chen Mo jumped up energetically, using the golden door to return to the high martial world once again. The familiar sound of knocking echoed. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. You went to bed so early last night, and now it's already 7 in the morning. My dear stinky little brother, are you trying to bulk up? Chen Mo ignored the other person and immediately used mineral water to wet a towel, wiping himself down. Otherwise, a layer of blood scabs would scare his family. After finishing, he opened the door. Ignoring his sister Chen Xiaoying, who was hands on her hips and ready to nag, Chen Mo brushed his teeth and sat down at the dining table. Gurgle gurgle. After a day of cultivation and not having eaten a single grain of rice, Chen Mo was starving. He quickly devoured 2 large steamed buns and drank 2 bowls of soy milk. Mom and Dad, I have plans with friends to go out today. After greeting them, he even swiped the egg from his sister Chen Xiaoying's bowl before leaving. Stinky little brother, that's my egg. Chen Xiaoying stood up, fuming. You're not even growing anymore. I'm still small and in the growth phase. I need to replenish my nutrition. Chen Mo left that line behind as he dashed out of the house, leaving his motherly Man Yun and father Chen Anren in a daze. Why has Xiao Mo suddenly started eating so much? He's growing, but this is a bit exaggerated. He can't be sick, can he? After leaving the community, Chen Mo boarded a bus heading straight for the city center. In the high martial world, martial arts schools were everywhere, but there weren't many that could detect the exact number of acupoints. Jifeng Martial Arts School. He ordered a package on Meituan for 200 yuan, which included acupoint detection, combat power assessment, and half an hour of training. Quite a bargain. After the front desk checked his voucher, Chen Mo took the room card and headed straight to the room at the end of the first floor. That's right, still a single room. Upon entering, two large machines came into view, both impeccably clean. One stood 2 meters tall, resembling a hatching chamber from a movie, filled with as many as 89 scanners to assess the number of acupoints. The other was a robot, identical in shape to a human, except its head resembled a computer screen with a rear end. It calculated specific combat power values through combat simulations. Although Chen Mo had used such detection chambers within the school before, it was his first time using one alone. After fumbling with the instructions for half a day, he finally managed to start it. After 3 minutes inside, he emerged and immediately glanced at the screen. 560 acupoints. That's more than the estimated 545 acupoints, placing me among the top in the entire school. Chen Mo was very satisfied with this result. The only downside was that he had run out of coagulation pills. The good news was that Xiao Yuding still had some. The purchasing task assigned by her was still pending, and after the school test, he planned to find a time to go down the mountain to complete it. In a good mood, Chen Mo approached the robot. This was a primary combat power testing robot, capable of withstanding attacks with a power level of up to 2000. After swiping his card, he selected Start. The robot's screen began a 10-second countdown. Once the 10 seconds were up, Chen Mo unleashed a punch that struck the robot squarely in the chest. The robot reacted quickly, immediately crossing its arms to block. However, the immense force still caused it to take 2 steps back. Cracking Stone Fist, truly a martial skill. During the previous combat power test at school, I was utterly defeated by this thing. I never expected to push it back today. There was no time to think further as the robot quickly counterattacked. The true energy generated by his vitality, along with the energy stored in his acupoints, granted Chen Mo formidable resilience and speed. He danced around like a kite, occasionally launching sudden punches. When cornered, he engaged in close combat. Although the school hadn't taught martial skills, the martial arts class had covered quite a bit of mixed martial arts, which was now coming in handy. Jabs, hooks, roundhouse kicks, knee strikes. Of course, he also took a few hits during the test. After 3 minutes, the primary combat power robot immediately halted, and the numbers on its head screen began to soar, finally stopping at 1400. Combat power is usually double the number of acupoints. With my 560 acupoints, my combat power is roughly around 1120, and the extra 280 power comes from my fighting skills and the Cracking Stone Fist. Among them, the Cracking Stone Fist accounts for the majority. From the numbers, this servant disciple's Cracking Stone Fist is actually a D-level martial skill. That's truly outrageous. Chen Mo was astonished, increasingly satisfied with the Golden Gates enhancement. Martial skill levels are categorized as E, D, C, B, A, and S. The lowest E-level martial skill costs at least 50,000 yuan. D-level martial skills require even more, at 150,000 yuan. Thinking about those servant disciples, each possessing a D-level martial skill, Chen Mo found it absurd. However, this was also due to the decline of physical cultivation within the immortal cultivation world, leading to an oversaturation of low-tier martial skills. In that case, it's a bargain for me. And there's the Great Whale breathing technique, which is something exchanged with spirit stones at the Qingcheng Mountain Scripture Pavilion, its value only higher. Could it be sea-level? Sea-level martial skills cost at least 500,000 yuan, and even then, they are hard to come by. Moreover, this was a breathing technique, which is even more precious than martial skills. Chen Mo suddenly felt like he was quite wealthy. After training here for a while, he left as soon as the time was up. As he passed through the corridor, 2 people approached him. A middle-aged man with a small mustache and a tall young woman. The middle-aged man was very attentive to the young woman. Miss Liu, as long as you join our martial arts school and become a student here, you can learn any D-level martial skill we offer, and we'll also give you a lifetime VIP card. I'm in charge. I'll give you a C-level warrior. You don't need to join for too long, just until the college entrance exam is over. What are you two looking at? Hurry up and help. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Su Ning could only ask for assistance. At such a time, they had to work together to escape disaster. Xin Shui was still in a daze, while Xia Xiantong had already regained her senses. To be honest, they had never seen a scene like this in their 20 years of life. A head twisting 180 degrees, fists like cannonballs. This was definitely a ghost encounter. The moment Xia Xiantong reacted, she grabbed Qin Shui and turned to run outside the mountain god temple. The best strategy is to flee. Su Ning's eyes nearly popped out as he urgently shouted, "This is a ghost, born from being devoured by a tiger demon. The ghost is here, and the tiger demon is nearby. If you run now, you will definitely die." If I could run, I would have done so already. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiantong stopped in front of the mountain god temple, her face shifting between expressions. To be honest, she believed Su Ning's words. After all, Su Ning was dressed as a Taoist priest, recognized the ghost, and took the initiative to act. Although he didn't kill it, what he said was still credible. If the ghost was this fierce, the tiger demon would surely be even stronger. Going out would mean certain death. I'm just taking a walk, Xia Xiantong laughed, turning back to pick up a wooden stick. If they couldn't run, then they had to fight with all their might. Su Ning dodged a punch from the ghost and hurriedly shouted, "Sticks are useless. This ghost has no flesh and blood, and sticks can't cause any damage." Xia Xiantong remembered that Su Ning's desperate poke had been completely ineffective, and she panicked. Then what do we do? I read in books that menstrual blood can ward off evil, but I haven't had my period these past few days. Suddenly, Xia Xiantong's eyes lit up as she looked at Qin Shui. "Xiao Shui, it's up to you to save us." "Ah, how can I save you?" Qin Shui was still a bit dazed, but upon connecting with Xia Xiantong's words, her face turned red. I got my period, but I changed before coming up the mountain, so there's no blood." Xia Xiantong was immediately disappointed. "Xiao Shui, your timing for changing was really too perfect." Qin Shui felt embarrassed. If she had known her period could be useful for saving lives, she wouldn't have changed for anything. "Damn it, stop discussing this. I can barely hold on, menstrual blood won't work. Bite your tongue and use the blood from your tongue to deal with the ghost." Su Ning couldn't wait any longer. If it weren't for the huge stone stump under the mountain god's clay statue, he wouldn't have had the chance to hold on until now. And menstrual blood, being yin, wouldn't work on the ghost without special treatment. It had to be blood from the tongue. This was currently the simplest and most effective weapon. Xia Xiantong was puzzled. "Is blood from the tongue useful? I saw you just spat a mouthful, and it didn't work." To this, Su Ning could only tell a lie. "I fought a snake demon tonight and defeated it, but I got injured, and the yin energy entered my body, which is why the blood from my tongue lost its effect. Now it's up to you." He couldn't very well say that he had snuck down the mountain, been bitten and humiliated by a python, and even laid an egg. Xia Xiantong was half convinced, but Qin Shui completely believed him and looked at Su Ning with respect. He was truly a dedicated and good master. She immediately tried to bite her tongue, but the pain almost brought her to tears. Her pretty face twisted into a bitter expression, and she even drooled from the pain. Blood from the tongue sounded simple, but the tongue is soft, filled with nerve endings. Even a blister can hurt for half a day, and biting the tongue is comparable to a severe pain. Su Ning also faced the ghost directly and encountered life-threatening danger, so in a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue. Ordinary people simply couldn't do this. Su Ning realized this problem and felt anxious, but Su Lang didn't give him a chance to calm down and think of a solution, continuously pursuing them. The ghost chasing him didn't tire him out, but Su Ning was human, battling the snake demon on the mountain path, training the Qi Yang stance in the middle of the night, and had just taken a punch. His stamina was already depleted. At this moment, he was relying solely on his will to survive, circling around the pillar like King Qin. But before he could collapse from exhaustion, Su Lang had already stopped moving, constantly twitching his nose as if he was circling something. Finally, his eyes locked onto the cloth bag on the ground, and inside the bag was precisely the python egg. Seeing Su Lang looking at the bag, Su Ning felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart, and then said, "You stupid bastard, what are you looking at? Come and die, old man. That punch you just threw was like scratching an itch for your old man." Ha 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 ha. He didn't understand why he said such things, it was purely instinctive. Perhaps it was fear that the python egg would break and the python demon would come seeking revenge, or maybe for other reasons. But none of that mattered. What was important was that Su Lang seemed to truly understand. The green flame in his pupils flickered more intensely, clearly enraged. In life, he endured scoldings from his boss, served his wife at home, and catered to the travel agency members at work. After death, he became a ghost and still had to endure scoldings. This uncle could tolerate it, but even the ant couldn't. Su Lang leaped forward, his fist aimed at Su Ning. Su Ning was still mocking and had no time to dodge. This punch could shatter stones. If it hit him, at the very least, it would break bones. In the deep mountains, even if he wasn't eaten by the tiger demon, he would undoubtedly die. Su Ning hurriedly puffed out his chest to take the punch. The python scale he had placed on his chest was tougher than a bulletproof vest and could greatly reduce the damage, but the other two women were stunned. Just now, Su Lang's punch had shattered a rock. If it hit a person, wouldn't that mean instant death? Xia Shenton was even more anxious. If Su Ning couldn't handle this ghost, then both of them were doomed. Biting her tongue, she couldn't bring herself to bite down, so she could only grab a stick, wanting to share the pressure. Who would have thought a surprising scene would unfold? Although Su Ning was knocked down like a rolling gourd by this punch, he didn't spit blood or get injured. On the contrary, Su Lang staggered back several steps from the recoil of the punch. Not only that, Su Ning keenly noticed that Su Lang's fist had caved in, like an inflatable balloon being pressed down. Based on the previous performance of shattering stones, this fist should quickly reinflate and return to normal. But this time, it didn't recover. A delicate little fist that can shatter stones, but tainted by demonic energy, unable to heal from its injuries. Su Ning's eyes lit up like light bulbs. That's right, the python demon could transform. It must be a powerful demon, suddenly shedding its scales, which were at least treasures. It seemed there was nothing wrong with being able to injure such a low-level ghost. Just then, Xia Shentong circled behind and jabbed the stick at Su Lang's neck. I have to say, this girl was really ruthless, but it was useless. The stick created a dent in Su Lang's neck, but the dent quickly smoothed out, and this only made Su Lang even more ferocious. He turned around and grabbed Xia Xuantong's neck with one hand. He. Xia Shentong was already gasping for breath, her hands continuously pounding Su Lang's head. Xiantong. Xin Shui anxiously searched around for a suitable weapon. Damn it, Lao Qin, don't sleep, wake up, it's your turn to check the acupoints. Xin Nan felt someone pushing him from the side and reluctantly swatted away the other person's hand. It was hard to come by a vacation from work, who was so annoying as to disturb his peace. But the next second, Xin Nan suddenly sat up. He was renting a small room, and there was only a cat at home. How could there be a human voice? Had he transformed? But when Xin Nan looked toward the source of the voice with excitement, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. It was a young man's face, somewhat unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar. Wang Daji? How could this be possible? The other party had engaged in the IT industry after graduation, had long since gone bald, so who was this person with a thick head of short hair? Before Xin Nan could collect his thoughts, a strange dialogue box appeared in his field of vision. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, with 200 acupoints opened, a full-powered punch might not even give you the chance to kneel and call me dad, but that's usually the case. Now, however, the opponent is extremely weak. What the hell? Xin Nan couldn't help but rub his eyes, but when he opened them again and blinked hard, a dialogue box reappeared in his vision. Not bad, young man, your hands haven't even transitioned into girlfriend mode yet, keep it up. This time, the target of his gaze was indeed the hands he had just rubbed. Old Qin, are you okay? What are you looking at? His deskmate, Wang Daji, thought Xin Nan had fallen asleep and suspiciously waved his hand in front of Xin Nan's eyes. Xin Nan stared blankly at Wang Daji's calloused, large hand, and the dialogue box appeared again in his vision. These rough, strong hands, covered in calluses, have touched countless lives. Last night, billions of lives turned to dust under this hand, far away from him. Hurry! Xin Nan jolted, suddenly gaining some clarity. He hadn't expected that Wang Daji, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking very honest, was actually a skilled craftsman in private. But there was no time to think about that now. Xin Nan turned his head to survey the surroundings. The white walls were filled with famous quotes, the desk was piled high with textbooks, and there were faces from deep in his memory, along with the rather unserious dialogue box. After several experiments, Xin Nan had a rough understanding that as long as he concentrated, strange remarks would appear. It was very magical, but it seemed to have no other use. He set this magical dialogue box aside for now, confirming the year was the most crucial thing. A glance at the projection screen on the blackboard revealed a jumble of words. How to open the body's acupoints, 108 postures to absorb spiritual energy, prioritize opening those acupoints. Xin Nan found it hard to comprehend. Had the old teacher recently become obsessed with novels, but putting it on the blackboard was a bit excessive? His gaze shifted to the bottom right corner of the electronic screen. February 17, 2018. Reborn 4 years ago. Xin Nan was stunned, not surprised, nor did he scream, but crossed his arms, resting his chin on them, deep in thought. Occasionally, his body would tremble, and he would emit a creepy laugh. Hey, had ha, had ha. Wang Daji, seeing Xin Nan like this, was completely dumbfounded, thinking Xin Nan had gone silly from sleep. Old Xin, are you okay? Wang Daji pushed Xin Nan hard, and when Xin Nan still didn't speak, he couldn't help but stand up. Old teacher, it seems like Xin Nan is having a fit. You should call the school doctor. Before Wang Daji could finish, Qin Nan, having reacted, pulled him back down by the arm. "You're the one who's sick, I'm just too excited." Qin Nan cursed and began to fantasize again. Although he had only been reborn for 4 years, it was still fine. There hadn't been any economic fluctuations during these 4 years. But Qin Nan remembered clearly that after a while, the stocks of white liquor would soar, especially that Mao Tai. When he got home tonight, he should persuade his parents to invest all their extra money into it. Then, he could lie on the sofa counting money. However, the most important thing was to report that idiot who ate bat sashimi. Perfect. Having money and no illness, plus a boring dialogue box to relieve boredom, this was the perfect life of a reborn person. Wang Daji, seeing Qin Nan constantly grinning, was very curious. "Old Qin, weren't you the one who hated checking acupoints the most? Why are you so happy today? You're not secretly practicing at home, planning to make a stunning debut today, are you? Acupoints?" Qin Nan hadn't paid much attention at first, but hearing this unfamiliar term in Wang Daji's words made him puzzled. Had Wang Daji recently become obsessed with cultivation novels? What a mess! Before Qin Nan could ask further, a serious voice came from the podium. "Qin Nan, it's your turn, come up quickly." Although Qin Nan did not understand what the homeroom teacher wanted him to do, he knew he should go up to the podium now. But as soon as he got up there, the homeroom teacher placed a hand on his shoulder. Qin Nan felt a bit at a loss, but then he sensed a warm current flowing through his hand, causing his whole body to heat up as well. It felt as if every pore in his body was opening and closing continuously. Comfortable. Transparent. However, this feeling did not last long. The homeroom teacher had already released his hand, and his sparse eyebrows slightly furrowed, a look of helplessness appearing on his serious face. "Qin Nan, when you enrolled, you were the one with the most potential in our class. Why have you been stagnant for so long? Is something wrong?" Faced with the homeroom teacher's question, Qin Nan's mind was a complete mess. He didn't know how to respond. The homeroom teacher looked at this student who had once surprised him in the first year of high school, feeling a slight disappointment in his heart. It seemed that it had only been a coincidence back then. He patted Qin Nan's arm again and let him return to his seat. The homeroom teacher had come to terms with it, but Qin Nan was even more confused. Potential? What was that? Acupuncture points on the body? Old Qin, are you okay? You don't have to take the homeroom teacher's words to heart. After all, you never planned to apply for the martial arts program. Wang Daji thought Qin Nan was feeling down and spoke to comfort him. "Hey, Wang Daji, although Qin Nan says he won't take the martial arts exam, he probably wants it more than anyone else in his heart. Now that the facts are out, being hit is unavoidable," said a well-dressed young man in front, turning around with a slightly smug tone. Clearly, he had done well on the recent test. Wang Daji agreed with what the other said, but since his good buddy was feeling down, he felt the need to refute. Just then, the teacher clapped his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Once the discussion ceased, the homeroom teacher spoke loudly. "The new semester has begun, and there are 6 months until the college entrance examination. The school will organize a special training class as usual. Once the schedule is confirmed, I will arrange for everyone to take a test to join." As soon as he finished speaking, the class erupted in excitement. Clearly, this special training class was a great opportunity, and everyone wanted to join. Wang Daji was no exception, but instead of joining the crowd's discussion, he turned to comfort Qin Nan. "Old Qin, are you okay? Don't listen to that idiot Yang Sun. Taking the liberal arts exam is great. You can find a small job or open a small shop in the future. Life would be wonderful, and you wouldn't have to take any risks." Su Ning jumped up as if his but had a spring, nervously looking towards the outside of the mountain god temple. In the depths of the jungle behind the rain curtain, a colorful fierce tiger jumped out. This tiger was surprisingly robust, especially its pair of eyes, which did not resemble beastly pupils filled with majesty, but rather human-like, incredibly agile. However, this agility, appearing on a beast, seemed quite eerie. A tiger demon. Xin Shui and Xia Xiantong both trembled in fear, but they tightly covered each other's mouths with their hands, not daring to make a sound. Su Ning, being the one facing the tiger demon, felt his mind go blank. Had they hit a small one and now an old one had come? But this was too fast. Su Ning suddenly felt his consciousness becoming hazy, as if being controlled by someone, and he began to walk towards the temple. "Daoist, little Daoist." The two girls also noticed something was off with him and called out softly, but soon their eyes became dazed as well, and their legs moved, walking towards the mountain god temple. Yet, the three of them remained conscious, their bodies acting like puppets on strings. This feeling was terrifying. However, their eyes could still move, and Su Ning quickly focused on the tiger demon. A tiger demon that once embraced reading poetry and books was just an ordinary tiger. It gained spiritual wisdom 100 years ago and has since devoured countless people, leading to a siege by Taoists, suffering heavy losses and escaping. From then on, I understood that the heavens are round and the earth is square, so I worked hard to improve myself and learn Sun Tzu's art of war. After that, I established rules for eating people: do not eat the wealthy and powerful, only the solitary, and also eat one person after a while. Damn! There are 3 of us, not solitary, and these 2 women are both wealthy. Besides, you just ate Su Lang 3 days ago, and now you're going to feast again? You're breaking the rules, Su Ning cried out in his heart. But he soon noticed that behind the demon tiger was a small tiger. It looked like it had just been born, pitifully delicate. Damn! Even if you want to raise a child, you can't break the rules. If Su Ning could speak, he would definitely tell this little tiger about the rules. But he couldn't control his body now. He could only watch as he walked in front of the demon tiger. Howl! The demon tiger roared and brought its head close to Su Ning's belly, seemingly ready to perform a disembowelment. Su Ning felt a deep sorrow. This was called retribution. Just moments ago, he had disemboweled the mountain god's clay statue to extract the inheritance. Now, the demon tiger was about to do the same to him to fill its belly. The 2 women were so frightened that their thoughts stopped. Without needing to think, they knew that after the demon tiger finished with Su Ning, it would be their turn. But the demon tiger had already opened its big mouth, its fangs exposed, yet it made no move. Its pair of lively eyes were filled with confusion. The demon tiger's furry head leaned in closer, sniffing, then it used its teeth to tear open the cloth bag Su Ning was holding. Inside was an egg wrapped in python patterns, shining brightly under the moonlight. The demon tiger looked as if it had been struck by lightning, its tiger face filled with bewilderment, and then it silently used its teeth to cover the cloth bag again. Then, with its tail tucked, it let out a mournful cry, turned, and ran off with the little tiger in its mouth. It looked more terrified than a common person seeing a ghost. Once the demon tiger left, control of his body returned, and the 3 of them sat down on the ground. They faced the fear, the powerful intimidation, the edge of death. All 3 were utterly exhausted. Su Ning panted heavily, looking at the python egg he was holding, and smiled bitterly. Kid, you really saved my life. Don't worry, as long as I don't die, I will definitely raise you safely. After catching his breath, the 3 finally stood up and staggered back to sit in front of the fire pit at the mountain god's temple. This time, the 3 sat around a single fire. Xia Shentong clasped her hands. Stinky. Ahem. Taoist, my name is Xia Shentong, and this is my best friend Qin Shui. We owe you our lives today. Qin Shui also looked grateful. My name is Su Ning. We all worked together to deal with the ghost, no need for formalities. Besides feeling exhausted, Su Ning also felt a hint of excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. He had exterminated a ghost. This thrill made his heart race wildly. He even felt that he was born for this line of work. After hearing this, Qin Shui felt a bit embarrassed. At least Xia Shentong had attracted the ghost's attention, while she had just stood there in a daze. Taoist Su, I didn't help much just now, but I still want to repay your kindness. However, she rummaged through her pockets for a long time and couldn't find a single cent. Not only that, but her phone was also broken. Seeing Qin Shui's embarrassed and flushed face, Xia Shentong said, let's just rely on me. But she was in a worse situation. Not only did she not bring money, but she also left her phone at the hotel. Yet she boldly said, Taoist Su, don't worry, Miss Qin is a rich lady. When the sun rises, we'll go down the mountain together, and then I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing Su Ning nod, Xia Shentong grinned and said, we can consider ourselves friends who have shared life and death. Since we're about the same age, I'll just call you Old Su. Old Su, what was that thing you used to hit the ghost? A magical tool? She had just been controlled by the tiger demon, following Su Ning, and hadn't seen the python egg, thinking that the tiger demon was scared away by that object that looked like a brick. The ghost had been poked without leaving a trace. Su Ning slammed the brick down, and surprisingly, it crushed half of the ghost's head. It even scared the demon tiger into tucking its tail and fleeing. What a divine artifact! Su Ning was quite speechless at Xia Xuantong's familiarity. If it were the E-level powerhouse Qin Shui, he would definitely be willing, but for the god of misfortune, he would rather pass. He clearly remembered how the other party had grabbed Qin Shui and turned to run at the mention of ghosts. But they had shared life and death together, so Su Ning explained, this is a magical tool passed down in my family. It is indeed effective against ghosts. Saying this, he looked down again. The reverse scale shed by the python demon can be used for self-defense, can hit people, and its demonic energy does not dissipate, plus it has other mysterious little functions. Xia Shentong was instantly intrigued by his words, so can this magical tool change my luck? If it can you sell it to me? I can pay, no matter how much. She was almost driven mad by her bad luck, and now that she saw a glimmer of hope, she wanted to seize it tightly. Su Ning shook his head firmly, I won't sell it for any price, this is a treasure from my master. This thing recorded his precious first time and saved his life, holding great commemorative significance that money could not measure. Xia Xiantong raised a finger. 1 million. Su Ning's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Xia Xiantong in disbelief. How much? 1 million. We can trade when we get down the mountain, bank transfer or cash is fine. Xia Xiantong said it so casually, but Su Ning's heart was racing. This amount of money was explosively tempting for someone who didn't even have 1,000 yuan in his pocket. Perhaps it was fate. Su Ning felt that this incident was not a coincidence, and besides, he still needed to find a place for the python egg to absorb yin energy. If he encountered something dirty again, 1 million wouldn't save his life. Moreover, he had divine hints. He would make money at the lottery station when they got down the mountain, and 1 million would come sooner or later. Thanks, but this is a family heirloom. I won't sell it for any price. Seeing Xia Xiantong looking very disappointed, Su Ning comforted her. Actually, my magical tool has no effect on your bad luck, and you don't need to worry too much. Xia Xiantong was very excited. How can I not worry? I can encounter ghosts and monsters just by going up a mountain. Isn't that unlucky enough? I don't even know if I can survive to see the sun tomorrow. Not only that, I eat instant noodles without seasoning packets, buy canned drinks without pull tabs, ride a bike and always drop the chain, and drive a car and always have problems on the road, etc. These are all basic operations. What's worse is that I can be mistaken for a mistress while walking down the street. Returning lost money turns into breaking and entering, and doing the right thing ends up as malicious assault. By the end, Xia Xiantong was almost in tears. It was just too much. Xin Shui chimed in. So to live strong, I'm singing and dancing, while Xiantong is wielding knives and swords. I'm painting and practicing calligraphy, and she's doing combat and sparring. But to be fair, it was quite useful. If it weren't for her strong and agile body with quick reflexes, Xia Xiantong didn't know if she could have made it this far. But she was really about to be driven mad by this bizarre bad luck. Ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Su Ning finally couldn't hold back, laughing so hard he was pounding the floor. Seeing Xia Xiantong's face turn extremely ugly, her fists cracking, Su Ning coughed a couple of times to stifle his laughter. Cough cough, you are the god of misfortune, and continuous bad luck is a normal phenomenon, but you don't need to worry today. Xia Xiantong pressed down her temper and asked, Old Su, what do you mean by that? Su Ning glanced at her and said, when you were born, because of an improper position, you almost had a difficult delivery. At 1 year old, you almost choked to death while drinking milk. At 2, you were almost chased and bitten by a vicious dog. At 3, while playing on a slide, your scarf got caught on the iron, and you almost choked to death. At 18, while swimming, your foot got tangled in water plants, and you almost drowned. 19 years old, that was last year. You went to ride a roller coaster, and the seat malfunctioned, throwing you out. Fortunately, you landed on a trampoline. Xia Xiantong was completely stunned. She never expected Su Ning's words to be so accurate. Not a single detail was off. Even the unfortunate events from her childhood, her best friend Qin Shui didn't know about, yet Su Ning had figured them out. What a remarkable person. Old Su, no. Brother Su, please help me. As long as you can rid me of my bad luck, I'll do anything. She was truly desperate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a promise. But Su Ning shrugged. I can't help you. But haven't you noticed that you have a major disaster every year? This year's disaster is today, so at least you're safe for this year. He really couldn't help, because even what he just said was based on hints he had seen. However, seeing Xia Xiantong's disappointed expression, he added, but just because I can't help now doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Maybe after a while, I'll have the ability to solve this problem. Xia Xiantong was overjoyed at his words. Really? What she needed was just a little hope to keep going. Really? Su Ning affirmed. And haven't you noticed that you're actually quite lucky? Xia Xiantong pondered. With so many disasters, any one of them could have been fatal, yet she had managed to avoid them all and was still lively and well. By that logic, she really was quite lucky. Qin Shui couldn't help but ask curiously, so why is that? Su Ning pretended to be profound, squinting his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the Xia family's ancestors are extraordinary. The saying goes that ancestral graves emit green smoke. In reality, a bloodline that is too distant loses its influence, while the blood ties within 3 generations are the strongest. Your grandparents were probably not ordinary people. They must have done great things for the country and the people, which is why you receive protection in a mysterious way, benefiting from your ancestors' fortune. Xia Xiantong was completely stunned, staring at Qin Shui in silence for a long time. Her grandfather was a military commander who bravely died on the battlefield while covering the retreat of his brother's troops. Her grandmother was a pioneer in the medical field, solving many infectious diseases and difficult ailments, revered as a national treasure, leaving a legacy for generations. Saying they benefited the country and the people was no exaggeration. Xia Xiantong was dazed for a moment, and after a long while, she sniffled and smiled. We also have grandparents who care for us. Qin Shui couldn't hold back either. Su Daozhang, can you help me calculate too? I don't know what's going on today, but I keep feeling like an invisible hand is tightly choking my neck. I feel like I'm having trouble breathing. I just didn't say anything earlier because the situation was tense. By the end, Qin Shui was a bit frightened. I won't have bumped into something unclean, will I? Su Ning looked at Qin Shui, squinted a couple of times, and said, your short sleeves are on inside out. Qin Shui was taken aback and looked down, realizing her pink windbreaker had its inner short sleeves indeed on inside out. Ha 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 ha. Xia Shentong initially wanted to cover her mouth to stifle her laughter but couldn't hold it in, laughing until she couldn't stand up straight. You crack me up, Xiao Xue. How can you be so daft, even wearing your clothes inside out? How about I help you get dressed from now on? Ah ha ha ha. Qin Shui's face turned red, but she didn't know how to retort and could only bury her head in her chest like an ostrich. Xia Shentong looked on with envy. Time passed, the sun began to rise, heavy rain approached, and a thin mist rose in the mountains. The three of them walked along the mountain path, shrouded in mist, and after an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain where the folk village was, meeting up with the travel agency. Originally, Qin Shui and Xia Shentong wanted to treat Su Ning to a meal, but a phone call came in, informing Xia Shentong that her second uncle had passed away, and she had to rush to pay her respects. They could only say a quick goodbye and leave in a hurry. Su Ning also declined Qin Shui's warm invitation and generous reward, boarding a bus to the nearest town. What was a few tens of thousands in reward worth? A person of high stature must have the demeanor of one. Moreover, he was already prepared to go to the lottery shop, to experience the thrill of dominating the game. Qingyuan Town. It is a small town that retains the characteristics of ancient architecture, nestled between mountains and water, with green bricks and tiles. Su Ning attended high school here, but since graduating, he hadn't returned for a long time. Coming back suddenly, he felt a lot. Just as he was about to put his hands in his pockets, ready to strike a pose and lament the unpredictability of life, he suddenly realized that his pants pocket had a hole. Most importantly, the 800 yuan inside was gone. Damn it, which son of a bitch? If you're going to steal, can't you leave me a little? Su Ning was furious, not expecting to be taught a lesson as soon as he arrived in Qingyuan Town. Damn! He turned to look around, hoping to find the little thief. The former big brother with a dragon tattooed for the new year now could only carry a vegetable basket, spitting while haggling with vendors. The aloof handsome guy looking at his phone, but you would never guess he was watching bizarre videos. The muscular guy who just finished lifting weights at the gym, yet his headphones were playing Psy, and the previous song was Itch. After a big circle, Su Ning finally locked onto a fat guy in sunglasses. Stop looking, it's him, it's definitely him. As soon as the other party got into the car, he kept leaning against Su Ning, who almost wanted to hit him because he thought he was a pervert. But it turned out he was a thief. Su Ning didn't make a scene and quickly approached, but the fat guy reacted very quickly, clearly a habitual offender. Realizing he was being followed, he took off running. Su Ning chased after him, shouting, "Stop, you fat bastard. If you run again, I'll call the police." Although he hadn't slept all night fighting snake demons, exterminating ghostly spirits, and scaring tiger demons, young people have strong bodies, he was full of energy. In just a few moments, he was close to catching up with the fat guy. The fat guy was panting heavily and hurriedly threw out a bulging wallet. "Kid, don't chase anymore, I'll give you the money back." Su Ning just glanced at it, ignored it completely, and continued to chase madly. A wallet stuffed with ghost money, if taken to buy a lottery ticket, might just bring a head full of trouble. Damn, I've run into a pro. The fat man was extremely angry, but he still reached into his pocket and felt around.